As a bona fide taxi driver, I never step on the gas when I'm on the highway. Even so, a Bugatti wouldn't be able to see my taillights. In the crowded streets, to save a pregnant woman, I took a shortcut straight into the professional racing circuit, drifting elegantly while braking sharply and speeding through the corners. Even the top racer Zhang Qi exclaimed that he couldn't catch up. As the yellow Ferrari was about to leave the track, everyone saw the car's features: V18 turbocharged engine, nuclear-powered motor, and a shape resembling a plastic mech suit. It was definitely a scene ready to take off. In the next moment, the yellow car transformed into a cool mech suit and disappeared at the speed of light on the track. As a laid-off tech enthusiast, after a few days of training, I had already adapted to the role of a taxi driver. Just like usual, after breakfast, I leisurely sat in the car playing games. Suddenly, a burly man knelt in front of the car. Oh no, could this be a scam? Brother, please, my wife's water broke. Please, have mercy and help save my wife and child. I'll kowtow to you. Before I could react, the man started knocking his head on the ground, his forehead bleeding with gravel and dirt, a sight that shocked me to the core, leaving me stunned for a moment. Lives are at stake. Get in the car. Brother, take good care of your wife next. I will get to the hospital as fast as I can. After giving instructions, I activated the smart positioning system, searching for the nearest hospital. The system showed the closest one at 3 kilometers and the farthest at 30 kilometers. But there was a competition today, so there was heavy traffic everywhere. The strong man, seeing that I hadn't started the car yet, spoke anxiously, his voice filled with pleading. Brother, I know it's very congested today. If you can ensure the safety of my wife and child, I will give you all my belongings. Hearing this, my heart felt a pang. He is truly a good man. I don't need your money. Today, you are lucky to have encountered me. Fasten your seatbelt, trust me with the rest. The atmosphere ends here. Being hesitant any longer wouldn't be manly. I started the car, stepped on the gas, and the roaring engine startled the strong man in the car, even causing passers-by on both sides to gape. Next, the yellow car disappeared from the spot at a speed almost too fast to see clearly. Damn! What the hell? How could a taxi be that fast? It must have covered 200 meters in that start. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Little Handsome's live broadcast room, a high-altitude camera was capturing the hustle and bustle of the traffic today. Flying towards the drone at the competition venue, by chance, it caught the sound of a sports car engine and just managed to capture a yellow figure before it blinked and flew out 100 meters away. Xiao Shuai was somewhat surprised. Oh my god, could it be that a domestic remake of Taxi is in progress? To confirm this view, the drone locked onto the taxi. The taxi was seen speeding at a rate of 220 meters per second, swiftly maneuvering through the congested highway. Step on the gas. Step on the gas. What shocked Xiao Shuai was that the yellow Ferrari continued to accelerate, overtaking car after car. Then, ahead was a traffic light. Vehicles on the left had just started moving, and a yellow figure disappeared in front of his eyes. Wow, that was really exciting. The terrifying skills of the car god, drifting elegantly through the corners to overtake, showcasing every subtle move to the fullest. The audience was thrilled. Sending gifts, must send gifts. But what really made Xiao Shuai's livestream go viral was at the next intersection, where several traffic police officers were conducting routine checks on the road. They asked for the driver's license, and suddenly, the speed detector on the side exploded. This scared the nearby police officers, but when they turned their heads, they saw, wow, besides the fallen leaves blown up by the wind, there was nothing. Police number 007, your speedometer just exploded. What is the reason? The female police officer looked confused and truthfully replied, report to headquarters, I seem to have seen a gust of wind. And then the instrument exploded. A gust of wind? Are you kidding me? According to the surveillance report, there was indeed a gust of yellow wind just now, speeding wildly on the road. Damn it. It's a yellow modified taxi. Police number 007, pay attention. Immediately inform the traffic police around you. Rush to intercept at the salmon fishing competition venue. And make sure to catch the other party before any accidents occur. Situation alert. Get in the car and chase immediately. With a shout, the traffic police colleagues who were inspecting immediately stopped their work, and more than a dozen police cars set off at the same time to chase the yellow car. When the audience in Xiao Shuai's live broadcast room saw this scene, especially when they saw the words Mountain City Traffic Police written on the police cars, they were all stunned. Damn, the director of this movie is too awesome. Even the Mountain City Traffic Police can be mobilized. It seems like it was actually filmed in Mountain City. It feels so immersive. Police car chase? 5-star wanted. This is clearly the Mountain City version of Speed 18. The audience who originally thought the plot was cliché suddenly became more tolerant, because this movie is truly thrilling. Even helicopters were deployed. Which director in China dares to film like this? Even if they dare to film, the country wouldn't allow it. At the same time, I was driving attentively. When passing the next intersection, my husband, I'm in so much pain. I can't hold on much longer. A painful cry came from the back seat, and through the rearview mirror, I saw the pregnant woman sweating profusely, her lips dry, her face pale, the situation not optimistic. Brother driver, please hurry, faster, my wife is in trouble. The strong man held the pregnant woman, crying bitterly. Hold on a little longer. Sit tight, I'm going to speed up. The next moment, the speed of the car increased to 300 miles per hour, and by now, there were tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Many people saw the desperate gaze of the strong man in the back seat and probably understood the situation. But the locals in the mountain city noticed something was wrong. Since it was an accident involving a pregnant woman, shouldn't they go to the nearest maternity hospital? Why go so far away? And isn't that direction the location of the Akina mountain racing scene? They are hosting the National Professional Racing Friendship Competition there. Oh my god. You guys stop the anchor. That place is the Akiba Raceway, where the National Pro Racers Friendship Race is being held. Anchor driving so fast. In case of a collision with a racer, it's not just a pregnant woman with a dead body. It will also cause a chain of car accidents. The native of the mountain city named Wei said in an anxious tone. He had recharged $1,000 and painted a level 10 fan light sign in order to make his speech more eye-catching. The results are also remarkable. Soon there were pop-ups chatting about it. Just this painting style seems to be a bit wrong. Pro circuit? Good lord. It looks like it's really a remake of Taxi Express with the same plot. No, there's still a difference. At least Taxi Express doesn't have a 5-star wanted. This remake director is a ghostwriter. 666-6666. I'm curious. Why didn't you put this movie remake in theaters? If you put it in theaters, I guarantee the box office will explode. Yes, if it does go online in theaters, I will absolutely go see it. And I'll even bring my girlfriend along. A remake of a movie? Cab delivery? Why was a little confused? Because the movie, which he had also seen, did feature a scene where a pregnant woman is carried into the race? Is this really just a movie? Just as Wei was pondering uncertainty. Woo woo, vivo vivo vivo. There was a sudden roar of a roaring engine outside the window. It's louder than the sports cars of rich kids who race at night. I'm guessing that if it gets any bigger, I'm afraid that the windows and glasses will have to be shattered. Immediately after. And then there were alarms from behind. Not one, not two, but a dozen. 3 dozen? Wei hurriedly got up and came to the window to take a look. Nice guy, nice guy. This is actually the life and death chase that is happening right now on the streets of Hill City. All that could be seen was a fast blurry little yellow car traveling through the road at lightning speed. It was followed by 50 or 60 police cars, and although it came from all directions, it was completely left far behind. This is not a movie. It's obviously a live broadcast. Wei felt like he was going crazy, because such a thrilling and exciting scene could actually happen in the Dragon Kingdom, in Mountain City, and right in front of his eyes. Crap, families, heavy news. I was at the Canning River Bridge, and I witnessed a little yellow car go up the berm and then leap right over the entire Canning River. I saw it too. You guys don't know. The scene went crazy. Everyone went crazy crikey. It's so ***king awesome. Lots of drivers. All stop the car. All get out of the car. All people. All rise. All salute. Flying car gods. Bull. With the influx of more and more people, the live stream pop-ups were flooded with viewer after local viewer in the mountain town who had witnessed the entire scene. This can be a group of foreign melon eaters, including Xiao Shuai, can be blindfolded, because if this isn't a movie, then this is real. Holy shit, a real-life version of 5-star wanted? I didn't realize it was actually my pattern that was small, which is a remake. This is clearly a live broadcast. This is so exciting, my god. I need to get some heart medication. Help. There's one thing, it's really blowing up. It's really cracking up. No, I have to record the screen right away. I have to notify all the classmates around me to watch it together right away, because maybe at some point, this anchor will be arrested, and the live room will be closed forever. Bullshit, this anchor is literally broadcasting with his life, and so outrageous. The scene actually did not have any casualties, but there are traffic accidents. Simply can be called a large-scale miracle scene. The audience has your word for it. The heat in Lin Bei's livestream simply rose to a fever pitch. Just a few minutes. It just soared from 30,000 to 40,000 people just now to 70,000 to 80,000 people. But the attention of an anchor directly brought the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room to 100,000, or even a huge 200,000. May is a funeral blogger. Because of the bad economy, being a graduate of a double top school, she is unemployed. Go back to looking for a job and it's ridiculously rolled up. And secondly, the pay is still less. And you're subjected to all kinds of workplace bullying. So he simply took off his kung fu tunic and went home to inherit the funeral company. Although the business is not good, it is better because she is knowledgeable and up to date. No, combining the internet with funerals is her brand new play. But the live stream is just about the daily routine of the funeral. What are the do's and don'ts and so on. So not many people will actually watch it at all. It's a good thing May is a thief of luck. While lazily scrolling through Shakeology on a previous live broadcast, I followed a biker girl blogger who was going to take on the challenge of crossing the freeway at light speed through the gates. Originally, it was to think that people can be so fastidious life, but also can drive a motorcycle all kinds of dashing, but also can have more than 1 million fans is very envious. But it was never expected. One concern later, people just GA. It was taken as a segment by passers-by because it was a funeral blogger. Say what you will about funeral bloggers who choose to follow bloggers with high mortality rates in order to flush out their business. Referred to as warm to the home. Originally, May thought it was a segment too. But who knows? Earlier she had followed another trucker. Seeing him come and go every day in the wind and rain. Hard but simple. With a kind of power of perseverance. So he followed it according to his own preferences. As a result, the next day, this truck driver went over the ditch because of fatigue driving. So, shall May pay attention to a little bit. The anchor life and death of the terrier gradually spread on the network. Enough hundreds of millions of people have watched similar segments. It is simply all the rage. But May, who is a kind person, doesn't want this kind of metaphysics to happen to her, so she hasn't followed anyone else live since then. But, just now, she was bored at home when she swiped the teaser and accidentally saw a very hot live broadcast. Not only were there a lot of people in there, but they were racing cars, like it was a movie, and there were police cars wanted, which convinced her even more. Because in reality, where would an anchor drive a live stream and race a police car? After reading a paragraph, she felt very excited. It was the screen full of pop-ups that was too much for her eyes. I wanted to go right into pure mode, but I accidentally clicked on follow. Ding! Funeral anchor May has followed you. Nanny? When Lin Bei received this message on the mecha supercar, it's really a blur. What the hell? A funeral anchor? What's the concern? Are you introducing us to business? Ha hi, keep driving. Lin Bei didn't care too much. But the viewers of Lin Bei's live broadcast were a different story. They are not surfing the web all the time, but the web has them all the time. It doesn't. Right away. Someone heard this little American stunt. Also instantly, the man was straight up shocked and confused. Crap, crap, crap. Families, it's great. The anchor is being followed by funeral anchor May. This time I'm afraid it's really over a want. However, these 3 pop-ups were sent out directly into the sea of stone, and were directly obliterated by the sea of pop-ups. The man gritted his teeth. After all, human life was at stake, and directly recharged $1,000 and swiped the level 10 fanlight sign. This time, the pop-ups are striking and clear. All those who understood the terrier in the live room instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Pay attention. Life and death. As much as it divides the high and the low, it also decides life and death. Either the anchor GA, or the pregnant woman GA. In any case, someone is bound to GA, and the worst outcome is that all of them are going to GA. Pain. It hurts so much. I'm about to cry just thinking about that scene. Present. Just countless people started lighting candles, posting crying emojis, begging God for blessings, etc. on the air. And those who didn't understand the stems were instantly confused. No. What's wrong with you guys being so pessimistic? Either anchor GA or pregnant women GA. You think it's a thriller death, and 12,345 parts. It's just a funeral anchor. Isn't it? What's there to be afraid of? They were wondering at first, but later, as these people explained, and after they personally went to verify the truth. Moment. Fear then spreads to the heart. Crap, crap, crap. No way, no way. This time it's really something. Although I don't believe in metaphysics. When this kind of thing happens, it's inevitable that I can't touch the mold. Not good. It's going to crash. What the hell? Let me see, let me see. Crap, isn't that the gate to the track? Hit it. Well. Straight through? Crap, what overpowering quality. I can't believe nothing happened to the little yellow car. That's a 30-centimeter thick gate. You guys, look, that police car behind us followed suit. Damn it, the hood is flying off. Miserable. It's so tragic. Only to see the scene change alarmingly every moment. Because the condition of the pregnant woman seems to have deteriorated further. So Lin Bei had no choice but to once again abandon the original coiled road and instead choose to go straight into the track. Although this track has 884 turns, but between the 2 points, the line section is the shortest. compared with the big turns around the mountain road. Take this track can obviously faster 1 minute 20 seconds. And perhaps that 1 minute and 20 seconds ends up being the fateful moment that saves the pregnant family. Think about it. Lin Bei felt more pressure all of a sudden. And also feeling more pressure were the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast. That would only be worse if the anchor was allowed to charge down the track. That's right. The Autumn Swordfish racetrack can accommodate at least 50,000 people. The scene to participate in the professional players is more than 30 people. And the car god Zhang Qi. If we let the anchor hastily load it in, light is half of my dragon professional racers ruined. Heavy is at least a few hundred on the scene. Thousands of people suffered. Crap. Is the situation all this dire now? Then let's contact the anchor quickly. Can't get in touch. It's not like we can connect. So what do you guys say? If we contact the funeral anchor, May, and ask her to withdraw her attention, do you guys think we'll just end up with no deaths? Ghostwriter upstairs. I'm going to private message May. I'm going to. Under the guidance of the ghostly old man, countless netizens have flocked to the homepage of funeral anchor Xiao Mei. And right now, May was confused as she watched private message after private message pop up on her bang screen. Just under a minute. At least 99 plus people private message her. Could it be that these people's parents and grandparents? Whatever. RGA. So is she going to feel bad about being the owner of a funeral home? Or is she going to feel happy? Whatever. Let's see it first. True to her humanitarianism, May still decided to read the private message first. It all switches backstage. Nice guy. 857 personal private messages. It's simply horrible as hell. And one of them even sent her 99 plus private messages. What's the shocker? Curious, May clicked in to take a look. A few minutes later. Crap. Groovy. May, who had never been a fan of foul language, couldn't help but burst out. Because the truth, far beyond her expectations, was simply too shocking to be true. First of all, it's not a movie. It's a live-action shot of an anchor with all those cinematic dribbles, probably because of the equipment. Secondly, it's fucking amazing that this isn't a movie. You're telling me that hundreds of police cars chased, a dozen helicopters followed, and at least 1,000 traffic police officers surrounded the area just so a pregnant woman could be safely transported to the maternal and child hospital? And then this anchor is driving a cab. A cab, okay? It's actually faster than a supercar. It's ridiculously fast. It's so fast that it doesn't fit modern physics. It fits future sci-fi. At first, she held on to the idea that if it was a movie, she wouldn't take the logic out of it. But when she learned that it was happening in reality, her worldview, outlook on life, and values were all scrubbed hard. May returned to the live feed, lost in thought. It was found that this anchor actually drove his car into the track. And if the netizen's private message was correct, there were more than 50,000 people there, as well as more than 30 professional racers. As we all know, in the event of an accident on the racetrack, it is easy to cause a series of car accidents. It is very likely that just because of one of her concerns, half of the Chinese racing world may be ruined. Think about it. Xiaomi hastily clicked cancel, then immediately jumped on the air and started praying. The good ones don't work. The bad ones don't work. The good ones. Bah humbug. The good ones work. The bad ones don't work. God, Buddha, Goddess of Mercy, God, Jade Emperor, King Yama. Otherwise I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. 555. In the meantime, Autumn Swordfish Tournament, a friendly competition between some of the top professional racers in the country, is being organized here. There were many well-known racers from the past, such as Zhang Qi, Han Han, Lin Jiying, Zhou Tuahai, Chen Liangsuk, Chen Jingyi, and so on. Almost all of them were there. The site organizer is also very generous. Directly on the highway of the Plate Mountain prepared nearly 50,000 seats, so that all those who bought tickets can enjoy the roar of the car and the collision of passion. In addition to this, the organizers also opened a live online broadcast on the network. Before the broadcast there are millions of people waiting for the broadcast. Once the popularity of the broadcast directly exceeded 5 million, it also featured many racing experts from inside and outside, such as Junior, Pudding, Senior, Pudding, Jim Pudding, Tajim Pudding, and many more. At the moment there are 3 minutes to go in the game. Almost all of them were eagerly awaited. The professional racers, on the other hand, were surprisingly calm, and some of them even started to joke around, completely lacking the kind of nervousness that comes with a one-on-one battle. Even though it's a friendly race, but at least the participants are all top racers. Don't they have a little bit of winning spirit? Hey, Takumi, do you want to float one today? Forget it, Ryasuke. This is a race in itself to run with the others. If it wasn't for the sake of buying Natsuki a gift, I wouldn't have participated. And it doesn't matter even more if I win or lose. Takumi, if I tell you a secret about Natsuki, would you be willing to transfer $300 to my prestige? Come on, at your level. I drive a car and put a cup of water. The water does not even take a spill. Want me to transfer $300 to you? Okay. Float 1. Float over me. I give you $300. Can. Good brother. For the rest of my life, I've been waiting for you to say this. Chen Kyuichi, what do you think Takumi and Ryusuke are talking about? Why don't they take you with them? It's Ji Young. Maybe they think it's lame that I like to wear chicken head, so they didn't bring me along. As for what they're talking about, of course they're talking about the god of cars, Zhang Qi. They're both experts, so they should care more about winning, right? That wouldn't be right. Didn't we all get paid? Or are they talking about that flying car god that showed up the other day? It can't be. In reality, how can someone drive faster than a high-speed train? Do you know what that speed is? It's just a swoosh that cuts right through your eyes, Chen Jing said in one stroke. At that moment, Lin Jiaying only felt a sudden swoosh around him, as if something had crossed over. He hadn't cared much about it, but when he reacted, crap, Kyuichi, look at that yellow one. Isn't that just the swoosh you were talking about? Lim Ji Young asked. Where? Let's see. Oh yeah, that's what it looks like, Chen Jingyi said as if nothing had happened. Lin Jiaying was a bit confused all of a sudden. Doesn't that mean that the speed of this car is as fast as a high-speed train? Yeah, yes. Chen Jing reacted half loud and instantly slapped his head. Crap, is there really a car that drives faster than a high-speed train? Ladies and gentlemen on the scene, we see that there is still 1 minute to go before the start of the race, but it seems that there is already a yellow this supercar on the scene. The pair of supercars has already started first, so will the race start early? Let's wait and see. At this point, the host, who was still touching the fish, saw a sudden picture on the screen and subconsciously started to open for business. But soon he realized what a stupid thing to say. The game hasn't even started, and it's a foul for someone to take a run. So how can they start the game early and swab it? Han, what the hell is going on? How did someone grab and run inside the Ferrari? Zhang Qi said with great dissatisfaction. He came here to race today in order to beat all the top drivers in front of everyone in public, including that mysterious flying car god that the company advertises. That's why this game is crucial to him. There is absolutely no room for error. But Han was confused too. I looked at it. It seems like everyone else is there, and no one is driving first. Can't it be that is the organizer's mystery car god? Crap, good guy. Even I'm hiding it from you. Han was surprised. When Zhang Qi heard this, he immediately became competitive. If I can overtake from behind, doesn't that mean I'm stronger? Although that car is fast in a straight line, this track has 884 turns. As the saying goes, fast in a straight line is not really fast. Fast in a curve is really fast. I only need to make a slight move, and that is the limit of this track. Today, I will be sealed as a god. I'll completely slap the faces of those villains who question my strength. Say it. Zhang Qi then stepped on the gas, and Han, who knew the truth about the tournament, was instantly shocked, because it's an exhibition match. It's not even a real pro tournament. Tension is so high, is very easy to roll over. Takumi, the boss is sending out the car. Do you think we should also advance? Chen Liangsuk hadn't finished his words. Zhou Tuahai went straight for the gas. Chen Liangsuk straight up called Takumi you old six. That's also when, one by one, the other racers followed suit and launched together. This is a friendly game that miraculously started straight away early? Crap, I thought that presenter made a mistake, but I didn't realize it was true. But you guys, look at that snatch and run car. It looks like a crank car. Curvy car? Oh, you're speaking Hilltown dialect aren't you? This I came here today as a little yellow car. I understand. Wait. Holy shit, a cab broke into a pro race? There's no way. Is it hard to believe that it's the flying car god that exploded the internet the other day? Looks like it to me. Look, that cab's got superb driving skills. Just the spectators in the arena have been impatient for a long time. At the moment, I see that the game has started early. One was so excited that he stood up to watch, but it was a look up. A yellow cab, yes a cab, was seen entering the first turn at a breakneck speed, ahead of the pack. Immediately after, point break drifting, a nice dump and straight through the first turn. Another extremely stunning wipeout drift, scaled just right, through the second turn, third, fourth, fifth, as the little yellow car prepares to cross the sixth turn. The Ferrari, which was following behind, had only just entered the first turn. That speed, quick, it's too fast, and it's such an awesome technique, it's a rarity in the world. Crap, I always thought the flying car gods were nothing more than marketing hype. Even when that cab came in, I thought it was ATO. It turned out to be true. There really are flying car gods. Holy shit. So sorry. I should have been there. Such a fast speed. Definitely a modified car. Such amazing cornering skills. Definitely a car god without a doubt. I thought that as long as I didn't go to the site and watched it live I wouldn't be cut off. But now it seems that I was wrong. Very wrong. At this moment, not only the audience at the scene exclaimed, even the 5 million viewers watching the live stream online followed suit. Because they are witnessing history. Witness a cab that leads a group of supercars in a historic moment. And inside the Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee, General Manager Ming looked at the big screen of the little yellow car that was a big deal. Whose arrangement was that cab anyway? Its appearance directly messed up the entire race. Also, he's driving so fast, so how else is Chang-Chi going to win the championship? You know, this is a top-notch event with all the national media present. Any problems here will be magnified indefinitely. Do you, guys, want me, the Autumn Fish Organizing Committee, to be laughed at by the whole country? Ming finished cursing angrily. All the employees at the site were virtually silent. Yet at that moment, a man suddenly burst through the door laughing like a maniac. General Manager, great news from heaven. Right now on social media, because of that little yellow car, we're blowing up the attention for this game straight away. A big explosion kind of explosion. Xiao Ming sniffed, and was about to sternly scold the other party, not looking, and picking a time to come. But on second thought, an explosion of attention because of the little yellow car? Xiao Ming hurriedly snatched the Operation Real-Time datasheet from the man's hand to take a look, and immediately smiled with joy and laughed loudly. It's really God's help for me, letting you drive a cab. You drive faster than a supercar? Quickly, everyone immediately used this title as the centerpiece, and arranged the live video with multiple angles, different soundtracks, and various styles of editing all for me. Also, get me the international press immediately. I want this match to be completely dry not just in the country, but all over the world. This time, our Autumn Swordfish Racing Organizing Committee will be directly renowned internationally, and the god of cars, Zhang-Chi, will be crowned as a god in one battle. Hurry up! Immediately have someone notify that cab driver. Have him flip his car in the second half of the race and give the championship to Zhang-Chi. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that'll finish the job. Coda Mine setup. It instantly got everyone excited. All over the world. Wouldn't that be a direct hit and an international hit? It's exciting to think about. But just as they were still in reverie, the arrival of yet another piece of news directly threw everyone into a huge panic. It's no good, General Manager. I've asked everyone and they've all confirmed that the cab driver wasn't the one we arranged. It was an accidental break-in, the operations specialist said. Ming exploded. What do you mean, not one of us? Then, what are you waiting for? We mustn't let this dropship driver take first place. Roadblock. Set up roadblocks for me. Yes. In the meantime, on the racecourse, Lin Bei was maneuvering the mecha supercar all the way, but also noticed that there seemed to be a lot more tourists around on both sides. No, not many, but people everywhere on almost every level of the road. This Nima, one carelessness in case of a crash. It would be a large number of people who would die. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. The child, she is kicking me. I'm not going to make it. Husband, if I go, you must keep the baby. No, you mustn't say such things. Wife, you can do it. You can do it. The burly man was close to growling. Lin Bei's frown deepened. It's almost at the end of the line, and it still doesn't work? But there are so many people on the scene, open so fast, have been exposed only because of the foot, and so on. Motherfucker. It's all exposed anyway. Still afraid of a hammer. Lin Bei's eyes flickered and he instantly saw the red button. Simply press it and the mecha supercar will go straight into flight mode as it soars through the sky. Press. No press. Hey. Better hang on a little longer. What's going on? The roadblocks are actually starting up ahead. I'll go. Isn't this the racetrack? It's not like it's a run-and-gun cart, much less a buttoned-up speedster. It wasn't just Lin Bei who spat. The 5 million viewers of the organizing committee's live broadcast saw these obstacles and spat along with them in silent agreement. What the hell? Why is there suddenly a rail on the field? I'll go. There's a flock of geese. What's all this? There's no way in hell. I came to watch the game, not a goose crossing the road, okay? And with all these obstacles here, it's easy to influence a racer to flip a car. In the meantime, the 200,000 to 300,000 viewers within Lin Bei's live broadcast room, on the other hand, were completely numb. Damn. This organizing committee is damned. No wonder funeral anchor Xiao Mei will pay attention to the anchor. I kind of understand. The blunder is not the anchor. It's the damn fury organizing committee. Forget about putting railings on the track. What's the point of enlarging the goose? Is it a deliberate attempt to kill people? And May, the funeral anchor who got involved for no good reason. It was also very aggravating at the moment. She obviously just accidentally clicked follow. Why did the gods of metaphysics keep trying to favor her? Or is the one who favors her, in fact, the god of death? Daba yo. May was scared to the point of goosebumps right then and there. And May wasn't the only one with goosebumps. On the racecourse, these top racers, even more so, have their heads in the sand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I just went through the first turn 0.3s faster than last time. And the second turn was even 0.5s faster. But that cab driver, his cornering speed is a whole one's faster than what I just did. Car god Zheng Qi said with a scowl on his face. The navigator beside him was also puzzled. By the way, even if that little yellow car is a modified car, the aerodynamic, windy, etc. look of that car is nothing like a supercar. But why is it just so fast? At this point, Zhou Tuahai, Chen Liangsuk, and the others had also discovered the abnormality. Takumi, that little yellow car at the front seems to have a bit of a problem. Its speed, it's just too fast, and it doesn't miss a beat. Chen Liangsuk connected to Zhou Tuahai through the radio. Zhou Tuahai, however, still said in a tugging tone, so what? Who am I? I'm the god of Entei. Akira. Am I afraid of him? Watch. I'll only show this technique once, Zhou Tuahai said. Looking at the drainage canal in front of him, directly stepped on the gas, tapped the brakes. The wheels just snapped over the drain. This curve, there's no slowing down. When Chen Liangjie took a look, it was a breath of cold air. Drainage canal cornering? Takumi, you're a godly driver. But, I'm sorry, now I will too. The corners of Chen Liangsuk's mouth tilted, filled with a gangly smile, but just as he was about to operate, instead, the sound of a police car vivo suddenly came from behind them. Not only that, and the sound of helicopters going poof, poof, poof. Chen Liangsuk looked back curiously. Dang's entire body was dumbstruck with surprise. Just see the field of play. One police car after another with Hill City Police written on it came in like a swarm of bees. Sky above. There were also 24 helicopters coming from all directions in an overwhelming mass. The more than 50,000 spectators at the scene were directly confused in place. There's no way to describe the scene that you see in front of you. They just came to watch the game. But it turned out to be an even more exciting sight than the game. It's blowing up to the limit. Okay? The scalp was numb. How have you ever seen so many police cars on a normal day? What the hell? Isn't this the field for a friendly match? Why are there hundreds of police cars and 20 or 30 helicopters? Are they here to compete too? You're stupid. What kind of race would have a police car in it? So, then these cars, they're not going to be chasing that little yellow car, are they? When the millions of viewers in the organizing committee's live stream realized this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because if that's the case, then this game, not only watchable, but also a fucking bigger judgment. And the shouting from the helicopter confirmed their suspicions. This is the Mountain City Traffic Police. Please stop immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Do not say anything. Don't say anything you don't want to say. Crooked friends who just came in through the open international channels. As soon as they heard this and looked at the Chinese paraphrase, they were all confused. Eagle Jam. Calm. What the hell is going on here in Dragonland? I thought there was a cab breaking into the track. Why do I see helicopters? WTF? And lots of police cars. Netizen of the Great Calling Tea Country. I thought that 5-Star Wanted was only the exclusive landscape of the Eagle Sauce Country. But I didn't realize that the Dragon Country also had it. And it's even more exaggerated. Footloose Chicken Netizen, isn't the Dragon Kingdom a huge place? How can you have a race in such a small populated place and put over 1,000? Wait, this is a police car? Netizen, can't figure it out. I feel like Dragon Nation is playing a very new thing this time. Or maybe the so-called top driver race is actually a joke? Netizens of the Great Cold Plutonian Kingdom, haha. Although we netizens of the Great Cold Plutonian Kingdom have always fought against you three countries in the international arena. This time, I, the Great Cold Plutonian Kingdom, am in favor of it. Everything in the Dragon Kingdom is a joke. And Ming, who saw the comments from the foreign netizens, was getting pissed off. Another joke, another pretty sight. What the hell is going on in this scene? GM, no, it's not good. The scene, there are a lot of police coming to the scene. Police? Crap. Was it corruption and tax avoidance and manipulation of public opinion that was discovered? Ming instantly wanted to jump straight from the command center. Good to hear more. A total of hundreds of police cars and more than 20 helicopters. Like they're all here for that cab. Looking for a cab? Xiao Ming instantly let out a huge sigh of relief and immediately cursed. Got it. Also, in the future, when you report to me, don't say only half of the words. Do you hear me? This time, your salary will be deducted and penalized for half a month. And next time, be careful that I'll directly fire you. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry GM, I understand. The hitman humbled himself. Xiaoming this only consciously salvaged a little image. Immediately and chided, immediately give me to stop that small yellow car. The last curve directly to me erect a wall. Right, you erected it? The beater immediately looked embarrassed. Well at this point, another person broke in and exclaimed, it's no good, that last wall didn't stop that little yellow car at all. The little yellow car it flew up. Fly up. What's the situation? Are you sure it wasn't a slip of the tongue? Kodomine raised an eyebrow. The man, waved his arms exaggeratedly and said, really, it's really flying. Crikey, 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 crikey. It's true. A yellow cab that literally sprouted wings out of thin air and flew. At this point, another staff member exclaimed. Ming couldn't believe it, but when he went to see the big screen with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. What the hell? You're told to drive a cab and you drive a flying mecha car? Only the last turn of the course was visible. It was surprising that there was a wall card set up here that was a full 2 meters high. Lin Bei, who was piloting the mecha supercar, instantly wanted to curse. What the hell is this? A buttoned-up racetrack? As it is, then I'll have to make an offering. Lin Bei Deng pressed the red button. Then a pair of wings with a wingspan of 2 meters and as thin as cicada wings popped out directly from both wings of the body. Four blue and purple flames instantly emerged from the base of the car. Also at this time, in plain sight, a little yellow car turned out to be a sci-fi movie only, a flying car. The moment, the entire crowd of over 50,000 people was stunned. They were never expected. A cab that drove and actually fucking flew. It went straight over their heads. And 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 10 seconds passed. Still no sign of landing. This also means that it's not even a borrowed slide or a jump, but a flying car that can actually fly. Nope, it's flying. I always thought that the land flyer driven by the old Yamashiro driver was just a stunt, but today I realized that it's actually real. It's so damn blown up. I'm really numb right now. I thought I'd hit a barricade and flip the car, but it flew straight up. Fuck. No, don't you guys think it's weird? Flying car. It's a flying car. Can we really do this with our current technological means? Is it hard to believe that this is a kryptonite player? Crap, bro. Stop it. When you say it like that, I feel like this world is a virtual game world similar to the one in Give Her Love 5. Good lord. That's a bit of a backroom view you've got there. If this world is virtual, then please ask the player who is manipulating me behind the scenes to charge me more money. I'm really poor. Another crazy one upstairs. Fuck. Don't say it's upstairs. It's me. In fucking reality, it's the reality of seeing a flying car. Can't do it. I'm going fucking crazy too. At this very moment, the number of online viewers of the organizing committee's live broadcast has come to a huge 10 million. The audience of Lin Bei's live broadcast also directly doubled to a huge 400,000 to 500,000. The popularity of almost all of them are in the middle of the crazy upsurge, especially the geezers. They're the ones who are really shocked. Egoland. WT hell. Can someone tell me what the hell was posted? Isn't this a racing competition? What the hell is this flying car? Can live streaming still play with special effects? The Footbath Chicken Country netizen, Escontria. Is the Dragon Kingdom now even reading about the development of flying car technology? It's really terrible. My big Footpond Chicken Country hasn't even developed it. No, we have to vigorously develop the flying car technology. You know, automobile is now the national capital of our country. Damn Dragon Country two-legged shrimp. The great cold Plutonian nation's netizen, shameful. It's so shameful. This is clearly the flying car technology of my great cold underworld country. How can it appear in the land of the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom's racetrack for no reason? We must go to the United Nations and also the internet to denounce China. At this very moment, the video of a yellow flying crossover went viral quickly in both domestic and foreign media. This has also directly led to a greater traffic frenzy toward the event. However, the protagonist of that event, Lin Bei, but had long since left the scene of the incident and was about to arrive at the 7th Mother and Child Hospital in Mountain City. See this. Many of the viewers in Lin Bei's live room breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not quite loose. Because the pregnant woman has not yet given birth, the possibility of a double death still exists. The good thing is that it had arrived and got the person in safely. Benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Zhao wide. Have only knelt to my parents' wives and husbands' family since I was a child. And today, I'm going to officially kneel to you, said. The tough guy named Zhao Huai knelt down on the spot for Lin Bei. Lin Bei's heart suddenly sank. What a joke. This old brother is the master of the head must be knocked. And just before the forehead was cracked. If the tetanus or something, then the family will not add to the difficulties? Get up quickly. You have to take care of yourself now. If you get sick, what will your wife and children do? What about your wife and kids? They'll live in misery with you. Tell you what, if you really appreciate it, just check in with me after the baby is born. Okay? Lin Bei hurriedly helped the other party up and said. He just raced and flew. The key pregnant women in the car also got shock absorption, fall prevention and other kinds of protection. The discerning can see this little yellow car is definitely a black technology full of products. Benefactor. Since Benefactor values this, then I, Zhao Huai, will certainly keep it in mind. Zhao Huai swore. Lin Bei was relieved in his heart. Den then took off on a throttle and ran. Oh yeah, the live feed has to be turned off for him first too. This look, Nima, it's 500,000 people. Hey, it's real nice, but then we have to go to the bathroom. And the adrenaline rush along the way makes us pee too much. And you can't go to the bathroom on live. Can you? Let's close it first. There's no rush, Lin Bei said indifferently. And the live feed went off. Many of Lin Bei's live streaming netizens were instantly anxious. Anchor don't go. Crap, that's so unkind. I haven't even seen it yet. Did that baby back there give birth or not? Is it a boy or a girl? And are the mother and daughter safe? Anchor, quickly and truthfully, are you a tech guru? Or are you a kryptonite player? Hundreds of thousands of people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. And just as anxious were the Hill City police. They were, at the moment, as if they had seen a ghost. The later episodes have a shoulder-to-shoulder session with the J2-0. Basically did not meet a special passenger. There will be a different mecha speeder. You can look at the catalog to pay attention to. In addition to trust the small author's hand speed. Try not to raise the book hell no. More than 20 helicopters. Hundreds of police cars. More than 1,000 officers. You told me you lost it. Hillcrest Police Department Special Operations Group Command Center. The Special Task Force leader Chini was furious when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. To put it mildly, 2,000 people, that's 2,000 pigs, would wear out the criminals. However, the truth, was far beyond his expectations. Report headquarters, the yellow cab on the scene, in the final moments of the track, directly, took off. If you don't believe me, here's the live feedback from the scene. A helicopter pilot reported. When Chini heard this, he couldn't wait to start disliking him again. But reason told him it was better to look first. It's not looking good. This look. Nima. Sure this isn't a movie? In reality, is there actually a car that can fly? High-tech robbers? But if this robber has such awesome tech, why is he still a robber? Could it be a spy? It was only a short time ago that a police officer discovered that spies had stolen J-20 secrets from the University of Defense Technology. But that's the J-20? Murphy, is it true that the Agent Eagle Jam movie has high-tech flying cars and top agents and stuff? No. Calm down. Must be cool. One time, Chini found that his experience surprisingly did not work at all. But the good thing is that the professionalism and overall quality is excellent. Present. He then made another follow-up capture and immediately sent out an on-site forensic investigation and calming of the population. The news was also immediately reported to higher authorities, as well as the University of Defense Technology for a joint investigation. As for the scene, that must always be watched closely, because maybe something amazing might just happen again. And right now, those who were there to witness the scene were nothing but spectators. There's also a car beat anchor. Small business. He is a big anchor with more than 1 million fans all over the network, specializing in shooting some very precious supercars, or some super conceptual avant-garde supercars. For example, the GT40 supercar pictured in the previous entry is extremely valuable, having only driven 1,000 kilometers since it was licensed, rarely showing up on social media, and there are not many of them in the country. It's also the car of the century that Miles and Shelby teamed up with in the movie Speed Racer, and it's a very cool looking car. Sure, if it's in San Andreas, it's still common, but it's really rare in reality. As a result, these types of videos have caught fire directly on platforms like Tease, and today he was supposed to film a special operation in Mountain City. After all, this is where the top races that the country is watching are taking place, and there will be an exceptional number of supercars and top racers on the grid. The best time and place to photograph these supercars is when they arrive at the finish line after a wild ride. For this reason, he has spent a huge amount of money to prepare super high-speed cameras wanting to capture the images of these cars. Just never expected it. This first one to cross the finish line was actually a yellow cab. And to be precise, it wasn't rushing, it was flying. In other words, this car is a fucking flying car. A flying car that is ahead of its time. A flying car that is more powerful than the Traveler X2 developed by Rock Motors. Crap, family. The sci-fi essay I wrote as a child has come true. I was shooting supercars, but look what I got. I actually got a shot of a flying car. Crap, crap, crap. The small businessman watched the slow-motion replay from the ultra-high-speed camera and was shocked at the scene. In particular, he not only photographed the little yellow car, but also the man, and the woman, in the back of the car, and judging by her appearance, that woman, it seems, is still pregnant. In other words, this cab driver was driving a speeding car to save a pregnant woman, and so on. Looks like they even broke into the race. Almost instantly, the small businessman was determined that this event would be a fire, a complete and utter explosion, and the more than 100,000 fans in his livestream were equally thrilled and shocked. They would have just wanted to open their eyes to the supercars that are so hard to see on a regular basis, but never expected to see a flying car. I really can't believe this is actually a cab. It was in the air for a few minutes. Thinking back to when I was in elementary school, I said this was a concept machine, a man's dream level. I didn't think it had actually come true now. The cabs aren't as handsome looking, but they are flying cars after all. So say how many W's and let me die. Humble tears. JPG, it's really the sci-fi essay I wrote when I was a kid that's becoming a reality. But, I think it's the owner of the machine, not the owner of the car this time in my bureau, isn't it? And have you noticed that this flying car is a cab? And cabs can be seen in just about any city. Which means that, the era of flying is coming, and flying cars will be popularized? Crap, the flying car era. You remind me of which flying car god before? The one that was shoulder to shoulder with the high-speed train. Crap, 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 crap. I always thought that was marketing hype and special effects, but it turned out to be real. What a fantastic link-up this is. One time, the audience in the Anchor Small Business Live Room also immediately exploded. In fact, after the revelation of the flying car incident in the north of the forest, the entire internet of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, were all abuzz. The distant imperial capital. Inside the Long Branch yard, White is a master's degree holder in material science, attending Rukokwin University. I'm currently interning at Lone Oak Yard, where I'm mainly responsible for handling the many emails that come in from folk. But he's not the kind of person who throws himself into scientific research with a single-minded focus, and occasionally swipes through short teaser videos and reads novels for pleasure. Originally, he hadn't been a hobbyist, but had become a pastime mainly after a month of indoctrination by the folk scientist. Because the technological products of many inventors in the folklore really blew him away. For example, the homemade fighter-style water fight motorcycle. Just fill the tank with water. You can from the front of the two nozzles spray water, but also can move at will. It is said, because the inventor of this water fight with the children of the same village did not fight, and it happened to be recently practicing the glory of the Rizgoa, so it was studied. Then the turbocharged toilet. Because the inventor smacked his own toilet water pressure is not big enough, always clogged. So the direct hand rubbed a turbo engine, and then used to pressurize, just a little bit of horsepower, will be downstairs water pipes are flushed, resulting in complaints. No choice but to choose to turn over to the state, so that the state to help tap the potential. But from a professional point of view, what's the point of inventing these things? You tell me. What's the point? Is it the ability to drive a motorcycle in a water fight with the enemy during a war? I'm afraid you'll be fighting a water fight and he'll be fighting a cannonball fight. And in the end, he'll lose the battle. Not to mention turbocharged toilets. Therefore, when he saw a technical information email titled, Mecha Speedster, he directly chose pass. After all, what a joke. A mech, and flying cars? Every one of them can be built by the technology of the current era. But yeah, he was never expecting it. Brush a moment to tease the sound. About, mecha flying car, this 4 words, can be said to dominate the top 30 hot searches, and even topped the first of the hot searches, and even the National Professional Race Car Driver Friendly Competition to cover the competition. Is it hard to believe that there really is a major breakthrough in this technology? White wiped the sweat from his thumbs, tap on the hot list and just start checking out the stories. Thought it was a tech news story. It actually turned out to be a racing class. Shocked, a cab broke into the track and ran over a bunch of professional racers. Extreme shock, you're told to drive a cab. You drive a flying mecha car. The ultimate invincible super shock. Foreign netizens watch it and say it's awesome. Mountain City old driver. Flying car god's secret is actually. And feel free to click in and take a look. Nice guy. Are you messing with me? Over 1,000 police cars and 20 helicopters. Just to chase a little yellow car? The point is that it hasn't fucking caught up. Besides, this little yellow car. Holy shit. Curves do not slow down. There are slopes directly on. There is a river directly fly. But also broke into the racetrack. Crushed a bunch of professional racers. And finally actually took off in place out of thin air. Evil. It's too evil. The most outrageous or many people witnessed with their own eyes. Not at all what virtual reality technology. Because virtual reality technology can directly lay more than 10 kilometers continuously and there are police cars and helicopters to accompany your show? White. Here's a case for you to butt in on. Specifically, the Mountain City Police deployed a massive police force but failed to catch a small yellow car. And this small yellow car actually flew away in front of them. It's really a big world. And they still think it's the latest technology developed by our Dragon Science Institute. We'd like to, but how can we? So go ahead and explain. By the way, do you think this is a bug that got stuck out in this world? Like it's the wave-particle duality of light, where light is a particle when someone is looking at it, and a wave when no one is looking at it? At this point, an old Zhang, a white lab coat researcher in his late 30s, handed a document to Bai. Xiao Bai was just listening to old Zhang's narration. In his heart, he couldn't help but go straight to hell. Wave-particle duality? A bug in the world? Excuse me, his worldview collapsed a long time ago, okay? It's not possible that someone has actually worked on a mecha flying car. White grabbed the papers and immediately hoofed it to his workstation. Turn on the computer. Go check out the email titled, Mecha Speedster. It's a couple dozen G's in size. Good thing the internet is fast. And there are multiple zips. Feel free to open the first view of the catalog. 1. 0 General outline of the principles of the mecha flyer. 1. 1 Principles of flight and maneuvering aerodynamics. 1. 2 Principle of energy supply. 1. 3 Principles involved in the transmission. What's in here? Fidelity. 2 Fidelity. There are even principles envisioned beyond the current era, but being proven. In addition to the principle, this document also covers new materials, new ultra-efficient battery devices, mech endoskeleton devices and morphing devices, among other technologies and theories. And at just a glance, it's especially mature, because the design plans alone have a natural coordinated beauty. Also almost instantly, White realized exactly what kind of a mistake he had made. He actually set aside such an epical piece of technology. No, I must immediately contact my mentor and the dean. White moved on the spot. And moving with him are the world's major car companies. Porsche, this is the talented racer we've been looking for. Ferrari, this one is so classic. Get me the yellow counterpart immediately. Lamborghini, you're told to drive a cab and you drive a flying mecha? This skill, we must get our hands on it. Bugatti Veyron, I didn't realize that someone from the Dragon Kingdom could develop such a powerful car. It seems I have to make a move. Chilla, we need to take the initiative while all the car companies are still debating. We need to do everything we can. Everything we can to find that owner and tell him we're willing to pay $10 million for his flying car patent. Quick, fast, hurry. One time. Almost every famous car company in the world is mobilizing all their connections to find the owner of the fly. After all, it was a flying car. A flying car that had sensationalized the entire world, and completely represented the arrival of a brand new era. And the day. Dragon Nation on the internet. A new whirlwind called Rent-A-Car has swept across the country. Tense and exciting road racing. Life and death limit of the 5-star wanted. A cab broke into the racetrack, crushed a group of professional racers. Near the end of the occasion of the original takeoff. Almost every link will be the audience's thrill pinched to death. Almost everyone who has seen it has called it exciting and addictive. The scenes in the movie actually happened in reality. And it was still the kind of special effects blockbuster. But about why this cab came out of nowhere and then made a series of extreme maneuvers and amazing moves, no one knows at all. For this reason, countless people from all different fields have clamored over it. Some people say it's an alien invasion. Otherwise, how could a cab fly? And how could the state send tons of police to capture it? It was also said that the other party could be a secret agent, as a state secret was also found to have been stolen on that day. And the little yellow car was also present at the place of the incident where the policewoman commandeered the vehicle. Conspiracy theories aside, others think that this is the latest technology of the country, which is highly secretive. So even the police don't know about it. And that's why such a misunderstanding has occurred. The topic of renting out flying cars removes the fire in forums such as Scarf, Tomorrow's Donuts, Sticky, Big Red Book, and so on. It also quickly caught fire on video platforms such as Tease, Slowhand, Pippi Man, and B-Station after being paired with major popular BGM. First day only, the network as a whole reached a whopping 1.2 billion plays and views. The highest liked video had well over 3 million likes, hundreds of thousands of comments, and hundreds of thousands of retweets. It's a phenomenal topic. People are exclaiming that there really are flying car gods in the mountain town. There are even a lot of people who have started imitating the flying car gods and started racing wildly on the highway, causing a number of traffic accidents. To this, right away, experts from the relevant departments rushed out to dispel the rumors. For example, the most popularly known retired general, Professor Zhang, in the evening of the Sheep Frequency special program, said, recently, the incident of the mountain city fly is particularly hot. Here, I hope that all viewers can rationally eat melon. First of all, the Dragon Kingdom is still lagging behind the West in the field of flying cars. Take Rock Skyway for example, although he is ostensibly called a flying car. If we go digging deeper into his supply chain, we will find that most of his technology and parts come from Frontier. What does Frontier do? Frontier is a drone company. On the contrary, if we focus our attention on the foreign air car, we will find that this flying car has wheels, can be driven on the road. The fuel used is also ordinary gasoline. Range of 1,000 kilometers. 2/3 of the car body of the lifting force are dependent on the structure of the car body itself. The air car has qualities that the Rock Skyway does not have. But that doesn't mean that I'm as smart as the West, because in the vast majority of cases, science and technology are first military and then converted to civilian use. In terms of air transportation, we have lightweight helicopters. The high-end product is the Wuji 10. Heavyweight also have Transport 20, enough to meet the needs of national defense. So the flying car is mainly private enterprises in the development, and the series of social issues and changes induced by flying cars, these are all worth discussing. Judging by the video of the Mountain City Speedster that went viral on the internet, that one was too fast to be scientific. We all know that the general car driving on the curves are slowed down, because the car has inertia, so you must point the brakes in advance, and drift is also the use of inertia. But the video of that flying car is if there is no inertia in general, which is either special effects, or some kind of more advanced technology, and that kind of flight structure is not conducive to flight. Or rather, the energy required for flight would be more, though that doesn't rule out a very powerful power engine. In the end, aesthetically, it does meet the criteria for a high-quality design solution, but that doesn't make it scientific. Of course, whether it is true or false, this I personally do not know for the time being, or to wait for the official notification. Prof. Zhang's comments can be described as objective and detailed. It was instantly recognized by most of the netizens. So, the vast majority of netizens are still holding the view that the story is a marketing hype. That is, until a statement from the Hillcrest police came to light. Everyone was nonplussed. Hillcrest police, regarding the Hillcrest rental flyer incident. The Hillcrest police should not have made an official statement without first investigating the matter. However, considering the huge social impact of the incident, and in order to prevent more people from going astray, the following tentative decision is made. With immediate effect, a 48-hour closed carpet search of the city's roads and airspace will be carried out, and interviews will be held with a number of cab companies, alteration firms, and driver representatives in the mountain city to identify the target suspects as soon as possible, so as to safeguard as much as possible the safety of people's lives and property in the mountain city as well as social security. For illegal modification of vehicles on the road, and there is a serious impact on traffic rules, serious harm to the people's statement of property safety, as well as violations of breaking into the professional race and other acts, the police will be held accountable in accordance with the law. To make the revocation of driver's licenses, personal fines, corporate fines, on the credit list, and even submitted to the criminal case and other decisions. Hope that all sectors of society as a warning. The Hill City Police had originally seen that the Sheep Frequency had stepped in to dispel the rumors, so they, as a local, must surely set an example as well, but it was never expected. This statement goes so far as to directly acknowledge the fact of flying cars. If the emphasis on illegally modified vehicles is a precautionary measure, then blocking the airspace to conduct a search is arguably completely unnecessary. This is because the vast majority of the airspace in China is already a military no-fly zone. Any civilian aircraft must be reported to the military, even if it is a drone. Otherwise, if it is scanned by radar, it will naturally have nothing to hide. So that means, flying cars, not a so-called rumor, but real. Crap. Has everyone read the statement from the Hillcrest police? Look. Holy shit. Isn't that indirect proof that flying cars are real? I'm a little skeptical of the world now. After all, that video is too real. Even the officials have corroborated it. Right. After all, even Chapped has come out these days. That owl painting out of Sister Zhou. Actually even Sister Zhou can't distinguish it, mistaking it for her own selfie one day. AI synthesis is just too scary. Of course. Except for the synthesized celebrity videos. I asked my classmate who was going to Hillcrest at the time, and he said he really did see the flying car, only he didn't have time to take a picture at the time. Me too. But yes, I was there with my boyfriend and we actually saw flying cars. Wow. Internet. The major forums have been buzzing again about the authenticity of the rental flyers. Those who had watched Lin Bei's live broadcast, on the other hand, were not calm regarding the authenticity of the flying car. That's certainly true. It's just that they simply don't have the time to help prove it right now, because there are more important things waiting for them to do. The first one, it's whether or not the pregnant woman the anchor helped ended up having a safe delivery or not. One more, it's that the anchor is wrong. He clearly had good intentions to cause such a commotion, but now officials are revoking licenses and even risking jail time. Being a hero and having to suffer this kind of treatment, it's too aggravating too. Xiao Shuai, as the first person to enter Lin Bei's live room, felt very upset on Lin Bei's behalf, especially when he saw that on the internet, there were a small number of users and Vs who were posting questions about the anchor. He was even more enraged. Admittedly, the anchor was speeding, ran a red light, disrupted traffic, and broke into the middle of the race, but in the end, no one was injured or killed. And in the special case of a pregnant woman who was about to give birth, a normal person would have risen to the occasion to create it, right? But how is he, a student, going to help the anchor? Facing the ocean on the internet, Xiao Shuai felt the smallness of his power for the first time, but he still resolutely chose to stand up for the sake of the justice and persistence in his heart. Everyone who has seen the Fly's car God Live Friends, I'm Xiao Shuai, is the first to watch the anchor live people, and only we know the anchor is to save the pregnant woman will be forced to violate the rules of driving. But now our hero anchor has been questioned on the network, and even there is an official punishment. Those of us who know the truth to look at it, the heart is really over it? How chilling must it be for heroes to be severely punished and questioned in the end? In the long run, everyone in society will be at risk, so how can they care about other people's lives and deaths? Is this what we all want? No, at least I won't. Although I'm just a student now, I'm willing to stand up and speak out for a hero like the anchor so that he won't be vilified. If you're like me, then please stand up with me and work together so that we can find that pregnant woman and her husband and help set the record straight for the anchor. The video with almost no editing skills was sent out. Even Handsome himself thought there could be no repercussions, but never expected. This video, recommended by the big data of the teeming sound, was miraculously pushed into the screens of every viewer who had seen Lin Bei's live broadcast. When they opened the teaser, the first time they swiped to this video, this sentence from the heart directly let them empathize. Yeah, what a tragedy to have a heroic act vilified. They know the truth. Are they going to stand by coldly for the sake of so-called metal and peace? No. We need to be brave and stand up. We have to be a voice for good people. We can't let good people get cold feet. The anchor is not an extremist who color a society. He a hero who bravely saved a pregnant woman. If he was doing it for fame and fortune, then he would have turned on the live broadcast to prove his innocence by now. But he didn't. He also didn't let that pregnant woman show her face, which shows that he's really just doing good deeds without leaving a name. The law is merciless, but people are merciful. Many people don't know the truth, but we can give the anchor the truth. Please also help us out more and find a way to let that couple see this video. When the first person with a lighted lamp steps forward, in a cold internet meadow in the Dragon Kingdom, a second light was suddenly lit up, followed by a third and a fourth. Although on the whole, it is particularly rare and weak, it possesses an extremely strong vitality. At this very moment, morning anchor May is also finally brushing up on this video. She was thankful that because of her unfollowing, no one ended up dying, but she also didn't want that anchor to suffer unjustly. Or if she hadn't clicked on the attention, she probably wouldn't have broken into the track and had something so dangerous happen. Anyway, whether out of guilt or out of hero worship, May had no choice but to find the couple and manage to convince them to make this one clarifying video. It was also almost the same moment that everyone was scrambling and powering up. A video titled, Grateful Rental Brother. Without him, there is no life of my wife and daughter. The video quickly topped the first position of the hot search. Spoiler alert, later episodes have shoulder-to-shoulder sessions with Jet Zero, and there will be a new mech speeder as well. Basically, without encountering a special passenger, a different mecha speedster appears, so you can watch the catalog to keep an eye on it. Also trust the young author's hand speed and try not to feed the book. Just see the middle of the video. A woman was lying exhausted in a hospital bed, nutritional fluids ticking away, a heart rate monitor fluctuating weakly on one side, yet still beating. And beside the woman was a hardened man with a scabbed forehead, his eyes red but gray and black, holding his newborn daughter, his eyes glistening with crystalline tears. He stammered half-heartedly, trying to speak, but tears had long since choked his voice and his body was trembling. But even so, he turned to the camera, fell to his knees, and kowtowing, still kowtowing. There was already a pool of blood on the ground, but still he didn't say a word. To this, Xiao Mei, the funeral anchor who shot the video on the side, couldn't help but choke up and explain. He is thanking the benefactor who saved his mother and daughter. And now that the mother and daughter are safe, all of us can rest assured. But the benefactor of their family is still suffering from the malice from this society at this moment. Yes, this man was the driver of the taxi speeder that day, whose identity is unknown because this dad promised to keep it a secret. It's just that I think that the law is heartless, but people have feelings. This society shouldn't put heroes to shame. Still no skill in editing the video. The lighting was not toned down. There was no music, not to mention any setups, etc. Everything was about authenticity. But it's often the most authentic videos like these that resonate most with people's hearts. That night, both those who knew about it and those who didn't couldn't help but like and comment as they felt the genuine emotion in the video. And so it was. The video continues to gain traction and continues to be seen by more people. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, millions, 5 million, tens of millions. As time festers, more and more people know the truth about the incident. They couldn't help but express their feelings. I didn't realize he was actually forced to violate the law for the sake of the pregnant woman and her child. That kind of situation. Not rent a flying car but an unusual car. I'm afraid that has been a dead body, right? After all, it was the peak tourist season in the mountain city, and there was also a national professional race car driver interesting that day. There are just too many people. Flying car god saved not only a pregnant woman, but also save a family. To a large extent, he preferred to expose the rental car to do justice. He saved. Afraid that there are still hidden in the hearts of many people have long been frozen conscience. The moment. Almost everyone was thankful that the pregnant woman had met that flying car god and not some other driver. But it is such a heroic figure who is being harshly criticized at the moment. Of course we won't want to. While we may not be a hero, if there is trouble, we will certainly hope for a hero and there will certainly be a hero to save us. Even a child understands this kind of reasoning. And so it was. The major social media, netizens have grouped together, forwarded to each other to support the flying car god life and death courage to save pregnant women. At the same time, they also focused on commenting, leaving messages and private messages on the Hillcrest Police social media accounts in hopes of leniency. It's night. Inside the command center of the Mountain City Police Department, Chini looked at the long list of messages and private messages on the official social media account. Couldn't help but be in the midst of a deadly contemplation. He never expected it. The pursuit of a traffic accident actually appeared in epic-making black technology flying car, but also attracted the attention of the whole country, and even the world. Every action made by the Hillcrest Police Department now will be magnified countless times by the public. One slip up, and you'll lose your reputation, or the entire Hill City Police Department will be disgraced. And now, things have been reversed again. This cab driver, instead of choosing to make a scene in the mountain town for his own selfish desires, or any so-called pursuit of speed or thrill, did so to save a pregnant woman and the baby in her womb. The law was merciless but humane, something he, Shin-e, also knew. It's just that being in the justice system, things can't be done on an emotional basis. Report Sergeant, we have contacted the pregnant woman in the video. According to the hospital's surveillance and the witness's comprehensive comparative analysis, what the other party said is true. At this point, a comrade from the Criminal Investigation Division handed the investigation sheet to Shin-e. Shin-e took a look. A huge sigh of relief washed over his heart. If this is true, it means that leniency can indeed be granted and it will not go against public opinion. But right now, the Long Kuyuan side had crossed the line and sent instructions only a short while ago, requesting that the police in the mountain city not disclose any information about the rental of flying cars for the time being. But if you don't say, how can you resist the mouth of more than a billion people in the Great China? Okay, I know. Go ahead and get busy, Shin-e commanded with a bitter smile. And immediately after the CID comrades left, they called the Long Kuyuan, but it was never expected. Haven't called yet. The caller on the other end just dialed right through. Sergeant Chin, I'm Su Yun, commander of the Central Military Region. This is an important matter. The situation is urgent. Please immediately do whatever it takes to find the main character of the flying incident as fast as possible. The Dragon Science Academy needs him, and so does the military. Also please clarify the misunderstanding immediately. Hearing the 7 big words, commander of the Central Military Region, Shin-e's entire body was instantly confused. What the hell? Not only did the Dragon Science Institute come in, but even the military bigwigs were alerted? It's hard not to. This rental flying car is a secret research and development program jointly developed by the military and the Dragon Science Institute? This is really a big watery mess. And Su Yun, last name Su. Same last name as the war god of China in the last century. Another military commander. Murphy. Sleeper. This Su Yun is afraid that he is the descendant of this god of war. Commander Su, you can rest assured. I, the Yamashiro Police Department, promise to fulfill the mission given by the chief, Chini said decisively, on the other end of the phone, but there was no response and it just hung up. However, Chini didn't dare to feel the slightest bit of condescension, not to mention feeling slack, because even such a big shot could be alarmed. The matter was certainly not trivial. All of you, pass on my order to issue a statement at once that I'm going to do right by that cab driver. No, not just proof. We need to honor this cab driver, too. Xin Yi's words came out. Immediately, it was met with unanimous approval. Even cheers, from all the officers. Great. Such a heroic person should deserve to be endorsed. This will finally give the general public an explanation. The law is merciless and compassionate. So true to Sheriff Chin. So true to all of us. And the community as a whole. And after seeing how warmly his order was received, Xin Yi also couldn't help but smile bitterly. But there was more relief in his smile. Because good people deserve good things. Also, we need to hurry up and find this cab driver. No lead should be spared. As soon as you get a lead on the other side, make sure you report back to me immediately 24/7. It's likely that the other side is in haywire now, so we must make the other side feel our goodwill as much as possible. And always be careful to radiate goodwill, Xin Yi deliberately emphasized. He didn't want something to come up after he'd had a hard time finding each other. Also at this time, another police officer from the Criminal Investigation Division hurriedly ran over and shouted, "There's a clue, Sergeant Chin, there's a clue." Moment. Almost the entire command room was overjoyed. All either gathered around or had their eyes on each other. Chini excitedly grabbed the other's hand and asked, "What clues? Quickly say it out for me to hear." "Sergeant Chin, we have contact with a car auction anchor named Xiao Shang. He captured the license plate number of that cab." The man gasped for air and said. Also almost the moment he finished, everyone's heart was pounding, because this time the clue acquired was a license plate number. With the license plate number, you can find out what company the other person is with and who is leasing the car for business. Then the owner's personal information comes out. Hurry! All people act now. Chini let out a cry. The entire Hillcrest Police Department immediately became hurried. Almost everyone harbors that bone-deep desire to know the truth in their hearts. In the meantime, inside the Imperial Lanka Yard, it not only brings together leading academicians in the fields of semiconductors, optical precision engineering, mechanics and engineering, new carbon materials, computers and artificial intelligence, and the theory and practice of systems engineering, but also in many other fields. There were also these many general officers in uniform, and from the departmental sections, 5 departments, namely, the Operations Division, the Intelligence Division, the Supply Division, the Communications Division, and the Mobilization Division. And basically there were officers within each of these departments. As long as the communications are good, it's like a small, centralized command room. Mr. White, are you sure that this technical drawing belongs to that mountain town cab driver? Dean Lee, you've confirmed with me 18 times. Really? I see from the IP address, the other party's provision of mail personal basic information, and the rental flying car that's now being hyped up on the internet. It's really the same person. White repeated for the 18th time. He was never expecting it. After reporting this matter level by level, it surprisingly aroused close attention and high priority from both the Dragon Science Academy and the military at the same time, especially after it was determined that all the technical information was true, valid, and determined to be beyond current technology. A whole bunch of people came straight to the table. Inside, even his mentor was there, as well as many scientific research bigwigs that could only be seen at graduation ceremonies or on TV, and even they were there, so the degree of importance could be imagined. And not only that, the military is on board. Just now, he saw the general with 3 stars on his shoulder. 3 stars? That's already an admiral, right? He, Xiao Bai, was afraid that he might not be able to meet a great person of this level even if he exhausted his body. Now it's met over an email. This memory will only last a lifetime. Dean Lee, I think you should stop embarrassing him as an intern. Regarding the rental flying car that is now making the rounds on the internet, I've already contacted the Mountain City Police to further verify and confirm the owner's identity, and I believe that there will be results soon. However, Dean Lee, I still want to ask one more time. This mecha flying car technology. Su Yun, the commander of the Central Military Region who had just finished talking to Qin Yi on the phone, walked in and said. Xiaobai felt relieved when he sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. Commander Su, this is also the 18th time you've asked me. I still say that this technology, certified by all of my Dragon Science Academy, is guaranteed to be ripe? 12 points. No, 20 points ripe kind of thing. The technology inside, although it can be built relying on the existing materials and equipment, it is indeed beyond the existing technology. This is true, whether it is from the theory, or to the way of operation, the new battery technology and so on. And if this technology is confirmed to have been made by this high school dropout named Lin Bei, Commander Su, I think such a talent is good enough to be employed as a academician, Li Chang'an said with a serious face, but it was not expected. Almost everyone in the room was stunned when they heard those last two words, because this is an academician of a scientific power. It's so easy to give it to a backwoods kid who's not more than a few months old at 18 years old. Not waiting for Su Yun to react, Vice President Zhao Ping couldn't help but interject his advice right then and there. Dean, employing a failed college entrance exam student as an academician is a matter of no small consequence. It's bound to cause a great stir in society. Dean, you must think twice. In case this technical document was not made by Lin Bei, but by someone else, then who exactly is this other person and what is his composition? There are also considerations to be made. Another, our Dragon Science Academy is now many talented scientific research talents, are eyeing that an academician position and suffering? Competition is very fierce. Once handled poorly, I'm afraid that it will instead make the further loss of talent. Zhao Ping's words. The implication is simply that making Lin Bei an academician will be unconvincing, but will also lead to the departure of scientific research talents from other countries, because academician, not just a title, he is also a very high recognition of a person's ability and identity. We must know that the great Chinese state for more than 70 years, the two academies of academicians add up to only 10,000 people, while the country is full of 1.5 billion people. Every academician is 1 in a million. Put in hundreds of millions of scientific research talent technology, that is also 1 in 1,000. And throughout the history of the members of the two academies, there has never been a teenage boy who could become an academician, and the kind of college entrance examination failed. The reasoning here, how could Li Chang'an not know? But compared to the emergence of a juvenile academician and make a large number of scientific research talents out of the country, he is still more willing to use this to clean up the scientific research industry rankings of the unhealthy trend, and even the stubborn disease. In fact, the vast number of researchers in the Dragon Kingdom have long been bitter about seniority for a long time. In the field of scientific research, it is never the case that whoever is senior and qualified will be able to obtain major scientific and technological breakthroughs. Rather, it's who is more talented, who gets more support and leverage. What's more, if it had been someone else, it definitely wouldn't have been worth his recklessness. But because this person was a ruthless person who could come up with the technical drawings of the mecha flying car and successfully realize it on his own, or an unearthly wunderkind of the ages, that's why he dared to put up such a fight. He even dared to directly award the academician mecha flying car technology. That is definitely a masterpiece that can only be created by combining the great achievements of many fields, at least exceeding the current technology by more than 50 years. Vice President Zhao, I dare to vouch for this in my capacity as president. If Lin Bei is the creator of this technology, then his talent and strength are sufficient for the position of academician. Li Chang'an patted his chest and said with extreme confidence, to vouch for it as a dean. Even if the crowd was stupid, they knew that Li Pingan had eaten his weight and was determined to promote Lin Bei. At that moment, there was no more opposition. Instead, everyone desperately wanted to know that the mecha flying car after this technical document became a reality. Whether it was really as powerful as the video, whether it was really as described in the document, the performance could be called an explosion. And the technology was simply heaven-defying. Report Chief, Mountain City Police have identified the subject of the incident. Just then, a messenger soldier burst through the door to report. Su Yun waved his hand and said, read. The messenger soldier read aloud without taking a breath. Name, Lin Bei. Age, 18. ID number, 430602. Highest level of education, high school, did not take college entrance exams. Current address, Room X, Building X, Wanshou Garden, Wanshou Road, XX District, Mountain City. Current occupation, illegally contracted cab driver under the Mountain City Runaway Taxi Company. Each of the items stated above, exactly what the military has verified. That is to say, the owner of this rental flyer is the same person as the owner who sent the email. Alright, no need to read. Su Yun immediately blocked it. Li Chang'an also shook his head in excitement at this time. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. This Lin Bei is so young. Not only did he create the technology of the mecha flying car, but he also put this technology into practice. Moreover, the most rare thing is that he actually has a heart of justice. In order to save a pregnant woman and the child in her belly, he even risked exposure. This person, Lin Bei, Whether it was his strength or his virtue, he was worthy of a great responsibility. The words came out. Almost everyone in the room felt sincere admiration, because once a person has supernatural power, he will inevitably go astray, which has been portrayed in many movies and TV shows. However, Lin Bei was able to remain virtuous, and the key also really possessed a superb and incomparable scientific research talent. That's even more rare. Just, Commander Su, Dean Li, since we have now confirmed that the two are the same person, shouldn't we contact the other party as soon as possible? After all, Lin Bei doesn't know where he is now. In case he takes a risk or something else changes, we're afraid that we'll lose more than we gain. At that moment, Zhao Ping sighed slightly and said, knowing that there was nothing he could do, he had no choice but to die and follow Li Chang'an all the way to the dark. When Li Chang'an heard this, he immediately commanded Xiao Bai, quickly, you immediately reply to the letter. Just go and write it in my name. Just say that it was very presumptuous to make him wait for a long time, and that his mail is now highly valued by the Dragon Science Academy and the military, and hopefully he can immediately contact the police in order to ensure his safety, and then all the needs that he mentioned should be met as much as possible. Yes, Dean. Xiao Bai hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to record it, then headed to the communal computer to reply. While Su Yun's action was even more unexpected, he said, Dean Li, Vice Dean Zhao, the situation is now urgent, since we've already established that it's Lin Bei and that it's in Mountain City. Then in order to show our sincerity, why don't we simply take the military plane together to Mountain City to meet this wizard of the ages? Being a military machine, the chief and the dean volunteering to see each other together? When the surrounding academicians and generals heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This what's her name Lin Bei, if he's a real talent, then he's bound to soar in the future. I think it's okay. Do any of you have any other comments? No. Alright, Commander Su, let's hurry up and get going before it's too late. One time, the entire Dragon Science Academy became noisy and agitated once again. Also in half an hour, a military transport plane, Carrier 20, filled with half of the Dragon Science Academy, flew from the imperial capital to the Mountain City, Hill City Police Department. Are you sure that the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy, as well as the commander of the Central Military Region and a large group of people, are all rushing to Mountain City? Shinny couldn't help but ask his assistant after receiving this news. The aide sighed and couldn't help but spit out, Officer Chin, this is the 18th time you've asked me. Really? 1,000 times. Only then did Chinny wake up as if in a dream and said, I'm sorry, just this thing, it's just too shocking. The aide sniffed and nodded in deep agreement. After all, a cab driver could lure the bigwigs from both the Dragon Science Academy and the military to go to the Mountain City together, or on a military plane, or the non-stop kind. Such specifications are simply appalling. And all of this was definitely related to that young boy named Lin Bei. TSK. I really don't know what kind of character this is. Not only did it stir up 1.5 billion people, but even the bigwigs from all sides were crazy about it. Just now, he had already received inquiries from no less than 15 prestigious schools, including but not limited to Tsinghua University, Harvard University, Cambridge University, and so on. And in addition to the prestigious schools, there are top car companies like Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, etc. And even Chachki Lai is involved in the process. It was enough to see just how hot Lin Bei was at the moment. It's just that, at the moment they don't even know where the Lin Bei people are. Which is really, although there are still no clues about Lin Bei yet, we still have to keep a close eye on him at all times. And we can't let go of the slightest trace. By the way, what about the statement on the internet now? Chinny stabilized his mind and asked again. The assistant hurriedly opened his cell phone to go through the major social media platforms and instantly broke into a delighted smile. Sheriff, as soon as our statement was released, it immediately drew widespread support from the internet. Some people replied that this punishment is already very light, almost nothing, and to give us credit for being a fair and impartial police force. But of course, most of them are still in favor of Lin Bei, thinking he's a hero who deserves praise. And now this statement of ours has been topped to the first of the hot searches. Sergeant Chin, this wave is not only Lin Bei is on fire, our Mountain City police are also on fire. When Chinny heard that, there was this? Yeah, let's see what kind of fire is going on. Chinny took a look at the cell phone. Hey, nice guy, it's amazing to see Hill City Police being used as a terrier and a ghost video. For example, if someone on the internet drives a car, their comments section instantly responds with Hillcrest Police have your attention. 1000 Hill City Police cars are locked. Unlocked 5-star wanted. Hill City Police helicopters have been deployed. I don't know. It's pretty cool just to look at the front, but then I look at the back and it says, sorry, Flight mode is on. You can't catch up. No amount of police cars can catch up with my rental car. Just like no amount of fast AE86 can catch up with Natsuki. It really is. Pure and simple as in the Black Mountain City police. Chini was crying and laughing. It looks like this time. I'm afraid the whole country will know that the police in the mountain town can't catch the flying car thief. However, they were driving a mecha speeder. So it's normal that they couldn't catch up, right? And to see almost everyone on the internet all cheering for Linbei's final trigger, Chini's heart that was hanging in the air was finally settled. In the meantime, those who had helped Linbei and spoken up for him were all thrilled after seeing the latest statement from the police in Mountain City, especially Xiao Shuai, who was the initiator, was as happy as if he had won $5 million at the moment. Sons, look, it's in the latest statement from the Hill City Police, and not only did they not punish the anchor in any way, but they had to commend him. This is really great. It's just a win for all of us together, Handsome said excitedly to his roommates, holding his cell phone. However, the roommates, were all indifferent one by one, but instead, someone else asked rhetorically, Xiao Shuai, what did you just say? Handsome froze and returned, it's just that cab anchors don't have to be punished. Ha, up front, a Mountain City police statement. What about further ahead? Oh sons, what's the matter? Do you still want to rebel against your father? Crap, don't. A peaceful dormitory hallway. Soon came the screams of one boy, and the ghostly cries of three. Yavu Jiao, give me Gio Jio. Brothers, to celebrate the fact that the anchor is not being punished, give me a hard Aruba. Aruba, woohoo! The boys passing by got excited at the sight of three boys rubbing a boy against the gate with their arms around him. Doesn't the god of flying cars have to be celebrated by putting a roommate Aruba without being punished? Subsequently, the voices of the boys Arubas rose throughout the dormitory building. This intrigued the girls in the next building. Subsequently, there seems to be a billion things wrong with this plot. Hey, but since everyone was fine in the end, it was naturally for the best. Morning anchor May thought the same thing inside as she saw the entire network cheering. Finally concerned about people, but no one died. Inexplicably there is a sense of accomplishment. Just don't know what that flying car god looks like in the end. What's his name? The next live broadcast. And when will it be? May couldn't help but murmur as she put down her cell phone. But it is realized that murmuring, but the face is red. Which is really. And open the major social media platforms. As expected. Want to know who the flying car god of the topic of heat has been on the hot search? Almost everyone is discussing. But the flying car god has not shown up so far. Not to mention the voice. Maybe. People don't know what's going on right now? Xiaomei thought as she did. And at that moment, she opened the teasing voice and went to the other party's homepage to send a private message. Even though many people may have already private messaged each other, more or less, it's a little bit of yourself. Aha! It's the heart. Wow, fun. Just a straight broadcast. Why are so many people sending me private messages? The outskirts of Hill City. Linbei looked at the number of private messages in the background of the teasing voice and saw that it was 999 plus, and a specific look at the numbers. Good lord. 102. 341. How long has it been since 100? 000 people send us private messages? That's seeing tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. That's not enough. Linbei cried and laughed, and at the same time, he simply turned off the private messages, not reading any of them, and instead, he saved himself the trouble. But go back carefully to just now. It does seem like it caused a huge stir. Like there were at least 1,000 police cars and 20 helicopters chasing him, right? On top of that, I accidentally broke into the Akabayama track, which was packed. Downright scary. No wonder so many people came to the Mountain City today. No wonder even Zhou Dong's concert has to avoid it. This marketing hype of professional racing event heat is really horrible. But the good thing is that in the end, that pregnant woman was successfully transported to the hospital. I also do not know whether it is safe. The birth of a boy or a girl. Of course, the most important thing is still after this wave of exposure. The police will be directly listed as a wanted person. And parents must be worried if they find out, right? Hey, Linbei sighed slightly. To be honest, he now had some regrets again. Regretting that he shouldn't have been so impulsive at that time. Perhaps there was still a chance for everything to turn around? Ding dong. At this point, ding dong. Linbei thought it was the completion of the mission and the system reward had arrived. The result is that Shin Yuchu sent us a message. And so on. Did Shin Yuchu send us a message? Linbei hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to check. Shin Yuchu, student Lin Xiaobei. Do you know about the flying car god that has recently swept the circle of friends? It happened in the Mountain City where you are. Ha! I told you. Something very big is bound to happen in Mountain City. I just didn't expect that it would be so big. See that? Lin Bei was a bit confused. Flying car gods? Swipe your friends? It's not like some cub seed took it for malicious marketing again, is it? Lin North, I've been busy driving today and haven't had a chance to surf. Can you tell me how big it is? Shin Yuchu, drive. Why do you know how to drive all day long? Amount. Seems like how big is a bit of a yellow opening. Lin Bei wanted to say sorry right then and there. But before the words were sent, Shin Yuchu sent another message. Shin Yuchu, you have to pay attention to your body. And more importantly, you have to pay attention to combining work and rest. Shin Yuchu, not long ago there was a truck driver who was fatigued and rolled over and never woke up again. Shin Yuchu, a little further on, there was a biker anchor woman who was involved in a dangerous driving accident. Do you know how horrible that scene was? That anchor woman's intestines and brains are hanging on the guardrail. Shin Yuchu, and oh, you can never learn that flying car gods. People have real kung fu. You just honestly drive for me to make money. Shin Yuchu, of course, I don't want you to be careless with your life just to make money. See this. Lin Bei was inexplicably warm in his heart for some reason. It's obvious that you're being scolded. But what about the hint of a smile at the corner of your mouth? Perhaps, in a sea of people, someone who is holding on to them and thinking about them is a kind of rare and precious, right? Lin Bei, okay, my schoolgirl-sama. Got it. Lin Bei replied as such. On Shin Yuchu's side, it was a long time of mad silence, joy, before continuing to reply. Shin Yuchu, ahem. Since you've called me Lord Schoolflower, then this schoolflower. No, this lord. Well, just this old palace. Shin Yuchu, this palace will now tell you all these melons that I ate in my circle of friends, but don't mind me sending out too many messages. Ding, 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 dong, 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 dong. Shin Yuchu was forwarding you a group chat message. Shin Yuchu was forwarding you a group chat message. Shin Yuchu said, just about 80 group chat messages directly. Lin Bei once again cried and laughed. You say you're a girl. Why do you like melons so much? But, Lin Bei still chose to patiently go through it. If we don't look, we won't know. But if we look, we'll get sand in our eyes. I thought that even if I could run away from the police wanted, I could not run away from the police punishment and criticism. But it was never expected. So many people spoke up for us and supported us that when the police learned the truth, they not only exempted us from all punishments, but also gave us a big commendation. It is really a mountain of doubt and a village in the dark. It seems that the pregnant woman gave birth to a baby girl, and the girl child is good, not as naughty as male children. They are daddy's sweet, leaky, heart, whined, little cotton jacket. Boys are good too. When they grow up they can retire. It's mom's warm, break-in, little night. And just as Lin Bei was still giggling, the system prompt also came quietly. Ding dong. Detecting that the host has completed the passenger carrying mission. Rating, perfect. We are now issuing you a perfect level reward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Divine Spinning Wheel 10 consecutive draws. Divine Spinning 10 in a row? Amount. Isn't that from those sandy online game commercials? What with starting as a poor student, getting dumped by his girlfriend, then getting a 10 in a row draw, rocking the boat, becoming a bully, then meeting his ex-girlfriend and snapping his face off. TSK. It's sandy, but don't tell me, it's actually quite touching. And as usual, the last one must be the biggest prize, right? Hey, we've got the system on the ropes. System, start the lottery. Lin Bei rubbed his hands together and said, ding dong. Divine Carousel 10 straight draws begin. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Nice guy. Lin Bei saw the first 3 draws and was really straight up good guy. This is the Divine Carousel. It's a Divine Carousel. And I get 10,000 bucks for it? Do I? Lin Bei, look like I'm short of this $10,000? I still have, $8,000 in my hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward Girl Truth or Falsehood Identification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward The Complete Book of Sweet Words. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bonus one-shot skill card. Holy shit, what's going on here? Lin Bei viewed the girl's true and false identifications. It explains. This appraisal will quickly help you recognize whether a girl is telling the truth or not. For example, when a girl faces a boy who has ideas about herself, she will definitely behave as if everyone knows, and she plays dumb and doesn't know. Asking is a friend. False. Because who doesn't want to have 2 spares on their hands? True story. Advanced quotes. I can't be with you, but I don't want you to leave me. Ask why. Like, a little, truth. Then why can't we be together? Can't is can't, truth. Stripped of key information. Then why can't I leave you? Then why can't I leave you? Falsehood. Trying to catch you out. Hiss. Lin Bei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this, because if it were up to him, he wouldn't really be able to tell the difference. So, we have potential to be lickers too. Luckily, we met Shin Yu-chu. This stuff, we can't use it. Pass. The complete book of sweet sayings. With this complete book, you can always say the sentences that make girls feel snoozy and sweet anytime, anywhere. For example, elementary quotes. The quilt is too light to press down my heart to think of you. Advanced quotes. I like you like the wind that walks 800 miles without asking for a return date. The ultimate quote. You look me in the eye. Aha. A closer look. That's it? Especially the ultimate quote. Right here? Don't think I don't realize that when people express information to each other, words are only 7%, voice is 35%, and body is 58%. Is that what I'm missing? What I'm missing is the melancholic eyes like Leung Chiu Wise Na. And then there's this one-shot entry card. Amount. It's really just a matter of using. Ahem. It's a shot in the dark. It is better not to use it casually. Otherwise it is easy to get pregnant before marriage and forced to get married. Nah. The raffle continues. Lin Bei said indifferently. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. Fruity. Another 3 rounds of $10,000. And then the 10th round. The ultimate prize. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine reward, the SSS Class Mecha Supercar Source Extreme Star. Genji Star? The same one from Buckle Up? Wow, fun. This one is so much cooler. System, check the source pole star for me immediately. Lin Bei said. Subsequently, an extremely cool supercar came to mind. The overall design of the streamlined blade, wind performance and appearance of the value of straight line pull full. In the rear of the car and added a pair of turbojets. And the rear compartment carries the Source Polaris engine combined for nitrogen super acceleration. The Source Extreme Star Exa, a T-Class mecha supercar and button flyer, has epical transgender technology, which combines with the dazzling purple element to emphasize the extreme sense of speed. The Polaris Star chain system has also been added, which can greatly strengthen the neural link between the car and the driver, thus allowing the racer to control the car and even the mech transformations more at will. In addition to the original skin, 3 guest skin appearances are offered. Star Dome Vector, Obsidian, and Great River Divine Guard. So a one-click skin change is not a dream. Of course, it would be nice to get the other 3 T-Class mech supercars as well. After all, the future sequence as Sterling Silver looks really cool, and the Monkey King and Oriana's are pretty good too. Ha ha. Lin Bei also never expected that this popularity black technology system could actually provide black technology in the game. Then if that's the case, is it possible to get mech skins like the Engine Heart, Infinity Hurricane, Jiang Tian Armor, and Doomsday Mech in Pesticide? Not only that, there's also the Huberian from Triple Bounce, the various Annihilators from Endless Ragdolls, the Overlord Battle Armor from Jerkass, etc. Oh, and Firefox, Arthur, Hurricane, and so on from Excitement City Alpha. Ha ha ha. It seems like all of them could be screwed up for the whole shebang. Lin Bei checked the system mall again. Aha. These are all redeemable and all average around $100,000. And now, after our last live broadcast, we have 500,000 popularity points, which can be exchanged for at least 5 of these mechs. However, these mechs are all weapons of mass destruction, so we'd better hold off until the Dragon Academy gives us an answer, or else we'll scare the country. What can we do? Countries, damn, is there such a good thing? Not to mention WMDs. You wouldn't be freaked out if you wiped out all the Hawksbane, Foot Chickens, etc. Shin Yu-chu, Xiao Bei. Inside A. Melon, are you done eating it? I have an unkind request. I hope you can agree. I know that there is a lot of foot traffic in the mountain city lately, and business is good, but this matter is really important to me. So, if you can promise me, believe me, I will be responsible. At this point, ding dong, Shin Yu-chu sent another message. Lin Bei opened it. At once, heartbeat accelerated. Blood pressure is rising. Panic. Heart pounding. Murphy. This girl is going to confess to me. That's a little fast, isn't it? It took the lunatics to make a name for themselves with the system. In my hand, it's just $68,000. I can't even pay the bride price. And it seems that Shin Yu-chu's family is quite rich. This was evident in high school by the way she ate and dressed. Especially that last one. I'll take care of it. Gee, is this to adopt us? As a good young man, we can't be so unambitious. Lin Bei, Go ahead. If the conditions are satisfactory, I might agree to you. Lin Bei backhandedly made a direct offer. Being the sixth man? No. It's real nice to eat the soft food of a rich schoolgirl. Why not eat it when you can? Ha 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 ha. Shin Yuchu, within a. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? My family is arranging a blind date for me. The other party seems to be a top racer, and his family also owns a $100 billion group, so my parents want me to be with someone else. And the other party's ambition is also very far-reaching. Ambition is also very ambitious. Do not want to inherit the family fortune, but instead want to make a career in the field of racing. But people really do not like him. See this message. The Limburgers went numb. After all this, it's not a confession. It's a pretend boyfriend, right? And a blind date with a promising rich kid who can't drive a car well enough to go back and inherit billions of dollars? Top racers. This doesn't happen often. Lin Bei immediately used the girl's true words and false words appraisal. The results of the appraisal is true words, and it is not to put pressure on him. It looks like there is really a blind date. Shin Yuchu, I probably asked my friends in the mountain city. Cab drivers can earn about $1,000 a day in peak season, and I want you to come to the imperial capital for about 3 days, plus airfare, accommodation and whatnot. I'm willing to pay you 20,000 yuan. No, 30,000 yuan. Xiao Bei, do you think it's appropriate? More or less? Nice guy. Go pretend to be a boyfriend for 3 days and get 20-30k? There's one to say. Who could refuse such a beautiful job? I'm sorry, but Lin Bei can. Lin Bei, I'm happy that you were able to say goodbye to me after the college entrance exams were over. At that time, almost all of my classmates ignored me, and it was you who made me feel the only tenderness I had. Didn't you wish I could go to the imperial capital to see you? I'll go, but I won't ask for any payment, because money can't measure the feelings between us. I've also made a lot of money in Mountain City these days, so you don't need to worry about me at all. Very heartfelt words. I'm sure Shin Yuchu will be moved to tears when she reads it, because even we ourselves felt moved when we read it. But it doesn't seem like it's sweet, does it? Why does the Book of Sweet Words prompt to post it like that? Lin Bei expressed confusion, but the words inside were what he wanted to say but couldn't organize his words. Shin Yuchu, Xiao Bei. I'm sorry, I was wrong about you before. I also thought that you are the kind of boy who will disregard his feelings for the sake of his career. Of course, don't misunderstand me. My feelings for you are very sincere. Well, it is a normal pure friendship between men and women. I am trusting you to let you be me. Is pretending to be my boyfriend? But when you come to Imperial City, as the landlord, I will entertain you no matter what. Please don't ever reject me. Lin Bei, good. I'll agree to any request as long as it's your word. Shin Yuchu, then. Don't see you there. Lin Bei, see you there. After sending the last message, Lin Bei calmed down quite a bit, but the anticipation for the imperial capital in his heart increased greatly. Shin Yuchu, after more than a month, we're finally meeting again. In the past, I loved but did not dare to get. Even you want to shirk the blind date, but also can only let me pretend to be a boyfriend. So the repeated results will only make the enthusiasm again and again be cut. In the end, instead of becoming a painful memory, this time, I definitely won't be so cowardly. Lin Bei secretly swore. Ding dong, the latest news. Please check it out. At this point, a pleasant beep came from the car's computer. Lin Bei opened it. Hey, it's a letter from the Long Branch Academy. Grandmas, I've been waiting for you for so many days. It's finally here. To the Honorable Mr. Lin Bei, our hospital has received your letter. For replying too late to bring you inconvenience, deeply guilty. The mecha supercar technology you mailed is solid in theory, high in feasibility and highly innovative, and is highly evaluated by the whole Lanka Academy. Another about the network widely rumored flying car god matter has been investigated clearly, but also please Mr. Lin Bei is not too worried. Although bold as, if there's anything, the Dragon Academy will take care of it for you. Long Yuan cannot cover the central military region for you to cover. Lastly, we have sent a representative to visit us, so don't worry if there are any travel inconveniences. Our representative will be waiting. We'll talk about everything after the meeting. Salute. Signed, Mr. Li Chang'an, President of the Long Yuan. Nice guy. I can't believe it's a letter from the Dean himself. And even the flying car god incident has been investigated, so it must be taken very seriously, right? Hey, there's also this Dragon Science Academy and military touting, TSK. Looks like those black tech novels honestly don't deceive me. First of all, with black technology, you can get a great deal of access to do whatever you want. Secondly, there will really be bigwigs from the Dragon Science Academy and bigwigs from the military coming. But I'm going to Imperial next, not in a mountain town. Lin Bei thought as he did. I saw the last entry again, and it said that the trip was inconvenient and that they would wait, which was fine. So let them wait. We've been waiting for them for so many days. It's only right that they wait for us for a few days, right? Just sauce it up. Present. Linbei then once again drove from the suburbs to the nearest underground parking garage, changing to a new car source Polestar. The license plate number are already prepared in advance. This system is simply a conscience. The next step is to leave for the imperial capital. But at the same time, it also happens to continue to turn on the live stream. Since the state is underwriting us, why should we be afraid? On air. Linbei clicked on the teaser and started the live broadcast. Also at the same time, many fans who have been waiting for a long time, finally is on the screen to see Linbei open broadcast system prompts. Immediately stop the hands of things. They have entered the live room. Just kidding. This is a hunting moment. Especially this time. The anchor even showed his face. Present. Just a million fans running around. Heavy news. The flying car gods are finally on the air. Oh my god. Is the anchor finally online? Really big news. I've been waiting for him for a long time to get a glimpse of the real thing. Quickly, anchor, I checked. It's the little brother. Still handsome. Looks very masculine. Very manly kind. Whoa. Coming. And without Linbei's knowledge, countless fans who loved Linbei spontaneously formed a support group. The moment North of the Woods opens the show, the backers were the first to blow up. The person who formed the backing club was none other than Xiao Shuai, the first heavy movie lover to enter Linbei's live room. As the group master, Xiao Shuai hadn't been active in the group on weekdays, frantically calling for Linbei. But the ironic thing to say is that they don't even know what the anchor's name is. They only know that the anchor's nickname is A. That's right. It's just a point of being too lazy to name it, not having any works or any personalized signature. So much so that almost all fans wanted to know everything about Linbei. Right now, when Xiao Shuai learned that Linbei was on the air, he couldn't help but share it with a few of his good oldest children. Son, only he just said it. Just get a wolf-like look from your roommate. And hastily rephrased, my son greets the dads. Dads, the flying car gods are on. Come quickly. Roommate A, crap, that's moist into the live feed. Roommate B, ma, this game teammates even B cannot guard. Plain imfets. This will withdraw from the game to see the car god live. Roommate C, I'm so excited I dropped my cell phone in the toilet. Shit, one of you guys help me fish it out. I want to watch the god of cars live. Almost everyone after learning that Linbei was online. The mood is extraordinarily excited, and can't wait to run around and tell the others, then go to the live feed. As a result, the heat of the live stream was particularly explosive to begin with. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 people, 200,000 people, 500,000 people, 1 million people. Just opened the broadcast, there is a full 1 million popularity. Directly to the top of the teaser sound live list first. Linbei saw this explosion of online viewers, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew that he was on fire, but he never thought that he would actually be so hot. Ding dong, user Submarch is giving you an airplane. Ding dong, user Nightwing01 has gifted you an airplane. Ding dong, user Strip Blackie has given you an airplane. Nice guy. See this brush with an airplane. Linbei is straight up good guy. What the hell? We did not do anything. The voice did not pit. Directly gave me more than 100 fake airplanes brushed. Ding dong, the first nobleman is born. Prowler, Duke, 100 airplanes for you. Feel free to fight as you please. Anchor, I wish you a happy and enjoyable fight. Your sister. When Linbei saw this scarlet message, he really couldn't help but cry and laugh. Are even messages so rolled up now? Not only do they cost money, they rub it in. But, we are now carrying a huge sum of $68,000, and we don't need these fans to reward us. Why don't you just shut it down? Linbei was just about to turn it off. On second thought, there is an old saying in China that it is better to block than to dredge. The more you keep fans from rewarding, the more fans are going to reward. So, let's just change the title of the live broadcast to this, make enough to get off the air. As long as the reward is more than 200, we will go off the air. Hey, so that over time, the fans will develop the habit of not rewarding. Ha 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 ha, not ashamed of me. And in the meantime, the official backstage of Amusing Voice Big Data, live streaming operator gang is monitoring the popularity and heat of all the live streaming rooms in T's Voice. Generally speaking, the popularity of the daytime will be lower than that of the night, and the weekdays will be lower than that of the holidays. And some of the big anchors who engage in activities will also report to the platform in order to make good cooperation. But we can't rule out any new anchors, or old anchors who suddenly become popular. Then at this time, live operators will intervene in the live room to determine the live content. And if everything is in line with the rules, then it will be directly on top of the popular further expanding the exposure. Usually this value is in the tens of thousands, up to 100,000, 200,000 tops. But Kong never expected it. A live broadcast room with the title, "Make Enough to Get Off the Air with 200, had just opened up and directly had 1 million people checking the historical data. Hey, 500,000 on the first try. Nima, why didn't Chang, who was on the last rotation, explain the situation to me nor act? Kong was confused. A check on Zhang's information. Has left the job. Well, it is unlikely that a person who has left the job will be asked to do his job again. But he's got to keep working. Let's see who's so hot. Think of it as such. Kong clicked on the live stream right then and there. Oh look, nice guy. The gift flow went straight to over $800,000. You can make at least $300,000 to $400,000. Live streaming is real nifty money. Kong gritted his teeth and continued reading. The discovery shall not be made. It's really something. This Nima, it's actually a live stream of the flying car gods. No wonder this live stream is so hot. Crap, if this is sent up to popular, it might trigger a big push of streams across the platform. A flying car god? You're a hero, so let me help you out. Kong snapped his hands on the keyboard a few times. Soon, with the roll and change of the program, Lin Bei's live room traveled directly on the fast track of greater exposure to attract traffic, and as expected, many people were instantly interested after seeing the live broadcast and the title, especially when they clicked in to take a look and never came out. Get off the air after earning enough for 200? This anchor is a bit interesting. Let's see which big anchor is swinging for the fences. Ouch, it's actually him. Crap, this is actually the flying car god's live room. Crouch, crouch, crouch. I'm just going to work to touch a fish and I actually happened to stumble upon the god of cars live streaming. Damn it, I'm going to have to go to class again in a little while, but I want to watch cars live. Upstairs, I advise you to be kind. Or else. I go. Where is the screen? Where's the live feed? What's going on? A black screen? System failure? Or is the anchor off the air? Don't. I just got in. I'm really going to cry, okay? Only to see the popularity of Lin Bei's live broadcast directly soar from 1 million to 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 8 million, 10 million. Kong's entire body became short of breath. The car god's live room is too fierce, isn't it? With that horrible rate of absorption, something could go terribly wrong. Crap, what's going on? My computer is stuck on the screen. My cell phone too. It's not a virus, is it? What's wrong with you? Who's hacking and attacking at this hour? What's cybersecurity all about? And still get hacked? NEI. Is there a possibility that the server crashed? Jitterbug Big Data Center backend. Xiaogang's statement immediately caught the attention of countless colleagues. They thought back carefully and crikey, that seems to be the case. Just now I saw that Chaishan's live room seemed to have almost 20 million people, right? Holy shit. You're watching it too? It's work time. I just saw it by accident when I was checking the live stream. Ahem. By accident. Hearing from the crowd, Kong was laughing bitterly in his heart. He never expected it. Just give the car god live room on a popular, directly to the server to blow up. But also the company's so many groping colleagues also blew out. It's work time. What are you clamoring for here? The server crashed. Hurry up and find a backup. It's not like you guys don't know the internet users nowadays. How many people will curse when the server blows up? For every second of delay, we're going to be greeted countless times by countless people with countless families. So what are you waiting for? Activate the backup hidden energy. At this point, General Manager Wang Jianming ran over and chided furiously. The crowd then stopped the chatter in their hands and immediately began contacting the alternate server units. Soon, the backup server unit became operational. The live feed is back to normal again. Just, shit, there is no mistake. The backups are up and you're telling me the servers still blew up? Wang Jianming cursed. As a company boss, he has no shortage of money, no shortage of fame, and even no shortage of women. But the only thing lacking is a joy for life. A few days ago, I was bored to watch live broadcasts. 1,000 of them are rubbing female anchors, are tired. And among the crowd of female anchors, Lin Bei, who drove a cab wildly, flew a car, crushed a crowd of professional racers, and played life and death with the police, naturally attracted his attention greatly. This kind of adrenaline-pumping live broadcast, which he simply could not encounter in reality, instantly made him feel what it meant to be passionate and hot-blooded again after many years. Once you look at it, you're hooked. After that, I couldn't resist going for a ride, just for the sake of excitement. And now, you're telling me that the god of cars is going live and he can't see it? What a joke! The live broadcast that he, Wang Jianming, wanted to see could not be terminated because the server blew up? It's just a shame that the server actually blew up again. and he was also unaware that he was still in the hall at the moment, and his words and actions were all seen by his subordinates. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at each other. Could it be that the general manager of is also watching the Car Gods live broadcast? Ahem. Don't all freeze. I'm checking out the app. You guys will have to work honestly for me in a while, but don't touch the fish and watch the Car God live. Wang Jianming said. The crowd of subordinates naturally showed expressions of understanding. However, General Manager, we're using all the spare servers now, but we still can't solve the problem. General Manager, just now, the number of user complaint platforms reached a staggering 800,000, and there are many people on the app mall with bad reviews too. General Manager, hearing subordinate after subordinate complaining, Wang Jianming was numb. He was never expecting that a Car God live broadcast would trigger such a huge flow, and the key is still in a live room, which is the most fatal. If all the anchors' live rooms were shut down and only Drive Gods was opened, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction and even conflict among the other anchors. Nowadays, if you want to watch the God of Cars live without moving your roots, you have no choice but to do so. Wang Jianming clenched his teeth and decided to activate his final stance. In the meantime, inside Lin Bei's live broadcast, the fans thought at first that Lin Bei was really making enough to get off the air for 200. Why else would the broadcast go black? And so it was. They all coincidentally stopped rewarding. Then the live feed opened up. Immediately afterward, a new person came in to offer a reward, the kind that can't be persuaded. And then the live feed shut down again. Immediately after that, it opens again. This one, straight away, will not be whole for everyone. Damn. There's something wrong with the teaser sound official. Can you turn it on and off so we can watch a live broadcast? Shit. It's not easy for Chation to broadcast live. Turning it on and off. Is it fun? This is just like that. I came in. I went out. You hit me. This is provocation. Provocation, okay? My cell phone is getting hot. If this goes on, I don't have a rechargeable treasure. Sooner or later it will run out of power. Running out of power is a small matter. The main thing is that it's so messed up. My cell phone will have to be played out. See these pop-ups. Lin Bei actually wanted to say, is there a possibility that the server crashed? After all, this online live number of 200 million and a half. Shelved which platform? Which platform does not collapse? Also, the fact that T's voice managed to start the show for 10 minutes and crash more than 30 times in a row shows that people did make a lot of effort. The live feed numbers are dwindling. I'm going. The live feed is better? Lin Bei said with some surprise, only to see the numbers on the screen plummeting like crazy. From 250 million, it plummeted to 100 million, and from 100 million to 50 million. It ended up plummeting from 50 million to 25 million again. It really is. Did the teaser officially limit the streaming for the old man? Nima. That's all popularity value. Lin Bei was upset. But actually, General Manager Wang Jianming is not only upset. His heart is even more crazy, dripping blood. General Manager, the Big Red Book side has attracted $10 million. General Manager, the Scarf side draws $30 million of traffic. General Manager, Peppy Man's side has diverted $50 million. General Manager, $100 million has been diverted from Slowhand's side. Crap, they're still going to send you a banner. Boss. That's right. In order to successfully see the Car Gods live. Shucks. It's to keep the servers from blowing up and to better serve the users. Wang had to make this decision against the wishes of the chairman of the board of directors, the traffic of the platform, a portion to other internet companies, though in the end there may be a significant number of users who are attracted to each other's content. But Wang believes that as long as Chation is still in the teletext live broadcast, teletext will never fall. It was when he heard these news that he was literally on the verge of vomiting blood. Especially that slow hand. Ben is the #1 competitor. Gave you a share of 100 million in traffic. You send him a banner? Simply shrimp pig heart. GM, what's wrong with you? It's bad. The general manager fainted. Quickly pinch. Quick artificial respiration. Artificial respiration. Call an ambulance. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance came from the distance. Oppo. And Lin Bei's side. It's so hard to get a normal live stream. That's not even a word. Just see that there are countless people who want to link up. These include many well-known brands such as Bianyati, Chira, Volkswagen, Bunta, Mercedes-Benz, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce and many more. So this is just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den? Lin Bei flipped through it, discovered the accounts follow list. Many more private accounts, like Mercedes-Benz President Dieter Zech, Lamborghini President Steven Winkelso, Moss Quinn, the president of Tequila? Nice guy. That's a proper good one. These billionaires who have achieved wealth freedom follow him? I'm afraid it's not a fan parody account. Dodo. At that point, a dialog box appeared on the screen. User Tequila President Elon Muskin requests to be mic'd up. Acceptance or rejection. Amount. This Maskin seems to be the richest man in the world, right? Lin Bei searched. Other people's face cannot be sold, but this want to immigrate human beings to Mars to live in Moscow and can still chat a little. After all, our dream is to lead China to the stars and the sea. Subsequently, the connection is on. A long series of hyphenated plus signs suddenly appeared on the screen, and the one on top of the row of plus signs, the username is actually Maskin? Crap, isn't that the richest man in the world? He signed up for Teletype? Didn't he always play Telegraph and Birdie books? Telegram? Brother, lend a hand. Off topic. Hey, also, you guys don't really think that this Maskin is the man himself, do you? The water friends in the live room were still speculating about Moskowin's true identity. Just then, Maskin suddenly said in broken English, reverse grip. Moment. Those fans who had heard Maskin's voice were shocked. Crikey, 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 crikey. It's actually really Moskowin himself. Oh my god, the god of cars actually even knows Moskowin. His connections are too wide, aren't they? And people are still using Chinese, not English. The anchor has such a big face. Calm down family, this could be a recording too. Right, maybe it's just a whole job for the car anchor and it's a program effect? The water friends in the live broadcast room were instantly split into two factions because of Moskowin's opening. Lin Bei actually recognized some of these questioning pop-ups when he saw them. After all, there has been an online class students with scattered one Lubin voice spoofed the teacher, but also by the National Daily severely criticized. Have to be careful nah. And so it was. Lin Bei asked, hello Mr. Maskin. The fans on my livestream think your identity might be fake, so could you please prove yourself? Maskin was also very reasonable and said, it's okay, Mr. Lin, M. See you at the Ching Cut 01 dusk into style. Translation, please give me a minute. Hear that? Lin Bei was crying and laughing. Mr. Maskin, just speak English directly, I can read it. Thanks. Maskin thanked him in a hurry. And the subtitles give a Chinese translation in an instant. Maskin then applies for a direct PK so that he can present both his image and the environment he is in. Hello Mr. Lin, I am now in my own office at the headquarters of Los Angeles Technicula. I'm linking up with you today, mainly because I've seen your unparalleled flying car technology. Mr. Lin, if you're willing to sell the technology, I'm willing to offer $10 million US. In addition, I'm also willing to give you an additional $1 billion of project investment, which you're solely responsible for. Of course, you need to come to Eagle Jam and join Tajira. Mr. Lin, I think the conditions I've given are quite superior. If you feel that you're still not satisfied, you can put forward your conditions. Moskowin smiled confidently. In his opinion, Lin Bei drove a cab solely because he had no money and wanted to make money. Moreover, he also entrusted someone to investigate Lin Bei and Huaxia, knowing that his family is very ordinary. Otherwise he would not have said the name Mr. Lin. Therefore, this condition was something that Lin Bei was categorically unlikely to refuse. And the netizens who also saw these subtitle translations were all stunned, because this was a condition that Moskowin had openly made in front of everyone on the air. $10 million, or American dollars, and $1 billion project investment. If it were me, I would have said yes. This condition is really too superior. It's like wealth freedom in one step. Hey, the richest man in the world is the richest man in the world. And he's generous. The anchor is also really bull. Even the world's richest man has to personally come down to talk to him about cooperation. Hey, a group of people in the live room were envious. It must be said that nowadays, most people really look to the money society. After all, houses, cars, girls, children, which reality does not require money? Skin, food, clothes, toys. Which dream doesn't require money? And the other side can give you wealth and freedom straight away. Who can say no to that? I'm sorry, Lin Bei will. Respected Mr. Maskin, I admire your talent and strength, but I'm sorry, I'm a native Chinese, and I'll be underwater when I get to Eagle Sauce. Not so much because I have been there, but because you are in a land that is full of malice toward my homeland. If I choose to share the epical technology one possess with you, it is actually indirectly the same as sharing it with Eagle Jam, which will in turn suppress my homeland. Why would I give up your superior conditions for my country? Simply because if I had been born in Eagle Jam, then I would not have lived at all. My parents, both of whom were workers who would only sell hard labor, without state subsidies, once they got sick, once they lost their labor force, it could literally be the end of their lives. In Eagle Sauce? Sorry, there are still a lot of people in Eagle Jam who sleep on the streets, are on drugs, and are on the streets like the Walking Dead. If I was yellow, I'd probably be more unpopular than black people. Mr. Mascon, I appreciate your kindness. Regarding my technology, it is something that will always belong only to China, Lin Bei said. Then he just hung up the live stream. It also closes the connection to everyone. After all, our country supported our family during the most difficult times. So can we be ungrateful? Country. There is a country with a family. And a country is millions of families. He, Lin Bei, didn't care what others thought, but he had truly accepted the country's favor. And Lin Bei's remarks caused a huge stir in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast rooms of all the major platforms. Even, it pierced the fragile hearts of many foreign admirers. No, why did the anchor refuse? I think it would cost me at least $500,000 to have a green card to Eagle Jam. And people's world's richest man, Mas Kuan, is so giving face, but the anchor is shameless? And to say that the streets of Eagle Sauce are full of beggars and walking dead? The anchor is afraid that he has been brainwashed by the domestic brainless documentary. Right? On the air. There are still a small number of netizens who still hold on to the idea that even the air smells sweet abroad. Therefore, they were alarmed at Lin Bei's rejection of Mas Kuan. What was shocking was that Lin Bei actually dared to refuse. The anger was that Lin Bei had dared to refuse. Unbeknownst to them, they are the ones who have been brainwashed by brainless foreign documentaries. This is simply abhorrent to many in the country. Can those foreign slaves stop blathering? They look disgusting. When the hell are you going to wake up? Do you have to go abroad with all your money and get hurt all over before you realize the goodness of the motherland? Since you foreign admirers don't like the identity of Chinese people, you hurry up and go back abroad. Don't steal resources from us at home. I'm really convinced. Just our school. A black international student school actually sends 3 female college students to be assistants and says they get credit for it. Yuck. How many young girls do we have to poison? Not to mention 1,000 years ago, even more than 200 years ago. We were the world's #1. Damn. You foreign admirers. Can you have some national self-confidence? Can you hold up your spine and speak? Live stream. A large number of fans began a variety of denunciation. A variety of attention to these foreign panderers suspected of netizens. The consequences are self-evident. And naturally, netstorming will take place. And that was not what Lin Bei wanted to see. All of you live streaming family members, please don't broaden the conversation. Rational patriotism is true patriotism. Brainless patriotism will only scar the country and millions of families. Since I chose to live broadcast, I will also take the corresponding social responsibility. I hope that people can feel positive energy from me. So, I will try as much as possible not to take anyone's tempo. And please don't go cyber violating anyone, even if he's innocent. And the condemnation that's due is ethical. But crossing the line is not only unethical, it's illegal. If I don't see a change in you guys, then I'm sorry. But I'm going to have to end this broadcast to keep things from going in a more extreme direction. Lin Bei said seriously and gravely. He does not aspire to those who say that the wind is the wind, waving his hand on the rein of the anchor, but more hope to be a social value and responsibility of the positive energy anchor. Of course, the old six-pack anchor and swing anchor are fine. After all, sometimes escapism is shameful, but it really does work. And it's still the right way to go in the dark. The hundreds of millions of netizens in the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms were anxious when they heard that Lin Bei might withdraw from the broadcast as a result. Anchor, don't. You mustn't retreat from the broadcast. These foreign slaves we won't scold is all. Yes, scolding them 1,000 times or 10,000 times will still not change the fact that dogs eat shit. With this, we might as well continue to stick to our jobs. And by not causing trouble for our country, we are doing it a favor. But if the anchor backs out, what are we going to watch? We still have a lot of questions to ask the anchor. Yeah, like how this flying car technology works. When is it going to be nationalized? Then again, if the anchor is so awesome, does he have a boyfriend? Yuck. A girlfriend? Anchor, where are you from? Anchor, how old are you? Anchor, what's your name? See these pop-ups. Lin Bei immediately felt his head spinning. If you don't bring the tempo, you'll start checking our accounts, right? But there's no point in hiding these things when they should all come to light later on in the country. And so it was. Lin Bei then began to introduce himself. Anchor me. My real name is Lin Bei. I'm from Star City O. My family actually very poor. So before this, the college entrance examination used to be the only way to change my fate. Until I was too excited the day before the college entrance examination. Did not sleep for a night, and the result was another sleep directly after the miss. I just feel again. The college entrance examination is not the only way out. To make money, to start a business, to open a food stand, and then to build wealth is a way to realize the value of my life. And here I'll clip some personal stuff for you too, haha. So it doesn't matter if you don't get into a good college. It doesn't matter if you get into a specialty. It doesn't matter, because even if you go to college, Are you going to graduate and get a good job and change your class? Most people can't change it at all. That's why there's an idiom called contentment. Don't set your expectations too high, and it's good to let yourself swing appropriately to relieve the great pressure and thus gain happiness. And don't feel just useless. Lost ambition. Does the country want to fuck the little? The little life is good monster. You will not be the first to rush over to sign up for the army? Okay, that's all for now. I'm afraid the live room will be blocked in a while, huh? If you have any questions, people can ask again. Lin Bei touched his nose and said, he had, just now, almost blurted out the name of his real country, which was not a good thing to say. And the audience, seeing Lin Bei being so frank and sincere, all had the feeling that they couldn't live without a smile. The anchor is so bold. If it was me who missed the entrance exam because I was too excited and insomniac, I might even be afraid to say it. In fact, I also think that the food stall is quite good. Low cost, high profit, and do not care about the face. After all, it is true that now working can earn a few dollars. It's hard to find a job that's worthwhile, so I'm just going to get on with it. And just because we're swinging for the fences doesn't mean we're unpatriotic, much less contributing to society. At least in normal times we're a consumer staple, and in wartime we're labor force stalwarts. I thought the anchor is the kind of high and mighty, or introverted and high-cool genius scientific researcher, or race car driver, but it turned out to be so talkative. It's really quite good. The anchor, give you some praise. This swinging confession was not only not criticized by the netizens, but also received wide resonance, which was unexpected. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Just as Lin Bei wanted to continue answering the netizens' questions, suddenly, the phone rang, pulled it out and, it actually belonged to the high school principal. Crap, is it because we told you why we didn't take the college entrance exam, and you want us to go back to school? Stop it, that horrible senior year. We really don't want to do it again, but it's still too embarrassing to refuse a call from the principal, right? Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lin Bei? Hello, may I ask if you are? Introduce yourself, President of Qingbei University, Liang Bohu. The call was answered. When Lin Bei heard this name, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Isn't that the high school principal's phone? How come the person speaking is the president of Qingbei University? Lin Bei was a bit puzzled. Inside, Mr. Lin Bei. I'm sorry for revealing your personal information, but still, I hope you understand. Because Qingbei University is the top-ranked university in our country in terms of comprehensive strength, and now they want to specially enroll you to study at Qingbei University, or the president himself is asking. This is a great face. I'm sure that your parents' relatives, Lin Bei students, will be very happy to know about this, so they took the liberty of making a sudden call. Of course, if you mind or it's inconvenient, we'll just get back to you. At this point, a familiar voice came over the phone. Well, it was the high school principal who sold me. Yes, but people mean well. Principal nah, your good intentions I appreciate. I know it is actually convenient. Convenient, Lin Bei replied. After all, Qingbei University was in the imperial capital, and the Longkou Yuan University, which Xin Yuchu attended, was also in the imperial capital. Wait, Rokokwin University. Why don't we just go to Rokokwin University? Crap, careless, no flash, should have refused it. Lin Bei student, Liang Bohu, welcome you on behalf of all the teachers and students of Qingbei University. Someone like you who is of good character, extremely righteous, and also able to develop a mecha flying car is exactly the kind of talented young man that our Qingbei University has been looking for again. We would love for you to join Qingbei, and we are a world-famous school with a history of more than 100 years, during which time there have been quite a few historical celebrities, so I won't pursue that here. Just now, I also know that the president of Tijila, Mas Kuan, has approached you, and you have refused their temptation of high salary, and you are also very patriotic, which is also very much in line with our school motto and university culture in Qingbei. If you're willing to come, we're willing to work with the state to open a separate $100 billion program for you, a basic master's degree for sure, and within the next 5 years, we're also planning to make you a full professor and open a Lin Bei class. I wonder what you think, Mr. Lin Bei? At this point, Liang Bohu, the president of Qingbei University, took out a huge temptation road. Netizens were already envious and shocked just by hearing the words Lin Bei ban. It is important to realize that what makes a university is not how many buildings it has, but how many masters it has. And the ultimate in a master's honor is to have a class named after him. For example, Yuanpei Experimental Class, Jiji Class, Kashigasaki College, Kajin College, Tianyu Class, etc. are all classes that can only be attended by the top 1 or 2 students of the college entrance examination of a province, which is quite a high threshold, and cultivates the elites in the human society. Of course, there is no shortage of schools that have denamed classes after scholars who have earned first class, second class, and other meritorious awards, but those are high schools, not universities, and like a university, especially a world-renowned school like Qingbei, to be able to name a class after a person, that start can be said to be renowned throughout the world. Moment. The billions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all envious. This is other people's children. Really envious words are tired of saying. 555. I even struggle to get a college entrance exam. Holy shit. Qingbei University has really put in a lot of blood in order to poach the anchor. Even Lin Beiban has come out. I believe the anchor can refuse the $100 billion annual salary of Tajira. Should not be able to refuse this reputation that can enter the history textbooks and be remembered by the subsequent successive students. Right? It's a name to remember. Geez, I suddenly realized that we're actually witnessing history. Crap, for real. I told you how the more I look at it, the more my scalp feels numb. Lin Beiban, when really, it's a legend, a myth now. At this moment, almost the entire network thought that Lin Bei would definitely not refuse this time. And even Liang Bo who himself thought the same. But I'm sorry, Lin Bei still refused. Honorable President Liang Boho, hello. About your school special recruitment me to enter. Bachelor's degree and doctoral degree, guaranteed professors, given 100 billion project investment, as well as the conditions of the future opening of Lin Bei Class A, can be said to be very tempting, but I'm sorry, since my college entrance exams, my whole mindset has changed drastically, and I'm more interested in the kind of life where I can travel around the world while still contributing to the country and conducting scientific research, and then a little more intimate life. Is the hope that you can travel with your girlfriend together to appreciate the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, and then do some scientific research this way? I do not know that you can understand the principle of the Liang knot, Lin Bei said sheepishly. In reality, he just doesn't want to go to school. Teaching in the future? I'm afraid I'm going to tear up the students' umbrellas because I've been in the rain. Oh, in the end, we still cannot go to be the old 6 teachers scourge the future elite of the motherland. Take a step back again. Would it be appropriate to become a teacher, or go to school, and then start a live broadcast? It's not appropriate. How can we shelve or limit our popular black tech system when it's our bottom line? And the crowd in the live broadcast room also never expected. Lin Bei refused to Tajila even if, actually even the Qingbei University Lin Bei class are politely refused. Where can I find such a good opportunity? Is it that easy to get a better chance than this? Especially those fans who had been following Lin Bei from the beginning. For example, Xiao Shuai. He is now studying just ordinary undergraduate university, dreaming of entering the double first-class prestigious schools. Now see Lin Bei has the opportunity to enter the first ranking of the Qingbei. Naturally it is eager that he can go in. And then you can take a look at what the Qingbei is like. Another example is funeral anchor Xiaomei. Double first-class prestigious school graduates. She knows how awesome Tsinghua University, can see the favorite anchor on the Tsinghua University, and even open the Tsinghua class. Don't mention how excited it is. If it were her, she would be so happy that she would fly up, go back and burn a pile of firewood to her ancestral grave, smoke it at 10 feet wide, so that the whole village would know about it. But now, you're telling me that someone is actually going to reject it? And it's still Lin Bei, this big hero anchor? No, absolutely not. My car got anchor. It's great to take me on a tour of the 4 directions. We want to see it and love it, but anchor, you still need to pay more attention to your personal future development, right? Anchor yo, my North brother. That's Qingbei University's Lin Beiban. Quickly think about it. That has to be how awesome to do. You miss this village. There is no this store. At this moment in the live broadcast room, almost everyone was persuading Lin Bei on the public screen, hoping that he wouldn't refuse. And Lin Bei was also thinking about how to plug the crowd. But unexpectedly, while thinking about it, the car computer popped up a call from the military. Ding dong. SSC radio link detected. Acceptance or rejection. When I saw the words Southern Military Region, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Nanny, we're driving a Genesis, not an airplane. What's with the radio? Wait a minute. The military, the mail, the Dragon Science Institute. Oh, it's supposed to be about the mecha flying car technology. Hello, are you? Hello, Mr. Lin Bei. Introduce yourself. The commander of the Central Military Region. Su Yun. Crap. Central Military Region. Commander? What a great level. But you, the commander of the Central Military Region, are using the communications of the Southern Military Region? What the hell? Lin Bei didn't understand. The netizens in the live broadcast room, however, were instantly blown away when they heard this name and this position. You should know that there is only one family in the Chinese general's family with the surname Su, and that is the descendant of the god of war. Moreover, with Ma Kuan and Qingbei's principal beads in front of him before, this time there was a military commander, and everyone thought it was real, but this is a military commander, and a descendant of the god of war. Cripes. Not really, even the military commander is looking for an anchor? No, you guys, do you think the anchor could have rejected Ma Kuan and Qingbei because he had already cooperated with the country a long time ago? Crap. It's totally possible this. Then would it be considered leaking state secrets if we listen to their conversation live? You're a ghostly genius upstairs. I instantly felt my surroundings become dangerous when you said that. Don't worry. The one who should be in danger should be teasing the sound backstage. We're just innocent eaters. Yeah. Blindly guess the mood of the staff backstage at tease sound at the moment, Ning polite? Actually, at this point in time, the teasing sound backstage, the staff had a fucking heart attack when they saw the scene. What the hell? It's okay for Ma Kuan to link up. It's okay for the president of Qingbei University to link up. How come even the commander of the Central Military Region has come to link up? Then the next one is not even. Woo. Crap, you stupid bastard. Is that something you can say? I'm afraid we'll lose the company if we do. Then let's hurry up and block the live broadcast. Otherwise, if something leaks out and then the company gets talked to and business gets cut, then we could all lose our jobs. Present. Then a technician tried to shut down Lin Bei's live broadcast. But it was at this point, Wang Jianming stood out and scolded in a stern voice. No one is allowed to turn off the live broadcast. Once the live broadcast is turned off, who will bear the wrath of the nearly 300 million live viewers? Is it you? Or is it you? He immediately subdued everyone with this scolding. But the problem is that said, do not turn off the live broadcast. Leaked state secrets. Everyone cannot eat and in an obscure corner, the live streaming operator gang is shivering at the moment and is scared to death, because if he wasn't pushing streams for Lin Bei, how could the GM divert streams for other competitors? If he hadn't pushed the flow, how could there have been a scene where everyone had leaked state secrets and lost their jobs? Maybe it's a slip of the tongue? I just hope God blesses it. Bless never anything happens. And right now, that Central Military Region commander seemed to have spoken again, and almost everyone, including Kong, couldn't help but hold their breath. Just see that radio broadcasting is such in the middle of the screen. You should be curious as to why I'm using the Southern Military Regions line, right? It's because I'm here right now with the Dean of the Dragon Science Institute, Li Chagan, and the others who just arrived in Mountain City on a military plane. And it was at your invitation that I specifically came to see you. It's just a pity that we can't reach you by phone. And we're worried that you've set up a do not disturb, so we've simply borrowed the radio from the Southern Military Region, and we'd appreciate it if you didn't mind, because we really can't wait, and we're also afraid of any accidents that might happen. Lin Bei sniffed. Deng nodded and said, oh, so that's how it is. Then you guys have worked hard, from the imperial capital to Mountain City? Nice guy, but I'm about to go from the mountain town to the imperial capital again. It really is. What's the saying? Yes, the creation of mankind. Over here, Lin Bei was still lamenting, and the live broadcast of a group of netizens, at the moment, all flax with can't help it. Did I hear you right? Even the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy is here? These top bigwigs personally came to the Mountain City, or in a military airplane, just to meet the anchor? Stone hammered. No wonder the anchor rejected Tajira and politely refused Qingbei, because he himself is a hidden big shot with the state. Big brother? No, Chaishan, he's clearly a giant man. Did you not hear the tone of the military commander? Very polite to the anchor. I understand. I finally understand why the anchor's family is so poor but still able to build a mecha flying car, because it's in cooperation with the state. This reasoning is just perfect. Crap. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy. But of course, it didn't affect the crowd at all to watch the live stream. Oh no. To keep listening to the live stream. On the other side of the radio, Military Region Commander Su Yun asked again. So, Mr. Lin Bei, may I ask if it's convenient for you right now? I think there are some things that would be better if we talked about them in person. Lin Bei thought back. What the other party said should be about the mecha flying car. It also happened to be live at the moment, and these things are really better talked about in person. And so, he replied back. Greetings, Honorable Commander Korn. It is not convenient for me to talk right now. This is because I will soon be traveling to the imperial capital to meet someone who is very important to me, to help her with something that is mutually felt to be very important. The time will be around 3 days. Didn't you say in your letter that you could wait for me? Do you see? Hearing Lin Bei's reply, at this moment, almost everyone was stunned. You know, people that is the commander of the military region, the great Chinese Iron Blood Admiral Ah. How can you be so faceless? I don't see the problem. Only then we'll have to rush back to the imperial capital from Mountain City again. Su Yun replied. However, the audience was once again stunned, because what do they see? A Chinese iron-blooded admiral was so compromising to an 18-year-old scion? In the face of such a rude request, people don't even get angry? Are they crazy? Or is the world crazy? Of course, if it's because we're very late in getting back to you. I hope you'll accept an apology from me and the Dragon Science Institute that there was indeed a reason for what happened, and not that we intentionally tried to delay you. Su Yun added once more. This time, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room realized that the feelings of Lin Bei and the country have fallen out, deliberately burying it, and it is still the country first wrong Lin Bei. Lin Bei is just throwing a small temper, just like his girlfriend. Angry, shall not day. Is coaxing a coax? Lin Bei hesitated for a few seconds and said, I did wait longer when you guys came back late, but I'm not being angry with you guys. I really have a very important person I have to go to. I promised her before I promised you guys. To do things, you have to emphasize a first-come first-served basis, right, Commander Su? You can rest assured. I just openly stated in the live broadcast that my technology only belongs to Huaxia. A few days earlier, a few days later are not a big problem. Not angry? Rather, there are really important people to meet? How come this intelligence section can't find out? Su Yun was puzzled. However, he listened to Lin Bei's description. His tone was sincere and his attitude was clear. It was patriotic, and he also made a public live broadcast statement. He is now opening a live broadcast? Crap. Su Yun's heart shook. Okay. Luckily he didn't say anything too classified just now. Good, classmate Lin Bei. With these words from you, I'm relieved. It's just a few more days. We've been waiting for this day for more than 70 years. It's not bad for a few days, Su Yun said with bravado. The radio call was then hung up, and live on air, the billions of viewers' enthusiasm for eating melons immediately rose. Waiting for this day for a full 70 years? Extrapolating from the fact that this year is 23 years. Crap, it's actually 49 years. Crap. Looks like the country is about to make a big move. If you look at it this way, doesn't that mean that my Huaxia is about to truly take off in the forest of the world's nations? Quite possibly. But aren't you guys curious about who the anchor is going to see next? Right, even the military had to make way for this person. I guess it must be the anchor's girlfriend. It's so hard for me to have a little brother who sees eye to eye. Don't ever have a girlfriend. It doesn't really have to be a girlfriend. It could be a parent, or someone else more important in your life. In the pop-up, I don't know who started it. Soon, almost everyone began to gather around to eat Lin Bei's melon. Let's just say that this gossiping heart of everyone's, is quite passionate, but it's not good in case a rumor gets started and spread. When I think of the recent popular actress Hotspur can be rumored to be pregnant, disprove the rumors and say that the birth of the passed around. It is simply impossible to distinguish the truth from the lie. Lin Bei himself was jumping up and down like a badger in a melon field, as I'm sure many others were. Thus, Lin Bei immediately explained. Don't guess, haha, that person is my high school classmate. She's currently at the Imperial Long Kuyuan University, and as for me, I was also invited to go ahead and do her a favor. However, Lin Bei said one by one. The focus of the fans in the live broadcast room grabbed the point. Completely unexpected. Crap, high school classmates? And not a girlfriend? Imperial Dragon Academy University? Holy shit, I feel like the anchor wants to go to Long Kuyuan University by refusing to go to Qingbei. It seems that the anchor also wants to start a food stall. It's not possible that he wants to sell egg cakes in front of Long Kuyuan University and wait for his beloved girl to get out of class. Right? Zhou Dong's waiting for you to get out of class? Ha ha ha. What kind of fantasy link-up is this? The truth is the truth. The anchor of this wave is to go to Ben now. In order to pursue their love. I told you how even the country has to stand back one stop. Ikyo oh yo, the sour smell of this love shy. No, it's not what you guys think. Hey, what do you guys ask me to say? Lin Bei looked at the screen full of pop-ups with rhythms and shyly shook her head straight. He was currently only going to pretend to be Shin Yochu's boyfriend, and hadn't yet gotten to the point where he was going to pursue, much less say he was going to confess his love and, the emotional foundation is not even in place to confess. That is simply suicide. Okay. Ding dong, Shin Yuchu has sent you a photo. Just as Lin Bei was still trying to figure out how to explain, the cell phone alert came. Lin Bei's mind moved, and he hurriedly brought his cell phone to circumvent the live camera. Open it. Holy shit, really good looking. Lin Bei instantly wanted to say love it. Then take a look at the message from Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu, Xiao Bei. What do you say I keep this jellyfish head to pick you up? How's it going? Well, that's certainly great. Shin Yuchu, and. Will I wear a fishing net then? Or black? Which one do you like? Crap. This. Fishing net YYDS. But it's too revealing. Black too. It'll attract a crowd of perverts around. No. Absolutely not. Shin Yuchu, forget it. These are too sexy and revealing. I'm still shy. Of course, if you want to see them, I'll wear them for you in private. See this message. Lin Bei couldn't help but have a nosebleed right away. And straight out of the nosebleeds were a bunch of guys in the livestream. And a bunch of incredulous Lin Bei girls. Listen. Woo, that's Wolf's voice. Listen. Aha. That's the sound of a broken heart. Lin Bei's live broadcast. This is because of the cinematic live equipment used. So when Lin Bei grunts the camera, it automatically triggers several other shots to capture the focus of the image and feed it back into the live broadcast. As a result, this one photo that Shin Yuchu had sent, and the 3 messages, were seen by almost everyone, especially the moment I saw the photo. Countless innocent young men were shocked. Isn't that Shin Yuchu, the top student in the Star Province's college entrance exam? Wow, I was watching the news and saw her picture and was just amazed, but never thought that she would have a jellyfish head look. It's just beautiful, alright. Sure enough, the best people chat with the best people, anchor this wave of bull. However, when they see the chat logs, one relentless dream shattered. Crap, Shin Yuchu is going to take over the anchor? She purposely dressed up in jellyfish head just to take over the anchor? This. Fishnet stockings, black silk, worn in private for the anchor? Crap, anchor, you are really damned. We want to see it too. Strong request. 10,000 people's blood. No, guys, wait. Didn't the anchor say she was going to the imperial capital to meet a very important person? It couldn't be Shin Yuchu. What? Anchor is going to run to the present is the Star Province's top student and nationally famous schoolflower Shin Yuchu. She's the goddess of my dreams. Anchor, you knife me. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll knife you. This is simply the hatred of taking away your wife. Moment. Countless young men's minds exploded, and countless middle-aged hunks looked at them with an itch, the kind that can't be relieved by scratching, and countless teenage girls watched it as a large heartbreak scene. Oh, compared to Shin Yuchu, I really need a body without a body, a face without a face, and a talent without a talent. Little brother should love her very much, right? How about he wouldn't have chosen to run from Mountain City to the imperial capital to meet her? Hey, I was going to be the anchor's little publicist, but now it seems that I can only recognize one more mom. Bawling. JPGX3. Why is God doing this to me? I just became a Lin Bei girl and you're breaking my heart. At this moment, there is only one lyric that can express the sadness in my heart, and that is Zhang Xinka's song, I don't want to see you getting drunk in the middle of the night anymore. And I don't want other women to see your charm. Do you know that it will break my heart? The livestream was a pop-up of obsessed men and women. Lin Bei was oblivious, because he was currently replying to Shin Yuchu with a silly smile on his face. Lin Bei, from the Mountain City to the imperial capital. It's a journey that spans 1,800 kilometers. North of the forest, I came for you, and you received me in splendor. Lin Bei, in fact, as long as the person I see is you, I rejoice no matter what you wear. Lin Bei, because think, as long as the person you see is me, you're happy no matter what I say. And these 4 paragraphs were sent out. It wasn't just Shin Yuchu who was moved. Even the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all sensationalized. Crap. How nifty sweet. Isn't the anchor a science student? Isn't he a car god? How come she's so good at talking? I'm a guy who has to laugh at my aunt when I look at it. It's perfect. From the Mountain City to the imperial capital. This is a journey. I just look at the first sentences so feel. Really, anchor who can't flirt with girls is not a good car god. I came for you. You received me in full splendor. What kind of divine love is this? I also want to have a two-way running love. Tears flow long. JPG. Is this what's called consensual love? 555. Mom, I actually believe in love again. And Shin Yuchu saw this message. Surprise. And a fucking surprise. Shin Yuchu, Xiao Bei. Didn't expect you to actually be so good at talking. Looks like I really underestimated you, Shin Yuchu, but then, since I'm going to meet my parents this time, I still have to remind you of something. Shin Yuchu, for example. Well, my mother likes young and capable boys. My father likes boys who are good to me. So they may be picky about you in these 2 aspects. You can be sure to be mentally prepared. Oh, I don't want you to hurt your self-esteem at that time. That I will be very sad. Is very hard to coax you. I'm not very good at coaxing people, but I will try to coax you. See that? Lin Bei just smiled bashfully. It came back good. Don't worry too much about it. The audience in the live broadcast room, however, were all dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? In terms of young and talented, who can compare to Lin Bei? At such a young age, even the commander of the military region has to bow to him. On being good to Shin Yu-chu? Which boy would not cherish such a girl? Which one isn't afraid of dropping it in his hands and melting it in his heart? From the mountain city to the imperial capital, across 1,800 kilometers. This is if not the infatuated man. Who will pay such a big price? Moreover, Shin Yu-chu doesn't know how to cajole people, and will go and learn how to cajole people for the sake of Lin Bei's accommodation? Love Hi-yo. Such a treasure girl. Where to find? One moment. Almost all of the boys wanted Lin Bei to draw his sword, because then they would have a reason to knife Lin Bei. And after Lin Bei and Shin Yu-chu wished each other peace, then he closed the chat and prepared to leave for the imperial capital. But when Lin Bei saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast, he was instantly flushed with old age, because he suddenly realized that it seems that the live broadcast screen is a movie-style lens, which also means that his chat with Shin Yu-chu is fully exposed. Send. That's too shameful. Originally, it was trying to maintain a high-flying image. But fans won't think I'm a scumbag when they see my lovey-dovey words, will they? Lin Bei hurriedly checked the pop-ups, but I realized that the pop-ups were actually all anchor draw your sword. Today it's either you die or I live. I'll never share the same hatred for taking my wife. Anchor, you really deserve to die, and so on. It's really a bit of a surprise. In theory, Shin Yu-chu is someone we like and likes us, so what does it have to do with the fans? However, in order to pull less hate value, Lin Bei still decided to say sorry to everyone. The school flower Shin Yu-chu will be in our charge. Then he revealed an expression of a squinty-eyed smile. Straight up hate value pulling to the max, alright. He. It was just that Lin Bei hadn't said anything yet. Just to see the pop-up suddenly clear up to bring up another wave of rhythm. Such a nice girl. Hey, after thinking about it, only the anchor has the strength to take care of it. Car got anchor. Your name is Lin Bei, right? Listen to me. Be sure to take good care of Shin Yu-chu, the school goddess in all of our hearts, or we will definitely not spare you. What school goddess? What Shin Yu-chu? Call sister-in-law, okay. Of course. I don't mind helping to take care of everyone if my sister-in-law's life isn't as good as it could be. Colorful. JPG. I'll be damned. Upstairs you're still going to do the chow thief thing. Right. Can't you? Arrogant. JPG. I'm coming too. Ha 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 ha. This shit. Lin Bei was crying and laughing when he saw these pop-ups. If you don't get it, you start blessing it, right? And then blessed with a hint of the spirit of the chow thief. This. Hey, you can only be human. It's so complicated. After gathering your thoughts, Lin Bei immediately decided to move to the imperial capital. Ladies and gentlemen of the live broadcast family, in fact, from the very beginning, the content of today's live broadcast, is that I drive from the mountain city to the imperial capital, and take you all to enjoy the scenery of the 1,800 kilometers along the way. It's just that I never expected that so many people would ask me curious questions in the middle of the day. And it's really flattering to be greeted by the president of Tagila, the president of Qingbei University, and our central military region commander as well. I'm just an ordinary person who can't be ordinary anymore, and it's God's reward to get everyone's love. So I'll cherish this hard-earned traffic and bring you some positive live content. Lin Bei spoke briefly to the camera. The engine roars with a woo, instantly bringing us all back to that passionate and dangerous afternoon of live cab broadcasting. At that time, they thought Lin Bei's live broadcast was a movie, with police cars, helicopters, and breaking into the track. It was just too exciting. At that time, they were still worried about whether Lin Bei would be able to save the pregnant woman, and being a hero, but having to suffer punishment. They didn't know how many people's hearts had been poked and prodded. This time, what kind of appealing live broadcast could Lin Bei bring to them? Present. Just one fan couldn't wait to envision it. And when they saw the live footage of the movie quality view once again, they were actually shocked once again. Only the dimly lit underground garage. A white light flashed from the flanks of a long, blue and white racing car. The viewer then moved slowly across the body to reveal the red number 09, which symbolizes victory. Then the camera pans to the rear tires of the car, which are leaping and surging, as if the whole scene is dancing to the vibration of the engine. At this point, the vehicle starts, with the speed of shocking the dust filled without, while the camera stays in the same place. This sense of dislocation of time and space, as if the human soul will instantly follow the racing car swoosh or run away. The picture finally came to the racing supercars being driven on the main road, and seeing that kind of sunshine sprinkled on top of the textured blue and white body, only two words came out of everyone's mind. Handsome. Really too handsome. It's true that live racing has to be accompanied by cinematic footage to make the most sense. They are also curious. Lin Bei previously drove a yellow cab. When did he change to a racing supercar? And what brand is this supercar? Crap. Seriously. This can't be possible. Can it? This is completely unscientific. This car, the Genji Star, and this custom exterior, the Bright Star. But the Sourcepole Star is clearly a virtual racing car from Button Flyer. How could someone actually build it? And so fast. Oh my god. My god. In the meantime, inside the student dormitory of a university in Huadu, heavy mech enthusiast and Button Flyer Ashes player FAI. He was instantly flaxed out of his band when he saw Lin Bei maneuvering the Source Extreme Star to make his entrance in the middle of the live feed. You know, the skin of the Sourcepole Star. In the Button Flyer that is the creation of the world. It's the first mecha skin. It's the first skin that was co-created in collaboration with players. There are 7 nozzles at the rear of the car can be released at the same time the flame. The outbreak of sound waves spread outward, but also with the music of the drums continue to spread the new concentric circles of shock waves, until the concentric circles slowly disappeared. There will be a butterfly special effects appear. Other than that, all sorts of details were pulled full circle. It can be said that it completely cuts to the heart of his extremely unique personal fetish, and Lin Bei was able to build it and take it out and drive it. So isn't it also equipped with Autobot morphing capabilities? Crap. I'm about to burst into flames just thinking about that image. No, I must get the car god to give me a try. At the very least, I need to know the answer. Present. Shall we then directly charged $1,000 in the live broadcast and successfully took the level 10 light license plate. And then the public screen red pop-up screen said, families, this racing supercar is the Sourcepole Star in Button Flyer. And it's also a chicken rack. Chicken rack. You guys know what a chicken rack is, right? It's the one that can transform into an Autobot. And the viewers of the live broadcast were like, cripes, there's this? Wait, that's not right. That what shall we use stupid Anchor earn enough 200 to go off the air. You directly rushed 1,000. He can directly under 5 times broadcast crap. Almost instantly, all the audience all realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Bei is off the air. So what are they going to watch? Moment. Then there were countless people who ate FAI, asking him to hurry up and refund the money. And FAI, who realized the seriousness of the matter, cried outright at his own stupidity. He's an adult. I can't get a refund. Ding. $1,000 has been refunded to your account. Hui was confused when he saw this prompt suddenly pop up on his screen. What's going on here? The T's voice backstage center at this very moment. Damn. Almost gave the anchor the whole off-air thing. You, of all people, listen to me and shut down the Kryptonite channel of the Chevalier's livestream immediately. I will never allow everyone to recharge the car gods again. General Manager Wang Jianming loudly ordered. Are you kidding me? Lin Bei's live broadcast can even show up as a military commander. In fact, not to mention the military commander, the president of Qingbei University and the president of Tajila are not characters that he can meet as a general manager. Just such a live room. Even he can see the world. And it's exciting, really exciting, and absolutely impossible to get people to turn off the whole thing. And as soon as the live operator gang heard the order, he was instantly brightened up. Anchors make enough to get off the air for 200. And if the Kryptonite channel was closed, wouldn't they be able to stay off the air forever? Wonderful. Kongden did some maneuvering. And on the highway from the mountain town to the imperial capital, Lin Bei was maneuvering the Source Extreme Star all the way with sparks and lightning, just crunching furiously, oblivious to the fact that someone had charged him $1,000, much less that someone had returned that $1,000, because he realized that his account was suddenly being followed by a lot of people of all shapes and sizes. Ding, Bad Empty has followed you. Ding, Nerdy Girl has followed you. Ding, Joe Suyi has followed you. Clearly, all the popular female anchors. What does concern mean? Means that the follow-up can interact. More likely to meet. And meet. That is still not a live one-off. My grassland my horse said I want to play how to play. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Lin Bei instantly choked on his own saliva. The good thing is that it's also sobering up. In my mind, I kept thinking, we are a family man now. But after 10 minutes or so, ding, Hot Barb has followed you. Ding, Shiro has followed you. Ding, Mimi has followed you. This time, it's almost entirely clear of popular female celebrities. Holy shit, this if there is a star woman. Buddha said color is empty. Empty is color. So I am full of empty. Isn't that just full of shibboleths? No way. Hold it. Be patient. I, Lin Bei, have sworn not to share the same fate as gambling and drugs. You asked me where Huang went. That is of course, the yellow sky is above. I, Mr. Lin, do not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Just as Lin Bei was grimacing, he wanted to go for a private message. Ding, the Yamashiro Traffic Police is watching you. Ding, the Imperial Traffic Police is watching you. Ding, the Edo Traffic Police is watching you. Suddenly, all 300 or so official traffic police accounts across the country follow Linbei. In particular, the Mountain City Traffic Police also specially warned tips, Road 10 million. Safety first. Driving is not standardized. Loved ones 2 lines of tears. When driving, do not look at the cell phone. Oh, will be distracted. This Nima. Linbei was instantly numb. What's it to you traffic cops if I private message actresses and hostesses? Ding, the Hill City Police have your attention. Ding, the Imperial Police are watching you. Ding, the Edo Police are watching you. At this point, it's straight to the police for attention. Especially the Mountain City Police. Specially warned tips, Pro. Pay attention to the network telecommunications fraud. Oh, beware of the sudden attention of strangers. But also beware of the crook schemes. Oh, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app? Nice guy. See this tip. Lin Beijing straightened up and called out the good guys. Feeling actresses and netizens have all become fairy tale scammers, right? And this Hill City Police. I'm afraid it's not a way to save honor after losing face by not catching my old man in Hill City in the first place, right? You know, this behavior is shameful. Shameful, alright. Phew. Lin Bei was finally relieved after he finished venting inside. After all, you're a public figure now, and you have to watch what you say and do. But can't you be reckless when you're in a fucking mech? You know, the state has said that it will give us a bottom line. You know, mechs can rebel too. Just right. Lin Bei also saw someone on the livestream asking if they could Autobot transform. This mustn't be scheduled for a wave? At that moment, Lin Bei directly brewed. Families, you should be able to tell that the one I'm driving right now is none other than the Mecha Supercar Source Extreme Star of the same model as Button Flyer. Since it's a mecha, it must have a morphing function. Of course, you can't turn on the Autobot transformation mode on the road like I did. That would scare other car owners and be unsafe. So let's drive straight off the elevated road and onto the open space. As he spoke, Lin Bei directly maneuvered the Source Extreme Star to make a sharp turn onto the unoccupied village road, then pressed the blue button that said, "Come out, Genji Star, Autobots, morph." Lin Bei let out a chorus, only to see the Genji Star suddenly change back to its very first skin, the Star Dome Vector. The mech then morphed, displaying a sci-fi silver and white exterior. The front and rear wheels are mounted on each limb, while the 6 split paint tubes are pretending to be behind them, jetting nitrogen and moving quickly as soon as they're turned on. Paired with a flexible and sturdy streamlined steel body, it was like an incredibly strong killing machine, and the kind that sees blood and seals the throat. Also almost instantly, all of the netizens in the live broadcast room, both male and female, all exploded at this moment. Crap, 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 crap. What a handsome mecha supercar. I thought the host was just talking for fun, but it turns out it can really transform into an Autobot. It's so cool. I always wanted a transformable sports car when I was a kid. The life of an anchor. My dream. The anchor even made it a point to remind us not to imitate Autobot transformation. Is that something we can imitate if we want to? Hey, the word envy has been said all over the place. Okay? I'm a girl who thinks it's blowing up. It's so blowing up. Brother Anchor, can I sit in your co-pilot? Balls up. Kitten poorly begging. JPG. On the other hand, Xiao Hui, who had first realized that it was the Source Pole Star, was in a hurry, because the screen full of pop-ups completely blocked out the Genji Star. Alright. Clear screen mode. I'll go. How did I quit? Tara hastily clicked in again. Shocking discovery. Crap, how did it change back again? Ouch. I'm going. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't even gotten a good look at it. Present. Shall we then send Lin Bei a reminder charm and Great God certification? And left a message. Anchor, I urge you to be kind. Actually, the reason why Lin Bei changed back to his supercar form at light speed again, it was because I saw a brand new van in front of me hit a grain pile and roll over. Also, a prompt came from the system. Ding dong, new special passenger detected. Warm reminder, for each special passenger you carry to your destination, you'll receive a random reward. Now that the new passenger has flipped and just needs a ride, and we get a reward for carrying them. It's like a 2-for-1 deal. This has to be a rush? Oh, Lin Bei immediately stepped on the gas and maneuvered the Source Extreme Star to fly away. And the crowd in the live broadcast couldn't help but worry when they saw the scene that was happening, because the van rolled over 180 degrees and there was still smoke and clatter and oil leaking from the hood there. Crap, that van is leaking gas. Nanny? It's not supposed to explode, is it? Don't. People are still in there. Look, 2 people climbed out of the car. They're desperately trying to escape. Crap, it's really going to blow up the car. Ha! The pop-ups instantly erupted. Seeing this, Lin Bei was in a hurry. After all, human lives are at stake and this is the time to step in. Source Pole Star. Transform. Lin Bei pressed the button right then and there, directly super transforming his form, disguised as an Autobot as soon as he rushed behind those two, and the two just happened to flop to the ground in unison. Bang! The expected explosion didn't happen. Yes, it didn't happen. And there wasn't this bang that the crowd was brainstorming about. Instead, there was a crisp bow. Looking back, well, it was just a flat tire. Boss, why is this different from what they show in the movies? In those Hollywood blockbusters, don't they often have the car flip over and then explode? At this point, one of the naive-looking, dark-skinned men in old clothes rolled over from the ground with a confused look on his face. Beside him was a man with glasses in a suit, but equally dirty, with all sorts of marks, who hadn't washed his hair yet. The man with glasses sniffed, then rolled his eyes and said, "Who said that a flipped car must explode? There are still Autobots in Hollywood blockbusters. Why don't you say there are Autobots? Hey, boss, look, there really are Autobots." The naive man grinned in surprise and pointed. The man with the glasses looked back. Den was dumbfounded, only to see a full 4 or 5 meters high silver and white Autobot is kneeling on one knee, but because the height is too high, resulting in this perspective is more like being looked down upon by a behemoth. The sense of oppression is overwhelming and shocking, although Universal Studios likewise has special Autobot models modeled in the usual malls. But this Autobot in front of us, it came out of nowhere, and it smells like motor oil. It's 100% metal, and his eyes are glowing, and it's fucking awesome. And the Autobots in the movie, those are aliens from Cybertron. In the beginning, Bumblebee that was still hostile to humans. The outer Taijun is above. Please, I am no threat to you, please don't kill me. The man with the glasses logged off and kneeled down for Lin Bei in the transforming Autobot. Especially the line about the foreign eunuchs was ludicrous. Lin Bei was about to explain when he subconsciously held his hand. This scared the naive man, who was still disbelieving. Straight away. Crap, boss, this Autobot can really move. The movie Transformers acted for real. Transformer Taijun. Bah, Autobot Taijun. Bah, Taijun, spare your life Taijun. As he was shocked, the naive man also knelt down for Lin Bei. This next, Lin Bei was really crying and laughing. What's going on here? Taijun is sorry. We didn't mean to roll over and scare you. If you want to blame, you have to blame him. Wang Baoqiang, a crow's mouth with an open mouth. If you don't know what a crow's nest is, grandmother, I'll explain it to you. I, Su Shanxiang, the owner of the toy store, was supposed to take a plane from Mountain City to Imperial City to coax my wife, because my wife suspected me of cheating on her outside to cause a divorce. But I ran into him when he said the plane was in fog. It was in fog. As a last resort, I went to take the train and met him again, and he said the road ahead would collapse. Well, it turned out the railroad really did collapse. There was nothing I could do. I went to do the minibus again. I thought to myself that I wouldn't be so unlucky this time, right? And then I met this kid again, and he said he would hit someone. And he did. I met this kid again. He said he would hit someone. And he did. Why do you think I'm so unlucky? Guy Taijun. He's the real bad guy. Su Shanxiang, with the determination to die behind Wang Baoqiang, talked to Autobot about the other side's sins. As for Wang Baoqiang, he naturally refused to do so, and directly said bluntly, "Boss, you're too unkind, aren't you? That van is still the one I won by spending $2 on a lottery ticket. If it wasn't for your fatigue driving, could it have flipped over in the end? If you want to say that, I can also say that if it wasn't for you, I would have already gone to the imperial capital to help my milk factory boss get the money owed to him." Hearing the two dislike each other, Lin Bei was truly and purely crying and laughing. He believed that this Su Shanxiang did resent Wang Baoqiang, who came from the countryside, at first, but the two have helped each other out together in the background as well, and neither has just realized the friendship yet. After all, with Wang Baoqiang, this black hole physique, who follows anyone is unlucky. Wait a minute, if I give them a ride, am I out of luck? 2. Amount. One time, Lin Bei suddenly wanted to turn around and leave, but then he thought, the mecha supercar given by the system can't possibly break down, right? The big deal is not letting them off halfway. Read this. Lin Bei spoke at that moment. Hello, I am not a foreign Taijun, I am a honorable Chinese, but with this attitude of yours towards foreign Taijun, you have a lot of potential to be human traders. The two of them sniffed, and it was an instant flaxen stay, especially Wang Baoqiang, with a pat on the head. Bean said, "Hey, boss, this motorist speaks Mandarin." Su Shanxian rolled his eyes again and said, "He has said that he is a Chinese, thinks we have the potential to be human traders. Crap, I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong. I had no choice but to do it in order to stay alive. If I had known that the aliens wanted to invade China, I would have died rather than give in. Saying that, Su Shanxian put on an expression of giving up his life and going to his death. And Wang Baoqiang on the side watched. That also followed the play without a teacher. Alive and well. Honestly, these two have the potential to be movie stars. It's a shame they don't go into acting. But Lin Bei didn't intend to do that, but rather to piggyback them to their destination and then complete the mission. Thus, Lin Bei immediately laughed and said, "Alright, no more jokes with you guys. Didn't you all just say that you're all going to the imperial capital? Come on, take my car. It just so happens that I'm also going to the imperial capital, so I'll give you guys a ride along the way." As soon as I heard that, Wang Baoqiang was instantly beaming with joy. "Oh, thank you, big brother. You're really a good person." Su Shanxiang, on the other hand, pushed Wang Baoqiang away and hurriedly advanced with Lin Bei. "Brother, big brother, I'm telling you, he really can't be carried. He's just a crow's mouth. If you say good things don't work, but bad things do. It's just bad things. If you let him ride in your car, I'm afraid your car will have problems." Lin Bei sniffed. He couldn't help but frown slightly, but there was more confidence in his heart. After all, he was a man with a hang-up, compared to a man with a bad luck hang-up. At the very least, it was positive and negative okay. What's more, how can you not want the system rewards? Okay, ravenous, no problem. I don't mind, but if you don't want to ride with him in my car, then I'll have to leave you here to wait for help, Lin Bei said indifferently. He used a little negotiation trick here, which was to tie the two together. Either Wang Baoqiang would go up, or the two would go up together. And Su Shanxian naturally has no choice. This wilderness village road, at best there are tricycles, or very slow kind. Okay, since Big Brother has given the word, then I'll just listen to you. But don't blame me for not warning you if you get really unlucky later. Su Shanxiang waved his hand and immediately decided to compromise. Subsequently, the two of them then sat on Lin Bei's Source Pole Star. It belonged to the first batch of people who had experienced the Source Pole Star besides Lin Bei, which could make the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room could be envious. You know, this is a mecha supercar. Not just anyone can sit in it. And then what supercar that is not know how many times more precious? And after getting on the car, Wang Baoqiang immediately looked around curiously, touching everywhere, as excited as a small child. Even the world of Su Shanxian cannot help but be curious, stealing glances around. The audience in the live broadcast room, that is itching to tie up the eyes of the two people in Wang Baoqiang's hands. What to see? What to touch? They can't even smell it. They can only see it through the screen. Is it really good to do whatever you want like this? At this time, Wang Baoqiang saw Lin Bei's appearance through the reflector again, and was instantly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. I see that you're only as old as my brother? At the sight of Su Shanxian heard, quickly covered his mouth, then rushed Lin Bei laughed. Big brother, Wang Baoqiang his countryside out. Do not understand things, also not very good at talking. You do not take it seriously ha. In response, Lin Bei simply waved his hand and said jokingly, "It's okay, I'm not the kind of person who has been soaked by the social dying tank. 99 years old in the lunar calendar. 0 years old in the Gregorian calendar. Both 90 years old and 0 years old. You guys call me Lin Bei or Shaolin on the line. It's too polite instead of I would like to tidy up a bit." The moment Su Shanxian heard this, he was frozen on the spot. Lin Bei or Shaolin? This young man, he knows the world but not the world. He has a very deep Tao. And the viewers of the live stream heard this. That was also an instant pick-me-up, just based on the anchor's life creed and attitude. If he goes to straighten out the workplace, he will definitely be a good hand. Crap, oughts rectify the workplace? This wave you are really show-off. You can even play with this? That's true. Our Lin Chaishan is a person that even the state has to flatter. If he goes to straighten out the workplace, hey, I'm afraid the bosses will have to be careful about getting beaten up to stand up straight. Actually, I'd still prefer that the anchor could start a job where he works 2.5 days a week, takes 2.5 days of paid vacation, and then has double weekends off with a good paycheck, and rolls over those capitalists who exploit our surplus value haha. Come on, upstairs at a glance is a little black. Can not a little branch? Still want to eat our capitalist brother's scared eggs ah? The pop-ups at this point that's a gag. A good one. Just like the geese that suddenly came in on the road Lin Bei was traveling on. Geese 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 goose and also occupied in the middle of the road does not go. Pressed the horn a few times. Froze and did not move. Continue to go back and forth goose goose goose. Curved neck to the sky song of walking. Don't you think it's annoying? There was no other way. Lin Bei could only stop the car and prepare to get off and drive the geese himself. But at this moment, Su Shanxian suddenly called out to stop. Big brother, you wait. You and I are both from the city, and Baoqiang is from the village, and he's good at catching geese. Lin Bei thought about it carefully, and it was true. However, Wang Baoqiang, was embarrassed. Although I'm from the countryside, I don't know how to drive geese, I only know how to herd cows. Then you're going to herd geese as if they were cows. That's fine, isn't it? Su Shanxiang said forcefully. Wang Baoqiang could only weakly reply. I heard people in the village say that animals are generally humane. Maybe these geese are deliberately stopping on the road to remind us because the road ahead is collapsing? As soon as I heard that, Su Shanxian Dengen went numb. Go on, you crow's mouth. Stop saying that, okay? Wang Baoqiang immediately got out of the car with a drooping face, not forgetting to dislike. Just go. Why are you angry with me? Really? But it wasn't long before you got off the bus. He inadvertently glanced at the road ahead. Hey, boss, Lin Bei, it's really collapsing up ahead. At once, Lin Bei was confused. Damn, you're really bad, aren't you? Su Shanqian, on the other hand, let out a long sigh and said helplessly, as expected, the road ahead collapsed, didn't it? And the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned on the spot when they saw this scene. Holy shit, this Wang Baoqiang is really a bad god. Ha! Originally I didn't believe in this bullshit metaphysics, but saying that the collapse is really a collapse, and saying that the fog is really a fog, it really all came true. What metaphysics? That's clearly the word. Archmagus. No, it's the god of law, okay? Goddamnification. Hey, this wave of anchors are afraid that they will have to be planted here as well. There's one thing to be said for these two. They're truly human beings. The viewers were all passionately eating their melon as if they had seen a ghost. And Su Shanqian was as excited as if he had seen a ghost to start disliking him. Big brother, really can't let Baoqiang get on the car again. This time it's a landslide. Next time I'm just afraid the car will be gone. If you ask me, we'd better get rid of him and bolt. Lin Bei sniffed, unable to help but fall into the midst of silence. He twisted his head to look at Wang Baoqiang again. It was found that Wang Baoqiang was actually surrounded by that group of geese. I saw a group of geese being driven away by Wang Baoqiang in the way of driving cows, and then they immediately surrounded towards him, and a big flat beak went to peck Wang Baoqiang's knees, sleeves, and even his lifeblood. You know, it hurts like hell for a goose to give you just a peck, let alone in a place like that. Anxious Wang Baoqiang, that is directly a big mouth called the past, but also did not forget to scold, crouch, you this goose. Bite me what? What are you biting me for? However, this hit, the goose more angry, bared a large wing, gaga towards Wang Baoqiang launched a more violent attack, biting Wang Baoqiang wailing, but also favor that the other side cannot do anything about it. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but want to maneuver the Source Extreme Star to rush over and directly scare off the flock of geese, but it was never expected. Wang Baoqiang was so angry that he directly grabbed the goose and bit it into his mouth as well. Crap, is this the real-life version of an eye for an eye? Lin Bei was instantly surprised. At the same time, he also rushed to check the pop-up screen, fearing that there would be some kind of animal protectionist pushing lie and making some kind of moral condemnation. However, live audience pop-ups, surprisingly consistent, all great joy. Nice bite, what a relief to avenge my childhood. I was chased by a duck when I was a kid and it bit me. It was purple and black. It pissed me off so much I beat it to death with a stick right then and there. But now I think it's time to bite back with my mouth as well. And the little girl biting the dog that I saw on the video I swiped earlier. Really, people can do anything when they're pissed off. And an eye for an eye is the best way to relieve your anger. I'm sure Wang Baoqiang's heart at that time must have been, just you grow a mouth, I'll bite you to death. See this. It took Lin Bei a moment to realize that so many people had been oohed and awed by the big white goose at the entrance to the village as children. However, Wang Baoqiang is a very straightforward person, so it would have been quite a show if he had stayed. As thought, Lin Bei still decided to continue to keep Wang Baoqiang, and at that moment, he maneuvered the Source Extreme Star and charged straight over. Drip drip dash. After a blast of honking, the geese were all scared off, and Paul Wong still caught a goose? Seeing this, Lin Bei hurriedly shouted, Hey Wang Baoqiang, let that goose go, when will injustice end? Hearing Lin Bei's words, Wang Baoqiang then threw away the goose and ran to say aggressively, I understand this reasoning, but people don't offend me. I don't offend people. If people offend me, don't say just people. Even the goose I won't let go. Nice one even for the goose. Then what if there is a day when the eagle sauce commits a crime against my huaxia? Lin Bei asked again with interest. Wang Baoqiang almost blurted out, then I'll bite the eagle sauce as well. And if it's bad, the big deal is that I'll just cook it and eat it. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Lin Bei sniffed and was immediately amused by his straightforward character, and then suddenly thought of something, and immediately pursued. It's really a pity that you, who are possessed by a bad god and have bad luck, don't go to be an ambassador to a foreign country. Can be an ambassador to a foreign country? Hey, big brother, don't tease me. At this time, Su Shanjian, who was on the side, buried the question. Wang Baoqiang, however, didn't take it seriously and asked Lin Bei with an excited face, with a cultural level like mine, I can also be an ambassador to a foreign country? Lin Bei stroked his chin, and in his mind, he also began to be calculating. After he cooperated with the state later, that status naturally rose, and Wang Baoqiang, being a bad god physique, placed in the country, or around, it was all bad luck. Now it's still just an individual. So what if it represents the country and is put abroad as a foreign ambassador in the capacity of a country? Hiss. I'm afraid it's become a karmic weapon that's more powerful than a nuclear bomb. Lin Bei decided right then. If you want to be one, I still have a way to help you, but you'll have to listen to me when the time comes. You can't mess around. If it's possible, then I, Wang Baoqiang, am willing to follow you. From now on, you are my boss. Wang Baoqiang happily patted his chest and said. Lin Bei also smiled faintly and waved his hand. Get in the car. Yes. Wang Baoqiang boarded the car. The viewers of the live broadcast, on the other hand, were thoroughly excited. Crap, is the anchor so bullish now? Even diplomatic ambassadors can get their hands on it at will. Bull of bulls. Is there supposed to be a conditional equivalency exchange? I'm not sure, but I think it's a good idea to have someone with a bad body and bad luck to be a diplomatic ambassador. Ha ha ha, that picture is simply unimaginable. Do you guys think that if we send Wang Baoqiang out on a small mission, the Fuji volcano, which has been stabilized for 1,000 years, is going to erupt right away? Crouch. Crikey 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 crikey. It's kind of fun. So if it was sent to Eagle Jam, would it cause the Statue of Liberty, the symbol of freedom, to simply collapse and the White House to be crushed by an even more heavenly meteorite? Ha 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 ha. That scene, think about it, all feel good. And only Wang Baoqiang to foreign countries to go so round. I Planted Flowers family will be directly the world's first. The pop-ups were a hoot. And on Lin Bei's side, it was time to start showing real maneuvers. The first thing to do is to wait for Wang Pekun to get into the car. And once he was in the car, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, boss, you're going to the imperial capital too, but now you have to take a detour. You're not too late, are you? On the side of Su Shanxian also began to care about upset, from our current location to the imperial capital, still need 700 kilometers. Even if the high-speed rail 300 kilometers/h speed, that is also to 19 hours. If it is to supercar speed, estimates that it is also 30 hours to start. And the road also have to refueling, traffic jams, slowing down, and so on. Big brother, it should be too late, right? I don't think so. Actually, the average person who drove more than 1,000 kilometers to the imperial capital would not be able to get there without 3 or 4 days, while the two of them were delayed by only 1 or 2 hours. But, Lin Bei is going to see Shin Yuchu tonight. That's all agreed upon. If it was just at the speed of the high-speed train, hey, that would naturally release Shin Yuchu. But don't forget, we're now driving the Genji Star, a mecha racer that's more powerful than a small yellow car. If we go by your time, it's definitely too late, because I need to get to the imperial capital before the sun sets. Hey, I've always met the needs of my passengers before, but this time, I think I'll need your cooperation to meet my needs, Lin Bei said indifferently, and Wang Baoqiang was instantly confused. No, boss, no matter how fast your race car is, even if it's an airplane, then it's impossible to arrive at the imperial capital before dark. It's simply impossible to accomplish that. Reacted Su Shanxian directly begged, big brother, you listen to me. I know your car skills are very good. The car is also very good. But we cannot drag race not? My wife wants to divorce me. I have a 8-year-old daughter. I do not want my daughter from childhood single parent still no father. Aha. Lin Bei wanted to reject it outright. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The refined Su Shanxian saw through Lin Bei's thoughts on the spot and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and choked. Brother, please, look, I'm talking to my daughter right now. She has a children's phone and can video. Dodo, look, connected. Brother, look at my daughter. She's so cute. Can we stop racing, please? Daddy, my fingers hurt. Daddy, who is this handsome brother? At this time, a little girl's voice came from the video phone, but it was actually weak. Lin Bei followed the voice. Found this little girl quite cute. It's why her finger is so swollen. Little sister, can you let brother take a look at your hands? Lin Bei curiously said. Good, the little girl said good-naturedly. He then showed Lin Bei his 10 fingers. Lin Bei took a look. That's straight up great guy. All as big as carrots and all chewed bald. Wow, fun. And it looks like this little sister looks hot and sweaty. Wait, it's not a high fever, is it? Lin Bei was shocked in his heart. With him in the same shock, there is also a Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding who was watching the live broadcast. According to his medical experience and judgment, he could tell at a glance that the little girl had osteomyelitis. It was an oral bacterial infection triggered by gnawing on her fingers, which had already deeply eroded into the bone marrow of her fingers before they swelled up, and she was still running a high fever. If not treated in time, it is very likely to die immediately. Ding is about to apply to link up with Lin Bei. However, he suddenly recalled that Lin Bei seemed to have turned off the connecting microphone function. Then charge up and get red screen credits. When are you going to shut down the Kryptonite channel as well? What the hell kind of netherworld asphyxiation operation is this? With no other choice, Ding could only keep brushing in the pop-up screen. I'm Chinese medicine anchor Ding. That little girl has osteomyelitis and is in danger. Please help convey this to the anchor immediately. Human life is at stake. Please do help me brush it up. After the pop-ups went out. At first, no one was paying attention. They were curious. Who is this Ding? A Chinese medicine anchor? Is there a Chinese medicine practitioner who is also an anchor? The good thing is that Lin Bei's current live streaming viewing audience is wide enough. It was quickly recognized. Chinese medicine anchor Ding? Crap, is that the same Xiao Ding who accidentally broke into a street test program? Encountered a staff member who pretended to have been killed by mistake, and then pulled off all sorts of miraculous tricks? No way, I watched that program too. That Ding knows the Ghost Gate 13 needles. That's a magical needle technique that can even be surpassed by top modern technological devices. I remember that not only the hosts, passers-by, and viewers were shocked, but even famous Chinese medicine practitioners and directors of top hospitals were shaken. If his identity is true, then he said this little girl has osteomyelitis. Crap, I took another look at this little girl and it looks like there's something really wrong with her. Is a swollen finger osteomyelitis? I don't know, but it's obvious the little girl is sick. Let's hurry up and do something about it, crikey. But now all methods of contacting methods are shut down. How about we brush up together? Yes. Swipe. One time. Almost a full screen was brushed with the words of Chinese medicine anchor Ding. It was a pity that Lin Bei didn't notice. Well, luckily for us, the teaser sound backstage officials took notice. General manager, something bad is happening. Quickly look at the swipe of the Car Gods live broadcast. That little girl's life is in danger. Live streaming operations staff Xiao Jiang rushed to break into the office of General Manager Wang Jianming said. Wang Jianming, on the other hand, was so angry that he directly slapped the table and scolded, "Why are you talking to me? Hurry up and talk to the programmer to let him forcefully unlock Lin Bei's live streaming room's closed mic button." Yes, this will be done. Xiao Gang's heart branch trembled as he hurriedly ran away. A few minutes later, Lin Bei was observing the little girl's condition. Suddenly, I heard another person's voice coming from my cell phone. Lin Bei couldn't help but stare. Didn't we close the mic? Car God anchor, hello? I am Chinese medicine anchor Ding. I have something very important to tell you. The little girl you are now videoing her. Osteomyelitis attack. Now the high temperature does not decrease. Need to be immediately sent to the hospital for treatment. At this point, Ding Lianmai said in the fastest possible voice. And the people in the car were stunned at the news. Especially Su Shanqian, who was the father of the little girl, was directly shocked and confused. What did you say? How could my daughter have osteomyelitis? Don't you talk nonsense. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Su Shan scrambled over Lin Bei's live cell phone, and then rushed at that Chinese medicine anchor shouting angrily. It was just that Lin Bei was watching from the sidelines and noticed that his eyes reddened all of a sudden. Is this perhaps the truest first reaction of a father when he sees his daughter's life in danger? Fear, anger, a fundamental unwillingness to believe, instinctive resistance, instinctive mood swings. Elder brother Su, he is a doctor. If you believe in his professionalism, you can also see for yourself what your daughter looks like now. Time is really running out. Lin Bei mediated from there. Only then did Su Shanqian hastily retrieve his own cell phone, and seeing his daughter in the video, tears, all of a sudden, welled up. Dad, you don't cry. Didn't you always tell me that men don't cry, but girls can? Dad, you overstepped your authority. Oh, Dad, you don't cry anymore, okay? I'm so scared. Video phone that end. The little girl felt the sadness of Su Shanqian emotion. A time actually inexplicably feel panic. No good. The patient already has a high fever and the inflammation is deep in the bone marrow. And now that the mood swings are so great, it will lead to a churning of qi and blood all over the body, which will further aggravate the condition. Judging by my experience, the best time to resuscitate a patient is less than 2 hours. And if you can't go to the best Concord hospital in the imperial capital, just rely on the nearest hospital. I'm afraid there's nothing you can do. It's just a pity that even though I'm in the imperial capital right now, I'm a human being in the suburbs. It's also simply too late. At this point, Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding pounded the table with righteous indignation. His stating of the obvious instantly caused everyone to panic. Concord Hospital? That's the best hospital in our China. If Concordia said there's no way, then there's no need to transfer her to the hospital. Is the little girl's condition actually this serious? Crap. What the hell? Not so much, but now it's so far away from Concord Hospital. Contacting it must waste time. And also call 120. And also save treatment. This is afraid that it's simply too late. Ah, heavens, this is really a living human life. Hey, it's just a pity that reality is reality. There won't be any flying thunder god, and teleportation arrays at all. Or else it must have been too late. One time, the little girl's condition touches everyone's heart. Seeing this, Lin Bei could only take a deep breath and said with determination, all of you pull yourself together. Elder brother Su, elder brother Wang, all of you sit down for me. However, Su Shanqian, however, was in the midst of great grief, unable to listen to Lin Bei's words at all, only feeling pain, heartbreaking pain, crying, just want a ball. Wang Baoqiang in a hurry, can only be a big mouth snap pumped over. Boss, you wake up, ah, your own daughter is now dying. You do not seize the time to rush to the rescue. You stay here to cry what a loser it. After saying that, Wang Baoqian wanted another handful of mouths to whip away. Su Shanqian was beaten sharply, and at that moment, he directly and violently pushed away. Wang Baoqian roared, but I'm too late now even if I want to think of a way out. The reason why I don't divorce is because my daughter is still young. Only 8 years old. She can't live without me as her father. But now, it's all over. She's leaving, and I don't have to go to the imperial capital. Divorce is divorce. I look down. Really, but my heart hurts. Hey, there's one to say. Lin Bei still couldn't help but sigh when he saw Su Shanxiang's mind blow up. But how do you know he'll die before he even starts his mecha racer? We're driving the Genji Star. Wang Baoqiang, immediately immobilize Su Shanqian for me and fasten your seatbelt. I'm going to turn on the supersonic flight mode next. Don't knock me out in midair. Lin Bei drank. It didn't matter if it was 3, 7, 22 at the moment. Press the red button directly. Whoa! Moment. The engine of the Genji Star erupted with a loud roar. The voice. It's as big as a turbine engine in a treadmill airplane. Wang Baoqiang, who had only taken an airplane for the first time, was immediately confused. You, a supercar and an Autobot, even if you're good, you can't make as much noise as an airplane engine, can you? But the truth was that the Source Extreme Star controlled by Lin Bei not only issued, but also ejected a blue-purple flame that was tens of meters long. Meanwhile, the speed on the dial kept climbing. 100 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 500 kilometers per hour, 1000 kilometers per hour. When the speed reached 1,000 kilometers per hour, only to see the source pole star has been the entire ground with the wheels planing through a huge crater, and then woo sound of flying. It came to 500 meters in a flash. In a few breaths, it came to another 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, ascend to 10,000 meters. Within a few short minutes, the source pole star flew directly to a height of 10,000 meters. The moment the clouds were broken open, the scene in front of him instantly became like a dream. Overhead was the huge blinding sun without any cover, and the periphery looking around was endless white clouds, already truly blue sky. It was like a vast immortal palace. The moment, almost everyone was stunned. They were also shocked to find a fighter jet flying alongside them, especially when they looked to the right of the source pole star. That gray paint, like a sword-like figure, the mighty and domineering duck wings, and the two sides of the jet layer that symbolizes the sonic boom, is not exactly my China's great country's heavy weapon J-20? Crap. Holy shit. I just watched a live stream and I actually lit up. That's China's great weapon. The J-20. How could we need it like this? The car god is true to his word. When he comes across someone in need of help, he is really on it. And it's still the kind that defies all consequences and rushes straight up to 10,000 meters in the air to stand shoulder to shoulder with the J-20. 2-6. I wonder if that pilot would be confused to see a flying race car alongside him. Ha 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 ha. I can even think of that image crouching. Wait, do you guys think the J-20 will shoot down Chashin as a UFO? Crikey, 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 you don't say. It's really possible. Doesn't that mean the anchor and his party are in danger? Don't be ridiculous. If the anchor is shot down or banished, won't the little girl be finished too? At once, the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were in the middle of a panic, especially when they know they can't reach anyone in the military at all. More anxiety. This This is like taking a life to save a life. And at this time, 10,000 meters above the sky, the ace pilot Xiao Jun, who was on a mission to escort the chief's military aircraft, was originally on standby. Because even though it's in your own territory, it's still not something to be taken lightly. However, he was never expecting it. This 10,000 meters in the air. There will actually be a sci-fi racing car with him? For a moment, Jun's entire body froze, but reacting, he made many more judgments on the spot. Hawk Jam's high-tech martial arts? The latest model of supersonic cruise missile? Alien invasion? One moment. A million absurd yet seemingly reasonable explanations flashed through his mind. But ultimately, he's up to the tower to decide. Reporting to tower. This is 0747. On my left flank, flying race car has appeared at high speed and in parallel, requesting simultaneous satellite and radar lock. Do you have a kill or eviction please? Tower copy. Tower. Flying race cars that are traveling at high speeds? Or are they traveling side by side? The moment the message was received, the tower was also confused. Especially after locking on with satellite and radar synchronization. It's even more confusing, because of the satellite image, only to see a racing car, actually can fly up to 10,000 meters in the air, but also fucking with the J-20 shoulder to shoulder? You know, the speed of the J-20 is traveling supersonic at the moment. How can you really keep up with such a small car? It's just that it can fly up to 10,000 meters in the air is also very mysterious. Okay, and it's a situation that they haven't encountered. 0747. This is the tower. Please attempt to make contact with the target craft. The tower will notify the head military aircraft to make the transfer and follow up with reinforcements. And your immediate task is to keep an eye on the target craft. Over. 0747 copy. Over. Chief. This is the tower. Now your military aircraft left wing appeared a race car-shaped unidentified craft. Has been arranged to divert the route. The craft broke in very suddenly, but also the chief instructions. In the meantime, Su Yun, commander of the Central Military Region, who was traveling on the military aircraft Yun-20, heard the message from the tower. The whole thing instantly froze as well. What the hell? Unidentified flying machine? And fly 10,000 meters up in the air, shoulder to shoulder with military planes? And so on. Crap. What the hell? I'm not blind. Am I? I actually saw a race car, side by side with the J-20? Really? This is totally unscientific. The car is so small. How can it have so much power? Even if it had power, at 10,000 meters, the person would die from the bumps. How could it stay so stable? Crap, it's actually real. Wait a minute. Isn't that one of the skins from whatever game my grandson's favorite is? Yes. Button flyer? We're not supposed to be dislocated from a parallel dimension, are we? Or is it an alien invasion? No. I thought it was Lin Bei's little yellow car. But you told me it was a race car? Can it be that another super genius similar to Lin Bei has appeared? Or is this racing car also Lin Bei's? Is it his again? Crap, it can't be true. At this point, the sudden flying race car caused a commotion among the accompanying academicians of the Longku Academy. They had originally followed along to Mountain City from the imperial capital, but since Lin Bei was going from Mountain City to the imperial capital, they had to return to the imperial capital on a military airplane once again. But I never thought that I would meet a mecha car in the middle of the road? Simply living hell. And Suyin looked over and realized that these lovely academicians, at the moment, were surrounding the window as if they were small children to spectate, thanks to the fact that this was airflow leveling airspace. Otherwise a tumble might have taken away several academicians. However, is this flying racer Lin Bei's or not? It's confirmed. This flying race car is Lin Bei's. You guys look at the live broadcast of the teaser. From among the images, you can even see the accompanying J2-0. At this point, Li Chang'an, the dean of Longka Academy, raised his cell phone in excitement and said, he was now exhilarated to the core, because he had never expected that Lin Bei had not only built a mecha supercar, but now he had even built a supersonic mecha racing car. It was simply a wizard of the ages. Such a demonic talent. Even if he were to jerk him, the dean, to Lin Bei, then he would still be willing. China now needs a genius like Lin Bei to lead the nation's scientific research frenzy, to bring China back to the top of the world. Just, after the crowd watched the live broadcast, this reaction, it seems that there are a billion points are not right. This little girl is too sick, isn't she? It's deep into her bones. Poor thing. If I saw that my granddaughter had osteomyelitis too, I'd probably break down on the spot too. AI. Being old means you can't see life and death. But Lin Fan was willing to go out of his way to save the little girl's life, even to the extent of breaking into a military airway. so Commander Su would have netted a favor if he knew about it, right? It's necessary to cast a net over them. Isn't it their vocation as soldiers to protect people's lives and property? Would the military cause the death of the people for the sake of iron discipline? Hear the academicians talk. Not only did Li Chang'an freeze, even Su Yun froze. What the hell is going on here? Why the net? And what about the little girl? Su Yun opened his phone right then and there and went to check the hot list. As expected, a feature titled Not a Doctor, but a Race Against Death appeared in the top position. Click in and take a look. After browsing for a full couple dozen seconds, it was only then that Su Yun realized that the truth was that Lin Bei had gone out of his way to put on flight mode in order to save a little girl with spondylitis. Such a chivalrous heart is really touching. Besides, it is the love between the people and the army. When the people are in trouble, how can they, the soldiers, sit back and do nothing? Present. Su Yun then made a decision and said, Tower, listen to my order. Immediately let the J-20 escort the mecha flying car. Immediately let the Central Military Region open the Imperial Capital Air Defense Identification Zone. Immediately let the Cybersecurity Army provide real-time assistance. And make sure to achieve precise positioning of the destination and target population. Precise navigation. And pass the data to the mecha flying car at the first time. The order was given. The entire Central Military Region hub is up and running. 3 random military helicopter gunships departed from the Central Military Region. One headed to the Imperial Capital to pick up the little girl. One headed to the outskirts of the city to pick up Chinese medicine anchor Xiaoding. And one was dispatched directly to the Imperial Capital Concord Hospital. And in the meantime, Lin Bei was on the Source Polestar when he suddenly received a message of assistance from the military. The above not only provides the precise location of the little girl, but also provides the location of the satellite real-time screen of the Chinese medicine anchor Ding, and even sent a helicopter to pick up and send Ding to the Concordia Hospital. Lin Bei was instantly delighted, and immediately rushed Su Shanqian behind him and said, Elder brother Su, did you see that? Now even the military, even the state has begun to help you. What reason do you have to lose heart? It's not just the country. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the broadcast room are also helping you. Do you still want to watch your daughter die because of your incompetence and demoralization? This bellowing, it awakened Su Shanqian, who was immersed in great grief. Just, national support and billions of viewers praying. Is this really possible? Hey, Mr. Su, look at your phone. The screen full of pop-ups are all blessing ah. At this time, Wang Baoqiang reached over his cell phone and said in surprise. Su Shanqian but subconsciously covered the face as still hot and painful, and so reacted to not whip him. Immediately took over the phone to see. Up there, a screen full of pop-ups. All of them are blessing his daughter to survive. He must also be strong. Inside the picture, it's also the exact same picture of the car. So everything was live? But there's no camera in the car, either? And that damn weightlessness just now. It can't really be flying up in the sky, can it? Su Shanqian struggled to get up and look out the window, but found a white cloud blue sky. Really fly up to the sky? Shoo! That's when a behemoth came into view. Wang Baoqiang was stunned. Hey, Mr. Su, I saw this J-20, is it here to escort? Hearing Wang Baoqiang's words, Su Shanqian's first reaction was disbelief. After all, a fighter jet is escorting you? How is that possible? Hello Lin Bei. This is Ace Pilot Xiao Jun of J-20-0747. Instructed by my superiors, I will escort you at all times on your next journey. At that moment, this voice came over the radio. Almost instantly, Su Shanqian's eyes widened, and the audience in the live broadcast room all boiled at this moment. Crap, 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 crap. What kind of fantasy linkage is this? Manhwa's great power weapon and Lin Bei's mecha flying car escorting a little girl together? Ooh, I'm really crying. This is also born in our flower planting family. If this were any other country, the emergence of the mecha flying car is afraid of not want to be directly for themselves, or simply killed, or directly forced to land. Really, billions of people are praying. Even the state has stepped in to rescue them. This race against death. The anchor must win. And that uncle, you're the father of a little girl. You must pull yourself together. Let's cheer for the anchor, for the uncle, and for the little girl. Go for it, go for it. See the encouragement on the air. Su Shanqian was once again in tears, but this time it wasn't tears of sadness, it was tears of emotion. Because there are so many people blessing and supporting, let him really feel what is the true love on earth. And for the sake of his daughter and the support of so many people, he, Su Shanqian, must be strong. Big brother, this time I'm calling you big brother from the bottom of my heart. Please, it must be faster, faster. I must save my daughter ah, I beg you. Su Shanqian's tears and snot flowed together, but he still had to roar defiantly. Lin Bei sniffed. That's the worst way to suffer this feeling of getting sand in your eyes. right now since the state also supports it. The shipping lanes are open, too, and the identification zones are open. What are you waiting for? Just go for it. Sit down, all of you. Now, I'm going to start going full speed ahead, Lin Bei said, directly, without lowering his head. With his eyes still looking forward, he used his hand and went to press another white button. Boom! Moment. 10,000 meters above the ground. Genji Star Super ECU mode startup. The engine exploded. The speed of the source pole star was actually soaring crazily. 1,300 kilometers per hour. 1,500 kilometers per hour. 2,000 kilometers per hour. 3,000 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, it just directly overtook the J-20 traveling at double the speed of sound. Ace Pilot Jr. was confused. It's amazing how fast this little flying race car is, but you have to know that the speed of the J-20, that's not a vegetarian. Woohoo! At that moment, the snare pushes the accelerator lever. The J-20 speed is also soaring. 1,500 kilometers per hour. 2,000 kilometers per hour. 2,500 kilometers per hour. 3,000 kilometers per hour. You should know that the speed of sound is equal to 1,244 kilometers per hour, which is also equal to Mach 1. The limit speed of the J-20 is Mach 2,83000 kilometers per hour, which has already reached the limit speed of the J-20. Any faster and even Xiao Jun, who was an ace pilot, wouldn't be able to maneuver properly. But Lin Bei, at this moment, he was maneuvering the origin polarity star. The speed was still soaring. In the blink of an eye, it actually reached 4,000 kilometers per hour, 5,000 kilometers per hour. The moment, not only is the ace pilot Xiao Jun stunned, even the academicians of the Dragon Science Academy, the generals of the Central Military Region, and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them are nymphetically stunned. Holy shit, yeah, the anchors are too fast, aren't they? I see the speeds on that dial are reaching 6,000 kilometers per hour. With a swoosh and an acceleration, the J2-0 was left a good distance directly behind. Crap, 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 2-0. It's too explosive. Never in a million years did I expect to witness yet another famous scene today. This anchor can place. Every famous scene is to take the official as a backdrop, but also all chivalry. I really see now only feel scalp numb. At this rate, I guess it won't take long to reach the imperial capital. Great. This time, the little girl can really be saved. Inside the live feed, the audio-visual sensations of hundreds of millions of viewers exploded straight away. Plus again, it was a cinematic live feed, and there were quite a few people recording the screen. The recorded videos all don't even need to add BGM. They're shown directly acoustic, and they all lead to direct cranial orgasms for everyone who watches them. Not to mention the Long Yuan and Central Military Region crowds who witnessed it all and were on board the Cargo 20 military aircraft. But they were, at the moment, clearly panicked. Panicked, because the average normal person can carry a gravity acceleration of only 3 to 5 g, while trained pilots can reach up to 10 g, but that's still with special protection, and with a speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour. Even if you take out the atmospheric pressure, air humidity, and other influencing factors, that neutral acceleration is definitely greater than 10 Gs. Let's hope that Lin Bei's black technology can be a little bit more black and can subtract the acceleration of gravity as much as possible. Hey, Lin Bei may be fine, but I'm worried about those two passengers in the back. I'm afraid they're going to suffer. But for today's solution, we can only take one step at a time. One time, the crowd of academicians actually found out. Despite their own learning, they were still helpless in the face of this extreme situation. At this point, on the Genji Star, traveling at hypersonic speeds approaching 6 times the speed of sound, the temperature of the exterior of the mecha speedster had risen dramatically. And because of the violent friction with the molecules in the air, it had resulted in the appearance of very beautiful aurora borealis streaks. It was also at this point that the crowd realized the reason why the source pole star could be named in such a way. And it turned out that it was truly shining like a shooting star aurora borealis. It's also a churlish lifeline. Look, that's the Great Wall. Bah, that's the Forbidden City. I see the Forbidden City. At this time, Wang Baoqiang in the car exclaimed. Su Shanxian was instantly excited and climbed out of the car window to look. That 600 years of the Forbidden City actually appeared in front of the eyes. Magnificent, spectacular, magnificent and neat, solemn, yet lively. Ditto, we're in the imperial capital. Great. Su Shanxiang cheered loudly, just like a child. Lin Bei, on the other hand, had no time to enjoy the beautiful scenery in front of him at the moment, because the Aurora Star Chain Neural Link system is activated. Although the direct human vehicle integration with the source polar star ensured absolutely perfect control of the source polar star at supersonic speeds, it was extremely energy consuming. he still had to be in high spirits to meet Xing Yuchu, so everything had to be tight. Go on, drive, go on, fly. Lin Bei maneuvered the Source Extreme Star, and at that moment, he directly surpassed the military helicopter gunship, and based on the positioning, he directly received the little girl. When he saw his daughter on the car, Su Shanxian's tears once again came like a tidal wave. To make room, Wang Baoqiang got out of the car. Reroute to Concord Hospital. Let the father and daughter of Su Shanxiang get off. Finally, we'll pick up Ding, the Chinese medicine anchor, and take him to Concordia Hospital. After doing this, Lin Bei still didn't dare to slack off, because at the moment, the little girl has to undergo final treatment to determine if she is safe. Not good. The patient is already weak. The patient's body was so edematous and hot that it was impossible to tie in a blood vessel. If we can't get nutritional fluids in, what will the patient fight with? Oops, the patient's condition has worsened, and the damage to the area of that finger bone is so severe that I'm afraid I'm going to have to amputate. Inside Concord Hospital, a group of doctors were surrounding the little girl in an organized procedure, but the condition is so serious that even they are under pressure, because one slip could have resulted in the loss of this young life. And off the operating table, Su Shanqian is frantically calling his wife, but her phone never gets through. He looked at the operating room, where a group of doctors were frowning and discussing intensely. How could he not realize that this condition was tricky for them? Almost instantly, Su Shanxiang then fell into despair, but just then, a young man in a white coat was seen rushing in, grabbing a set of needle capsules. Wang Baoqiang subconsciously tried to block it, but because of his bad luck, he accidentally slipped and fell on the ground, and also bumped into Su Shanqian. The young man is actually Ding, the Chinese medicine anchor. He came to save the little girl. Right now the situation is urgent. He would have liked to directly knock out the two people in front of him, but did not expect them to actually put themselves down. Ah, it hurts. Me, I'm in so much pain. Me, am I dying? I want to see my dad. I miss my dad. Oh, at this point, the sound of a little girl crying came from inside the operating table. Xiao Ding's heart tightened and he bellowed, "Time is running out. I'm sorry." Then it kicked the door to the operating table open. Bang! Those doctors are freaking out. However, Xiao Ding was oblivious to the crowd's obstruction and directly executed the Ghost Gate 13 needles. A few golden needles went down. The little girl got surprisingly better. This is a real miracle, doctor. Great! The little girl is saved. At once, all hearts were centered on hope, and they all began to labor and get busy. After more than an hour of rescue, finally, the little girl was saved. This time, almost everyone's hanging heart fell. Chinese medicine anchor Ding's medical skills are truly divine. I didn't realize that all of us guys working together had actually managed to save a life. But if we didn't have the mecha flying car of the car god Lin Bei, I'm afraid we'd really be too late this time. Yes, that's right. Lin Bei is the true god of motoring. He should be the idol of all of us. On the web, almost everyone praised everyone in Lin Bei. And this deed soon spread so widely that even the National Daily openly praised Lin Bei as a true national car god. And after that incident, Ami, the newest editor of the National Journal, the first thing that came to my attention was this. She was a fan of Lin Bei herself. Being a media person again, naturally, I developed a keen sense of smell and a solid foundation during my school years. At this moment, when he saw that Lin Bei had first tried to save a pregnant woman, and now he was risking his life twice in order to save a little girl suffering from osteomyelitis, he was doubly admired in his heart for going out of his way to save people. Shouldn't such heroes, such self-sacrificing ethos, be applauded? Ami thought as such in her heart, and also said as such to the chief editor Xing in front of her. Actually, when Ah Cheng heard Ami's description, he was also very appreciative of this Lin Bei in his heart, but as editor-in-chief, he had principles he had to live by. So, Sung replied like this, Ami, for good deeds, we at the National Daily will definitely praise them, because we are the newspaper that speaks for the nation. What the people of the country prefer, we praise. What the people of the country loathe, we criticize. But we are the media. We can't just pander to the tastes of the people of the country and disregard the facts, disregard the truth, or even turn black and white upside down. Of course, I'm not saying that the incident of Lin Bei's flying car to save a man's life is a fake. Rather, I'm saying that we at the National Daily, as the mainstream authoritative media in the country, need to maintain absolute authority in addition to being objective and mainstream. This authority tells us that what we report, what we communicate to society, must be correct and cannot be wrong. So for the Lin Bei incident, why don't we wait for a few days and see if there is any reversal? And if not, we will praise it. If there is, I will analyze it rationally and judge it. That way, it's a done deal. What Xing said, how could Ami not know? But that's what gives those media outlets that love headline parties all kinds of marketing numbers for eyeballs, room to run rampant. But the development of mass media such as newspapers and magazines has never been able to be both fast and authoritative at the same time. And it has always been the case that there is first a gossip and then an official statement, while the national daily news, which is a national 1-2 punch, is often the last to speak. It's normal, but it's just a shame that it's such a big event, a shame that it's a chance to help out the idol. Lin Bei. Hey, okay, editor-in-chief, I got it, Ami said as such. Then he turned and prepared to leave, but it was never expected. It had only been a few minutes at the workstation. The editor-in-chief, Achieve, called her into his office again. What's up, editor-in-chief? Ahem, within a. That report of yours give me a review and embellishment. We will immediately send. Editor-in-chief, didn't we say we wanted to be objective and authoritative and then not post it? Ami's entire body froze. Instead, Shing urged, of course we have to be objective. We're not authoritative enough. Aren't we authoritative enough from above? Hurry up, the faster the better. But don't give me any mistakes. Above? Ami's mind suddenly exclaimed crap. It looks like it's right. The car god anchor really has cooperation with the country. It's the country that's going to start holding up Lin Bei. Moreover, how long has this incident appeared? Just directly reported the order 1 level to the editor-in-chief. It can't be that the commander of the military region directly overstepped the order, right? It's entirely possible. How could one not love such a handsome, powerful and background Lin Bei? No. He already had a beloved one. How could he not find ways to get him more fame? Yay, great. Wait for me, editor-in-chief. I'll send you the manuscript right away, Ami said in surprise, then immediately began working with the editor-in-chief. Son, half an hour later, an article in the National Daily, the newly promoted car god Lin Bei brings a light of humanity to contemporary society, was issued, immediately sensationalizing the entire Chinese internet. The reason is simple. Lin Bei's desperate drive to save the little girl with osteomyelitis is truly commendable, but it's surprising that the National Journal, the most authoritative media outlet in the country, chose to be the first to fully praise it. Look at the wording. Had to use an unexposed experimental device to save pregnant women and little girls. A teenage genius who has long cooperated with the state. Grew up under the national flag, basking in the glory of the martyrs who came before him. Being of good character and style, filial piety and obedience to parents, patriotism and dedication, honesty and friendliness, was almost a complete copy of the core values. That's the kind of comment that is used above the most awesome one in that position. That's pretty reasonable, and it was given a direct rating, the newest car god. That means it's authorized by the state itself. It follows from this. Lin Bei's failure in the college entrance examination may have been intentional, because such a person does not need the college entrance examination at all. It is only now that the incident has come to light that the country has no choice but to decide to make it public, which means that the country is all set to act as a backdrop and go to the back of Lin Bei. Who dares to mess with such a great man? And so it was, almost overnight. All kinds of rumors, so-called secrets, rare truths and so on about Lin Bei on the Chinese internet have all disappeared. Those paparazzi, marketing numbers, and self-publishing media are even more afraid to tarnish half a word of Lin Bei at all, because if they dare, the state will dare to screw the platforms, and the platforms will screw them, and the happiest ones are also Lin Bei's fans, who don't think as much as these people who have a heart. They will simply be excited, happy and inspired by the fact that their idol has been praised by the country. Breaking news, Teaser Sound has officially certified the anchor as a car god. This time, the anchor is the real god of cars, not the god of cars as we fans call him. Lin Bei's first fan, Xiao Shuai, as it were, posted in the support group. Immediately, it drew an overwhelming response from a host of fans. Funeral anchor Xiao Mei, still shouting anchor Do we have to change our name to car god? Or just call North brother? Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding, yes. We should be more cordial and just call Brother Bei. Let's congratulate Brother North for earning the nationally certified title of Car God today. Operation Staff Xiao Zhang, celebrate North won the Car God. The official backstage staff of the Teasing Sound sent congratulatory messages, remarks, I'm the one who pushed the stream to North to make him completely on fire. This piece of news was sent out, and instantly many people became shocked, calling out Big Brother Bull 666. And when the license plate anchor Xiao Shang saw it, he was immediately unconvinced. To say that the police can find North, it's still because my ultra-high-speed camera captured it. However, it was never expected. He was immediately mobbed by everyone with this statement. So the culprit who got North criticized by the police was you. The crowd vociferated as it did. Unbeknownst to them, it was because of Xiao Shang's clues that the state so quickly identified the person who sent the email and drove the little yellow car as Lin Bei. and then successfully hooked up with him. And in the meantime, Lin Bei sighed. At this moment his heart pounding, because finally, he is going to see the high school flower Shin Yuchu, who has been away for more than a month. Outside the Imperial High-Speed Rail Station, people come and go here, and cab after cab or drop-off car leaves quickly after dropping off passengers, and the appearance of a cool race car attracted almost everyone's attention. However, most of them were people in a hurry and had no time to watch the live broadcast, so naturally they didn't notice what had just happened, and after a hurried glance, they left as well. Didn't she say she was going to wait here for me? Why? Haven't we seen anyone? It's not supposed to be a sneaky hideout, is it? Inside the Source Pole Star, Lin Bei looked around for the visitor, but he was bitterly disappointed not to see the one she was waiting for by appointment. But more than a month have waited before the system appeared. Even just expect to be able to have a memory of each other. This moment, wait a little longer. What is the harm? That seems to be the paraphrase of an old poem, doesn't it? If love lasts forever, how can it last forever and ever? Interesting. Ding dong. Detected that the host has completed the mission. System rating, perfect. System rewards are being distributed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Invincible Mini Potion *1. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a success rate card *1. At this point, the system's rewards crept in again. Lin Bei was idle. At that moment, he checked the system rewards. The first is the Invincibility Potion, which allows us to remain absolutely invincible for 1 minute. Whether it's cold weapons such as swords, guns, clubs, etc., or all kinds of natural disasters such as flying sand and stones, none of them can injure the user, even if it's a hot weapon. This thing, it's quite useful, though, it's a life-saving thing when it counts. Hey, then there's the success rate card, which when used allows you to see how successful a thing is. Simple and crude, but very buggy. Imagine if you use this to bet on which team will lose or win. It's a sure thing, and as long as the capital is enough, you can even make a big profit. It's just a shame that there's only one. If there were 100 or 80 of these, Lin Bei would definitely want to go to Austrian Island to play poker, and broadcast it live, the kind where sexy dealers deal cards online, from $30 to $20 million. Then the casino owner rips off the ticket and follows the hot gangsta girl for a night of passion. Dumb. Just when Lin Bei was about to fantasize about the critical moment, a sudden knock on the window. Lin Bei twisted his head in irritation. Ooh, I can't believe it's the Shin Yuchu we've been longing for. This face, it seems to have become tender and soft again. Lin Xiaobei student, you just must be thinking about shy things, right? Shin Yuchu said with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Bei vehemently denied. Not at all. And Shin Yuchu's smile grew even thicker. Then why are you blushing? Lin Bei was startled. Hastily, he touched his cheeks. And well, they were red. Ahem. The car. It's just hotter in the car. Lin Bei said slyly. Shin Yuchu immediately giggled. Lin Bei, on the other hand, is categorically not going to say that he blushed because he saw that Shin Yuchu looked good with her jellyfish head today. Besides, she came here today and was only in her school uniform and okay? Although the school uniform looks youthful and cute, but we are already adults. The excitement threshold is very high, right? Kaboku, won't you explain? At this time, Shin Yuchu asked again. Lin Bei scratched his head, puzzled. Explain what? It's your rental flying car, and this expensive-looking mecha racing car. You, in the end, how many other things are you hiding from me? Shin Yuchu suddenly said in a low mood. Lin Bei hurriedly set himself upright and rolled down the window, but after searching, he didn't know where to start. Right now, Shin Yuchu obviously just saw his live broadcast, or just knew about it from other ways, but we have not prepared mentally how to explain this. It is embarrassing. Well, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. In fact, your live broadcast I watched. You and the commander of the military region have come and gone. Inside the thing, involving state secrets, you cannot disclose. Although I want to know, but I will not go to ask. I'm just waiting for one day, when your things can be declassified. I want you to tell me in person. Okay, I'll wait for the day when your matter can be declassified. I want you to tell me personally, okay? At this point, Shin Yuchu placed her hand on the car window and rested her chin in again. A pair of moving eyes just stared at Lin Bei with a smile. Lin Bei felt the blazing gaze and once again shyly lowered her head. But gradually, when the rush to and fervor in his heart was suppressed, for a moment, Lin Bei also wanted to cry. Because really, it's really so rare to have such a girl, who believes in herself unconditionally and supports her unconditionally. How can he, Lin Bei, be so virtuous? Xiao Bei, why are you crying? You're a boy. Shin Yuchu reached over and wiped the corners of Lin Bei's eyes and said, And Linbei, somehow, actually ghostly grabbed Shinyochu's small hand. That moment, Linbei could feel an extremely obvious electric current flashing through his body. It's an electrifying sensation. It's just that it's a bit rude to grab someone's girl's hand out of the blue, isn't it? Nothing, I'm so happy to see you. Me, Linbei, who realized that he had lost his temper, hurriedly let go of Shinyochu's small hand. However, Shinyochu, in turn, directly grabbed Linbei's hand. The moment, Linbei's brain was confused. He had absolutely no idea why Shinyochu was grabbing his hand. Was this a confession? And Shinyochu's mind was also confused, because she grabbed it completely subconsciously, without even, at all, thinking about it. Inner, you grabbed my hand. I also grabbed your hand a little bit. You must not think too much. Shinyochu panicked and said. In fact, her little heart, at this moment, had already been fluttering about, and Linbei was no better. Stiffness, after a long stalemate, he was embarrassed and said, "Get in the car first. It's quite embarrassing to make you stand for so long." Yes, Shinyochu was also very quick to agree. Then, it sat on the passenger side, both hands between her thighs, looking restrained, a little bit of a tiny woman, a little bit of a bird in the hand. After a good half hour, it was as if the atmosphere had become not so sticky again. Shinyochu again drummed up the courage to say, "Xiao Bei, your co-pilot has done other girls?" Linbei thought for a moment and said, "No, there's only you. So, then can you promise that from now on, I'll always be the only girl in your co-pilot?" Perhaps afraid of Linbei's refusal, Shinyochu hastened to add, "If you promise, I can give you a surprise. A big surprise. Oh, but the premise is that you have to close your eyes, and if you close your eyes, it's the same as saying that it's your default. Oh, hear that?" Linbei immediately couldn't hold it. Close your eyes? It can't be that. Is going to give me my first kiss, right? Gulp. With the drool going down his throat, Linbei closed his eyes without any shame. Wait quietly for the surprise to come. And on Shinyochu's side, there was also a rustle sound. On first listen, I knew it was moving around. Is it to get up and kiss me? Well, looks like I can only kiss my face when I'm on my side. So what if I squared my body? Linbei instantly turned around and aimed his front at Shinyochu. That's also when, with a clatter, Shinyochu stopped moving. Hey, I guess I was scared and panicked by my sudden turnaround? Ha 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 ha. Of course, girls are still very shy. I will not move, quietly waiting for you to kiss me. But must be kissed on the mouth, but also the kind of silk, and the fruits are not. After a few moments, there's a little more movement on Shinyochu's side. Subsequently, Shinyochu's slightly shy voice was heard. Inside, you can open your eyes now. Hear that? Linbei Deng's person went numb. What? We haven't even kissed yet. Surprised? I'm surprised. My ass. Linbei resentfully opened his eyes and took a look. Good guy. That's straight up good guy. Only to see Shinyochu actually put her school uniform pants aside, revealing the black silk wrapped inside. Seeing this pair of black silk legs, staggering, bony and plump, long and beautiful, especially Shinyochu's shy little expression of refusal. Moment. Linbei's nose bled. Blood splattered 3 feet. He also went straight to Shinyochu's body. Xiao Bei, are you okay? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tempted to irritate you like that, Shinyochu said sadly, and hastily grabbed the school uniform pants again. Ran blocked in front of him. To this, Linbei naturally hastily shrugged it off. It's fine. It's not your problem. I'd say, if you can wear it, you can wear it more. Shinyochu sniffed, then cried and laughed. But more still pity. I gathered a lot of courage before I dared to wear it. But you looked all sprayed nosebleeds. I'm afraid that your body will be broken by me. Down with it? Can't wait to get better. What is the pleasure of King Zhou? What is the pleasure of a dim-witted king? That's the joy of a dim-witted king. I think that when Feng Xian my son was addicted to alcohol and wasting away, it was an outrage to quit drinking. I think back in the beginning, I Zhou Yuang that is the beacon fire play all the vassals, just to wrestle the red dust to ride consort smile ahem. I think the red dust ride is about Yang Guifei, isn't it? Whatever. Anyway, don't worry, my body is not going to collapse. The main thing is, I don't know if you know, that is to say, we boys, we just need to see more, in order to raise the threshold, or else we'll be very excited all the time. You understand, right? Linbei said sheepishly. He couldn't say that he hadn't had many girlfriends yet in his new life. Could he? And after Shinyochu hesitated and hesitated again and again, she even said with a small red face, my mom told me about this. That is, you boys this age, chi and blood is very vigorous. Also very churning. But that is to say, I don't know how to help you lower the fire. With the hands, to be honest, I am afraid of it, either. Or I close my eyes and use my feet? Nanny? Private lessons for mom? Reduce the fire? With your eyes closed? With your feet? Put. This time, Lin Bei's nosebleed went straight out 9 feet away. And he couldn't stop at all. And he almost didn't give Shin Yuchu a fright. But he was also so scared that he was on the verge of crying. Ahem. I'm going to get 2 ice creams. Wait for me. Go go go. There was no other way. Lin Bei could only find another way. Shin Yuchu was still very worried. Xiao Bei. 2. Pay attention to hygiene. Oh. Lin Bei Deng's person went numb. I'm really just going to get ice cream. Oh, okay. I still want strawberry pudding, just please. Oh, no problem. Shin Yuchu's pretty face flushed red and said. So did Lin Bei. But the good thing is that one is back. And one looks at the back in. The summer wind blowing not only the teenager, that restless heart of blood, and the young girl that can be pure and flawless heart of love and adoration. Come to the commissary. Lin Bei spent $3 and $5 to buy the most frequently eaten coleus, and another $35 to buy a strawberry pudding. Rub. When really, it's an ice cream assassin. Here, your strawberry pudding. Get back in the car. Lin Bei handed ice cream and said, thanks. Shin Yuchu took the ice cream and just held it in her mouth and happily ate it. Seeing this, Lin Bei followed suit and savored the ice cream. It would have to be physical cooling to say the least. Ice cream. Hey. Body temperature crunching down. And Shin Yuchu idle. But also the beauty of the brush up to tease the sound. Which does not brush, okay? A brush on the time, cackle cackle cackle, laugh non-stop. Simply cannot stop the kind of. Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder. What's so funny? Shin Yuchu hurriedly handed his cell phone to Lin Bei and said, look for yourself. Really? I'm laughing my ass off. This fellow student is really miserable. Steel marks on his face. Crying all afternoon. But I really want to laugh when I read it. And the comments are one excellent after another. Lin Bei had a black question mark face. What's there to cry about if you've got a steel stamp on your face? Isn't that normal? What's so funny? Then took the phone and looked at it. Nice guy. Lin Bei, that's straight up good guy. You just say the steel seal is correctly stamped and that's the end of it. A sudden change in Osamu's demeanor would make anyone cry. Just why is it so slightly funny? And without realizing it, the corners of our mouths even hung up a trace of a guilty smile. Especially when it comes to seeing the photos in the comments. It's a straight up laugh that doesn't live up to the hype. User, Dark Horse, bro, can you be worse than me? Nima. Seeing this picture, Lin Bei was really laughing directly. The 2 zeros in this annual inspection just circle both eyes. Those 2 parentheses, they just happened to mess up the little whiskers. This is to say that the staff at the annual inspection didn't do it on purpose. So why is it all over the place? And there's more in the back. User, Green Water Green Mountain, how do you think this is so similar to Superman of the Sea? Let's say that one is indeed like the other. And the last one is even better. User, Sleep to Eat Full, you guys, this is still good. I have this ID card copy a print. Hey, is the person are not verified out, /cover face cry, JPG. At once, the 2 of them, Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu, laughed cheerfully from inside the car. I can't, it's so funny, Xiao Bei. My stomach hurts from laughing, can you rub it for me? Shin Yuchu inadvertently put her hand on Lin Bei's shoulder. Wait for the reaction. Her little face turned very red, and with a swish, she retracted her hand again. Xiao Bei, you don't think I am very active, right? Actually, I'm not usually like this. It's just that I'm so happy to see you, Shin Yuchu said with her head lowered. Lin Bei sniffed, nervously grasping his hand. He still mustered up the courage to stroke the back of Shin Yuchu's head, feeling the silky smoothness of the hair, as well as the shaking of Shin Yuchu's body, and the relaxation after the shaking. Lin Bei couldn't help but follow suit. I rejoice in whatever you become. I love whatever you become. As long as it's you, it doesn't really matter to me, because I'm all so called, Lin Bei said softly, word by word. These words sound very plain, but Shin Yuchu can feel Lin Bei's seriousness from it, can understand Lin Bei's heart, and his eyes, all of a sudden, are spent, because she's been trying for so long, chanting for so long, and finally, she's heard back. Xiao Bei, it's getting late. Have you thought about where to live? Gathering her mood, Shin Yuchu looked up and smiled slightly. Lin Bei looked at Shin Yuchu, who was like a lily in full bloom, and for a while, he was actually infatuated and froze. However, when it came back, that too was a shock, because it seems like we don't have our IDs with us. We'll have to sleep in the car? Xiao Bei, you don't think you don't have your ID card, do you? At that moment, Shin Yuchu looked at him again with a look of wisdom. Lin Bei immediately became a bit distracted, blinked, and was about to find a random excuse, when he heard Shin Yuchu say again, "Since you don't have an ID card with you, you can stay at my house." "Stay at your house?" Lin Bei was stunned. "My in-laws, my aunt and uncle are still at home. Won't they get mixed doubles if we go there? Is this appropriate?" "Yeah, my mom and dad won't come to the house until tomorrow, and come or go straight to the Crown Hotel, first to matchmaker me and give me a blind date." Shin Yuchu skimmed his lips. Lin Bei bowed his head in deep thought. If that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with borrowing it for a night. And the purpose of his trip was to pretend to be Shin Yuchu's boyfriend and help her escape from a blind date. Running away from a blind date? Hey! Lin Bei suddenly thought of an excellent idea. "I'm sorry about that then. I'm going to go get my ID card sorted out as soon as I'm done helping you with your blind date. By the way, what do you think about the idea of escaping a blind date by turning into light in public and having to go save the world and fight monsters?" Lin Bei laughed. Shin Yuchu's eyes flicked back and forth twice, and said seriously, "Xiao Bei, if it's you, it will be very interesting. But, people are girls will be shy, okay? And the parents are there. You can't be so messy If you really listen to Lin Bei's bad idea, then mom and dad will definitely hold a hard grudge against Lin Bei. And then how? To formally meet your parents later? Okay, I'm just improvising he. Lin Bei spat out his tongue and said, You say, where is your home? I'll give you a ride in my car. My home is at. No way. You guys want to know a girl's home address too? Shin Yuchu said. Lin Bei made a direct navigation and then arrived at speed. Shin Yuchu's family lives in a courtyard house. Think about it. You can't even buy a courtyard house in the imperial capital. It's at least $1 billion. Lin Bei guessed that Shin Yuchu was a rich girl, but he just never thought that it was actually so rich. Young Master Bei, as I said, I'm going to give you all the hospitality of a host, so if you're here in my house today, I'll treat you as if you're a young master. Please, young Master Bei. The main entrance. Shin Yuchu slightly owed her body and said. Lin Bei didn't make any pretense. His nostrils turned to the sky, and his right hand was placed right in mid-air before he made to say, "Let's go, maid Shin." But it was not expected. Half a day didn't see Shin Yuchu hitch over. Look down. Nice guy. You're still mad, aren't you? People are at least the master's family. You just say I'm a maid Shin Yuchu beamed. Lin Bei couldn't help but snicker. You said I'm the young master, so aren't you the maid? No, I'm a princess. I'm a little princess. Shin Yuchu argued with reason. Lin Bei couldn't argue, so he compromised. Okay, my Shen Gongju, why don't you take the young master for a stroll around our house? Hearing the word our family, Shin Yuchu smiled happily and said, Let's go, my northern young master. Said, Shin Yuchu pulled Lin Bei's hand. This courtyard inside and outside to stroll once, the various uses of the house, as well as flowers and trees of various cultivation care method what? All to say once. This didn't make Lin Bei confused. It made it seem as if he would be the future owner of this quadrangle. And thanks not to go shopping. Otherwise this Nima a circle down. At least a big bag to die of exhaustion. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, Lin Bei was also in a stinky sweat. Shin Yuchu, on the other hand, happened to introduce the bathroom to Lin Bei. I just never thought that the way was so complicated. For example, Lin Bei saw the towel placed on the toilet button and wanted to bring it to take a bath, but was immediately stopped by Shin Yuchu. Wait, that's for me to wipe my feet with. Lin Bei also looked at the white towel placed on the sink aside and wondered, is there any difference between these two? Shin Yuchu explained, that blue white feet. This pink is a bath towel. Wipe the body with. This above the white is a dry hair cap. Wipe the hair with. And there is also, you come to the shower room here. This long is to wipe the hands. That smaller, is wipe the buttocks of yo. Nice guy. Lin Bei heard that was a good guy. We guys start with a handkerchief and wipe from head to toe. After all, it's all your own flesh. So what's the difference? However, this also sideways confirms that Shin Yuchu was really a little public. And as soon as he turned around, Lin Bei saw another pink. Wow, fun. Don't you put your bra inside the washing machine? Lin Bei gulped and said. When Shin Yuchu heard this, she was suddenly alarmed and her face turned red. Of course I have to hand wash my bra with lingerie soap. Shin Yuchu scratched bra shyly. Lin Bei, however, froze. What's the point of having this laundry detergent next to the bra if you wash it with lingerie soap? Lin Bei pointed to the Red Moon laundry detergent on the sink and said. Shin Yuchu explained, that's for washing clothes and pants. Of course. Nice guy. Lin Beijing straightened up and called out what a great guy. Feelings of girls, and the way of life of boys, are very different, right? So what's this white hand sanitizer for? Wash your hands. Rub. Seems like an idiotic question to ask. What about the soap? And what does this soap do? Wash your hands with soap will be dry. I only use soap for the first round of bathing. I use shower gel for the second round. Soap. Then of course, it's for washing socks. Xiao Bei. You won't even be able to tell the difference, right? Hiss. Hearing Shin Yochu's rhetorical question, Lin Bei only felt that his 18 years had simply been in vain, feeling that he had lived as a giant baby. But, after all, fairies are fairies, and we're big old men. Ahem. So let's not be so delicate. He. Xiao Bei. Go take a bath. It's really hard for you today. When you're done, I'll have a reward. At this time, Shin Yuchu suddenly said mysteriously. Lin Bei instantly began to have infinite reveries again. But yeah, with the first two experiences, this time, hi, okay, wait for you yo. Lin Bei turned around and went to take a shower. Shin Yuchu, on the other hand, went back to her room and secretly opened the study materials she had asked for from her best friend. Inside the bathroom, Lin Bei swiped left, swiped again, swiped his neck, swiped his ass. He also did not forget to show off his singing voice and said, "Moonlight color women's fragrance tears break the sword, how long is the love?" But just about halfway through the song, suddenly came Shin Yochu's voice. "Kahoku, come out quickly, stop washing." This call, it almost didn't scare Lin Bei. Hastily turning off the shower, he asked, "What's wrong?" My parents came home early." You hide," Shin Yuchu said anxiously. Lin Bei then went human numb. This. There's no mistaking it. Didn't we agree to come tomorrow? Now come. See us in the bath. With your daughter in a piece. Alone man and woman. Sharing a room. This. I'm afraid I won't be able to see tomorrow sun. Where do I hide? Hide in my room. Yes. Lin Bei instantly wrapped his body in a bath towel and then ran outside with great strides. Choo, we're back. I didn't expect it. Daughter, we came back early to surprise you. Surprise. At this point, the sound of his parents' voices also happened to come from outside the door, and Lin Bei was in Shin Yuchu's room. Hear the call. Denizen went numb. Nice guy. It's really coming. Wow, fun. Coming. Dad. Mom. You guys. Why are you here so early? That's not because I'm afraid you'll be lonely at home alone with no one to keep you company. Choo. Mom still remembers that when you were a child, you were afraid of ghosts, and the house was a big place. You always liked to run into my arms and cuddle with me to sleep. How do you think Mom could let my baby girl spend the night alone in the house? Good oh. Shin Yuchu was obviously a bit unhappy and said, in reality, she was indeed afraid, but there was Lin Bei. It's getting late. Choo. Have you eaten yet? You have to get a good rest tonight. You still have to go on a blind date tomorrow. This time the matchmaking object special quality. The family is open company. Listed group. 100 billion old boss's son. And people themselves have pursuit. In the racing circle have their own place. Do you know that the mountain city of the National Professional Racing Driver Friendly Competition? The network is abuzz. At first in fact, is for this handsome after the preparation of the fame race? But did not expect, was a cab driver cut off. But people are about to hold the second round of the race with a bunch of professional racers tomorrow night at the MT Akira circuit. So when that time comes, the two of you will have to come along for the ride. At that moment, it should be Shin Yochu's father who said, and Shin Yuchu replied back, Dad, racers and whatnot, are too utilitarian? I don't like it. Shin Yuchu's mother advised, do not like it's okay, feelings can be cultivated. Besides, tomorrow to go mainly or your father and their Zhang's group has a large business cooperation. Not really want you to marry someone else. You want to marry. Mom, I still cannot afford it. He still mom is good to me. Shin Yuchu burst into laughter. Lin Bei hid in his room and was relieved. It's not a forced buy and sell play. Emotionally speaking, then should he continue to pretend to be Shin Yochu's boyfriend tomorrow? It seems that is not necessary, right? Dad. Mom, actually my daughter I have a favorite. He is a very outstanding boy. If you guys meet him, you'll definitely like him. At this time, Shin Yochu's words suddenly turned and said, almost instantly, Mom and Dad, as well as Lin Bei, who was hiding in the room, all breathed heavily. Shin Yuchu, this wave is to confess the rhythm. Even Lin Bei could imagine that picture, Shin Yuchu pulling him and saying to her parents, introduce me, this is my boyfriend, Lin Bei. Then if we are naked, wouldn't it be mistaken for something like that? That's gonna get you skinned. But our clothes are still in the bathroom. In this room, Lin Bei looked around. It was found that Shin Yochu's room had a lot of figurines and dolls, as well as some scientific research books. After all, it was from Longkou Yuan University. And then there were a few sporadic cosmetics. And there were a lot of clothes. Lin Bei rushed over to take a look. White silk, fishnets, suspenders, little short dresses, and some hot girl outfits that you can't see how you're going to wear, all of which still have the tags on them that haven't been cut off. They couldn't have all been purchased for me, could they? It's just that we're just looking for something neutral to wear. And these are obviously all women's clothes. How about women's clothing? This bold idea popped into Lin Bei's mind. What kind of boy gets you? And mom and dad will love it. They haven't even seen it yet. At this time, Shin Yochu's mom said. Shin Yochu smiled cheekily. He's my boyfriend. Tomorrow, I'll introduce him to you two old couples to get to know him. How is it? Boyfriend? Daughter? You must know that dad, I am very picky about my son-in-law. If he treats you badly, I will definitely break his legs. But if he fails to meet my and your mom's requirements, you know the consequences, Shin Yuchu's father said with a serious face. Actually, if Shin Yuchu hadn't watched the live broadcast, she really wouldn't have dared to tell her mom and dad. But Lin Bei now has important cooperation with the country. Even the national daily news are evaluated as a real car god. Behind absolutely only become more and more famous. So there is no need to do the worst elopement plans. Dad, mom, just don't worry, this boyfriend of mine, you guys are absolutely satisfied, Shin Yuchu said with a proud face. This surprised the couple. You know, he as a father has not said a lot of harsh words, when the mother is also on the son-in-law all kinds of high requirements. So Shin Yuchu no matter what will have some heart weak right Is it hard to be cheated? Father Shin Wansan and mother Su Wanrong looked at each other and instantly understood each other's feelings. Su Wanrong took the lead in holding Shin Yochu's hand and said, Daughter you are very satisfied with your boyfriend which we can see, but now society is simple. But the human heart is complicated. In the end, he is not sincere to you. In the end there is no lie to you? This you must not say you know. Your mom and I were at the same age as you. Your father, he at first also so coaxed your mommy. We combined understanding of boys can be deeper than you owe. Su Wanrong's words. Shin Yuchu thought deeply. After all, she passed that rebellious age. But Shin Wansan was a bit unable to hang on to his face. Wife, you in front of my daughter do not reveal my old bottom well. Moreover, Shin Wansan is now a well-known listed real estate company's boss. How to say is also a successful person. Not counted as cheating you right? Still not cheating? I've been with you for 10 whole years. The bitterness of this? Mom can't even finish telling you about it in 10 nights. Su Wanrong feigned disgust. After saying that, he went back to the topic and said, Chu, you bring that boyfriend of yours over tomorrow with you. I and your father together to give you a gatekeeper. If he can pass, then our family let him struggle for 20 years less so what? But if it doesn't pass, daughter you're so smart, you shouldn't be too obsessed, right? Shin Yuchu didn't know what to say for a moment, because she is deeply in love with Lin Bei. No matter what her parents say, it will not change. Just hope that everything will not be the worst result. Well wife, young Chu is still small. You don't give so much pressure. Come, daughter, accompany your mom to chat. Your mom, honeymoon these days, always dislike me straight man. Shin Wansan sighed. Good, Shin Yuchu said obediently. Subsequently, the three left, leaving Lin Bei, who had just put on the fishing net, to take it off in a hurry. Great, no need for women's clothing, it scares the hell out of me. Finally, I have escaped one hurdle, but I'm afraid the other hurdle tomorrow will not be easy, Lin Bei said with a long sigh of relief. Right now the crisis is over. Lin Bei wasn't in a good position to leave alone, then lay down in the middle of Shin Yochu's boudoir. For rocking, also cannot help but begin to think about the future. As the saying goes, if you are rich, you can help the world, but if you are poor, you can help yourself. In the past, we were just an ordinary person who struggled to pursue happiness. Although the days were bitter, they became brighter and brighter, and we were poor and hardworking, and we did not lose our ambition. Now with the system, after the last live broadcast, it now had a popularity value of over 100 million, which could be exchanged for a variety of black technologies. Basically, it's possible to say that you've achieved black tech freedom. Of course, it's the ones that are limited to Blue Star Tech. The more advanced ones, like Dyson balls, two-way foils, water drops, and the like, require astronomical amounts of popularity. The good thing is that as Blue Star Tech grows, the popularity value decreases accordingly. Then in the future it will still always go the live plus black route. Leading Wasia to the stars may be a bit far away, but as of right now, it's more than enough to go ahead and make what changes you can. The flying car technology, for example, is a major invention that could revolutionize the entire human civilization. Used in daily transportation, it can replace oil and reduce the consumption of fossil fuels. greatly reducing the country's dependence on oil, and the quality of life of the common people will rise a lot. Used in rescue and relief, flying cars are faster and more efficient, and can completely better protect the lives and property of our people, so much so that the benefits are countless, and these, almost always, are within reach of the targets. Others, on the other hand, were somewhat of Lin Bei's personal selfishness. For example, to build a game mecha army, to push across the Blue Star countries, the first must be destroyed at ACA Small Day. After all, is a world enemy, the second is the Eagle Sauce this bad guy, as the world shit stirrer to mess even if, but do not let go of our clean and honest huaxia, it is too much. Of course, in order to realize all of this, one would have to rely on the power of the state to build flying cars, mechs, and all sorts of black technology. As he thought about this, Lin Bei unknowingly entered dreamland. Inside the dream, he held Shin Yuchu with one hand, and gave orders with one hand, and at that moment, there was the never-sinking Huberian breaking out of the sky, and one after another female Valkyries drove the Doomsday Mecha from pesticides, the overbearing heavenly war armor from Jerks and Jerkers, the stormy Crimson from the rim of the Pacific, and the Yuanzu Gundam from the anime to attack, and wherever they went, there wasn't an inch of grass left to grow, and they pushed all the way across the country, and idly, Lin Bei a ringing finger, that equipped with cold fusion technology of steel battlesuit from the air, directly completed the magnificent transformation, and then embraced the soft delicate body in his arms. Well, really soft, and there is also a fragrance. Wait, scent? Open your eyes. Lin Bei actually realized that Shin Yuchu was sleeping in his arms, and we're the ones who put our arms around him. This, if it's misunderstood that you're trying to do something bad, that's the end of it, isn't it? Lin Bei hastily moved away, but unexpectedly, at this time Shin Yuchu unexpectedly turned over, and hooked our legs with our feet. Again? Wow, fun. Lin Bei immediately gulped. By now it was light. Big morning. It is a man who will morning. That. It doesn't. Our guy just accidentally bumped into. What a big corn cob. I want to eat soft and sticky corn he Xiaobei I want you to feed me yo I'm afraid of burning so you hold it and I'll blow on it. Hua. At this point, Shin Yuchu even talked in his sleep, and smiled, dreaming of us. Hey. Lin Bei let out a light sigh, favoredly looking at Shin Yuchu. At that moment, he couldn't bear to disturb her from continuing to sleep, so he directly broke away from the embrace, and then helped Shin Yuchu to cover the quilt, then go to the bathroom. But it was never expected. As soon as the door opens, our clothes are actually on the little table by the door. Lin Bei was instantly stunned. This was definitely not put there by Shin Yuchu. That could only be. Holy crap. Bang! Lin Bei grabbed his clothes and closed the door in a hurry. And in the meantime, behind another door, Shin Wansan was holding a kitchen knife with a fierce face and wanted to rush over to fight Lin Bei. Fortunately, Su Wanrong was able to stop and persuade him. Hubby, can't you see that kid didn't do anything? He even helped Chu Chu to cover up the quilt. This is obviously sincere true heart. How much is a boy's heart worth? Which one is not a philanderer with money? I'm a man, don't I understand? Shin Wansan said later, his voice getting weaker and weaker, because he realized that he had missed his words, and the aura on Su Wanrong's body gradually became terrifying. You mean, what boy isn't a womanizer? No, honey, let me explain. I'm a man. Ha, with your few strokes, you're not even enough to give my mother a quickie. Go on, go, goji berries, ginseng, jobs tears, drink it all for me. Yes, wife, I'm on my way. This way. Lin Bei waited with a frightened heart to go to his death. No, to meet his aunt and uncle. On the other hand, the Dragon Science Academy and the military side were up all night. Inside the lab, Li Chang'an, the dean of the Dragon Science Academy, marveled. Commander Su, in this general outline of technical information provided by Lin Bei, there are many technologies that can be applied not only to the military, but also to people's livelihoods. For example, this solid-state battery technology can provide up to 100,000 volts of voltage in an extremely narrow range of space, which makes the efficiency of the engine to do work, has been greatly improved, which in turn can make the flying car burst out of the speed comparable to high-speed rail. Of course, the mecha racing performance Lin Bei showed behind him was even more than that, capable of reaching supersonic speeds, which, if put on the J2-0, would completely realize an alternative global superfighter. It was comparable to installing a nuclear power unit on a fighter jet. The range is super long-lasting. If it is put on a strategic bomber, it will not be an intercontinental cruise, but a near-Earth orbit cruise, and if it is equipped with unmanned technology, we can fully realize the installation of at least hundreds of such bombers in forbidden orbit. And these bombers will become the Skoda magic sword that will hang high above the heads of the great powers. Li Chang'an's description was nothing short of amazing. As a soldier, Suyun especially understood the importance of this solid-state battery technology. If we can expand it, it would be tantamount to taking the initiative in the war. Even if there were nukes, they could be preempted the moment they were launched. If this strategic vision can be realized, then China, in the future, will certainly be able to deter all the petty criminals. Good, very good. Yeah, Suyun couldn't help but clap his hands. But Li Chang'an's next words made him deflate. It's just that this technology must have complete information provided by Lin Bei himself. Otherwise, with our scientific research level, it would still take at least 5 years to excavate, at least 3 years to manufacture, and at least 8 years to completely complete the deployment. Li Chang'an said in a serious tone. The development, application and maintenance of every cutting-edge technology requires a large investment of human, material and financial resources, but the real cost is the highest, or time. We must obtain cooperation with Lin Bei as soon as possible. For this reason, more complete preparations had to be taken in advance. Dean Li, I read the investigation report yesterday. After Lin Bei arrived at the imperial capital, he ended up going to the quadrangle, and the people living in that quadrangle, there's a girl named Xin Yuchu, who coincidentally, can be a freshman at your Long Kuyen University, and I heard that, it's still the top student of the Star Province, right? At that moment, Suyun said with a sense of purpose. Li Chang'an hemmed and hawed. Of course he understood what the other party meant. Commander Su, people, your military is a good and secretive protector. For the rest, you can rest assured that it will be handed over to our Dragon Science Academy. Lin Bei can refuse to meet with us in the first place for the sake of Xin Yuchu. That must be very deeply loved. Then if we let Lin Bei take up the position of academician, and then go to the Dragon Science Academy to lead a project alone, and name Xin Yuchu to be the assistant, this must be very reasonable, right? The original classmate, transformed into a hand in leading a project and an academician? Hey! Suyun thought that Lin Bei must be satisfied with this script, either that or these academicians of your Dragon Science Academy. All of their brains are each and every one of them smart, and if there is any need, the military will implement assistance. That's not true. We are all comrades who are dedicated to our country. We contribute people in scientific research. Your military naturally contributes people in national security. The two of them, Li Chang'an and Suyun, instantly smiled. In the meantime, inside the organizing committee of the Fall Fish Tournament, why did the National Daily give him Lin Bei's certification as the god of cars? He's relying on technology. I'm relying on car skills. It's car skills alright, saving someone's life. Compared to becoming a car god, compared to winning a race, there is absolutely no comparison. I, for one, will personally take back the name of the god of cars from Lin Bei. The god of the car. Zhang Qi looked at the news report on the screen. It was gnashing his teeth, so angry that he hammered the table. Han Han sniffed. That is, never dare to lift a finger with the other side, because in the beginning, he was the one who carried on with various celebrities to leave the impression of a rebellious teenager. Although he was very competitive later on, and became famous by his novels and racing cars, and succeeded in punching those celebrities in the face. But the process was very painful, so why ask for trouble? Moreover, now Lin Bei, that is the country, is determined to hold, to protect, simply cannot afford to mess with it. But just because you can't mess with it doesn't mean you can't rub it in. Hey, challenging the god of cars? TSK. Zhang Qi, the organizing committee will definitely approve of this decision of yours, but it's still very difficult to get your opponent to fight you fair and square, unless you're willing to go along with the organizing committee to put on a show against the script. The only way to make a big deal out of it is for the other team to have no choice but to come down and fight you, and then, you can have it your way. How about that? Han Han laughed. He has now evolved into a capitalist, and his stomach is full of bad water. As long as Zhang Qi challenged Lin Bei on the entire network, then Lin Bei's coming or not would inevitably give the upcoming Akuma Mountain tournament another great gimmick. By the time the race, must be overcrowded, and can make a big fortune again. As for the audience feeling unkind and all gimmicky afterward, hey, what's the harm in that? If you look at the time when Potion, Ancestor and Demutilated Fox went to the ring, which one of them wasn't scripted? Which one wasn't a gimmick? There are still people who buy it. Even the script of MS, Chang and the Ancestor. There are a whole lot of people believe. Even if they do not believe, they will be greatly attracted in. The traffic is there. The heat is there. And this small money is naturally. Can. As long as I can get the title of God of Cars, as long as I can have a real skill match with Lin Bei. So what if I act? What's wrong with initiating a challenge? Zhang Qi disdainfully said. He was now very anxious because he truly loved racing, but it had already been 3 years. If he hadn't gotten the title of the true god of cars in 3 years, then he would be forced to go home and inherit a family fortune of over $300 billion. But he didn't want to go into business at all. He doesn't want to play any business wars and deceit. He just wanted to ride on the racing track, as his name suggests, to live a life of speed. Of course, before that happens, he's forced to go on a blind date. But when you say it's a blind date, it's really just business. Lin Bei at this time, not yet knowing that he has been reckoned with by many forces, and he should be most worried now, is how to face Shin Yuchu's parents. After all, the stacked clothes at the door in the morning. Hey, Xiao Bei, why are you sighing? It's not possible that my parents forgot all the questions they wanted to ask you, right? At this time, Shin Yuchu took the initiative to embrace Lin Bei's arm and said. Lin Bei felt the touch of tenderness coming from his arm and somewhat resisted. Remembered it all. But, that is to say, you'd better not be so intimate, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid that my aunt and uncle will be unhappy when they see it. However, Shin Yuchu rubbed her head against Lin Bei's shoulder and said, I don't want it, Xiao Bei. You're my boyfriend now, although you're pretending, but in order not to be exposed, of course you have to be like this. Moreover, I'm a girl. If I hug you like this, you'll just be happy. Lin Bei wanted to cry. Soon, just like that, under the envious eyes of passers-by and waiters, arrived at the Imperial 5-star hotel. Haitian, Shin Yuchu's parents, on the other hand, had booked a superior box here. Just met. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart. Perhaps the boys in the whole world who go to meet the women's parents are a little bit scared? Oh daughter, is this the boyfriend you were talking about? Lin Bei? At this point, Shin Wansan was the first to speak. Lin Bei naturally greeted him stiffly. Hello uncle, hello auntie. Su Wanrong laughed. This child also has a clear brow, a pair of eyes quite godly. His family is very poor, right? He has a big heart, right? Hear that? Lin Bei is straight up good guy. Can you tell so much based directly on the face? What am I supposed to say to that? Shin Yuchu gave the mother-in-law 3,000 questions. There is no this. Didn't mom tell you all about his family yesterday? Why are you still asking in front of people? At this time, Shin Yuchu hurriedly interjected and spoke for Lin Bei, because she suddenly realized that the question asked by her mom was not at all what she told her yesterday. Shin Wansan was not happy. Daughter, you haven't married out yet, and your elbow is turning outward. You, your father, I can't do anything about you. However, Lin Bei, right, since you're my daughter's boyfriend, let me ask you, what exactly do you want from being good with my daughter? What's the picture? This Nima, that's not from father-in-law's 3,000 questions either. Feeling Shin Yuchu give the question, all is a front, deliberately coaxed Shin Yuchu's, in order to raid to get our true thoughts? Inside, uncle, this question of yours, honestly, it's because Shin Yuchu is very favorable to me. Let me feel the feeling of being firmly chosen. But if I don't have the strength, I won't touch her. But now, I have the strength, so I don't want to fail her. I want to be able to be responsible for her. Having no choice, Lin Bei could only say truthfully. When Shin Yuchu on the side heard this, tears quietly hung in her beautiful eyes. When Su Wanrong saw this, she didn't know that her daughter had been touched. But nowadays, boys a lot of flowers and intestines. Sweet words out of the same as the real, but also need to test a little more. Lin Bei, what will you take responsibility for with my daughter? How much savings do you have now? What stage has your career reached now? What is my daughter's position in your plans for the future? Su Wanrong asked sharply. She didn't ask about Lin Bei's family because the family really wasn't working. But if the person wasn't working either, then what made him stay with her daughter? Mom, you didn't say you were going to ask about this yesterday. And Dad, why are you working together to lie to me? Shin Yuchu sniffed and instantly became anxious, because these questions are all life-saving questions. A careless, wrong answer, that will certainly leave a bad impression. However, although Lin Bei's brain was buzzing, he still insisted that sincerity was the greatest must-have skill. If you don't feel comfortable reading the next 2 chapters, just skip them. You can just read chapter 57, which is probably about meeting the parents who can't get around it, and Lin Bei's conflict with Zhang Qi breaking out, which can be simply interpreted as the two of them wanting to race. Hello auntie, I'll tell you all 3 of your questions. I now have a total of 68,000 deposits on me, and then I'm working part-time on the anchors, and my last earnings added up to a total of, wow, fun, more than $1 million? Lin Bei opened the backstage of the teasing sound and took a look. I found that the last 10,000 people live, even directly to us, brush so many gifts, This is still set up, earn enough to 200 on the next broadcast flag. If not set up, I'm afraid it will be more horrible. And when Shin Won-san and Su Won-rong heard that, they were also confused. How did you make over $1 million on the air? This daughter Shin Yuchu also did not tell them. The couple looked at each other and realized that there was all shock in their respective eyes. And at this moment, Shin Yuchu's heart was simply ecstatic. She knew that Lin Bei's live broadcast was very hot, but she never expected to make so much money. That's definitely more youthful and talented compared to my dad when he was that age. Ahem. And then there's the second question. What stage of the career is it at? In fact, my current career, which hasn't even gotten off the ground yet, can only be considered a minimal stage. But if all goes well, it should be possible for all of humanity to enter a new era under the new transportation age. Then again, in the future, what is Shin Yuchu's position in my plans? It's probably the kind where she can sit beside me and fight side by side with me when I'm on a roll. Lin Bei said one by one. If flying cars are successfully promoted, then mankind will enter the age of flying cars. As for future plans, in last night's dream, didn't we hope to be drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman and wake up in charge of the world? There's nothing wrong with that. Just, the other side doesn't seem to think so. Your plan is grand. Simply put, big. If it's so big, I'm sure you'll need plenty of money, right, honey? Can you provide that in terms of contacts? Yes. Good. Young man, I'll be straightforward. Our family is sitting in real estate. Tianhan Real Estate Company Limited. Market value of 100 billion. In the Imperial City that is also a hit. Currently under construction there is a Tianhan hotel building. 5-star. Money. And contacts. Making connections and so on. We are not lacking. And these happen to be what you young entrepreneurs want. Am I right? Okay. You don't have to answer. I'll give you one more condition. $5 million. Plus as many contacts as you want. Leave Shin Yuchu. And we'll honor your promise. Of course, that was the initial price. Now that you can make millions on your own, then I'm willing to pay $50 million. $50 million will take you quite a bit of time, won't it? It'll take us a lot of time to earn it too. But right now, if you leave my daughter, you'll get it right away. How about this deal? It should be a good deal, right? Because if you marry my daughter, I'll want $5 million for the bride price alone, and our Shin family can afford to pay 10 times the dowry. Su Wanrong crossed her arms and looked aggressive as she said, in fact, how many people can refuse such a pie from heaven? Shin Yuchu instantly panicked. Mom, I am your daughter, not a tool for you to trade with money. Daughter, your mom is testing each other. But that Lin Bei, you cannot withstand the test. Directly take the money. Just now in my hand this card inside. There are 10 million. The other 40 million, the back will hit you. But you must sign a contract with us. At this time, Shin Wansan mended his words. Honestly, even in the past, Lin Bei wouldn't agree to such a thing, let alone now. However, he was more concerned about that promise from Auntie, only to see Lin Bei smiling faintly instead. Auntie, if I can pay a dowry of $500 million, then would you pay 10 times that, or $5 billion? Su Wanrong froze when she heard this and felt a bit amused, but still politely said, 5 billion is not a small amount for our Shin family. It is something that can hurt. Even a year's net profit isn't this much. But we can take the assets and mortgage or sell them and thus realize them. $5 billion. Not a big problem. Nice guy. Lin Bei is straight up a great guy. $5 billion. And it's not a big deal? Looks like the Shin family is really rich. I guess we're still too timid. With our technology, it shouldn't be a problem to ask the state for $10 billion. Right? Hey. Good. Auntie. Then we have a deal. Lin Bei laughed. Su Wanrong, however, didn't think so. It was hard to believe that Lin Bei could really take out $500 million, but then she looked back and thought, hey, wasn't she going to test it just now? Lin Bei had gone off topic with this question. What else is there to test? Just as Su Wanrong wanted to continue her offensive. Shin Yuchu's blind date is here. Uncle Shun. Auntie Su. How are you? Outside the box, a young man in a suit walked in and greeted him. Su Wanrong fixed her eyes and saw that it was none other than Zhang Qi. And Shin Wansan, as the host, immediately greeted him warmly. Little nephew Zhang Qi, welcome. Quickly please come in. Zhang Qi simply arched his hand, then directly sat next to Shin Wansan, and opened the door. Uncle Shun, regarding the order for the finishing touches of the Tianhan Hotel's construction site, we, Zhang's group, are afraid that it's not a good idea to take it. Our people went to your construction site to look at it. There are serious fire safety hazards. Tianhan Company is a $100 billion group. It's not so bad that the cost of this bit of equipment has to be controlled, right? Oh, is that so? I heard the project general engineer report to me that the site is undergoing normal replacement of equipment. Our rainbow has always been labeled as the industry benchmark. Even the firefighting facilities are fixed to be replaced once every 3 months, which is stricter than the normal national standard. Shinwan-san took a sip of tea and instantly entered the rhythm of business negotiations. Lin Bei, who was on the side, looked at that, but that is to say, how buried it is to talk about work just after meeting. I'm here today, mainly to talk about personal matters, but not a blind date anymore, because it's really sorry. Young Chu Shi already has a boyfriend, and even personally brought over. At this time, Su Wanrong interjected. Zhang Qi just started to listen to thought it was the other side want to play socialize and socialize that set. The result you tell him. He came to the blind date. The result of your daughter has a boyfriend? Isn't that a trick? Bang! At that moment, Zhang Qi angrily slapped the table and stood up, wanting to see who this kid really was. This look. Hey, nice guy. It was actually this Lin Bei who had stolen his title of God of Cars. Little nephew Zhang, don't be angry. We also decided to come clean with you after much thought. Shinwan-san hurriedly advised. Yes, you said it would be wrong of us if we kept this from you. What is the most important thing in human interaction? It's honesty. So we're hoping that all three sides can discuss an outcome that's acceptable to all. Zhang Qi, this matter, what do you think? Su Wanrong also followed along and sang along with her husband. However, Zhang Qi, suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's not hard to find the place where I stepped through the iron shoes, but it's not hard to get it. Lin Bei, I want to fight with you one-on-one. One-on-one? Shinwan-san and Su Wanrong couple were shocked. Is it possible that this Zhang Qi wants to play the Western Gladiators game? But what era is this? One-on-one combat? It's not a joke. Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu were also a bit confused. Since Zhang Qi is a blind date, then we are love rivals. Love rivals see each other, but not to come up to one-on-one, right? It's more bloody than those bloody TV shows and novels. Wasn't he acting like a business elitist just now? Zhang Qi, don't you dare go one-on-one with Xiao Bei, because I've already chosen him over you. Shin Yuchu stood out to strongly defend her husband. Zhang Qi, however, sneered and said, sons and daughters and whatnot are nothing more than a shackle on the aspiring. Besides, with my wealth and status, women and such are the least of my worries. On the contrary, if I can get the title of God of Cars, do you know how great an honor it is? I can even thus not inherit the billion-dollar family fortune but can create a career that is uniquely my own, to counteract the halo of my father's. Lin Bei sniffed. There was a moment of speechlessness. Can't it be that all the rich kids nowadays want to start their own business? But fuck you. And Shinwan-san and Su Wanrong couple were a bit confused. What does the car god title have to do with Lin Bei? Su Wanrong said in disbelief. At this time, Shin Yuchu explained, Dad, Mom, yesterday my daughter forgot to tell you, Lin Bei, he is a nationally certified car god. In the mountain city, from the mountain city to the imperial capital, the person who stirs up the world's wind and clouds and makes hundreds of millions of netizens worship him is actually him. What? He's the legendary car god? Su Wanrong was stunned at his words. Oh daughter, why didn't you say so? Shinwan-san also slapped his forehead and said, he is aware of Zhang Qi's personality. That is a fanatic enthusiast of racing, and now that Lin Bei, the nationally certified car god, is here, there is bound to be a big battle. Just this cooperation is estimated to be yellow. Shinwan-san immediately laughed bitterly. And the fruits are not. Zhang Qi once again asked Lin Bei to fight. Lin Bei, come and have a match with me. Last time in Mountain City, you were just one step ahead of me. This time, I'm bound to win you along with your black technology. To this, Lin Bei up and down, left, right and left babas keyed out the awkward 3 rooms and 1 hall said, sick, this Zhang Qi good rich second generation not do, have to engage in what racing, but also with him to race, properly crazy one. Who in their right mind would race you? But Lin Bei never expected it. Zhang Qi dared to make an issue out of Shin Yuchu. Humph, not competing with me are you? Lin Bei, are you that afraid of losing? You're not a man at all. Right, if you don't have any bloodlust at all, then it's just as well. You don't want me to keep harassing Shin Yuchu, do you? I'm sorry, I'm not going to do what you want. Want me to stop harassing Shin Yuchu? Fine, come and have a match with me. If I lose, I'm willing to gamble, and if I win, I only need you to give me the title of car god. Zhang Qi was excited and intimidated. This one, it violated Shinwan-san and Su Wanrong's scales. Zhang Qi, how dare you? Shinwan-san, am still here. How dare you threaten my daughter? Do you really think Shinwan-san, can't fix you? Zhang Qi, I didn't expect you to be such a corrupted scum. If you dare to touch my daughter halfway, do you believe I'll fight you to the death? Shang-Chi didn't give a damn about it. In his eyes, at the moment, Lin Bei was the only one. Lin Bei. People, where are they? Bang! Only Shang-Chi's eyes suddenly went black. A fist the size of a sandbag. Duong smashed over, right in the head. Lin Bei, don't! Shin Yuchu saw Lin Bei directly pouncing over without saying a word behind her, and immediately screamed out in panic. To be honest, she was pleasantly surprised that Lin Bei could go and beat up that asshole for her. But she was also scared that Lin Bei would be detained for this, and the husband and wife of Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong never expected it. This Lin Bei, if something happens to his daughter, he is really on it, and what they didn't dare to tear apart, Lin Bei dared. The person they didn't dare to fight, Lin Bei dared, and they are still Shin Yuchu's mom and dad, but for a moment by the so-called worldly interests' dumbfounded eyes. This is their daughter being threatened. Son-in-law, don't panic. Your father-in-law, I'll help you to beat it up. Shin Wansan immediately yelled, copied the belt and rushed up to greet. Su Wanrong saw the situation, that also did not dare to slack off, looked at the manicure of both hands, then launched a ruthless, this bastard thing, see if I do not zap you to death. Mom, don't break your manicure, it hurts. Shin Yuchu hurriedly pulled Su Wanrong and said. Then, taking his own shoes right off, he went on, choo-choo. In this situation you're still with me as the oldest six? Su Wanrong froze on the spot. As for Shang-Chi, it's been beaten to a pig's head, with a swollen nose, but even so, he was still very stubborn. Lin Bei, Shin Wansan, you guys have guts. Pop. Lin Bei immediately went over with another kick. Big deal. Just get caught straight away. But this anger must be taken out. And Shang-Chi wailed, still insisting. Lin Bei, you hit me. I was going to sue you, but that's still true. Unless it's a match between you and me, I will never give up on exhausting any means. When Shin Yuchu heard this, she hurriedly advised, Xiao Bei, the more he wants to compare, the more you can't compare with him. How could Lin Bei not know about this? But he really didn't want Shin Yuchu, whom he liked, to be harassed by this scum again and again in the future. So, this match, I'll take it. If you fight, then fight. But if you don't keep your word after the match, I'll make you pay. Lin Bei said with a face full of determination. This handsome side face actually made Shin Yuchu look dumbfounded for a moment. Ha ha ha, good. That's enough with you. Tonight, on MT, Akira, the battle of the car gods. Besides you and me, there will be other top racers there. When the time comes, you can't use the black technology to fly, and you can't exceed the limiting speed of 400 kilometers per hour. All of us will compete squarely once. Shang-Chi clenched his fists in excitement and said, ignoring the fact that the strained wound was already bleeding. With that, he left in a hurry, and Shin Yuchu looked at Lin Bei, who was full of determination, and couldn't help but hug him from behind and said with affection, Xiao Bei, although I don't want you to compete with him because I think this way is really too childish, but since you want to and you're still doing it for me, I'll support you unconditionally. It's just that you mustn't make me worry anymore, okay? Let the good man worry. This, real unmanly, but there's no way around it. Young Chu, don't worry, just this once. In the future I will never risk my life like I did today. Lin Bei rolled over and grabbed Shin Yuchu's small hand and said. The atmosphere became you-know-who for a moment. If there wasn't Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong, these two oversized light bulbs were there. Ahem, cough cough. Hearing her parents coughing, Shin Yuchu immediately played up her temper and said, Dad, Mom, what are you coughing for? Only you two couples are allowed to show love, but not Xiao Bei and I? Humph, Xiao Bei, I want to hug you. After saying that, Shin Yuchu even pouted. How can we say no to this? It's just that your parents are still here, and they have one pair of eyes. No, two pairs of eyes like wolves and tigers looking at us, so if we dare to hug them, I'm afraid they'll eat me. Ha 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 ha. Next time for sure. Lin Bei could only snort. At the same time, he apologized to Shin Wansan and the two of them. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I knew that you, Uncle, and Shang-Chi had business to talk about, yet I still made a move. Young man, business can be renegotiated at any time, but when a daughter is bullied, if she can't be bullied back on the spot, it won't be so easy later. Shin Wansan said with a smirk, and Su Wanrong naturally understood Shin Wansan's feelings, and similarly smiled at Lin Bei. You are sincere to my daughter. I can see that, but it's still not that easy for you to be together. My Shin family doesn't lack anything. It lacks a good son-in-law. It also lacks a grandson. Grandchildren will do. I'm afraid you won't give birth. Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Bei and I have only just started. How can we mention holding grandchildren? Shin-Yuchu's pretty face flushed red and said, in order to avoid her parents from continuing to press for marriage and childbirth, she quickly poked Lin Bei and said, Xiao Bei, my parents have agreed that the two of us should be dating, so why don't you show it? Indicate? Oh, hello father-in-law, auntie hello, late generation Lin Bei, to you to pay New Year's greetings. Oh no, pay respects to the relatives. Within my first time to meet the parents. I did not expect you two will be so fast to agree. Not enough homework. Forgive me ha. Lin Bei furtively rubbed the back of his head and said, no, young man, you haven't even married our Yuchu yet. And you're changing your mind? The dowry hasn't even been paid yet. And you're thinking of abducting my daughter? Hearing the mixed doubles of aunts and uncles, Lin Bei immediately realized his mistake and apologized again. What you two said is true. About the bride price. 10 billion. Is $10 billion enough? This child of yours? Just before I said you are honest. Now you start to learn to brag? Come on. Hurry up and give your aunt me. Give me a clear account of your own details. Or else, I won't spare you today. Su Wanrong joked. Lin Bei sighed at once. What a hole he's dug for himself. And look at Shin-Yuchu. Also a sneer. This is really life is so melancholy. Just as Lin Bei and the Shin family were having a good time. Inside the backup group of the car god Lin Bei, President Xiao Shui, guys and gals, here comes the big news about Bei. President Xiao Shui, tonight, the imperial capital's MT. Akira racetrack, Lin Bei is going to duel with Zhang Qi for the name of the god of cars. All members. A message was sent out from the president of the backup club, Handsome Jr. It immediately ignited 30 groups, totaling over 6,000 people. Their first reaction to the news was shock. Shocked Lin Bei is already a car god. Why go to the duel? Families, I have a feeling there's definitely something inside here. It couldn't be another setup by the Akabane organizing committee, could it? That Zhang Qi or whatever. His car skills are very good. I was quite fond of him before, but now that he's come to rub off on our anchor's traffic, I don't like him anymore. The road turns black. Right. I see that Zhang Qi's teasing voice. It seems like he's initiated a car god competition with Brother North all over the internet, but that's just a gimmick. Just like the Ancestor Master and U-Goat fighting over the 200-pound woman. It's all scripted, so how could a big shot like Brother North go down and lower himself to do something like that? There's one to say. Lin Bei's fans ate melons. That was definitely still very professional. A little goes a long way with the Autumn Sword organizing committee's routine, but they never expected it. Just now, their car god anchor, Lin Bei, posted the account's first teaser, and the title of the teaser is, Tonight, on MT. Akira, fight for the woman you love, beat up a dirty dog. Short title, but the information is great. The signals being sent out are very explosive. Moment. The whole internet is all abuzz, because the god of cars, Lin Bei, is actually going to participate in tonight's Akuma Mountain Pro Racer Summit race. First, just looking at the title of this one, tonight's race at Akihabara is sure to be attended by the god of cars, Lin Bei. This also meant that they could meet Lin Bei offline once more for sure. One more. Fight for the woman you love. Beat up a dirty dog? Who is the woman you love? That must be the school goddess Shin-Yuchu, who has made countless young men fall in love with her. And to beat up a dirty dog? Who's a dirty dog? Looks like it's Zhang Qi. No surprise. A duel with Chang Qi because of a woman? Car god Lin Bei rushes to the red face? A woman? A feud between two men? Almost everyone thinks there must be a big melon in there. And eating, gossiping, is supposed to be human nature. But a lot of melon farmers are not happy as that Lin Bei out of such a shocking melon. But no media out of the hype to engage in gimmicks, play the title party. So they can only go to the Hong Kong media, Taiwan media to eat melon. And even have to go over the wall to foreign countries. And because the source medium of the melon was unified, the domestic media didn't dare to make a whole lot of trouble. So almost all of the traffic converged on that video that Lin Bei had posted. Just see the middle of the video. Lin Bei elaborated as follows. I know I'm a public figure now, and I have to be responsible for my words and actions. The National Daily News certified me as the national car god just a while ago. All the more reason for me to spread positive energy. However, I would like to say that if there is a scumbag who wants to threaten you with harassment of your beloved woman as a bargaining chip, forcing you to have to race him for a match, if it's you, will you answer the battle? It's me. I would. The video is simple. It is the articulation of a fact. Lin Bei's answer was also very simple. If you want to fight, then fight. As for the series of consequences triggered by this matter, although there was no answer, almost everyone thought that Lin Bei would definitely go for it. For once, both men and women felt a great deal of anger. Because, this so-called scumbag is really too mean and shameless. Using a woman as a bargaining chip? Still a man? No, Are you still a man? Although North didn't say who it was. Isn't that clear enough? Some people say that meanness is the passport of the mean, and nobility is the epitaph of the noble. I can't refute that, but if it were me, I would also choose to support Brother North without any hesitation. I should take the initiative and beat up the nasty dogs violently. What's the harm in protecting the woman you love, even if you're said to be carrying a rhythm and maliciously spreading rumors? What's more, we have every reason to believe that Brother North isn't the type to start rumors. On the web, the fans were agitated, and some radicals even came directly to Zhang Qi's scarf and rode the face output, broken mouth cursing. Of course, all of these fans were invariably reported by Zhang Qi's PR team, which no one can say anything about. But most of all, the most downer, Zhang Qi surprisingly, after suffering the output of writing face, sent a scarf. The content is even simpler. Just 4 words: become a king, lose the enemy. What does that mean? This clearly means that the winner gets to rewrite history, as long as he wins. So all the mean and nasty things he did can be forgotten? Can they be whitewashed? Though the scarf was withdrawn a minute after it was sent, but it was still saved by sharp-eyed netizens and widely spread among Lin Bei's major fan support groups. As for the group of fans who had a deeper friendship with Lin Bei in the beginning, one by one, they all couldn't sit still. Movie buff Xiao Shuai, this whatchamacallit is really too much. Does it really think the internet has no memory? Does it really think that the winner can take all? Funeral anchor Xiao Mei, don't say anything. I'm going to focus on this whatchamacallit Zhang Qi. Let him experience what's called death comes 1, death comes 2, death comes 3 and 456,789. Right. Should have paid attention to this what's his name Zhang Qi. This Zhang Qi is really damned. A host of other fans, such as Xiao Shuai, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Gang, Xiao Ming, etc. That is very relieving to watch. But what relieved them even more was yet to come. Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding, if you're concerned about Zhang Qi, then I have to be concerned about Zhang Qi as well. If you are a doctor, you shouldn't let Zhang Qi die so painfully. Yuck. It's such an easy death. In short, cough. Saving lives is a doctor's vocation. If I don't save the life, then I'm afraid that there's only the first part of the god of death to come, and there's no more to follow. A bunch of fans saw this statement from Ding. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had thought that funeral anchor Xiao Mei was already ruthless enough, but they didn't realize that Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding was even more terrifying. It's not enough to be dead. You have to be brought back to life. It's not enough to be dead. It's enough to be brought back to life. It's almost like dying and dying again. And what's more painful than dying is coming back to life and continuing to die. It's not just a physical strike. It's a fucking physical nuclear weapon strike. And Chinese medicine anchor Xiao Ding's medical skills, that is not to mention the dead people become alive, is a piece of bone to him. He cultivated a clone all feel normal. Anyone else who heard it would have had to shiver. What is this? It's called a doctor can be grounded, but not to the netherworld, and mess with no one but a doctor. Of course, it's even more important not to mess with Lin Bei, the god of cars, because messing with him is the same as messing with a bunch of people with great skills. Lin Bei's strong official announcement, Zhang Qi's foul-smelling speech, and the crowd of netizens quickly fermented the Akira race, and under Lin Bei's video, countless fans flooded into it, frantically liking, retweeting, favoriting, and commenting. In just 1 hour's time, it was surprising that the data of this video reached 20 million likes, 6 million comments, 4 million retweets and 9 million favorites. Just one video that directly breaks the record for the highest number of all videos to date for the T's Voice founding. It's also made more people of all ages, in all parts of the country, swipe on the video. Mr. Su, look at the human boss Lin. It looks like he's going to compete with someone. Yeah, let me see. Holy shit, why is your phone blacked out? Mr. Su, my cell phone seems to be broken. Inside the Imperial Hospital, Su Shanxiang once again appreciated Wang Baoqiang's black hole bad luck attribute. It was a real tearjerker. But the good news is that the bad luck didn't reach my daughter, who is now all safe. And Lin Bei, who had saved his daughter and sent him and Bao Chang to the imperial capital, was already seen as a benefactor. Since it is a benefactor, anything about the benefactor should be doubled up. Present. Su Shanxiang then took out his own cell phone to see what had happened to his benefactor Lin Bei again. A few minutes later. Shit, why is my phone blacked out too? Su Shanxiang pressed down the cell phone, and then he couldn't help but curse. But the good thing was that he already knew the basics. Bao Chang, this time and the last time I'll move with you, because our benefactor is about to fight that son of a bitch Zhang Qi. So I don't care how arcane your bad luck is, I'll lay down my life to go waving flags and cheering live for our benefactor. That, I hope you understand, Su Shanxiang said seriously. As for Wang Baoqiang, as soon as he heard that Lin Bei wanted to fight with the son of a bitch, he didn't care so much. he just took a stand and said, "Then we must go and help our benefactor." How manly it is to rush to the red face. If we don't support him, who else are we going to support? Hear that? Su Shanxian was the one who acted right away. Go! Then. Hey! You hit that old man in the wheelchair. You be careful, the oranges on that car fell off and will hit. Really hit someone? Wang Baoqian's words just fell. A private car driver who ran a red light appeared at the intersection all of a sudden, directly brushing past the tip of Su Shanxian's nose. At that moment, to be honest, Su Shanxian was scared, but in order to give his benefactor Lin Bei a boost, he also decided to go out on a limb. And the entire imperial capital, the people who came to cheer and support Lin Bei, many people, the streets are crowded with cars, almost all of them are rushing towards the Autumn Name Mountain. There are also many outsiders close to the crowd to see. The scene can be said to be a sea of people. On the web, the hot topic of cheering for Lin Bei about the Akuma Mountain tournament has long topped one on various social media platforms. Inside the temporary office hall of the Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee's imperial capital, Zhang Qi, I never thought you'd be so capable of actually getting Lin Bei to compete with you. Han Han looked at the screen full of hot searches. It was exciting, because if Lin Bei didn't come to compete, he could earn a lot, and if Lin Bei came to compete, then he could definitely earn even more, at least double, several times over It's not. At the moment, Han Han then simply doubled the price of ticket money, advertising, sponsorships and broadcasting rights and whatnot, once again, and surely the sponsors, the tourists, although they are angry, will still definitely buy it. Zhang Qi, you are simply my god of fortune. And beside, Zhang Qi, whose face was covered with gauze, said disdainfully, what is this amount of money to me? As long as I can get the title of god of cars, all the honors will be full of me. And at that time, no matter whether those people are convinced or not, they will have to admit that I am the god of cars. As for Han Han, she suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Zhang Qi, don't worry, this match tonight, you'll win no matter what. Of course, it's because your strength itself is strong enough to fully deserve the title of Chaishan. That's natural. Zhang Qi lightly droned, hesitant at that moment, his eyes full of battle intent. When Han Han saw this, his heart was more or less actually somewhat contemptuous, because he looked at Zhang Qi, just like himself back then. The difference is that at that time he was for his own war, and Zhang Qi was just a pawn that he utilized, a tool person. As for Lin Bei having a black tech flying car, there are some things that can't be done just by having black tech either. For example, hearts and minds, human nature, weakness of character, a young man full of heroism. This kind of person is just too good to hold. Gradually gray under the night, Han Han revealed an oozing smile. The street he was looking down on was filled with private cars like dark currents, and the directions leading to them all pointed toward the Akiyama racecourse in the distance. In the meantime, Imperial Capital, Byte Jump HQ, inside the teaser division, General Manager Wang Jianming was furious when he saw that the price had been doubled again for broadcasting and sponsorship rights. This whatchamacallit organizing committee is simply taking advantage of the fire. It was clearly agreed that the broadcasting and sponsorship rights would combine for $20 million, but it turned out to be $80 million all of a sudden. It's still the same doubling, and when you add it all up, that's clearly quadrupling. Why don't you say they go rob the money? And gang, one of the members of the working group in charge of docking the fallow fish, sat squarely and coyly in the conference room. In fact, he would like to say, sit on the ground and raise the price or something, is not much faster than robbing the money. How much can you rob if you go to the bank? But after all, this is a leader, not a coworker. You guys, how can we trust each other with just this kind of organizing committee? In case it comes to the crucial moment of broadcasting, and then you are given a sit-down price. Are you out or not out for the sake of your subscribers? Do any of you have an idea if you don't? What's the matter? All dumb at the crucial moment. Raise an army for 1,000 days, only to find out when you use it that all of them are full of food and only know how to surrender when you fight, right? Wang Jianming once again admonished. The dozen or so people in the conference room didn't even dare to say a word. No one gets off work tonight until I come up with something. Wang Jianming offered the ultimate weapon. This time, Kong simply couldn't take it, because he was still thinking of going to watch the car god Lin Bei's live broadcast after work. Looks like it has to come out. GM, I have an idea. Since the Akihabara organizing committee is asking for a lion's share of the money and sitting on its hands, we don't have to use it. Car god Lin Bei will definitely start his own live broadcast by then. All we need to do is put out this news and there will definitely be countless people flocking in. As for what happens when so many users cause the servers to crash, we could just use the money we would have spent on broadcasting rights to buy servers. You can even borrow them, right? Kong stepped forward. All of a sudden, he became a hero in the eyes of the crowd. And his approach, a large element of gambling, but if it is as he expected, then certainly able to scoop up all the lost users, and even in turn can pry the corner of the competitors. Yes, just do what you say. You kid is a fucking genius. This time, we, T's, are going to get back all that we have lost. Wang Jianming finished. The entire room immediately sprang into action. Tonight, the teaser division is destined to be a sleepless night, and equally sleepless, except for the national audience who eagerly awaited the Akihabara event. Then there's the Dragon Science Institute and the military, who have just learned of the incident. Report Dean. Here are the latest movements of Lin Bei that need to be reported to you. Outside the conference room of the Dragon Science Institute, when intern Xiaobai saw Dean Li Chanan, who had just finished communicating with the military, he hurriedly rubbed the corners of his coat and stepped forward and said. When Li Chang'an heard this, he wanted to say Nian directly, but when he saw that it was Xiaobai, he couldn't help but ask, when did this happen? White replied a little nervously, an hour ago. You really are. Didn't I say that I should be the first to be informed of any movement in Lin Bei? Li Chang'an was numb. This little white guy, who had previously caused the technical information email submitted by Lin Bei to be put on hold due to carelessness in his work. Now he's been given a chance to redeem himself by instantly reporting on Lin Bei's developments, but he emphasized instantly but had to delay. Right now, Li Chanan could not wait to hold down Xiaobai's head and say angrily, give you a chance and you're not useful. You're not useful? I'm sorry, Dean, please give me another chance. Before I was afraid that breaking in would offend you and the military commander. I will absolutely prioritize relaying information in the back. Kahaku bowed 90 degrees in fear and hated to bury his head between his legs. Seeing that Xiaobai was trembling all over, Li Chang'an could not continue to have a seizure. After all, he was still a buildable talent in the courtyard. So he said, I'll give you one more chance. Get up. Don't waste any more time. What's going on? Thank you, Dean. Xiaobai said excitedly. Then he hurriedly got up and said with a face full of caution. Dean, based on the video posted by Lin Bei. Oh, Academician Lin. On the internet, as well as the rumors on the internet, I did a comprehensive analysis. The conclusion in a nutshell is that the racing driver Zhang Qi coerced Academician Lin to participate in a race with him by harassing the person he likes, and his motive is to be a car god, and the reason for his motive is supposedly related to his wealthy family background. The following is the relevant data and information I retrieved. Dean, you can view the forensic self-judgment. On the other hand, the organizing committee of the Akamasu that held tonight's Akamasu tournament is supposed to have violated the commercial competition law, criminal law, civil law and other judicial norms, and the relevant internet checking and judicial regulations have corresponded to it, and there are cited and combined with domestic and foreign classic cases, which determined that the possibility of violating the law and crime is extremely high, and the students suggest a strict investigation. Lin Bei was coerced? Is a criminal organization behind the coercion? Li Chang'an denied even more anger. You said that such an important matter, something that could very well be related to Lin Bei and the lives of those around him, and as a result, this little white Frozen reported an hour late. Li Chang'an felt like he was about to be confused by this little white man's anger. At that moment, he could only grab the information with a trembling hand and said, let's see. And this look, Li Chang'an realized at once. This Zhang Qi is obviously psychologically deformed and even has a tendency to be dehumanized and even sociopathic. More importantly, he dared to lay his hands on Lin Bei, something the country would never allow. Then there is this Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee, which is maliciously marketing hype, buying and selling, sitting on the fence, and seems to be inextricably linked to a number of car accidents, murders, robberies and smuggling cases. There's something fucking fishy going on here. Long Branch Yard must be hit hard, as the dean, he, Li Chang'an, must shelter Lin Bei, who was about to become the youngest academician. Xiaobai, has Commander Su been notified of this matter? Li Chang'an memorized the information and immediately said with a solemn face. Seeing this, Xiaobai hurriedly replied, I've already informed Commander Su, and Commander Su should be on his way to Longko Academy by military plane at this moment. Good, you're still doing well in this matter. Keep it up and continue to serve Academician Lin, Li Chang'an said without smiling. He was about to go to Su Yun subsequently, when coincidentally Su Yun came at that very moment. Dean Li, you know the information that Bai gave you, right? I've just sent people from the intelligence section to use special means to investigate, and I've specifically contacted the criminal investigation experts from the Imperial Capital Police Department. And this Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee is a criminal syndicate under the skin of a company. Now that Lin Bei is going to the competition, I'm worried that he'll be in some kind of danger. That's why I hope that the Long Science Academy will immediately draft a document to publicize Lin Bei's identity as a hidden academician. This will deter those curmudgeons and also give Lin Bei the honor he deserves. Su Yun wore a military uniform and said with an extraordinary temperament. On the side, White heard the offer. He could not help but smack his lips secretly. This is an academician, a real academician, and a hidden academician's identity. The compulsion has been raised again. Once it's exposed, it's bound to cause a sensation across the country, and even the world, when the time comes. Commander Su, I think it's too early to expose the academician's identity, because we haven't yet asked Lin Bei himself what he wants. What if Lin Bei wants something else? What if he doesn't want the academician? What if the exposure bothers Lin Bei instead? So let's try not to expose it until we've gone through formal talks. But that doesn't mean we have to deter the young. So why not just arrest them for threatening academicians? You know, in our country, not only has a national treasure academician been beaten into a serious injury tragedy, but also occurred so that China's cutting-edge science and technology in the field of the world's pinnacle of the academician has received a death threat. Extreme bad events. These past events we cannot be undone. But now, in the future, we must avoid this kind of thing happened. We must be our treasure academician collectively to be protected, Li Chang'an said from the bottom of his heart. As Su Yun looked at the hurt and regret on Li Chang'an's face, how could he not know that this was the other party's true thoughts? How could he not realize that this was a matter of great significance? Not that he was pretentious and deliberately melodramatic. Rather, in our country, there are indeed many obscure for the country to dedicate an academician. Some of them in the Gobi Desert. Anonymous a dry. Is a lifetime, away from their wives and children, away from all the world. And some even if they died to now, the country still cannot decrypt them. More cannot be named. Exposure. There is no match whatsoever between what they contribute, and what they get, and how they are treated. Dean Li, I recognize your point of view, but I also have my own disagreement. Lin Bei's technology and technological products, whether it's a mecha supercar or a mecha flying car, that's a priority to be used on top of national defense and in the construction of the military. If we let the police make the arrests, and the final fruits of victory fall into the hands of my military, I, Su Yun, can't pull this face, so I won't bother you, Dean Li, to notify the police. This arrest is under the sole responsibility of my central military region. At that time, I will deploy 12 helicopter gunships and 3 regiments of troops to surround the site, and then send a reconnaissance company of troops straight into the Dragon to take out the lair of the Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee in one fell swoop. Su Yun waved his big hand, like an iron-blooded veteran, and said with an imposing manner. Little White, who was on the side, was even more shocked. In order to a not yet academician Lin Bei, the state is willing to use the army to protect, but also obviously want to grab in the police before to protect. The same is engaged in scientific research. He Xiaobai to now read the graduate school have not come up with any useful scientific research results. The results of people Lin Bei directly is the military and the institution is extremely important to the future of the academician. It really is. Man to man. Xiaobai couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. And Li Chang'an that was also given a shock, because letting the army to carry out the police's mission, that is overstepping the authority. White, back off. Yes, Dean, Commander Su, it's always been the case that the police are in charge of the interior and the military the exterior. You're a commander but you have to get involved in the jurisdiction of the police. Aren't you overstepping your authority? After White left, Li Chang'an pulled Su Yun into the private office again and said carefully, while Su Yun smiled mysteriously at his words, he said, in this matter, I have already consulted Elder Qin. Elder Qin? Li Chang'an was startled and hurriedly grabbed Su Yun's wrist, asking after him with wide eyes, could it be that Elder Qin has already wielded his sword? Yes, this matter is still only known to you and me, Dean Li. At that time, Qin Lao will also be personally close to Lin Bei, but must pay attention to confidentiality. Do not leak the wind, or I'm afraid that the countries will be presumptuous speculation, terrified, and in the international to our China to cause any disputes. Su Yun slightly narrowed his eyes and said, he wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause it either, especially when everything was about Lin Bei at the moment. In that case, I am already clear. Li Chang'an nodded heavily and said, now that even old man Qin has made an entrance, it seems that the future of Huaxia is bound to set off a shock wave, and if it's Qin Lao, then this wave of shock is bound to be for the internal enemies and the external enemies, and it's absolutely beneficial to them, and to the people of my China, without any harm. Dean Li, time is running out, so you and I should hurry up and set off to board the plane, and join me in watching a great show that will soon be staged at the Autumn Fame Mountain Tournament. May. Li Chang'an and Su Yun glanced at each other with a sudden feeling of sympathy, and were full of anticipation for tonight's battle on MT. Kiunamai. But just then, Xiaobai suddenly burst in. Dean Li, Commander Su, the latest news, the world's richest man, Mas Kuan, is also coming to MT, Xiaoming to watch the tournament. Li Chang'an and Su Yun were shocked in their hearts. Su Yun, in particular, was shocked, because this is a time for leaders to have private conversations about confidential matters. How dare this in turn barge in? Su Yun immediately turned his gaze to Li Chang'an, and recalled that just now he asked Xiaobai instantly Chanan. Suddenly people numb. You say this little white guy. You don't come when you should be instant, but when you shouldn't be, you come again. What is this called? This is sinning. White. We got it. Next time you send a message, remember to knock. Li Chang'an calmed down. White instantly realized his mistake again. But you say, it's not a good idea to break in. It's not a good idea not to break in. It's this, it's better to break in. Better than inaction. Kahaku left once again as he thought so. Su Yun had been in the military camp for a long time, so he naturally saw that Xiaobai was Li Chang'an's intelligence grabber and didn't care. Brother Chang'an, now that this what's-his-name world's richest man, Mas Kuan, is here, I have a feeling that there's something fishy going on here as well. We have to hurry up and deploy the plan just in case. Su Yun said thoughtfully. Then he and Li Chang'an came to the barracks to start the operation. The other side, coming all the way from across the ocean, Mas Kuan had wanted to plan to open a factory in the imperial capital. After all, before the factory opened in Mordor, and Mordor is only the economic center, but the imperial capital that is a country a capital. If you can occupy this market, absolutely promising. It was a pity that the Chinese officials had not been allowed to do so, and he had come on this trip because he wanted to meet in person in order to open up the imperial city market. But it was never expected. Lin Bei, the ruthless man who could refuse to spend millions of US dollars and billions of investment plans in his previous live streaming connection, will soon be competing in the Akira Mountain Tournament tonight. Mecha supercars, mecha racing, and it's all flying cars. You know, if it is not the Mountain City Wild, National Highway Line life and death speed is a lot of Chinese people agreed. Mas Kuan will believe in such an outrageous thing? An acceleration, directly dumped the great power of the Chinese J20? Just the fact that a race car can fly up to 10,000 meters in the air is already extreme. But it turns out that it can also drive supersonically from the mountain city all the way to the imperial capital. The technology embedded in this. It's definitely a black technology beyond the current era. It doesn't. When Fury, the director of the Federal Tea Drinking Bureau, learns that he's in the imperial capital and that Lin Bei is going to participate in the competition, he arranges for him to get close to Lin Bei and trade technology in the name of the state. Also lets slip that if you don't agree, you will severely investigate his factory. Investigate and bottom of his many black materials. This Nima, Mas Kuan is not dare to say, have to do After all, this group of people, that dared to put even the president of their own country in a cell. Whoa fun. You guys, look, who's that guy? Who, crap, Mas Kuan, the richest man in the world? I actually met the richest man in the world? This mustn't go up for a picture and an autograph? Walk up I was here to see Lin Bei, but I didn't expect to bump into Mas Kuan. He should be here to see the car god competition too, right? At this point, a sudden commotion arose among the crowd. Although Mas Kuan did not know what these Chinese people spoke, but from only words and their actions also can be seen, is the set of star chasing. Just before he could greet the Chinese passers-by, he was surrounded by reporters, the kind who interviewed him in English. Mr. Mascon, may I ask if you came to the site to watch the race of the god of cars? Lin Bei? Mr. Mascon, may I ask if you have come alone today? Is there any other companion accompanying you? Mr. Mascon, regarding Lin Bei's previous rejection of you, what was your attitude then and what is your attitude now? These reporters are crazier than passers-by, because passers-by just find it new and interesting, while journalists that's what they eat. But Mascon has always been uncomfortable with these media reporters, spread his hands and said with a grimace, Okay, I don't really want to answer any of these questions about what you guys are asking, because I just want to simply watch Lin Bei's match, to go and see for myself how powerful the performance of his black tech flying car really is. Well, that's all I have to answer. With that, Mas Kuan waved his hand before entering the Akuma main event under the protection of his bodyguards. However, just as he was walking forward happily, there was suddenly a greater commotion behind him. Instead of a commotion, it's more like a straight-up landslide. Only screams and exclamations were heard in waves. The surrounding crowd, those who didn't go in, swarmed right over, and the people who were already inside the arena followed suit. Despite the fact that their tickets had already been underwritten, there were also several people who clearly saw him as Mas Kuan, but after freezing for a few seconds, They actually ran towards the crowded area without even looking back. Maskin was confused. What the hell? You tell me. What are they doing? Who the hell is coming? Maskin asked the assistant translator with some irritation. He realized that the assistant interpreter actually had the urge to throw away his job and go and spectate in his eyes. 2. This is outrageous, isn't it? Mr. Maskin. It's Lin Bei who's here. Lin Bei, the god of cars, has come in his mecha racer. The assistant translator's excitement overflowed as he said. It was only then that Mosquin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How long has it been since this Lin Bei appeared? And he has actually already become a big star that is sought after by millions of people. In his country, only Michael, known as the king of music, possessed such a terrifying influence. Inside, Mr. Maskin, why don't we go take a look as well? The assistant translator sheepishly pointed over there and said. Maskin instantly went cold-eyed, but immediately licked his lips again and said, go check it out. Yay, great. The assistant interpreter was ecstatic all the way to the deer in the headlights, and following all the way deer in the headlights, there was also Shin Yuchu sitting in the co-pilot of the Genji Star. She followed Lin Bei to the arena, and had been mentally prepared that there would be a lot of people, but she never expected that there would actually be so many people, and they were also very enthusiastic kind of people. But the good thing is that when you reach out, your favorite person is right next to you. Nervous? Inside the source pole star, Lin Bei's palm gently rested on the back of Shin Yuchu's hand and softly said. Shin Yuchu felt the warmth coming from her broad hand. Her heart inexplicably warmed up as well, and when she looked at Lin Bei's pair of eyes that were full of love, her heart and mind were stirred for a while, so much so that she even reacted to her body. Still, okay, Shin Yuchu shrunk her head and whispered, the long hair on both sides falling just enough to cover her blushing face. Seeing this, Lin Bei didn't say much, but reached out and prepared to turn on the flight mode. If Shin Yuchu is too shy in front of people, then just leap over. But just then, Shin Yuchu suddenly said, wait a minute, Xiao Bei. What's wrong? Lin Bei said as he stopped. He twisted his head to look and realized that Shin Yuchu's body seemed to be trembling, or perhaps his own eyes were shaking? Anyway, Shin Yuchu seemed to have made a very big decision saying, Xiao Bei. Are we already together? Lin Bei slightly hesitated for a moment before faintly smiling. Of course, it's not like we've all met the parents. It's just that I behaved a bit poorly. Instead, Shin Yuchu said decisively, no, you did well. I liked it. Lin Bei heard. For a moment, do not know what to say. On the heart is also very warm, but also some puzzled what this girl in the heart. Immediately after, then he heard Shin Yuchu say again very seriously and as if he was talking to himself. And then, since we're already together, there's really no need to hide it. As the woman of the god of cars, I have to have the relative awareness. Xiao Bei, will you put your arm around me to enter the race? After saying that, Shin Yuchu raised her head and boldly looked at Lin Bei. The moment the eyes met, Lin Bei looked at Shin Yuchu's pitiful, pleading eyes and had a hot feeling that the blood in his body actually became ignited. Dashing in like a winner with your arm around the school goddess's waist in front of all the attention? It turned out that she was trying to find ways to please me. Of course, it's better to say it's to please than to express one's love for the one way, only for Lin Bei, who was significantly more receptive. Yes, of course, Lin Bei couldn't stop the joy on his face and said. At that moment, he directly grabbed Shin Yuchu's hand and continued to say excitedly, a plot in a TV novel, happening to me? I naturally can't wait for it to happen. Let's go, my girl. Shin Yuchu smiled cheekily and was about to follow Lin Bei, but suddenly hung up by the handbrake. Ouch. But also hit the roof of the car. Bei, I'd better use my passenger door to get out. Shin Yuchu covered the top of her head with both hands and ate the pain. Okay. Lin Bei naturally agreed with a weak heart, because he was just a moment of confusion. Actually did not think that he sat in the driver's seat. Shin Yuchu sat below. Unless climb over, or from both sides out of the good. Wow, is this the Genji Star? It's really super cool. Yeah, I thought it was cool just watching it on Snapchat before. But I didn't realize that watching it in real life would hit my spot even more. And as soon as the car door opened, the gasps and exclamations of awe from the onlookers of the passersby could be heard at the same moment. Look guys, the car god is getting off. Wait, there's like 2 of them. The passenger one. Wow, fun. It's beautiful. Cripes. Obviously wearing a very ordinary school uniform. But she has a sense of being a big star. My god. This face value. This body proportion. It's too overwhelming. I'm a woman and I feel like I'm going to be bent. That's right. She's the school goddess of Longkou Yuan University. The female scholar of the Star Province. Shen Yuchu. And also, she's also the girlfriend of the god of cars. The god of cars came to the imperial capital just to see her. The god of cars participated in the competition. Also for her. Really? What kind of divine love is this? 555. I want it too. Hearing the fans' compliments about Shin Yuchu, Lin Bei was so happy in his heart that he couldn't even help but want to go up and make a fool of himself. Look, this is my girlfriend. Of course, in order to avoid making this large group of single dog food to eat, to draw a knife, but also a single fight, it is better not to abuse the dog. Immediately after, Lin Bei also stepped out of the car door. Instantly, it drew an even bigger shock. Crap, 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 crap. It's the god of cars himself. It's really him. Wow, fun. I actually did meet someone in reality that I can only see on TV. Really, it's an amazing feeling. It's just a dream come true kind of fusion. It's dreamy. At this moment, if Xiao Yu were here, he would definitely say my god ha ha ha, and that little black guy's wow. Really, that was definitely not an exaggeration. Lin Bei, I want to give you a monkey. At this point, a burly man in the middle of the crowd suddenly yelled at the top of his voice. Yes, it's a strong man, to give us monkeys. Meow. Lin Bei almost gave a fright when he heard this. He also felt marvelous, because the fanatical fans that were only found in this paragraph and novel actually existed in real life, and were actually bumped into by him. Would you say this is something to feel happy about? Or sad about? In short, Lin Bei couldn't stop crying and laughing. Just then, Shin Yuchu took the initiative to walk over, and in the midst of the hot gazes of a crowd of young boys and girls, like a little birdie, she hugged Lin Bei's chest, and Lin Bei smoothly wrapped his arm around her waist. Originally, this action, Lin Bei did not feel much like spreading dog food, but to the passers-by. At this moment, the two were one tall and one low, with a perfect height difference. In this scene, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, just like a match made in heaven. Very much a perfect couple's fait accompli. It could be described as a direct shock to the eyeballs of all of them present, because the hero and heroine, who are only found in novels, actually appeared in reality, right on the spot, right in front of their eyes. And so intimate, so unafraid of exposure. This wave of dog food feeding, the crowd that is straight to say don't want it okay? Sure, because of Lin Bei's character, and Shin Yuchu's excellence, the passers-by were still more envious and praising, and pinned a lot of good imaginations on them. Shin Yuchu, for example, has already been called a treasure girl, and some people even called out, the heroine of the novel in my heart finally has a face. And although Lin Bei was only a little handsome, such qualities, such a personality, was clearly the real other half of many girls' hearts. Okay? Moment. Lin Bei has also gained a new name after God of Cars, which is National God of Men. It's not because of how good looking it is, but it is indeed a real man of national importance that many girls want and that many guys would recognize. And how can it not be disgusting that a couple that is such a good match is made to suffer by an odious villain? Zhang Qi? Boy God Lin, we support you in defeating that bad guy Zhang Qi. Yes, we, boys, are supposed to protect our beloved girls. Go north. We're all here for you. We're all here to cheer you on. Go for it, go for it, go for it. At the scene, all the passers-by were instantly transformed into fans, wanting to wave flags and cheer for Lin Bei. Lin Bei also felt a warmth in his heart, but more than that, he felt something heavy. With the pressure of his hands out of thin air, he was about to tell everyone to be quiet, but it turned out that everyone tacitly did not say anything. Lin Bei was a little surprised, but the competition was about to start. He had to hurry. And after brewing for a few moments, he decided to drag out the whole thing from his heart. I feel happy that all of you are cheering for me, because I, Lin Bei, am also someone who has a lot of support, but I know myself that I am not a big star. Yet I have been given star-like treatment because of everyone's love, and I have to shoulder the corresponding social responsibility, but I will not choose to run away. I do sincerely hope that we can all work together to bring a positive energy towards the sun to this society. I'm fighting Zhang Qi this time because he did do something wrong and I have to fight for Young Chu, but I'll have my ways and means, and I'll beat him squarely. I'm also sure you all empathize with me and are angry. But remember that anger lowers your IQ and can cause you to do things that you can't live with the consequences of. Like before, some cute fan ran to Zhang Qi's scarf to ride the face output. Hey, it's not desirable, but that brother, Lin Bei. Thank you, thanks. Then, let's get back to the point. Tonight's match was originally just between Zhang Qi and I. But now it seems that it is also a duel between the good in everyone's hearts, and the evil that Zhang Qi represents. As outrageous or as far-fetched as this sounds, why is it associated with good and evil? Because I'm now a public figure, which means that tonight, I'm not just fighting for myself, and the woman I love, but for all of you. So, let's enter the arena in an orderly fashion, full of confidence, full of a passion for justice. and kick off this game that is ours. What do you think? Lin Bei finished his words. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet. It was because they were all still reminiscing about Lin Bei's remarks just now. Not a big star, but getting star treatment because of their audience? In that case, this sense of social responsibility was still imposed by them on Lin Bei. But not only did he not reject it, he didn't even get angry, but he was also brave enough to take on this responsibility. Look at his point of view behind him. Advising fans not to ride the face output, is fighting for justice, but also hope that everyone can enter the field in an orderly manner, is with a passion for justice, not his Lin Bei's personal worship, not to mention that a ball of anger in his heart. Comparing this to those fresh meat who only knew how to sing and dance raps, and why not eat the stars, wasn't Lin Bei more deserving of being the idol of everyone and anyone? I, Zhu Yuchen, am the first to agree, with such idols for us to worship, to give us positive energy, to lead us to become a better version of ourselves, why should we say no? Not only can't we refuse, but we have to enthusiastically embrace Brother North. Among the crowd, the pretty boy named Zhu Yuchen was the first to speak. It instantly resonated with a wide range of people. Yeah, how could they not support such an idol who genuinely thought about spreading positive energy? Boy God Lin, we're fighting side by side with you. You're not alone. You have all of us to support you. Be sure to cheer when you compete later. Show off your skills well. All of us are looking forward to you winning. Right, we must ruthlessly crush the dog thief Zhang Qi, and the professional racers, and let them know who is the real god of cars. And of course, all of us, let's not swarm around here. Let's just enter the venue in an orderly manner as God of Carlin said. We are God of Carlin's fans. We absolutely must have quality. One time, almost all of the fans all acted. The crowd was sprawling and panicked, but almost everyone was courteous to each and even helped each other out. This confused a group of reporters, especially Mas Kuan behind the reporters. To know, the world's most influential star Jackson, that is a concert can be sung directly to the fans to die of excitement. The scene order is chaotic out of shape. Almost every scene has trampled accidents, and Lin Bei just made a speech, and then all the people are orderly exit. A little push and shove trampling are not? That influence alone is simply better than Jackson's. And now that everyone was entering, he had to follow along, because going against the flow, especially against the flow of people, was simply male on male. A bitter laugh. Maskin just shook his head and headed inside. Those reporters, on the other hand, chose to be the mainstay for the sake of their rice bowls, and even more so for this explosive scene, and immediately took pictures of the spot and quickly transmitted the news materials back to the headquarters. Subsequently, the National Daily's article "The Real National Idol" was issued, and it actually rushed straight to the top of the hot search before the start of the competition. It also sidestepped the intensification of more people's interest in this singing competition. Honey, look at that! The National Daily News issued an article commenting that Lin Bei, the god of cars, promotes positive energy and is a well-deserved national idol. With a single word, he could make the densely packed fans in the audience enter the venue in an orderly manner and even help each other because of him. This influence alone is hard to underestimate. Before, it was indeed us who underestimated him. Inside the Imperial Quadrangle, Shen Wansan, Shen Youchu's father, looked at the news on his cell phone and said in surprise, "There's also a previous article that says Lin Bei was originally kindly rescuing a pair of enemies traveling to the imperial capital, but as a result, one of them's daughter got osteomyelitis, and faced with a life and death crisis, she had to drive a flying car, traveling directly at supersonic speeds. It's even faster than our Chinese great weapon, the J2-0. In the end, it also really saved the person, but without trying to return the favor. Truly a young hero." Su Wanron was cooking on the side and wanted to interject a few words, but then she saw Shen Wansan finished and said something else, so she put down the chopper, patted her apron with both hands and walked over to Snicker. "Didn't you yell before that you wanted to break someone's legs? What? Now you don't want to? And also baby up?" Shen Wansan hemmed and hawed and said, "Wife, that's black technology. It's a real supersonic flying car. With this kind of technology and strength, is the country have to Lin Bei as an ancestor? Not to mention that this kid has excellent character. To tell is definitely like a great man will be written into the history textbooks. Famous in history, to be memorized by future generations. Although I can't do this. I'm not a great man, but I can be a great man's father-in-law, and you can be a great man's mother-in-law, and be glorified." That's a lot of words. Instead, it really made Su Wanrong, who was used to enjoying riches and wealth, feel moved, because the more she's seen over the years in the rich and powerful community, she knows that it's extremely rare to be famous, well known, and especially the kind of reputation that your country holds you up for, let alone have a chance to be written up in a history textbook. But on second thought, Su Wanrong was scared again. Husband, we seem to be really quite disdainful of this son-in-law. Do we want to make amends to people personally? Su Wanrong said with some trepidation. Shen Wansan also nodded in recognition and said, indeed, you should watch less of those bloodthirsty mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ethical dramas, and not be so realistic. After all, we don't lack material things, but we lack a dragon son-in-law like Lin Bei. Honey, after our daughter and Lin Bei's relationship stabilizes, how about we personally set off from the imperial capital to Star City to visit Lin Bei's parents? Good. When the time comes, we'll be sure to give the platoon its full attention. Now I'll hurry up and cook. Then when the match starts, we'll watch Lin Bei's performance all over again, while we'll just eat and cook. Tonight, you're going to have to fight for me. Su Wanrong immediately revealed a touch of petulance and said. Shen Wansan subconsciously touched his waist. A look of pain flashed across his face, but he still forced himself to be happy and said, good. The Akihabara racetrack. With the arrival of the night, the sidelights are turned on, and the place is transformed into a night market. It's just that instead of all kinds of delicious food stalls, this night market is filled with all kinds of dazzling supercars. There is a silver and white Bugatti Veyron, a Ferrari that is as flirty red as ever, a Lamborghini that is shaped like a small Mustang, a Maserati that emits a surging wave of sound, and a very rare GTR, and even the Big G appeared on top of the track. You can imagine how many supercars are gathered here, and tonight's race is undoubtedly a feast for the eyes and ears. And among the many supercars, the one that shone the brightest, that is, the one that led the pack, was definitely Lin Bei's mecha racer, the Genji Star. And not just because of the car's sci-fi look, more because this is a flying car, able to fly at supersonic speeds, and also able to transform into an Autobot, is the only one in the world, the dream in the hearts of almost all buttoned-up flying car players, and the dream car in the hearts of most people. Of course, what was even more striking than the Source Pole star was Lin Bei. But at the moment, Lin Bei was surrounded by a group of old fans in advance, and other fans could not squeeze in at all. Inside the players' lounge, Xiao Shui, Xiao Mei, Xiao Ding and Xiao Shang were gathering around Lin Bei wanting to get acquainted. At this time, Shin Yuchu naturally and obediently chose to urinate. The first one to come up was Xiao Shui. Hello car god. I'm a movie lover, handsome, and your first fan audience, too. When I first watched you live racing, I thought it was a movie, but I didn't think it was actually reality. Nice to meet you. Thanks. Well, speaking in a civilized manner, thank you is the mantra, and exuding the aura of a good bunny. A college student indeed. Especially since the eyes revealed the kind of clear stupidity that only college students have. Of course, it's not that it's really stupid, it's just that it hasn't been exposed to society enough to do what it's supposed to do. And it's a kind of ignorant stupidity, but one day it will become informed wisdom as well. Let's just hope the eyes were still clear then. Lin Bei responded politely. Hello little Shui. Thanks for the support. After shaking hands with Lin Bei, Xiao Shui instantly fell into ecstasy, and his lively appearance was really a bit laughable. The second one to come up was Mei. Hello car god. I'm the inner funeral anchor Mei. You won't mind me, will you? Lin Bei, no. Where? We're all anchors. Where's the high and low? But all the anchors I was following before accidentally GA. Lin Bei, sorry. Excuse me. Don't ya. I'm not following you. No, I am not following your account. Lin Bei, oh, you didn't say so earlier. I'm kidding you. The crowd at the scene burst into laughter. They were never expecting that the Lin Bei in the live broadcast was actually so funny in reality. This was followed by Xiao Ding and Xiao Shang shaking hands with Lin Bei one by one to show their recognition. And actually, like being a fan, it was the first time for these anchors. But how could it not be the first time for Lin Bei to be an idol? Almost both parties found the experience and feeling superb. Almost everyone couldn't help but laugh until two people covered in chicken feathers appeared in the doorway of the lounge. Simply because of the hilarious portrayal of these two. Especially the eyes. One desperate and the other confused. And one can't help but wonder what they've been through along the way here. It's not going to be a new man on the street, is it? Hey, Mr. Su, look, isn't that the boss? End of the elevator. When Wang Baoqiang saw Lin Bei, he immediately shouted out in surprise, with one hand excitedly pointing at Lin Bei. The other hand hurriedly pulled and tugged on Su Shanxian, shaking off all the chicken feathers on his body and floating them to the ground. But Su Shanxiang didn't care at all, because he finally meets again the benefactor who saved his daughter. Big brother, Brother North, I finally see you again. 555. You know how hard I looked for you? Just this Wang Baoqiang. His bad luck attribute is too powerful. I'm on the road, almost hit by a car again, and driving to hit a cow. You say, I come to give big brother you waving the flag. do a small contribution. Easy ni? Su Shanshan began to cry as he spoke. Only then did the crowd recognize the two as the lost man in a labyrinth duo that Lin Bei had encountered during his previous live broadcast from Mountain City to the imperial capital. It is indeed tragic. Just why does everyone find it so funny? Or are all comedies tragedies at their core? The small handsome on the side looked at the duo in front of him, suddenly had an idea to make a movie. He's originally from the directing department, so why not just make a movie and call it Lost in Translation? And the temptation to get college students to act as groupies. If you can give them a certificate of internship, that's definitely more tempting than anything else, isn't it? Brother Bei, when do you think if I make a movie about your experiences, will you ask me for money for the script? If I ask you to star in it, will you charge me for the movie? At this time, Xiao Shui shamelessly asked Lin Bei. Lin Bei touched his nose. He's in a state where he's just not short of money because the state is underwriting it, and making a movie should be able to increase his popularity, right? So what if I invest in it myself? Be a producer? Seems not bad. Yes, if you want to shoot it, I won't charge you. I'll also give you money to invest. I'll be the actor and also the producer. Is this acceptable to you? Lin Bei asked. He was still apprehensive that if the handsome little man had another idea, it wouldn't come together. However, he never expected that Xiao Shui would open his mouth and say, "Good, Brother Bei, it's a deal. After this match, I'll start scheming. Brother North, you must remember our agreement." Okay, fine. Lin Bei cried and laughed. Then, it was off to meet the human embarrassment duo. To be honest, Su Shanshan's willingness to risk his life to bring Wang Baoxiang to meet us is still quite a face-saver. This return gift of affection, that's pretty thick, too. Elder brother Su, is your daughter okay now? Lin Bei said as he supported Su Shanshan's shoulder. Su Shanshan immediately said with a tender face, "All is well, everything is fine. Truly, big brother, you're amazing. After the incident, I contacted the family of the pregnant woman you carried before, and they have a daughter now, and everything is fine. Also, I have a favor to ask. I'm not the owner of a toy store. I hope to make toys of the little yellow car you drove before, as well as the buckle flyer, and your cartoon doll image, and then give them to poor children in the mountainous areas for free, in the hope of giving them a good childhood, and feel the positive energy that you've always emphasized. What do you think?" This is a question. Lin Bei had a good think about it right then and there. If you work with the state, everything is provided by the state, and it is inevitable that you will feel hollowed out. But if you let Su Shanshan take the factory and we cooperate, will we exchange those black technology all in the form of toys peddled to the country? Hey, this seems to be quite interesting In the future, as long as countries such as Eagle Jam and Little Day ask about it, or trumpet some kind of Wasia threat theory, simple Maz, these are just toys. What kind of missile has a range of 300 kilometers and a margin of error of 700 kilometers? They're just toys. Hey, old brother Su, I agree with your charitable endeavors. However, don't you want to produce some more interesting contraptions? For example, the game 1-to-1 restoration of the engine heart Doomsday Mecha Huberian or even the movie Steel Battlesuit Air and Space Mothership Annihilation Ship and so on. To do high-end stuff Lin Bei said with a smirk, and Su Shanshan understood Lin Bei's thoughts right away, and only felt astonished in his heart. Can those bullshits really be built? Of course, can't you see that I can even build a Genji star? Good. Su Shanshan's heart rejoiced. His body is trembling, because he knows, he a small toy factory boss, now evening Lin Bei's big money. The future will certainly take off, and even in the history books Mr. Su, Boss Lin, what are you guys chatting about so happily? At this time, Wang Baoxiang came over with a smile and said. Su Shanshan hurriedly hugged his head and said, "Big brother, no, boss, you are also my boss. Boss, I'll withdraw first. This Wang Baoxiang, I am really afraid of him. I still want to keep producing toys for you, boss, so I'll withdraw first. Ouch. I'm sorry. Oh, I actually stepped on my own foot and fell down?" Wang Baoxiang came. Su Shanshan is see the plague general escape, but a careless step on their own feet. This is really bad luck. Bad God-possessed karma force. Simply horrible as this. And what if it's used on someone else, like Chang-Chi? Right away, Lin Bei had a very wonderful, old, idea in his mind. 6. Inside, Brother Chang Zi, I'll give you a task. Can you help me accomplish it? Lin Bei rode over Wang Baoxiang's shoulder and laughed. Wang Baoxiang patted his chest and said, "Boss, you can say whatever you want. I'm just going to go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire. I'll do it for you. Lin Bei, you don't have to pay so much. How about you find a way to stay by Zhang Qi's side and let your bad luck haunt him as well?" Wang Baoqiang, Zhang Qi, that son of a bitch? His body is not. He's a man. Why are you craving his body? Crap, boss. You're not doing that, are you? Don't worry. I will never tell. Lin Bei was instantly speechless when he heard Wang Baoqiang's top-level understanding. But the more precious it is, the more fun it is. He. A few minutes later. More than that, I don't need to say more. We are positive anchors. What you want to do, but it has nothing to do with me. Lin Bei, look. Wang Baoqiang also revealed a lewd smile. I know, boss, I understand. With that, he directed his gaze straight to the other side of the lounge. At this moment, Zhang Qi, who was resting his eyes, was suddenly tightening his chrysanthemums for no reason, but he didn't care, because the title of God of Cars would soon be his. Zhang Qi's. Hey, Zhang Qi, are you really sure that you can defeat Lin Bei alone this time? At this point, inside the lounge, Chen Liangsuk put on a gangly face and asked with nothing to hang on to. Beside him was a lifelong best friend, Zhou Tuahai. Zhou Tuahai said provocatively, I've run this course many times before it was built. When I was driving the AE-86 to deliver tofu across MT, Akira every day, I would put a cup of water in the car, and I wouldn't even drop the water after the whole run. It's no exaggeration to say that in Akira Mountain, I would drive faster than you with my eyes closed. So, the one who beats Lin Bei and takes the title of God of Cars will definitely be me. And when Zhang Qi heard that, he instantly got up with anger and said, Zhou Tuahai, I admit that you are very strong. However, I am stronger than you. Last time in the Battle of Mountain City, you were my defeated opponent. This time, even if it's on a map you're familiar with, I will definitely crush you. The title of Car God, it can only be mine. Fine, then we'll see, Zhou Tuahai said, pretending to be cool. Then stride away, and come to the bathroom. Chen Liangsuk couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhou Tuahai. Tuahai, your acting really sucks, but since there's money to be taken, it doesn't really matter. It's just that I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee might be completely exposed to the public eye. And we will have to find another way out. Zhou Tuahai shrugged and said, it doesn't matter. I've recently prepared to enter the music scene, and an original drift will definitely be able to hang on to the current Chinese music scene. Chen Liangsuk couldn't help but feel a sense of longing when he heard this, because Zhou Tuahai's musical talent was definitely the highest among all the people he had ever met. If a singer's highest honor is the king of songs and the king of heaven, then Zhou Tuahai must be the emperor of music. But, how did you tell? Zhou Tuahai couldn't help but wonder. Chen Liangsuk laughed. Have you forgotten the little secret I had to tell you last time? That was about Natsuki. I've got a very clever head on my shoulders. However, the match is coming up soon, so I won't tell you so much. After this match, I'll tell you the whole thing. In addition, I'm preparing to enter the acting industry. I'm preparing to film Infernal Affairs. I've read the script of this movie. The actress is very beautiful. Shucks, it's the role of Lu Jianming that suits me. Zhou Tuahai said with a heartfelt smile, you actually don't have to be an actor. Just with your face. I don't know how many fangirls you'll have. Chen Liangsuk lowered his head and smiled in the same way, but it was a bitter smile. With showers in the forest and the wind will destroy it, I have a premonition that sooner or later, I will be ruined on this face as well. So, if I can, I hope to hug Lin Bei's thigh. Can't you see? He's the one that the country is strongly promoting right now. Lin Bei? Zhou Tuahai muttered under his breath. To be honest, he was envious in his heart as he looked at Lin Bei, who was like a starry-eyed man. Well, don't think so much, Takumi. Let's hurry up and get ready on the race car. The race will officially start after the opening ceremony in a bit. Let this be our last battle. Chen Liangsuk patted Zhou Tuahai's shoulder and said. The duo then began to go forward to get ready as well. And along with them, there was also Lin Bei who began to prepare. The anchor group fans learned that Lin Bei was going to go to the field to get ready. And at this time, his sister-in-law Shen Yuchu also came back from the toilet. So at that moment, he also left with a sense of humor, leaving space for the two of them. Near the start, Shin Yuchu stood in front of Lin Bei, hands behind her back, two fingers aimlessly entwined. The other foot was also slightly cocked, but with her head lowered, wanting to speak, like a young girl in love, wanting to tell her heart, whispering words of love. Lin Bei froze in place because he didn't know what was going on in a young girl's mind, and he had absolutely no idea what girls were thinking about every moment. But as long as he stays true to himself, he will be able to respond to change. Inside, I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend. That thing is over. And then, my dad and my mom, they're not here either. Right at this moment, Shin Yu-chu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth and said carefully. Lin Bei quietly listened, but after listening to 2 sentences, Shin Yu-chu stopped. Blinking, Lin Bei couldn't help but continue to pursue. And then what? Shin Yochu's voice became a bit anxious and said. And then words. Xiao Bei. I want to know that those words before you drove me to the arena. Are they all true? That is for me to fight. And then said. To marry my inner one. Can you confirm that with me again? Can you? Lin Bei sniffed. That was an instant gulp. Because even if he was stupid, he knew that Shin Yuchu was trying to confirm the relationship and really confessed the rhythm. And honestly, looking at Shin Yuchu squirming, her face flushed, getting redder and redder. As red as a red Fuji apple, Lin Bei couldn't help but want to directly say I like you. It's all true. But because she was afraid that Shin Yuchu was too sensitive and would blush to the point of fainting, she could only hold Shin Yuchu's arm with her hand and softly said, of course, if there is a song that can express my feelings, I think it must be Girl, a female child. Shin Yuchu repeated. What's the song? Girl, my story is unfolding because of you, for you to learn patience, for you, bad habits I change, to travel up and down mountains and empty your pockets for the adoration of your eyes? So is it like? Shin Yuchu raised her head to look at it, and was about to ask after it. However, she realized that Lin Bei's big eyes were staring at her with a burning gaze, and she was so scared that she hurriedly dodged her head down again. See, or not, she doesn't know. She was terrified of the gaze, fear of meeting Lin Bei's eyes. But, she wanted to look at Lin Bei's face again, at those sparkling bright eyes, and that's when the head actually couldn't help but look away again. Time, as if it had been frozen again at this moment, but the blood in the body, for a short time, was rapidly rushing up to the cheeks. It was soaring, it felt heavy. At this very moment, Lin Bei also somehow, it was as if everything around them had become blurred, and the Shin Yuchu in front of them seemed to be flickering with an extraordinarily warm and bright light. However, just as the atmosphere was scorching, Wang Baoqiang, who suddenly barged in, shouted with a heavenly voice, Boss, hey, you and your sister-in-law are here. I'm telling you, the game's about to start, and I can't reach that slack. Do you think I should just drive a tractor and break into the track? It just so happens that I have a homeboy who drives a tractor in the Empire. Moment. Shin Yuchu then shyly squatted down. Lin Bei, that was also quite angry. Damn, this kid, he's ruining my day. Go on, do what you want. Anyway, leave me alone now. Lin Bei took a deep breath and waved his hand impatiently. Wang Baoqiang was about to continue to ask, but when he saw the fire on Lin Bei's face, and the girl squatting on the side, he instantly understood, and that was to mention his legs and then nimbly bugger off. And right now, the great moment of confession was spoiled and will have to wait for another time. After Lin Bei organized his mind, he said, You Chu, I'm going to the competition. How about waiting for me to come back? Good. Shin Yuchu hugged her knees and said with her back turned. Lin Bei sniffed. Instead, it did unload. He knew that if he missed this moment, he really wouldn't know when the next one would be. But Shin Yuchu didn't want to, and he couldn't do anything about it. After all, relationships are consensual. But what if you don't go to the head once, in case you regret it in the future? Yuchu, if I win, I want you to kiss me. The blood in his body surged to the surface. Lin Bei actually ghosted out this very ambiguous sentence, but he doesn't regret it. He now only wanted to know Shin Yuchu's answer. Kiss you? But that's the kind of intimacy that only happens between boyfriend and girlfriend. Shin Yuchu still hugged her knees and said. Lin Bei sniffed. It was a long sigh. Sure enough, it's still early. If you don't agree, then forget it. I'm just kidding. Lin Bei smiled bitterly, and prepared to go forward to the match, but never thought. Just at this time, Shin Yuchu suddenly got up and rushed directly into his arms said, Who wants to joke with you? What I said is serious. You don't want to be with me that badly? Then I'll be partial to holding on to you. Xiao Bei. You know what? Originally I thought I would lose you completely after that meeting after the college entrance exam. Until you gave me a nod of approval that day. I didn't get up the courage to go to you again. You see, it's true. What kind of boy can't be chased by me? Xiao Bei. Isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? Hearing Shin Yuchu's sudden confession, Lin Bei was so joyful that tears came out of his eyes and hurriedly hugged back. Yes, my little Gongju is the best. When Shin Yuchu heard the words, my family's little Gongju, she was all smiles, but she knew that her beloved boy had big things to do right now, so she quickly pulled away and said, Okay, I don't want you to resent me sticking to you all the time. Aren't you going to win the contest hoping I'll kiss you? Let me tell you, that's this Gongju's first kiss. You must, don't lose, understand? No, Lin Bei said with heartfelt joy. He also knew that from this moment on, the game, again, was given a new meaning, and on the championship throne, Lin Bei will confess to Xin Yuchu in front of the entire audience. In front of everyone in the world. To make her the happiest girl in the world. So, fight on Junior. Lin Bei then bid farewell to Xin Yuchu. Come on down to the Akihabara track. Here, hundreds of luxury cars are ready to go. And tens of thousands of spectators are eagerly waiting. They were all here for Lin Bei, hoping to see Lin Bei's solo show. But at the same time, it was a commercial match arranged by the Autumn Fish Organizing Committee with ulterior motives. The commercial atmosphere of the scene is extremely strong. One after another advertisements spread on the advertising screen. The big brands give more money on the bigger, but absolutely cannot do to take a whole screen. Almost all of the ads are at least 10 ads squeezed. The money-grubbing tactics are evident, and there's a special program waiting for them before the game starts. And racing, which is never far from a hot goddess. Lin Bei's name is on his own, but that doesn't stop him from thinking about enjoying it. Well, that's just human nature, right? Exhausted my folks. Tonight, our god of cars, Lin Bei, and the newest god of cars, Zhang Qi, the ultimate showdown between two top racers, is about to, well, kick off. Are you guys looking forward to it? Do you guys want to see it? Do you guys want to chase the thrill? Let's insert an advertisement for Cure Kidney Loss Without Sugar. The special exclusive title of 800 Years of Wasted Tumor, as well as the special exclusive co-title of Wad of Fat but Pediatric Coughing Granules, which is good for him and good for me. And good for everyone is really good. On the big screen, just see the host with the airplane hair come up with a passionate opening. Then after getting the audience all fired up, a commercial was inserted directly into it without any shame. Instantly, countless people cursed. After all, they came to see the game, not to see the commercials and the host blowing up. Ah, good. I've felt everyone's enthusiasm. Mal, don't you fucking throw banana peels. Yen hashtag at. Yen hashtag at. Ahem. Don't broadcast that part just now. And the presenter, having been told to offend the audience, it was a mouthful. Good thing there was a silencer again, but it was live, so how could it not be broadcast? At first, a lot of people thought that this host was not only stupid, but also amusing, but treating the audience like idiots too. That's a bit much. Next, let's enjoy. Your favorite new personal trainee idol, Koen Z, will give you a great opening performance. Once the moderator finished, that's slipping faster than a rat, because the viewers want to see a hot goddess. And then you put me on a fresh meat Koen son? Hello everyone, I'm Quincy, a solo trainee with 2.5 years of practice hours. Today, the program I'm going to perform for you is singing, dance, rap, and this is of course impossible. Today I'm going to perform for you, in our traditional Chinese culture, the lion dance. Also at this time, individual trainee Quincy takes the stage. It's still the familiar center-parted hair and familiar backpack pants, but this time Koen Z played the lion dance. Moment. Then someone recalled. Y'all don't rush to eat Gigi scared eggs just yet. Don't you guys realize that this Quincy looks familiar? Seems like it. When you say that, I remember. I think he was the one who killed the pig in the New Year's program before, right? Yeah, I remember. Opening kill? You're telling me it's fresh meat? Ha 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 ha. Really? At that time the other stars are all kinds of lofty show-off. Only Quincy is very grounded to kill a pig. And that knife down. Absolutely bone and flesh. Knife work exquisite. Quite a butcher's sense of vision. It can be. I didn't realize that this time, in addition to our car god Bei, there is actually a very surprising Quincy. Looking forward to a handful of each other's dancing lions. He. And these pop-ups from netizens who have seen the show. It instantly drew more attention. Because in the eyes of the public, fresh meat, that's all about softness and weakness. And now you're telling me he can kill a pig? Hey, that's kind of funny. Lin Bei felt the same way. He was actually not disgusted with Quincy, and even the debut of the talent show has also seen. It is indeed very strong, but that address, that heavy makeup, hey, it will indeed induce many teenagers. Can only say that it is all the pot of capital. After all, if you want to become famous and make money, you have to follow the capital. And the capital is specialized in cutting the leaks of the fans. And when the back has the strength, you also go to rectify a handful of showbiz? Lin Bei felt good. Immediately after that, Lin Bei followed the crowd to watch Koen Z dance the lion. In that petite body, ooh, good guy, all muscles, a lion of that weight, 100 pounds. You're telling me it's something fresh meat can wield? Although Lin Bei still think hot girls hot dance what more passionate, but can see Quincy lion dance. Online performance Iron Mountain leaning. That is also good. Well, looked at the time again. The game, too, is about to officially begin soon. Next, it's my turn to go on stage. Sure, before starting the show, Lin Bei opened T's live as usual. Although there were hundreds of millions of popularity values now, this thing wasn't too much. And the popularity values needed to redeem for each of those interstellar technologies were sky high. Wow, fun. I've been waiting for a long time. Finally the anchor is on. Yeah. Especially if you're not in the Imperial City like me and can't go to the live game. You'll have to wait for the anchor to broadcast it live. That said, this autumn Swordfish organizing committee is really pit. Watch a live broadcast. There are actually free SD and paid HD. You think you are a certain Lou Rabbit Biao? Really Nima disgusting. The match is about to start. I thought Brother North wouldn't start broadcasting. I didn't expect it. Sure enough, Brother North still takes care of us fans. Brother North, go for the match. Go Ducks for the race. Brother Car God, go punch the duck. As soon as you open the live feed, soon tens of millions of people were pouring in. The pop-ups were also pouring from the right side of the screen like a tidal wave. Looking at the screen full of pop-up support, Lin Bei couldn't help but faintly smile. But never expected. Just a smile. Directly hit the heart of many girls? Wow, this smile of Brother Car God is so sunny and handsome. Screenshot. We're going to guard the best Car God brother in the world. Car God brother's face is so good looking. Just a pity. Already have a date. And I don't have a date yet. 555. Honestly, these pop-ups were sent out, and Lin Bei wasn't quite able to understand them. After all, he's just a guy on a screen who probably doesn't meet up with most people, right? Ding dong, the Imperial Traffic Police have joined the broadcasting room. Ding dong, Imperial Medic has joined the broadcast. Ding dong, Tutorfire has joined the airwaves. At this point, a beep sounded again on the live feed. When Lin Bei saw it, he was directly human numb. Since these officials are thinking he's the Lord of Calamity, right? Wherever you go, there is a mega natural disaster? Or is it a pregnant woman in labor? A street robbery or something? That's all coincidence. Coincidence, alright. Lin Bei was more or less in tears at this. But what's even more laughable is the addition of the new anchor group in the back. Ding dong, Luo Xiang, the anchor of the popularization of the law, joins the live broadcasting room. Ding dong, lawyer anchor Zhang Wei joins the live broadcast. Ding dong, judge anchor Jin Dong joins the broadcasting room. This Nima, last time it was a female anchor group. This time it's the legal men's anchor group? One can put opposing counsel in jail. One that could put his own team in jail. Another Jin Dong. I'm afraid he's here to take over a case in advance because he's tried several times. Isn't he? And the next few live system alerts. On the other hand, it made Lin Bei feel somewhat disorganized. Ding dong, Big Nini rewarded the anchor with a hypnosis charm and left a message. Hurry up and race. If you lose the race, I'll support you. If you win, I'll wait for you. Ding dong, Hotbar rewarded the anchor with an inspiration capsule and left a message. My boss Yang is rubbing off on you. Don't be afraid. I'll rub it in too. He. Ding dong, Lu Tianxian rewarded the anchor with a roll summon and left a message. Who's more beautiful than me compared to Xinyu Chu? Next time you drive, how about I sit in your passenger seat? Each of these actresses grabbed a reward, no doubt changing their minds to rub it in. After all, we are now off. Once the broadcast is tens of millions of people watching. Well, just looked again. It is already hundreds of millions of people. It's safe to say that there's almost no advertising channel that's better than broadcasting live from us. It's like those big head anchors like Weiya, Li Jiaqi, Crazy Old Brother Yang, etc. Even celebrities have to go to their live room to rub it in. Not to mention the showbiz world of fame and fortune, where fame equals profit. So as not to give these people a chance, Lin Bei directly chose to turn off the live broadcast. Families, it's still the same thing. Make enough for 200 and get off the air. Just now you guys are giving away inspiration capsules and hypnotic charms, characters summons and whatnot. It's already far enough for 200. Then, let's turn off the live broadcast this time. Lin Bei said that and turned off the live stream. And those netizens look at the eyes suddenly black. Out of the anchor temporarily not at home prompt. All fucking dumbfounded. Hell, Brother Car God. Don't. I just saw you live. Why are you off the air again? Can you actresses and whatnot have a little lychee and stop eating our family brother's scared eggs, please? Yeah, what are we going to watch when our brother isn't even on the air anymore? The pop-ups, in an instant, boiled over, and below those actresses' bibs, countless fans immediately went up to mob them. In the end, in order to calm things down, these actresses even had to apologize to Lin Bei in turn. For some people who don't follow the entertainment industry, it's a living hell. After all, the public perception is that anchors are weaker than stars. And at this moment, Lin Bei was still oblivious to this. He was still going through the systems list of black technology. Inside the black technology is countless. There can shuttle wormholes curvature engine. There can take the stars as fuel Dyson ball. There is also reduced to the strike of the two-way foil. These black technology one by one is the need for billions of tens of billions of popularity value. On our current point of popularity value, but also to exchange points of blue star technology but if you exchange a kind of high-tech house, that is, it's not because they don't have money. Previously He Qin Lao did not understand. But now, after surfing personally, it has been understood that today's China the people are still in the spiritual and material deprivation of the depths of the fire. It's just that compared to the old days, there's more material things to do, but there's a lot more spiritual things to do. Now that I am holding the sword, I will dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. Qin Lao swore as such in his heart, and although his face was ancient, a pair of pupils blossomed with a dazzling cold aura. Drive on. It's time to meet this scientific research wizard who has endeared himself to hundreds of millions of people in the country, Old Qin said indifferently. The driver then synchronized the release of the red flag sedan, following the real-time picture monitoring and guidance from the compass satellite, and drove to the bearing where Lin Bei was. And at this time, Lin Bei, still enlightening the willow tree that is confused about the future. Actually, whose life is not confused, or whose youth is not confused. Everything is really just a choice within us. Because you haven't experienced high school, you're eager for the high school campus. I didn't go to college, and I'm dying for a college campus. But I didn't have to go to college. How much money do I have to spend on my family because it takes me 4 years to graduate from college? I have seen the climbing between classmates, seen the gap between rich and poor in society. After graduation, I will be willing to that 5 or 6,000 a month salary, but if not sitting in the office, let me a person who received 4 years of college education to do hard labor work. How can I pull down the face? Highly educated. The tunic that Kong Yijia can't get out of, is not a true reflection of many college students. If I had never gone to college, maybe I would have allowed myself to become a food vendor. On the street, by the campus, to earn money by my own hard work. But after going to college, I didn't learn a skill. And after graduation, it's realistic to expect a high salary when I'm doing a job that anyone can do. And getting the lowest possible wage? No, this is the reality. Because I can only ever hope. So, when the college entrance examination failed, I quickly chose not to repeat it, because I knew that my family could not afford to drag it out, and I myself was not willing to go and waste 4 years of my life in exchange for the so-called youthful years, because as long as I was willing to do so, I was a teenager whenever I wanted to be. Lin Bei spoke his truest thoughts and said, the words are simple, but the truth contained in them is very profound. Did you simply not go to college because you knew that an advanced degree was a long shirt that Kong couldn't get out of? The moment. Not only was Yang Lushu in deep thought, but even Xin Yuchu was. She had thought at first that Lin Bei was a real academic scum. But now, from what he had said, it seemed obvious that he was a very thoughtful person. And how could such a person do nothing? It turns out that I have been wrong about Xiao Bei. His family. I should have expected not to be rich. Xin Yuchu held her forehead with a hint of remorse. Once upon a time, she thought it shouldn't be a problem for a family to afford their children's school fees, no matter how poor they were, right? But now that she had seen with her own eyes that Lin Bei had given up studying because of her family's lack of money, she couldn't help but break her previous inherent knowledge. And with her, equally shocked, were the billions of netizens in the live stream. Is an advanced degree a high platform that you can't get off? And even more so, is it a tunic that Kong Yijie can't get off? That really hit me in the heart. When I went to college, I was actually really mediocre. So I'm going to have to compete with everyone else in a race to get a decent sounding teaching job that only pays 2,000 or so? /tear crash. JPG. Hey, didn't the anchor say he was a positive energy anchor? But why do I feel so sad? Yeah, I've seen other videos. All of them say that reading is the only way out of the book. Only Lin Bei here is not like that. Maybe, because he really only tells the truth. And actually telling us the truth is the real positive energy, right? The truth? Countless netizens were deep in contemplation at this moment, and I can't help but reflect on the fact that what those marketing numbers emphasize over and over again is always right. Are those we oppose necessarily wrong? In the end, it is behind the deliberate provocation, deliberate concealment, deliberate demagoguery, playing with human nature, or even they themselves feel right. In fact, the values are corrupted? Right away, many more people began to elaborate on their real experiences to try to illustrate the truth of the world. To resonate with more people, to make more people wake up. I'm actually a student at the Imperial University of Foreign Languages, but I'm tempted to say that if I hadn't gone to college, I would have been able to work as a waitress with a clear conscience, but really, I couldn't pull it off after college. If I hadn't gotten into college, I would have been able to get a job with no educational threshold and wouldn't have had to be in a dilemma like I am now, where it's awkward to be high and low. I really want to be a nail technician, but I'm getting my master's degree, so my family definitely won't accept it. If I hadn't gone to college, I could have taken a mediocre job, and not had to look for a job like I do now with unsatisfactory, ordinary manual labor. Feeling sorry for myself for all the years I've put in, and for my parents' expectations. It is said that knowledge changes destiny, but the result not only did not change but became the shackles of destiny. This student's viewpoint is once again a refreshing one for many students, adults, middle-aged people, and even seniors, because knowledge changes destiny, has always been the unchanging truth, and now, this truth is as if there is a flaw. More seriously, a crack? Xin Lao, who was watching the live broadcast, felt that this was a very significant issue, and that he was involved in the collapse of the people's faith. Today's China is indeed faced with many profound social contradictions, and to solve these contradictions, they must be solved scientifically, relying on the actual situation, which is generally quite tricky, but if they cannot be solved properly, there is generally a great deal of turmoil. A sense of crisis surfaced. Elder Qin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, he then slowly dialed a phone, said, "Secretary Zhang, you immediately contact the National Daily News, in the name of Renzong Jing, review Kong E.G. literature, to point out the reason why Kong E.G. into life difficulties, not because of read books, but cannot let go of the frame of Kong E.G. In addition, it should be emphasized that we should not learn from the Fan Jin's literature, and we should not fall into a state of insanity by thinking that once we have obtained the establishment, we can secure an iron rice bowl for the rest of our lives. Next, you will write down 2 good measures for me. First, to reduce the proportion of students enrolled in tertiary institutions, so that more young people will be engaged in scientific research, heavy industry and so on, and second, to gradually streamline the establishment of various categories of staff by 20% over a period of 5 years, so that every pit will grow good radishes that are good for the people to eat. Back in the day, I'm going to present these 2 good ideas at the convention." Xin Lao said a few words, and only then did he let out a solemn sigh of relief. Reporting to Elder Qin, "Everything has been memorized, and my subordinates will make sure to complete the task." And after the secretary's report, Elder Qin continued to watch Lin Bei's live broadcast again. What he could confirm now was that after this live broadcast, Lin Bei literature would explode all over the internet, becoming a mantra that many young people would seal as a guideline. This Lin Bei, I'm afraid that his position in the hearts of the people of the country has once again gone up a level. As he sighed, Xin Lao inadvertently looked up and realized that he was no longer more than a dozen meters away from Lin Bei's position. So he waved his hand and instructed the driver to stop the car. So he walked over alone. And at that moment, Lin Bei was listening to the willow tree recounting his new epiphany. "I get it. It's that I still yearn for the campus. But I yearn for the kind of carefree youth on campus with my classmates while I have to move forward in my life. If you want to stop being so sorry and so regretful in your future life as you are today, you need to work twice as hard." "Is that what you mean? I'm a teenager whenever I want to be." Willow inquired about Lin Bei, but asked herself a question. Lin Bei could be sure that Yang Lu Shu had found his answer, because the beep of the system reward arriving was finally remembered in his head now. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully transporting passengers to their destination. Systematic rewards being distributed. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Doomsday Class RV. Nice guy. Doomsday Class RV? Is this a fucking zombie apocalypse coming or what? Check out the system rewards. Taking advantage of the Poplar's self-touched interval, Lin Bei's consciousness dived into his mind and found that the caravan's appearance was very slab-sided. According to the system, the body of the caravan of doom is covered with a layer of invisible paint, which can prevent radar detection, reduce air resistance, even when shooting at night popping. It can also isolate the internal and external sound. And the most critical is that it is not stained with blood, not stained with odors, and is not easy to be by zombies. The engine structure of the Doomsday Caravan Power is very strong, can fly in the air. The roof can directly carry a helicopter gunship, because of the use of Xinjiang material, so its hardness can even resist the MS. Chill back and forth baptism. There's also a tray unit in the back seat to prevent mountain biking, or you can put others, like Iron Man's battle armor, Sun Shenghyang's Doomsday locomotive, and so on. And being an RV, in addition to these features on the outside, it's the inside that's even more amazing. On the right-hand side of the entrance door is the kitchen. There is an automatic cooking food function. As long as you put in the ingredients, you can start the lazy mode with one button, and the system will control the cooking, which is equivalent to the combination of the world's top chefs, and all kinds of dishes can be made. Of course, in order to keep chefs from losing their jobs, this feature will not be industrially ported, lest the chefs be fed 9 turns of the sausage. The left-hand side is the shower room, which is very considerate. In the waist of this position put a handrail, can also be lifted on it, roughly is used to facilitate bending over to wipe the feet and so on. After all, the shower room floor is slippery. Holding the wall is easy to slip. The center of gravity is unstable. The foot will slip. Lin Bei once suffered from this loss. Here not to say in detail. Pacing forward, there was then a small dining table. Not too big, just big enough for 2 people. And to the left was a small open space to turn around. Similar to a living room, with a mirror, which could be useful, because sometimes, in the apocalypse, it wasn't easy to have a safe place to change clothes and look at the injuries on your body. Further in is a workbench. This function can be powerful. You can hand make many props on it, as long as the material is enough. You can do knives, guns, sticks, such as simple props, but also can do the gun, and a variety of leather holsters, is a little thinner, more close to the body, but also in the case of this machine tool is simply accurate, worthy of being the system out of the black science and technology. If it is the end of the world came, just this workbench will be able to top the function of a small factory. At the innermost part was a round bed. Yes, even in the small caravan, it was already able to provide the user with quality sleep. After all, it was important to nourish the spirit in the post-apocalyptic world. But that is to say, we're in a modern city. Give us an RV of doom? I'm afraid it would scare people if I drove it out on a trip, right? But it would be great to pull Shin Yuchu together to drive the caravan to navigate the north and south of the motherland. It's just as well that we are cooperating with the country. And we don't want to stay in any labs, conference rooms, or military factories every day, which are not good for live broadcasting, so we can just drive our caravan around and remotely direct the scientists to do their work, can't we? Hey, that's a hell of a job. Thank you, big brother. I'll keep your words, and my father's, in mind. By the way, what's your name, big brother? At this point, the voice of the willow tree pulled Lin Bei back from the middle of his mind. Lin Bei blinked his head down and after returning to his senses, he said, my surname is Lin, with a single name, Bei. Lin Bei? Yanagi froze. The name, he was familiar with it. Where did you hear that? Forest North. Ah, Brother North, you're the one I've been seeing on the hot list a lot lately. Tian, are you the god of cars? Yang Lushu grasped her cheeks with both hands, making her eyes, which were already wide open, even longer, and said with great incredulity, he's a car mechanic, and he actually got to meet a big internet sensation, the car god who's on fire all over the country. He actually didn't even recognize it at first because it was really hard to imagine. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless, because he initially thought that this willow tree recognized himself, but never thought that even if there are hundreds of millions of people watching our live broadcast, there will still be people who do not recognize us. But on second thought it also feels normal. After all, everyone has everyone's taste. For example, no matter how best-selling a work of a great god is, no matter how good the word of mouth is, there will still be people who don't like it. But if you can really go and read the work of a great god, you will be fascinated by it, or at least you will admire it. Okay, from now on, you're a little internet celebrity too. Well, ever consider following me, brother? Lin Bei crossed his arms and laughed lightly. He was this mature, all because of his rebirth. And this young Lu Shu was a year younger than him, yet he was able to speak such thought-provoking insights, and was indeed fast and good material. It just so happens that there's a shortage of people around, and the audience has taken quite a liking to him, so it's a good idea to try and recruit him. Really, I can do it with you, brother car god? This is really great. The willow tree was so excited that it rushed up to the sky with its right hand clenched in a fist and jumped upwards along with its body, just like it was about to take off. At this time, he is like the teenager who was full of hot blood and passion. Snap. At this point, snapped. Behind them the door of the Genji star slammed. Lin Bei followed the voice and looked. It was Shin Yuchu walking with a smile on her face, and after just one look, she tacitly touched Yang Lushu's head and said, you go home first, in a couple days, I'll come and find you. Good. Yang Lushu recognized Lin Bei, and naturally recognized Shin Yuchu as well, and with a hefty smile, he left in a good manner. And right now, moon on a branch, lonely men and women, coexisting under a starry sky. It's so lonely. Bei, are things finished? Shin Yuchu walked with a light pace, her pretty face slightly reddening as she said. Lin Bei unconsciously moved forward 2 steps closer. The distance between each other is only half a hand, and even when breathing, you can smell the faint fragrance of Shin Yuchu's body. There is a feeling of warmth, smelled in, but it is a little on the head. After raising his eyebrows to stretch his lower muscles and taking a deep breath, causing his tense nerves to soothe, Lin Bei softly said, well, busy, then, before we agreed to end the match, Does it still work? Shin Yuchu said softly, perhaps knowing that Lin Bei had missed his appointment, so he wanted to see what the answer would be. In short, looking at Shin Yuchu slightly sideways past her delicate side face like a beautiful jade, as well as the slightly reflective pink lip glaze under the moonlight, Lin Bei's mouth was a little dry and he had a desire to lightly bite his lips. But the match was obviously a failure, and he was simply not qualified to take Shin Yuchu's first kiss. Instead, they also. Hey, I'm sorry, Lin Bei said, bowing his head in frustration. We finally failed the girl who had her eyes full of me. However, the last word had not been spoken. I felt that between my lips, a breeze flashed, a soft and slender index finger against up, blocking the word up that was about to come out of my mouth. Lin Bei frowned slightly and looked up. Shin Yuchu was gazing at us with big eyes filled with flowing galaxies, flashing brightly and softly. She said, I forbid my boy to say those 3 words, because we trust each other, we are loyal to each other, we rejoice in each other. A small agreement, a simple promise. It is supposed to be just a lubricant for warming up the relationship, not a lime powder to increase friction. I am not as pretentious as other girls, but I am more deeply in love than other girls. Xiao Bei, you will not let me lose so completely, right? Shin Yuchu said seriously, because before, it was indeed she who had wrongly viewed Lin Bei and failed to consider his actual situation, which was why Lin Bei had politely rejected her time and time again. And now, it was Lin Bei who had bravely crossed 800 kilometers from the mountain city to the imperial capital, and only then did he have the chance to meet again. A first kiss, one of the most precious things a girl can have, is only considered well cherished if given to someone precious enough. Lin Bei, who also understood all of this, grew his eyes uncontrollably at that moment, and a throbbing that came from the depths of his soul took control of his entire brain. What systems? What live broadcasts? What competitions? What collaborations? What futures? In this moment, all of them were vaporized by the dry heat called youth. Right now, at this moment, blood spurting, Lin Bei only wanted to do from his heart the urge that had been engraved in his male genes since time immemorial. The light of the moonlight faintly sprinkled on the beautiful person, glittering like a holy garment of the moon goddess. As for Lin Bei, he would like to explode the small universe in his heart and put on the golden Sagittarius holy clothes to guard the goddess of this night. This glued, touch-and-go atmosphere even passed through the screen to the eyes of hundreds of millions of people in the country. But with hundreds of millions of people in the country, there are at least tens of millions of single dogs. Whoa, lo fun, is this a kiss? Masterful rotating dribble, just the right amount of close-up switching, cinematic live footage, and the dry humping of a groom. Is this really something that I, a single person, can watch without paying for it? I think at this time there should be Zhang Qi and others arriving in hundreds of luxury cars and interrupting the anchor from casting the spell. I also want a girl to love me deeply and then want to kiss me. Muamuaha, Sun Tzu, F***CK. What the F***CK are you doing? Spreading dog food is shameful. Spreading dog food in front of hundreds of millions of people in the country. Wow. I can't. I'm full. I really don't want to eat anymore. But I want to watch the live broadcast again. God. Why are you tormenting me like this? God. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. The moment. Both men and women cast envious glances, especially some boiling goats. At this moment has long been crying in pain, because they simply cannot believe that their own goddess will be kissed with other men, and will even think that it is just forced, just a whim. As long as there is still their position in the heart, there is still a chance to self-compassion. This one can't be evaluated. But those who have objects are also envious and jealous, because they either have objects that are not as beautiful as Shin Yuchu, or objects that are not as talented as Shin Yuchu. As for you to say Lin Bei, this open guy has no comparison. The key to the same is to show love. Lin Bei has a movie-level transport mirror, or spread to hundreds of millions of people in the country to see. They send a selfie group photo, have to choose a photo from more than 100 photos. And finally there is only a circle of friends, may have hundreds or thousands of people to see only. In short, not at all on the same level. Of course, there are blessings, just Lin Bei cannot see anyway. He now simply does not care if there is no one to block, and does not care if there will be any force majeure from the subdimensional wall to reach out and impede. He Lin Bei want to kiss the kiss. No one can block. Swish. Lin Bei directly poked his head over and closed his eyes, and Shin Yuchu forgot to raise her head to meet it. The moment the lips touched each other, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were silent, leaving only the two of them with each other. The feeling, which is amazing, is clearly flavorless saliva, but it feels as sweet and mellow as a farmer's wife's 3 punches. Shin Yuchu felt that her entire body was crispy, but a heart, it was poofing wildly, and she could also feel the heartbeat on Lin Bei's body, which was even more violent than hers. And even, it seems that the whole person's biological structure also changed from 2 hands, 2, 3, 3 hands? Kahoku, Daba, Deaweo. It's still live. It's not allowed. Feeling the toughness in Lin Bei's body, Shin Yuchu opened her eyes anxiously. The scene was exactly like the teaching rendition of those study materials on her best friend's hard drive. If it was in no one's place, she would have gone from it with a shyness. But this was on the air, and billions of people were watching. It's very, very shameful, alright, only because his mouth was too busy to get out of it, and his body had lost its strength. Shin Yuchu was unable to resist, and the spectators who saw this scene were all shocked. Crap, holy shit, I can't believe someone can actually reach the scale. Isn't it true that we yellows are on average of that scale? Chaishin, he's nearly twice over the limit. Shit, my mom thinks I'm watching a rated movie that was a favorite in the small days. Man numb. Anchor cannot. SuperTube? This is not suitable for girls. Backstage of the Big Data division of the Tutor teaser sound. Operator Xiao Gang saw this blood-curdling scene. That genius is really panicked. Because the general manager Wang Jianming did not give the word. He did not dare to easily go to seal. But if he did not seal, the official blame, and will make fun of him again. It was also at this time that Xiao just realized that those who can be leaders, especially company executives, are really no one is a good guy. All are scheming bitch. Like Mr. Lei of Rice, Mr. Run of Huawei, and Mr. Lu of Beijing West. It is definitely the skill of the first class that can hold down these 1,000-year-old foxes. Let's just hope there's never any on-air mishaps, Kong prayed in his heart. In the meantime, in the skies above the imperial capital, 2 military helicopter gunships departed from the central military region and made their way to the Akira Mountain racecourse, but then turned in the middle of the road and went to the construction site of the Rainbow Hotel, only to go in search of the genius scientist Lin Bei, who is loved by millions of people in the country. In fact, from the imperial capital to Mountain City, and then from Mountain City back to the imperial capital, both Su Yun and Li Chang'an had traveled back and forth for at least nearly 4,000 kilometers. Anyway, this time, we're finally going to find Lin Bei, right? Su Yun slammed into the handrail excitedly. 100%, but we might wait a little bit. Look, how affectionate he is with his date. I'm envious to see that. Hey, Li Chang'an held his cell phone screen and smiled with a full aunt's face. Su Yun, however, was not interested in any of this. He was about to meet Lin Bei soon, and that was what he valued most at the moment. Crap, brother Yun, something's wrong with the situation. At this time, Li Chang'an suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Su Yun's nerves immediately tightened. It's at this juncture. Don't let anything else go wrong. It seems like there are big dozens of luxury cars that are driving toward Lin Bei's place, and between them and Lin Bei, there's an old man, and this back is lying. It's old man Qin, Li Chang'an said in horror. What did you say? Su Yun's entire body was stunned. Those racers, one by one, are in a hurry and don't know the identity of Qin Lao. Once they offend him or cause any trouble, the consequences can be too serious. There's no mistaking it. Qin Lao's body is thin and frail, but he has received extremely strict training as an agent, and when he walks, his right hand always stays close to his waist, and only his left hand swings. This is to facilitate the rapid drawing of the gun into a combat state, which is already muscle memory and a major characteristic of Qin Lao, Li Chang'an said with a gloomy expression. As Su Yun sniffed, he immediately drank. Quickly, I command that all men be put in combat mode at once, and be ready to fire on my command. One time, the 2 military helicopter gunships were instantly put on high alert, and above ground, the sidewalk by the 17th high school, Lin Bei, who was passionately kissing Shin Yuchu, subconsciously began to move his hands. This can be Shin Yuchu, teasing sound official, and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast are all anxious. You'd have to say watch it, so that's obviously a violation, but you'd have to say don't watch it, so it's still kind of tempting to watch it. Well, at this point, ding dong, new special passenger detected. Please choose whether or not to carry it now. Brain. A system tone flashed. It awakened Lin Bei, who was about to go completely insane. Not because of how loud it is. Rather, it's this passenger that's so special. Title, Chinese sword bearer. Grade, gold. To know, the previous 4 passengers were all blank slates without any prompting. Up to here it suddenly shows the details. And what does it mean to be a Chinese swordsman? It's basically the ones at the top of the pyramid. Yu Chu, are you okay? Part your lips. Lin Bei gently wiped off 30 centimeters of drool and gasped slightly, and Shin Yuchu in front of him has already been red in the face, as if the whole person was drained of strength in general. Swish a moment to collapse on the ground. Look out! Lin Bei hurriedly stepped out with one foot and extended his right hand to hook around Shin Yuchu, who was about to fall. However, he found that Shin Yuchu was much heavier than he had imagined. but he looked only slightly fat. While Lin Bei gritted his teeth and insisted, he also realized that Shin Yuchu's short sleeves were hiding an amazing scale underneath. No wonder it was on the classroom desk in the first place. At dusk in the evening, Shin Yuchu held down my left hand, and the other hand was hooked on my right shoulder, and even the lips were going to kiss when I could refuse. That's entirely because although her long black short sleeves outlined a slender waist, they tightened her large S-shaped body into a small S-shaped body, and although she was still as endearing as the girl next door, the visual impact was a lot less. And now after graduation, perhaps it was also purposely dressed for me, so there were no qualms about showing off my original figure in a big way. As the saying goes, it is only when the flowers are in disarray that the shallow grass can lose its hooves. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with tenderness, but if love lasts for a long time, how can it last from morning to night? Young Chu, are you better now? Lin Bei said softly. Well, better. Shin Yuchu's flustered expression instantly settled down. She thought Lin Bei would keep going to the head, and that she might be accountable today. In the end, Lin Bei actually managed to break into the car and give her this time to recover her own strength. It is really worthy of her, Shin Yuchu fancy man it. So can you get up now? I'm a little topsy-turvy. Lin Bei held his breath. Shin Yuchu hastily stood up. Do not dare to look at Lin Bei. Just weakly pulled Lin Bei's corner of the coat. Said, I'm sorry. I try to go on a diet. Lose weight? Slightly chubby is the YYDS alright. No, I'm the one who's too fine a dog. I'll turn around and practice. Lin Bei decisively denied it. He had already thought about practicing his back, at the very least to the extent of a pile driver. When he was done talking to the state about cooperation, go practice your hands again, to get to the point where you can lift 55 kilograms for at least 2 hours without getting tired. Practice your feet at the end, just in case you don't beat your physical legs. I'm sorry guys, can I interrupt? At this point, a magnetic voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Bei wanted to say that he couldn't, but once he heard the voice in some old age, he immediately turned his head to look. Hey, it was also the special passenger that the system recognized, white at the temples, but with a sword and a steady gait. A wide smile hung at the corners of his mouth, and those eyes, despite being narrowed to a slit, could still peek out to see the light hidden in the cracks. Wearing a set of obviously customized gray Zhongshan suit, the shoulders are shaped into straight shoulders. From the arms to the small hands, the cuffs are also from loose to tight very close to the body. There will be no bulky folds or hold up the fabric taut, and then down the chest, waist, pants, trouser legs, all give a kind of flying stream down 3,000 feet of silky smooth feeling, especially dry. The favorability of the crowd in the live broadcast room towards this old man can be said to have soared directly, especially because his appearance directly interrupted the large-scale show of love and spreading dog food scene between the god of cars, Lin Bei, and the goddess, Shin Yuchu. This old gentleman, may I ask what's the matter? Lin Bei stepped forward and asked with an arch. The old man was none other than Elder Chin. He was a bit surprised to hear Lin Bei address him as old sir instead of old grandpa, because Mr. is not a name that can be called by ordinary people, but only people who respect him from the bottom of their hearts can say Mr. If he wasn't certain that Lin Bei didn't know who he was, I'm afraid he would have to wonder if there was a leak of information. You're very polite. You little brat. Qin Lao stretched out a finger and laughed. Immediately afterward, he took another step forward and faced Lin Bei head-on. As for me, I'm old and have some leg difficulties. Can you send me somewhere? Getting old and leggy? Nice guy. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly plummeted in favor of Qin Lao. Bastard. They have watched this Qin old man walk over with his own eyes. It's not too much to say that he is old and strong, but you told me that his legs are not easy? This elderly gentleman. Where is your family or nanny housekeeper or whatever? Was it lost for any reason? At this time, Shin Yuchu came up from behind Lin Bei and asked if it was possible for the old man to solve the problem by himself. Then she definitely didn't want Lin Bei to make one more troublesome trip. Qin Lao shook his head and said, they're on vacation today. I'm the only one who came out. It's not like things are more urgent. And Lin Bei heard. Shin Yuchu again want to continue to interrogate. Where do not know is trying to politely reject each other. But who was the man in front of me? Crap. It's the fucking Chinese sword bearer. To be able to talk face to face with the sword bearer. Wouldn't that be more dignified than some commander, dean, or whatever? Maybe they are so generous that they will accede to some of our excessive requests once they are happy? Hey. Inside, young Chua, to be a good person. I as a positive energy anchor, to help the old gentleman piggyback a ride. What's wrong with that? Lin Bei paused his head, and at that moment said without blushing, but, well, Xiao Bei, as long as it is a choice you make, I will support you. Shin Yuchu swallowed in the words that almost came out of her mouth and said with some favor and helplessness, Lin Bei smiled faintly. Then he invited Qin Lao to get on the car. Of course, in the back seat, not the co-pilot, which was reserved for Xin Yuchu, and drove away. This point, Xin Yuchu was very touched, because Lin Bei actually can remember this detail and follow through. But the key is to say, Bei, wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Xin Yuchu looked at the source polestar that was gradually moving away and couldn't help but panic, but waited in place for half a minute. Instead of seeing Lin Bei driving back, all that could be seen was the source polestar drifting away. Xin Yuchu couldn't help but start guessing. Xiao Bei he, shouldn't he have forgotten me, right? When I opened my phone, the screen was empty, with only a small white paragraph displayed on the black live broadcast. The anchor is temporarily not at home, and the live feed is off? Xin Yuchu realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this incident. And then, when you think about the old man's dress, demeanor, and obviously unconscionable words just now, yeah, it seems that Xiao Bei has met a big person. I don't know if this trip is a good thing, or a bad thing. How worrying. Xin Yuchu looked at the direction Lin Bei had left with affection for a long time and refused to leave. In the end, in order to not let Lin Bei worry too much, he chose to return home first and take care of himself, right? On the Genji Star, Lin Bei leaned against the driver's seat, completely lacking any desire to drive, while the car was magically moving on its own. Especially see the traffic lights, their own stop, the front encounter vehicles, can slow down their own slow, will also be in advance to predict the opening of the deviation of the electric car. Emergency preparedness accidentally run from the crosswalk to the fast lane of the schoolchildren. The degree of intelligence is simply beyond all the current intelligent cars, and even many technology powerhouses spend huge sums of money to build the artificial intelligence of the robots. Elder Qin was eager to take a peek at the mystery, but considering his face and his sense of propriety in the world, he chose to remain silent. Old sir, I've turned off the live stream. Here, let's close the door and get down to business. Where is the destination you want to go to? At this time, Lin Bei took the lead in breaking the silence and said. Only then did Qin Lao say with a slight apology, 800 years to the Forbidden City. What room and what number? Oh, you can't find out on this map, but you can follow that red flag in front of you. And of course, if you're in a specific location, it's probably that forest court on the west side of Lake Genezi. Crap, west of Lake Genezi, South Woodland Court? Nima, is this a place we can drive into? To know that this place can be very unusual. In the circle of friends, space and other platforms to send text will be blocked. Novels, comics and film and television dramas in the middle of even more out cannot appear. Only in reality can be verbalized to elaborate a little bit of private chat between friends. We implied that we could shut the door and get down to business. Isn't this business amazing? Old sir, please introduce yourself. My name is Lin Bei. I believe you should know my basic situation like the back of your hand, right? Lin Bei took a deep breath and said, you may address me as Elder Qin. However, your reaction is really out of my expectation. According to my understanding of the youth of today, you would have said something crude like crap and then been shocked, right? It seems as if you were expecting this. Can you explain? Elder Qin smiled and said, but the light emanating from his eyes had a chilling feeling. Lin Bei was furious at this look and said with some displeasure, how else can I explain? Crap had already finished in my heart. Do I have to show it? One look at your appearance and I knew you were a big shot. Recently a military region commander told me he wanted to find me. But your voice is clearly not Commander Su, so you could only be someone higher up. Then I already had an expectation in my mind. So why am I pretending? Isn't it tiring? This statement was made. Qin Lao was dumbfounded. He had counted 1,000 times, but never expected that this Lin Bei would open his mouth and not follow the rules. But anyone in their right mind would cover it up, right? But Lin Bei directly said everything in his heart. What's the point of pretending when you know what you're gonna do? Aren't you tired? This sun is different from normal people, when it is really sprightly. Elder Qin commented secretly in his heart, while on the surface, he continued to remain unmoving. In that case, it's my suspicion that offended me. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry for the ill will I had towards you before. I hope you can accept my apology. The latter's tone was very sincere, and he also sat up straight, bending 30 degrees towards us. Lin Bei didn't think about counting the details. He had his own purpose for cooperating with the country, so he opened the door and said, Elder Qin, I can't accept your apology because my next condition, which might be rather unreasonable, is that I don't know if you can accept it. If you can accept it, then I will also accept it. If you cannot accept it, then I cannot afford it. This statement was made. Elder Qin was silent once again. Only this time, he was shocked. From the beginning until now, he had thought that he was in control of all the rhythms and could well conduct a negotiation with Lin Bei that would benefit Lin Bei personally, the country, and even more so, the national public. As a result, as soon as he touched the other side, this rhythm was completely out of control, and instead the other side firmly seized the initiative. This is really, Qin Lao laughed bitterly. But now, indeed, there was a very thought-provoking question before him, whether to accept Lin Bei's technology while accepting his nonsense, or to reject it all. This is not just a matter of interest, but also involves his old Qin's late life and the faith of the whole society in materialism. Because once Lin Bei's conditions were outrageous, then if he accepted them, causing the entire society to criticize the privileged class in this country that had become even more unjust, then wouldn't he become a 1,000-year-old sinner? But if they worked with Lin Bei, the benefits that could be brought about were undoubtedly enormous. The technology contained on top of the mecha flying car could definitely allow China to carry out another takeoff. It is important to realize that sometimes a breakthrough in a core technology can lead to significant development in an industry, or even multiple industries and fields. New materials, new batteries, new engines, new intelligence. The economic benefits that can be brought about by the core technology breakthroughs in these 4 areas alone are at least more than $10 trillion. And that's not even counting the benefits that can't be measured in terms of money, in terms of national defense, diplomacy, culture, education, and so on. Elder Qin, I know you're hesitating, and I also know that you probably can't make up your mind and need to discuss something. But here, I'll just say in one sentence, you can understand that I have a treasure trove full of all kinds of black technology in the middle of my brain, and I can simulate and design this black technology in my brain whenever I want. Please note that it is a treasure trove of various black technologies. Elder Qin, can you make a decision now? Having a brain bank full of all kinds of black technology? Wouldn't that mean that Eagles B-2 stealth strategic bomber, Ford-class nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult aircraft carriers, sea-based nuclear deterrent Trident II missiles, UGM-133 Trident LL, and the 5th-generation stealth fighter F-22, and other unique global black technology can be cracked out? Crap, Comrade Xiaobei. All of what you said, can it all be true? How are you going to prove it? Qin Lao subconsciously gripped the handrail of the car and said. Lin Bei looked at Qin Lao's eyes that were staring as big as a normal person's and thought to himself that this Qin Lao wasn't squinting. Of course, the main thing is important. Then also said, I can now come up with a new type of building materials technology. The core is to beat the price of carbon fiber, to build a new type of house made of carbon fiber. The boiling point of this carbon fiber material is above 1000 degrees, basically not easy to fire. The structure is hard and long-lasting. Then the general reinforced concrete to save space and pressure on the ground at the same time, but also waterproof and anti-infiltration and many other functions. Of course, to sound insulation, heat insulation and so on, or need some special materials. Regarding the remodeling of the house, it will be much more difficult because of the carbon fiber material. This technology, is it of interest to your old man? In fact, this technology applied on top of the transformation can be a perfect solution, but if you directly come up with a finished product, there is no space for transformation, which is equal to directly let the relevant technicians lose their jobs. They lost their jobs, and will certainly begin to all kinds of malicious suspicion of us. The harm is endless. Why don't we give them an upgradable technology so they have something to do, something to keep them busy, and they think we have a system? Sorry, they're blind, deaf, or dumb. Why should they be skeptical when they can make money with us and contribute to the country? Interested? I'm so interested. Old Qin was filled with excitement. Couldn't even help but start thinking about it on the spot. If this kind of housing technology is used in marching to war, then our sons and daughters will always have shelter from the wind and rain. If this kind of housing technology is used in reclaiming the sea and guarding the sovereignty of the islands, then we can fulfill the residency limit in a much shorter period of time. If this kind of housing technology is used in disaster relief, in the event of a dangerous situation, it is always possible to build a large number of carbon fiber houses in a short period of time to shelter all the victims. If each of these uses could be successfully applied, it would definitely be a great thing for the benefit of society and mankind. The key to our own did not think, but also the old man Qin's pattern of the big man. Elder Qin, then here's where I'm going to start mentioning my conditions, like this carbon fiber housing technology, for example, which I hope will be the first to be applied to real estate. Of course, I do not want to subvert the entire real estate industry. I want to make the world's poor people are able to live in the carbon fiber in the new house. This is also the reason why I named this technology mansion. I hope that mansion can be blossomed all over the land of China. Can shelter the world's poor people are happy. I hope that mansion can blossom everywhere on the land of China, and that it can shelter all the poor people in the world. So who are these shabby people? I think it should be poor families, the underprivileged, and ordinary people like me who may not be able to afford a flat even after 20 or 30 years of hard work. Elder Qin, is this acceptable to you? Lin Bei asked expectantly. To be honest, He had some heartburn in his heart. Because if you do, who's going to pay for it? It would have to be the state. And who's the one with the honor? It must be us. Let's just see if Qin Lao is more selfish or if his public interest carries enough weight. If you think about it that way, I think it's feasible. Because it does change one of the very grim realities right now, which is that most people really can't afford to buy a house. The state is considering this matter is clearly emphasized housing without speculation. But the property and economic development of the pillar-type industry cannot be too hasty. Too much force will create a big destruction. Will make the society in the direction of deformed development. What is said here may be too profound. So let me put it in other words. Comrade Xiaobei, would you like to believe in the loyalty of us, represented by me, to the country, to the society, and to the people? If you believe that, please you can hand over the technology to us. We have the strictest talent selection system in the world. We may have corruption, but we definitely don't have mediocrity. We will definitely follow your wishes first, while maximizing the benefits of the technology. You see, Elder Qin clasped his hands together, boarded up his body, and meticulously said, Lin Bei, on the other hand, was once again in the midst of contemplation. The power of the state, that brings together 140,000,000 people, is simply endless. I come to give direction. 140,000,000 people in the country under the cohesion of the swing of a punch to hit, that is absolutely capable of directly bursting all the demons and monsters. And if the country wants to get more technology, it will surely give us all kinds of preferential treatment. Basically don't have to worry about it. In that case, hey, we have a bold idea. A lot of online articles. Isn't it often written that the protagonist engages in all sorts of scientific research and then attends conferences and tears into countries? We don't learn. Peoples, since the country to the bottom of our pocket, naturally want to be a shirker. I think it's a no-brainer. So here it is then. My terms. That is, I want to travel the country in an RV and broadcast live at the same time because it's something I've always wanted to do. That is to say, I won't be involved in any scientific research. I can simply or regularly guide, but I can't affect my life too much. I'll provide the black technology according to your requests or my own needs, but I won't accept any moral abduction. I'll abide by the law but I'll be chivalrous as well, and I hope that my suggestions can be adopted to the greatest extent possible. Elder Qin, is this something you can accept this? Lin Bei said in a graphic manner. His words, to the effect that I Lin Bei high happy traveling life, bitter scientific research work to let the country to do, the road to see the injustice of pulling out the sword to help trouble. The country must give me to protect the calf. Protect me, or else will not cooperate. It's selfish to have a say, but it's really cool to experience it. And according to Qin Lao's understanding, the general idea is that Lin Bei stands at the top of the pyramid, exporting to the country below, and the country in turn exporting to the 140,000,000 people of the country. And what does Lin Bei ask for? Simply to do what he wants to do. To travel the country, to go live to share this joy, but also to be chivalrous to spread positive energy. And if he is given this privilege to make suggestions, maybe it can also be a logical solution to many social ills. Is it not the long-cherished wish of these parties and groupings of theirs to reform society and make it function better, thus making the country prosperous and the people at peace? Study for the rise of China. The famous words of great men in the last century are still ringing and inspiring. Now there is Lin Bei, and cooperating with Lin Bei is equivalent to having a treasure trove with all kinds of black technology. And in today's world, whoever masters science and technology, masters the future. If China uses countless black technologies, the dream of a century of soaring revival will be realized in the near future. This is definitely a great achievement that will go down in history and be remembered for generations to come. Comrade Xiaobei, it's truly heaven's destiny for China to have you. Qin Lao, who had always believed in materialism, could not help but bring out the fatalism and idealism at this moment. Enough to see the shock in his heart. However, Lin Bei had even more shocking plans that he hadn't dragged out. Originally, he was afraid that it was too far ahead of its time and that the state might find it impractical. But now, since even a hand-me-down is acceptable, and even a caravan tour is acceptable, then this fairy palace, moon palace, star palace program should also be acceptable, right? Hey. In the meantime, over the 17th high school in the eastern suburbs of the imperial capital, hundreds of luxury cars are gathered here in a waterlogged area, and above the sky, there are 2 military helicopter gunships hovering here. Brother Chang'an, nowadays society is really extravagant. Each of the luxury cars on this street costs at least a couple million to $10 million. If this money is used on scientific research and military, it can definitely be used on a real blade and can solve many problems. Su-yun looked at the supercars driven by major professional racers that were already jammed underneath, and lamented in a very stifled manner. The treatment given by the state to the military. The treatment given by the state to the researchers. Okay, but in this aspect of the economy, it is true that it cannot be compared with these people, but it is important to realize that there is no comparison between the two in terms of the value they can provide. AI. Why don't I know this? But Brother Yoon, there is a great opportunity to change the status quo in front of us right now. We have to take advantage of it, Li Chang'an said in a serious tone. Where did Su-yun not know that the opportunity Li Chang'an was talking about was Lin Bei? Now Lin Bei had disappeared again, but it was certain that he must be dealing with Elder Qin, negotiating with the Huaxia sword executioner. Then as long as Lin Bei was willing to make some excessive demands, I'm sure that Elder Qin wouldn't be able to refuse no matter what, right? In fact, no matter which country it was basically impossible to refuse. Just, Timas. This opportunity is indeed hard to come by, but that is to say, you say just to meet a Lin Bei. How is it so difficult? It's harder than fucking exterminating the small days. No, it's harder than exterminating its acrid eagle sauce. Su-yun was very upset and said, as the commander of the Central Military Region, had he ever been so aggrieved for someone he had never met? Brother Yun, calm down. Everything we do is for the sake of our family and the world. Shouldn't we suffer a little bit for the sake of our family and the world? Of course, these polite words are on the one hand, the key Brother Yun. Later we are sure to see Lin Bei. When you as the commander of the Central Military Region, you must give enough support. After all, the fat water cannot flow outside the field. Li Chang'an reached out his palm to press on Su-yun's shoulder and gently patted it. Only then did Su-yun let out a long breath, his eyes gradually becoming resolute once more. Although it is all for the sake of the country, but if it can make their own military region, their own research institutes to gain benefits, that is also no excuse can go to vigorously strive for. Brother Yun, the assembly hall is just ahead. If you drive any further, you can't guarantee that someone will think you're trying to rebel. Li Chang'an looked at the magnificent Forbidden City under the helicopter from afar and said jokingly, however, if they really drove through, it would indeed be defined as a major mistake, and in any case, they could be dismissed from the position of commander, simply because the military will always be subordinate to party command, which is an impenetrable no-go area. As the commander of the Central Military Region, Su-yun naturally knew this point, but he still cannot help but visit the Forbidden City. See that around the North Sea, the Middle Sea and the South China Sea, the three lakes built around the royal garden picturesque, magpie birds, long stone paths as a green lace, interspersed with the garden, connecting the rockery, peach forests, cherry blossoms, the court, pavilions, everything looks so beautiful. Tracing back her history, to be so well preserved, in fact, is still the great people's eloquent strategy and visionary vision. Su-yun took one more look at the royal garden, where his grandfather had been honored with the marshalship of the war god of China, the most glorious moment of the Su family's ancestry. Time has changed, although he is already a commander, but still cannot match the glory of the god of war. Compared to his father is a step up, but the family's stubborn child, really too much, even worse than the good grandson. It is really a cause for lamentation. Go! Those who are generals should die for their family and country, with much full blood. He who is a marshal should live for his family and his country, and he should have more bosoms and strategies, Su-yun said with feeling and deep concern. Since a meeting with Lin Bei was on the cards, why rush this moment? As for your comment about being scratched out of the paint guard, oh, that's bad workmanship. Turn around and cuss out the arsenal mechanics. It was never meant to be a willful whining and temper tantrum. At this time on the Royal Garden Avenue, Lin Bei was maneuvering the Source Pole Star and traveling slowly. It was the first time he came to the imperial capital, the first time he had a close encounter with the Forbidden City, and only then did he realize that the Forbidden City was ridiculously large for the length of its outer walls alone, and perhaps for safety's sake, a premium pilot car like the Red Flag is generally not driven too fast. Of course, it could also be to facilitate the entire conversation in the car and make it more confidential. Elder Qin, are you able to accept the conditions I've proposed? Lin Bei asked. As long as Elder Qin answered accept, then he could take the opportunity to propose the three palace plan. That, I can make the call and accept. Elder Qin nodded and solemnly said. Lin Bei grinned right away and said, good, Elder Qin is really refreshing. Since that's the case, then I'll be a bit more refreshing and tell you straight. Oh, Elder Qin frowned. He could sense that this Lin Bei kid was going to zoom in. Elder Qin, have you ever thought about what will happen after a nuclear war occurs in Blue Star? Lin Bei said mysteriously. After the nuclear war. This is impossible, Qin Lao said with certainty. The nuclear powers that already exist now, such as the hairy bear and the eagle sauce, All have a consensus that there is no winner in a nuclear war, and that once it breaks out, it will be a devastating global catastrophe. Perhaps he felt that it was not convincing enough. Qin Lao stretched out a finger and pointed out seriously, Comrade Xiaobei, don't look at the network recently Eagle Jam and nuclear proliferation, the Mao Bear and what tactical nuclear bomb deployment. That's all a competition between countries. The dark current of the exchange, to make one more than the other is also ferocious. But still, all imperialism is a paper tiger. They cannot fight, they can't fight. Nice guy. So that's how it is. We really thought there was going to be a nuclear war when we watched the news earlier. Still overly worried by the looks of it then. But well, things are a little different now. Elder Qin, what you are considering is the situation under the existing level of technology. Haven't you considered the reaction of various countries in the future when my Chinese technology takes over the world? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. This time, Elder Qin fell into silence. His eyes were flickering with what he was sure must be a variety of answers. But perhaps for the sake of secrecy, or perhaps to avoid answering the wrong answer, he chose to remain silent. Lin Bei didn't need him to answer, because the answer was there for all to see. Pitbulls are not guilty. When a nation is far stronger than others, and does not choose the means of control, war, or bondage, it is bound to come under siege. Lin Bei said with conviction, there is an unquestionable power in words. Don't look at Eagle Sauce now lay out of the world. A dominant. Wait until the rise of our Chinese revival. He will certainly bring a large group of minions blatantly war, or will be the first raid and then the kind of siege. And once a siege occurs, it's bound to be deadly. Nukes? No. Probably even meteorological weapons will be used. Sanctions will also be imposed on all fronts. The domestic economy, the life of the nation will be hit hard. And even more frightening is the internal chaos. They will use every means at their disposal, because once they can't defeat Huaxia, then they will all meet Huaxia's wrath. A copy of the Great Wall Watch. No country can afford it. After listening to this speech, Elder Qin's face was ugly. Lin Bei knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Then it is possible to make a bolder prediction. Thinking about this, Lin Bei took a deep breath and said, Elder Qin, I predict that there will be a war between China and the whole world. There's going to be a fight? Or with the world? Elder Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of hawkish rhetoric is highly dangerous in China, which has chosen to rise peacefully. Not only will internal forces get in the way, but they will invite attacks from major international powers. It's the whole world. After all, if we're strong enough, it's a war without smoke. If we're not strong enough, it's bound to be World War III. But no matter what, this battle is inevitable. If it becomes a success, then China will completely take off and ascend to the top of the global supremacy, becoming the only light of civilization for mankind. If we lose, the backbone of China will be broken, and we will be like a lost dog, living in a chaotic world like the Utans. Elder Qin, I wonder if you can imagine it, Lin Bei said in a thought-provoking way, word for word. Elder Qin was in deep thought at that moment, because it's true what Lin Bei said. If Huaxia continued to steadily improve in modern technology, then it might have another big few decades, and it could definitely surpass Eagle Sauce and become the #1 power on the blue planet. But Eagle Jam simply will not wait until that time. In fact, even if not with the help of Lin Bei's black technology, between China and Eagle Jam, has long been the friction intensified. Sooner or later there will be a war, so it has long begun to lay out. It's just that if we use black technology, then China will be stronger. Although the enemies encountered are also stronger, but as long as they are operated properly, Wei Huaxia, might really be able to permanently ascend to the top of the global supremacy, take back all that I have lost, and all the nations will come to the throne, and also reach a peak that has never been reached in the entire history of Huaxia, surpassing my ancestors, and even starting the interstellar era, creating once again a limit that has never been reached in the entire history of mankind, and it can be broken through again and again. How can a 100-year plan be compared to a 1,000-year plan? World War III? Oh, the first 2 times, China was merely in the weakest state, but still managed to become the victorious country. Let alone now. War, Huaxia is the ancestor of the whole world. Comrade Xiaobei, I can understand all that you said. Just, how are we going to top global supreme? Qin Lao looked around sheepishly. Despite the fact that no one was around, the car was a safe environment. But this is, after all, 1,000 years of great plans, enough to make China top the global supremacy of the big things. If the matter came to fruition, Qin old man is the sword of China. In the history books of the status of the existence of that is likely to be straightforward. Excitement is inevitable. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Bei blurted out, the 3 palace plan. 3 palaces? Which 3 palaces? Qin Lao said. Lin Bei took a deep breath before speaking eloquently. The so-called three palaces are the Immortal Palace, the Moon Palace, and the Star Palace. The Immortal Palace program is to build the Four Seas Immortal Palace, also known as the Four Seas Dragon Palace, in the four major oceans of the world, with the core purpose of seizing the vast ocean resources, reducing the pollution and damage to the local area, and developing interstellar science and technology in a comprehensive manner. The Lunar Palace project is to establish an interstellar staging area in the Lunar Palace after seizing the resources of the oceans, which can also be understood as a moon base, and its core purpose is to serve as a springboard for colonizing and transforming Mars from the blue planet, and it can also be a further deterrent to the countries of the blue planet, and to protect the blue planet's most important barrier. This universe is very vast. The existence of aliens does not surprise me at all, and the moon is only the main barrier, at the outermost edge, and since we have stepped into the stars and colonized Mars, Mars is the forefront of our defense of Earth. The Star Palace project is to establish a central colonial base for the entire galaxy on Mars, and to build various strategic fortresses on top of the various planets and planetary belts to defend the homeland, so that Mars will become the center of the galaxy, the greatest base for humanity, and the frontline protector of the blue star's birthplace. And after occupying Mars, all we have to do is build up our strength, because the interstellar generation gap between civilizations is undoubtedly huge, and until we are discovered by the aliens, we have to adopt a conservative attitude, just like the law of the dark forest. Don't contact. But even so, we will have accomplished a great achievement that the entire human civilization, the entire life of the blue planet, has failed to achieve. Elder Qin, you can also trust me. I fully possess the powerful black technology that is enough to put China on top perhaps, but I need the country. I need 140,000,000 nationals to come with me to the stars and the sea. 140,000 million of our countrymen running together to the stars and the sea? That's a grand vision. First seize the resources of the ocean, then use the moon as a stepping stone to raid alien resources and build a galactic civilization. In the past, no one would have dared to think about this big event that only existed in science fiction. And now, it was actually coming alive in front of his eyes. The Chinese sword bearer? Elder Qin smiled to himself. This was because he thought it would be better to just give the sword wielder to Lin Bei. He is definitely going to be the sword of the stars in the future. Still so young. In Qin Lao's mind, a thought sprang up. That is, about the heir. After all, he is old, and China can't have no sword executor for a day. However, there was still a need to consider and observe a bit more before doing so, as Lin Bei was currently nothing more than an ordinary person, whereas the other several major military regions could have a number of powerful successors. Comrade Xiao Bei, what you're saying is indeed very exciting, but you know, in our China, it's never a matter of one voice. It's never a matter of what one person wants to do and can decide everything. All of what you have said, I will report truthfully to the state and will not give you an answer until after a vote in the General Assembly Hall. But I can tell you, responsibly, that there is a high probability that your plan will be adopted. And it's not some kind of a talking point or a ruse. This operation, it was indeed something Lin Bei hadn't expected. He thought that Qin Lao had gotten excited and agreed straight away. The result is still to be voted on in the General Assembly Hall. Well, this is also very much in line with the style of my Chinese democracy that, yes please cluck, then I'll wait for the good news, Lin Bei said indifferently. Qin Lao immediately arched his hand and smiled. Comrade Xiao Bei, this trip old man I have a lot of harvest, some other day to invite you to the humble abode. I do not know if it is convenient, to Elder Qin's house? You're not going to introduce your granddaughter or something, are you? It's better to shrug off such a crappy and cheesy plot. Lin Bei squeezed out a smile and said, next time for sure. When Elder Qin saw Lin Bei's expression, he thought it was because Lin Bei was dissatisfied that he wanted to go in person, so he changed his words and said, next time, if it's convenient, why don't I just come and find you in person? In person? Damn, you're giving away a girl, aren't you? I've got Qin Yu Chu. Why do I need a bicycle? Elder Qin, I'll be sure to do so when I'm free. Lin Bei continued vaguely. Qin Lao, however, was somewhat unable to guess Lin Bei's mind, so he adjusted his sitting position and got ready to get up. Comrade Xiao Bei, almost to the place. You can send me down. Lin Bei immediately opened the car door, and did not forget to say, well good, you take your time. A total of $36.02. Qin Lao froze at the words, felt his pockets and said with some embarrassment, Comrade Xiao Bei, I don't have any money on me. Can I owe it first? Alright, give or take. Mainly because I'm used to asking for money before I drive a cab. Lin Bei was somewhat unable to hang on to his face and said, have been with the Sword of China.
but still did not change before the bottom of the cab driver's old habits.
In the end, we are still grounded. Do not want to go on that high platform, ah?
And Elder Chin smiled heartily at his words.
In his heart, he once again sighed with emotion that Lin Bei's nature was really forthright and spontaneous, not hiding anything, but also taking into account human feelings. Immortal Palace, Moon Palace, Star Palace, the 3-palace plan.
He could almost imagine how shocking this plan would be once it came to light. But as the old saying goes, try to keep a low profile until something big happens.
The Sanamiya project should have a name that circulates to the general public and is used to confuse other countries. After thinking it over, Chin decided to use the name Southern Heavenly Gates to package Lin Bei's 3 Palaces project and then post it online to see how the public would react. After Chin Lao left, in the middle of Lin Bei's mind, system rewards, as promised. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the golden legendary level quest. Systematic rewards being distributed. Honestly, Lin Bei was still looking forward to the rewards of a quest at Elder Chin's level. After all, it was a Chinese swordbearer, a golden legend level figure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a diamond level reward, 1 electronic copy of the Blue Star Marine Resources Exploration Map *. Nice guy, Blue Star Marine Resources? Lin Bei hurriedly dived his consciousness into his mind to check. The map was found to be a clear and complete presentation of all the resources of the 4 oceans of the Blue Planet and the technical methods of how they should be explored, drilled and transported by existing means. For example, the nearest ocean, the Taihio, is at 10 degrees south latitude now and 167 degrees west longitude, which is the center, where 3,000 meters deep, a surprising 98.6 billion barrels of oil reserves are lurking underground. This value is close to 40% of all the big dogs reserves and 6% of the world's proven 450 billion barrels, which is pretty rich, and the entire ocean's oil reserves actually amount to a surprising 92 billion barrels, a full 10 trillion. Marine oil resources, almost 9 times more than land-based oil resources, are nearly 10 times greater. In the offshore of China, such as the Blue Sea, the Donghai and the Bohai, there are also rich natural gas, rare metals, and even oil resources and so on lurking under the seabed. But there, it doesn't have to be mined because it would damage the environment. So if it is mined, it has to go to deep-sea resources as well. The existing deep-sea drilling and mining technology mainly refers to the sea below 300 meters water depth. The positioning, installation and control technology of underwater wellhead facilities, as well as the sea below 300 meters water depth, the stability of underwater structures, design, construction and control technology and so on. But 300 meters of water is a drop in the bucket for the ocean, because the real treasure is hidden at least 1,800 meters underwater. In the seabed world, in addition to the familiar manganese nodule resources, deep-sea oil and gas resources, there are also hydrothermal deposits that are not well known to the general public, as well as natural gas hydrates, which are currently the most respected by scientists. Among them, manganese nodules is a black sphere. Its main core is manganese and iron. There are constantly growing outward grain layer. Grain layer contains complex letter copper, cobalt, nickel, lead, zinc, aluminum and rare earth elements and other components of more than 60 kinds of metals. Therefore, also known as polymetallic nodules, the annual renewable resource is more than the human consumption. The reserves of the reserves are also very large. The reserves of natural gas hydrates on the seabed are extremely large. It has been estimated that adding up all the oil, coal and natural gas that humans have already used, and the ones that have yet to be exploited, would not even come close to covering half of the total organic carbon content in natural gas hydrates. If weather hydration can be developed, it could even open up a new era of human energy. In the system mall, the deep-sea drilling and mining technology is but only 1 million popularity value, and I now have 190 million popularity value. Hey, can't spend it all nah, can't spend it all at all. With popularity value, all feel like they can be capricious, Lin Bei dejectedly said. In reality, this nearly 200 million popularity value couldn't be exchanged for 1 or 2 interstellar black technologies, and it was just for fun at Blue Star. Not to mention that Lin Bei also wanted to realize all the various black technologies in the game. To have a shocking game invasion of reality, this nearly 200 million popularity value was not really enough. Ding dong, you have consumed 1 million popularity points. System products are in the process of being shipped. Congratulations on the acquisition of deep-sea drilling and mining technology. Technology to the account. Lin Bei handed Elder Chin a piece of the map of the Taihio section along with it. Thanks to Chin Lao who finally left his contact information. Of course, the reason for giving only part of it instead of all of it is still to avoid the state unloading. After doing this, Lin Bei suddenly realized one thing, and that was, My golden quest. Just a diamond reward? That's it? Ding dong, the golden reward has arrived. In progress.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden rewards, divine speech skill, divine driving skill, and divine 10 consecutive draws.
Holy shit, is gold a godly color? That's a bit of bull. Divine speech. Well, probably is similar to hypnosis, right? Can perfectly mobilize all the audience's emotions, speech up, all kinds of literary ideas, whimsical, such as God's help, God-level driving. This is to make up for the embarrassment of our car god name is not real. As a car god, there is no godlike car skills. We'll only let the car move on its own, although the car itself is really good to live, but still need to know how to drive yourself. That is more fun. And now, the divine driving skill was added. And Lin Bei also accidentally discovered that this wasn't only able to drive cars, but all carriers, including tanks, locomotives, fighters, aircraft carriers, submarines, and even mechs, star annihilators, spaceships, and so on. Come to think of it, it's true. Only this is worthy of the word godly. The last one is a 10 in a row draw. A previous 10 in a row draw gave straight up invincibility mini potion and success rate cards. I wonder what goodies will be given in this divine 10 in a row draw. Present.
Lin Bei then opened a tense and exciting moment of 10 consecutive draws.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Meow. The opening triple draw is always the least amount of money, right? Lin Bei, system, look at my eyes. Am I a person who lacks money? I'm not interested in money at all, right? A few minutes later. Fuck, system, why hasn't my $3 million arrived yet? Ding dong, the system reward has arrived. Please continue the lottery. Not bad, go on.
Lin Bei looked at the $3 million that had arrived in his card and instantly felt relieved.
This system is to be more disciplined, otherwise how can we find the system of the M attributed? Hey, ding dong,
congratulations to the host for obtaining the genetic enhancement potion.
Ding dong,
congratulations to the host for obtaining the doomsday locomotive.
Ding dong,
congratulations to the host for obtaining a mobile arsenal.
Nice guy.
The rewards of this wave.
Lin Bei, that's a straight up good guy. Genetic strengthening potion. Painless version.
That was a high value black technology that required 10 million popularity value to exchange.
After taking it, it will have the kind of physical quality of the United States team, and all aspects of the body's functions will become more energetic,
and it can maintain a high degree of health for a long period of time, and attributes such as strength and speed tend to be close to the pinnacle of human beings, and it can also prolong the lifespan by at least 100 years.
And it is indeed fragrant. At that moment, Lin Bei didn't hold back and directly took out the gene strengthening potion before swallowing it. In just under 10 seconds, Lin Bei directly vomited, even with the briny eggs and buns that Shin Yuchu personally fed him in the morning. All you in the car, nothing else. This gene enhancement potion is indeed painless, but the taste is really nasty. But the benefits are also huge. After the muscles in his body had gone through a burst of drumming and jumping that was not controlled by his brain, Lin Bei could clearly feel that his muscle fibers had become more numerous, constantly expanding while at the same time constantly compressing, causing the density of the muscle fibers to begin to increase drastically as well. On the surface of the skin, those tiny filth and excrement began to secrete at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, or rather, they were squeezed out and discharged from the body, which resulted in Lin Bei's body being wrapped in a layer of sticky filth all over the body. And most embarrassingly of all, urination and defecation turned out to be directly incontinent, and a lot of fluids flowed out of the ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. But it must be said that this process, in addition to the stench, is very cool. It feels like the whole body has been purified. The whole person has been sublimated in general. And right now, when the sweaty hairs also started to fall off, Lin Bei was instantly anxious and hurriedly touched his hair and gently scratched it. Nima, I'm going bald? Lin Bei looked at the broken hair in his hand and really wanted to cry. Above the scalp, however, it appeared that something else was burrowing out, itchy and a little sore. Reached out and scratched. Hey, I can't believe new hair is growing back. Not bad. The gene enhancement potion is indeed top-notch. Lin Bei clenched his fist. The joints only issued a bang 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 sound. This is the bone density and muscle density have reached the limit of the dull sound, but also a symbol of strength. The present self should really run faster than Lu Xiang and jump higher than Guo Wei, right? This punch down. Afraid to be able to beat the Thai squire all into Teddy. Bruce Lee came to say Wu Groove. It's just that you have to wash the dirt off your body to do it. Lin Bei looked around to make sure there was no one. No cameras, no satellite surveillance. After the control, he came directly to a parking lot, then entered the caravan, came to the bathroom,
and began to wash and scrub.
And after washing up, that amazing 8-pack abs, that body that is comparable to a Roman statue, TSK, it's almost more hikikomori than Yu Yen. It's so nice. Then there is the Doomsday Locomotive.
That is Xiang Xian's exclusive seat,
or the pink style of future mecha,
with nuclear power surging kinetic energy at the same time,
but also sturdy mecha girl's mechanical beauty. Turn back to Shin Yuchu can be prepared. Lin Bei can even imagine Shin Yuchu equipped with the appearance of the future mecha.
Then the son Shangxian will only be more girlish.
Of course the neck will be a little bit bigger,
while the scale aspect is almost no difference,
because this is, after all, a real person rather than a paper person. So skinny neck may even be a problem for blood transfusion. And in the end, the microfat is what is YYDSOK. There is also a mobile armory. Inside is actually empty, but can follow the flight to move. The capacity is extremely large, but also really is a strategic equipment.
I still have 7 more draws to go.
System, go on,
Lin Bei said indifferently.
A system beep followed. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Nice guy. It's exactly the same as the last fucking raffle. System, you're not going to do anything new, are you? Again. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining $1 million.
I'm a horse. I'm asking you to come back to the raffle, not to do it again, but the last shot should be good, right? Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Women's Federation exclusive 3-piece set *1.
Nani? The Women's League exclusive 3-piece set? It's not a woman's costume, is it? This system has bad intentions, actually wanting us to wear women's clothes? Oh, let's reverse it and get Shin Yuchu ready to go. Open it. Hiss.
Lin Bei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
Just beside the caravan, there were suitcase-style steel battlesuits, large medical pods, and a watch-sized smart control radar. I feel like this Women's League 3-piece set is a reunion 3-piece set. Suitcase-style steel battlesuits need not be said. Absolutely killing people and crossing goods. Air. It is an important weapon to save lives. Even though we have the gene potion, what's wrong with a steel battlesuit? Can't we match the gods with the peak body of a mortal? And the medical pods, which can be attached to the wings of the RV, make up for just about any lack of medical care.
Intelligent control radar can detect mosquito-sized creatures, the trajectory within 1,000 kilometers.
Even if the bullets come, we can rely on the radar prompts can easily be avoided. The key is only the size of the watch. Is indeed black technology. With this equipment, who can stop me from traveling around the world? Not to mention the whole country? By the way, just now it seems to have pulled Shin Yuchu on the side of the road. At that time it was too hasty. I don't know if it's too late to go and explain now,
Lin Bei said with a slight frown.
At that moment,
it was decided to once again maneuver the Source Polaris towards the place it had just left.
Well, without seeing it, where would it go? After thinking about it,
Lin Bei still decided to head to Shin Yuchu's home first.
And at the same time, Elder Qin, who had received the deep-sea drilling and mining technology and resource maps, had gone a little crazy as a whole. Inside the royal garden, Qin Lao, who had just gotten down from Lin Bei's car, was still in a state of shock. The grand blueprint depicted by Lin Bei is like a science fiction work, which only exists in the writer's dream, and it has never been imagined that it can be reflected in reality one day. Like a dream?
But that Genji Star autopilot technology is something to see with your own eyes. That one mecha speeder that accelerated and directly flung away the Jet 2-0 was the real thing.
The future. It has come. But just because you think deeply of yourself doesn't mean that the representatives of talent from around the world in the General Assembly Hall will recognize it. They will even think that we are under some kind of compulsion.
And just like when the Mao Bear was fooled by Eagle Sauce into vigorously developing armament technology and ended up dragging it down,
Huaxia may be dragged down by vigorously developing future technology. Because energy is the lifeblood of economic development. The lack of return of funds from large inputs can lead to economic development being caught in the trap of huge deficits. Tick-tock, please check the latest mail. At that moment,
the encrypted satellite communication cell phone in his pocket vibrated and rang.
Qin Lao unhurriedly pulled it out to check it,
and found that it was an email from Lin Bei, which was titled Deep-Sea Resource Drilling Exploration Techniques and Map of the Distribution of Marine Resources in the Great Flat Ocean. Upon seeing this string of words,
Qin Lao's eyes went wide. His entire body was in a state of tautness. After continuing to click in and read a bit more carefully, Elder Qin couldn't help but laugh out loud, because this mail not only gives the precise distribution of resources, but also gives the exploration technology that can be done by the existing means, which is equal to the development of the most difficult energy problem in the early stage of the Three Palaces program has been fundamentally solved. The Three Palaces program, which is perfectly feasible, but his years of experience as an official kept him from getting carried away, and he turned to plotting in his mind. Originally, I was still wondering how to convince the talent representatives from all over the world, but now with this map, I'll see who dares to object. Nah, I'm also going to set up a trap to find out which dissidents have the loudest opposition. A variety of wonderful strategies in the mind-crazy emergence. Qin Lao feel that they are back in the year of that spirited, only hand stirring the imperial capital of the wind and clouds of the young man. Passion, blood surging, full of patriotic fervor, a resolute fighting spirit. Only a pity that the year is old. The body is not as strong as before, although still hale and hearty, but it is difficult to hide the trend of twilight. At this point, another rising and falling footstep came. Qin Lao incited his ears and frowned. He instantly discerned that it was two people who had come, and hurriedly pocketed his cell phone. He paused and faced the visitor, realizing that the visitor was none other than the duo of Su Yun and Li Chanan, who had been searching for Lin Bei unsuccessfully. Elder Qin, I was never expecting that we had searched for Lin Bei for half of China, and you ended up meeting him without any effort. One up. Su Yun then started complaining with a straight face. However, Li Chang'an wasn't prepared to give Qin Lao face either, as he was also a bit dissatisfied with him. And as Elder Qin looked at the two men whose faces were both clearly tinged with resentment, he couldn't help but give himself a leg up, so he smiled and said, "What, you two aren't going to continue looking for Lin Bei? You're done talking to him. What the hell are we looking for?" But Elder Qin, seriously, I've been under you for almost 20 years. When I first joined the army, you were my regimental commander. You can't forget about your own soldiers. If there's a favor to be done, you must give it to us first. Give priority to our central military region. Right? Su Yun clapped his hands together and then spread his hands again with a deadpan look, because he had discussed it with Li Chang'an on the way here. They are looking for Lin Bei. There is no credit but also hard work, and without making a fuss, I'm afraid that Qin Lao won't be too biased in their favor, and they won't be able to do this money-losing business. Yes, Elder Qin, regarding Lin Bei's intelligence, at the very beginning, it was still us, the Dragon Science Institute, who obtained it first, and it was also me who stabilized Lin Bei in the first place. So logically, I, the Dragon Science Institute, have to be counted as the first one to take the credit for getting more support, right? Li Chang'an also took the opportunity to join the camp of pleasing the division. Elder Qin sighed heavily. Speaking of which, these two little sons of bitches have not let him rest over the years. If it were not for the fact that they are all his own people and can be relied on at critical moments, he would have sent these two little sons of bitches who don't know how to be humane to the border. However, regarding the matter of favors, he can't do anything about it now. I've seen what you've done, and I can't treat my own people badly for anything. But you, and you, a hallowed military commander and a hallowed dean of the Dragon Science Academy. What kind of skill is it to be spilling your guts to me here? Then Lin Bei, I talked to him. So what if I did? Do you think I can constrain him to go east just because I talk? You guys want favors? I know, but people have to be willing too. Am I not paving the way for you by going ahead of you? Qin Lao took a step back, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, directly launched a spike in situ and angrily rebuked the two sons of bitches in person. As for Su Yun and Li Chanan, who were scolded, they had their hands in their pockets and didn't dare to talk back at all. However, after carefully savoring the words in it, they realized that this actually even Qin Lao couldn't control Lin Bei, so they were afraid that it wasn't an unequal treaty that they had signed, right? But thinking about it in a different way, as long as Lin Bei supported it, then wouldn't they be able to transgress Elder Qin and do whatever they wanted? Elder Qin, you are right to scold. I know your good intentions now. I will definitely honor you in the coming years, Qingming. After Su Yun said this, he directly ran away in a puff of smoke. Are you kidding me, old chief? You can still be a grown-up? Lin Bei is the hottest character, alright. And Li Chang'an, who was left behind, looking at the Qin elder who was trembling with anger. He was terrified. His speech was shivering. Qin elder, inner one. Su Yun, he son of a bitch, I'll help you teach him a lesson to go. Stop, Elder Qin bellowed. Immediately, Li Chang'an was scared out of his wits, and with a soft leg, he collapsed on the ground, as if he was back in the midst of the fear that he had felt when he was dominated by the devil instructor, Qin Lao. And Qin Lao looked at Li Chang'an and couldn't help but laugh dejectedly. He couldn't do anything about the little prick Su Yun, but he still couldn't pin down a scientific research. Li Chang'an? Elder Qin. I was wrong. Asa Khan, you son of a bitch. outside the royal garden. Asuyan,
who had just touched the airplane panting, heard the voice over his shoulder on the radio and shivered, but his heart was also sore.
When he thought about it, he hadn't been mistreated by Qin Lao. Hey,
now that his wings were hardened,
couldn't he bully his way back? Brother Chang'an, brother Chang'an, just suffer a bit of aggravation for me to stall Elder Qin. When I'm the first to find Lin Bei, I'll definitely compensate you with heavenly benefits,
Suyan said as such in his heart,
and a hot flame bubbled up among his steely gaze.
He is now the commander of the military region,
and if he is able to stand out among the 5 major military regions evaluation in a month, he can stab Qin Lao's chrysanthemum and directly give him a kick to his own sword execution. Departure. Target, the Shin family courtyard. Su Yun gave an order. 2 military helicopter gunships took off again. The target is directly at the Shin family quadrangle, and outside the quad, an ultramodern sci-fi supercar with a blue and purple exterior was pulling up to the curb. Out of it came a young man who was average in appearance, but gave off an extremely masculine spirit and vigor, and it was none other than Lin Bei. He closed the car door and was hesitant to call Shin Yuchu first, but in the next second, he heard a lark-like familiar voice. Xiao Bei, is that you? Woo woo, you finally remembered me. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back for a day and a night.
Lin Bei just wanted to turn around. He felt a soft body rushing into his arms, and there was something behind him carrying in, from the light and soft touch. It should be vegetables or something like that.
And when I looked down,
Shin Yuchu was hugging us tightly, even burying her head in her arms.
For fear that we would run away again? Fool, I must have something important that I'm not comfortable revealing. That's why I'm leaving you for the time being. Although this is a secret that can't be told, you have to know that I've always cared about you, and there's always been a place for you in my heart.
Lin Bei reached out and stroked Shin Yuchu's little brain and said softly.
Shin Yuchu smiled and lifted his head, looking up at Lin Bei's chin, and unexpectedly found that it was even more angular than before, and became a lot smoother. Moreover,
under Lin Bei's thin shirt,
the muscle dimension was actually so full, elastic, hard, and 8-packed. Could it be that there wasn't enough attention before? Or did Xiao Bei he deliberately work out these abs just to see us? Thinking about this,
Shin Yuchu's pretty face suddenly turned red.
Well, at that moment, Mom Su Wanrong's voice came from inside the house. Chu Chu, did you get the groceries? Su Wanrong shouted at the top of her voice.
When she heard the commotion outside the door,
she came to the door to check it out,
just in time to find her daughter and Lin Bei embracing together.
Very intimate, and hastily turned her back. But on second thought, it's not in the kiss or anything, there's nothing to avoid suspicion. So she turned around again and said, Xiao Bei, you're also here. Please come in first.
Shin Yuchu was naturally full of joy and wanted to pull Lin Bei in, and said that she wanted Lin Bei to personally taste her handiwork.
But Lin Bei is keenly aware of Su Wanrong's look. There seems to be something wrong. But the project of the Rainbow Hotel is the Shin family's industry, and now that it has collapsed, it is normal to look a little ugly. Just as Shin Yuchu was pulling Lin Bei to enter the house, Su Wanrong suddenly asked, Xiao Bei, do you have any plans lately? Lin Bei was slightly stunned and replied, I want to travel the country and experience the local customs. A hint of complexity flashed in Su Wanrong's eyes as she smiled and said, then you should bring Chu Chu along, and let her see the great world as well. Shin Yuchu widened her eyes and said with some surprise, but Mom, I'm still studying at Longkou Yuan University. I'm only a freshman. I can't just take a vacation. To everyone's surprise, Su Wanrong actually said in an unimpressed manner, then take some time off from school, go on a vacation, and accompany Xiao Bei on the way. Academics can continue again. Life experiences are rare.
These words made both Shin Yuchu and Lin Bei quite surprised. Chu knew that her mother had always valued her education, and this attitude was just too counterintuitive.
Lin Bei's eyes widened as he looked at Su Wanrong, feeling that there must be something wrong with this. Shin Yuchu asked suspiciously, Mom, are you hiding something from us? Why are you suddenly so supportive of me traveling?
Su Wanrong dodged her daughter's gaze and said with a smile,
where would it be? I just think that you have grown up and should see more of the outside world.
And Xiao Bei is also your friend.
With him accompanying you, I am also relieved. His head tightened, feeling that Su Wanrong's complexion was somewhat unnatural. He keenly sensed that things were not simple. Lin Beixin just then. Shin Wansan walked over with a group of people.
One of them was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged thug was dressed in a gold-embroidered tunic that looked very pompous, with heavy gold rings on his hands and gold bracelets on his wrists that glittered in the sunlight. His eyes revealed greed and cunning, as if he was constantly surveying the courtyard, wanting to turn it into his own possession. He was accompanied by 4 or 5 bodyguards in black shirts, quite imposing. Shin Wansan was a billionaire, but he had to fawn over that middle-aged man and introduce his mansion like a tour guide.
The view here is top-notch. And the design of the courtyard is also very distinctive. Look how big the courtyard is here. And then look at the lush greenery and beautiful environment. Saying that, Shin Wansan suddenly bumped into Shin Yuchu and Lin Bei, and his face bristled with darkness. Su Wanrong hurriedly wanted to drag Shin Yuchu and Lin Bei into the house, but Shin Yuchu firmly stood still, wanting to find out what his father Shin Wansan was doing. Shin Yuchu stared wide-eyed and asked in disbelief, "Dad, what's going on here?" Shin Wansan looked at his daughter with some embarrassment. The corners of his mouth twitched a bit, and said with a forced smile, "Chu, this is a friend of mine. He is very interested in our mansion and wants to visit it." Shin Yuchu looked at her father's expression and understood in her heart that this was by no means unusual. She stared closely at the middle-aged thug and tried to find the answer in his eyes. The thug simply ignored Shin Wansan's cover as he showed disdain for everything around him. He took the cigar in his hand and glanced around the yard, glaring around, a disgruntled sneer now and then playing at the corners of his mouth. He had no respect for the Shin family's ancient architecture and only used it as a tool to show off his status. He habitually assumed the posture of scrutinizing the goods, demanding every detail of the Shin family quadrangle. "It looks like you're concerned, but you're just looking for a handle so you can get more out of the bargaining process." The thug listened to Shin Wansan's introduction while deliberately picking his way around the yard. He walked to a corner of the courtyard and gently scraped the wall with his finger, then waved his wallskin-stained finger in front of Shin Wansan and said with dissatisfaction, "Look at this wallskin. It's too old. If you buy it you'll have to repaint it." Then the thug walked over to an ancient tree and shook his head. "This tree too. It's already dead. So if you buy it, you'll have to cut it down and replant a new one. What a hassle." He pointed at another stone in the courtyard and snorted. "This stone is simply an eyesore here. The location is not reasonably placed. It will have to be bought and rearranged." Shin Wansan stood aside, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. But in order to alleviate his current predicament, he had to endure the mob's difficulties. Shin Yuchu, on the other hand, watched the mob's performance angrily. Having understood everything, "Dad's going to sell their house." The thugs continued to deliberately nitpick, as if they were trying to undercut the price by digging up all the problems with the entire quadrangle. He grumbled incessantly, as if nothing about this quadrangle pleased him except its low value. The thug waved his hand and said disdainfully, "This house is a bit old, and the paint on the outside is falling off. So $100 million is a bit of a stretch. $90 million would be more appropriate." Hearing these words, Shin Yuchu instantly understood her father Shin Wansan's intention. She furiously questioned, "Dad, what are you doing? This courtyard house is conservatively estimated to be worth $800 or $900 million. Why are you selling it cheaply? Also, this is our home." Lin Bei was surprised. He knew that the Shin family had been hit hard by the collapse of the Tianhong construction site. But how could the Shin family, which already had a deep heritage, lose all their money at once and even have to sell this family quadrangle? Shin Wansan saw his daughter Shin Yuchu pursued too closely. His heart was anxious, and he could not help but blush a little. He quickly said vaguely, Chu, you go back first. We'll talk about this later. There's still business to take care of right now, so don't worry about it." After saying that, he glanced at Su Wanrong who was standing by the side and signaled with his eyes for her to find a way to make Shin Yuchu leave. Su Wanrong understood and hurriedly stepped forward, trying to calm her tone down, and said to Shin Yuchu, Chu, you take Lin Bei into the house first, and I'll take care of things here. You guys can go see the places where you played as kids and reminisce about your childhood." Shin Yuchu's eyes widened as she looked at the anxiety on her parents' faces, and in her heart, she realized that this matter was definitely not simple. But she also knew that arguing at the moment would not solve the problem, but would make her parents even more agitated. So she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "No matter what happens, we can't sell this home. There are too many good memories of our family here, and I can't let it just disappear." As she said that, a trace of tenderness flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes, as if she had seen those wonderful childhood images. "When I was a child, my grandparents always took me to play hide-and-seek in this courtyard. I remember that at that time, there was an old banyan tree in the backyard of the courtyard, with a moss-covered trunk and lush branches and leaves. Every summer, we would cool off under the tree, eating cold dumplings handmade by my grandmother while listening to my grandfather tell stories about his youth. At that time, we lived a very simple and happy life. This home, for us, is not just a house, but an irreplaceable cozy harbor in our hearts. So, no matter what, we can't give up easily." A hint of touching and helplessness flashed in his eyes. Shin Yuchu continued to recall the cozy times with her mother and father. "I still remember that winter. Our whole family piled up a snowman in the yard together. You guys sewed me a little pink cotton jacket with your own hands and made me warm as a dumpling when I put it on. On that day, we built a snowman and played snowball fights at the same time. And the whole family laughed like a big nymphomaniac. That is the happiest and coziest memory in my heart." With tears in her eyes, Shin Yuchu asked aggrievedly, "Why do you have to sell the house all of a sudden? This place holds so many wonderful memories for our family. I can't bear to leave." Shin Wansan looked at his daughter's tearful appearance, and his heart was sore. He knew that Shin Yuchu's feelings were the same as his, and he couldn't let go of this home. But the pressures of reality prevented him from making an easy commitment. He touched his daughter's head and tried his best to make his voice sound firm. "Choo-choo, Dad knows how you feel. This home does mean a lot to us. I will handle it well. Don't worry." Shin Wansan was touched by the memories portrayed by his daughter. As if stuck in his throat, for a time he could not speak at all. A flicker of confusion and helplessness flashed in his eyes, his mood too heavy to bear. Just then, that thug came over, looked at Shin Wansan's family and aggressively questioned, "Boss Shin, is this courtyard for sale or not? Do you want to organize this crying drama of your daughter, so that we pity you and agree to your conditions with a soft heart? Don't play tricks. I'm telling you, I'm offering $80 million. This price is already enough to give face. Give me a clear answer now. To sell or not to sell?" The thug's voice was high-pitched and carried an air of arrogance. The bodyguard behind him looked like he was ready to do whatever he was told. In the face of this kind of compulsion, Shen He froze, then incredibly said in a loud voice, "Wasn't it just said 100 million? How come it's now $80 million again? You can't be too greedy as a human being." When the thug heard Shin Wansan's words, he let out a cold smile, revealing a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Boss Shin, you are not ignorant of this market, right? Now in this market, except for me, I'm afraid no one is willing to take over such a big plate. Although this courtyard is a feng shui treasure, but the old facilities, renovation costs are not small. It's up to you. If you keep stalling, I'll lower it to $70 million for you later," said the thug, cocking his snook and posing as if he was sure to win. He was even more arrogant, as if he had already taken this courtyard house into his pocket. Shin Wansan heard it. His face was white, and he was in the middle of extreme entanglement. On the one hand, there is the obsession of her daughter and the emotional bond of the family quadrangle, and on the other hand, there is the huge crisis of the company's impending bankruptcy. He knew that without this cash flow, it would be impossible to survive, let alone revitalize the company. Most importantly, if the company goes bankrupt, it will also involve her daughter and make her future even more difficult. Moreover, Shin Wansan knew in his heart that he needed at least $100 million of cash flow to save the company, not the $80 million that the mobster had talked about. How can this be? Shin Wansan was immediately caught in a dilemma and hesitated. He worries that his decision will cause more pain to his family and that missing this opportunity will prevent the company from recovering. Shin Wansan couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his daughter Shin Yuchu, his eyes filled with guilt. He knew that he couldn't let his daughter carry this heavy weight any longer. Shin Wansan saw that the situation was getting more and more tense, and his heart was anxious. He decided to plead with the thug, and in fact, that was all that could be done for the time being. He bowed and said sincerely, "Mr. Hu, I know you have money and strength. Would you please consider whether you can continue to purchase this quadrangle at the previous amount of $100 million? To show my sincerity, I am willing to give you an additional Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth a few $1,000,000. The stormtrooper was dumbfounded when he heard this. He originally thought that Shin Wansan had just encountered some crisis and needed working capital, but he definitely did not expect that it had actually reached such a point. He thought to himself, in this case, this business is not earned for nothing. After all, money does not earn eggs. A hint of cunning flashed in the thug's eyes, and he said without moving, "Boss Shin, this Cullinan depreciates in value when you buy it, especially the luxury cars. I'm afraid it's not enough for you to send me one. If you can send two, I would be willing to purchase this courtyard at a price of $100 million. Shin Wansan was instantly furious. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were about to be dug into his flesh. He was never expecting the stormtrooper to be so ruthless. Even though he or she can no longer compromise now and must raise the funds as soon as possible, he or she can also recruit a limousine from the company that is used for tax deductions. But it was still tolerable. After all, he had raised several generations of people on this side of the water. So how had he ever been subjected to such bullying? For a moment, Shin Wansan only felt angry and anxious. He pointed at Hu Laobai's nose and cursed, "Hu Laobai, you the youngest don't get an inch. Bully too much." Hu Laobai was startled by Shin Wansan's angry roar. His eyes widened and the muscles on his face tightened with anger, but he quickly glared back directly and angrily, saying, "I Missy took your disc as your savior. You are not grateful but Missy dare to scold me?" Shin Wansan was so angry that his body was trembling. His hands clenched his fists, as if he was about to pounce and fight with Hu Laobai in the next second. The two collided like angry bulls. Seeing the situation at crossbows, Shin Yuchu pear blossom with rain, red eyes, emotional fluctuations. Lin Bei stood to the side.
He felt that at this time he needed to come forward to defuse this awkward situation. Lin Bei thought about it and felt that as Shin Yuchu's boyfriend, he had the responsibility to stand on her side. Since Yuchu felt that this courtyard had a great significance for her, and there were many treasured memories, so keep it. And since he is with Shin Yuchu, then Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong are his in-laws, and it is right to help them. Taking a step back even further, isn't the core problem cash flow, or money? Big deal. Let the state help underwrite it. Shin Yuchu's tears were rolling in her eyes filled with helplessness and worry. Lin Bei looked at her pearly appearance and his heart ached so much that he couldn't help himself. Lin Bei took a step forward, graciously pulling away from the battling duo of Shin Wansan and Hu Laobai. Shin Wansan and Hu Laobai were burning with rage, itching to slap each other to death. Just then, one felt a cold mechanical arm grab the back of one's head, and then the whole person was directly carried out. The two were defenseless. For a moment, they were both confused, their hearts beating fast and their breaths catching, especially when they saw that the person carrying them was a young man who didn't look very strong. That is, Lin Bei. Their hearts were scared. Together, they must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. That's a hell of a lot of strength. This kind of divine power was terrifying even to the bodyguards who had followed Hu Laobai here. They were originally selling hard labor, naturally seen those who are strong in power, but have never seen such a plagiarism, are comparable to the ancient Xiangyu, and Shin Yuchu and Su Wanrong on the side were both shocked. Lin Bei didn't have a big arm. How on earth could he carry the two of them? Only Shin Yuchu might have had a little mental preparation because he had hugged Lin Bei's body, but the strength that Lin Bei had displayed still greatly shocked him. On the field, Shin Wansan stammered, Lin Bei, what's wrong with you? With you? The anger on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. Hu Laobai was also dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out how this seemingly ordinary young man could have such amazing strength. However, due to the other party's amazing force, he decided to hold back for now. Only, he never expected that the other party would open his mouth and touch his interests directly. You guys stop arguing. This quadrangle is not for sale, Lin Bei said calmly after seeing that both Shin Wansan and Hu Laobai had settled down. His tone was calm, as if he were not discussing but announcing something. But for Hu Laobai, it was a deliberate provocation. Who are you? Who are you to say that? Upon hearing this, Hu Laobai couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Lin Bei suspiciously, countless speculations flashing through his mind. Lin Bei replied with a flat face and a confident expression. I should be Uncle Shin's future son-in-law. His answer came as a bit of a surprise to everyone in the room. Hu Laobai froze, then a disdainful smile appeared on his face, stretched out his finger to point at Lin Bei, and said arrogantly, what did I think it was? So it was a son-in-law, not yet married? His tone was full of sarcasm. The last sentence is also directed at Shin Wansan, to the effect that an unmarried son-in-law can also control your Shin family's affairs. The Shin family man is also too useless, right? Shin Wansan's eyes were almost green when he felt this gaze, and he couldn't wait to continue the fight. Lin Bei, however, was not moved at all, calmly looking at Hu Laobai and shaking his head with a light smile. Mr. Hu, I just want to help solve the problem. I don't mean anything else. If you are really sincere, we can talk about it separately. Old bastard laughed out loud, originally thinking that Lin Bei was the Shin family's bodyguard or martial arts expert, but now he realized that he was actually his son-in-law. He glanced at Lin Bei, looking at his white and fat appearance, like a door-to-door son-in-law, so he couldn't help but mock, a backward-looking man. How dare he meddle in the woman's family affairs? Lin Bei's face didn't change as he smiled and responded, whether I'm a door-to-door son-in-law or not, it doesn't matter. What's important is that I'm going to settle these things now. Hu Laobai sniffed and the smile on his face became even more mocking. Ha! The world has changed. A door-to-door son-in-law actually has the right to settle the affairs of his mother-in-law's family. However, you're a young man. What is your ability to settle such a big problem? Shin Yuchu heard this fat man take a bite out of his door son-in-law. A bite out of his door son-in-law. She was so angry that her willow eyebrows rose up, and her large pair of good-looking eyes even spewed out anger. Shin Yuchu, who has such a good temper, was furious when she heard this and rushed up to question Hu Laobai, you big bad guy. What are you talking about? Xiao Bei. I confessed to him, it's not a back door. You hurry up and leave my house, or I'll call the police. When Su Wanrong heard this, she pressed her brows helplessly. The daughter really said anything for Lin Bei. It looks like it's deeply rooted in love. Lin Bei smiled and felt even more guilty towards Shin Yuchu in his heart. She really did too much for herself. Shin Yuchu was like an angry lion cub at this moment, wanting to stand up to protect Lin Bei. There was no such anger when I heard the house was for sale. In short, it was to dare to insult Lin Bei and insult his dignity. That would be messing with her. Shin Yuchu. Su Wanrong naturally turned towards Lin Bei as well, As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks. How could she let people misunderstand that Lin Bei was a door-to-door son-in-law? Su Wanrong also stood out. She patted Lin Bei's shoulder, her head held high and proud, and she said forcefully to the thug, "You've misunderstood. Lin Bei and their family Yuchu are door-to-door son-in-laws. There is no such thing as a door-to-door son-in-law." Hu Laobai, however, felt even more surprised, never imagining that he had casually said something. These two women would react so violently. Facing the anger in Shin Yuchu's gaze, he actually somewhat dared not meet his eyes. Hu Laobai felt that he lost face again, and in turn flirted with Shin Wansan. "Boss Shin, you're a wimp, and when it comes to your family, it's all up to the woman to make the decisions. So why don't you stop chatting with me, and let your wife talk to me? How's that?" Shin Wansan is really out of ideas now, and is also considered to be sick and desperate. Even Hu Laobai's words insulting him, he could care less, so he followed Hu Laobai's words and nodded his head as he replied, "Our family is not that kind of feudal family. Our family is very democratic. Everything is discussed. It's fine if you want to talk to my wife." Hu Laobai revealed a trace of contemptuous smile. It looks like it is still better for Shin Wansan to take some. He now counted to understand. This family is also Shin Wansan character cowardly good to talk. Instead, his wife and daughter are no slouches, and this son-in-law that their family has found doesn't look like he's one to be messed with. Just based on the fact that he had just lightly separated the two of them, this was not something that an ordinary person would be able to do. What a monster! When Hu Laobai looked up, he saw Lin Bei looking at him with a smile. A shiver ran through him. Again, he resumed his anger on Shin Wansan's body. Hu Laobai's attitude was a bit arrogant and emboldened as he threatened Shin Wansan. "Of course, if it's your wife, I'll only give $50 million, because you won't even get me the decision maker, and you're still negotiating a deal with me? Deliberately fooling me, right? Hu Laobai, you can't look at this kind of joke. Just based on this mansion of mine, this lot, the area, how can it be $50 million? Your joke is too big." Shin Wansan shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat coming down on his forehead. This Hu Laobai is really not a thing. Buy things actually stop and cut the price. Do you really think this is a food market? As soon as he heard that there was only $50 million, and cut it by a big half, Shin Wansan felt that the sky had collapsed. He clenched his fists in agony, now truly desperate. Who would want to sell their house if they weren't at the end of their rope? But he had thought of everything that needed to be thought of. He went to find around the mob friends. The results of a here to borrow money are immediately turned over. Only this Hu Laobai willing to borrow, but to take the courtyard mortgage. But the result is to be pressed again and again. Afraid that there is no chance of turning Shin Yuchu are angry and cried. Just now the words were clearly heard in the ears. This damn thug actually wanted to buy this quadrangle of his for $50 million. Who the hell is crazy? Today's is pretty far out. This location this size and scale is basically over $100 million. And with fewer and fewer quads available, the prices can only get higher. The thugs want to offer $50 million for this house. That's not a deal. It's a robbery while it lasts. It's better than a bank robbery. But what's odd about it is that this thug is clearly emboldened, and his dad is stooping low, in asking for the other side. It's like you're worried that the other guy won't buy it. Shin Yui was so anxious that she stomped her feet, and hurriedly asked her dad, "Dad, what exactly happened? You rather tell us. We are a family. There is something we all bear together." Shin Wansan looked at his daughter guiltily, gritting his teeth and not saying a word. He was supposed to shield his daughter from the wind and rain, and how could he let her worry about him in this stormy situation now? Shin Yuchu had no choice but to grab Su Wanrong's arm. "Mom, then you tell me what happened. What exactly caused this? Our family must buy a house customer. Is there no other way?" Su Wanrong was helpless. Shin Wansan had clearly told her that she could not be allowed to tell her daughter about this matter. Su Wanrong said again and touched her daughter's head. "Good boy. This is something between adults, so don't worry about it. In short, Dad and I will definitely take care of things." Mom and Dad are not speaking. Shin Yuchu is even more helpless. Hu Laobai watched from the sidelines, his eyes gurgling. These two families are obviously trying to hide their daughters from each other one by one. At a time like this, they still want their daughter to live in an ivory tower and not experience the elements? A hint of cunning flashed in Shin Wansan's eyes. Perhaps letting Shin Yuchu know about this matter as well would be more convenient for him to lower the price. So he coughed. "I said, Shin boss, why don't you tell your daughter about such a big thing? Not that your family is the most democratic, and we discuss everything, right? You don't want to be the villain. Man, let me tell him. Exit now." Shin Wansan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped the guy. Shin Wansan's face was ugly to the extreme, and he glared viciously at Hu Laobai. Hu Laobai has a thick skin. He smiles and smiles, old god, as if he has eaten Shin Wansan. what he is very helpless. Now at this time, the only one who is willing to take over is Hu Laobai. After all, $50 million is not something anyone can afford to take out. He sighed and said somewhat disheveledly, $50 million is $50 million, but I demand all cash, and I'll sign the contract this afternoon. Hu Laobai was instantly happy. Shen Wansan still compromised. So big quadrangle $50 million to buy, that is simply blood money. This also shows from the side that Shen Wansan is really at the end of the mountain and desperate. I should have known this would drive the price down to 40 million. However, when Su Wanrong heard that Shen Wansan agreed, she immediately felt incredible and had a feeling of blackness. Stomping his foot in his wrist, old Shen, you're crazy. I don't object to you selling your house, but you can't sell it so cheaply, right? This is simply giving it away. But Shen Wansan's mind was made up. He waved his hand and said, don't you care? I naturally have a measure. When I rise again, sooner or later I will redeem this house. Hu Laobai hemmed and hawed and said, it's still Mr. Shen who has a point, born to be useful. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered and come back. He was afraid that Shen Wansan would back out, and quickly asked his men to get the contract, ready to sign. But it was just at this moment that he was stopped by Lin Bei. Wait, what contract? I haven't agreed to it yet. The henchman looked at Lin Bei and mocked. What do you want? Lin Bei lazily said, I said that this house can't be sold. Are you guys deaf? Or can't you understand what I said? The tone of his voice was resolute and not to be trifled with. Yet everyone present was stunned. Su Wanrong persuaded. Xiao Bei, I know that you are well-intentioned, but this is our Shen family's family matter, so don't get involved. Shin Yuchu said with pearly blossoms. Xiao Bei, it looks like our family's business is really out of order, so don't get involved and suffer. Lin Bei, however, pulled over Shin Yuchu's hand and said blandly, I can more or less guess the situation of your family. If it's just a shortage of the capital chain because of the destruction of the construction site, then there's absolutely no need to sell your home. Shen Wansan heard that things were all exposed by Lin Bei. The whole person was so angry that he sat directly on the ground. While Shen Yuchu was very shocked, that project is not at all to lose money, right? Su Wanrong explained. It's an 8-star hotel, not 5-star, and the investment is huge, so if the project is gone, the funds can't be returned, and you'll be in huge debt. Shin Yuchu was incredulous. She did not want to believe that her father would be such a person, and she thought that her mother wanted her to travel with Lin Bei and also to the past. Perhaps she did not want to implicate her? Shin Yuchu wiped away her tears and said seriously, this home, don't just, as long as it's where mom and dad are, where Xiao Bei is, it's home. Hu Laobai saw that all the obstacles have been cleared. The heart is incomparably happy, raised his eyebrows. He had a general's belly, and it was a great deal of fun. He fished a cigar out of a delicate aluminum cigarette case, and his men immediately had the presence of mind to pass the fire. Pop! Hu Laobai lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Comfortable and energized, Hu Laobai was beautiful in his heart. You know, spending $50 million on a quadrangle worth $800 million to $900 million is like picking up a big leak. And in fact, he does not have 50 million, only 10 million, then give a deposit casually to the market to set a price of 500 million, 600 million, more than the world's rich people to buy. The deal was a bargain. He was never going to miss this deal. Making this amount of money is enough to make him dashing for 10 years. On the other hand, Lin Bei couldn't hold back. He sighed in his heart. This amount of money had embarrassed the Shen family to the point of selling their house. How big the country is not out of reach. If he stood by and watched, thus creating regrets for Shin Yuchu, then the heart of the guilt can be big. Turning his head, he saw that Hu Laobai was swallowing clouds with no one else in sight, and Lin Bei tightly frowned. This thug really thinks he's a dish. How could he see this cargo being arrogant here? Lin Bei stepped over and snatched the contract over with one hand, and in the meantime snatched Hu Laobai's cigarettes and threw them on the ground and stamped them out with his feet. I'm sorry, there's no smoking in here. Can't you see there's a lady present? Also, Lin Bei raised the contract in his hand. I said that this house can't be sold. Take my words as a whisper? Hu Laobai instantly turned blue, almost spitting fire out of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Bei, hating that he couldn't go up and bite him. This kid was the one who made trouble just now, and now he's making trouble, treating him like a soft touch. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he really wouldn't have to mix in this area in the future. At that moment, Hu Laobai snorted coldly and made a wink. The henchman instantly realized what the boss meant. Several strong bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and surrounded towards Lin Bei with hideous smiles. Kid, if you're sensible, hand over the contract before you suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Come on, don't wait for us to do it. Shin Yuchu, Shen Wansan, and Su Wanrong were suddenly worried when they saw the situation. Shin Yuchu shouted even more anxiously.
Xiao Bei, give them the contract. Your safety is most important.
Lin Bei smiled faintly at Shin Yuchu.
Don't worry.
They're nothing but a bunch of booze hounds. Lin Bei lightly stomped his foot.
Snap.
The thick green bricks under his feet were actually directly chopped up.
The crowd was stunned. Thickness of 5 centimeters. Length and width are 80 centimeters of the big green brick. Actually a foot to stomp broken. What kind of person is this? The bodyguards, in particular,
were stunned with fear.
The way they looked at Lin Bei for a moment. They wanted to look at a humanoid monster. Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong were also stunned. Lin Bei looked civilized and weak.
But he was so terrible when he started the fire.
So strong. Hu Laobai also panicked a little.
His feet unconsciously took a few steps back. His face pale. The look he gave Lin Bei was filled with terror. His legs trembled involuntarily.
He loved money,
but valued his life even more. Hu Laobai shouted at Shin Wansan.
Mr. Shin, mind your son-in-law. Do you want to see him beat me to death? Don't forget that besides me, no one can pay for your quadrangle right now. Shin Wansan saw the arrogant Hu Laobai in such a sorry state. The heart was finally out of the way. But he was, after all, his only hope left, so he still couldn't be offended. He also knew that his son-in-law was looking out for him, but he just didn't have the time.
Shin Wansan said to Lin Bei, Xiao Bei,
we don't want to sell the house any more than you do, but now that there's no way out, so just do me a favor and give the contract to Boss Hu.
Shin Yuchu's eyes were filled with hot tears. Why didn't she know that Lin Bei was doing this for her as well? But she couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Bei make a mistake. If he really beat up this thug, it would be troublesome.
Shin Yuchu advised in a low voice, Xiao Bei, give the contract to Boss Hu. I've figured it out now. Let's solve my father's financial crisis first. Su Wanrong was also full of worry. Xiao Bei, you mustn't be impulsive. Don't go out and hurt people. That's legally responsible. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who was in pearly blossom, and Su Wanrong, who was full of concern, Lin Bei smiled. Don't worry guys. I know what I'm doing. Isn't it just a temporary financial crisis? I'll be able to solve it. Before Shin Yuwei and Su Wanrong could react, Lin Bei, however, waved his hand and directly took a pen and wrote down his name. Shin Wansan looked at the contract dumbfounded.
Lin Bei smiled and said, Uncle, this courtyard is a good house, and the fact that this thug doesn't know what he's talking about doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know what he's talking about. Didn't he offer him not $50 million?
I'll offer 500 million. Uncle, 10 times the price. You might as well just sell it to me. What? $500 million?
Everyone was confused when these words came out. The fighters under Hu Laobai were shocked.
Don't look at them in their black suits and sunglasses. They look human, but in reality they are only a few $1,000s a month. They really don't understand what $500 million is. It should probably fill a house, right? Hu Laobai thought he heard wrong. His fat head came forward, full of incredulity.
Must have misheard myself. It's just been too much work lately. This hairless, milquetoast brat with a hairless mouth is not a famous family at first glance,
much less the son of a huge businessman. He doesn't have that kind of temperament.
Hu Laobai thought that he had seen countless people, and how he looked at Lin Bei did not look like a rich man.
Although Su Wanrong, just now, said that their two families were door to door, not some kind of backward door. It's just a cover-up. The more some people lack something, the more they want to show it. It was obvious that he wanted to give this poor boy a face. Hu Laobai, who felt that he had already seen the essence of the matter, could no longer hide the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Pretend, I'll see what you do later. Su Wanrong and Shin Wansan were also shocked, and the two couples looked at each other to make sure they hadn't heard wrong. Was Lin Bei joking? It's not right. This kid has always been very stable. How could he joke about this kind of thing? It wasn't like he wasn't aware of the Shin family's current situation. Is this kid really rich? Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong carefully recalled their memories about Lin Bei and did not show affluent places. The eyes of the two people gradually changed. Could it be that the child was trying to help support the Su family? Could it be that it was a swollen face? The kid has a heart of gold, too. The two of them exchanged glances, and Su Wanrong tacitly understood her husband's meaning. She pulled Lin Bei's arm and walked aside, softly persuading, Xiao Bei, we believe that you are sincere to Chu Chu, but the company going bankrupt is something we should bear as parents. You are still young. Don't do something you regret for love. Just leave this matter alone and leave it to us. Su Wanrong weighed her words, afraid of irritating Lin Bei and hurting his face. Lin Bei knew that Su Wanrong was looking out for himself, and he was rather helpless. How come you don't believe you have money? Shin Yuchu also widened one eyebrow at the side. Unlike your own parents, Shin Yuchu knew Lin Bei a little better. In his mind, a scene that had happened before flashed. Lin Bei wanted to sell his car? She couldn't rush over either. Pulling Lin Bei's sleeve and whispering, Xiao Bei. You're not trying to sell that car, are you? Are you crazy? The technology inside is more than $500 million. Don't do anything stupid. Hu Laobai saw all the persuasion. His eyes gurgled. This can't be left to chance. He Hu Laobai has never suffered such a big loss. And the face he lost here. Of course, he wants to get it back here. This Lin Bei repeatedly disturbed his good things. Must not be spared. It can't be beat, but it's all about brains. Except for the mixing. Haven't seen any punk who can fight and still be a big shot on the side. Still have to fight for the rich? Hu Laobai threw a cigar. Shy belly, like an angry boar. Rushed over and drank. You kid said 500 million. You give me out What's wrong with you? You've interrupted my business with Shen Wansan several times. You're deliberately looking for a fight, right? Don't think you have how much can fight. Now is the rule of law society. If you can't get 500 million, can't buy this house. Today, don't want to walk out from here. Hu Laobai roared harshly, swallowing mountains and rivers. With a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, he turned his head and said to his men, "What are you all standing there for? Find me someone right away. Isn't this kid able to fight? I'd like to see how many he can actually fight." His men immediately took heart. "Yes, boss." One of the henchmen fumbled for his walkie-talkie and said in a loud voice, "The boss is in trouble. Come here now." Hanging up the walkie-talkie, a few bodyguards looked at Lin Bei with grim eyes, leaping into action. "Kid, you're dead. Don't run if you dare." It didn't take long for a cacophony of voices to come from outside the courtyard. This was immediately followed by the yelling of people. Through the open door of the courtyard, a large number of Hanyu were seen, frantically pouring in this direction. The men looked, to touch, like there had to be 30 or 40 of them. They take all kinds of transportation. There are those who ride electric cars, those who drive vans, those who take cabs, and those who take buses, those who have not yet changed their clothes when they are groupies, and those who still have watermelon knives in their hands before they finish eating watermelon. They were raging, and they were not coming in good spirits. The Shin family was terrified when they saw this scene, and Shin Wansan was even shaking his legs in fear. Straight from his mouth, he said, "Mr. Hu, let's have a word. What are you doing?" Hu Laobai, however, sneered and stopped talking. Lin Bei's face, on the other hand, darkened, his heart speechless to the extreme. What is this? On his old man's doorstep, setting up a stage for a big show? A bunch of clowns came in, riding a battery-operated bike, riding in a van, having construction site clothes, and wearing a singing costume? What kind of fucking rabble is this? It had to be said that Hu Laobai, this thug, was considered to have a wide range of friendships and complex connections. Shin Wansan was terrified. He is a businessman, or a Confucian businessman. When has he ever seen this kind of scene? Wouldn't so many people tear his home apart? He hurriedly folded his hands and kept begging for forgiveness. "Boss Hu, a gentleman does not use his hands to move his mouth. You're a generous man. Don't bother with a child in general." Hu Laobai disdainfully glanced at Shin Wansan. This kind of businessman just doesn't have the balls to freak out in two random moments. With arrogance, he patted Shin Wansan's shoulder. "Mr. Shin, don't be nervous. We're not here to fight. What kind of era is this? This is the imperial capital, and you're still fighting?" He laughed loudly, pointing his finger outside the number of 30 to 50. "All walks of life," said Shin Wansan. "Our brothers are decent people, is warm-hearted. You do not want to go out every day by a group of brethren to the protection, right? You also don't want these brothers to starve, right? Brothers, am I right? Big brother is right." 30 to 50 Hans responded at the same time, their voices loud and quite imposing. One of the bald heads, with unkind eyes, surveyed the female family members who wished themselves. He laughed. "The boss said that we are a hothead. We are really a group of good people. It just so happens that we have all been idle lately. And it would be a pity if such a beautiful female child were to be targeted by bad people. Let the older brothers protect you." The group behind him roared with laughter. "They say they are the good guys, but how they behave has nothing to do with the good guys." Seeing this situation, Shin Yuchu was also frightened. She knew that these people were coming for Lin Bei and couldn't risk him. Shin Yuchu pulled Lin Bei with an anxious tone. "Xiao Bei, these people are not good things at a glance. We are good luck, not to touch with their rotten tiles. You quickly go through the back door." Shin Yuchu was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, because she felt that this was a matter for the Shin family and that she shouldn't give the trouble to Lin Bei. But after he pushed several times, Lin Bei didn't move. He just stood there like a mountain. Lin Bei's mouth was tinged with a smile as he looked at the rabble with a bit of a scowl. Not too early, not too late. These guys came at a good time. He gently patted Shin Yuchu's shoulder and softly said, "Don't worry, I know what's in my heart." He was adjusting his breathing as he leapt to his feet. He was about to try out the power of the genetic enhancement potion.
These guys aren't just a target on their doorstep.
Or a free target. Came just in time. Thinking this,
Lin Bei took a step towards the front.
His eyes were fixed on Hu Laobai, smiling as if he was staring at his prey.
Hu Laobai was terrified when he saw Lin Bei was walking towards him.
This guy had left a deep impression on him. A foot can break bricks. This guy is a dangerous man. But with so many people around,
he felt that the bottom line was that even if this guy was capable of fighting,
he could still beat so many people?
Hu Laobai made to puff out his chest to make himself look stronger as he opened his mouth to question Lin Bei.
Stop. What do you want?
I advise you not to ask for trouble.
But Lin Bei acted as if he hadn't heard him. Still not caring,
but walking straight towards him, as if the only thing left in his gaze was Hu Laobai. The surrounding juniors saw that the opportunity to perform had arrived and hurriedly blocked with their bodies.
Stopping in front of Hu Laobai,
one of the bodyguards said with a sneer,
"Get back. If you want to touch our boss, go through me first."
Yeah. Lin Bei wasn't interested in talking nonsense with these minions. He directly laid a hand knife on his neck and knocked him out. Lin Bei's movements were too fast,
striking like lightning. That strong bodyguard didn't even react.
He just rolled his white eyes and bam,
collapsed on the ground and didn't move.
The Shin family and Hu Laobai's little brother and the others were dumbfounded.
Lin Bei actually dared to make a move. Is this guy crazy?
This Lin Bei
really is a born calf that is not afraid of tigers.
Even if there were 30 or 40 people standing outside, they would dare to make a move to provoke.
But this guy is really good.
The bodyguards under Hu Laobai also had 2 skills, but as a result, they couldn't even carry around in front of Lin Bei. Hu Laobai saw his bodyguard lying on the ground as motionless as a dead pig.
Damn, what a loser.
He was a bit dumbfounded, vigorously swallowed a mouthful of saliva,
and stammered. Young man, you quickly stop.
This is a society of law and order.
At the foot of the imperial capital, you actually dare to hit people? Have you thought about the consequences?
Yeah,
I hit someone, how's that?
Lin Bei approached him step by step, sneering under his breath. You dared to gather so many scoundrels to play the rascal.
To be an old scoundrel. Haven't you ever thought about the day you'll be beaten?
Hu Laobai subconsciously shook his head.
Lin Bei laughed. That's because you didn't meet me. If you had met me earlier, you would have been beaten up long ago. Upon hearing this, all of Hu Laobai's minions were furious. So arrogant, simply lawless.
They have been a scoundrel for so many years. They have seen horizontal.
Never seen such a horizontal.
Whoever meets them is not trembling and shivering in fear and trembling,
thanks to the large number of people. On the contrary, this kid was not only not afraid,
but also took the initiative,
simply not putting them in their eyes.
Looking at Hu Laobai's group of henchmen who had already stood up and approached with an unkind look on their faces, Shen Wansan thought Hu Laobai was going to start a group fight, and he was worried that Lin Bei would suffer. Hurriedly stood out and said,
Boss Hu,
this is a society of law and order.
Fighting in a group is illegal. Believe it or not, I'll call the police. After saying that, Shen Wansan took out his cell phone and threatened Hu Laobai, and it flipped to a page to call the police, which could be dialed out at the touch of a button. Threaten me? Hu Laobai sneered.
He was afraid of Lin Bei,
but not Shen Wansan. He sneered, don't you want to call the police? Go ahead and do it. Don't dare to call the police. Do you? Then I'll do it for you.
Hu Laobai backhandedly took out his cell phone directly, and in Shen Wansan's shocked gaze, he took the lead in reporting the police. Hu Laobai's voice was high-pitched.
Police uncle, I want to call the police. Someone beat up my employee. I didn't fight. I'm a good citizen. Someone will testify for me. You guys come quickly. I'll tell you the address. Hanging up the phone, Hu Laobai looked at Lin Bei with a grimace. He took another step back and pointed his finger at him and said, Kid, you hit someone. That's a fact. Wait to go to the station. In case this employee of mine has some kind of concussion, some kind of paraplegia, menstrual cramps, you're in charge.
Hu Laobai was as furious as a scoundrel. He looked viciously at the confused Shen Wansan again, his nostrils gasping for air.
The thick fingertips almost poked Shen Wansan's face, his voice roaring, Surname Shen, this is all your own whole thing. This courtyard, not buying it, your company is just waiting to go bankrupt.
Then his eyes rolled, and he seemed to be unable to part with the fat meat that was at the edge of his mouth.
He added, it's fine if you want to buy it.
I'm only offering $30 million, and there's no such store after this village. So think about it yourself.
This time Shen Wansan is really remorseful. His face is hard to see.
If it weren't for his image,
he'd be pounding his chest. My good son-in-law.
You say how to provoke such an old rascal viper.
30 million? May not really have room to turn back. What can we do? Just then, Lin Bei couldn't bear it anymore.
He was infuriated by Hu Laobai's shameless appearance. He kicked the other bodyguard lying in front of him several meters away with a direct kick. Hu Laobai was directly dumbfounded. This stunned Shin's family and Hu Laobao's little brother, and each of them looked at Lin Bei in shock. Didn't we call the police? How dare he do it? Did they think that if they called the police, they were going to go in anyway, so they simply just hit a few more? Fuck, can you stand it? Brothers, this kid is really out of sight, treating us like soft persimmons. Even if he's going to the station, he's going to teach him a lesson. All together, 30 to 40 Hans roared, and together they gathered towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. One punch at a time. The opponent had no power to fight back. At a glance at the scene in front of him, Shen Wansan was not yet anxious. Hu Laobai was anxious. He then proceeded to roar like an ant on a hot pan, waving his hand. You can't fight. If you do, you'll be beating each other up. You'll all have to go in. All calm down. You fucking listen to me, ah? Hu Laobai was really anxious, jumping around like a wild boar. There was no way he could not be anxious. If he really pursued the matter seriously, he was the boss of these people. Not to mention the fact that he's got you guys on the inside. That means he'll be locked up more seriously as a mastermind with a previous conviction, ah. If you don't get it right, you'll be in trouble. Stop it all. With a loud whistle, several uniformed police officers appeared. Everyone stay put and drop whatever weapons you have in your hands. An officer walks out of breath. You guys are really bold enough. This is the capital city. In broad daylight, you actually dare to gather a crowd for a fight. Who's going to tell me what's going on? He did get angry, and this area was his area of responsibility. Really? Except for the mobbing thing. Screw that. He's going to get disciplined. Shin Yuchu reacted especially fast. The little nymph immediately stood out, her voice clear and crisp. Uncle Police, let me tell you, it's this group of bad guys who came to my house to beat people up. My friend was forced to resist. We were justified in self-defense. Hu Laobai was almost spitting blood from anger. This little girl looks pretty. Why does she like talking nonsense so much? He exclaimed. Uncle Policeman, it's not like that. It's this boy who assaulted all of us. You arrest him. The cop frowned as he craned his head. 30 or 40 strong men lay on the ground, sprawled out, rolling and wailing in pain. Only one young man remained standing, looking at him with an innocent face. What's going on here? So many people still can't beat a small one? I'm afraid you're not pretending on purpose, are you? And then no matter what, a slap on the wrist and all caught up. Just arrest them all and we'll get to the bottom of it. Just as the policeman was about to give the order, a dark shadow suddenly loomed over the yard. The roar of the helicopter made everyone look up. Above the sky, a majestic voice of warning was heard. I'll see who dares to touch Lin Bei for a moment. The roar of the elevator was deafening, and the powerful wind pressure made it impossible to lift one's head. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of the helicopter gunships. One was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank for a moment. What's the situation? This is 49 City, at the foot of the Son of Heaven. What's with the helicopter gunships? Which country? Could it be that there's already a war going on? Why else would the helicopter gunships be here? This is known as the safest place in the world. Has the imperial capital been taken? The hearts of the people were in a state of confusion, and many thoughts flashed through their minds for a moment. Hu Laobai was also pale as he trembled and asked, Police uncle, what's going on? Why are there army helicopter gunships? The policeman ignored him. He couldn't figure it out himself yet, and was also confused. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the helicopter gunship. He did see the markings of the helicopter gunships. It was his own family's army. Not scared anymore though, but in his heart and mind, he muttered straight away, the army is in charge of the police. It's overstepping its authority. Rumble. The helicopter gunship landed in the yard immediately afterward. The police captain tightened his belt and stepped forward. This was his area of responsibility and he couldn't let these soldiers overstep their authority. Gotta deal with them properly. But just then, the helicopter's hatch opened. A large man with short hair wearing a military uniform and 3 stars on his shoulder was seen striding out. The dragon walked with a furious, domineering look. The whole person looked like a sheathed sword. The crowd froze again. They stared at the 3 stars on the soldier's shoulders and were slow to return. Because 3 stars? That has to be at least an admiral. How many admirals are there in the entire empire? That can be counted on 2 hands. No one would dare to impersonate it at all, let alone come by helicopter from the imperial capital. But then a flicker of doubt flashed through the hearts of the crowd. What is a titular imperial admiral doing here? Suddenly something occurred to them. It was the words that came from the helicopter as it hovered in the sky, whoever dares to touch Lin Bei. Could it be that this imperial admiral was here for Lin Bei? When Hu Laobai thought of this, his face turned white, his legs trembled, and he almost peed in fear. Shen Wansan was also incredibly surprised, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Bei. What's the story of this aunt of my family? How is it that it's like there's a fog over your body and you can't see it? The person who came was none other than Su Yun, who looked at Lin Bei and became more and more satisfied. I was worried when I saw Lin Bei surrounded by people on the military plane just now. As a result, Lin Bei was like a tiger descending from the mountain, pushing across the 8 directions. These are 30 or 40 strong men, not enough for him to fight alone. Although his movements were still a bit amateurish, his physical fitness was definitely top-notch. This quality is more than even the king of special forces. That's a good one. Su Yun looked at the few policemen beside him, frowned, and shouted, Lin Bei is the most important person in our military. No one can take him away. The policeman was forced to be nervous by the aura on Su Yun and his identity. But duty calls, plus this is the imperial capital. Shouldn't be able to do anything to him as a public official in broad daylight. He bravely stepped forward and coyly said, I'm afraid this won't work. We're just going through the motions. We'll have to take the lad back and investigate. The words just fell. The soldier behind Su Yun, however, directly opened the safety of his gun. Kaka. Bullets loaded. Killing breath. Right away. The crowd freaked out. Pulling the fuse. Was this about to be shot? It's still in the Empire. Crap. Rewriting Hu Laobai was so scared that his legs were weak and he had already peed. He sat down on the ground with a thud, praying that no one would ever notice. The way he looked at Lin Bei, he only felt that this young man was inscrutable. The heart already regretted messing with him. The policeman gulped straight, the cold sweat on his head, and hesitated in his mind to take advantage of the situation. Lin Bei also frowned. Why was he still moving his gun? He stopped in front of Shin Yuchu and whispered comfortingly. Although Shin Wansan was afraid, he also subconsciously stopped in front of Su Wanron. Looking at Lin Bei again, Shin Wansan's heart was immensely satisfied. That soldier pulled the insurance. Lin Bei first party in front of Shin Yuchu. It was all a matter of a moment. There was no time to think about it. Almost out of instinct, this son-in-law is a man in every way, and knows that he has to protect his woman when it counts. Where had Hu Laobai's group of minions seen such a stance? Only seen it on TV. Who in reality has encountered it and been too scared to move at all? With their heart pounding, sweat had soaked through his clothes, and his legs were shaking into a sieve. Can't even stand up. Solely just lie down on the ground so they don't get the wrong idea. They regretted so much why they had to get into this mess. Just at this time, Su Yun then directly took the soldier's gun. Su Yun held his gun, his body leveled with a murderous aura. The crowd was too scared to move. I wonder what this admiral, really, is all about. Su Yun took the gun and slowly walked forward. The entire compound was silent, all eyes glued to the muzzle of his gun. Only the sound of Su Yun's footsteps remained in the courtyard. Click. Seeing Su Yun coming towards Hu Laobai's heart and liver trembled underneath, and he hurriedly squinted his eyes and pretended that he didn't exist. But it's just that Su Yun is going back and forth right in front of his eyes. The muzzle of that gun almost poked Hu Laobai's nose. If it wasn't for Hu Laobai's strong support, he would have rolled his eyes and fainted in fear. Although Su Yun hadn't expressed anything explicitly, Hu Laobai could no longer withstand the psychological pressure. Can't carry it. Hu Laobai was so frightened that he directly climbed up and knelt in front of Su Yun. He wasn't a fool. He knew that this admiral was here to back up Lin Bei. Hu Laobai kowtowed while saying, "This long army master, I'm innocent. I just came to buy a house. It's Lin Bei who took the initiative to find fault. He robbed my business and beat up my brothers, but I didn't even move my hand for a second. Army master, spare my life." Su Yun stopped and looked at Hu Laobai with incomparable disgust. He said in a cold voice, "Watch your words. I'm not a military master, but a soldier. People like you, in a time of war, it looks like you're the one who becomes a traitor. Thanks to the peace era. Otherwise you have to be shot." Hu Laobai was so scared that he almost peed. His face pale and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'm talking nonsense. I have eyes but no pearls. Please don't bother with this uneducated bumpkin of mine. Spare me." Hu Laobai kowtowed and bowed, looking pitiful. His group of brothers were also scared out of their wits. "Lie down on the ground and don't move a muscle." Su Yun snorted coldly and no longer cared about this despicable thug. Su Yun came directly to Lin Bei's side. His face full of horizontal flesh hardened and piled up a smile. "Lin Bei, is everything alright? It was really hard to find you." The crowd froze again when they heard this. They don't have it in their hearts at all. "What do you mean? Looking hard? Could it be that this Lin Bei was a military prisoner or something? Maybe it is. Otherwise where would the helicopter gunships be needed?" But the next scene shattered their thoughts again. Immediately afterward, he saw Su Yun put away his gun. Then he glanced at Shin Yuchu, gave a thumbs up and complimented. "Lin Bei, your vision is very good. You found a highly educated and high-value girlfriend. No wonder you disregarded our visit and cooperation. You are blessed." Ha ha. The crowd froze. What was going on? This attitude, this tone of voice,
It's not like arresting the bad guys. It's like two old friends catching up. Is Lin Bei not a wanted man?
Lin Bei also heard out at this time that this mighty and domineering-looking general had no ill will towards himself. You could tell by the way he acted that he had come over to help.
Commander. Thank you.
Lin Bei revealed a hint of a smile before arching his hand and apologizing.
Because of a bit of selfishness on the kid's part, I've bothered Commander Su to travel from the imperial capital to the mountain city, and then from the mountain city to the imperial capital. And it's been a hard journey. I am deeply disturbed by what I can do. Su Yun laughed loudly. Understandable. Young and hot-blooded. Want beauty, not rivers and mountains. See your girlfriend? Understand why you let me off the hook. The crowd was shocked. Utterly shocked. One was dumbfounded.
And his head felt like it had been swung with a large hammer. It was buzzing, and stars were shooting up in front of my eyes.
What the hell? Lin Bei actually had the guts to stand up to the military bigwigs? Is he crazy?
Shin Yuchu was even more incredulous, and she stared at a pair of beautiful eyes in shock, staring tightly at Lin Bei. This man had actually stood up the big man in the army for her. He really was too good to her. Her eyes moistened and 2 strings of crystalline teardrops rolled down her face. Shin Yuchu's heart was beating rapidly.
An indescribable emotion came over me, a feeling of happiness. Happiness makes you want to cry, shout, and vent. It feels like I've found the best man in the world. Shen Wansan and Su Wanron had the same shock in their hearts as the others. They simply had to be impressed with Lin Bei. They just assumed that this son-in-law was an ordinary guy who was just being nice to his daughter, but never thought that Lin Bei's relationship was so hard that he could actually make the commander of the military region break his back and go back and forth for him, and they had underestimated it before. What an eyeful. The two families looked at each other and thought that they would have to weigh up how to treat this son-in-law in the future. It must be grabbed, but not by anyone else. Hu Laobai only felt chilled and his heart was like ashes. It was these eyes that he was so proud of. But after so many years of experience in the jungle, I actually looked away today. I was so blind that I didn't see this kid's background. This is a general, a real commander. If you just know him, forget it. However, it was obvious that the commander's attitude was so amiable that it was obvious that he still had to flatter this kid. Where this kid came from, he no longer dared to think about it. Obviously people have been through the roof. Tongtian's relationship and background, how can he, an old punk from the interface, an old crook, be able to provoke? This time it's a complete mess, and you can't take it. He definitely won't be able to eat this time. The more Su Yun looked at Lin Bei, the more satisfied he became. He felt like he was liking this brat more and more. He was very flattered by Lin Bei's attitude, and he had done a lot of envisioning in his mind before he came. This kind of young genius was expected to be arrogant. After all, he was a scientific genius, and a bit of temper was normal. He had also persuaded himself that even if this young genius was bullying and had an arrogant attitude, he would have to endure it. After all, it's for the country. But he didn't expect Lin Bei to have such a good attitude, so he didn't have any more grievances at that moment. He laughed and followed Lin Bei's words. Don't be polite. It's just a little thing. It's worth it to suffer even more for the talents the country needs. He looked around, and also asked, look at you here hot and bustling, like catching a big fair. In the end what happened? Do you need my help? Lin Bei smiled faintly and was just about to speak, but before he could speak, Hu Laobai surrendered himself directly. Hu Laobai is also smart enough to know that his own account, than others to say it can be much better. I'll explain everything. Hu Laobai cried and said, it's me who's not a thing, used to the Jianghu tricks on the street, taking advantage of the Shin family's downfall to take advantage of the fire, wanting to take the mansion at low cost. We have eyes not recognize NT. Tai, angered the son-in-law of the Shin family. We also called people as a scoundrel, playing hooligans. The son-in-law of the Shin family did not beat us. It is our own bumps and bruises. Considering that we did not make a big mistake, cannot you be merciful? Hu Laobai had a pitiful look on his face and kept kowtowing and bowing. Lin Bei was indifferent. Hu Laobai knew that Shin Wansan was soft, so he begged him again. Mr. Shin, it's me who was blinded by lard. It's me who took advantage of the fire and was unethical. For the sake of the many years of old relationship, you help me to say a few words, right? Shin Wansan hated him for taking advantage of the fire, and he was not even angry. It's a good thing my own son-in-law is here today. If it wasn't Lin Bei, would he really have let him sell the juggernaut for $30 million? Hu Laobai is really not a thing. Shin Wansan snorted coldly. Hu Laobai, if you knew it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place? Hu Laobai sighed, or he had gone too far. He wanted to ask Lin Bei for mercy, but he didn't dare. This kid is ruthless. With a twinkle in his eye, he found the police officer on the case. Police uncle, you help me to say a word. I did wrong, I admit. Can you be extrajudicial and spare me this time? I promise I will never dare again. The policeman scratched his head and turned it to look away. It seems that the clouds in the distance are a little more pleasant to look at. He pretended that he didn't hear Hu Laobai's words. See, the police don't care. Hu Laobai was almost desperate as he fell to the ground and howled. I regret that I should not have done it. At this time, a sentence flashed through his mind. People die for money and birds die for food. He deserved it. Su Yun asked Lin Bei. This is your business. What do you think should be done about it? Lin Bei thought for a moment. Dispose of them how they should be disposed of. Shooting is not so bad. Grabbing and going is too cheap. Reform through labor is the right way. Let them go to the northwest to plant trees. Su Yun burst out laughing. That's a good idea. Hu Laobai and others are dumbfounded. Once again crying father and mother. That place is full of sand. All the hard work. Used to the life of the lights and wine. Where to do rough work? Sir, we don't want to go. We really can't let us talk to the big boss. Sir, I'm being extrajudicial. I have low blood sugar. I can't go to a place like that. Su Yun's face turned cold. Who gave you the guts to just bargain with me? Through and through. Take them away. A few strong soldiers came over and took all of the gangsters, ruffians and hooligans away. With the ruffians taken away, the scene finally looked much quieter. Lin Bei turned to Su Yun and said, Commander, I'm really thankful to you for this, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. He breathed a sigh of relief, and it was a real relief to watch the old scoundrels being fixed. Su Yun smiled and waved his hand. What's the point of being polite? It's just a matter of lifting a finger. What else can I ask for? Lin Bei for a moment. There really was. So he opened his mouth and said, Commander, I really have an unfavorable request. Can you allocate $500 million to me? I have an urgent need. What? Asakon froze. Something else was fine. But he's in the military. He can't control the appropriation thing. Just as he was in trouble, the sound of brakes came from outside. Another special car came and parked right in front of the door. The car door opens and an old man comes down from above. Shin Yuchu immediately exclaimed, excitedly saying, It's the Dean, Li Chagan, the Dean of the Dragon Science Academy. He actually came here. Shin Yuchu had no way not to be excited. She often heard Li Chanan stories in Longkou Yuan University, such as building mushroom eggs and hydrogen bombs in the desert, and participated in satellite design and so on. Almost one of the founders of modern national defense in China. Li Chanan is his idol. Previously, you could only see it on TV, in newspapers, in literature. I never thought I'd see the real thing today, or come to her house. If I go back and tell those classmates, I'll be envied to death by them. It was such an honor to have people like that as guests in her home. Li Chang'an, not to mention his head full of silver hair, was still hale and hearty, with a strong gait. He didn't notice Shin Yuchu as a small fan, but he was holding his breath in his heart and came straight to Su Yun. Up to complain, you kid is not generous. How a person slipped away. Leave me in the old Chin. You do not know. I can suffer. You have to compensate me. Su Yun only knew that he was in the wrong, and he didn't retort, hemming and hawing, but he quickly figured out how to divert his attention. He directly pulled Li Chang'an and pointed at Lin Bei. Don't you want to find him too? Lin Bei is right here. He wants to borrow $500 million. Anyway, I don't have any money. Just watch what happens. Li Chang'an finally saw Lin Bei. Although he had long admired his name, he was naturally excited to see Lin Bei, but with his chi cultivation and composure, he didn't show it, and his face was still like a flat lake. But when he heard it was going to be $500 million later, he directly exclaimed crap. Li Chang'an also got excited. He also couldn't care less about raising his chi kung fu, and couldn't get past his reserve. He opened his mouth to Lin Bei. This time, I actually want $500 million. Is this to start a business or research and development? What? When do I want it? Lin Bei was quite embarrassed. Asking for money as soon as they met was still a bit hasty in the end, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Lin Bei said stiffly, the sooner the better. I have an urgent need, and if I can take a few more techniques as collateral. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an and Su Yun's eyes widened. And a few technologies as collateral? Is it human to listen to what I've heard? Feeling technical is like turnip cabbage to you. Ha! Every technology takes time, manpower and resources to drill out. Okay. The country has invested a lot of manpower and material resources, and it is not certain that a technology will be researched even after a decade or even several decades of quiet. When it came to Lin Bei, it was as easy to say as eating and drinking. But thinking about the fact that Lin Bei could build a flying car, maybe the genius wasn't a human, but a god? A genius like that has to be held and spoiled. 500 million is certainly no problem. But this time, Li Chang'an was in a bit of a dilemma. $500 million. He could give and take it out, but the money isn't his. It's the state's. Funds are subject to approval,
especially when $500 million are involved. They can be green-lighted all the way, but it will take a good few days, and Lin Bei wanted it in a hurry, so this was not going to be easy. Li Chang'an weighed his words and told Lin Bei about his difficulties and hoped that he could understand. I'm sure I can give the money, but can we hold off for 2 days? Even if the green light is given all the way, there has to be a process. Hearing this, Lin Bei was in trouble. He explained, Dean, there's no way I can't be in a hurry. I've signed the contract now, and getting this money is to solve the hotel crisis for the Shin family. I can wait. I'm afraid that side can't wait. What? Li Chang'an and Su Yun were both surprised as they subconsciously glanced at each other. Isn't that a coincidence? The construction site they saw collapsing at the time was the Shin family's. When Li Chang'an heard that this was the reason, he was relieved. Li Chang'an smiled and said to Lin Bei, if that's the case, there's no need to rush. I happen to know a few real estate bigwigs, so maybe I can sell my face and beg them. Lin Bei immediately said, how can this be good? Then I'll see about thinking of another way. He wants money. It's the state's money. This money he does not want for nothing. Is to take the technology in exchange? The country does not lose, but will earn. That's why he's justified. But if we have to let Li Chang'an live out his old face to beg for a favor, it was something he didn't want to see. Shen Wansan was witnessing and observing the whole process. In his heart right now, he had a mixed feeling about what he was feeling. The eyes that looked at Lin Bei were guilty and hard. I've got my own eyes. Previously, for various reasons, Lin Bei was much belittled, but it turned out that Lin Bei not only didn't care, but was also very sincere in wanting to help, and was also sincere to his daughter. While he, as a father-in-law? What a failure. Can't be dragging my daughter and son-in-law down with him. How about taking on the responsibility of being a father? Shen Wansan clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Don't be difficult. Shen Wansan laughed as he directly took the contract and tore it up in public. Pieces of the contract scattered to the floor. He said to the crowd, I'm really sorry that so many people are involved because of my family's affairs. Since it's so troublesome, I won't bother. It's all my own sins. The hole I dug for myself, I'll fill it myself. Lin Bei looked at the pieces of the contract scattered on the ground with complicated eyes. He understood that Shen Wansan did not want him to sell his favor, and was touched in his heart. Although Shen Wansan had shortcomings, he was also responsible and desirable. No one is perfect, and it's good to know when you're wrong. He recognized the father-in-law in his heart, and more than that, he couldn't stand idly by. All sorts of thoughts turned through his mind about how to get through this. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. If it's hard to get money, then why not find another way? Then, Lin Bei smiled and said, no harm done. Since uncle doesn't want money, then to technology into shares into it? The crowd froze when they heard this. Technology into the stock? Could it be that Lin Bei was going to come up with some dangling technology again? Su Yun and Li Chang'an instantly became interested. They simultaneously stared wide-eyed and perked up their ears, refusing to miss a single word that Lin Bei said. Li Chang'an skimmed a glance at Su Yun. First of all, what's the point of a big old man like you following along? With this kind of specialized technology, do you understand it? Su Yun seemed to have read Li Chang'an's eyes, and immediately let out a cold snort. I have to listen even if I can't understand it. Lin Bei didn't notice the small movements of these two big shots. All he wanted to do now was concentrate on convincing his father-in-law to be. Only Lin Bei smiled and said, Uncle, you're in the construction industry, so you should have heard of carbon fiber materials, right? Shen Wansan also didn't know what kind of medicine Lin Bei was selling. Can only go along with his words. Of course I know carbon fiber is a good thing, but with our industry does not seem to go together, right? If you have a technology stake, are you talking about carbon fiber? Shen Wansan shook his head. Now this mess of his own was still not clear. Wouldn't it be messed up to have him step into territory he's never been in before? Lin Bei seemed to read Shen Wansan's worries. He smiled and said, who says carbon fiber can't be used in the construction industry? It's just that it's too expensive, right? Shen Wansan was a bit speechless. That means knowing that you still say. Lin Bei smiled slightly, but leaving aside the price issue, the benefits of carbon fiber materials are obvious. Lighter in weight, stronger as a result, corrosion resistant, and more durable. If you use carbon fiber materials to build houses, it's no problem to use them for a few thousand years. And I'll bet that if you build a building out of carbon fiber materials, it will be the most sought after. The crowd listened to Lin Bei's words and thought deeply. They are also more or less aware of the benefits of carbon fiber materials. Lin Bei's suggestion could not be said to be bad. If it works, it will definitely be a disruption to the construction industry. This kid is indeed the one with the ideas. Shen Wansan sighed, what you said makes sense, but the price of carbon fiber is too expensive. If you use carbon fiber material, the cost is immeasurable. The risk factor is too high.
I'm afraid it can't be done. Shen Wansan shook his head inside. Su Yun and Li Chanan, on the other hand, were gazing at Lin Bei. This kid would never do anything for nothing. He must have a way. Sure enough, Lin Bei smiled and said, Uncle, how could I not think of these concerns of yours? Don't worry, I have mature technology here. I can completely bring down the price of carbon fiber. 10% of the original price is not used. It depends on whether you want to use it or not. Uncle, what? Less than 10% of the original price? Shen Wansan instantly widened his eyes and immediately stated, definitely use it. Not only should it be used. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. If you are really willing to take shares in the technology, then 70% for you and 30% for me, as long as you can return to the capital. Don't need the money. Anyway, you'll be my son-in-law from now on. Shen Wansan's face was on the verge of turning into a chrysanthemum with a smile. It's just so exciting. The willows are coming out of the woodwork. He was in despair, but he didn't realize that his son-in-law had brought him new hope. At this time, Li Chang'an suddenly coughed twice and said, Mr. Shen, I have a proposal. The Lanka Academy can also take a stake in the company to provide technical support and data sharing. What? That's great. Shen Wansan nodded repeatedly. With the Dragon Science Institute in the picture, this project could well be brought back from the dead. Welcome, welcome. With the Dragon Science Academy in the stock, this project will be 100% successful. Shen Wansan was pleasantly surprised. It's getting more and more reliable. If there is just a new technology, the capital and the public may not buy it, but as a national team of the Dragon Academy entry, then there is absolutely no need to worry about the follow-up. It's like a sleepy pillow, one good thing after another. His bad luck had finally passed and the time had come. It was good that Shen Wansan didn't get carried away as he hurriedly turned his head to ask Lin Bei, good son-in-law, what do you think about Long Kuyuan's entry into the stock market? What else could Lin Bei say? It was obvious that Li Chanan was giving face and deliberately helping. Shen Wansan gratefully said to Li Chanan, grateful to President Li. You are truly a great benefactor to our family. Li Chanan laughed. Mr. Shen, got it wrong. If there really is a nobleman, this nobleman should be Lin Bei. Shen Wansan smiled and said, all noble people, all noble people. At this time, Shen Yuchabai walked over, slightly excited. This was his idol. Shen Yuchu summoned up her courage and said in a clear voice, freshman Shen Yuchu of the Dragon Science Academy. Thank you, Dean Da. A freshman in our house? Only then did Li Chang'an notice Shen Yuchu found a very pretty, soulful girl. He looked at Lin Bei again and finally came to a realization. Smiling, he said, so the very important person you want to see is the top student of my Dragon Science Academy's college entrance exam na. Rather, it's also a man and a woman. How about it? Do you want to play as a teacher in my Long Kuyuan University? Li Chang'an was pleased in his heart. If he was able to use Shen Yuchu's connections to abduct Lin Bei to become a teacher at Long Ku Academy, then he'll make a fortune. When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. All of them looked at Li Chang'an incredulously. Is this guy serious? You have to know that Lin Bei did not go to the college entrance examination, which is equal to only high school education, and Long Kuyuan University is a double first-class prestigious university. To go to it is equal to the promotion of education. But why not as a student? But, as a teacher? It is important to realize that the teachers of the Long Kuyuan University are at least the chief scientists of the enterprises and the authorities in a certain field of scientific research. In other words, they can be academicians. If Lin Bei could become a university teacher at the Long Ku Academy, he would be rich. The Shen family members all looked at Lin Bei, hating that he couldn't agree immediately. This kind of opportunity is unavailable. Crossing this step is a carp leaping over the dragon gate. From now on the status is not the same. Shen Yuchu knew that Lin Bei wasn't ordinary with a strange color in her eyes. Given the opportunity, it can definitely take off. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Lin Bei, on the other hand, smiled and said, thanks for Dean Li's kind words, but I've already made plans. I want to travel around next, walk around to see the great mountains and rivers of our motherland. I'm still young. I don't want to be parochial. Please forgive me. Dean Li. Su Yun and Li Chang'an exchanged glances, as if saying with their eyes, see, it's true. Li Chanan had also investigated Lin Bei's character before he came. The proposal just now also belongs to the category of having dates or not having dates to take a shot first. He had nothing to lose by saying yes. Of course, and nothing to lose by not saying yes. Li Chang'an smiled and said, it's okay, young people, walk around to see good. I am this bone old. Otherwise I also want to walk around with you, to the day to come back to want to settle down. I'm this Dragon Science Institute, always open the door to you, whether the other party was being polite or not. Lin Bei also thanked again. The group was still standing in the yard talking. Shen Wansan slapped his head, just focusing on excitement. Even the minimum hospitality was forgotten. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't stand outside. Dean Li, General, let's sit in the house." Of course Su Yun and Li Chang'an wouldn't refuse. It's so hard to swing to Lin Bei. Is it easy? It's natural to communicate with him more often. Today, Lin Bei's attitude was also relatively friendly, and he didn't mean to drive away the guests. Su Yun and Li Chang'an also followed the good advice and immediately agreed to Shen Wansan. Li Chang'an laughed. "In that case, we will have to bother Mr. Shen." Su Yun also smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I've been running around for most of the day and I'm hungry." Shen Wansan hurriedly let the two men into the house. "Too usually but I invite not even invite the god. Today you two came to visit. Really make me this humble house." "Humble ah." Li Chang'an smiled and said, "Mr. Shen is polite. Just the layout of your courtyard, the decoration. Say nothing can be linked to the humble abode. Shame, shame. It's all what the ancestors would have left behind. And today I, the loser, almost sold it." The crowd laughed at the same time. Coming to the courtyard, Shen Wansan took out the best tea and brewed it. Then he said to Lin Bei, "Son-in-law, you greet the guests and we'll go prepare the meal." Shen Wansan is more discerning, guiding people to specifically come to find Lin Bei. It would be inappropriate for them to continue to be here. Instead of being a light bulb here, we should find an excuse to go down and get ready first. Shen's family members tacitly all went to prepare to cook the meal, leaving Lin Bei and the duo to chatter at the dinner table. Lin Bei was calm and steady. He poured tea for the two. "This tea is usually something Uncle Shen can't afford to give me. But today when the two of you are here, I'm following the light." Li Chang'an laughed. "What good tea. I'd like to taste it." Su Yun shook his head and said, "We are rough people. Not as fine as you cultured people. Good tea and cowardly tea is not important. Can quench your thirst on the line." With his hands behind his back, Su Yun appeared to be admiring the antique furnishings in the house. But in reality, Su Yun's eyes were like those of a falcon, sweeping across the room in an instant. After checking around to make sure no one was monitoring or recording, he returned to his position and nodded his head to indicate that Li Chang'an could get down to business. The whole process was flowing smoothly, and it worked even better with Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an then smiled at Lin Bei and said, "Mr. Lin, this time we came over. Apart from ourselves, we actually represent the country." Lin Bei sat upright and said solemnly, "May I wash my ears?" Li Chang'an also positively said, "In view of your advanced science and technology, the state is willing to grant you the honor of academician, but also fully respect your choice. Do not restrict your personal freedom. In addition can also allow you to go to bring a project. What direction? What technology? Free choice. The state are given support, and also allows you to pick your own scientific researchers, whether it is within the institution, or the school can be. Is to letting your girlfriend along? Is also no problem. Mr. Lin, please also consider this seriously." Lin Bei nodded. He pondered, listening to the earlier ones just now. He didn't feel anything, but the later ones were kind of interesting. Leadership program. Freedom to choose teammates. Freedom to go wherever you want? Hey, that's exciting for me. His mind could have been calculating many plans, and now it seems like it might come true. Lin Bei pondered for a moment and looked up and asked, "You too, Elder Qin should have told you about the three-palace plan, right?" Both nodded at the same time. Su Yun stared with eyes and said excitedly, "The three-palace plan is just too amazing. How on earth did you grow this brain? It's amazing. This plan makes my blood boil when I hear it." Lin Bei smiled slightly. "The three-palace plan is what I put forward. I will follow this plan to conduct research. Then on the one hand I hope that the Dragon Science Institute will research flying car technology, and new material technology, and I also hope that we can speed up the exploration of marine resources, so that it will be convenient to follow up on the smooth progress of the projects of the Star Destroyer, the aircraft carrier, and the giant mechs and so on." Lin Bei lays out his plans. Li Chang'an and Su Yun's complexion was also becoming more and more serious. This was not a nagging family affair. This is a big matter that concerns the future direction of the empire, as well as affecting the world landscape. What Lin Bei had said, even if they didn't understand it now, they had to keep it in mind. It wasn't until Lin Bei finished that the two let out a sigh of relief. "Big shocker," Li Chang'an said on the spot. "Mr. Lin, there's no problem with what you're talking about. I'll fully cooperate with the projects that belong to my responsibility. However, some of the projects involve the military industry. Then you'll have to look for Su Yun." "Su Yun, what do you say?" Asakon cracked a big smile. He patted his chest and said with bravado, "As long as these equipments are the first to be listed in the central military region, I'll cover it all. All inclusive? That would excite me." Lin Bei also liked Su Yun's straightforward, dry nature. "Here, You two have some tea. Ostensibly while drinking tea.
Lin Bei immediately called up the system mall while meditating on the system in his heart.
A transparent interface that only Lin Bei could see appeared in his mind. The system mall is full of black tech, and top-of-the-line aviation, interstellar technology.
Looking at Lin Bei made him a bit greedy.
But you have to eat your food one bite at a time and take the road one step at a time. All that awesome black tech at the moment doesn't work right now.
You have to get the foundation right first.
Thinking about it, Lin Bei locked his target. Laser cannon technology. It's all available right now. Right away.
He exchanged a laser cannon technology from the system mall. Lin Bei put down his teacup and said to Su Yun without moving,
Commander,
I happen to have a new military technology here.
I used to be afraid of breaking the law, but now I'm not.
So I'll give it to you to use.
After saying that,
he burned the laser cannon's technology
inside his mind,
directly to a USB flash drive,
pretending to pull it out of his pocket.
He then placed the flash drive on the table.
Right, then I'm welcome.
Su Yun received the USB flash drive with both hands and Li Chanan's envious eyes. Put it in the pocket of your own close-fitting shirt.
Su Yun heart also itch, some curious about what this technology will be. Back to wait to go back to see.
But Lin Bei had come up with the technology,
so he couldn't be indifferent.
It was now his turn to take a stand. Su Yun pondered slightly, then said to Lin Bei,
Mr. Lin, the Dragon Science Academy has rated you as an academician,
and the military is not shy about it.
So let's give you the honor of a first-class sergeant.
First sergeant? Lin Bei was instantly shocked.
Su Yun, this guy does not make a move, but when he makes a move, it is also a big move. Sergeant first class,
which is the highest of the non-commissioned officer ranks. It's only 200 or so out of over 2 million sons and daughters.
Truly 1 in a million.
It's comparable to the treatment of a deputy division commander.
Starting out so high, it's unbeatable.
Lin Bei was excited. There was no way he could refuse this honor. And of course he thought he deserved the honor. Lin Bei immediately said seriously,
Thank you, Commander. From now on,
I will do my best to develop new technology in more places for the country.
And I will not fail the country.
Su Yun laughed out loud and said,
Enjoyed it, didn't you? My eyes see correctly. You should be a soldier at heart. Earlier on the helicopter,
I saw you violently beat up that group of land ruffians. It was like a tiger descending from a mountain and hoisting a flock of sheep. Even better than the physical quality of the special forces in the army.
He squeezed his eyes. How about it? Are you interested in coming to the army to hang out with me? Li Chang'an was instantly dissatisfied. Digging in here again. Mr.
Lin's biggest role is still to research and develop technology for the country. So don't make trouble.
Su Yun glared and said, How can you call me a troublemaker? Can't you develop technology if you come to our army? Is it still condescending? Lin Bei was rather speechless.
The two big brothers were arguing again here.
But the two were obviously used to it.
It was soon back to normal. Li Chang'an deliberated for a moment and tried to say,
Mr. Lin, there is another ungrateful request. Lin Bei's heart stirred. Dean Li can say anything.
Li Chang'an did look a little embarrassed.
In fact, this is also the meaning of the above. We hope that we can disclose your identity, because this can set an example for the whole country. The power of an example is infinite, and the medium is on the variety program of the sheep frequency. On the first lesson of the school year. Speaking of the end, it was only then that Li Chang'an said seriously, Of course this is all subject to your opinion. If you don't agree, we won't force it. First day of school? Lin Bei instantly reacted. That was hosted by the Sheep Frequency Gold Medal host Xiao Sa. For the whole country's secondary school students, that at least several 100 million people there was some excitement in his mind. Originally, he kept a low profile and was reluctant to go public, and that was because he didn't want his life disturbed. But this is, after all, an opportunity to really reap the benefits. It's really nice to participate in this program to get at least several 100 million popularity points. It's a good thing to miss out on. Lin Bei instantly and readily agreed. He smiled and said, Since this matter of disclosing my identity can be beneficial to the country and can inspire the youth, then it's fine to disclose it. There's no need to have any concerns. Li Chang'an was instantly delighted. I knew that Mr. Lin has a high moral character and is a person with a deep chest. I admire him. Su Yun also laughed loudly, not hiding. A straightforward man. We like it. When they hadn't met, both Li Chang'an and Su Yun had been speculating about Lin Bei's character. It was only after this meeting and talking and working together that I realized that Lin Bei was actually very accessible. As long as it doesn't touch his bottom line, then everything is negotiable. Here's the food. At this time, Shen Wansen personally entered from outside with a tray. This time, the Shen family can be considered to have paid attention to the meal. Just the three of them, without advanced preparation. Certainly couldn't do much richness in a short time. But there's a way out of not buying food. This is the capital. And there's just no shortage of upscale restaurants. As fast as he could, he contacted 3 upscale restaurants with different flavors. Had them deliver the meal with the best ingredients and as fast as possible. It's not worth tripling the price for this. The Shin family is indeed short of money right now, but they don't care about this bit of fluff. Not to mention the fact that the problem is now solved. When people are happy, Shin Wansan spends this money painfully. You get what you pay for, and as long as the money is there, the quality of this meal is certainly nothing to sneeze at. 3 major cuisines in abundance. The 3 upscale restaurants are considered to have come up with the highest level. The colors and flavors are all there, which is something that makes one's fingers tingle just by looking at it. Even Lin Bei was secretly impressed. This old husband's other skills for the time being, mixed in the shopping mall all these years. The ability to detect words and colors is powerful. There were 3 of them, so he prepared 3 flavors. The bias is just right for their tastes, and that's what it's all about. It's not a good idea to disobey. Li Chanan and Su Yun, too, were somewhat impressed with Shin Wansan. This guy is a talent. These dishes were also their favorite. Plus they were happy to talk to Lin Bei today. Lin Bei was also happy. Not only did it solve my father-in-law's business problems, he also has the support of the Dragon Science Institute as well as the military district. The honor of first sergeant is something to honor the family. Happy, Lin Bei also drank a few more glasses. Because of the stimulation of alcohol, Lin Bei also opened his words. It's fun to talk to 2 people. Commander, why don't you drink instead? Don't they say that the men of the military district drink in big gulps? You're saving it for the fish? Su Yun hiccuped, his drunken eyes hazy. Who keeps fish? You kid must have looked away. Lin Bei laughed at Li Chanan. Dean Li saw it, right? A great commander is actually playing tricks on us. Dean Li shook his head with a hiccup and said, he's always been like that. You'll just get used to it. But you kid is a real drinker. Neither one of us has ever drunk you. Lin Bei laughed out loud. This is just where it's at. I've just rinsed my mouth and haven't even started to play yet. Old Li, let's drink. 2 drunken guys who are already brotherly. Brother, you don't know. I'm really under a lot of pressure to be the director of this Dragon Science Institute. Look at my hair going gray. Lin Bei patted here on the shoulder of the long press, the pressure of the fart. Long Kuyuan is not just that thing. If you cannot do, immediately abdicate. I'll do it for you. Li Chang'an leaned over the table. No problem. I'll have you write your resignation letter tomorrow. 3 men drinking, 2 down. Lin Bei was a bit disinterested as he laughed loudly. You guys can't do it either. He lifted the jug himself and gulped down a few more gulps. It just felt like a hot mess. Thoughts began to emanate. If I were the sword-bearer of China, I would have punched the small days, kicked the white-headed eagle, and led all of China to the stars and the sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Shin Wansan and Su Wanrong cleaned up the battlefield. Seeing Su Yun and Li Chang'an royally drunk, Shin Wansan was quite surprised. My son-in-law is so good that he actually drank these 2 big shots down. What's with all the drinking? Shin Yuchu was a little heartbroken as she carried the drunken Lin Bei into the room. Lin Bei was in his room and saw Shin Yuchu in a daze. Confused, he muttered, wife. After saying that, a hand gave Shin Yuchu an embrace. Shin Yuchu's body instantly tightened. Her body lost its strength. She simply did not know what to do at this time. Lin Bei is so strong. Shin Wanrong was carrying the sobering soup and was just about to come in, only to find that the 2 had hugged. Shin Wanrong was startled and immediately quietly exited and closed the door to the room. Shin Yuchu's pretty face was slightly red. She was conflicted in her heart and was even more unsure of what to do. Either that, or half-heartedly go along with it? Just then, Lin Bei lost his hand and let go of Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu got out of the way, shyly, and undressed Lin Bei, blushing even more as she looked at the statue-like muscles. But when she tried to use the method that her mother Su Wanrong had taught her, she found that Lin Bei was completely unresponsive. For a while, it was actually a bit angry, but there was nothing to be done about it. So I could only wait for later. The next day, Lin Bei woke up to find that he had a beautiful dream. Still with Shin Yuchu. It was very cool. Well, very indescribable. It was a pretty good night's sleep. Lin Bei stretched his back and got fully dressed. Get up and find the room, and when everything is arranged. Father-in-law also thoughtful prepared breakfast at the door. Lin Bei heart some touched. It seems to be that the in-laws have recognized themselves as family. It's not easy. Breakfast was all his favorites, with a thermos box over the outside. So that was thoughtful. I was so busy drinking last night that I didn't eat many bites of food. This stomach has been hungry for a long time. Lin Bei opened these breakfasts and wolfed them down. Like a windfall, these breakfasts were eaten clean by him, patting his stomach comfortably. He was full. Ding. At this time, Lin Bei's cell phone came vibrating with a text message. Lin Bei opened his cell phone and it was sent by Su Yun.
Soo-yun said in a text message that the organizing committee of the Autumn Knifefish has all been arrested.
You can look at the news to understand the crime. Do not have to worry about it.
Lin Bei's spirit lifted. It was surprising that Soo-yun and the others were so efficient.
He immediately opened his browser and Googled it.
Just typed in the keywords and this is densely packed with the latest news.
The internet is full of trolls about okonomiyaki. Lin Bei opened an official video,
which clearly lists the tournaments held by the Autumn Swordfish Organizing Committee.
The audience to watch the live broadcast, Ultra HD quality to pay, SD to VIP, all kinds of money without limits.
The official list of the most positive nature is credible. The video ends with footage of the Autumn Sword crew being taken away by law enforcement. The screen was densely packed with pop-ups.
Good catch.
These disgusting guys should have been caught a long time ago.
There's no limit to what they can do. Circle money, circle crazy it.
Officials have long since opened their hands to rectify the situation.
It was a blast, and I'm going out for a drink today to celebrate.
The Autumn Swordfish crew deserved it. I could tell long ago that these grandchildren were no good.
Good catch. Wonderful catch.
Looking at these messy pop-ups, Lin Bei revealed a hint of a smile.
He was always relieved when the Autumn Swordfish crew was caught.
It also felt like a heartbreak had been saved. That Zhang Qi would never be a threat to Xin Yuchu again.
It's kind of lucky for the kid, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy when he struck.
If he dares to covet his wife,
he'll be lucky to have a broken arm or a limp. Looks like the drink last night wasn't wasted. That's when he received another text message.
Lin Bei shook his head.
So busy by morning. When I opened it,
it turned out to be a message from an old acquaintance,
Wang Baoqiang.
The text messages were,
as always, between pristine. Brother Bei, I've already asked for the money,
and I'm going to take the train back and pay the brothers back first. Thanks for taking care of Brother Bei last time. Lin Bei still couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this bean.
The kid is straight and has bad luck. This time to get the money for the work. The way back do not have any problems. Plus, trains are a mixed bag.
So it would be a problem if those hard-earned dollars were taken by thieves.
Out of concern,
Lin Bei also sent him a message.
Keep an eye on your hard-earned money. Be safe on the train, and keep in touch if anything happens. After sending the text message,
Lin Bei shook his head.
Hopefully, I'm being overly sensitive. It's just that he is also really interested in this guy Wang Baoqiang. With this kind of bad luck buff, it's a talent. If it could be used for him, it would definitely have an unexpected effect.
Whether it's being a diplomatic ambassador or nauseating an opponent,
it's first class. Ding dong. It rang again on his cell phone, and Lin Bei picked it up.
It turned out to be Su Shanxian also sent a message. The content of the message is a bit frustrated.
Su Shanxian said that the toy store is about to go bankrupt.
Lin Bei was surprised and hurriedly asked him what had happened. He was also puzzled in his mind.
It doesn't make sense.
He gave him some ideas and gave them some help. Even someone who doesn't know how to do business should be doing well.
How come Su Shanxian's game company is about to go bankrupt? Su Shanxiang explained. Brother Bei, I'm really unlucky. My company has an employee who is very talented, and I trust him, but the fuck actually misappropriated public funds. I'm in deep shit.
Lin Bei asked.
Has the employee been caught? Is it still possible to recover the public money? Su Shanxian sighed and said.
The person was caught,
but that grandson spent all the money. The money can't be gotten back.
I've already sent that grandson to the jail.
Su Shanxian pitifully asked for help. Brother Bei, I really have no other way. I have thought of many tricks. Even if it is a live broadcast to sell toys, it does not work. You have to help me.
Su Shanxian chattered on the other end of the phone.
Many thoughts flashed through Lin Bei's mind for a moment. This time around, it may be an opportunity as well.
With more and more black tech available for purchase on its own, there has to be excuses and conditions to cover it up.
The toy factory is a great place. If used properly, it can be used to cover up a lot of black technology.
Since this time Su Shanxian sent it to the door.
Then help him.
Lin Bei opened his mouth and said,
You're also really. How come everything unlucky has been stumbled upon by you? It just so happens that I have time in these 2 days. Give me the address. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have you here in my heart. Su Shanxian was overjoyed and hurriedly gave the address.
He had approached Lin Bei for help this time because he was also in a mood to give it a try. I didn't expect Lin Bei to really be willing to come over.
If you want to leave this time, you have to give Xin Yuchu a greeting as well.
Chu chu ah. I have a friend who needs help with something.
I'll leave for a while and come back to bring you a gift. After Lin Bei finished explaining to Xin Yuchu, he piloted the Source Extreme Star and began to set off. The Source Pole Star could autopilot, so Lin Bei could save a lot of trouble. He half reclined in the wide seat and smoothly opened the teaser sound background. Ooh,
the text messages in the background are having a near explosion. It's only been a few days of work, and there are 999 plus people who have left him messages.
Most of them are hyped for broadcast. Brother Bei, When will you go live next time? I can't even eat without watching you live. Anchor, my mom asked me why I was kneeling. I said I was watching you live. My mom knelt with me. Anchor, if you don't go live, I'm going to start a rumor. Anchor, I order you to go live right now. Don't make me kneel down for you. The pop-up messages were dense and almost exclusively hyping the broadcast. Lin Bei instantly smiled. It was a good sign. This time, he is going to sue Shanxiang's factory, and it is inevitable that he will have to live stream and bring goods at that time. It's also necessary to warm up a bit ahead of time. It just so happened that it was also going live, so I turned it on. Just after opening the broadcast, the popularity began to skyrocket, and a large group of viewers hooted and hollered as they flooded into the live broadcast room. Ha ha, North is finally on the air. It must have been North who heard me. Bullshit, clearly heard me shouting. Come on little Rocco, Idol is on. With the crowd's spontaneous publicity, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed. It soon passed the million mark. Yet this is not the end, merely the beginning. The numbers continue to skyrocket. It came from 1 million to 10 million, and then to 40 or 50 million, and it's still going up fast. Lin Bei looked at the number of people soaring in the live broadcast room and felt extremely emotional in his heart. It's only been on for how long and nothing has been said. The number of people actually reached 40 or 50 million. In terms of popularity and influence, he's now more top stream than top stream. Guys, it's been a long time. The number of people leaving messages in the background is just too many to respond to them all. So please forgive me. This opening is actually to say hello. I'm going to a friend's place right now that you guys should have met before. Yes. It's the friend who opened the toy factory. He's in trouble now, about to go bankrupt. As a friend I have to go over to help him. By then maybe I need to live with the goods. All family members are welcome to come on the air and place an order if they need to. In 3 words, Lin Bei explained the matter in a simple and clear manner. The viewers of the live stream, more than anything else, were helping out. The pop-ups flew. North is just dry and carries the goods. No sets. Worthy of brother North. So righteous. It's really lucky for the owner of this toy factory to have the help of a friend like Brother Bei. Anchor, don't have to worry. When the time comes to start broadcasting as soon as possible, other skills do not have to make a modest contribution, or no problem. Lin Bei looked at the messages in the live broadcast room and was somewhat touched in his heart. Lin Bei directly said, at that time in the live broadcast of the order, support my friends. The follow-up will provide some of my own research and development of the black technology of the purchase of the quota. Is considered to be my personal to the fans of a benefit. Thank you for your support. The audience was instantly excited because Lin Bei was driving a flying car. His black tech toy. That was definitely very invincible. It's amazing how everyone starts to go crazy with anticipation. They can't wait. Brother, drive the car faster and hurry up to start the live broadcast. Yeah, my wallet can't wait. I want to place an order. Lin Bei was very fast, and after half an hour, he arrived at Su Shanxiang toy factory. Su Shanxian quickly greeted him out, overjoyed. Brother Bei, you're finally here. Go to the warehouse first. Lin Bei didn't argue pleasantries with Su Shan. Let him lead the way ahead to the toy factory's warehouse. Once you open the door of the warehouse, what meets your eyes is a mountain of various toys. It's all slow moving. How come there are so many of them? Lin Bei but open live broadcast it. The audience is also prepared to pile up a mountain of toys stunned. Let's start introducing our audience. In Lin Bei's live broadcast, Su Shanxian began to introduce the toys. Viewers also found the toys to be inexpensive and of very good quality, much more conscientious than belts that cost a couple thousand apiece. So one by one, they began to place their orders enthusiastically. The boom in sales allowed Su Shanxian to see an opportunity. He was thrilled. After slightly discussing with Lin Bei and getting his approval, Su Shanxian immediately began to increase the amount of loading. Su Shanxian told the staff to put 10,000 bear toys online. Then told the audience, friends, in my North Brothers live room, we do not play false. I do not say how much the original price of these bears, the quality of which you can all see. A $9.9. Free shipping. Lin Bei also smiled and said, the quality of these bears is indeed good. In 5 minutes, I'll give his family a shelf. Is everyone ready? 3, 2, 1, go. The viewers in front of the screen have been waiting for a long time. In 10,000 cubs just hit the shelves for a moment. Instant clearing. 10,000 cubs were actually killed in seconds. Viewers who didn't grab it yelled at the livestream to keep it on the shelves. Su Shanxian was shocked and dumbfounded. Heart thumping. Lin Bei was also quite surprised. He glanced at Su Shanxian. Didn't he say that it was hard to sell goods? Does this look like it's hard? Looking at the lively scene in the live broadcast room and the 40 to 50 million people online, Lin Bei smiled and said, what are you still standing there for? Continue on the shelves. Yeah, yeah. Su Shanxiang finally reacted. He and the staff were busy with back-to-backs. One small toy after another hits the shelves after a brief introduction. Whether it's a bunny, a race car, or a stuffed animal, they're all seconds. As long as it's in the warehouse, as long as it's on the shelf on live, it will be snapped up in no time. Lin Bei had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was already used to the enthusiasm of the audience. Su Shanxian's mood on the other hand was quite complicated. He had experienced ecstasy, shock, and now numbness. It's true that you can't compare people to people. It can be devastating. He had tried to sell goods on the live broadcast before, and with all the effort, even at a lower price than what he was paying now, no one had bought them at all. But now Lin Bei was here, and he didn't even see any introduction. It's just a matter of people stopping by and grabbing whatever's on the shelves. It's like one day at a time. This toy factory of his own looks like it's saved. Not only Su Shanxiang, but also these workers in the toy factory looked at Lin Bei as if he was looking at a god. It's incredible. Originally they thought the toy factory was going out of business, and that meant layoffs. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei's arrival brought them hope. Within half an hour of opening, all the toys were sold, and the real time on the line is only 10 seconds or so. The rest is all Su Shanxiang in the introduction. In fact, no introduction is also completely sold. All the employees throughout the plant were cheering. Su Shanxian was even moved to tears. Lin Bei has brought life to the toy factory, and it is also considered to have brought life to him. Without Lin Bei, he really didn't know where to go next. Brother Bei, I really don't know what to say. Let me kowtow to you. The 7-foot-tall man was in hot tears and was directly about to kneel down for Lin Bei. Lin Bei reached out a hand and gently held him up. No matter how hard Su Shanxiang tried, he couldn't kneel down. We're all friends. You're being a stranger. Get up. Su Shanxiang wiped his tears before he stood up. Actually, in addition to helping you this time I came over, I'm going to work with you. Lin Bei said, if you really want to be thankful, go ahead and produce my black tech products at only 5% profit and give back to your fans. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Su Shanxiang was overjoyed in his heart. Having Lin Bei come over to help could only solve the temporary problem. You can't just look for Lin Bei next time you can't sell your goods. Even if Lin Bei was willing to come, he didn't have the face to invite him. But it's different if you cooperate. Lin Bei, the name is gold. Su Shanxiang agreed in one bite and almost jumped for joy. Lin Bei then asked to come to a lab. After making sure no one was there, open them all in your head. After a lot of searching, found the most suitable technology for production now. Make the exchange. Little genius watch. A small genius watch with a new style appeared in his hand. The more Lin Bei read the manual, the more satisfied he became. Not to be outdone by the black technology, this children's watch is simply strong and sick. This kind of small genius children's watch, you can play games, you can find learning materials, you can connect the Beidou, but also has the emergency distress function. Super battery life, charge once, use 365 days. The signal is super strong. Inside the mountains, inside the sea can transmit signals, with a full sense of security. The selling price is $399. Absolutely conscience. The other is the Armor Warrior's belt. There are a variety of cool sound effects, buttons, but also be able to project a virtual shadow. Get a similar reality of the naked eye 3D transformation effect. Very cool. The price is also $399. Absolutely conscientious. And the popularity values spent only add up to 500,000. And Lin Bei still had more than 180 million popularity values in his system. These two black techs from Redemption are so straight. Even Lin Bei was confident that he could rely on just these two black technologies. He'll be able to sell little genius watches and armor warrior belts abroad. Go earn foreign currency. Su Shanxian, come over here. Lin Bei then handed the USB drive containing the technology to Su Shanxian. Su Shanxiang inserted the USB drive into the computer and looked at it carefully. When he read it, he was stunned and dumbfounded. This high-tech product, this really only sells for $399? Definitely blows away all the other competitors. Children's watches from competitors' homes that don't even have 1/10 of the performance of this one dare to sell for $2,000. If this little genius child watch of ours only sells for $399, it is estimated that it can monopolize the entire child watch market. After he was done being happy, he was a little worried. Su Shan contended with difficulty. I'll read the information inside. The production of small genius watch, some of the highly sophisticated equipment inside, is not a toy factory we can do. I'm afraid that foreign countries do not have this kind of equipment, right? Lin Bei immediately laughed. What is this fear? Just because there is nothing abroad does not mean that there is nothing in our country. It does not mean that there is nothing in our Longku Academy. He patted Su Shanxian's shoulder. Just rest assured that you'll be able to do it boldly. And Lanka Academy will send someone to be your technical backbone. Su Shanxian's head was filled with confusion. How is it still related to the Dragon Science Academy? At this time, Lin Bei sent a text message. Immediately afterward, he answered his phone. The person on the other end of the phone said in a respectful tone, Mr. Lin, I'm the head of the equipment section of the Longku Academy. Our dean has just instructed me to send a few of our top-of-the-line equipment from the Longku Academy over to you. Please tell me the address. Lin Bei expressed his gratitude and gave him the address of the toy factory. The section chief of the Lanka Academy was very polite. Please don't worry. Within 3 days, all the equipment will be in place. Hanging up the phone, Lin Bei saw the dumbfounded Su Shanxian. What's all the fuss about? It was only then that Su Shanxian snapped out of it, and the way she looked at Lin Bei for a moment was no longer the same. Big shocker. It never occurred to him that Lin Bei actually had such a background. Ah, the most powerful Dragon Science Academy in the empire. Listening to the tone of that equipment section chief, it seemed like a direct order from the director of the Long Branch Hospital. That's too strong a background. The efficiency of the Dragon Science Academy was indeed very high, and the equipment Lin Bei needed was quickly delivered, installed and debugged, and it started to produce smoothly. After making the first batch of qualified products, Su Shanxiang began to test the waters in the live broadcast. Su Shanxiang gushed, introducing the little genius child watch to the viewers in the live broadcast, as well as those high technologies carried by the Armor One warrior belt. Su Shanxiang's spittle flew in excitement. Even I got high when I was talking about being happy. He was indeed excited to think that this legendary high technology came from his toy factory. The audience was also shocked, and one's eyes were red. Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. With this watch, there is no more fear of your child getting lost. And with this belt, you are definitely the brightest boy in school. Boss, what's the point of me talking so much? Why don't you hurry up and get online? Yeah boss, it's on the shelves right now. I'm going to buy one for my kid. Su Shanxian said apologetically, I understand everyone's feelings, but this is just our sample. Coming over for a demonstration. But don't worry, it won't be long before the new product hits the shelves soon. So stay tuned. The comments on the live feed are still going crazy. It's indeed different after Bei went there. It's amazing that he can produce this kind of high technology. I can't wait for my wallet to be produced quickly. North's product is a masterpiece. Things were on track at the toy factory, and there was no need for Lin Bei to keep an eye on things here. After explaining the Su Shan scramble precautions, and he left. Immediately after that, Lin Bei went directly to the construction site again, ready to see how the carbon fiber material house was doing. The audience in the live broadcast room was also curious. Brother Bei, just how many industries are you involved in? Actually making your own house? Are you going to enter real estate? We believe in Brother North. And if Brother North enters the real estate industry, it will be absolutely disruptive. Looking forward. Lin Bei looked at the comments on the live broadcast and also took this opportunity to export his ideas with the audience to provide decent places to live for the disadvantaged and the world's humble people. This is also the concept of being poor and being a good person, but not being a good person. I make houses not only to make money, but to give all the people in the world a place to live, a place to grow old, and a place to call home. Countless people in the live broadcast room were moved by Lin Bei's values. Boss is really positive. Support. Worthy of being North, the pattern is big. Support. Lin Bei walked all the way and looked all the way. Finally arrived at the Rainbow Hotel construction site. It was found that the place was renamed as Guangsha Construction Site, and the foundation of the high-rise building, which was originally demolished by firebombs, had already begun to be built at this moment. Many functions were busy with the roar of machines. It was a hot scene. Lin Bei was satisfied, and it looked like the funds were all in place. Otherwise the workers and materials couldn't have arrived so quickly, said the material, as Lin Bei's camera drew closer. All the viewers in the entire broadcast room were stunned. Are you sure you're right? Really? Those materials used to build the house are actually carbon fiber? My goodness. This is too crazy, too trenchant, right? A house built with carbon fiber material. How much does that cost per square meter? Once again, the live feed was abuzz. Everyone knows what carbon fiber can do. It's a pleasure to live in a house like this. And with a house like this, who's going to stay out after work? Upstairs, are you sure it's that carbon fiber? Seconded. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I work for an airline and carbon fiber is only used in aviation at the moment. The words out of the live broadcast room floated up colorful. 666. Families, this place has been stocked by the Dragon Science Academy. So this matter is 1000% true. Lin Bei saw that the popularity of the live broadcast was still rising, so he simply introduced it. This place is planned to be named Cantonment, and it is not something you can buy just because you have money. Long Ko Yuan is thinking of the general public.
And the conditions of occupancy are for the underprivileged as well as the humble.
Realization dawned on the people in the live room.
And of course a lot of them felt lost.
That's carbon fiber material. Currently, it is only used in the field of aviation and black technology. Awesome. I thought it was a rotten building after one fire. I really didn't expect the Lone Oak Academy to get in on the action. The pop-ups kept fluttering and everyone's reactions were intense. So it's the Nationals who have stepped up. This really is a no-brainer. The Nationals are more powerful than you can imagine. Cantonment?
If we can get 10 million rooms in a wide building, we can shelter all the cold people in the world and make them all happy.
Isn't this Du Lao's poem? It's really the national team out there. It's a great intention.
I'm afraid the average developer doesn't have such a big heart. The live stream was a jaw-dropping boil.
Everyone thinks it's great.
To be able to build a shelter for the underprivileged and the humble is of immense merit.
Every time I watch Cars Live it's full of emotion. The car gods always catch what we need?
If it wasn't for the car gods I wouldn't have known that the Nationals were such a force.
A car god is a car god. And every time a miracle happens.
I love this country and I love the car gods. Lin Bei briefly introduced the entire project. Then he said to the live broadcast,
"Let's go now and see how the workers are doing to raise."
The camera flips and the site is still neat in every way, though there are sludge stains all over the place.
Straight from the booth. The national team is in the works is just not the same. With Lin Bei's footsteps,
a group of workers in reflective clothing then appeared on the air. Workers sit crouched on the ground,
some holding boxed lunches.
Some have a worn wooden board in front of them.
There were no benches underneath them, some sat on the ground, others on the curb.
The scene was extremely heartbreaking to watch.
Eating was supposed to be at the table,
but the workers are not so preoccupied.
An occasional car would still pass by on the side of the road. Dusty,
but they were oblivious. The dirt falls and floats into the boxed lunch.
Lin Bei approached and saw that most of their boxed lunches were vegetarian, and there's very little oil.
Such a meal is still hard to swallow for most people, but these workers' doors ate it up.
Anchor, look elsewhere. It's just so bad here. Someone on the live feed brought it up. After all, the environment is so bad that there is no excuse for some people not wanting to see it.
Lin Bei felt indifferent. His own father was also a construction worker, and his father raised himself on such frugality. Seeing these workers, Lin Bei felt very kind.
There was admiration in his heart. Families, I admire these workers. Without them,
where would we have renovated our luxurious house? Lin Bei continued. We naturally have money in our hands, and if we didn't have the hard work of construction workers,
where would we go to buy a house? Lin Bei was also feeling it and wasn't trying to force his thoughts on anyone.
Or maybe it's where you see your father's shadow. Lin Bei came to the side of a worker who looked to be in his 30s,
then asked, "Brother, is this meal enough to eat?"
The worker raised his head and carefully looked at Lin Bei before saying,
"Of course you can eat. Is this kind of meal still to your liking?" Lin Bei asked again. "We don't want to eat well. We just want to be fed. And only when we are fed do we have the strength to work."
The worker's answer is plain, but it is also in the hearts of most workers.
"How many people are in your family? Are the children all studying?" Lin Bei asked.
The worker stopped, his eyes all wary, and subconsciously took a step back.
"Are you the leader of the program for asking questions?"
The worker was already on guard.
"And they know full well that some leaders like to do that?"
"Then find a reason to stop the project."
The worker's greatest fear is that the project will be shut down.
And once it is shut down they will have no income.
"I'm not a leader,
but I'm the one who took out the technology for this project." Lin Bei wanted to help the workers.
"This is a really bad environment."
The worker foxed up,
obviously not trusting Lin Bei. "I also have shares in it,"
Lin Bei said. "If you guys have any difficulties you can tell me.
I think I'll be able to help everyone." Hearing this, the worker's demeanor relaxed a bit. "It's not much really. We just want this project to be completed peacefully. Not much else." The duo's conversation soon attracted many workers to gather around.
"I'm traveling far and wide to make $2 hard.
I'm reading for the kids.
I'm doing it so I can make things better for my wife and kids."
For a while,
all the people were telling their stories. "I'm just doing it for my own daughter,
who is studying back home.
Both of us are out and she is with her grandparents.
My wife works here as a cleaner and we earn about $9,000 a month."
Smiles spread across the faces of the workers.
"I have no choice. My son just started college.
Although we are workers,
we can't suffer our children.
It's a blessing for my old Gao family that he went to college.
My wife and I work together as tilers. We can earn 400 or 500 a day.
Every family has a hard time reading. My son has uremia and needs dialysis every few days.
My wife can't afford to eat eggs at home. Keep the money to sell for my son's treatment."
Everyone has their own difficulties,
but every one of them is sunny. They have their goals and they know what they have to do.
The live room was quiet for a moment after hearing those words.
"Are you all from out of town?" Lin Bei asked. "Yes, that's where I'm from. Lu.
Who would want to leave their home if not for their family?"
Yeah, who wouldn't want to be at home if they didn't have their own thing going on? Doesn't it smell good to have a wife and kids in a hot bed? The workers are working too hard, doing the most exhausting and dirty work, taking the least amount of pay. Kudos to the workers. The pop-ups floated once more. All the people in the live room were sympathizing with the workers. Lin Bei also felt it deeply. The people who work outside the home don't talk about that. Just be able to eat. Lin Bei also squatted down. And the workers were doubly affectionate. Not at all like a shareholder should be. It was also the act that made the workers let go completely. Parental chatter. Don't you have a cafeteria here? Lin Bei asked. Big projects like this usually have a cafeteria and a host of other facilities. What if it suddenly rains? Won't the boxed lunches in the workers' hands take on water? And it's a wonder you don't get sick from a meal like that combined with raw water. Lin Bei didn't dare to continue thinking about it. You don't know. There is a cafeteria. And those people in the cafeteria are like white-collar workers in an office building. The time of the meal is set by them. And if you go late, there will be no meal. Besides, they won't wait for us. We're chronically missing meals when we're on a deadline. The workers are talking. It's still part of the ongoing construction and there aren't any restaurants nearby. If you go to a restaurant, you have to go out to the outskirts and it's a kilometer away. This back and forth is going to take an hour. So yeah, we just got box lunch vendors. And these are the simple tables we built. It's Spartan but it's nice to have a place to sit. The point is it saves us time. Lin Bei was silent. If you think about it, it's also true that time is money. A saying that is interpreted by the workers. Suddenly, there was a roar from outside the site. Hurry up. No stalls allowed here. All the workers stopped eating. You have 2 minutes or we'll help you move. The sound continued and got closer. Lin Bei raised his eyes and saw 5 uniformed city officials walking over. These 5 people were extremely arrogant. And the rubber sticks in their hands were still flapping. Suffice it to say, these people stepped out of the six-pack, so to speak. The workers' doors stood up in unison, eyes fixed on the city manager. I was already tired and took advantage of the meal to rest. I didn't expect this to happen. How could this place be within the enforcement area of the city manager? If this place is screwed up the way they are, it will take even longer for the workers to say that it's time to eat. The journey will also become even longer. If we don't eat here, where are we going to eat? A worker stood up and looked angrily at the city manager and said, "That's your problem. We're only responsible for the city's amenities in this city, right? Are you guys affecting the city's cityscape just by being here?" The temper of the city manager in charge went up all of a sudden as well. "One more ultimatum for you. If you don't all move out within half an hour, you are obstructing official business." The city officials no longer had any kind words left. "Move, you guys enforce the law. We naturally won't stop you. But this is where we eat. How can we just say move?" The workers were extremely angry. "That's your problem. Where you're going to eat has nothing to do with me. But here you're affecting the cityscape." The city manager once again explained extremely forcefully. This sentence completely ignited the function. And their emotions erupted in this instant. "What are you guys doing? Enforcing the law? Besides, it's out of your jurisdiction. And it's not all finished yet. This is violent law enforcement on your part. With the clothes on your backs. You want to suppress us migrant workers." The workers were in a complete uproar of emotion. They put down the rice bowls they were holding and carefully cared for the places they depended on. However, this group of people was so tough that they wanted them to move out no matter what. "Again, if you don't help us, we'll call someone over to help you move it." The head city manager stepped forward without the slightest bit of fear. "Also, the place where you eat has a cafeteria. Why don't you go to the cafeteria to eat? It's against the relevant regulations of the city management here, and we're just enforcing the law. So please also hurry up." After that city manager finished speaking, his gaze swept over all the workers present, obviously not putting them in his eyes at all. "This is a construction site, not in the city. If you don't eat, don't stand in this place. Go where you came from." One of the workers rolled up his sleeve, followed closely by all the workers, who rolled up their sleeves. In unison, they stood directly across from the city manager. "What? Can't I stand in this place without eating?" the city manager said in exasperation. "You guys are outrageous. I can't stand in this place without eating. Did you guys buy this place?" The mood of the city manager was like a fuse. And generally quickly the mood of the workers was once again pulled to the top. "If you're not going to eat, then get lost. This place is outside the scope of your city administration's enforcement. This is a construction site." The workers' words were forceful without any intention of backing down. Lin Bei frowned. "Why are they so resistant to the city authorities?" Lin Bei asked. A vendor said, "You don't know. Before the city authorities had to dissuade the box lunch vendors outside the construction site. And now they're coming in. And as a result, they have to come in and control them. Which is too much. City management, Isn't it for the city people to live more conveniently?
But it's inconvenient for us to eat in the construction site instead.
A worker chimed in.
But it was also because of this statement that the viewers in the broadcast room found a hint of resonance.
The pop-ups floated out one by one. You can wear a uniform, city manager, but don't lose your mind.
I hope we don't mess with the migrant workers.
Life is tiring enough. Don't bother them. This city manager has touched the bottom line. The people are food. Other people are just trying to save a little time and make a little more money. Does that run afoul of the city ordinance as well?
Tell these city officials to hurry up and leave these workers alone.
Don't go too far. This place was never meant to be under the enforcement of the city administration.
The crowd in the live room was swarming.
Some even started to popularize the law. The site is part of the undelivered area, which belongs to the developer. And the traffic police can't control it, much less the city police, but the outside area can.
That's right. It's natural that they can't be allowed to get away with something like this, or else these workers will have an even harder time.
Lin Bei was also deeply moved as he looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast. He shouted at the city manager, "Both of you stop arguing for now." The pop-ups in the live feed floated out once more.
The car god, he's going to make a move.
Good job, car god. Car god, I'm looking at you.
The god of cars can call me if he has any questions. When the city manager heard such a shout, he turned his head at once and saw a man dressed in clean clothes and with a remarkable demeanor.
This is something I was not supposed to be in charge of. However, what is here does belong to the undelivered area. You really shouldn't interfere. Lin Bei even said.
City management law enforcement should focus on the interests of the people. Of the actual problem is not solved.
You mechanical management heresy is very big. The city manager looked at Lin Bei as very young and very cleanly dressed. It would be out of place with the workers.
The city manager thought to himself that this kid should be the son of any vendor, and must have done this out of the blue so that his business could continue, using such a way to make personal gains while he has a group of workers behind him.
He is certainly not afraid.
Business will be better in the future if we stand up for our workers today. Our urban management brigade enforces the law naturally in accordance with the relevant state regulations. This place has already violated the relevant regulations of the state. It is definitely not possible to set up stalls here to your heart's content, and not finding you all is already a great favor.
You all have to leave here today no matter what.
The city manager's tone was tinged with a bit of anger. Every word was spat out with a straight face.
And no, you can't be here is no.
And if you must insist,
then don't blame us for playing by the statute.
The city manager's one went very strong and didn't have any intention of backing down. This is because the city manager thinks that this is just the son of a hawker,
and as long as a little pressure is exerted on him, naturally, he will not be so meddlesome. Plus, just because of this matter of site traders, he himself has been criticized by the leadership of the bureau on many occasions. If you can't get any results today, you're likely to be criticized by your leaders once again, while next month's bonus may be lost again. So this time he would definitely not step back. Either he would get this done or he would be consumed here today, unbeknownst to them.
And because of these words, the workers' emotions surged once again.
In unison,
they put down the boxed lunches they were holding and stood up in unison. The steps of the workers were very slow, but they gave a very impressive spectacle.
There was no organization and no one mobilized.
These workers surrounded the group of city officials for the common good. The city officials then panicked. This group of workers shouldn't be taking a shot at themselves.
Should they? Lin Bei's heart tightened.
If such a thing does happen,
this is a matter that no one can say anything about. At the same time, it was also unexpected by Lin Bei.
I didn't think that this group of brown men would have such a hot-blooded moment.
When the city officials saw the situation, they pulled out their legs and ran away. Some of them even lost their shoes. Lin Bei was shocked, but at the same time, he also felt that this matter was very bad. If there are any future conflicts between the two sides because of this matter, the consequences will be unimaginable.
This matter should be dealt with in a sound manner.
Lin Bei hurriedly chased after him. This kind of thing can't be done overnight. It has to be done as soon as possible.
The city officials looked back and a cold sweat broke out in their hearts.
Good fellow. Surprisingly,
he still dares to chase out.
The city manager in the lead fixed his mind.
Although he himself was just running away like a lost dog, he had already come above the city streets at this moment,
and he absolutely could not lose this face in front of his men.
And this place was still his own territory, so he could never let the lad get the upper hand. If he was allowed to gain the upper hand future self,
he would not be able to take anyone at all. Hurry up, this kid is simply a mad dog now.
If we don't leave now ashamed to suffer, the other city manager hurriedly urged.
A few people quickly got into their vehicles and went on their way.
I didn't believe you boys would be able to come after us. The city officials in the car all breathed a sigh of relief in unison.
Crap, I didn't realize that these people were this tough. It's fucking scary. Crap,
the city manager driving the car suddenly screamed.
What's wrong with you, kid? Have you been scared silly?
The man in charge cursed.
No. What the hell is going on? You kid, tell me. You. Look behind you. The city manager driving the car couldn't seem to make sense of the words, because he saw an extremely advanced car inside the rearview mirror, coming in their direction. Lin Bei was afraid that this matter would cause a bigger misunderstanding after a night of fermentation. After seeing these city managers get on the car and leave, the direction change super heavy mecha flying car source Polestar chased after them. The movement was very ethereal, and it's very fast. The city manager who was in charge turned his head, but realized that there was nothing there. Are you kids looking for death? There's nothing back here at all? But just then, the city manager driving the car had seen the one car appear in front of him. This sudden cause caused him to panic, and his face stiffened together. The mouth was open enough to put down an ostrich egg. Front. Before the city manager could finish his words, his foot was directly stepping down, using the gas as a brake. Buzz off. The city manager's car flew off like an arrow off a string. The people in the car lost their voices and screamed even more, because that kick on the gas would probably bury all 5 of them. Seeing the situation, Lin Bei was very clear that if he didn't make a move at this moment, these few city managers would die. Lin Bei's eyes were quick, and he quickly maneuvered the Source Extreme Star to transform into his Autobot form. Quickly, he reached out and grabbed the rear of the city manager's car. In that very instant, stars of fire sprang up from underneath the Autobot's feet. The car's occupants also closed along the front from the tremendous force, but fortunately everyone was buckled up and there were no further casualties. The vehicle and the Autobot skidded a total of about a meter. The ground was even left with deep grooves and, like fireworks, sparks. When the cars have all stopped, the city manager inside the vehicle was glad to be alive and also realized that there was a motorist standing in the back of the vehicle. Crap, this can't be a transformer, can it? Is this my sci-fi? Is this the thing that saved my ass a little while ago? The city officials have not yet celebrated their hijacking. Then he was shocked by the thing in front of him. The city manager in charge was even stunned at once. How could Lin Bei not have thought that his Source Extreme Star was still capable of scaring people unconscious? The atmosphere in the live room became more active all of a sudden. The word ha 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 is even floating on the screen. However, right at this moment, Lin Bei wanted to go up and take a look at the injuries of these city officials, but he forgot to put his Autobot form away. When those city officials saw this automobile man coming in their direction, they all fainted in unison. Seeing this scene, Lin Bei was even more speechless. Is that the best these city officials can do? The pop-ups in the live room floated up again, and the atmosphere was very active. Ha 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 ha, that's too funny. I've heard of people being knocked out by filth at night. I've also heard of people being stunned by gravity imbalance at extreme speeds, but have never seen anyone stunned by an anchor. This city manager is afraid that he hasn't watched the God of Cars live broadcast. Can he even be stunned by this? I seriously doubt that these city officials have done something wrong, and that's why they've been avoiding Brother North. Lin Bei opened the door of the city manager's car, then put them one by one to the side. If this car stays untreated, it will probably cause a traffic jam. Lin Bei was only able to drive the Autobot, then slowly lifted the city manager's car and slowly put it into a parking space on the side of the road. Lin Bei, who had done all this, then put away his Autobot mentality, and parked the Genji Star as well. In passing, he also examined the men physically and found that there was nothing serious, just stunned by the Autobot form of his own Genji Star. Wait a while. The city officials then slowly spun around. When Lin Bei saw this, he said in an extremely calm tone, "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to find you guys to cause trouble. I just want to settle this matter." The city manager woke up and saw that it was the son of one of the vendors at the construction site. All of a sudden, they came to the spirit. "You son of a box, do not think of seeking personal gain. There are some things we can't do as explained down from above. I don't know how you did it just now, but I'm definitely not going to budge on this matter." The city manager at this moment, although he had some scruples in his heart, but he was very principled on this matter, and there was absolutely no way he would take a step back. And this son of a box of food is likely to be after his own business, which is why he's chasing it. Lin Bei was quite speechless. Son of a box? What kind of logical thinking is that? Lin Bei laughed, and therein lay the misunderstanding. The feeling was that the other side was mistaking himself for the son of one of those vendors trying to stand up for the workers. That's why these city officials are so resistant. Don't get me wrong. I am the technical shareholder of the construction site, because my father was a construction worker. That's why I thought of doing something for the workers' welfare without asking for anything in return. The reason I chased after you guys just now is because I want to resolve this matter perfectly. Don't let the misunderstanding between you and the workers grow bigger and bigger, which will not be good for anyone later on. Lin Bei explained in detail. The city manager listened, then slowly dropped his guard.
Suddenly one of the city officials' eyes lit up. Are you on the air? After hearing this, all the city officials gathered around. Sure enough, the young man who had chased himself out was on the air. The city manager thought to himself, crap, this can't be the legendary car god, right? That city manager pulled out his own cell phone and then entered the live stream. The image in the live feed was clearly the same place he was in. He was shocked. This is the god of cars. Brothers, that's not some vendor's son. He's a serious car god. You talk properly. Just turn on your phones and go to the live stream. The car gods are on the air. All the city officials pulled out their cell phones and turned them on. Sure enough, the live feed was of this very place, and they were all still already in the picture. Crap, it's really a car god. The city manager jumped in excitement. This is his own idol. I didn't expect to meet with my idol in such a situation. The live feed was full of the shocked faces of these city officials. They looked as if they had seen a comet hit the earth. Some of the individual results are even more excited to turn around in place. And you're just not sure where to put your hands. What kind of language should be spoken? Car god, I'm a big fan of yours. Me too. Me too. The city officials were expressing their excitement. Car god. I was following you earlier when you heroically saved a pregnant woman from breaking into the track. And then I saw you come to the imperial capital from the mountain city. So I can't tell you how happy I was. And you're right here in the imperial capital. But we're all in the same city. The most unforgettable thing for me is that you, the god of cars, participated in the race, encountered a fire in the middle of the race, and then climbed the ladder with your bare hands. Your stature can be said to be lingering in my heart. It's better than all those superheroes in the movies. No, you are the father of Superman. Every time I watch you live, I'm very moved because you're just a positive anchor, and everything you do communicates a spirit of scarcity to us as a society. You're practically my idol. You shine brighter than any of those stars that appear on the TV screen. This group of city officials have completely forgotten who they are. Never mind the problems they face. See your idol and dance around. Car god, are you able to give me an autograph? I'm a big fan of yours. Yes, 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 yes. I met you today. And the autograph thing is not to be missed. You'll have to give us an autograph anyway. Lin Bei was also embarrassed by the compliment. It's amazing that anyone remembers those heroic deeds of his own so well. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was even more lively at this moment. The pop-ups floated up one by one. Ha 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 ha. This is not a conflict between city management and workers. It's simply a stargazing scene. These city officials are crazier than the rest of us. Upstairs, that's because you haven't seen the god of cars in person. If you see the god of cars in person, you are probably even crazier than they are. +1. When is the car god coming to my city? I want an autograph too. Me too. Me too. I just want the car gods to take me for a ride. I want to give car god a monkey. Lin Bei's scalp went numb for a moment as he looked at these words in the live broadcast. These people are really watching what's going on. But aren't we here to solve problems? How did it turn into a fan signing all of a sudden? Lin Bei held his hand to his forehead. Just now he had been flattered by a burst of nonsense and had almost forgotten about it. Let's get it over with first. There's no rush on that matter. You sign your name for us first. The city manager pulled out a small book from his own body and handed it to Lin Bei. These city officials have taken out their little books. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Lin Bei agreed to their requests one by one. Also took a picture with them. I'll hurry up and send a circle of friends so they all know I met up with the car gods today. Crap, it feels like I'm just lucky that I came out to do this quest today. No, I have to call my wife in a hurry to make her happy too. The group of city officials were dancing with joy. There's a total disregard for what just happened, watching their happy energy slowly pass. Only then did Lin Bei find a chance to speak. I came after you because I wanted to settle things with you guys. What happened just now? This matter can't keep festering like this. By then a certain amount of hatred will arise in the psyche of both sides. Trying to resolve it will be even more difficult. After the city officials heard this, they were quiet again in a moment. Each face showed a different look, but you could tell that they were feeling very embarrassed for each other. Actually, we also have a hard time with this matter. The leader, Chang Huan, squeezed out a smile with difficulty, in the face of his idol. If you don't give a little face and can't say, if you give face, you have no way to explain to the leadership. The workers themselves are the disadvantaged group who do the hard work. We should support them more, and the country should have done the same. Not for the sake of the so-called cityscape. The so-called civilized city has to be killed with a stick. Lin Bei moved to reason. No matter who comes out to work, it's just to make money so that your family can live a better life. You guys are the same. Only we are in different positions. Of course the positions are also different. The 5 city managers lowered their heads in unison, because these words are indeed very reasonable. No matter who comes out to work. In fact, It is for the sake of their own family's life to be able to go up to the next level. There is no logical need to embarrass the others either.
Shun, you don't know, but this matter is actually arranged by the leaders above. We are just an errand boy. There is nothing we can do at all,
the city manager said with difficulty. Although these city officials are a bit fierce on the surface, they are actually trying to carry out their work smoothly. If they didn't make such a ferocious face, these vendors occupying the city streets wouldn't listen to themselves. At the same time, the leader's presence will expose himself to a certain amount of chastisement. But they were incredibly sincere in the face of the city's north.
The leader arranged this? Lin Bei frowned. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on here.
This place is not a place that belongs to the law enforcement area of the city administration in the first place.
Why did this leader make such an arrangement? This way you guys give me the contact information of your leaders, Lin Bei said.
A few city officials suddenly looked at each other with complicated expressions.
Could it be that the god of cars is going to intervene with the leaders?
A city manager rushed forward and said,
Shun,
I'm afraid this matter is not proper.
What's wrong with that?
Lin Bei was a bit skeptical. Think about the fact that you are now live broadcasting, and there are still hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. If you go to the leaders like this, it could cause a public opinion storm. By the time this matter gets bigger and bigger, I'm afraid that a few of us won't be able to keep our jobs.
Yeah, I've got an old man and a young man, and I'm counting on this job. My girlfriend and I are getting married soon, and it's because of this job that he was willing to say yes. Shun,
I know that you went to the leaders to theorize for the benefit of the workers.
However,
if you go like this, it will create a big public storm.
And we,
the city administrators, wore worried looks,
because they know very well that once this matter is exposed, then one's future in this life could be ruined.
Lindbergh frowned. Thinking about it, this was indeed true. Thinking about it should lead to other, better solutions. It was while Lin Bei was hesitating. The viewers of the live stream were not having it.
A pop-up screen directly flooded the entire live broadcast. How can this be?
It is impossible to work for a few of you and then subject so many workers to such evil.
Your work is work. Is not the work of the workers work? You guys are afraid this is going to be a big deal. That's what's in your hearts. Besides, that place wasn't even in the enforcement area of the city administration in the first place. By doing this, you are fundamentally trying to make life more difficult for the workers.
The pop-ups on the live feed were blaming the city manager for the way things were done.
Meanwhile, the people on the air said, the interests of workers must be defended. If the anchor doesn't want to go,
I'll take care of this. I still can't believe that a leader of the city administration is able to cover the sky with just his hands. The festering of events was so severe that the live stream was already swarming with people. The official teaser sound has been in Lin Bei's live room. There were also city management operation numbers from other cities that were watching Lin Bei's live broadcast.
These people have expressed their support for Lin Bei's defense of workers' legitimate rights and interests. So some people even dialed the eastern suburbs city manager right then and there.
At one point, the complaint phone was ringing constantly throughout the city manager's office area. At this moment, the imperial capital Dongjiang City Management Office building,
Lu Hai was blowing the air conditioner in his office, enjoying this work time. But one call came in and made him pause to be able to watch.
This is the first time such a thing has happened since he took over this area of the eastern suburbs. And every phone call that came in gave him the kindest of greetings. He is also being questioned as to why he has imposed controls on the Rainbow construction site.
The tone of these people is not very gentle. Lu Hai at this moment, a face of confusion. A big question mark appeared above his head. Just who went to poke the hornet's nest? He had just hung up a phone when it rang again as soon as he called. He didn't dare to open his mouth,
for he knew perfectly well that the other party would not only greet him cordially, but would probably criticize him with a split face.
Is that little Lu? On the other end of the phone,
a well-worded voice came.
Lu Hai was in a cold sweat.
This was his superior, his direct leader. Knowing that these leaders can be big shots,
each one's identity is significant. Normally, things like this are taken care of on their own, and it's unlikely that they'll be alarmed at all.
Yes,
Lu Hai stammered.
There are some things you should have done properly,
the first time. Now that things have gotten so out of hand, you see what to do?
The other party spoke moderately, and this tone carried a bit of responsibility.
Lu Hai didn't get it at all at this moment,
but one thought welled up in his mind,
that his own life might not be easy. Things have now stabbed me on this level. If you can't handle it any better, you'll be checking the streets.
The forcefulness of the words brought no rebuttal from anyone.
Lu Hai nodded his head,
but the old ancestor was constantly calculating which part of the process had gone wrong.
Now he was like a headless fly. Yes, I will definitely take care of it. Lu Hai didn't dare to utter a single breath.
But one thing he knew very well was that this must be the thing that flopped because of the Tianhong construction site. But even if those people at the Tianhong construction site were unwilling, It was unlikely that they would stir up such a big mess. You must handle this matter well, because a big shot is broadcasting live, directly pulling this matter to a new level. If you don't handle it well, not only will it affect our image, but at the same time there will probably be a riot. Hearing this, Lu Hai was instantly confused. If it is really because of himself that the workers have rioted, then must he not step down in a hurry to pacify the people's anger? After Lu Hai hung up the phone, he rushed all the way to the location where the city closed its doors in fear. Sure enough, he saw that the city officials were sitting with a young man, and that young man was broadcasting live, and every now and then he interacted with the old iron in the live room. Lu Hai got out of the car not too far away and then jogged in the direction where Lin Bei was. Hello, I am the Imperial Capital Eastern Suburb City Management Office, the main person in charge. Lu Hai. Lu Hai groveled and spoke courteously, afraid of offending the man in front of him. Only then did Lin Bei raise his head, staring at this one in front of him, with some slight fatness, said the big back head, wearing a suit of a man. I'm really sorry, letting you make a trip. Lu Hai stretched out his hand and bent his body slightly. Lin Bei froze for a moment, not expecting the other party to come so quickly. Just because of this attitude, Lin Bei couldn't say anything. Sure enough, these people are all eight-sided. You don't have to worry. The Tianhong construction site was assigned to the city administration to maintain law and order a long time ago. The reason why this happened is because I'm worried that they gather too much and occasionally get into verbal fights and then get into a big fight. Lu Hai looked very embarrassed. What they did was indeed overreaching. I also just wanted to go over and maintain law and order, but I didn't expect them to take such an approach. After Lu Hai finished speaking, he turned his head and loudly scolded the several city officials. You are told to maintain law and order, not for you to enforce the law like you do on city streets. You guys are so pig-headed. Lin Bei just smiled. All of this was an act. If he really wanted to maximize the benefits for the workers, then he had to let the city management leader say it himself in front of the workers. Since you said so, then I'll believe you for once. Lin Bei paused and added, a guarantee like yours is of no use to me. You have to personally give your workers and friends your own statement and your own promise. Lu Hai, after hearing this sentence, immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as the other party loosened their mouth, he would be able to quickly calm down this storm. Since then, they came to the site of the Rainbow construction site. All the workers are still waiting in place. After they saw Lin Bei and this group of city officials arrive at the construction site, everyone had complex expressions. That one young man who had just spoken up for the workers was actually with them. This young man isn't in cahoots with these city officials, is he? If he's in cahoots with the city manager, we'll beat him up as usual, no matter who he is. Since you don't care if I live or die, I don't care if you live or die. The big deal is that we're fish out of water. If this young man can fight for the best interests of our workers, then he is a great benefactor to our workers. The workers were talking, but they weren't sure if Lin Bei was actually in cahoots with these city officials or not. Just as Lin Bei and the city manager entered the site of the Rainbow construction site, all of the workers gathered around in unison, and the momentum was so overwhelming that it was as if they were 1,000 armies. Lu Hai unconsciously took 2 steps backward, hiding behind Lin Bei as much as possible. Brothers, don't be anxious, this is the leader of the city management office. I invited him here today to do you justice. Lin Bei didn't know what these workers were capable of doing. After seeing the workers stop in their tracks, Lu Hai then boldly took a step forward. Brothers, workers, those things that happened just now were all misunderstandings. This place was originally divided for us, the city management, to carry out law and order maintenance. Lu Hai slowly said, workers are one of the fundamentals of the country, and it's only right to protect their rights and interests. In the future, nothing will happen at the Tianhong construction site to drive away. I am here today to state once again that there will be no evictions here in the future. But this place we will also have to do a zoning. I have to say, this Lu Hai can sit on the position of leadership. They indeed have 2 brushes. After seeing this place, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. First of all, we have to plan the whole place. Set up snack stalls, fast food stalls, and fruit stalls here to try to be able to meet the needs of our workers and friends. We're going to have an organized management. The sanitary conditions also need to be upgraded once more. Only after getting the hygiene up, the life and body of the workers and friends can get a maximum securitization. All the workers and friends were abuzz when this statement was made. This is a good policy. As soon as they're introduced, we won't be unable to eat after the cafeteria closes. And we were able to purchase what we needed. Everyone clapped at the moment. Lu Hai's series of measures came out pretty well. Meanwhile, the viewers of Min Bei Live were cheering. Someone quickly typed on the pop-up, Car God is awesome. The God of Cars is awesome. And it's such an easy thing to fix. This is a good policy. Maybe this place can even develop into a major feature of the imperial capital. You guys don't even look at who struck?
Does the god of cars know when he's done? The end of this matter can be said to be a happy one.
The workers were naturally very happy. Not only did it solve the problems of difficulty in eating,
purchasing things, and so on, at the same time also ushered in such a formalized management environment.
The workers were about to turn their heads to Lin Bei and thank him.
Instead,
they suddenly realized that the location where Lin Beisheng had been before was empty.
At this time,
Lin Bei had long since left. You didn't see the text message sent on your cell phone and felt a great joy in your heart. Xin Yuchu sent himself a message to go back for lunch.
Since their relationship is just being finalized, these times should be as good as gold for you.
Lin Bei then hurriedly drew away and then brought her a gift.
The Shen family, inside the quadrangle. What have you been doing again?
Still waiting for you for so long for a meal.
Xin Yuchu looked at Lin Bei with some reproach. Just went to the street for a bit. I ran into a bit of a problem on my way back. That's what delayed it.
Lin Bei said with a smile, then slowly approached Xin Yuchu and whispered in her ear.
As long as you make a phone call, I'll hoof it and dare to come on. The two people can't seem to say enough lovey-dovey things like this since they've just finalized their relationship. Can't get tired of listening to it. You're annoying, every time you use this method to please me.
Although Xin Yuchu said this on her lips, she was very flattered in her heart.
Just as the two were flirting,
a table of good food was slowly brought up.
This table meal is quite elaborate.
Each dish embellished with just the right amount of name.
Like what braised lion's head, Peking duck, Sichuan mapo tofu, West Lake vinegar fish, flying dragon soup, Wahue smoked duck, dongpa meat,
preserved meat co-steamed,
spicy chicken, Dongganzi chicken,
steamed wuchang fish.
These dishes are not normally available and each one is very elaborate. Lin Bei quickly come over for dinner. Su Wanrong greeted Lin Bei very enthusiastically.
Now the more he looked at this young man Lin Bei,
the better he looked at him.
It really is a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law.
And the more you look at him, the better he looks. Is it some kind of holiday today? So much delicious food. Xin Yuchu couldn't believe her eyes.
His own family was fairly prosperous, but it was usually on special holidays when he wanted to eat a meal like this.
You child, can't you eat these dishes though the holidays? Su Wanrong spat at Xin Yuchu.
Xin Yuchu also understood very well in her heart that it was nothing more than Lin Bei coming back for dinner today. That was why she had made so many delicious food.
Lin Bei, you go to the side and take a seat.
Su Wanrong arranged the seat,
and let Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu sit in one place.
These two are even more unashamed to feed each other. Xin Yuchu had some embarrassment at first, and when she saw that her mother didn't say anything, her movements became more daring.
All kinds of delicious food kept going into each other's mouths. The demeanor of the two was seen in Su Wanrong's eyes. When do you two plan to give me a grandchild?
Su Wanrong suddenly stopped eating,
then quietly looked at these two unashamed young men.
Xin Yuchu's face immediately turned red.
Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Bei and I have only just finalized our relationship. Why are you talking about that?
This is called saving for a rainy day. Since we've already confirmed our relationship,
why don't we put these things on the agenda earlier? Su Wanrong said in a serious manner, itching to hold her grandchildren right away.
Lin Bei, this kind of thing you should also make a stand.
After all, one person can't give birth to a child.
Su Wanrong then turned her spearhead towards Lin Bei.
Lin Bei embarrassedly glanced at Xin Yuchu. Auntie, this matter, the key still depends on her. His idea is my idea.
Xin Yuchu became even more petulant.
What do you mean my thoughts are his thoughts? Su Wanrong didn't continue to delve into this matter. Think of it all as an overkill.
There was no way to stop Su Wanrong's conversation once she opened her box, then talked about Xin Yuchu's embarrassing stories when she was a child. You are not aware that she was mischievous as a child. I remember one time she played a prank, changing the goddess of mercy that Grandma worshipped to Ultraman. Grandma worshipped for a week before realizing that she was going to be furious later.
Still, she didn't have a fit because she was heartbroken for her granddaughter.
Lin Bei laughed out loud when he heard this and almost spewed out the rice in his mouth.
That's too funny. Is it okay to worship Auto Buddha? Xin Yuchu's blushing face forcefully tugged on Su Wanrong's coat corner and whispered, Mom, don't be like this. This is all from childhood. Su Wanrong laughed even louder after hearing this, a happy smile spreading across the sky. Lin Bei even laughed uncontrollably.
Such a things did make people have some tears and laughter, but it seemed extremely harmonious and cordial.
Right in the middle of the laughter, Shen Wansan walked over with a sad face. Uncle Shun, what's wrong with you? Lin Bei asked.
The city authorities at the Tianhong construction site have been evicting the vendors, but with the vendors gone,
who will give the workers food and drink? Shen Wansan said. What's wrong with you? When you see your son-in-law, you don't say good things. You have to say bitter water unlike words.
Su Wanrong already had some anger in her heart.
Isn't it good for this family to talk and laugh?
Having to talk about these things adds a touch of sadness to the originally harmonious atmosphere.
Shen Wansan, you below reacted. squeezing out a smile on his face. It's my fault.
Lin Bei, you mustn't take it to heart. I wish the two of you and Yuchu 100 years of good fortune and an early birth. Shin Yuchu was so shy after hearing this that she couldn't wait to find a place to hide.
Thank you uncle for your blessings, we will definitely make the best of our days, Lin Bei said. The atmosphere inside the home went back to what it used to be all of a sudden. Just as a few people were laughing, Shen Wansan's phone rang. Mr. Shin. Just now, Mr.
Lin came to settle the matter of burning rice at the construction site.
Or the city management leader personally made a statement, and also divided the whole area.
The whole management is also well organized, which not only solves the problem of food and drink for the workers, but also makes it easier for them to shop.
Hearing the report from his own men, Shen Wansan was instantly delighted.
You really have a good son-in-law who solves all the problems before he comes. I didn't expect you to have solved the problem of the matter at the construction site before you came.
Shen Wansan had some great joy.
I'm very relieved that I'm putting my daughter in your hands.
With an excellent man like you living with my daughter, I don't have to worry about anything in the future. Shen Wansan's heart was very happy, and at that time there was also some of the mouth. I'm so excited at the moment and I don't know how to repay you.
Lin Bei hurriedly said.
Uncle Shun, I'm doing these things for the sake of the workers. I don't ask for your return for this kind of thing. And besides, we are all family, so these things are insignificant. I really want to find a way to thank you a little. How about this? How about we pay our respects? A brotherhood? Lin Bei's eyes widened.
Those words in front of him all sounded quite normal, but this last line of worship left himself completely baffled.
What's the deal with worshipping your own old man? The three men looked at each other in disbelief. Isn't this a mess? Dad, what are you talking nonsense?
Shin Yuchu was anxious and panicked. If her own father and Lin Bei worshipped,
wouldn't she be a generation shorter? I've said I'm used to it. It's not appropriate. This way not one point is messed up, Shin Wansan said. At the same time,
I felt some shame for what I had just said about being happy. This young man in front of me is his son-in-law.
Say it's customary?
How can you get used to saying something like worship with your own son-in-law? Lin Bei was like a monk in 2 feet for a moment.
What kind of a strange man is this old man of his own?
Lin Bei was still uncertain.
Lin Bei, you don't mind. This isn't even something that happened when he was a child. The latter is even hanging on to such words.
Su Wanrong hurriedly explained. When he was little he drank with his dad,
uncle and grandfather.
He was drinking happily with his grandfather.
It didn't matter that he was so happy.
He wanted to make a pact with grandpa saying that from now on you and I are brothers.
Your father is my father, and your son is my son. When Shen Wansans heard this, he was old and unhappy in his heart. And then he said, you and grandpa, that is, my father worship. Then I'm not a son?
Uncle is also his nephew suddenly become his own father.
Can agree? It is said that things became quite awkward in that house at that time. There was even a long discussion just because of this issue. Later on, when I thought about it, if this matter really came to fruition, this generation would be completely messed up. 2 men, his uncle and his dad, were just about ready to do it, and swore they'd beat the hell out of the guy. The two were about to strike when he ended up with his grandfather drunkenly saying, don't move my brother. You don't know, do you? At that time, Wansan's father and uncle were completely baffled, and the two stood in place looking at each other. Lin Bei laughed after hearing this past story. Father-in-law, you're really bold. Even more awesome than Wei Yan of the 3 kingdoms. People that are born with a backbone in their brain. You are 100 pounds and 99 pounds of your whole body are all backbones, Lin Bei exclaimed.
Lin Bei hadn't expected this father-in-law of his to be such a cheerful person.
You must stop talking. In the back you don't know how much I suffered, Shin Wansan recalled. Back there, my ass became 8 pieces, almost couldn't get a wife. If it wasn't for my grandfather stopping me, I would have guessed that it would have been a miracle that I didn't go into the LCU that day. Shin Wansan said, did your grandpa say let go of my brother, what's coming at me? Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh even more after saying this.
It's completely conceivable how absurd a scene like that would have been at the time.
An old man of 70 or 80 years of age, to his own son,
asking him to spare his own grandson, and this is the grandson who is his own brother by marriage.
The image is too beautiful to imagine at all.
The whole house was filled with laughter for a while. The whole quadrangle was peaceful inside.
Such heavenly joy is what every human being wishes for. There were no family chores.
All of them sat down to eat together and talk about the past.
Memories of the good that has passed. When you don't see people enjoying their family life,
you can't help but think of your own father who was still working at the construction site in the new city,
and your mother who was screwing in the electronics factory, and wonder how they are doing.
Although he now has some achievements, but for the parents of this piece has not been made a decent statement.
The uncontrollable mood was also down.
I can't believe that I have not even dealt with such a thing as a child myself.
The whole person also became quite dark in this instant.
Su Wanrong is a woman who observes very carefully.
She could already see Lin Bei's despondency. The boy was a good boy, but there were still some things that she couldn't find some reason to be able to moderate. Xiao Bei, don't think too much. When the time is ripe in the future, our family, we will definitely pay a visit to your family. Besides, we are all family. We'll enjoy the blessings together, and won't put your parents aside and ignore them. Su Wanrong said. Lin Bei, don't worry, your parents are my parents, and your son is my son. Shin Yuchu suddenly felt something was wrong when she said this. It made it seem as if he was going to worship both Lin Bei. A few people laughed in unison after hearing this. Your son is definitely my son. Lin Bei smiled and said, if my son isn't even your son, there would be a big problem in that. The Shin family quadrangle was once again filled with laughter. Oops, I'm all influenced by you guys. My mouth is talking out of my ass. Shin Yuchu shyly lowered her head. What's wrong with yourself today? Can't even talk. Lin Bei gently embraced Shin Yuchu into his arms, and the atmosphere of the entire scene looked very peaceful, and the vibe is exceptional. It doesn't matter what kind of family it is in, as long as there is this kind of atmosphere the family can't be much worse. Thank you, mother-in-law. When the time is right, I will also arrange for you to meet. At the same time, I also want to finalize things between us, Lin Bei said. Shin Yuchu's pretty face turned red and she pouted. Who wants to settle things down with you? People haven't thought about it yet. Despite the words, in her heart she felt very happy. Everyone present also understands that, after all, it is a daughter's family. This little bit of reserve should still be there. Lin Bei reached out and gently scraped the tip of Shin Yuchu's nose. I'll go to the bathroom. After Lin Bei came to the bathroom, he was still very much hung up on his parents in his heart. Thinking of these years' parents for their own pace so much, the heart more or less still have some of the sour. One has to find a way to repay them for their upbringing. Lin Bei pulled out his cell phone, so he made a video call to his parents. There had been no answer when he made the first video call, and Understood's heart tensed for a moment, followed by a second video call. Another call was made this time. The father took out the phone and shouted, Old woman, our son has come to make a video call to us. Father Lin Yi looked very happy. Lin Bei looked at his father in his cell phone. His clothes were dark-colored clothes. Even if they were stained with something for a moment, he couldn't see it. This kind of clothing has a feature that is resistant to dirt and fabrication. The mother, on the other hand, looked even more plain, with no makeup on her face, but their faces were all wrinkled and spotted. Lin Bei had some choking sobs and was unable to speak for a moment. Son, what are you doing now? Mother Zhang Qingyu asked. The old couple's faces were filled with happy smiles. Even without being around, Lin Bei was able to feel that the old couple was in a very happy mood at this moment. You're asking, what can our son do? Our son has made a fortune now, so he's naturally doing great things. Father Lin Yi looked very proud as he said this. My son has made a name for himself. It's not easy. Smoke has risen from our Lin family's ancestral grave. The mother, Zhang Chengyu, was even more unable to hide her inner excitement. Surprisingly, there were two crystal-clear teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes. Unseasoned bitch, we should be happy that our son is doing well. What do you look like when you're being so strange and cool? Lin Yi snatched the cell phone. But in the process you don't see your own father's eyes containing tears. I didn't even know it when it first started. First the city clerk came to offer his condolences. That secretary held my hand and asked me about my family. Even the generations of our family's ancestors were asked. Then the secretary in the provincial capital also came to offer condolences. Even the imperial capital sent people to offer condolences. I didn't know what was going on at first. We all thought you boys had died for your country. You don't know. Those people just don't say. What are you doing now? We had just made a bunch of wild guesses and almost didn't cry your mother to death. The more Lin Yi spoke, the more excited he became. Then we watched TV and realized that it was your kid who had made a fortune and researched very powerful high technology. It was a relief for your mother to know about it. You kid too. No matter how busy you are, you should give us a call to check in and let me know how you are doing. It's not that we old folks have been going on speculating so much that we've almost gotten sick in a hurry. Looking at how emotional his parents were, Lin Bei also had a tear hanging from the corner of his eye. The guilt in his heart increased even more. Dad, Mom, in the future I'll make sure to call you guys regularly to give you the news. Won't let you guys worry. Lin Bei gave swallowed for a moment. Son has grown up, and son has excelled. That's good, that's good. In the future, no matter where a family is, they should call often to check in and talk about how they're doing. Lin Yi also became a little choked up but he held it in. Zhang Chengyu snatched the phone. Give me the phone. You've been chatting with your son for such a long time. I haven't even said a word about this. The image shifted, and his mother's wrinkled face suddenly appeared in the cell phone screen. At this moment, Zhang Qingyue had already organized her face, but the marks left by the years on his face were still there. The whole person, however,
had become much more spirited.
Son, the state's policy is still quite good now, and we are now living in a state-aided villa. The one we drive starts at $1 million. At the beginning we felt that life was quite good. All the villas and luxury cars I used to dream about. But without 2 days, our old couple is not used to it. Because they are not used to it, they are afraid that they can't afford to fix it if they bump and break it. I heard from those old sisters in our factory. These millions of luxury cars once into the repair shop that is a big tens of thousands of things. If the problem is serious, that can be used to hundreds of thousands of dollars to be repaired. Back to living back in the original resettlement neighborhood, but we've replaced it with a big bungalow. It's a bit older and older, but it's spacious and comfortable to live in. Lin Bei nodded. The parents were also able to receive all these favors because they chose to work with the state themselves. The state has not let itself down and still takes very good care of its parents. That's fine, as long as your two oldest feel comfortable. If it's not comfortable, you two give me a word. Lin Bei was no longer the young lad who used to have to oversleep for the college entrance exam. Now it also has its own pursuits, and at the same time there is an additional responsibility on its shoulders. Son, you've made a name for yourself now. You need to hurry up and find a girlfriend now. Get married and have children earlier. Our old couple is still waiting to hold their grandchildren. Zhang Qingyu's face showed an expression full of anticipation when she said this. I already have a girlfriend now. When I travel all the way from the imperial capital to Star City, I'll show you two old people then. Lin Bei said. Where is the girl from? What does she look like? Does she work with you? Lin Yi asked in rapid succession. I can't wait to see my future daughter-in-law now. Why are you asking so much? Now that my son has made a fortune, would he find a girlfriend that bad? Zhang Qingyu glared at Lin Yi. Won't you know when the time comes? If you ask so many questions, if you don't meet the requirements, you'll feel bad in your heart? You old man, you know how to ask questions all day long. Doesn't the son have a proposition for this kind of thing? Do I need you to come here to meddle? Lin Yi couldn't say a word as he was disliked. It also felt as if I was really asking a little too much. After all, the daughter-in-law was chosen by her own son. It was also his own son who looked to be his subject. There seems to be a little bit of a lot going on when you're asking questions yourself. Make sure you tell my mom when you come over so I can make you guys something good to eat. You can't just run over without saying anything like you did before. When the time comes and we don't have any preparation, how can we be ashamed to meet other girls? Zhang Qingyu said. Good, I'll definitely notify you guys in advance when I go over then. Lin Bei said. The family conversation was soon over. Lin Bei took a deep breath after hanging up the phone, then washed his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Bei was cheering himself up. When he opened the door, he realized that Shin Yuchu was actually eavesdropping. I didn't do it on purpose. Shin Yuchu explained. I was just worried about you, afraid that you might be unhappy about something. Fool, what can I be unhappy about? Our days are so good now, and I have such a beautiful and intelligent girlfriend like you. Lin Bei said from the bottom of his heart. You'll just praise me. Shin Yuchu shyly lowered her head, her voice as small as the sound of a fly. Actually, I wanted to get to know the character of my in-laws, so I just didn't hold back. You can be such a little fool. Lin Bei looked at Shin Yuchu with affection. If you want to understand their character, just ask me directly. I will definitely know everything and say everything. I'm not. Shin Yuchu felt as if she had been set up, but she couldn't say what was wrong. Shin Yuchu stomped her foot. You bad thing. I didn't think that you would dare to set me up. Lin Bei took a step forward closer and laughed badly. I have something even worse. Shin Yuchu's cheeks flushed crimson and she slightly closed her eyes. A look of wishful thinking. Lin Bei approached step by step. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. One could even clearly feel the other's heartbeat. Lin Bei stretched out a hand and pressed it against the hand of the wall. Then his head slowly moved closer. The distance between the two is only 0.01 millimeters at this moment. Shin Yuchu enjoyed this feeling very much. At least some of these things should get a fast track too. Followed by the body was slowly approaching. Shin Yuchu lightly bit her red lips and made a delicate appearance. Although Shin Yuchu and Lin Bei had an established relationship, and yet nothing like that happened. In the mind more or less expects it. If it can go further, then this thing is a done deal. However, Lin Bei didn't have any further intentions, but instead, he was lusting in front of her. Shin Yuchu's heart felt like a cat scratching. Her heart was pounding. This place was in the house but her own parents were in the living room. If the slightest noise occurred, one's parents could hear it for real. Things have come to this point, and it would look like you're not taking the next step if you don't. Moreover, the place wouldn't be a place where you could even be whitewashed yet. It would have been perfect if I could have been whitewashed and then that. But he was now so aroused that he would be very uncomfortable if he did not put a stop to it. Shin Yuchu clenched her teeth. Anyway, she will be his person in the future. He can do whatever he wants today.
She had let herself go completely. After all, she had identified herself with him in this lifetime. After waiting for a long time, she didn't welcome the things she thought she would. This time it's right as a small punishment for you. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth, and then that's when he took a step away. Shin-Yuchu was so angry that she stomped her feet. One is all set to go, and it turns out to be such a result. He couldn't wait to take down Lin Bei himself. However, on second thought, in here is after all the public area of the house. If anything really happened, there would indeed be some embarrassment. Let's see how I punish you next time. I'll make sure to make your legs so weak that walking will be a problem. Shin-Yuchu looked at Lin Bei's back as he left and had already made up his mind. Lin Bei didn't stop after he left, but directly dialed Li Chang'an's phone. How far along is deep-sea resource exploration now? Li Chang'an said. The country has made a friend of carrying out offshore fishing. It's secretly probing the actual strait area to see if it's the same as what's on the technical data, and it's also starting to have large state-owned military industries in the process of making deep-sea resource surveying equipment. Then the resources can be extracted. This is indeed good news. Lin Bei was greatly shocked to hear this news. This speed had exceeded one's expectations. It was true that it was worthy of being a central group country. The execution was just so strong. Once there's a new development in the matter, you'll contact me in time. I need to be clear on my side. Just how far has it developed? Lin Bei was still making his final exhortations. After all, this technology was taken out by himself. I'm sorry if I don't take a little responsibility. Yet mining the eye of the deep would be tantamount to a piece de resistance. A strong naval force is necessary to escort the mining pair. It is also important to keep up with the technical support. Otherwise it will only be more than enough at the back. That's why this matter has to be on the agenda. Lin Bei thought about it. The competition in this world was still quite big. Without all the preparations, one could only be a graft for others. And this whole thing will probably be put to rest as a result. It is also highly detrimental to the development of the country as a whole. Thinking of this, Lin Bei then opened the system mall. Because he knows very well that this current power of the country alone is not enough to be able to escort this operation. Not because the country is weak, but because in the face of advanced science and technology, all human armament is an egg against a stone. Once there is advanced technology, the whole country will be like a tiger with wings. Exploiting deep-sea resources is inherently a vast undertaking. The reason why other countries don't dare to do it on a large scale is because this technology is not as perfect as it is in their own hands. But where this thing, once it gets out, it wasn't just one or two pairs of eyes that were attracted. It's likely the eyes of the entire world are watching. This matter must be done in a foolproof manner, and only then you will get a complete guarantee. There were a variety of goods inside the system mall. Every technology is far beyond this modern age. But that price is also quite expensive. These now have the value of technology, although it can be taken down completely, but there is still a little heartache in the heart. I knew you were expensive, but I didn't think you'd be this expensive. Lin Bei muttered in a small voice, because he saw an aircraft carrier, but it was very expensive indeed. Browsing further down the page, those things are not much more practical. Now it has to be about utility, capacity and overall throughput. On top of that, it must be realized to be able to fight. More importantly, there has to be sufficient monitoring capability of the sky, the sea and the seabed. It also has to be able to easily wage a counterattack war. Although Lin Bei had not substantially participated in the war, but the Book of War read a lot. In the absolute situation, as long as they have a strong fighting ability, then they will be able to turn the tide, and even Jedi survival. After browsing for a good deal of time, Rin finally chose the Hubris space mothership, a black technology from the original Demon. It is very complete in all aspects and is capable of a 360-degree survey without any dead angle. Even enemy aircraft as far as 10 kilometers away can be easily detected in the midst of this space mothership. With this thing, this deep-sea resource exploitation can certainly be foolproof, but it's also very expensive. It took 100 million tech values to get this space mothership. Expensive but worth every penny. Understand that it was a heartache. This is too expensive, but it's worth every penny to be able to make this happen. Lin Bei looked at the Huberian space mothership in detail. The more you look at it, the better it looks, both in terms of individual details and in general. Everywhere is very satisfying. Lin Bei's brows furrowed again when he saw the tech value he had left. It was hard to save up close to 200 million tech values on his own. This is really a case of working hard for decades and going back to the pre-liberation era. He looked up again in detail, and suddenly felt again that this $100 million worth of technology was quite well spent. Turns out there are benefits to being expensive. The West Baroyan space mothership, with a skirt length of 278.5 meters and a plywood length of 182, can accommodate 500 to 200 people, close to the length of the first Chinese aircraft carrier, 300 meters. A 100 000-ton oversized profile. However, it is due to nuclear power, with 6 nuclear fusion furnaces, and utilizes the Leonov anti-gravity engine, which allows it to fly through the air, take off and land vertically, or hover in mid-air. It's like a ghost ship can hover over the great flat ocean, even over the countries of the world. In addition to this, there are also electromagnetic railguns, 6 with a rail length of 30 meters for 430 millimeters caliber and 6 with a rail length of 18 meters for 270 millimeters caliber. Both railguns have an acceleration time of 0.3 seconds and launch speeds of 2.000 m/s and 600 meters per second, respectively. One can envision such speed as well as such power. What will it make of the approaching ships? There was really no need to think about these things. There was no ability to survive anything that came close to the equipment of the aircraft carrier Thiberian. More importantly, the Thiberian space mothership has 10 close-in weapon systems, 5 on the left and 5 on the right, consisting of the following components: radar, computers, multiple rapid-fire medium-caliber guns, and air-to-air missiles. The gun abutments can be rotated in azimuthal angles. Such air defense has reached a level that is rare in the world. Even Russian carriers, with the AK-630 close-in gun system, SAN-9 close-in air defense missiles, SAN-11 Gashtan shell and gun system, are also equipped with SSN-19 anti-ship missiles with a range of 500 kilometers away, and, if necessary, carry out anti-ship missile strikes on enemy surface ships, with firepower no less than that of a large tonnage destroyer. There are also American aircraft carriers, weapons systems, although not obvious, but also very sophisticated configuration, equipped with 4 dense array close-in gun system, 3/8C Sparrow close-in anti-aircraft missile system. The leakage of anti-ship missiles have a strong intercepting capability. But those are nothing but younger brothers in front of the space mothership hubris. All the equipment has surpassed the most over-the-top carriers of the day. Most critically, there are still 10 drop ports to drop Valkyrie troops without the battleship landing. And where did the Valkyrie force come from? Of course they come through the subclone breeding warehouse technology. It was possible to quickly create Valkyries through the incubation pods, and because they were technologically bred, they could be given the same abilities as in the game. Lin Bei's first choice was to create a lightning general that could manipulate lightning. This Raiden general's long dark purple hair hung behind him in a twisted braid, getting lighter in color the closer he got to the end. The purple color has a tearful mole in the corner of the right eye. The head is adorned with gentian flowers and her sister's folding fan. On her left shoulder, she wears a black and gold shoulder armor and a purple kimono tattooed with gentian flowers. In contrast to traditional kimonos, this kimono's honky-tonk is not cinched, but rather parted towards the shoulders, while the hemline becomes shorter, reaching only to the thighs. The 2 sides of the vibrating sleeves are different, with the left sleeve cutting off at the arm as it did in the Shadow Warrior days, and the right sleeve hanging down to the ankle as it did in her sister's time. The kimono is held in place by a red obi, with a purple obi cord tied with an emblazoned Thunder's triple heavy bar pattern, and 2 strings of tassels, 1 gold and 1 purple, hanging down naturally. The legs have black stockings and the shoes are brown herringbone heels. Such a gift person looks harmless. In fact, it's killing powerful presence. Its skill is even more jaw-dropping. But wherever it appears that is foolproof. There is also Paimon who can be used as a guide. This Paimon has white shoulder-length hair and a small cape on his back that has a black and blue color like the texture of the starry sky. From a distance, he has blue pupils, but when he gets closer, he can see the stars in his eyes. It's also unlikely that the entire group would get lost with such a character present. Nazuton, who is the king of the small auspicious grass. Yae Kamiko, who has the bloodline of Fox. Coral Miyagi Shinkai, who is a leader who specializes in military tactics and strategy. Domestic and foreign affairs. Walnut, who is a lover of limerick poems who carries a coffin and sends it away. Kakaru, who is one of the 7 stars of the Ryu. Kiana, who is a wizard who is well versed in all kinds of hair books and boxing and sword techniques. If the national mining team is mining in the deep sea, already stepped on hundreds of billions of dollars worth of minerals, then Hawkmaster discovers the series of maneuvers and as a result encounters an attack by Hawkmaster warships. The national mining team is in peril when an aircraft carrier comes out of nowhere and drops 10 Valkyries. General Thunderbolt uses Divine Transformation Evil Obsidian Open Eyes to deal lightning elemental damage to surrounding enemies. Nazuton then casts Karma Bind of Grass around him using the herd all around, brewing a grass factor sphere output and applying an embedded seed seal to opponents who hit. Yagyu Shinko uses the Great Tantra Heavenly Fox Manifestation of Truth, sends down thunderbolts, dealing lightning elemental ranged damage. Who can resist such damage? Those Valkyries in the back even exerted their magical powers, and a few skills were put down. And Eagle Sauce's warships burped through and through. The people of Eagle Jam could only look at each other in disbelief when they saw these Valkyries. Even Eagle Jam's military, as they recounted the battle, was flabbergasted. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Every skill of these Valkyries was extremely powerful. After those thunderbolts descended, no one was able to resist them. These things are a steal over other, more powerful, up-and-coming weapons. I don't know how many. This was a complete descending blow, and as long as they dared to come and evolve, then this section would be able to make them have no return. Lin Bei had a bigger idea in his mind. By the time these female martial arts gods appeared one by one in the sky above the Pacific Ocean, he didn't know what kind of expression Nikyu would have. I also wonder how excited those proto-demon lovers will be. Will they be desperate enough to take pictures with these Valkyries? Who can imagine that the person they spend time with in the virtual world will appear in real life? Those proto-magic lovers. You must think the continent of Tibet is going to merge with Blue Star. Absolutely crazy. Such a scene is just unimaginable. This descending strike can be described as an invincible existence. The $100 million of tech value spent by myself was worth every penny. Even if Eagle Jam had deployed the entire country's war effort, it probably wouldn't have been able to fight it. And each of these female Valkyries is at the peak of their face value, with a better and more harmless body. By then everyone's eyes would probably be focused on these female Valkyries. It was also able to attract a large number of proto-magic fans. With these ordinary people on board, the whole thing would be of a different nature. At that time, Mikyu might not have dreamed that the character he had designed would appear above this world. How shocking would that be? Lin Bei then handed over the technology to Su Yun, the commander of the Central Military Region. After Su Yun received this information, his entire mouth was wide open. I've sent you all the information. You'll have the Jiangnan Jianting Manufacturing General Bureau supervise the manufacturing as soon as possible, Lin Bei said over the phone. Good. I will definitely implement and follow through on this matter as soon as possible. There will definitely be no delay in deep-sea resource harvesting. Su Yun was very confident. With the technical support given by Lin Bei, the whole thing could be said to have come together. The thing is for the whole country. That's 100 benefits and no regrets. Since the other party had already spoken in person, this matter naturally could not be delayed. Remember, when it comes to manufacturing, all the details should be well controlled. When the time comes, don't manufacture it with some flaws. That won't look good, Lin Bei said. After all, it's those Valkyries of your own mind, with wonderfully brilliant abilities in all sections. If you let those appearances change a little bit, it can have some effect on the arrangement of Kinkos. What exactly are you trying to create? Su Yun was speechless. So the technology provided by Lin Bei is quite useful, but when it comes to manufacturing you should tell yourself what you're manufacturing. It's about creating a few female Valkyries, and all of them are quite beautiful. The bodies are also of golden proportions, Lin Bei said lightly. Female martial god? Su Yun's eyes widened. What kind of existence was this? Take a close look at the information I gave you. There's a detailed introduction inside. You can study it when you're free, Lin Bei said. Wait, I'll look now. The further Su Yun looked down, the uglier his entire face became. The pictures on the profile and how it was made, which one said it was stunning. But are these manufactured Valkyries really that powerful? Could it be that Lin Bei wanted to use such an opportunity to create a few mistresses for himself under false pretenses? Su Yun was even more puzzled. But this is at this moment, but it is not good to say the conjecture in his heart. The further he looked down, the more his whole face became brilliant, each expression changing several times in a second. What kind of existence is this? Su Yun wasn't a fan of the original demons, so naturally he wasn't very aware of the abilities of these female Valkyries. But upon reading the description of their abilities, the entire group became very excited. If it could actually be cloned and still have the ability to do so, it would definitely be a pretty good piece of art. At the same time it's a complete downgrade, and it doesn't cost a huge amount of money to provide follow-on power. And each of these girls is very good looking. If it didn't have those skill descriptions, Asakon would have been in complete disbelief that this would be a secret weapon. At first he thought it was Lin Bei who was colorful. I didn't think that there was such a powerful existence. Can these things really be cloned? Su Yun harbored doubts in his heart. That's for sure. All the techniques have been sent to you. There is no problem in manufacturing them according to the techniques I have given you. Not only will you be able to create them with the same appearance, but also their abilities will be able to be replicated 1:1. Don't get any other ideas when the time comes. I'm not responsible if something else unexpected happens, Lin Bei said with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already imagined the battle scene. Let this group of harmless girls appear over the Pacific Ocean. I'm afraid that while Eagle Jam's soldiers were wondering, the sisters had already decimated them all. And with the presence of these harmless sisters, the world's public opinion will only focus on them. Maybe you'll be able to make it big again? Attracting more proto-magic lovers. Su Yun sighed from the bottom of his heart. Not only did it capture all the attention, but it was also able to create a ton of buzz. With such public opinion, who wants to care about the real purpose behind this? By the time the deep sea resources are extracted, that will get a much faster rate. If this Hyperion is allowed to sail over the sea again, those countries near the sea will surely panic. Each one of them is in a state of fear and trepidation. Where do they have the energy to care about deep sea resource minerals? Wonderful, wonderful, Soo-yun exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. I didn't think that you were able to come up with something so subtle being so young. And from all sides, every bit of it was counted in place. Such great wisdom, such a holistic view. How many others are there in the whole country? Lin Bei had not only mastered black technology, but also had such an eye for the future, and the quality of thinking of danger in times of peace. Everywhere is so drippy. As soon as Soo-yun thought of those female Valkyries, what kind of scenery would those beautiful sisters be standing on the Hyperion? The point is that every one of these harmless-looking girls is skilled. By releasing a few skills, you will be able to destroy all the enemy troops. Thinking about it, Soo-yun was also very excited. Have you finished reading? Lin Bei asked. It was only then that Soo-yun reacted to the fact that he had just entered a fantasy. But fantasies like this are kind of exciting to think about. I really hope that day will come soon, or we can see the group of female Valkyries. I said, have you finished reading the information? Once you've finished reading it, hurry up and contact the General Administration of Manufacturing, then fast-track production. Lin Bei said. That's natural. I'll make contact right away. And this thing is just so wonderful that I want to see more of it. Also think of a future battle plan. Soo-yun was a cautious person. The sudden appearance of these things is bound to cause an uproar. Confidentiality must be maintained at every turn. The appearance of this thing is definitely something that can turn all the world's heads. It will also be able to deter many countries that are foolish enough to do so. The speed must be fast, and there can't be any mistakes in all aspects. Because there can't be any mistakes in this matter of deep sea resources. Lin Bei explained once again. This matter is not only related to oneself, but also to the livelihood of the whole country. More so, it concerns the whole issue of resources. In this world, the more resources you have, the greater the nationalization of the former will naturally be. That's it for now. I'll contact the General Manufacturing Directorate right away and have them fast-track the production. And make sure to finish it in the fastest time possible. Soo-yun was very excited. He didn't just want to see the elegance of these female Valkyries, but he also wanted to make foolproof preparations for this deep-sea resource mining operation. Because the Hyperion is still at least a couple of days away, Lin Bei could just give Shin Yuchu the gifts he had prepared in advance. I wonder what her face will look like when she sees this gift. Shin Yuchu's eyes widened. Is this true? Shin Yuchu covered her mouth in excitement. Of course it's real, and you'll be able to drive it yourself. Lin Bei took out a bouquet of roses from his back as if by magic. This is Sun Shanxiang's doomsday locomotive, and this styling is too cool. Shin Yuchu took the flowers, then walked step by step towards the tall Sun Shangxiang doomsday locomotive. Shin Yuchu is usually a support when he plays King's Honor. Like what, Yao Yao? Kaiwan Ji or something like that. That's a mage. Because these heroes are relatively easy. But in her bones the one she liked the most was Xiang Xiang, for being able to see, while also being able to spike people once they are well geared. I love it so much. You actually know that I like Xiang Xiang, and it's one of my favorite heroes inside King Pesticide. Not only is it sweet looking, but it has enough explosive power. Especially the shot after the roll is my favorite. Shin Yuchu was a little incoherent, but she did not dream that she could only play the auxiliary position in the King's Pesticide. In reality, but can be a biker policewoman. Lin Bei's face was also filled with smiles. He hadn't thought that this gift he had made would be able to achieve such an effect. At first he thought Shin Yuchu wouldn't like this thing. Shin Yuchu jumped into his arms at once, her hands tightly holding onto his neck. You're really too good to me. I've always wanted Sun Shangxiang's skin hand puppet, but I've never had this opportunity. Shin Yuchu was like a joyful bird jumping up and down. And this is a doomsday mech, which is so cool. I have to show it to my friends. Shin Yuchu was completely immersed in joy. She then took video and posted it to a group. The group turned lively immediately afterward. Sisters, look at this gift from my boyfriend. Isn't this Sun Shangxiang? Hui Fei typed the text back. This hand puppet is really big, and it's still such a big doomsday mecha hand puppet. Tang Yuyu even sent out an envious expression. All of a sudden, this group of girlfriends exploded. So envious. I also want to have a hand puppet like that. Chen Mika said. This isn't a hand puppet, oh. This is the real meaning of the ink mech, and also able to drive. Shin Yuchu hurriedly explained. Face, this person is overflowing with happy smile. Should we be so cruel? Hui Fei said. If I take this to a movie, I'll be able to stop running the show, and I'll definitely be able to fire up the skyline. Tang Yuyu said. Where do you find your boyfriends? Give me a dozen. Chen Mika said. Lin Bei, who was on the side. had a suspicious expression on his face when he saw these people's names.
Isn't this a fucking love apartment?
The names of all these girlfriends of yours are so familiar.
Aren't there also Zhang Xiaohan, LV Paper Chiao and Guan Chichao? Lin Bei asked.
Shen Yuchu looked at Lin Bei in surprise.
How did you know that? Not only do I know this, I also know that they all live in love apartments, right? Lin Bei said. You know this show, but it's something that anyone would have loved before. Especially the episodes in it that are both hilarious and thought-provoking. Shen Yuchu shook her head. No, 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 no.
Standing in this apartment the best friend is around. The favorite person lives across the street.
Of course my favorite person lives with me.
Shen Yuchu colored shyly and leaned her head on top of Lin Bei's shoulder.
The two appeared to be in considerable harmony,
and the scene was as if time had stood still. Lin Bei looked back at the beauty in his arms.
In the future, we'll probably be living in the RV of Doom. Doomsday RV? Models of various caravans appeared in Shen Yuchu's mind.
There are spacious ones and narrow ones anyway, everything in the car is available.
Drive around to various places during the day to see the sights.
At night the two just lay in the RV of Doom with the sunroof open,
watching the sky fill with starbursts.
These days are very seductive, and you are still surrounded by the one you love the most.
I want to go to Mountain City because that's where you lived, Shen Yuchu said. I want to see where you used to live. More than that, I want to see the view from where you used to stay.
Shen Yuchu raised her head and looked at the angular face. On the other hand, actually the Shen family was from the Sichuan and Chongqing region many years ago. It came to the imperial capital later because of the separation of the family. He also wanted to go back and see what kind of existence his family used to have in that part of Mountain City.
The Mountain City is so close. If it's a matter of going there, isn't it just a matter of kicking the gas? Lin Bei said.
It was true that Lin Bei's Source Extreme Star would soon be able to reach Mountain City.
If that was the case, one's plan to travel around China would be too uninteresting. Do you think this will work? Let's use the mall as a midpoint station. Think of the trip as the end point. Go to meet my parents together at the end, Lin Bei said.
Shen Yuchu nodded repeatedly after hearing this.
This idea is very good. Along the way you can see many landscapes.
You can go to the Mongolian steppe outside the country, the Gobi Desert with no survivors, the snow-capped mountains of Qinghai Tibet on the roof of the world,
and the mountains and rivers of Yunnan and Guizhou in the south of colorful clouds, and so on.
We can run free on the steppes and be willing to suffer the exotic flavors of the Mongolian steppes outside of Mongolia.
Right, we can also live in a yurt,
watching the clouds roll in and the wind blowing the grass to reveal the scene of cows and sheep.
It can also be felt,
as the curving rivers of the prairie spread all the way to the skyline. We are still able to walk on the Gobi Desert where no one lives,
still able to feel the weight of sand-covered history. What goes on in the minds of those who have lived through this land?
We can feel the unbridled fury of a tornado in the desert.
In a house, Shen Yuchu thought on one side, and on the other side.
She revealed a happy smile again, because the person following her side was her favorite. The happiest thing is to follow your favorite person to travel the great mountains and rivers of the motherland.
Enjoy the unseen beauty together. In the future, when they are old, the two of them will sit in a chair together and reminisce about what happened when they went outside. We can also go to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain to learn about our promise in this life. A scene also appeared in Lin Bei's mind. I want to stand at the edge of the Irai with you and just look at the calm sea. I hope that our whole life is as calm as the sea oats of the Irai Sea. Lin Bei vigorously wrapped his arms around the beauty in his arms. Then I'll go to Ison apartment to pack my bags.
Shen Yuchu couldn't wait to get back to where she was staying and pack her bags to embark on this journey.
The Ison apartments are actually dormitories for Rokokwin University. You must go and help me.
I'm afraid I won't be able to finish taking those things,
Shen Yuchu said. Lin Bei naturally didn't refuse. How could you possibly say no to your own girlfriend's business?
Shen Yuchu hurriedly opened the Doomsday Mech and sat on top of the cab with another burst of emotion.
I can finally have a Doomsday Mecha that I can pilot like inside sci-fi TV.
Shen Yuchu ignited the fire and then started driving up.
After all, it was the first time she had piloted a Doomsday Mech, and there were some places she wasn't very familiar with, but with Lin Bei's help, she quickly adapted. Are you sitting down? I'm going to let you feel what is called speed and passion. Shen Yuchu's eyes stared tightly ahead,
but the movements of her hands didn't stop.
Sun Shangxian's Doomsday Mecha was like a sharp sword, scurrying through at once. At once,
it drew the attention of countless passers-by.
What is this? How can it be so fast? I remember. Isn't it Sun Shangxian's Mecha of Doom from King Pesticide? Are you kidding me? Then my mecha can only be a picture.
It's still very difficult to practice it in the middle of the real world.
Take a good look for yourself. That thing that just went over there is identical to the Doomsday Mech. It's so cool, and it's also very fast. Envious and disbelieving glances were cast by people walking along the road.
Lin Bei at this time also opened the live broadcast in passing. It just went live and attracted 50 to 60 million viewers in the live stream.
Pop-ups ensued in the live feed. Finally, it's time to go live with the car gods again. You know what?
I'm teared up these days. I haven't had the pleasure of watching the last broadcast yet, and the god of cars is off the air.
Today, no matter what, we can't let Chashin rush off the air like last time. Catch a car god. Everyone hurry up and gather around.
Lin Bei greeted the viewers in the live broadcast room and explained why he had hurriedly turned off the live broadcast last time. The audience in the live stream was also understanding. After all, this is a positive anchor who does things for the sake of people's livelihood.
Lin Bei's camera shifted a bit,
and those with eyes in the live broadcast room instantly spotted the biker goddess. The LSBs in the live room quickly discovered Shin Yuchu's presence. The audience was more than excited.
The pop-up changed the picture in that moment. Wah. What is this? Sister-in-law is so pretty. This is simply the goddess of my heart. I'm talking about the car. I'm talking about the car too. This car is so well built. Ah shucks, this car has a great face. Lin Bei unscrupulously looked at the audience in the live broadcast room and asked, the first time I rode a locomotive. I don't know where to put my hands.
As soon as those words came out, the LSBs in the live broadcast room were as if they had discovered a new continent,
fully utilizing their imagination. A pop-up was even more of a crying shame. It's recommended not to put it on your waist, because I can't. Never been rock climbing? Grab wherever there's a bump.
Of course the concave areas are only as strong as your fingers.
Put your arm around her waist. Where's the waist? The waist is at its thinnest. Of course. Biker goddess, lock my throat huh? This anchor can place. There are benefits that are really given. This anchor can. Not only is it positive, but it also lets everyone see such a beautiful biker goddess. A little more welfare from the anchor. And give back benefits? Doesn't that rub it in? The livestream was unusually lively when all the LSBs were wanting benefits. Some female fans have stepped forward. I reckon the anchor is a scumbag too. And the biggest kind of scumbag at that. That's right.
The anchor already has a girlfriend and he's still messing with other girls.
Does your girlfriend know that you take other girls live? We're not female boxers. But the ones who fuck like the anchors do have some of that. We do really like anchors. But we don't want to get confrontational. Anchor if you have a clear conscience. Let the biker goddess say hello to everyone. That way even if your girlfriend sees it she probably won't feel bad inside. The female fans in the live room were waiting in silence. Lin Bei laughed, then said to Shin Yuchu, say hello to the families in the live broadcast. Due to her speed, Shin Yuchu didn't even hear Lin Bei's words. The female fans on the air were already starting to determine what they had in mind. The pop-ups from the female fans were floating out all the time again. I told you, this anchor is even messing around outside. Can you afford your own girlfriend? You see this spirit goddess is afraid to show her face, which means you two really have a problem. I really don't know what this woman is thinking. And going out alone with a guy who has a girlfriend. Just how do you one-up me? A stunningly beautiful face appeared on the air. Hello everyone, I'm Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu said. All the viewers in Lin Bei's live broadcast room went silent at once. They do know Shin Yuchu. However, the male viewers in the live stream were extremely happy. Pop-ups from male viewers floated out as well. Ha, that hit you in the face, didn't it? A punch in the face comes so fast it's like a tornado. Those women just now don't seem to be reacting right now. Brain buzzing, right? Who am I? Where am I? Fellow women. See, that's our car god. He didn't go for any other women. This is the car god's serious girlfriend. Female fans have sent their blessings and also envied Shin Yuchu. This boyfriend didn't just give away the Mecha of Doom, but he was so dedicated to it. The female fans could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill down. Their own just such words. The indeed have some over. Especially when things are questioned before the truth is known. Of course all of this Lin Bei didn't keep in mind. Families, I won't say much more about what's coming next. Our biker goddess is going to start racing. Lin Bei fixed his cell phone after saying this. Shin Yuchu had long wanted to go on a rampage. But Lin Bei had been broadcasting live behind himself. For his safety, it didn't bring up the speed. She also wanted to test how fast this Doomsday Mech could go. Boom! Doomsday Mech. The engines are revving up, followed closely by passing countless sports cars. The scenery on both sides of the road turned into a trail of shadows. The outstanding performance of this Doomsday Mech, as well as its explosive power, didn't make the viewers in the live broadcast room envious. The viewers in the live stream were screaming their heads off. Now that's true speed and passion. Suddenly, the road changed. The images inside the live feed are even more jaw-dropping. Just a pair of female riders in Lolita, both of whom were extremely fast, all the while holding a cell phone in his hand and broadcasting live. The one riding behind him was constantly saying hello and chatting to the people who were following him on the air. At this moment in time it is time for the students to be released from school again.
There were quite a lot of pedestrians on the road and there were traffic police on hand to escort the students across the road. The two female riders in Lolita outfits clearly had no intention of slowing down. Nope, with a locomotive like this, slowing down in a short period of time is simply not possible. Even the inertia from the vehicle can send the car out a long way. At this moment the car of the two female riders in Lolita outfits was about to approach the students on the road. If nothing is done at this time, if this car crashes, then the consequences are unimaginable. The viewers and passers-by in the live room were dumbfounded. This is because all the cars are slowing down at the end of the school day or during school hours, and vehicles traveling on the highway have been called off by traffic police. These cars, if they are going to pass, will have to wait until these students have safely crossed the street. However, the two female riders seemed to not see it, and continued to gallop forward. The speed was even getting faster. The passers-by around him put their hearts in their throats. Their mouths were open, their eyes even bigger, and for a moment there was no better solution. The audience in the live room was even more shocked at the crippling, and there were no other words at all, because they were all able to physically feel the impending danger. All knew that if the two female riders in Lolita outfits didn't finish then it was a disaster. The eye of the beholder is a human disaster, because if this locomotive crashes into it, then there is no chance of survival for the passing students, or the two Lolita-suited female riders. A human catastrophe was about to occur. At this moment Shin-Yuchu also discovered the abnormality in front of him. She activated the Doomsday Locomotive emergency morphing feature directly. The very moment the emergency morphing function was activated, as it was catapulted a dozen meters into the air, followed closely by the helmet releasing its airbags and slowing to the ground, and Shin-Yuchu directly transformed into a biker policewoman. The original Doomsday mecha at this moment has become very valiant. A pink dress code and beautiful body lines. It looks like it's a bit of a klutz, but it's very responsive. Shin-Yuchu made a jump and quickly came behind that locomotive. But the locomotive was so fast that it was about to approach the students who were crossing the street. Just as everyone had their hearts in their throats, the engine of that one locomotive roared, and extremely loud. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the tragedy, but they were just an ordinary person and there was nothing they could do to stop it. After a moment, the roar of the locomotive diminished. It also didn't make the kind of rattling noise expected from a collision. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw a pink doom mech that was pulling on the rear of that locomotive. The rear wheels are still spinning. What a shock! Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the appearance of this pink mecha of doom, then this tragedy today would have been inevitable. Everyone stopped. His eyes were wide and his mouth was more than capable of holding a duck egg. They hadn't expected such a doomsday mech to appear in a time of distress, and with his own strength, he stopped this speeding locomotive. Shin-Yuchu was holding up the locomotive with one hand in a daze, while at his feet were two fallen lowly female shooters. She had no idea what had just happened. It's when all of a sudden the doomsday mech wraps itself around and transforms and then saves the day? Or did he activate the transformation function between his subconscious, and then save the day? The surrounding passers-by as well as the viewers in the live broadcast instantly became excited, because they just saw a miracle happen. Turns out there really are superheroes in real life. And this superhero is a great beauty. My eyes aren't misreading this, are they? Is this really a superhero? This pink superhero is so much more than Marvel. Didn't you see that? This pink superhero can actually lift a motorcycle with one hand. I shudder to think that such a sweet-looking, big, beautiful woman could lift a motorcycle weighing $1,000 with one hand. Everyone is in shock. They can't believe this is happening in the real world. As ordinary people, they could only watch the tragedy unfold. Even if they wanted to rescue or stop themselves, they didn't have that ability. And the little kids are even more excited because the superhero is Sun Shang-Xiang, a character from the handheld game they've been playing. Even more important is the skin of the future mech. What kind of fantasy link-up is this? The pop-ups on the live feed were also crying out in shock. What kind of fantasy linkage is this? I thought it was just a locomotive not being able to transform. Way off. This would be even more perfect if I could hold that cannon. Does it mean that all the locomotives given out by the god of cars have the ability to transform into mechs? I don't see anything wrong with 9 out of 10. Made by the car gods is bound to be good. That's a positive anchor. Saving lives everywhere, and every single thing is so combustible. Just as the live stream was abuzz, the crowd of onlookers at the scene also gathered around. The children even jumped and surrounded Shin-Yuchu in the center. Another look of adoration at the doomsday mech. Some students even reached out and touched it here and there. The student was even more envious. He had been very fond of this doomsday mech, but he had no financial resources, so he just kept looking at it with bated breath. Some students even proudly tilted their heads and said that they had used their mother's cell phone to charge up money to buy this doomsday mech at that time. Just at this time the two rescued Lolita riders got up. Almost people die. That was really exciting just now.
My blood is still boiling. It's things like this that really make a drag race. The two female writers talked shop but suddenly discovered that Shin-Yuchu was wearing a doomsday mech. The lowly girl in the pink dress seemed to spot the boogeyman at once. Come on and take a couple of shots for me. It's not easy to see a doomsday mecha like this in the real world. We can rub off on her a bit. The two girls in lowly outfits didn't put Shin-Yuchu in their eyes at all. It seemed to be even sadder for the pink doomsday mech next to Shin-Yuchu. Lily, come and take a set of photos for me. Maybe we can use this set of photos to make a big hit. Another girl in a lowly outfit had also posed and was ready to take pictures. Hey, whoever that is, you give way. We'll just take 2 pictures. The girl called Lily shouted loudly after seeing Shin-Yuchu. Shin-Yuchu had snapped out of her shock at this moment. Everything that had just happened kept playing back and forth in her mind. If it wasn't for myself, these 2 girls would have returned to the West long ago. And now to be so outrageous in his presence. And to tell him to go away. Did you hear that? Lily's face hardened. The tone of voice wasn't much more polite. Rather, it felt like it was all deserved. Lily, you should be polite. The other anchor woman said. Good, I'll be polite then. A wicked smile appeared on Lily's face. Unsure of what she wanted to do. Followed closely by Lily became to Shin-Yuchu's side, shouting very loudly at all of his people. Fool, I told you to get out of the way, didn't you hear me? Shin-Yuchu instantly became angry. What do these 2 women mean? What do you mean you almost ran someone over just now? They'd have to die themselves if they weren't afraid they'd just crash and burn. Wouldn't they? And now they want to use their car to take pictures to rub off on traffic. You're taking pictures and you're thinking about leaving on your own. And still so unkind to himself. Doesn't your conscience have a tiny bit of pain? Shin-Yuchu was not the least bit afraid. The 2 lowly costumed girls laughed at once. Conscience? You tell me how much is conscience worth? Lily said as she looked at Shin-Yuchu with great contempt. Don't you guys realize that you just drove too fast and almost killed these students in front of you? Shin-Yuchu said with a straight face. And the conversation you just had was even more infuriating. Shin-Yuchu didn't think of leaving any face for the other party either. If this locomotive hadn't suddenly transformed just now, he had subconsciously dismounted them as well as the passing students. Now that the tragedy has long since happened, where can they still be allowed to talk about it? And these 2 are unrepentant. And writing like you guys do, sooner or later you're going to get into an accident. To put it nicely, you're going to have an accident. To put it badly, you're going to die. Shin-Yuchu herself was a very educated person. Normally one wouldn't say something like that either. But the behavior of the 2 girls in front of him was so outrageous that he, who had always been a very cultured person, was forced to say something like this. The 2 girls took one step forward and surrounded Shin-Yuchu. Die? Are you kidding? A playful smile appeared on Lily's face. It was completely unconcerned about what Shin-Yuchu had just said. Die NM, how we live is our freedom. Don't constrain us with that set of your axioms. We are just free in this world. Another female anchor named Xiao Xiao also said. We both are anchors and have always been known to play with locomotives. Nowadays, viewers are into this kind of exciting content, and we're pretty good at it. And nothing major has ever happened to us. Are you cursing us by saying that? The 2 girls were in rapid succession and didn't seem to give Shin-Yuchu any chance to speak at all. Didn't you guys just see that there are students passing in front of you right now? Do you know what will happen if you guys just turn around? Shin-Yuchu was very angry deep inside. That's what she hated the most. People who didn't treat other people's lives as if they were their own. Every human life is equal and the time given is the same. No one's life is very noble or very low. Living in this world is not only about respecting the lives of others, but also about loving your own. The smiles on the 2 girls' faces grew even wider after they heard those words. This is a highway. Don't you know that pedestrians on highways have to yield to motor vehicles? I guess you're just an idiot who didn't read much. Ha! You don't know such simple traffic knowledge. And learning how to play locomotive. The words of the 2 girls were hard to hear. Shin-Yuchu is not in a hurry. After all, this matter is his own reasoning. He himself was still the one who had saved them. And no matter which place he went, Shin-Yuchu would be able to talk about it. I won't bother with you today either. One of the girls appeared generous and looked as if she was going to let Shin-Yuchu off the hook. As long as you lend us 2 sisters this car of yours for a day of fun, I'll pretend I can't see what happened today. As long as we're having fun, we can still be friends. The 2 girls looked as if they had made a great offer. Shin-Yuchu bristled. I've seen shameless ones myself, but I've never seen such shameless ones. What do you mean the whole lending her the car for a day thing is off the table? Make it sound like you owe them both something? There is absolutely no way I will lend you this car. Shin-Yuchu's words were loud and resounding. This was Lin Bei's gift to himself. I really can't agree with the 2 of you with such a writing style. Who knows where you guys are writing to? Will there be any accidents causing the death of others or yourselves? Shin-Yuchu said. Plus, this car means a lot to me. No matter who it is, there's no way he can be taken from me. The 2 girls looked at each other and seemed to be thinking of alternatives. Right now, The two of us are on a live broadcast. If this comment you just made kicks off on the internet, you might get cyberstormed. As long as you bring us this car to play with for a day, we'll pretend this matter never happened. The two girls seem to have found an entry point and think it's extremely beautiful. Shin Yuchu shook her head, completely unable to understand the psychology of these two girls. If one lends them the car, one belongs to the one who is behind it. You don't say anything, and you two don't have traffic safety in mind. At the rate you are riding your bikes, you are likely to kill others or yourselves. The two girls got angry all of a sudden after hearing Shin Yuchu's words. Dead, dead, dead. The girl named Jojo said furiously. We've had a lot of fans cursing us to death since we've been playing with cars. And look at us now, aren't we having a great time? Day in and day out it's just death death death. Die Nima ah die. Just as the two girls were freaking out, Lin Bei slowly walked over as well, followed closely by the live feed to this trio. The water boys in the live room erupted in a big way at that moment. The pop-ups were even floating out. What kind of person is this? That's the story of the farmer and the snake. The biker goddess not only saved the other party, and also spoke kindly, but the other party ended up being unrepentant and biting back. What makes it even more unbearable is that they threatened the biker goddess. These two are just sick in the head. People like that should be dragged out and shot for 5 minutes. Lin Bei saw these two lowly girls enjoining the enemy. Such a person is simply a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Shin Yuchu not only saved them, but also spoke kindly to them. But instead of appreciating the situation, these two people had to do something out of the ordinary. Lin Bei immediately decided to step in and make these two naked girls be punished accordingly so that they would learn a lesson. Lin Bei didn't go directly to the scene of the incident. Instead, they found the traffic cop who had escorted the elementary school student across the street. Mr. Police Officer, you saw what happened just now with your own eyes. Would you be able to step in and fix it? Lin Bei said very politely. Hopefully you can, for speeding and running over pedestrians. Go check those two's IDs. They're going to be put inside the station for oral credit. And the hit was on an elementary school student. This traffic cop looked up at Lin Bei, with some apologies on his face. I'm really sorry. I'm just an auxiliary police officer, escorting students across the crosswalk here for 20 years and still haven't been transferred. Shouldn't have that authority, right? The traffic policeman's youth showed a look of sadness, but there was little that could be done about it. The traffic cop, named Su Tao, is close to 50 years old. He has escorted students here every day for 20 years, rain or shine. Passing cars he will not check because there is tape on them. Do your part and do not overstep your bounds on other things. His hands were rubbing together. He himself used to follow the official establishment of traffic police to check a car though, and the whole set of process was quite familiar. But letting yourself do this alone, there is still more or less some concern in your mind, and he was only a temporary worker. If he really met someone with a background on the other side, then this rice bowl of his own is not full. When the traffic cop finished his sentence, the entire broadcast room exploded at once. One pop-up after another from the water boys. 20 years and still no turnaround? That's too tough. Here for 20 years escorting elementary school children. This uncle is very caring. Kudos to him. At his age, it's not that turning or not turning doesn't mean much anymore. The bigger point is doing what you love. There were also a few water friends inside the live room who were observing very carefully. Just now when the situation was critical, I seem to have seen that this traffic cop was shielding the elementary school student with his own body, with his back to the speeding locomotive. Once again, the pop-ups on the live feed were once again a thumbs up. Back to the locomotive? If that locomotive had rammed straight into it, then the one who dies first is this traffic cop. So much love. If that locomotive had come right up to him, he definitely would have died first. This is love. This is great love. The pop-ups were moving and everyone gave a thumbs up. However, the two female writers in Lolita outfits did hear the conversation between Lin Bei and the traffic police. Both girls were instantly angry and furious. I can't believe that I asked the traffic police to come and screw myself in front of my own face. There is no way either of us can swallow this. The two girls huffed and puffed their way to the traffic cop. Where are you from? Don't slander people with your mouth open. The girl named Lily said furiously. We don't interfere with each other. You go your sunny way and I'll cross my one-tree bridge. We can do whatever we want. What does it have to do with you? The girl called Xiao Xiao was also furious. There was a large appearance of wanting to rush up and hit someone. You really have a lot of nerve. How dare you let the traffic police screw us in front of us? Today I'll let you know the wrath from Lori. Lily just wanted to rush up but was pulled back by Jojo. Instead, Jojo dropped her gaze to the traffic cop. You're an old guy who says he's been escorting elementary school kids around here for 20 years. With all the kids you've been dropping off day after day, a normal person would have been promoted to sheriff long ago. Right? Jojo acted as if she had gotten hold of some confidential issue. One look at you and you're catty. Maybe and you've threatened these kids. It's disgusting. Lily seemed to realize as if it had dawned on her. I think you must be collecting protection money from these elementary school students. With so many students and $1 each, you're making a couple thousand a day. The words of the two men were getting more and more outrageous, and such slurs were even more disgusting. Su Tao was furious, his chest rising and falling, but he didn't know how to explain. One pair of eyes could only glare angrily at the two girls in front of them. He wanted to walk away, but the tasks hadn't completed those again, and the child hadn't all crossed the road safely. Got me? No words. Ha! Lily was still applying pressure, and she had a victorious demeanor. Passing schoolchildren also heard the slurs. They stood in front of Su Tao in droves. Elementary school students also spoke up and said, "Don't you talk about Uncle Traffic Police like that. Uncle Traffic Police stand guard for us here every day, and he is so nice to us. Even when it's snowing heavily, the Traffic Police uncle shows up on time. I remember one time when a car didn't have time to brake because the road was slippery. The Traffic Police uncle swooped in and saved one of our students. You are not allowed to defame Uncle Traffic Police. He is our patron saint. You two are bad sisters." We all saw what happened just now very clearly. If it wasn't for Pink Sister's appearance, Uncle Traffic Police officer would probably have to be injured today. The elementary school students spontaneously surrounded Su Tao and made a protective gesture. In the past it was the Traffic Police uncle who guarded us. Today we will also guard the Traffic Police uncle. One childish voice rang out. They stood neatly in front of Su Tao. Cross your arms over your chest as if you were Ultraman trying to fight a monster. Su Tao's eyes are red. Looking at the children is even more touched by the mess. These children are very young and don't realize what kind of predicament they are in, but they knew that their Traffic Police uncle, who had been watching over them, was now in trouble, bullied by two bad sisters. That's why he didn't have to protect the traffic cop who had been guarding them. The parents of the students were quite moved by the sight, and at the same time will make us more angry, because it was these two women, who didn't follow the rules of the road, who almost killed their children. Their faces were furious. If eyes could kill, the eyes of the students' parents would be enough to kill these two people to ashes. Parents of students are starting to speak up at this point, strongly urge that these two women be punished. That's right, these two women absolutely must be punished. If not, people may lose their lives in the future. The parents of the students were outraged. Damn, you don't know how to repent for what you've done wrong, but you still want to come and slander the traffic police. GRs, who the hell raised these two? Is this a lack of education? Doesn't 9 years of compulsory education instill in them even a little bit of useful knowledge? Just then, some of the students' parents had rushed over. Rolling up his sleeves, one year angrily raised his palms, wanting to teach these two a harsh lesson. No one is blocking it at this moment, because all of them know that these two girls on bikes, if they are not punished in the slightest, are likely to become more aggressive in the future. Only by letting them know that this whole thing is wrong, there is a chance that a lot of lives will still be saved. The students' parents spat on the ground, then said viciously, "Since no one has educated you, I'll do it on their behalf today." Seeing that things are moving in an uncontrollable direction, good thing that Lin Bei stood out and stopped the parents of the student who had just become agitated. "This gentleman, these two girls are indeed guilty, but the law should be allowed to punish them. You parents are angry though, but you can't solve the problem in this way. You all have wives and children at home. There's an old man on top and a young man on the bottom. You beat him up, and you'll be legally responsible for it. When the time comes, it will be regrettable." Lin Bei said a few words forcefully without any pretense. "It's the car god." I don't know which student's parent yelled from the crowd. Everyone recognized this one as a car god. It's really the god of cars. I've seen his live broadcasts, and every one of them is very positive. Right, I've seen it too, and the face is quite familiar to me. After the identification of the parents of these students, everyone recognized that this was the god of cars. Lin Bei, since the god of cars is here, we'll listen to the god of cars. I believe the car gods will do us justice. The chaotic scene becomes at this moment is well organized. Parents of students and elementary school children stood in an orderly fashion. The two girls, at this time, also realized that the man standing there was Lin Bei, the god of cars. His eyes were mesmerized and he immediately turned into a fangirl. This is something that both girls also understand very well, and at moments they are understood opposites. There was some remorse on the part of the two girls, and their faces were even more cloudy. If he didn't stand against Lin Bei, he might even be able to rub off on this wave of traffic. A little more interaction on the air in the future and your own popularity will go up. If car god Lin Bei wanted to do something to himself, he would do it willingly, but now they're on the car god's team. Since it is already wrong, then it is wrong to the end. This matter can never be abandoned halfway. The two girls looked at each other. In that case, let's make a big deal out of this. Maybe even be able to catch fire while we're at it.
Xiao Xiao summoned up all her courage to look at Lin Bei. I don't care what kind of car god you are. We weren't wrong at all in this matter today. You're still trying to get an auxiliary police officer who hasn't been converted to mess with us.
That's right, I think you two are in cahoots and colluding, trying to use this whole thing to up the ante. Lily said.
Joke. The god of cars has more than 100 million fans.
Does he still need to engage in something like this to increase his fan base?
After hearing this, all the people in the scene laughed out loud. The two girls built that such a method was no longer of any use, and then turned their spearheads on Su Tao again.
What happened today must be you, old man. So far, you haven't been transferred for 20 years, and then you want to make a spectacle of yourself so that you can put pressure on the unit to transfer you, right?
Xiao Xiao said in a serious manner.
It's like he's caught the evidence. And you're the so-called car god.
You must have seen that both of our sisters are very pretty. So, the two girls had wanted to apply pressure from both sides and then call black white and white black. That way these two were able to get away without any problems.
Just when they wanted to slander Lin Bei for harassing them, a team of police officers came rushing by quickly. No, this is not the police. Children are the army, an army of live guns and nukes. At this moment, everyone was silenced. The two girls, however, felt no fear. They always thought that the hands of the men who had just appeared were fake guns, and that they would not necessarily shoot. These two girls are the ones who have seen the TV show, because it's written in all the TV shows that once a cop shoots a gun and goes back he is required to write a shooting report. Before the two girls could react, they were violently detained by the army directly on the ground, with guns pointed at their heads. You touched my boobs, Lily yelled. What the hell do you people want to come up here and harass both of us, and groping all over our bodies? Jojo yelled back.
They both know very well that being a girl can turn things around in public if they can utilize them wisely. The warriors were not moved in the slightest, but instead the power in their hands was increased even more. The soldiers finally searched the two girls' papers, which were then handed over to the officer.
Officer Chen Chao took a look at the documents, first froze for a moment, and then said with some embarrassment, these two people, one is called Do Lily, the other is called Wang Xiaoqiao, one is 17 years old, and one is 16. These two girls are minors, and it is impossible for them to have a driver's license. Their behavior belongs to the unlicensed driving, seriously endangering social security. It also violates the honor of the academician and the academician's family. The 7th Law Enforcement Brigade of the Central Military Region made military arrests in accordance with the law. Chen Xiao then even entered a standard military salute. The whole room was shocked at these words, because the amount of information in this is just too much. Both girls turned out to be minors, and it's still so arrogant. Everyone was silenced. There's just so much information here. The two girls who had been violently detained were also wide-eyed, in utter disbelief that these people who had appeared were actual fighters. What they couldn't have imagined was that Ming Ming would have a conflict with Che Shen. What do you mean by violating the honor of academicians and their families? Is it hard to believe that there are still academicians present at the site? That is a country of the elite, even the great Chinese one. 4 billion people are only 2,000 academicians. In the former human beings that are the elite of the elite. The two girls were even more gutted. If I had known that, I shouldn't have been arrogant at the time. Walking away in the dust wouldn't have landed you in this situation. But there is no longer any medicine for regret. Yet more people in the room didn't react at this point either. They believed that the two girls were simply lawless, and even more so when their locomotives went on a rampage. It is likely that they violated the academician or the academician's family a long time ago. These two girls are really evil. If it's true that the academician or the academician's family was violated, then the fate of these two girls in the future can be worrying. Look at what these two girls did. Must have committed this sin before. The parents of the students at the scene were also talking, and the eyes of these two girls became general. Many people believe that these two girls are to blame for the situation they are in, and that they deserve no sympathy. The netizens in Lin Bei's live room were even more shocked. The pop-ups in the live stream were like rain. Crap, there are actually academicians here? That's the elite of humanity, synonymous with the development of an entire society. This is a big problem. It's no longer possible for these two girls to get out safely. Good. People like this should be punished severely. If there had been no such punishment, they would have gotten worse. Exactly. It's to properly punish people like that. If we don't punish them, in the future, you and I will probably get screwed by them when we walk on the street. Brothers, don't you want to see who that elite of the elite really is? Crap, I want to know who the hell it is. But he's not showing up now. The netizens in the live chat room all are trying to find out who that one academician really is. Only Lin Bei himself knew that this army was here for him, because ANS has long been committed to his academician status and will also be exposed in the first class of the school year, and the Central Military District has committed to Sergeant First Class status. Thank you very much for showing up in time. Otherwise,
I don't know how long these two would be messing around. Lin Bei thanked from the bottom of his heart. Chen Chao gave a military salute then said, protecting the family and defending the country is the duty of our soldiers.
This is also what we should do. You don't need to say thank you. If there is an opportunity in the future, we should walk around often. Chen Chao naturally knew Lin Bei's identity.
But there are orders from the higher-ups that now is not the time to expose your identity. The words that were said just now were also just for the sake of deterrence.
But there was no intention of truly exposing Lin Bei's identity.
The two men had another family talk. Chen Chaoan promised to punish the two girls severely.
Lin Bei also nodded in satisfaction.
The parents of the students around us were more than satisfied. For no other reason than the safety of more people's lives in the future. This kind of rampage should be severely stopped. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room,
at this moment, even hit a question mark. Some viewers were instantly popping off. Is this really an ordinary person who didn't take the entrance exam?
Officers like that are not accessible to us ordinary people. Did you guys see the two just now seem to be pulling a home run?
More than seeing,
I saw that the officer was treating the car god with immense respect. Is there a possibility?
What might? Is there a possibility that the officer was also a fan of the car gods? The viewers in the live studio. On the other hand, thought it was highly probable that the officer was a fan of the car god. After all, what the car gods are broadcasting is quite positive. Especially the one owned by the god of cars himself, which is beyond the reach of many. An officer enjoys these extreme sports, and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Then Lin Bei touched Xinyochu's head and said very lovingly, what you did just now was awesome.
It's all about your awesome technology. I didn't even think that I would actually be able to transform into a mecha policewoman. And it's also incredibly powerful.
Xinyochu was still recalling the valiant scene just now when she said this.
No matter what, don't go wild on the road in the future. It's easy to get into accidents.
Lin Bei's eyes showed all love and concern. Xinyochu was also very good and leaned her head on top of Lin Bei's chest.
Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room became even more lively. The pop-ups were pretty hilarious too.
People sit at home and dog food comes from heaven.
I don't need to eat today. I'm already full from eating dog food. So loving. I want a boyfriend like that. I want one too. Full of my boyfriend. Guys, you watch while I go return the takeout. I'm already full from eating dog food anyway. As a single person, you shouldn't have to see stuff like this. This dog food is killing me.
Seeing them like this originally wanting to be single makes me want to get a girlfriend in the present.
The pop-ups on the live feed were a succession of them. Those singles are even more wowed. Others lament when they will find such a person. Some have said that the dog food caught them off guard. In the end, a whole bunch of viewers wished these two to grow old together. I hope they can be this happy forever. Lin Bei then found Su Tao and looked at the auxiliary police officer whose face was covered with the vicissitudes of the years. Even so, it didn't change this auxiliary's original intent. Sir, I'd like to ask you a question. Why are you still an auxiliary police officer after all this time? Lin Bei's eyes were filled with curiosity. Someone like Su Tao shouldn't have been held up in this position for so long. Did someone deliberately pull something behind the scenes? The parents on the side heard this sentence, then immediately jumped to the first answer. Mr. Su, is the civilian police retired as an auxiliary police? Because really love children so every day only tireless and hard to escort children across the street. Yeah, Officer Su really loves children. We are all relieved to have Officer Su's care. The children also love Officer Su. My kids even say that if they don't see Officer Su one day he doesn't feel safe crossing the street. We also don't know why Officer Seo hasn't been converted until now. Just as Lin Bei was talking to the parents, a group of kids came running over with gusto. Some of the children hugged Su Tao's thighs. Some jumped directly at Su Tao's body. And with a smile on his face, Su Tao stretched out his hand to catch the child. The smile on Su Tao's face was very sincere. If Su Tao didn't like children, there was no way to hide what was on this face. The scene was jovial and melodious. It's like a big family. No, the Great China is a big family. It was also because of this scene that it instantly touched everyone on the air. The pop-ups can't hide the sincere and honest blessings in joy either. Officer Seo can go on to manhwa Sia, and I myself must vote for him. I hope that Officer Seo can be turned around and millions of him appear. He is the children's protector. The most beautiful traffic police uncle in the children's hearts. That's a real traffic cop. Officer Seo can raise the image of the whole city. Officer Su must appear in the next city image selection. The pop-ups in the live feed continued. At this moment, a teacher in the school walked over and looked at Su Tao kindly and said, Officer Su, today is the graduation season for the students. Graduation photos are being taken in the school right now. The students have made a common request that they would like you to take a picture with them. Su Tao waved his hand repeatedly. It's not appropriate. I'm not the student's teacher. It's always a bit of a stretch for them to take a photo together. The teacher got high. You've been standing here. keeping the kids safe. They can also feel this genuine love.
The students unanimously requested for Officer Su to stand in the C position.
I still feel that something is inappropriate, Su Tao said. There's nothing inappropriate about it.
If you hadn't stood here rain or shine to keep them safe,
how would they ever think of you? Plus that's the philosophy of our education. To know the favor and not to forget everyone who made a contribution.
The teacher's passage thoroughly impressed Su Tao.
Plus again, it was a sincere and honest invitation from the kids, so it would seem a bit pretentious if he or she put it off again and again.
If there is no this young man today,
and another transformed locomotive heroine war, and what may be on the accident,
to stand C position still have to be them, Su Tao said with some shame. When Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu heard this,
they couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of emotion. After some persuasion, Su Tao finally agreed to the request. He also brought along the two of them, Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu. When taking pictures, Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu each stood on one side,
leaving Su Tao in the C position. Su Tao was a little uncomfortable at first,
but he readily agreed under the children's strong request.
Some children even took out the address book they prepared for graduation and left Su Tao's contact information.
Students who are about to graduate have asked for a photo with Su Tao. Every single one of them took a picture with Su Tao, and it looked like it was extremely comfortable without any sense of incongruity.
The children were not satisfied with this and were very grateful in their hearts. It is because of this one tireless auxiliary police officer in front of us that ensures their safety every day when they go to and from school. It is because of such people that the whole society has become more harmonious. Children's ideas are always so simple and so sincere. They don't have all the twists and turns of the adult world. They just want to keep the beauty of these years. They just want to use this way to thank that one. Rain or shine or standing at the intersection guarding their police officer Su. As soon as the group photo came out, it was voted by netizens as the most touching group photo of the year. Many of the live streamers were also in tears. The live stream became more lively and the pop-ups were overwhelming. This group photo will definitely be able to be published in the magazine. This is the best graduation picture of the year. My kids want to be police officers like Officer Su after watching it. My boy don't want to be a car god like that. My kids want to ride superheroes like the biker goddess. To be able to step in and help people when they are in trouble. My kids feel the same way. All the people in the live broadcast room agreed that Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu were indeed both spreading positive energy, and not a single step back in the face of someone so arrogant and domineering. All of it is people-centered. Put the safety of the children first. Such anchors are emulated by many. After this incident, Lin Bei was also in a state of reflection. It's too cruel to make traffic cops fight those cold-blooded mechanical monsters with the heart of a muscle. This is because people who drive motor vehicles are usually driving drunk, drag racing, drugged, or even driving with a gun. These are the most deadly. Drinkers always feel like the car is never going fast enough, but when they are actually faced with danger, there is no way to circumvent it. Then the traffic police, who are on the first line of the battlefield, can only fight them with their own flesh and blood. If you meet a criminal driving, it is simply not likely that the criminal will reduce his speed for safety reasons. So the traffic cops have been fighting these cold mechanical monsters with their own flesh and blood. Lin Bei then wondered if he could have the traffic police transform into armored warriors to fight criminals. If the traffic police can be transformed into armored warriors, even if they are in danger, they can ensure their own safety. And to the greatest extent possible, they can also ensure the safety of the masses. In this way, all problems can be solved. Lin Bei opened his system to check. Discover that redeeming this tech simply costs only 1 million a set. Lin Bei still had tens of millions of dollars worth of technology in his hands right now. This bit of tech value was nothing to him. At the same time it was still able to do a little bit of useful value for this society. But Lin Bei was redeeming the 5 elements armor. If he wanted to redeem the 4 ultimate armors, he would need 10 million technology values. Lin Bei thought in his heart that since he wanted to do this one thing, he couldn't afford to be heartbroken about this little bit of tech value he had, because once this thing is taken out, it will be able to improve this world to a great extent. Both the lives of the public and the traffic police have been given a great deal of security. Lin Bei was ruthless and directly exchanged all of the 4 ultimate armors, as well as the 5 elements armor and so on. It cost him tens of millions of dollars. Looking at the technology in these armors is really refreshing, but he's also clear that it's not eye-catching. The purpose of technology is to improve human life. This redemption is useful for humans, that's good. Lin Bei decided to surprise the traffic police and the netizens. Lin Bei then contacted Li Chang'an of the Dragon Science Academy.
What? Li Chang'an exclaimed out in shock. It's not realistic. Armor can only be a recreational thing. Li Chang'an couldn't possibly realize such a thing no matter which way he thought about it. Not to mention using it on a traffic cop. Even if it works, all the materials for the armor are bulky. Trying to achieve a flexibility is simply not possible. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry. After all, When this kind of thing just came out, it would definitely make many people question it. Plus this armor used to be a hot show.
Of course, when all people hear armor, they naturally associate it with that kind of episode.
So they'll just assume the armor is just a claptrap, and that using it in the real world is simply not possible.
This armor would do more good than harm if it could be used on the body of a police officer.
In every way, it maximizes the lives of the police, as well as the people's property, and the lives of the people's property.
Lin Bei carefully recounted the benefits that these armors brought, but Li Chang'an always felt that something was wrong after just hearing this idea.
Here's the deal, I'll look at the information first. Li Chang'an didn't dare to be too arbitrary.
Lin Bei had provided a lot of technical support after all,
and if this thing could really be manufactured, it would naturally be excellent. Of course Li Chang'an wasn't a fool. If this thing didn't have any feasibility,
then there was no point in wasting resources to produce it.
It's not natural for someone who can be looked at by the AAS to come up with some pie-in-the-sky idea. However, before the invention of the electric light, all was pie in the sky.
Airplanes are able to fly into the sky,
and that's only because someone went through a pie-in-the-sky idea to make it happen. Li Chang'an's idea was simple.
If the information given by the other party was not able to fulfill some conditions, then this matter would naturally be shot down. If this information can satisfy the conditions for the production of armor, then this matter will have to be put on the agenda. The reason why the Academy of Sciences has such a high status in society is because what is invented and manufactured benefits the entire human race. Lin Bei quickly sent all the information over.
When Li Chang'an saw the information, he was even more jaw-dropped. Originally, he had thought that the information given by Lin Bei was nothing more than some bold guesses. However, after seeing the information, the whole person was not calm at once, because the material as well as articulation in every place is quite powerful. In either direction, with such technology, you are now able to reach such production capacity. Of course there are some areas that need to be tightly controlled. Your long press is a little agitated, and your hand is trembling a little as you hold the information, because once these things are fused together, it will be an invincible armor. Moreover, the materials of the armor were also made of the latest type of materials, and the top of the weight had been given a strict control. The police officers will also look very portable when they wear them on duty, and they will not consume too much physical energy.
Li Chang'an discovered that these were said to be armor, but they were actually exoskeleton devices.
The first is the Inferno Dragon armor, which is best suited for porter and can be listed for the armed forces. The Wind Hawk armor, which is best suited for pursuit,
can be listed for traffic police.
Black Rhino armor,
best suited for low-grade falling objects and high temperatures, can be listed for firefighters. The Snow Mastiff armor with more comprehensive attributes can be listed for border troops. There is also lastly the Ground Tiger armor for mountainous terrain that can be listed as a wildlife protector.
Li Chang'an's eyes glowed. What was previously envisioned as impossible became possible in this moment,
and each key part has the clearest explanation. Li Chang'an came to the conclusion after some simple calculations that that was feasible.
He continued to look down, his heart surging even more, and the 4 ultimate armors are constructed more precisely, and the weight above has been reduced accordingly. There is also a very high level of technology, and the speed of action can be said to be highly compatible with the human body. But wherever there is just a slight movement of a person, the armor will be able to clearly feel to make the exact same behavior out of the person.
Li Chang'an deeply understood at this moment that the 4 ultimate armors could not be compared to the invisible armor,
and the policy and development difficulty was also higher, more suitable for single combat bosses and special soldier kings.
This was because the ultimate flexibility of the 4 great armors had far exceeded that of the 5 elements armor. At the same time, the ability to resist strikes has reached a new level.
The most deadly focus of the armor, that is too heavy and slow to move.
Sometimes one might even think that these armored generalities are very difficult to control, but the technology given by Lin Bei had overcome these difficulties very easily.
This is too amazing. Li Chang'an couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Once these things are produced and manufactured,
they will definitely scare the neighboring countries.
If large quantities were sent into battle, what country's defenses could easily withstand it?
If these armors were sent to the battlefield in large quantities,
it would truly be a realization, invincible and unbeatable. But the original purpose of these armors was for the safety of the people, so it's not likely to be sent into battle for a long time to come, unless someone violates my lofty China. How soon can these things be manufactured?
Lin Bei himself was a man of action.
He didn't really want to make the people wait a year and a half after he put this out. If it's possible, then it needs to be made, and then more of the people will benefit. After a rough calculation, it will probably take about 7 days.
Li Chang'an paused.
However, this is only the time to produce the 5-star armor. If you want to produce the 4 major ones, the ultimate opening time might be even longer. Hearing this news,
Lin Bei was also satisfied and nodded. Ultimate armor naturally takes a bit longer to manufacture, as it is more technologically advanced and many of the details as well as the materials are quite time-consuming. You guys will put it into use directly after it's produced. Lin Bei hung up after saying this. However, Li Chang'an's agitated mood could not be calmed for a long time. These things are so sophisticated and so mind-blowing. One can imagine a future where the streets are filled with police officers in armor. The security of the entire population will naturally rise. Li Chang'an didn't stop, but walked straight into the manufacturing workshop. At this moment Lin Bei was led down by Xin Yuchu to the Ison apartment of Longkou University. Xin Yuchu was holding Lin Bei's arm, a happy smile on her face. There is the Ison apartment, and the conditions for moving into the Ison apartment are simple. Xin Yuchu introduced the conditions for moving into the Ison apartments in detail. Lin Bei also listened very carefully. Lin Bei also understood after hearing this. If a couple stays in the Ison apartments, the drinks inside are free of charge and the rent is cut in half, which is a total perk. But when you think about it, causing comfort to give students benefits is not as bad as ANS pushing hard for marriages and births in order to believe in the call of the state. After all, even specialized relationship classes are being taught, and they're extraordinarily hot. The two had walked into room 3602 in between their jokes and laughter. Just walking in, Hui Fei spotted the two of them. You guys see who's here? Hui Fei said. Chen Mijia. Tang Yuyu hurriedly walked out from inside the bedroom, and a woman hugging each other and bouncing around expressing excitement. Why didn't you give us a heads up when you came back? Anymore, I should have thrown you a welcome ceremony, Chen Mijia said. While she was saying this, her eyes were falling onto Lin Bei's body. At this moment, Lin Bei appeared to be very clean and there was a strong confidence in his body. Hello, I'm Nika Chan. Hello, I'm Hui Fei. I'm Don Yo-Yo. These three women were extremely cheerful. After a while, they got acquainted with Lin Bei. These few people even surrounded Lin Bei and asked questions. At the same time, Lin Bei was well aware that these few people were currently all single at the moment, but is heavily involved with the male college students next door at 3601. It's as if Hui Fei and Zhang Xiaohan love each other. The two people are even more this kind of love for each other in the best way. Obviously in the heart of each other to keep each other's position, but in public, will not give each other the slightest face. The whole apartment knew about their relationship. Chen Mijia and Lu Paper Chow disliked each other, but the two had been lovers before. How much love was hidden in this? The people next to them naturally saw it clearly. Tang Yo-Yo and Guan Fantastic are imploring and have reached the stage of cohabitation, but are not living together because they can't leave their friends behind. These two are also very much enjoying this stage of their relationship. Now this pattern can be described as noisy, but there are so many moments of joy often in it. When Xin Yuchu moves out, the pattern of the place will definitely change. Exactly which direction it was going in, Lin Bei wasn't very clear. These women are certainly very gossipy together. What they are more curious about is Xin Yuchu's one locomotive, and it's still a doomsday mecha. Pink and tender, it just looks like a feeling of wanting. After chatting for a while, the girls and Lin Bei also became acquainted. Sisters, I have an announcement to make now. The apartment, which had been noisy, was quiet for a moment. The girls thought Xin Yuchu was going to solemnly introduce Lin Bei's announcement of her romantic relationship. I'm going to move out. These words were undoubtedly a muffled thunderbolt in the clear sky, exploding inside the entire Ison apartment. How could you abandon us like this? Tang Yuyu behaved in a pitiful and heartbreaking manner, and although there was an element of acting in it, it was not difficult to see that there was indeed a genuine emotion there. However, Hui Fei was very understanding. Since you've already decided, then enjoy this relationship. If you're not as happy as you'd like to be outside, just come back. Our door is always open for you. I'll miss you after you leave here, but you have to remember to come back and reunite with us when you're free. Chen Nika was equally enamored. After all, after living inside an apartment for a long time, everyone's relationship is relatively stable, especially with such a group of youthful and lively girls again. I will definitely come back to see you all, because I'm going to travel next, and in the meantime, I'll share my joy with you all. Xin Yuchu subconsciously looked at Lin Bei when she said these words. The two made eye contact and exuded a very tender love. After you leave here, there may be many more people behind you who want to come in, Hui Fei said. Nuan Nan, Zhang Wei, Dolly and so on, they are all watching intently. Chen Mijia said, can you not leave me? Tang Yuyu performed with great amplitude, but every word came from the heart. Don't be like this. Xin Yuchu eyes some red. After all, and these friends have been together for so long, to see them such a retention, they do have some reluctance. But looking at the man behind her, Xin Yuchu was still determined to live with her favorite person. Besides, I'm just moving out. It's not like I don't know you fine folks anymore. The atmosphere inside Ison's apartment became a bit of a different one. Hui Fei clapped her hands. Everyone,
Don't be like this. We just haven't met that person who can make us rise to the occasion. And now that Chu Chu has met him, it's natural for him to take this step. A woman you talk to. In the end, they all said that they understood Shinyochu's approach very well. Shinyochu finally reluctantly moved her things and left. Shinyochu's things were so numerous that the capacity of the Doomsday Caravan alone would never fit. Do you girls have so much stuff? You don't look at the mountain of stuff and your head hurts a lot. These are all things I use often. And each of them is very useful. So I want to bring them with me. Shinyochu pointed to each item as if she were counting them, giving a detailed introduction. Lin Bei has no way. Lin Bei directly bought another large truck and a refrigerated truck not only stocked up on luggage, but also added a lot of fresh ingredients along the way to prepare for the tour. Just as these things were done, Lin Bei's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone to see that it was actually Su Shanxiang. The 2 small black tech toys you gave me have already been made, and they are currently in the middle of a big production run. There are currently millions of people who want to buy the little genius child watch and the armor warrior belt. Su Shanxian's excited tone came from the other end of the phone. Originally it was a factory that had been about to close down, and now it was easily saved by Lin Bei. How could he not be excited about saving it back? Lin Bei was slightly shocked in his heart. Millions of people buying? Wouldn't that be over $3 billion, over $4 billion in sales? Sure enough, black technology and all that is really making money? This wave, not to mention the toy factory compound, is to create 100 toy factories again? That is also more than enough. You didn't have a bold idea immediately after hearing such words. That's getting into the non-car business. Because he can't wait to see flying cars all over China. And flying cars are enough to reform the entire human society's mode of transportation. I'm going to get into the flying car business. You make some preparations in that regard, Lin Bei said into the phone. On the other end, Su Shanxian was confused. It took a long time to come back. The non-vehicle industry is certainly a very promising one. I'm just a toy factory owner, processing some rough jobs. That flying car you mentioned, that belongs to the high-end stuff. Not to mention the flying car, even building a car, I feel very overwhelmed. It wasn't that Su Shanxian didn't want to earn money, but his own ability was limited. If it's processing some black tech toys, it's fine on its own. But the problem of trying to go about building flying cars is a bit of a problem indeed. Is it possible to make it up yet? Even the most central technology in this has not been mastered itself. You don't have to worry about these. As long as you're willing to do it, I'll help you solve these problems, Lin Bei said. After Su Shanxian heard these words, his entire body immediately became enlightened. Because his own factory, which was about to close down, was because of Lin Bei's words, and those things he provided. His own business and industry immediately survived, and the orders are now beyond what they used to be. It's all because of the advent of black technology. If one was really able to produce and manufacture flying cars, then it would naturally double in terms of profit. Also, one may be on the cutting edge of the automotive industry. Now that you've said that, it would be a bit pretentious of me to push back. Just tell me directly what to do when the time comes. Su Shanxian wasn't ambiguous either. I can't believe I have tech support, and I'm still pretty deep in my own family now. Besides, if you followed Lin Bei, you wouldn't lose any money at all. You would only become richer and richer. After receiving such an affirmative answer, Lin Bei immediately dialed the phone number of Li Chang'an, the president of the Dragon Science Institute. Dean Li, I do have one thing I want to ask of you. This matter is also something that only you can do. Lin Bei opened the door. If there's anything you want to do, just say it. Li Chang'an was now preoccupied with the manufacturing of the armor. The deeper he got into the manufacturing, the more he realized that these things inside were very well made indeed. I want you to acquire a package of high-end equipment from the military tank manufacturing plant and the state-owned high-end automobile manufacturing plant for Su Shanxiang. As soon as Lin Bei's words fell, Li Chang'an answered with his mouth full. Only an hour later, Su Shanxian received another call from the Dragon Science Academy. Hello, Mr. Su, there will be equipment from the military industry and state-owned enterprises arriving after a while. When the time comes, you prepare people to receive them, and you will make the arrangements for the specific installation location. Su Shanxiang froze in place. The head is buzzing. What's going on here? The front is just asking for equipment from the Lonok Academy. Now even the military and SOEs are allowed? The background is too bombastic. What Su Shanxian didn't expect was that his opponent's speed was still so fast. In just a few hours, all of this equipment was in place. Looking at these devices installed in their own plant, Su Shanxian's heart is naturally very excited. The equipment was touched and looked at. Treat him like his own son. These are military and state-owned equipment. It can be said that you can't always buy it if you have the money, but Lin Bei had done it in such a short period of time. It seems like the choice in the beginning was truly not wrong. Just follow Lin Bei's lead closely. In the future, one's career will definitely be able to flourish. Su Shanxiang raised his head and said with great pride. After the arrival of the equipment, Su Shanxian immediately began the expansion. This time he didn't have a choice, as long as it was a personal strategy. Instead, we're going to have the people who come in to apply fill out resumes, and from those people, we're going to pick the most talented people to operate the equipment, at the same time as to spend a lot of money to take a piece of land next to it, and then quickly build a factory. Su Shanxian was very clear that he was working for Lin Bei, even if it is a wage earner. It depends on the class of this wage earner. There aren't many people like yourself who are expected to be hitters and have access to all that black technology. Over time he has also made a name for himself as a general manager, chairman of the board. Of course it's Lin Bei. However, on the other side, Lin Bei was enjoying his leisure time. Wang Baoqiang's phone call came in. Lin Bei frowned. His side was indeed in trouble, with a debt of $60,000 that I had asked for from the empire. I was ready to take the train home, but I didn't expect that I would meet several handfuls of thieves as soon as I got on the train. They all had their eyes on this $60,000 in my hands, and each of these thieves was so savvy that they were able to show up and gain my trust. But what they didn't know was that I had already recognized them. Wang Baoxiang on the other end of the phone was still chattering. These responsibilities are Bing Bing and Hua partnering with the fairy jumping duo, as well as the thief known in the jungle as Uncle Lai, Wang, and the daredevil and very horny thief Van David. The money was just taken away from Van David. In the beginning I thought there were no thieves, so I did everything with a big grin. Wang Baoxiang on the other end of the phone was crying. More than that, he blamed himself very much. If this money goes missing, our brothers and workers in the milk factory won't be able to survive. And the dairy is now at a point where it's going to go out of business soon. I thought about it and there is no one here who can help me. So just tried to get through to you to see if you could help me. Wang Baoxiang's voice over there seemed extremely sincere. He had only one obsession in mind, and that was to get the money back and distribute it separately to his brothers in the milk factory. All of this was caused by his own belief that there would be no thieves in the world. The current Lin Bei was a lifesaver for him. Lin Bei listened to Wang Baoxiang's narration. He also truly felt that Wang Baoxiang really bad luck. Were able to suffer 3 waves of thieves. It's a real pain in the ass. Such bad luck was probably the only one in this universal world. System alert. A new special please passenger has appeared. Help get the money back and get a special reward for transporting it to its destination. Special passenger name Wang Baoxiang. Lin Bei listened to the system beep. Isn't this a coincidence? The last time is in the Wang Baoxiang and Su Shan fight. This time also in the feelings of special passengers can still repeat. That's a good thing. Don't be in too much of a hurry. I'll help you with this matter of yours now. You tell me the address and I'll rush over right away. After Wang Baoxiang on the other end of the phone heard Lin Bei's words, he was instantly very moved. He then told Lin Bei the address of where he was. Don't be too anxious. I won't just get your money back this time, but I will also send you back to the milk factory at the same time. Lin Bei said many more words to comfort Wang Baoxiang. Lin Bei looked at the Shin Yuchu beside him and more or less had some reluctance in his heart. After all, the two people, which had just established their relationship and fallen in love, stayed together for a very fast time. I'm going out now, Lin Bei whispered. Where are you going? Shin Yuchu looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. Lin Bei said, I have a brother who is in a bit of trouble right now, and I have to be there to deal with it before it can be resolved. Shin Yuchu skimmed her mouth. Naturally there was some reluctance in her heart. Then when will you come back? Shin Yuchu was, after all, a highly educated person. If she kept tying Lin Bei to these few sides, she would seem a little too selfish herself. What's even more critical is that the man you choose is just that good. Whatever he does, one must also support it unconditionally. The time hasn't been finalized yet, but trust me, I'll rush back the first time after I get things done. Lin Bei actually didn't want to leave, but the conditions given by the system were still very tempting. He had some of the anticipation of that special reward. I'll wait for you. Shin Yuchu appeared generous and let Lin Bei know that there was someone else waiting for him here. Lin Bei opened the live broadcast after explaining. The popularity of this live broadcast is still very hot. In less than a few minutes after the broadcast had just started, 10 to 20 million people had already gathered in the live broadcast room. This time on the air, fans on the air have been saying that they have received black tech toys from the anchor. Pop-ups followed. Very powerful and awesome features. The point is that this thing is not only powerful, but also very inexpensive, compared to a certain company's product. Are you guys saying this as if the anchor hired a trustee? A passerby viewer sent out a questioning pop-up of his own. This was followed by a dislike pop-up in the live broadcast. We're really not TOs. We're all real consumers and real fans of the car gods. If you don't believe me, just Google the little genius smartwatch yourself. The features in there will absolutely blow your mind. In comparing it to the ones you've purchased before, you'll realize what it means to be truly black. That passerby googled it. This was followed by a pop-up inside the livestream. It's really quite impressive and at such a low price. Dude, we're both honest. No need to lie to you. Wahhabas don't lie to Wahhabas. There's never any of that fluff in the car god's live room. Everything is real. Hot on the heels of that, you don't see sales of the little yellow bikes on the live feeds continuing to go crazy. And these purchases of the little genius watches and the little black tech toys were made by passerby viewers. At the same time, these passersby paid attention and also tapped a concern. The number of fans is also on the rise. Lin Bei thought about the flying car he had asked Su Shanxiang to produce earlier. So he said to the live broadcast, "Families, behind me I will enter the field of flying cars. The era where everyone can drive a flying car is coming." The moment these words came out, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room boiled over as a result. Crap, is this for real? Could it be that my very dream is about to come true? At that time we will also be able to fly on land in a black technology flying car. This is very exciting to think about. Anchor, I'm going to be the first to experience it. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, but I'm going to be this first person. Is there an advance? Anchor, get on the little yellow car. I need to reserve a flying car now. All the people in the live room were looking forward to the era of flying cars. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. After all, the advent of flying cars is definitely a descending blow to the existing automotive industry. Many car companies may go bankrupt as a result. Even some countries where cars are the backbone of the industry, such as the small days, could go bankrupt as a result. Wouldn't that be a joy to see the little days go bankrupt? If they could go back 50 years, wouldn't that be better? The world's richest man, Maska, is bankrupt? Oh, not so much, but it could definitely bleed a lot. Talking is talking. Fooling around is fooling around. Anchor, you hurry up and produce the flying car so that we can experience it as well. Most of the old-timers in the booth are very supportive of the speedway industry. Lin Bei's heart is even more added. TG. Looking forward to the future of the non-vehicle is introduced. Can be sold in a big way. Then, the Lin North Motor Doom locomotive went on a wild ride. This scene even made the audience in the live broadcast room's blood boil. This is very safe in terms of speed as well as stability. And the live feed is very stable. Spanning 1,000 kilometers. Lin Bei finally arrived on top of the green train where Wang Baoxiang was. After some searching, Lin Bei finally saw Wang Baoxiang. Wang Baoxiang stood alone at the other end of the carriage, looking very lonely. The whole thing seemed so isolated. 2. Across from Wang Baoxiang was none other than Fan Dawei. At this moment, Fan Dawei was wearing a Piggy Peach mask. The scene still looks more than a little comedic. "Kid, I'm taking your money now. What's the matter? It's really not very safe for you to go back with so much money. So this money is going to be held by me for you." Fan Dawei's voice still sounded more or less obscene, and the scene looked very bullying. As soon as this sentence was said, those juniors who followed Fan Dawei even laughed out loud. "That's right. Our boss is very right. This money is not safe for you to hold. Dangerous things like this will be done for you by the brothers. Your kid also has a good life. If you hadn't met us, I don't know whose hands this money of yours would have fallen into. If you kid dares to move, I'll shoot you." Fan Dawei pulled out a toy gun and pointed it at Wang Baoxiang's forehead. Although Wang Baoxiang was naive, he did not dare to easily move the slightest bit in the face of such a scene, because Fan Dawei's group looked extremely formidable. "I really don't know if they'll do any of those murderous things." "Right, you'd have cooperated with us like this earlier. Things here would have been done a long time ago." Fan David laughed out loud. "Nice guy. Take Wang Pecan's $60,000 and forget about it. And scaring people with a plastic gun? This is tolerable." Boom! A green train that a locomotive just ran into. At once the whole compartment was dumbfounded by the total lack of drama. And the locomotive was extremely oddly shaped. But what was amazing was that the locomotive came in and was able to stop flat and steady. Yet the biker was surprisingly able to get away unscathed. All of them took a step back. Neither one of them had thought that in the middle of this real world, there were still people who were so wild. At this rate, and with this kind of maneuvering, if it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to survive. Everyone was in shock. Only Wang Baoxiang was ecstatic after seeing that the visitor was Lin Bei. He crossed his arms, his temper was very high, and his earlier obsequiousness had disappeared without a trace at this moment. "You guys are screwed. Now that my boss is here, just prepare yourselves to be cleaned up." Wang Baoxiang's temperament came up at once. How much higher than that earlier act? I wonder. Van Don finally slowed down. "Ha, do you think that by making an appearance like this, I will be afraid of you?" Fan Dawei patted the gun in his hand and said with a smug expression, "Kid, no matter which path you're on, in front of absolute strength, it's better for you to keep your tail between your legs. Otherwise, the bullets inside this gun of mine won't grow eyes." The atmosphere on the green train became very anxious.
All of Fan David's ability to control the entire situation on the train relied on having a gun in his hand. Being a modern man naturally, I am very aware of the power of this gun. So the other two forces of thieves did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Van Dyke also relied on the guns in his hands to take control of the whole situation. The people on the green train were in a cold sweat. If this reckless thief did fire his gun, then lives would be lost. The viewers of Lin Bei's live broadcast were also jaw-dropped. Although these viewers love to watch the fun, they have to think carefully when it comes to issues like this. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all advising Lin Bei to be careful and never be reckless. The god of cars must not be reckless. In case you eat the peanuts, you don't stand a chance. The god of cars must be steady. This is not the time to show off. Shaoxin, you can't have any accidents. If you have an accident, who of us will still watch the live broadcast? The old-timers in the live broadcast room were also very worried about the safety of understanding. However, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. Then, with his head held high, he looked at Fan Dawei. Shoot me if you damn well can. Lin Bei's words were loud and clear. Kill me. I just don't believe it. You can escape my Huaxia's heavenly net. For saying it word for word and hearing every word very clearly, the crowd on the green train was even more frightened. They muttered in whispers. Finished, it's over. These people are outlaws. Really pissing them off might. This young man who provokes like this will only not have a good time. I'm afraid this young man would have hidden hatred for the Northwest if he hadn't pissed this man off. The people on the green train were very worried about Lin Bei's safety. After all, in their opinion, Fan Dawei with a gun was a man who didn't want to die. Maybe he's got a few lives on his hands. If you kid talks anymore, I'll send you to report to Hades today. Fan Dawei shook the gun in his hand. For some time the people on the entire green train with their hands on their heads have squatted down, not daring to raise their heads at all. They don't want to lose their lives right there on the train. Even if you lose all your money, it would be nice to save a life. Lin Bei, however, acted very relaxed and took a step forward. In your condition, you still want to send me to report to the King of Hell? Lin Bei's eyes were full of provocation. Good, you're a good kid. The gun in Fan Dawei's hand was brought up and was aiming at Lin Bei with one eye open and one eye closed. Come on, I'm right here. Lin Bei's voice was very loud. The entire green workshop had their hearts in their throats. If this went on, this young man would have absolutely no chance of surviving. As long as Fan Dawei gently pulled the trigger, that young man wouldn't stand a chance. Good boy, gutsy enough. Fan Dawei laughed out loud. This kid is very much to my liking. I'm missing someone like you inside my team. You'll follow me in the future. Fan Dawei put away his gun. I won't kill you today, so you'll follow me in the future, and you'll have all the food and drink you want. This sudden turn of events left all the people on the green train with their jaws on the ground. Why is this still pulling people in? Lin Bei, however, laughed out loud. That's just a fake gun you have there. The crowd was shocked. The head that had originally been buried down, at this moment even slowly raised up. A fake gun? Is that possible? Or is it another provocation? Fan Dawei's heart tightened. Who had leaked the fact that it was his hometown in his own hands? Was there a spy among his own team? In order not to be recognized, Fan Dawei could only harden his head and raise the gun in his hand, pointing it at Lin Bei's head. I appreciate that you're a man, and you'll follow me all over the world in the future. Eating and drinking. You are so ungrateful. Then I will not blame the bullets in my gun for not recognizing people as well? Lin Bei shrugged, then said very easily, I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. The viewers in the live room and the crowd on the green train were dumbfounded. Viewers in the live stream were even hitting the pop-ups to urge understanding. This is cool, but there's an occasion for pretending. Car God, that gun is real from either direction. You might as well stop provoking him for the sake of your own life. Handsome, very handsome indeed, but I'm afraid such handsomeness will cost me my life. Too reckless, too reckless. Car God, you can't be like this. We're still waiting for your flying car to come out. All the viewers in the live room were in a cold sweat. Right at this moment, Lin Bei unexpectedly stretched out his hand and took the initiative to grab the pistol in Fan Dawei's hand. I've told you to shoot and you're so slow to do it. Come on, only I've come to help you. Lin Bei's words had just fallen, only to see that Lin Bei had already pulled the trigger. The hearts of the crowd were even more in their throats. At this rate they would see blood. Snap! All of them watched what was happening in front of them, but no bullets were fired from inside this pistol. And it came out a little yellow ball? Little yellow ball? All of them dropped their hanging hearts. But the other two threatened thieves were instantly enraged. Damn it! Threatening me with a fake gun. Damn it! I'm so popular in front of you that I'm swallowing my voice like this. It's really a disgrace to my worldly reputation. The two groups of thieves were even more furious to see such an end. This son of a bitch used a fake gun to fool people, followed by these two groups of thieves click up to give Fan Dawei a fat beating. The scene was then a mess. Lin Bei was suddenly wearing a doomsday mech and stomped his foot on the ground, which directly shattered. A few people were trembling in fear, and none of them dared to act rashly. This one man's eyes face to face, for a moment without any idea. These usually quite thoughtful thieves at this moment had blank, and at this time, Fan Dawei wanted to take this opportunity to hurry up and bolt. Just as he was about to reach the door of the carriage, Lin Bei took him down in one swift motion, a knife hand directly above the neck, and Fan David wobbled and fell to the ground. This series of movements flowed without the slightest pause. The whole compartment was in disarray at that moment. Those other thieves were indirectly trying to bolt. After all, in front of such a person, one simply had no way to slip out of his hands even if one had heavenly skills. Lin Bei was not a kind man. Since these people had made a mistake, they had to pay the appropriate price. Lin Bei's speed was extremely fast and the moves he used were overwhelming. Although these few people's methods in kung fu were powerful, none of them were able to slip away under Lin Bei's single strike. I planted it. Hua shrugged his shoulders but acted very frankly. In that case I have nothing to say. Kill or die as you wish. Uncle Lai also lowered the weapon in his own hand. I'm very unconvinced but I don't have much to say. Ice, having gone this far, naturally had no way to continue to fight against it. Blame it on your own bad luck this time to share a large sum of money. But in the end, you planted your head. Now you'll wait to be sanctioned by the law. Lin Bei didn't talk nonsense with them in the slightest, and the police officers on the train came quickly after him. The police officers handcuffed all these thieves in a swift manner. All of them were greatly relieved to see this scene. If we let these people go down, I wonder how much money the ordinary people in this car will lose. Even more hateful is the possibility of losing one's own life as well. After seeing that these thieves were all under control, the people in the car were finally relieved. However, these thieves meet the moldy Wang Baoqiang, who dials Lin Bei's number at the moment of crisis. In that case, it was these thieves who were really unlucky. After a series of police investigations, the gang of thieves did not do much to hide. Thank you very much for your righteousness. After our police investigation, this group of people has a king of thieves and a couple of godly thieves. The police officer's sentence. Just after he said it, the car boiled over. These people can be described as vicious and without any human morals, manners or shame. In their eyes, it's more about wanting to get something for nothing. That's taking what is someone else's and forcibly occupying it as your own. There is another one who is a robber cum thief, and this person's methods are extremely cruel. Our police have been on the lookout for him, but we have not been able to apprehend him. There was some excitement in what the cop said, though it's true that this incident today came out of nowhere. No one would have thought that such a character would appear in this car. And since the police force is already limited on this train, if the other party really fights back to the death and the gun in his hand is real, then the whole thing becomes especially complicated. By the time those robbers take 2 more hostages, then all of this train will be threatened to a great extent. Such a loss is not something anyone would dare to take lightly no matter who they are. Fortunately, Lin Bei's timely appearance made the whole thing very simple. What was more important was that Lin Bei had realized 0 casualties and had subdued these thieves with such a strong means. After we ask our superiors, we will absolutely give you the honor of a 5-star Good Citizen Award. The policeman was very sincere when he said this. The people on the train chimed in. A Good Citizen Award is well deserved. The gentleman deserves that honor as well. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of this gentleman, we would not only have lost money today, but probably would have been physically harmed. The people on the train were very excited, but Lin Bei reached out his hand and shook it. I can't take this good citizen. If you really want to give it, then give it to Wang Baoqiang. Wang Baoqiang froze for a moment, and his heart was touched, because Ning Bei didn't just help him a lot, but also gave him the honor. He was simply unable to repay him. You've embarrassed me like this. Wang Baoqiang naively scratched the back of his head. If it wasn't for your appearance, I wouldn't know how to go about explaining to my brothers in the milk factory. And now you're giving me this honor. I really don't know what to say. Wang Baoqiang was naive, but every word was said in a reasonable manner. Don't take these things to heart. It's all a favor I did, Lin Bei said very frankly. In the end, the police respected Lin Bei's opinion and gave this good citizen to Wang Baoqiang. Wang Baoqiang's face was even happier after he got the honor of being a good citizen. I've honored my ancestors. Wang Baoqiang grinned. Everyone will have to give me a thumbs up back in the village in the future. But all of this was given to me by you. Wang Baoqiang bowed deeply to Lin Bei. I have no teeth to forget this favor. You don't have to take it to heart. It's all a show of hands not to mention me. Even a competent person who sees it will lend a helping hand. Lin Bei then looked at his live broadcast room again, which was filled with pop-ups, one after another. As long as we are united in upward mobility and spread positive energy to machine to tackle thieves when we encounter them, then there will be no thieves in the world. Before you do something like this, you have to ensure your own safety first before you can see what you're doing.
The anchor is really wise and courageous.
At one time the entire live broadcast of hundreds of millions of viewers all felt
full of positive energy. A car god is a car god all on its own. Unlike some anchors, who just shout slogans.
The only one who really practices is car god Lin Bei.
At this time,
Lin Bei also realized that his tech value was clicking for a while as another 60 to 70 million popularity values arrived. With these tech values you can exchange them for more powerful black tech.
Lin Bei's heart was very happy. These tech values are very useful for yourself.
Like the giant mechs in Rim of the Oceans,
BT-7274 in Titanfall,
the Air Mothership in Women's League,
the Nano Core, the Nano Spikes, etc.
All of these things are able to be redeemed, and they can take the whole social landscape up a notch even more. Lin Bei put away his own little thoughts and looked at Wang Baoxiang and said,
"Where are you going?
I'll send you there." Wang Baoxiang looked at Lin Bei with wide eyes. His heart was even more emotional. He had only asked him for help, but he hadn't thought that he would have to escort himself back.
Wang Baoxiang was not pretentious.
"I still have to go to the milk factory in the western suburb of the mountain city to return the money there."
"Alright, I'll escort you there." Lin Bei's own mission was to escort Wang Baoxiang to his destination. And of course this destination was naturally where Wang Baoxiang wanted to go. "I don't want to do it after I pay back the money. I'm ready to follow Boss Lin. With a boss like you, why would I worry about not being able to make a name for myself in the future?" Wang Baoxiang laughed nervously. "Do you still want to be an ambassador abroad?"
Lin Bei remembered the first time he met him.
Wang Baoxiang said he wanted to be an ambassador abroad. "Of course I want to. It's a honorable thing to do.
I've been wanting to go since the first time you asked." Speaking of this as Wang Baoxiang's eyes flooded with a confident gaze.
"And, for this matter is also very yearning." "That's fine then. After you deliver the money, you will be sent to the foreign ministry for training." Understanding said indifferently, but the words spoken made no one feel any doubt. After all, the strength of the person is there.
Wang Baoxiang heard the excited hands and feet, and for a moment could not find any language to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. He was only able to thank him repeatedly. Afterwards, Lin Bei then drove the Doomsday Mecha to send Wang Baoxiang to the milk factory in the western suburb of the mountain city.
"Boss Lin, wait here for a while. I'll come out and join you after I return the money."
Wang Baoxiang was afraid to understand that he would not wait for himself,
so he instructed. Lin Bei nodded. "Don't worry and do your thing boldly. I'll always be here for you." When Wang Baoxiang's figure faded away,
Lin Bei also received a notification from the system.
"Congratulations on completing the special passenger mission. Rewards are being handed out."
"Congratulations on receiving the gold medal reward for summoning
3,000 dead soldiers. Whenever there's a need, just say in your heart, 'Dead man, help me,'
and 3,000 dead men will appear to help."
Lin Bei was greatly shocked. These 3,000 dead soldiers could be equivalent to the strength of a regiment,
and it was also a reinforced regiment.
He couldn't help but reverie. If these 3,000 dead soldiers went to work in an electronics factory, how much wool would they have to pull in a day? If you go for a jerk loan, TSK, how dare you fight me with those guys from the lending company? Even if you walk on the street, there are 3,000 minions follow me afraid. Is the street even a dog have to call a social big brother? Right?
The more Lin Bei thought about it, the more beautiful his heart became. But there was one thing that made Lin Bei very unhappy, because these 3,000 dead soldiers only have 3
chances to summon. After the 3 chances were used up, there was no possibility of summoning these dead soldiers in. Why couldn't the system let itself be summoned all the time? If that were the case, it would be invincible. In the future, no matter what one did,
as long as one wanted the help of these dead soldiers, they would appear in front of one's face in a flash.
And how spectacular would that scene be? Just then,
Wang Baoxiang came to the milk processing plant.
"Brothers, I've got the money back. Everyone come and claim your share."
Wang Baoxiang put the money on the table and waited for his co-workers in the milk factory to claim theirs.
Colleagues in the milk factory would have thought that the money was not going to come back at all,
and letting Wang Baoxiang go to ask for money was just going through the motions.
But how could they not expect that Wang Baoxiang not only got the money,
but also came back safe and sound?
"Big brother, you're a miracle worker."
"Yeah, this money was supposed to be a deadbeat.
Never thought you'd actually ask for it back." "Brother Bao Chang, if there is anything in the future, just greet me and I will be in place." Colleagues in the milk factory seemed very enthusiastic, because Wang Baoxiang asked for that sum of money back,
and at the same time set up a heroic image in the hearts of colleagues. If this kind of talent can stay in the factory, then there are a lot of problems in the future can be solved.
"Don't be in a hurry to thank me, all of you,
because it wasn't me alone who was able to get this money back safely." Wang Baoxiang pointed at Lin Bei who was standing outside and said very proudly, "All of this is all because of Boss Lin's help. I was able to come back with this money safe and sound.
If you all want to thank, go and thank Boss Lin."
All the workers also froze after hearing this. A group of people then found Lin Bei in great numbers, and they all expressed their most heartfelt gratitude, which was not accompanied by any substantial gifts, but appeared incomparably sincere. Lin Bei waved his hand. This is all a piece of cake. Brothers, today may be my last day to stay in this factory because I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to become an ambassador to a foreign country. When Wang Baoqiang said this, he had a very proud expression on his face, as if he had become an ambassador to a foreign country. The milk factory workers laughed even more at this remark. Brother Baoqiang, let's not go bragging about that, and do a good job in the factory. Brother, let's keep our feet on the ground. If you can even be an ambassador to a foreign country, then I can be the leader of this factory. Although the brothers of the milk factory were very thankful that Wang Baoqiang was able to bring back this credit, they still maintained their stance on what Wang Baoqiang had just said. Wang Baoqiang is going to be an ambassador to a foreign country, something that no one even believes. Just then, 2 military vehicles drove right up to the entrance of the dairy. Out of the military vehicles came a squad of heavily armed and heavily built soldiers. Where the workers in the milk factory had seen such symptoms and so on, it was the posture of those soldiers walking up that was enough to shock them. May I ask who is called Wang Baoqiang? A soldier leading the group asked in a neutral voice. I am Wang Baoqiang. Wang Baoqiang also had some obstacles for the monk to figure out in this moment. Hello, Mr. Wang. We serve orders from our superiors to pick you up for training related to ambassadorships abroad. This statement stunned his co-workers at the milk plant. One by one, their jaws dropped and their eyes glared like brass bells. The workers at the milk factory understood perfectly well that with their new status as they were now, there was no way they would ever get to that position. Said to say, make a fuss. These milk factory workers can only watch the cow Wang Baoqiang on the peak of life. Wang Baoqiang followed the military. Lin Bei was also preparing to return to the imperial capital. Lin Bei saw that all the dust had settled. It was time for him to return to the imperial capital and continue his journey with Xin Yuchu. But he also received a message from the Dragon Science Institute, and he was told to hurry back to the Dragon Science Center. Lin Bei turned off the live stream and came to the Dragon Science Academy. He came to Li Chang'an's office and opened the door. Is the Thubrian built, or is the armor? Li Chang'an hemmed and hawed. Nothing can be hidden from you. Just don't sell yourself short. I want to know what's built right now. Lin Bei was already an acute person. Everything wanted to know the result at the first opportunity. This Li Chang'an, however, has been selling out here. Isn't this trying to give you a surprise? Li Chang'an never said what exactly it was. You're about to rush me to death. Lin Bei didn't dare to offend this dean so easily, and could only be patient and let the other party sell his story. It's meant to be a surprise. It's the Wind Eagle armor built. Li Chang'an's heart was also happy when he saw Lin Bei's anxious appearance. The kid had surprised himself too much, and now it was his turn to surprise him. And you don't have to worry about following up on your travels. The armor will be transported to you once it's built here at ANS. The Shublian, for that matter, will need to wait a little longer. It takes a long time for large ships after all. Li Chang'an paused and said unhurriedly. However, the words of the Valkyrie. Ha ha, it might be quite fast. After Lin Bei heard these words, his entire mood instantly improved. This is a real surprise. That's quite away from Lonok Academy. Armor, if you will. My initial intention was to have police officers transform into armored warriors to fight in the summit tournament. It allows people from all walks of life to reduce their work pressure while ensuring the safety of people's property as well as their lives to the greatest extent possible. Lin Bei said. The subsequent armors produced can all be put into use as long as they can pass on top of the quality. Exactly how to go about cooperating. That's your business. Lin Bei looked affordable and clear when he said this. The ease and candor of it. After all, the reason he wanted to create armor in the first place was to lighten the burden of those who serve the people, as well as to reduce the risk to their lives. What's in it for him? I want to utilize my live stream for promotion. I don't know if this is any pressure for the Longku Academy side? Lin Bei asked with some worry on his face. This idea of yours is very good. There's naturally no pressure from the Dragon Science Academy side. Li Chang'an said firmly. This is a very good idea. Don't worry to promote it. The country will back you up. Having received such a promise from Li Chang'an, Lin Bei's mood became even happier. This would make future trips between himself and Xin Yuchu more interesting. It was also able to make more people aware of the benefits of the armor. After Lin Bei left the Dragon Science Academy, he went straight to that school in the beginning. Su Tao is still working feverishly at his post of traffic police. Lin Bei opened the live stream. In just a minute's time, 50 to 60 million people had gathered in the live broadcast room. That's what the car gods are made of. This was also accumulated by Lin Bei in his own positive way. After Su Tao saw Lin Bei, he walked up very eagerly. Mr. Lin is very happy to be able to see you again. Su Tao had some incoherent very excited. I'm also glad to see you again.
This time I passed by here just to be able to see you.
Lin Bei said very pertinently.
Because his purpose was to deliver equipment to Su Tao. Last time it was because of you. The top is already preparing to do my transfer. Everything is going through the procedure now. Su Tao grabbed Lin Bei's hand tightly, not willing to let go for a moment. This is because once converted, Su Tao will be able to have some of the benefits that come with retirement. He has a guarantee for the rest of his life. And this matter is a very important thing for him. Lin Bei laughed. This is a good thing. It's also something you deserve. You're the children's patron saint, and actually deserve more. Su Tao had some embarrassment. He had always thought that he was actually justified in doing so. On top of this society, everyone has a role to play. This job that I do is both a mission and because I love it. That's what I should do. And that's what I'm willing to do.
This phrase willingly made Lin Bei have some tears in his eyes. People who are as selfless as this are very rare indeed in today's society.
Just for that one genuine emotion, I guess many people can't do it. Right, this time I came over to bring you a good thing, Lin Bei said. Su Tao froze for a moment.
For Lin Bei himself was filled with gratitude.
So how could he be ashamed to ask for his things again?
Forget about what you brought me. You've done me such a huge favor.
I don't even know how to thank you. Su Tao's feelings were sincere and he couldn't find better wording for a moment. You know what kids like? Lin Bei asked. Kids nowadays love toys like Ultraman, Armor Warriors, and Fire Boy King. Then there are all kinds of anime. Su Tao reported these things as if they were his family's favorites. And many more that kids prefer from the bottom of their hearts. Various positive songs. Lin Bei sighed darkly. Su Tao was really having a conversation with a small child. Moreover, these children's favorite things, Su Tao was able to keep in mind.
It just goes to show that Su Tao is very down to earth with the kids. There was no condescension. It was treating the kids as friends to be around. And only after treating the children as friends will they tell him what they like. I came over here to try to put a new piece of equipment to use on you.
It's kind of an experiment. After all, no one has ever worn this equipment before. Lin Bei didn't want to lie. It is true that no one had used armor before this. Even the ones that can appear on screen. It's in a movie or television production. Can this thing protect the children better? Su Tao asked. That's natural. If you don't want to, I won't force you, Lin Bei said. That's naturally willing. After getting Su Tao's promise, Lin Bei took out the Wind Eagle armor. Su Tao froze. The audience in the live stream went wild. If anyone else had pulled out armor, the audience would have just thought it was a holster, also known as props for filming, or rather the audiophiles used their best abilities to produce something quite ornamental. Once again, the pop-ups in the live stream were close to frenzy. Crap, is this for real? Are you kidding me? Is this fake? Isn't it true? If it was someone else who took out this Wind Eagle armor, I might still question it, but I will never question the Wind Eagle armor that Car God Lin Bei took out. What? That's Wind Eagle armor? The audience in the live room was shocked all of a sudden. I'm looking forward to finding out what the Wind Eagle armor will look like on a traffic cop's body. Is this the kind of stuff we're going to be policing in the future? The god of cars is the god of cars, and every time he comes up with something, he is able to shock us beyond belief. I'm going to write it down. This is our moment to witness history. This is epic making. The audience in the live stream continues to go crazy and in shock. Su Tao received the armor with a suspicious expression on his face, because this Wind Eagle armor was so light. It was like it was made of plastic. So light? What's the point? It's not just a holster, is it? Why is this thing so light? Although Su Tao had many questions in his heart, he would not say them at this moment. In his opinion, Lin Bei was also being kind. It would have been more or less rude to question the thing on the spot. You put it on first, you'll know after you get on, Lin Bei said with confidence. No one had ever used this Wind Eagle armor before, but according to the system, this thing was definitely capable of reaching an unexpected effect. Su Tao put on the Wind Eagle armor with confidence. Right after everything was on, he was surprised to find it comfortable and lightweight. It's like you can leap several meters at a time. Su Tao's legs gently bent, wanting to try how many meters he could jump with the armor he wore. As a result, Su Tao's jump directly jumped up 2 or 3 meters. This scared him so much that he lost his mind. And in the end, because he didn't have control of his landing, his whole body also fell on his back. This was a lot of fun for the viewers in the broadcast room. A pop-up was filled with joy. Ha ha, joy to me. That's too funny. But we have to say that this armor can really serve a pretty good purpose. You guys look at the lines of that armor and the design of the various places. The sense of technology that's all over the place. This thing is really a good thing. In the future, it will not only be able to maximize the protection of the children, it will also be able to protect the officers on duty. The viewers in the live room were all very excited, also marveling at the technology of the Windhawk armor, which was quite tasty. Lin Bei zoomed how to control the Wind Eagle armor and told Su Tao.
Su Tao was also slowly groping for it, and the more he groped for it, the more he felt that this thing was too good to be true. Not only does it look the way the kids like it, but it's also a brand new one in terms of both power and speed. Although he was a bit older, he wore this Wind Eagle armor as if he were a young man. No, it's supposed to be tougher than the youngsters. After a period of practice, Su Tao had been able to master the Wind Eagle armor with ease and comfort. After the students were dismissed from school, the children ran to their patron saint as they always do. After they saw the Wind Eagle armor, all of them were attracted to it. It's Wind Eagle armor. Mom, I saw the real Wind Eagle armor. It's really Wind Eagle armor, and it's still moving. This is great. I'm going to take a picture with the Wind Eagle armor. Watching the children run towards him, Su Tao took the initiative to open his helmet. This revealed the face that was so familiar to the children. It's Uncle Su Tao. It's really Uncle Su Tao. It's so awesome. It turns out that Uncle Su Tao is actually an armored warrior. It's really great. It turns out that Uncle Su Tao, who has been guarding us, is an armored warrior, and we have been guarded by armored warriors. What's on the TV show isn't always a lie. I have to take a picture with Uncle Su Tao and let all my other friends know about it. They're definitely going to die of envy when they find out that I was able to take a picture with a real armored warrior. The children have asked their parents to take pictures of them together, also because of the appearance of the Wind Eagle armor. It caused serious congestion for the traffic on this road. But just then, a little girl was accidentally hung up in the back of the van because of the crowds pushing and shoving. The van was oblivious, but then took off. You guys, look, there's a kid hanging out of the back of that van. Really, I saw it. Big guy, think of something, otherwise the child will be in danger. The crowd stood still, only able to do nothing, because the van was just too fast. There is no way to catch up with the van if you are running on your own two legs alone. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If the van didn't stop, the little girl would have fallen from it, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Surrounded by children, Su Tao also found a void. Kids, stay away from me. I'm going to get that little sister down now. Su Tao's heart was very anxious, because he knew he had to save that child now. Otherwise, there will be quite a bit of damage to that child's mind as well as body in the future. Su Tao is eager to save people. Directly a leap of 5 meters high in the air and accelerated parabola. The mirror leapt straight forward a dozen meters. All of this was clearly seen by those present, when they settled down once more. But suddenly, he realized that Su Tao had grabbed the little girl. Baird, the little girl's school uniform is torn, but the man was safely rescued. The scene just now developed so quickly that many of the onlookers did not see the whole thing clearly. As far as they could remember, all they knew was that a little girl was hanging on to the back of the van. Meanwhile, a traffic cop in Wind Eagle armor appeared and saved him. How exactly was it saved? And no one can describe it in detail. Everyone gasped when they saw the little girl unharmed. That scene just now was too dangerous. If it wasn't for this traffic cop in trench coat armor, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If it had been a few minutes later and my child's school uniform had shattered, I can't imagine. It was so thrilling, so scary. This traffic cop, he's a superhero. Uncle Su Tao is a superhero. He would have been our patron saint. Uncle Su Tao was originally an armored warrior. In order to protect our safety, Uncle Su Tao has hidden his identity this time. Everyone on the scene was cheering. Because of the appearance of the Wind Eagle armor, all of them felt sufficiently safe. Feel more confident that in the future, if your child is in danger while crossing the street, someone will step in to help. The little girl was in shock, staring blankly ahead. Little sister, how are you? Su Tao squatted down and asked with great concern. Uncle, I'm so scared. The little girl's body trembled. The scene just now was still fresh in her mind. It was as if he had just come back from the Ghost Gate himself. There is no need to be afraid. There's Uncle's uncle who will definitely protect you. Su Tao used a very gentle tone. The little girl wailed. He then lay tightly in Su Tao's arms, not willing to part for a moment, because he felt a great sense of security lying in Su Tao's arms. Even if the whole sky fell, the little girl would not feel any fear, because she is also clear that as long as there is Uncle Su Tao here, even if he meets a greater danger, it will be turned into a safe. Su Tao very dotingly touched the child's forehead. Don't worry about it. In the future, as long as there is an uncle will definitely protect you. This sentence is not a promise to a little girl. It is more of a commitment to the general public. It was also a promise to Lin Bei. Lin Bei had given himself so much more than just helping to turn himself around. Also sent myself such great gear. The little girl's parents arrived at this time, hugging his own family's children for a while to shush them. At the same time, he also bowed deeply to Su Tao. We really don't know how to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid our children would be. Today, the young parents left behind clear tears, because at the time of the accident, there was nothing they could do. All that could be done was to watch the van, taking his child further and further away. But the flying eagle armored warrior shows up and makes it all go away and saves his child safely. 1,000 words cannot express how I feel as a parent at this moment.
You guys don't have to thank me. All of this is what I should do. Su Tao paused. If you guys want to be thankful, you should thank Mr. Lin. He was the one who gave me such good equipment to be able to guard the children more effectively. If it wasn't for this equipment, I would have had to watch your children being taken away in a van today. Su Tao's heart was full of emotions when he said this. If it had been his old self, there would have been no way to resolve this matter today. But we're still very grateful to you. And thank you Mr. Lin at the same time. The young parents were only able to thank in such a simple way. Only then did Su Tao slowly turn his head back and look toward where Lin Bei had previously stood. But Lin Bei's figure was no longer visible in that place. All he saw was one child after another. Looking in his direction with expectant eyes, Su Tao vowed in his heart, in the future, he must properly stick to his post and shoulder the responsibility given to him by his armor. And don't waste Lin Bei's hard work. It is a small love to stand in this position yourself and keep the children safe. This armor that Lin Bei had created was able to shoulder the safety and security of the entire Chinese people, which was a great love. This little thing that he had done was simply not enough. Su Tao looked at the sun in the sky and muttered, in the future, I will definitely use my armor to guard the children's safety. The other side. The viewers of Lin Bei's live broadcast went crazy. Pop-ups floated up. And from reading between the lines of these pop-ups it was clear that they were very shocked by the appearance of the armor. Did you guys see that scene earlier? Do you even need to tell me that? It's so cool, so cool. Especially the moment the traffic cop flew out. I saw the light. This is technology in the truest sense of the word. The Wind Eagle armor is amazing both in terms of its cosmetic atoms and its effectiveness in real-world testing. And the materials used on the body of the Wind Eagle armor are, I'm sure, very rare. The key is that this Wind Eagle armor is not only able to achieve the effective use, it is also very lightweight when worn on the body. This doesn't just give the person wearing it a reduced physical load, but at the same time it is more able to integrate the person with the Wind Eagle armor. If all the traffic police are fitted with cracked Wind Eagle armor, wouldn't that make all the traffic police in China superheroes? That goes without saying. Our Chinese police are superheroes. The live feeds went crazy once again. The audience had an infinite number of guesses. If all the traffic cops were to wear Wind Eagle armor like that, then in the future, there will be no hiding place for illegal driving such as drunk driving, drug driving and so on. Seeing such a boil in the live broadcast room, and also for the promotion of the armor, Lin Bei said, in addition to the Wind Eagle armor, there are other armors that will be given priority to the professional police and military. This statement was made. The live feed was all abuzz. There's other armor? Are you stupid? Don't you know any of the other armor? I personally have a suggestion. The Inferno Dragon armor, which is best suited for combat, can be listed for the armed forces. The Black Rhino armor, best suited to withstand falling objects and high temperatures, can be listed for firefighters. The Snow Mastiff armor with more comprehensive attributes can be listed for border troops. There is also the Ground Tiger armor best suited for mountainous terrain that can be listed as a wildlife protector. Upstairs brother, I'm going to give you a big kudos. You're spot on with your analysis. If all of these armors are created and can be utilized, why would my lofty China fear others? With all of this armor equipped, this country we live in will become very safe. The discussion continued among the viewers in the live room. That's when an audience member said, guys, I'm the very lucky one. Since I'm about to graduate from the Armed Forces Academy, I wonder if I'll have the honor of being an armed police officer and then transforming into an armored warrior to fight criminals. Aha! If I can become an armed police officer, then I will definitely make use of the armor to do all the security measures to protect the people. Smash those criminals so that they have nothing to hide. Props to you. This brother hopes to see you inside the armored warrior in the future. Lin Bei's entire body was happy when he saw these pop-ups, and at the same time, I'm glad for the decision I made. Lin Bei thought to himself, if you knew that the Huberian and the Valkyrie were in the midst of power repairs, wouldn't you all go crazy? The popularity in Lin Bei's live room continued to climax, and all of them are looking forward to that day. After all, once an armor like this is released, the whole world will go crazy for it, because the pattern of the whole world will produce a heavenly change. At the same time, if this thing is used on the battlefield, it is absolutely invincible and invincible. Exactly who will be listed first will depend on luck, and it also depends on our mood. Lin Bei turned off the live broadcast after saying this, leaving tens of millions of viewers there with their jaws on the floor. They didn't have the slightest doubt about what Lin Bei said because the Che God had this ability. Lin Bei came to Aisen's apartment after turning off the live broadcast. At this moment Xin Yuchu had already packed all her luggage. I'm going to say goodbye to my friends. Do you want to join me? Xin Yuchu stared at Lin Bei with two big eyes. You're my daughter-in-law,
so I naturally have to follow you to say goodbye to your friends.
Lin Bei said. Shin Yuchu blushed scarlet and said delicately, who is your daughter-in-law? Shameless. Nasty.
Although her mouth said such words, her heart was joyful.
The people in Edson's apartment were extremely reluctant to leave the friend though, but it's also very nice to see your friend find a genuine relationship. The friends in Edson's apartment didn't say too much,
just watched in silence as they took one step at a time. At the same time the heart was praying that the pair would go on happily ever after.
Looking at the backs of the two people walking away, their hearts were extremely envious. Perhaps one day, one will be able to have such a person by one's side, traveling with one to various places, leaving evidence of love for each other in every part of this world. The two of them, Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu, then got into the caravan. This caravan of doom Shin Yuchu had never seen before. Today was also the first time she had seen it, and she realized that although the RV was small, it had all the right features inside, and the colors that decorate the inside are very much your own. From this color alone, he was able to prove that Lin Bei was very attached to himself. And inside this house you can wear clothes and, more importantly, cook food. This caravan is really too perfect. I like it very much. The expression on Shin Yuchu's face couldn't hide the happiness in her heart.
I put a handrail inside the shower room for your safety, Lin Bei said in a serious manner.
Yet, it made people feel that it wasn't very serious. Shin Yuchu pretty face scarlet.
The bathroom installed handrail this terrain she is aware of.
It is just for that when. Good to grab the handrail. What other functions does this caravan have?
Shin Yuchu was also getting more and more curious. The body of this doomsday caravan is wrapped in a layer of invisible paint that prevents radar detection and reduces air resistance.
So even if you scream loudly in the caravan at night, people outside won't be able to hear you. When Lin Bei said this, he intentionally increased the sound of the word scream. Shin Yuchu listened in a serious manner. And the other features were even more jaw-dropping. There's also a tray unit at the back of the car seat that can hold other things as well. But I've already put Sun Shanxiang's doomsday mecha vehicle on it, Lin Bei said.
All of the features of this doomsday RV are extremely stunning. But what I'm even more satisfied with is the soundproofing of this caravan of doom. Because no matter how much noise we make inside no one will hear us. So we can rest assured that we can boldly. Before Lin Bei's words fell, Shin Yuchu's mind recalled those strange images. Shin Yuchu felt as if she had entered a wolf's den. This wolf's den is still a place you came into willingly.
Why does your mind go to those strange things? Shin Yuchu said very delicately. What are you thinking? I'm talking about a performance of the whole caravan.
And this caravan also has the function of automatically cooking food. As long as you put in the ingredients you can turn on the lazy mode with one click, and let the system control the cooking,
which is equivalent to the combination of the world's top chefs, and all kinds of dishes can be made.
Lin Bei began to introduce himself in a serious manner again. But Shin Yuchu always felt that this guy was scheming. But this is a great way to enjoy yourself. If it was actually in the shower, then your armrests are very useful.
Shin Yuchu thought about this and even more so.
She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Bei.
Where do you want to go?
Lin Bei suddenly made a turn in the painting style,
causing Shin Yuchu to be a bit at a loss. The Great Wall, Shin Yuchu said decisively.
Lin Bei also nodded his head year after year. As the saying goes, it is not a good man who does not reach the Great Wall. He came to the imperial capital to see the Forbidden City, but he has never been to the Great Wall. Lin Bei was very moved. He never thought that Shin Yuchu actually put himself in the first place. To say that the Great Wall Shin Yuchu was a long time ago, and he has never been there. Shin Yuchu must have wanted to show himself the Great Wall and then go somewhere else. The fact that a woman can put herself first is proof enough that she is extremely high in her mind. Lin Bei secretly swore in his heart.
In the future you must treat Shin Yuchu well. Absolutely will not let her suffer any wrongdoing.
His own woman of course should be by himself to take good care of.
The two determined their destination and quickly set off for it.
Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room had learned about the Great Wall from textbooks, but had never been there. Some viewers who went to the Great Wall still find it very impressive to this day. Just at this moment in the live broadcast room also came out a travel blogger to apply for a mic,
hoping to be able to Lin Bei and the province have some introduction. The eighth wonder of the world, the Great Wall. Understand that seeing the other party so genuine, they gladly accepted.
This scene could make the viewers in the live broadcast room envious.
How exciting would it be to be a tour guide for the car god Lin Bei,
and still touring the Great Wall,
the eighth wonder of the world, with the god of cars. The pop-ups floated up in the live feed. If only I were in the Imperial City, I could go and be a tour guide for the god of cars too. I only blame myself for not being serious when I was studying, and now I can't even say the name of these famous places and monuments. So it's a missed opportunity. No, I have to hurry up and get some additional history knowledge, so that I can be a tour guide for the god of cars in case he comes to the city of mine one day.
It was such a simple thing that it created a historical tidal wave of fever among these tens of millions of viewers. After Lin Bei arrived at the Great Wall, that guide was a dark man wearing a baseball cap. His body was also very robust, and after he saw Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu, he opened his mouth and said a poem. The sky is high and the clouds are faint, looking down on the geese flying south. It's not a good man who can't reach the Great Wall, and I've traveled 20,000 miles on my fingers. After the dark man finished this verse, he extended his hand. Hello god of cars, hello goddess, I'm your tour guide for this trip to the Great Wall, just call me Old Zhang. Hello, I'm Lin Bei. Hello, I'm Xin Yuchu. The three men exchanged pleasantries. Old Zhang was a self-acquainted, and quickly became acquainted with Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu. To the northeast, don't lick the iron rod to the Great Wall. Don't lick the wall. Old Zhang smiled and said again in a mysterious manner. Xin Yuchu and Lin Bei were attracted at once, and they asked in unison. Why? Because the iron bars of the northeast stick to your tongue, and the walls of the Great Wall poison. The two of them, Xin Yuchu and Lin Bei, were even more wide-eyed. You two listen to me well. Old Zhang cleared his throat before saying slowly, when the Great Wall was built, the top poison, crane's head red, was used, and an adult who ingests 60 grams in one go will die. Then why is this poison for the purpose of or to make the wall stronger? And this is one of the secrets of the Great Wall standing for thousands of years. Xin Yuchu is listening to the dumbfounded. This historical knowledge is not easily learned in books, and only those who are big names in history will understand this fact. Then Old Zhang took Lin Bei and the two of them up the wall to overlook the world inside and outside the Great Wall, explaining the history of the construction of the Great Wall, known as one of the 8 wonders of the world. The Great Wall is the parapet of Chinese civilization and also the wall of nightmares for the countries of Western Europe. Old Zhang spoke eloquently, as if he had witnessed the entire length of the Great Wall's construction. At this moment there is also a meal of admiration on the air. Such a detailed explanation could not be easily seen even in history books, and for this Old Zhang to know it so well was quite erudite. The people in the live broadcast room also raised objections. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the field, since the tour guide, then for this aspect of the historical knowledge, that is, to be quite proficient in the right. In the live broadcast room, all have their own opinions. However, more viewers are even more admiring the whole cultural heritage of Lao Zhang. At the same time, it also allowed the audience in the live broadcast room to understand in more detail the past of the lofty China and that glorious history. How about the fact that even Voltaire, the preeminent literary figure of the 18th century, stated that the Great Wall was the culprit that had victimized all of Europe? Old Zhang was glowing with energy while explaining the entire history of the Great Wall, all the while with a proud expression on his face. This is not only the Old Zhang himself for this aspect of learning and cultivation of a pride, but also the towering China contains the historical heritage, so that the Chinese people feel very proud. It is only the historical heritage of the whole of China that can make today's sons and daughters of China feel proud and honored. Why? Old Zhang hadn't finished his words, but threw out such a question instead. The two of them, Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu, simply acted as a listening audience, while at the same time learning about the past of China and the splendor of the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. First of all, the Great Wall was first established to defend against the invasion of nomads such as the Huns. With the Qin dynasty's establishment of the Great Wall of China, here we have to say that Zulong was a truly responsible and farsighted emperor, and because of this initiative of his, the Chinese civilization was able to stand on top of the world. It was also because of Zulong's series of measures that it was possible for China to accomplish unification in the true sense of the word. Let's not go too far here. Let's talk about the Great Wall. Old Zhang was talking and felt that he had strayed from the topic, so he pulled the topic back. It's okay, you continue. These histories are something that every one of us Chinese should understand clearly. Only by understanding the heaviness of our own history can we become responsible for what a Chinese should be. Lin Bei was also filled with passion by this flurry of talk. As the saying goes, if you don't regret entering Huaxia in this life, you will still be a Huaxian in the next life. This is the pride of a Chinese person from the bottom of his bones. With the Qin dynasty to establish the Great Wall of China, and then finally during the Han dynasty. At that time, Han Wudi repeatedly attacked Xiongnu from afar, and more importantly, Han Wudi didn't want his country to be bullied by Xiongnu all the time no matter what. He also wanted to be a Chinese in a dignified manner. Han Wudi sent Wei Cheng, Zhangqian immediately to Xiongnu. It is important to know that Emperor Wu of Han was a reluctant peacemaker. Emperor Wu of Han thought it was very humiliating to send the women of his country to another country for temporary safety. After a series of efforts by Emperor Wu of Han, there was the champion husband, Hua Daisy, who went straight for the jugular and beat the shit out of the Xiongnu by sealing the wolves. The champion Marquis Hua Daisy is one of the generals I admire the most, because on top of a land as difficult as the Xiongnu,
he was still able to fight straight through. The more old Zhang talked, the more excited he became, and the whole person was even dancing. That's right, as a huaxia person that's not to be reconciled, absolutely not to be able to parasitize all the safety and security on a woman's body. Lin Bei said. Zhao Jun's going out of the plug was an agonizing decision made by Zhao Jun for the sake of the safety and security of the people of the whole of China. And none of us knows what kind of pain Wang Zhaojun suffered after he went out of the plug, but he made such a great sacrifice for the sake of the entire huaxia. This is something we should always remember. The current huaxia was created by generations of heroic martyrs. Without the efforts of that generation, today we don't know if we can still stand here. Lin Bei was also very excited, recalling the heroes who moved people in the history of China. Think back to that historically famous battle. It is also because of those people in history who were not afraid to sacrifice for the sake of hardships and dangers that we got back this glorious moment of China today. It is only after generations of hard work that we are able to live on this land and make us proud of them. Let us carry on their spirit and go on forever. More than that, it makes us remember that we are a Chinese at all times. At this moment, Lin Bei's live broadcast room had already ignited. The tens of millions of viewers were roaring the words, "Don't regret entering huaxia in this life, and be a huaxian in the next." For a moment the entire screen of the broadcast room was filled with these words. Old Zhang's words continued. So after the Huns got their asses handed to them by champion monkey Hua Daizi, where else could they go? It would have to go to Northern Europe. And this is where the nightmare of ancient Western Europe began. Lin Bei stood on top of the city wall, his eyes gazing ahead, as if he was feeling the bravado of the year when Hua Ziwei led his army to attack. Like that, the war horses and generals of the day are long gone, but the spirit left behind by those generals and soldiers lives on forever. Such a spirit will never be extinguished, for he lives on in our hearts. The Western children of his time were medieval fighting in castles, believing in a theocratic religion, and the prim and proper nomads, for their apparent cunning, went to the witch doctors as a one-sided massacre. Seeing big hair exterminate big hair, the first one to be exterminated is him. Seeing the second hair extinguish the second hair, wielding the whip of God, wherever he goes, not an inch of grass grows, so to speak. When old Zhang said this, it seemed that all of them saw the Huns of that year, reigning over the lands of Western Europe. The Huaxia of his time has also always been the strongest in the world. It's just a pity that in modern times we constructed the Great Wall on the road but not the Great Wall on the sea, and when a group of robbers barged in with their hardened ships and cannons, the corrupt old woman's regime backed down again and again, causing my China to fall into a crisis of extinction. It's good that at last our people have poured out a new Great Wall with their flesh and blood, exchanged space for time, and finally waited for the day when the Tartars were expelled. The great mountains were overthrown, China was restored, and rejuvenation was ushered in. Old Zhang finished his explanation in one breath, and his whole person became very impassioned. The audience resonated with a great time. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, all of a sudden, flew up. We've just suffered too much in the past from too many losses and too much suffering, and now we must rise to the occasion. If you fall behind, you're bound to get beaten. Old woman. And the regime is a very striking example of that. Back then we didn't have the technology or the courage that we have now, and that's why we've always been oppressed by others. The Chinese have stood up and will never let anyone ride on their heads again. The hatred of the past will never be forgotten. We are not a warlike country, but when others bully us, we will definitely make them pay the absolute price. The audience in the live room was a mass of excitement. All of them are, for the future, making a difference, also proud of being a Chinese. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all very clear that if they didn't want people to ride on their heads, then they had to be strong themselves. However, what scares people in this society nowadays is the development of technology. It's only after having tough black technology that other countries won't dare to tell you what to do. Xin Youchu's mood surged after listening to this explanation. I went to Nonglong Academy of Science and Technology University because I hope to fight for my country's honor within the field of science and technology, and make the country a little stronger. Xin Youchu had a very rigid expression on her face when she said this. In the past, our forefathers, the martyrs poured out a new Great Wall with their flesh and blood. And now, soldiers build us the Great Wall of Moat with their flesh and blood. What about the future? Once a nuclear war breaks out, or an invasion by an alien civilization breaks out, it will be very difficult to stop it with all the means we have available. So I've decided to construct the 3 Great Walls of the new era. Lin Bei was also talking about his own epiphanies. These 3 Great Walls are the Great Wall of the Sea, the Great Wall of Space, and the Great Wall of the Stars. 3 major threats corresponding to each of the 3 Great Walls: maritime, air and near-Earth orbit, and outer space and interstellar. You don't say this with great confidence, and the look that passed over his face left no room for doubt. This plan is magnificent, but this plan is indeed very difficult to realize.
although old Zhang appeared to be very excited. He thought that such a plan seemed to have surpassed
the current level of technology.
What you said about this plan is indeed very good also, as old Zhang said.
It is very difficult to realize, Xin Yuchu said. But this grand plan we are going to have, just like the advent of the electric light, the ability of airplanes to take to the skies. In the old days that was all just a guess, but in the later years all these things were realized one by one.
Xin Yuchu looked at Lin Bei with firm eyes. She wasn't sure if this grandiose plan would ever come to fruition, but something like this had to be done by someone.
The audience in the live room was once again abuzz. Shay Shun, this plan of yours is too grandiose. We simply don't have the ability to do this right now. Even if the Dragon Science Academy has such an idea, I think it will be decades before it can be realized. It's true that what we have now can be considered a strong nation, but what the Chashan said we should also take into account in that, because who knows what will happen in the future. Save for a rainy day. Take precautions. We can only hope that the world will change and that the three great walls, as Chechnya calls them, will be built soon.
It's a bit unrealistic for us to say such things nowadays. Lin Bei looked at the pop-ups as well as the people around himself,
not caring at all in his heart. And he didn't want to have to explain, because some things once explained are likely to go in the other direction.
Although Lin Bei didn't explain,
he had secretly planned his next move.
Lin Bei watched the points in the system change constantly. The source of all these points stemmed from the fact that he had been broadcasting live, so he had gained another 80 or 90 million popularity points. These popularity values can be exchanged for a new aircraft carrier,
a new destroyer, a new nuclear submarine and a 6th-generation skyfighter. In this modern age,
one's country can only become more powerful if all the resources are in one's hands.
Only when one's country is strong can one move in a stronger direction.
Then the three great walls of which he had spoken would be able to be easily realized.
Only after you are strong can you protect yourself and the people you want to protect.
If one is once surpassed in this regard,
then one is only able to be rubbed on the ground.
Of course the self that Lin Bei was talking about was the whole of China.
Though the idea, as it stands now, makes a lot of people disagree.
But one is determined not to give up. If all people would give up after encountering such a little skepticism, then there would be no need for all things to be developed and researched.
How come this kind of thing can happen on top of the Great Wall?
Xin Yuchu asked with a skeptical face. Lin Bei and old Zhang turned their heads to look, and both of them froze in place as well.
Because there are scratches all over the walls of the wall, and it says XX to this.
How can these things appear on such a famous monument?
These people are too ungrateful.
Xin Yuchu was very angry in her heart.
The Great Wall of China is a landmark of China, and after so many generations, it still stands. The history contained and carried on it is very heavy, and it's the gem of China. These people came to see the Great Wall of China and even left such traces on it after feeling the heaviness of history. Do they want to be famous for all time? Carve their names in stone for eternity? Lin Bei was also very angry, because something like that shouldn't be tarnished by these scratches. What it carries is not the honor of one person, but the history of the whole of China. It is also a constant reminder to those who come after that the Great Wall has an indelible credit. It also carries on the spirit that never dies. Let the sons and daughters of China not forget that period of history and the glory brought by the Great Wall of China. Yet these people fail to remember the benefits that history has brought to them, nor does it recall the spirit that the Great Wall of China brings. This is all commonplace. On the bricks of the wall, things like this are everywhere, and there's no way to manage this kind of stuff. Old Zhang was also pained when he said this. Yet there is nothing that can be done about it. This is something you must find a way to manage, or else all of the Great Wall in the future will be engraved with such words on top. Xin Yuchu frowned. There really should be a way that this can be handled, instead of letting this go on. In the end, the Great Wall, which carries the weight of history, will only become a way of showing off for those who come to visit this place. Although there is already a clear rule that you can't carve on this, but these tourists are still doing what they want, and have not taken such regulations to heart at all. Old Zhang also looked very helpless. After all, as a history buff myself, and as a tour guide, I can't do anything about it when I see such a famous site, so damaged. And even if you see the person who is committing the crime on the spot, you don't have that ability to stop him. Old Zhang sighed. There's no way. Some people just use such a reason as a kind of bragging capital. They don't know how to respect history at all, nor do they know what important spirit lies behind this Great Wall. Yeah, nowadays there are a lot of people who just use traveling as a capital to show off their wealth. They come to this place not because they really like it, nor because they want to enjoy the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, but instead as a way to show off. Lin Bei also had a deep feeling about this kind of thing, because he's seen a lot of this kind of thing. Those people are also proud of the fact that they have been able to visit a lot of places, but they have not even taken the time to understand and respect the spirit and history behind these places of interest. If we let things like this continue to develop, our treasures of China will likely become faceless. Shin Yuchu hit the nail on the head.
The two men in the room fell silent.
This statement does hit the nail on the head. If this continues, the jewels of my China will become unrecognizable.
Those who come after will likely not have the opportunity to see what it looked like in the beginning.
That is indeed a problem. But with the era we are living in now, there simply isn't much capacity to do these things.
Old Zhang could only shake his head and sigh. Because of their small power, they are only able to watch things go in another uncontrollable direction.
If this continues, these people are too disrespectful to cultural relics and ancient sites. Lin Bei sighed. In the meantime,
the audience in the live room also started a heated discussion.
It's true, traveling. I don't know when it has developed into a kind of bragging rights. How heartbreaking it is to see this scene for those who really want to get to know these ancient sites and feel that weight. This is the commonwealth of all. It cannot be destroyed because of someone's selfishness. Civilized tourism. This is what every citizen should do. Uncivilized tourism is simply shameful. In order to protect the ancient ruins of Huaxia, it is better for everyone to be less hands-on when traveling in the future. The discussion in the live room was extremely heated.
When Lin Bei saw such a situation, he suddenly had an idea in his heart as well. Then he said to the live broadcast, "I'll suggest that the state set up an ancient site protection center, list it as fast as possible,
and then protect the ancient sites." The audience in the live room was in an uproar again. Why didn't I think of that?
If there was a specialized agency to take care of this, then it would probably happen very rarely. If such a group of people who specialize in protecting ancient ruins show up,
those traveling people should not dare to act so recklessly. That's a very good offer. Exactly. There should be a specialized agency like this. Catch those who do graffiti and punish them severely and heavily. I think they should be given the added reputation of breaking the law. Catch one and punish them severely. That's killing a chicken for a monkey.
Only after suppressing a group with strong means will those behind wake up.
The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know what Lin Bei was planning to do though, but the offer was well received. If it can really be done, it will be a great thing for the country and the people. The heritage of Chinese civilization is also better protected. As long as these historic things exist, then those thousands of years in the past will not be forgotten. The pop-ups in the live feed continued. I don't know what the god of cars plans to do though, but I believe that with the influence of Chaishan's billion-dollar popularity it should be possible, right? If the car gods need volunteers, just ask and I'll be the first to report no matter where I am. +1. The viewers in the live room were enthusiastic. For something like this, all of them expressed their support for it.
And some are more than willing to give a small part of themselves.
Perhaps after watching Lin Bei's live broadcast,
the content of the live broadcast after each of these viewers are full of positive energy.
Positive. In an invisible way, these spectators have made a difference. However, at this moment Lin Bei had already made calculations in his mind, and this matter was naturally on the agenda. Lin Bei took out his other cell phone and sent it to Elder Qin after editing a text message. Imperial Capital. After Elder Qin received the news, the expression on his face changed for a moment. The protection of cultural relics is indeed a matter of national importance. It's just that there are indeed some difficulties in administering this. Old Qin muttered. Lin Bei's text message above had recounted the cause and effect of the incident. What's more, it adds some insight of its own. Qin Lao looked at the content displayed on his cell phone. Nowadays, there are too few public figures who are as responsible as this. Lin Bei truly deserves the words national idol. A smile appeared on Elder Qin's face. Since there is such a responsible person taking the lead, it is only natural that this matter should not be delayed. Qin Lao quickly ordered it down, and the protection of cultural relics spread throughout the network. Soon, netizens will see the hot search. The Palace Museum will join Long Kuyuan to set up an ancient site protection center. It was an event that was announced on all social media sites at once. What's even more frightening is that videos as well as articles about things related to the preservation of ancient ruins have surpassed 100 million views in a short period of time. The number of likes is also a huge number. At this moment, Lin Bei's live broadcast room was even more boisterous, because Lin Bei had just said that he was going to establish an ancient ruins protection center. And within this short period of time, news like this was issued. All the viewers in the live broadcast room agreed that this was indeed Lin Bei's doing. Because Lin Bei just said that he would suggest the establishment of the results really suggested success. The viewers in the live room started another round of heated discussion. For a while the pop-up started around the construction of the entire center for the preservation of ancient sites. Car God is awesome. The god of cars deserves no less. 1 minute we're talking about proposals and the next minute we're already building on them. I would suggest that workplaces like Carson's should take 5 off and 2 on. I don't think that's good. There should be a rotation system, because at the time when there are the most tourists, it is also the time for vacation. If this is the time when the Center for the Protection of Ancient Sites is on vacation, then there is no way for this work to be done. What's said upstairs is very true.
This system of going to work still needs to be looked at in the future. Try to stagger the peak hours as much as possible. A unit like this should be formed by volunteers. Volunteer? This volunteer is not an unpaid volunteer. Volunteers should be paid a certain salary. Otherwise, how can others support their families? That's something I love to hear. No matter what job you're in, there's family behind you, so it's still about pay. I'm suggesting that the minimum wage could go up to $25 an hour. This is still a very good suggestion, because the benefits go up. There's more confidence in the workplace. I suggest that there should be a center for the preservation of ancient sites in every scenic area. I suggest that the salaries of the employees of the Center for the Preservation of Ancient Sites should be taken from a portion of the revenues of the scenic area. The netizens are having a heated discussion. The fervor over this matter continues to fester. Lin Bei looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and the smile that appeared on his face. The suggestions are not terribly sophisticated, but they still look interesting. But the specific details will have to be worked out slowly in the future. It is also worthwhile to synthesize these words from the internet. All of your suggestions are very good. I'll consider them as appropriate, Lin Bei said to the inside of the live broadcast. Shin Yu-chu, who was standing by the side, looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. One day of blind bragging. It's just a coincidence. It's not just bragging, this is something that's really going to exist. And this thing is going to be on the agenda in no time, Lin Bei said with confidence. I don't believe it. It would have been a coincidence. How can it be so fast? You just said that you wanted to set up an ancient ruins protection center. Then the country sent out the news that it was going to be established. Shin Yu-chu cocked her head and looked at Lin Bei. Either that or you knew about the news of an upcoming ancient ruins protection center from somewhere and then deliberately said it. How? Lin Bei was a pain in the ass, not thinking that Shin Yu-chu would not believe that this matter was established because of his own suggestion. If you say that this is just happenstance on my part, then give me a suggestion. Lin Bei thought for a moment. It better be a very whimsical suggestion. Shin Yu-chu was also interested in a moment. Anyway, it's okay to talk about it. So then, Shin Yu-chu spoke up and said, then let the condemned play soccer. Nice guy. Netizens called this suggestion absolute after hearing it. The pop-ups in the live room were even more dazzling as they floated up. Good man, that's a whimsical suggestion. No, this is not whimsy. It's trying to open up the universe. Isn't the National Football League not working? How are you going to embarrass the sea cucumbers if you keep this up? The sea cucumbers? All kinds of oops and spicy maneuvers. Which one didn't make the nation angry? That's an interesting idea. It's probably more useful to just have death row inmates play soccer than players who just eat sea cucumbers every day. If the kick wins, it's a mitigating circumstance. And this group of death row inmates will definitely work harder. Who wouldn't want to when you think about being able to mitigate your crime after just winning the game? If that were true, wouldn't those death row inmates be kicked to death? It might even win the country a chance to get out of the lineup. The viewers in the live room were all very excited. Because China is a big country, there are no shortage of fans in the mix. And the National Football League hasn't been anything out of the ordinary all these years. Instead, the diet exceeds that of any athlete who can win a championship in the world. Some of the news is even aired directly. The National Football League players to stick to the food of sea cucumbers. Or perhaps it's because the players are so comfortable with their lives, don't seem to care that much about kicking the ball anymore. And it was even revealed that the national soccer team participates in every game. That is a helicopter directly to the field. This kind of treatment is indeed very rare inside other sports teams. This suggestion of yours does have some of the absurdity to it, Lin Bei said with a smirk at Shin Yu-chu who was looking at him. If you can't, then you can't, Shin Yu-chu smirked. I can't? Lin Bei's eyes revealed a touch of evil light inside. I'll let you know if I can. Fine dog. Shin Yu-chu laughed when she said this. How can a man say no? The whole thing is a bit ridiculous, but it's something to set out to try. Lin Bei was also in the mindset of giving it a try. After all, this sort of thing sounds ridiculous. The risks involved in having a death row inmate play soccer can be quite high. If Elder Qin did not agree, there was no excuse. Directly Lin Bei took out his cell phone and then dialed out. But the audience in the live broadcast room as well as Shin Yu-chu were not able to hear clearly. After all, it's important to maintain a certain amount of secrecy about this kind of thing, especially since Elder Qin's identity could not be easily displayed in front of outsiders. The audience in the live broadcast room as well as Shin Yu-chu and the others were only able to look at a generalization. Occasionally, I was able to hear clearly what Lin Bei said about the suggestion that death row inmates be allowed to play soccer. As for who Lin Bei was calling, then no one could be clear about it. A few minutes later, Elder Qin clapped in his office. This is truly a genius decision. Elder Qin's eyes were glowing. And because of this suggestion, he saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Bei is truly a genius. Not only does he have quite a high attainment in the field of science and technology, and also has such a penetrating view of these things, Our national soccer team is because there is no pressure and life is too comfortable.
That's why it leads to such a low ranking in the world. Qin Lao's hands were dancing. This suggestion was truly unprecedented. After thorough consideration,
Elder Qin also felt that this matter could be done, and also the ability to thoroughly investigate the entire National Football League through this.
Qin Lao was originally a fan. I wanted to do it before, but I didn't have a good entry point.
Now that Lin Bei had asked for it, it would be just the right opportunity for him to go under the knife.
A genius is a genius,
and what he does is bound to be something that the world will notice.
It is also shocking to the world. Men,
investigate the Football League thoroughly.
Start digging with the National Football League coach,
Rusty Lee.
Make sure to get a few giants behind bars first.
Then support the new head coach.
The henchman who came and froze first after hearing this.
Then listen respectfully again.
After all these things are done,
you go to the first high school and select eligible death row inmates. Let these death row inmates play soccer. The men were even more shocked after hearing this. Letting a death row inmate play soccer is something that has never been done before or since.
How do you control these death row inmates alone? It has become a huge problem. But in front of Elder Qin,
these questions could not be raised. Because what Elder Qin wanted was not a henchman who could only do things without any decision-making ability.
It's like when Liu Bei wants to fight a war.
He never asks about how many names and men Zhuge Liang has in his hands.
Liu Bei would not have asked Zhuge Liang what else was missing. Because as a sword bearer you only need to give orders.
The rest is for his own men to take care of personally.
The henchman led the way and went out the door. Meanwhile,
the imperial capital has seen a large-scale thorough investigation.
Not only is the FA involved, but also many businesses. The cat's out of the bag here. As long as no one is pulling the strings, it all goes together. Even if there is anyone who wants to dig deeper, it will also soon be stopped. But now it was different again.
Because it was an order from only the sword bearer,
Qin Lao, himself.
No one dares to slack off.
No one dares to play favorites. This storm came extremely quickly.
Those who originally had a strategy to deal with the situation had all been completely dumbfounded at this moment. What was done many years ago was also dredged up in this moment.
Meanwhile, the whole of the Football League is on edge.
From the president of the Football League down to the sweeper's aunt,
everyone is at risk.
Because the waves of this one are very big indeed, could jeopardize the entire National Football League.
And so it is. This time Qin Lao is heavy-handed. Zero tolerance. Must improve the whole environment of the national football. So this one will be very strong.
Even if someone pleads for mercy,
it won't do any good. The night is slowly falling.
Lin Bei also ended the first leg of his trip to the Great Wall.
The two of them, Lin Bei and Xin Yuchu,
entertained the tour guide Old Zhang in the caravan. Old Zhang had just stepped into this house and felt a sense of technology come over him. Any facilities inside were new to Old Chang. Especially the kitchen inside was exactly what made Old Chang's jaw drop.
This is because the stir-fry is automated as soon as you put the ingredients into the kitchen. And every dish will be that fine.
This kitchen of yours is comparable to a 3-star Michelin hotel. Old Zhang heartily exclaimed.
Nah, this kitchen of mine is more than a 3-star Michelin hotel. Because every dish is refined. And all of them are of the caliber of a special chef. A lot of the details are even more held in place than a special chef. Lin Bei introduced the house without any modesty.
When Lao Zhang saw the handrail in the shower, he instantly associated it with a number of situations.
At the same time, they looked at Lin Bei with a look that they all understood. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Meanwhile, the news was being broadcast inside the RV's electronics. Our station news, the national football team Li Shang Rust Fall, the relevant departments, seized huge amounts of gold from his home, also confessed to the other giants of the National Football League incriminating evidence. The three men in the RV froze at this news. Xin Yuchu in particular was shocked beyond words. He himself was just talking off the top of his head. As a result, it's amazing that this time of year the National Football League has exploded with such a bombshell. Her eyes looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. Could it be that he really did all this? According to Rusty Lee's confession, the gold was accumulated by receiving favors from others. The news was still running on the TV. Every detail is so clear. Obviously this was intentional. Allows all people to understand what's really going on inside the National Football League. This station has learned that the state has officially issued a statement about the imminent appointment of a new head coach. At the same time, death row inmates who are serving their sentences will be selected to play soccer. Previously, the national soccer team's accident had already shocked Xin Yuchu. When the death row inmates were allowed to play soccer, Xin Yuchu's eyes were even more skeptical. At the same time, he also looked at the man beside him, and it was only at this point that he felt that this man really had heavenly abilities. If the establishment of the Center for the Preservation of Ancient Sites is just happenstance, so would it still be happenstance to let death row inmates play soccer? This, Xin Yuchu stammered Honda, unable to say a word. Such news is so shocking.
especially when the advice comes from his own mouth himself. It's still a very big shock for her.
You heard right. The country has let death row inmates start playing soccer. Lin Bei was breezy, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, the story has been publicized and the whole internet is shocked. Now the internet looks beyond hilarious. The entire internet is shocked once again. Everyone can't believe it. Because it was Lin Bei who suggested it earlier and then actually suggested it again successfully?
All of the viewers in the live broadcast room wore skeptical expressions. But the whole thing is so clear and unambiguous.
And the facts are right in front of us.
Information about death row inmates kicking a soccer ball is coming in thick and fast.
This will also be a major news sweeping the land of China. Every fan is chanting in the spirit.
Because in this piece of the national soccer team, it is true that China has had enough aggression. It also keeps the wasps' heads up.
This time the reforms will hopefully be given a fresh expression. After all,
these death row inmates are looking for a chance at mitigation. They will certainly give their all to every game.
WAC fans just want to hold their heads up and not be underestimated. If this team can really make it to the World Cup,
then it is undoubtedly a great news for all the fans in China. The whole thing is still evolving. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more overwhelmed. Because the netizens in the live broadcast were very clear about the whole thing. The whole death row soccer thing started as a joke, so to speak. And the result of that joke was to change the whole of the football league.
And even more so, it changed the entire landscape of soccer. The pop-ups from the viewers in the live room even looked extremely excited. It's great.
A change in the soccer world heralds the opening of a new chapter.
What intrigues me more is how did the car god Lin Bei do it?
If the first suggestion was a mere coincidence,
is the suggestion in the second also a coincidence? Coincidence?
This is not a coincidence. This is the true strength of the god of cars.
That's what it really means to suggest.
The car god is a godly advice expert. Every single suggestion was able to be taken and every single one of them was such a novelty.
That's right. The god of cars is an expert in divine advice. As long as it's good advice, it should be able to be taken, right?
Upstairs.
Think about it. It's not that good advice can't be taken. It's all about who says it.
For a while the popularity of the live broadcast was still rising. Those who came in soon realized the whole story. Lin Bei's title of that godly advice expert had sort of materialized. Some netizens are still flirting with the idea of whether to call Lin Bei divine advice expert Chashan or Chashan divine advice expert. For a while the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't know how to proceed with this title.
But no matter how they were called,
these titles were well deserved when applied to Lin Bei's head. Netizens also want to know if a death row inmate kicking a soccer ball can actually result in a victory.
Will these death row inmates actually achieve that effect they expected? Now things have gone in that direction.
But I don't know if the first one will have a desired effect.
I suspect it will be attainable. After all,
this group of people have been kept in one place and have no freedom of movement.
Suddenly given such an opportunity, can they not cherish it?
Even more important is the ability to get the appropriate sentence reductions as long as they are involved in kicking and winning. My guess is that death row inmates will never go back to doing those illegal and criminal things once they've achieved victory. And for the matter of playing soccer,
it will be a lifelong endeavor for them. This is a very good thing to do. And as the old saying goes, no one is without fault.
As long as these death row inmates can learn from their mistakes and change,
becoming a good person in the future, that would be a very good thing.
While it is true that they have won above the kicking game and have been given the opportunity to reduce their sentences, but they also have to atone for the mistakes they have made. So let's look forward to what kind of heights the death row inmates can actually reach in their first game. Really looking forward to it. People all over the internet are looking forward to the death row inmates' first game. It's not just about the honor of soccer as a whole. It's also about whether the national soccer team can rise to the top.
How did you do it?
Shin Yuchu fluttered her big eyes at Lin Bei.
The current one hadn't even reacted yet. It's just a suggestion, didn't you say so? Let death row inmates play soccer. That's all I suggested. Who knew the state actually adopted it?
Lin Bei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell everything in a nutshell.
After all, there are some things that are okay for Shin Yuchu to not know.
This was actually Lin Bei protecting her in disguise.
Shin Yuchu snorted and hummed. If you don't say it, don't say it. But there are some things that will make it more difficult for you.
Lin Bei's entire body reacted at once after hearing these words. A scene of peach blossoms flying and the two of them entwined in their minds.
However,
Shin Yuchu was now in a state of anger, and it would be particularly difficult to have further development.
So can you tell me exactly what's going on? I'm not good with my brain and I'm prone to think in other directions. Lin Bei whispered in Shin Yuchu's ear. Shin Yuchu chow face scarlet.
The last time at home Lin Bei was so teasing himself,
and finally braked in time. Now this bad guy is at it again. When she thought of the last scene at home, Shin Yuchu's heartbeat was accelerating. Because right now in this caravan, if Lin Bei really wanted to come and do something, he himself would most likely also cooperate extremely well. Old Zhang, who was on the side, was really embarrassed to continue to stay when he saw this scene. He just made up an excuse and left. I just can't understand why the country was able to adopt your suggestion so easily. Shin Yuchu asked such a question in order to change the topic in time. Why did the state adopt Lin Bei's proposal? Only he knows that because of all the black technology he can come up with, the country is helping him in such a childish way. If one has nothing to offer the country, who would dare to take such a child's play lightly? Plus both of those things are sort of knife-edge things. The country did what was good for the country and at the same time was able to give Lin Bei a face. Most likely it's because I'm good looking. That's why the country accepted my proposal. Lin Bei said with a smile. Humph, cheap bastard. Shin Yuchu looked at Lin Bei with dissatisfaction. Then added, tonight you'll sleep on the couch in the RV. Lin Bei's heart was happy after hearing these words, because he had understood the meaning of it. The meaning of sleeping on the sofa tonight. Tomorrow he could sleep on the bed with Shin Yuchu. Shin Yuchu turned around and then lay down on the bed, and repeatedly warned Lin Bei to stay away. Lin Bei was a decent man. Since the other party didn't like it, then he wouldn't force himself. Lin Bei took out his cell phone to read the cell phone news. The cell phone news is littered with stories of death row inmates playing soccer. And there's also a clause that the first game of soccer on death row will be in the province of Nemours, the city of Pear Hat, Inner Mongolia province. This first game attracted countless netizens. Even though it was just a friendly game, it was able to test whether the death row inmates were on board with the whole playing soccer thing. The comments underneath this story are a bit of a crying shame. Some people then already started to guess. Just what is it about death row inmates that can get a big win? Or being hung by a team of professionals on death row? This friendly is scheduled for a week from now. Lin Bei also found it quite interesting and wanted to check out the match himself. Shall we go to the prairie to gallop our horses? Take in the scenery of the border. Lin Bei asked Shin Yuchu. Could be. I've long wanted to see the boundless prairie, as well as the grassland with its herds of cows and horses, especially strolling on the grasslands and stepping on the green grass. That feeling must be very good. Shin Yuchu wasn't asleep. After hearing such a suggestion from Lin Bei, the entire person also appeared to be extremely happy. Shin Yuchu also remembered the romantic scene inside Returning the Pearl. The hero and heroine ride a horse and gallop across a flat meadow. Two people snuggling up to each other, much closer to each other. And you can feel the other person's violent heartbeat up close. Girls generally have such episodes. Want to gallop around in style with their favorite person. Day 2. The two men drove the caravan of doom to the province of Inner Mongolia. The two were talking and laughing inside the RV, thinking about their trip to the prairie. Lin Bei opened the live broadcast early. He came out to travel not only to have a good time with Shin Yuchu, but also willing to share his life with the general public. The live broadcasting room had just opened, and the popularity had risen to 50 or 60 million at once. Even a big anchor can't manage to be able to gather so much popularity as soon as he starts broadcasting. It was estimated that only Lin Bei in the entire world could manage to gather an audience so quickly. The viewers in the live room also seemed extremely hyperactive, because they knew Lin Bei's destination this time. Some even sent pop-ups saying, I'm also setting off for the Inner Mongolia province. I want to have a chance encounter with the anchor in the Inner Mongolia province. You're a step slow upstairs. I'm already driving. Bro, you're a step slow too. I'm on an airplane. You guys are so inhuman to be so fast. I can't wait to travel with the anchor. Traveling? Is the god of cars going on a tour? Ha ha ha. It's true that Chashins is not traveling, because other anchors just travel and look at the scenery. And the god of cars goes traveling, that is incidentally also stirring up the wind and clouds of the entire world. Although I can't be the protagonist who stirs up the storm, but it's an honor for me to be by the side of the protagonist. What's said upstairs is very true. We're just going to witness history. All the people in the live broadcast room can't wait to have a chance encounter with Lin Bei in Inner Mongolia province. Lin Bei's entire mood also seemed extremely relaxed after seeing these pop-ups. Because this time Lin Bei didn't just want to experience the prairie, also wanted to go and see death row inmates play soccer in true style. It is also because of this one decision of Lin Bei, thus leading to the enhancement of the entire local economy. Night is falling. The colored clouds in the sky looked as if they were dyed red with blood. Such a view also won a chorus of chants from the audience of the live broadcast. Some viewers said that watching Lin Bei's live broadcasts would not only enable them to see the most beautiful scenery, it is also able to appreciate the weight of history throughout the ages. It is more than possible to feel the positive energy emanating from it. At the same time, the audience noticed a very peculiar phenomenon. They found out that Lin Bei's house had been open for a few days without refueling. So someone sent out a pop-up on the air asking, Anchor's car, doesn't it even need gas? What kind of new energy vehicle is this? My initial estimation is that this house should have reached the stage of incapacitation, so it doesn't need to eat anything. Upstairs you're afraid you're practicing immortality. Definitely fixing the ferry. Don't guess. Everyone, This is a new type of solar technology. A researcher viewer sprang up in the live broadcast room. This audience of researchers immediately did the science. It's using new solar technology, charging during the day and then storing energy so that even while traveling, it's able to constantly turn the sun's light and heat into power. After this researcher's explanation, the audience in the live room seemed to come to a realization. This house is really environmentally friendly. It's not just about reducing CO2 emissions. It reduces the pollution of the air. It also delivers a constant flow of power. If technology like this could be used in the average family car, our world would be a much clearer place. This technology, I'm afraid, is not for ordinary people. A car like this, I don't know if I'll be able to drive it in my lifetime. If the whole world used such technology to build cars, then there would be no haze above our heads, and our eyes would see farther. It was getting light. The RV of doom is still going strong. Some attentive viewers also noticed a very peculiar phenomenon. The sun rose from behind the doomsday house, and after a long drive, the sun hadn't moved up yet. This left the audience feeling very strange. Shin Yuchu saw these pop-ups, also immediately explained. From the imperial capital to Inner Mongolia is all the way to the west, and the sun is rising in the east and setting in the west. Why? Because the southern star in the rotation always nearly half of the place is no light, so we are in this sun will rise not yet rise time. But because the caravan is not as fast as the rotation, the sun will still rise as usual. The viewers in the live room all of a sudden came to their senses. Pop-up after pop-up. I see. What a brain grower. It seems like it pays to read. And those who know physics and geography look on in silence at those who don't read well. Immediately afterward, the light in front of him opened up. What came into view was a turquoise sea that was boundless and could not be seen at all. We're in the prairie, Shin Yuchu exclaimed happily. By this time the sun had also risen and the view got a full expansion. The sky on the grassland was blue. The grass was green. The wind gently blew the skirt of the green grass, and the cows and sheep appeared at once. From a distance it looked like a mass of cotton sprinkled across the prairie. Lambs sucking. Cows and sheep realized that they are being detected, and hastily turned around to show their big buttocks, and continue to suck. Do not know that they thought they were eating seafood. Everything seemed so beautiful, and the whole world became so pure and clear. And above the prairie, a tall and powerful steed unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. The burghers in the live room instantly judged this to be a sweaty horse. Live in the room of a Pepsi said, sweat blood BMW head thin neck high, limbs long, well-proportioned body, gait light, look majestic and other characteristics. This should be a sweat blood BMW. Although I don't know much about sweat-blooded Boma, I also dare to conclude from the following characteristics that this is a solid batch of sweat-blooded Boma. The people in the live feed were divided. However, at this moment Lin Bei moved. With his current physical fitness comparable to that of a rice captain, the set was this sweat-blooded horse, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? I want to try. I should be able to take these sweat-blood BMWs down. Lin Bei was pondering. His heart was already in a state of flux. Sweat-bloods like these are rare. Even in a society like today's, such BMWs are still very valuable. Shin Yuchu lifted her head to derive a trace of disbelief. It's probably unlikely with a physical quality like yours. Shin Yuchu felt that Lin Bei was much thinner and weaker compared to this wild sweat-blooded BMW after many aspects of comprehensive thinking. The corners of Lin Bei's mouth gently rose after he heard these words. This was the second time he had heard Shin Yuchu say he couldn't. What if I am able to subdue this sweat-blood horse? Lin Bei looked at Shin Yuchu and asked. The woman herself was going to give him a little credit. Otherwise it's always a case of not believing in your own abilities. Ha, this bet is honestly something I really don't want to fight with you. Shin Yuchu appeared to have some contempt. Shin Yuchu then added, sweat-blooded BMWs. Even the grassland warriors are hard to subdue. Those who can subdue the sweat-blooded BMW are all great heroes. For example, Lu Bu. Moreover, there are people in Lu Bu, the horse and the red rabbit, saying that a red rabbit horse is sweat-blood horse. For example, Guan Yu, or Hoi Xiaodong. Which of these people is not a resounding figure in history? Which one of them doesn't have a very powerful side? Naturally, I'm not going to compare you to these gaijin. If you want to go for it. Shin Yuchu's pretty face was scarlet, and her delicate appearance made Lin Bei's heart flutter even more. Although Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu had long ago settled down as boyfriend and girlfriend, they had yet to get to know each other better. This makes two people who love each other, more or less still have so much in their hearts. Maybe both wanted to break the last layer of barriers in this way. If you can really subdue this sweat-blood BMW, then Shin Yuchu was about to speak. Then what can you do? Lin Bei pressed on step by step. You can't let this woman escape in this situation. If you can really subdue this sweat-blood horse, you will be at your disposal tonight. Shin Yuchu lowered her head. Her voice was extremely small, but it was really heard by Lin Bei. Lin Bei's heart stirred.
today this sweat blood horse. No matter what, he had to hold it in his hands. As long as I can subdue this sweat-blooded horse, I will be able to enjoy the happiness of a man tonight. The bet between the two is now official. The viewers in the live room chortled. The god of cars must take this sweaty horse today. Do your best for your brother. No matter what. For the sake of your brother, you must subdue these sweat-blooded horses no matter what. The audience in the live room was watching the fun. Shinyochu's face was as red as a red apple when she saw these pop-ups, all the way to the roots of her ears. Like a cherry ripe in March. That kind of gorgeous. That enchanting and colorful. Lin Bei couldn't wait to take a bite. At the same time the audience in the live broadcast room also opened the guessing mode. Some viewers in the live stream said, although the god of cars is awesome, it's probably bad enough for lassoing horses. All of it says that sweat-blooded BMW is extremely powerful. It's the technique of this set of horses that the anchor probably hasn't learned. For a moment the audience of the live broadcast began to analyze with reason. But there were also some fans who were brainlessly supporting Lin Bei. The god of Che will definitely be able to do it. Whether it's from the physical quality, or from the whole wisdom above, the Che god should be able to subdue this sweat-blooded horse. I believe in the god of cars. And what the god of cars wants to do can definitely be done. Isn't a man like that a handful for a little sweaty horse? The live room instantly became lively. In an instant people holding two different views were verbally sparring, and at the same time starting to race to the bottom. Lin Bei then drove the doomsday locomotive against the sweatblood BMW. At this moment the camera of the live broadcast landed on the sweatblood BMW, and it's still a close-up. The BMW was originally a free ride. Suddenly you come across a group of people trying to lasso it? Oh, sweatbloods is speeding up. Speed got a perfect boost in this instant. Ran all those horses down to puke. The sweat-blooded BMW was like a sharp arrow that generally whooshed out. That's a speed comparable to some smaller vehicles. Sweatblood saw another human pawn, not knowing what breed of horse, and the horse the human was riding was still accelerating. There was also a hissing sound. The Sweatblood BMW looked back, unperturbed, as if everything was calculated. He was the first sweat-blooded horse in the entire grassland. Who could be faster, fiercer and longer lasting than him? The speed of the sweatshirt is still increasing. Even Lin Bei, who was piloting the doomsday machine, felt a hint of incredulity. Such speed is indeed jaw-dropping. Lin Bei wanted to win steadily and was in little hurry for a while. On such a wide prairie, riding a doomsday motorcycle wildly, the indeed more a sense of spontaneity, but also a sense of freedom. There seems to be less ties in this world. The speed of the Sweatblood BMW had reached an extreme point. Even the doomsday locomotives have to be driven carefully to catch up. It wasn't that Lin Bei didn't want to go after them, but he did it on purpose. He also wanted to see how much the true speed of this Sweatblood BMW could reach. Also wanted to see the physical capabilities of this sweaty-blooded horse. Lin Bei had also realized at this time that the limit of the Sweatblood BMW seemed to have arrived, and so it was that the speed of the doomsday locomotive was brought up. The whole process was just a short 2 or 3 seconds. The doomsday locomotive has been neck and neck with the sweatshirt. Sweatbloods have a noble bone in their body. An unknown horse like this one was clearly not enough in his own presence. The noble bloodline as well as the proud Sweatblood BMW would never allow itself to lose at the hands of an unknown horse. The Sweatblood accelerated its speed, and with all the strength it could muster, the limbs and hooves seemed to rise up into the air. It was a wild ride that had the audience in the broadcast room in a frenzy. The one who was more excited should be counted as Lin Bei himself. Meeting this horse on such a prairie and with such extreme speed. What's even more surprising is that this sweaty horse doesn't give in. Although the sweatshirt has reached a limit, but instead of admitting defeat, he continued to increase his power and run wildly forward. Even though the speed of the Sweatblood BMW was increasing, the doomsday locomotive that Lin Bei was driving was still able to follow with ease. The eyes of the Sweatblood BMW were as wide as the size of copper bells. He didn't think that he was supposed to be the king of this grassland, but there was an unknown horse that could match his speed. The Sweatblood BMW was already panting from exhaustion long ago, but the one unknown horse continued to march tirelessly. Sweat-blooded BMWs are inherently humane, and their intelligence is naturally there. The sight of the unknown horse that the one human was riding was quite a shock to his mind, for one's own strength and staying power is recognized throughout the world. What breed was that one horse anyway? Surprisingly, I was able to run a flag with myself. What's more was that such a kingly horse had submitted to the feet of a human. Although the Sweatblood BMW was very shocked in its heart, the horse's hooves were constantly running. Sweatbloods are proud and have a noble pedigree. Never let an unknown horse overtake you in front of your own. He accelerated frantically, using every ounce of strength he had. But even so, the doomsday locomotive Lin Bei was driving wasn't lagging behind in the slightest. A locomotive of doom. A king's horse of the prairie. It's a constant gallop across the open prairie. Such speed made all jaws drop. but the viewers on the air were very clear. The main reason was that Lin Bei hadn't accelerated yet. If Lin Bei had accelerated, this sweat-blood BMW would have long been left behind by the doomsday locomotive. The more the sweatshirt ran, the more shocked he became. You can be very fast yourself, but it was such a struggle in the presence of this unknown horse. Finally, the sweaty blood BMW used up all its strength, constantly accelerating, constantly running wildly, and finally tired directly into the hideous appearance of the horse treading on the ground. By this time, Lin Bei had already seen the right time. With a direct horizontal jump, he came onto the back of the sweat-blood BMW. The sweat-blood BMW at this moment had long since felt Lin Bei's weight, but the noble bloodline of the sweat-blooded BMW will not admit defeat so easily. The sweatshirt kept jumping wildly. The speed is increasing again. Lin Bei was on the back of the sweat-blood BMW like he was on a roller coaster. One moment up, one moment down, and the whole thing is still very strong. At this moment in time, the sweat-blood BMW was close to madness. It looked so wild over the whole meadow. The viewers in the live room had their hearts in their throats, because they all knew very well that in such a crazy situation, Lin Bei would definitely be seriously injured once he fell down. Some viewers were even sending out pop-ups inside the live broadcast. Hurry up and inform the car god to give up. This sweaty horse has gone crazy. There is no sanity in a sweatshop in a crazy situation, because sweat-blood BMWs are very proud in their bones. Their innate pride is not going to easily let a human ride on their back. Don't you guys worry about that. The car gods have a proud bone in their body. Since the Che god has already spoken out and is going to take in the sweat-blood BMW, he definitely won't give up. It's a spirit. A never say die spirit. Good job, car god. Car god. You are my idol that I will always worship. I'm sure the car gods will make it. How can this mere sweat-blooded horse hold back the god of cars? Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room were supporting Lin Bei, while others were also worried about Lin Bei's safety. Shin Yuchu sitting in the caravan of doom is even more disturbed. Looking at the situation in front of him, he himself had some regrets about speaking to irritate Lin Bei. If Lin Bei wasn't irritated, how could he possibly do such a thing? If something really happened to Lin Bei, how could he forgive himself? Shin Yuchu put one hand together in front of her chest. She was praying for Lin Bei to be at peace. Even if Lin Bei wasn't able to subdue the sweat-blooded horse, as long as he made a request, he would try to fulfill it himself. Thinking of this, Shin Yuchu's face revealed a scarlet red color. Who asked to be his girlfriend? But all of this Lin Bei didn't know. If one understands to know what is really in Shin Yuchu's heart, probably going to spit blood in anger. It turns out that I was too careful all along. I should have known that I should have dominated. However, at this moment, Lin Bei was continuing to wrestle with the sweat-blood BMW. One man, one horse, running wildly above the grasslands. Lin Bei's idea was to completely tame this batch of sweat-blood BMWs. Sweatblood's thoughts were that he couldn't let this human ride on his back all the time. There had to be a way to throw this human off. How could his own noble bloodline be tamed so easily by a human? Sweatshirts are increasing in magnitude. The jumps are getting higher and higher. But this human on his back was sticking to his back as hard as glue. Even more detestable were the human's hands, which clung to his mane. Despite the pain, one's pride could never fall at this moment. Horse, just obey me. Lin Bei was even able to say such words on the back of such a maniacal horse. The sweat-blood BMW was also stunned. He himself had thought that with the intensity he was currently experiencing, the human on his back should have been unable to take it long ago. With all this crazy jumping and frantic running, this human on his back should be about to give up, right? What made the sweaty horse feel even more unbelievable was, this human on his back had actually started to grab his neck, and holding the direction with extreme power. Sweatshirt had a bad feeling, because the power of the sweat-blood BMW was recognized throughout the grasslands, but he himself had a feeling of being controlled at this very moment. Sweatbloods are supposed to want to go all the way forward, but the human on his back went hard, moved his neck, and ran off to the right. Sweatblood has been controlled to death. The direction was actually taken by a human, and one tries to wrench back in such a direction, only to find that there is no chance at all. This human on his back is as strong as an ox? There was no resistance. It was already impossible for the BMW to get rid of Lin Bei on its back. Right at this instant, the sweat-blood BMW had clearly realized that there was no way for it to get rid of this man, because the man was too strong and his power was too terrifying. And there's also this courage that's more than a little admirable in itself. Sweatbloods have had a few encounters with humans trying to lasso themselves, but there's no one who can even last a minute on their own back. This man on his back was not only catching up with himself, but at the same time, on his back, he was still able to emit such a strong power. If it can become his seat, I think it will not dishonor this noble bloodline of his. More importantly, what a beautiful thing it would be to ride the frontier with such a strong and terrifying man. The sweat-blooded BMW decided to recognize its owner after a strong thought struggle. It was at this moment that the sweaty horse stopped, then sat paralyzed in the meadow. It's like saying, "Master's not running." Lin Bei, on the other hand, was confused. "What's going on here? You don't weigh much yourself. How do you just crush a horse?" Lin Bei got down from his horse. The sweat-blood BMW remained paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. Just then, here comes the Mongolian horse-tamer. For at the very beginning, the Mongolian horse-tamer had heard that a man was chasing a sweat-blooded horse. Untamed sweat-blooded horses like these are often able to attract Mongolian horse-taming experts. For one thing, the Mongolian horse-taming masters, if they can tame a sweat-blooded horse, it is an amazing thing in the whole Mongolian tribe. Secondly, like this, there are too few wild sweat-bloods that haven't been tamed yet. This is because modern society has achieved a very good level of protection for sweat-blooded horses. If anyone can tame a wild, sweaty horse, not only can they be praised by the Mongols, but they are also favored by Mongolian women. These Mongolian horse-taming experts were completely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them, because this sweat-blooded horses is indeed wild, and there are many horse-taming experts who have lost to the sweat-blooded horse, but the man in front of him was able to wear this horse down. The horse-taming expert was about to ask when he realized that the sweat-blooded BMW was licking Lin Bei's hand. Everyone's mouths were open and their eyes were wide. They knew very well in their hearts what it meant for a sweaty horse to lick a person's hand. This is because a sweaty horse will lick a person's hand once it is right-footed. The sweat-blood BMW actually recognized its owner? These expert horse trainers looked at each other. It was because they had used a lot of means, but they had not been able to make this batch of sweat-blooded horses completely submit. Lin Bei looked particularly embarrassed after seeing this group of horse-taming experts, because he felt the owner of this horse coming. His own behavior just now was too reckless. These are not to be blamed if they hurt the sweaty horse. If those horse-taming experts knew what Lin Bei was thinking at this moment, it was estimated that they would find a place to drill into, because they were chasing this sweaty blood horse around. But in the end, no one succeeded. And although Lin Bei had used some strength, but such strength seemed too easy. "Everyone, I just wanted to try and see if I could tame this sweat-blooded horse. Now I will return it to you all." Lin Bei was courteous. The leader of the expert horse tamer then waved his hand. "This honorable guest, this horse was originally selected by us for the clan leader. Whoever tames this horse will be the leader of the Mongolian clan, as well as marry the most beautiful princess our Mongolian clan has ever seen." The reason why the patriarch of the Mongols chose this sweat-blooded horse, it was not just because this sweat-blooded horse was extremely rare. It is also important to select a man who is very strong in more ways than one to be his son-in-law. More importantly, there is also a need for such a strong talent that can be the leader of the Mongols. The Mongols have been a nation on horseback since ancient times. How can they be deterred without a strong man? The viewers in the live room were instantly excited after hearing this. The pop-ups turned to crap in an instant. And how come we didn't get our turn when it was such a good deal? I'm going to Mongolia, too, and I'm going to Mongolia to tame a sweat-blooded horse. Nope, this is messing things up big time. If the god of cars becomes the patriarch, what about the biker goddess Shin-Yu-Chu? Crisis is coming. Our biker goddess Shin-Yu-Chu's love rival is going to appear. You can't be a scumbag, car god. You have to be true to your word. The viewers in the live broadcast room were very worried and at the same time envied Lin Bei for this situation. Lin Bei said nonchalantly, "No, I didn't tame this sweat-blooded horse." Just as the words were spoken, and he gently touched Lin Bei's hand with his own head, and wherever Lin Bei went, this sweat-blooded horse followed him. When Lin Bei took a step, the sweat-blood BMW followed. Why is this sweaty-blooded horse like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off? Lin Bei was numb. Why is this sweat blood so sticky? If we really follow the Mongolian rules, I'm afraid that I myself. Just then, the Mongolian princess also rode in on her horse, dressed in ethnic costumes. She wowed the audience as soon as she appeared on stage. Exotic flavor, thick eyebrows, big eyes, three-dimensional features, and a fit body. And the Mongolian princess on horseback is dimpled, big where she should be and small where she should be. Even Lin Bei couldn't help but look a few more times, because Shin-Yu-Chu is the earthly ideal. You can be a small family man or a big, beautiful woman, but definitely not as exotic and a kind of wild beauty as this Mongolian princess. Both have their advantages. But Lin Bei was also very clear that you couldn't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Besides, such a scummy thing would not be done by a broken man himself. The Mongolian princess jumped off her horse and came straight to Lin Bei's body. "My name is Diligent Dili Nurati. May I ask, was it this one warrior who tamed the sweat-blood BMW?" Lin Bei didn't say anything. Heads are spinning, thinking about what kind of way to politely reject this one beautiful Mongolian princess. Yes, it is this one warrior who tamed this wild sweat-blooded horse. The horse taming expert beside him immediately grabbed the answer. At the same time the horse tamer's face showed a hint of displeasure. After all, this sweat-blooded horse was originally the one they had to subdue in their hearts. Now that they had been so easily subdued by an outsider, there was more or less some jealousy in their hearts. After all, what man wouldn't like the pretty and beautiful Princess Reba? Hataru looked at Lin Bei with wide eyes when she heard such a reply from the horse taming expert. The man was tall and powerful and good-looking, and he also subdued this sweat-blooded horse with just his own strength. In every way, this man is indeed very suitable as his husband. Hataru carefully surveyed Lin Bei, even fantasizing about the future life after marriage. Such a warrior is very safe to stay by his side. Will you marry me? Hataru, as wild as she was more or less shy in the face of such a thing. This is the most instinctive thing about being a woman. Lin Bei froze in place. He already had a girlfriend. How could he still marry this woman? Although this Mongolian princess is extremely beautiful, but he himself is not willing to do the hook of chin shimmy. Hotba saw that Lin Bei had been silent. Perhaps the other side is too subtle. Hotba spun around in front of Lin Bei, showing off her proud figure as much as she could. It was the first time she had ever shown such delight in the presence of a man. Those horse taming experts were also wide-eyed when they saw such a situation. They hadn't expected their family's noble princess to behave so meekly in front of this man. At the same time there was an appearance of pleasing this man. Lin Bei still didn't say anything because he had already made himself very clear just now. It was a misunderstanding. Just that one wanted to tame this sweaty horse. At the same time one does not know that one has to welcome Mongolia's work after taming this sweaty horse. If he had known about this relationship and such a tradition, Lin Bei would not have done it even if he had killed himself. Seeing that Lin Bei didn't have any reaction, Hataru was still a little lost in her heart. After all, she was a noble Mongolian princess. I don't know how many warriors there are on the prairie that want to be married to themselves, but in front of this man, was he so bad? If you don't want to. Hoder paused, then added, I'll keep pestering you. Hotba said this. The netizens were all abuzz. The pop-ups in the live stream simply won't stop. Crap, I love this woman's character. This is a Mongolian princess. Not only is her status extremely high, but at the same time she looks so beautiful. She is really envious of others. Surprisingly for nothing? Is there such a thing as a good thing in heaven? Just because of the Mongol contract, you have to pester Lin Bei? If this Mongolian princess is willing to pester me, I'm willing to live even 10 years less. I'd like to. How come this kind of thing doesn't fall into my lap? The live feed was completely and utterly abuzz. More people were envious of a situation like Lin Bei's. The Shin Yuchu by her side was already a beautiful woman. Now there was a Mongolian princess, Reba. At this time, Shin Yuchu's sixth sense erupted and felt that something was not right. A few people had been standing there for a very long time, and after that woman came, things seemed to have changed in some subtle ways. Shin Yuchu rushed to it. She got out of the car and saw Hotba. Hotba was no less beautiful than herself, and as a woman realized at once that something was wrong. And there was a strange kind of love that flowed inside of Hataru's eyes as she looked at Lin Bei, more passionate than implied. Shin Yuchu herself was a woman. Naturally, she knew the changes in a woman's eyes when she looked at a man she had feelings for. The sixth sense told Shin Yuchu that this woman was interested in Lin Bei. Xiao Bei. Who is this? Shin Yuchu very naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Bei's wrist, and the whole person had become extremely gentle, with a bird-like demeanor. Like this gentle look wild Mongolian princesses cannot learn. Lin Bei was naturally very happy in his heart when he saw Shin Yuchu behaving like this. What man under the sun wouldn't enjoy a woman he likes? Fighting over him? It's a Mongolian princess, right? Lin Bei explained. And she said she wanted to marry me. The smile on Shin Yuchu's face that heard these words disappeared in an instant. As expected, it was just as he had guessed. This woman in front of him was hitting on Lin Bei. Shin Yuchu didn't speak but quietly looked at Lin Bei. Smart women at this time are not a cry. Instead of the initiative of this matter in the hands of the man, and also to be able to see just how much loyalty this man has to himself, and to let yourself know how much weight you carry in this man's heart, Lin Bei wasn't a fool and instantly discovered this divine arrangement of Shin Yuchu. But don't worry, I will definitely not marry this Mongolian princess. Lin Bei looked at Shin Yuchu very dotingly. You will only be my Lin Bei's only bride. Lin Bei said very tenderly. A sweet smell of love flowed over the prairie in a flash. Shin Yuchu smiled happily. She was very happy to indulge in such a setting. The thing about love is that it's sweet and cloying, yet addictive. Even when the two were already living together inside the RV, Shin Yuchu as a woman liked to hear such words. As the saying goes, a few are happy and a few are sad. Shin Yuchu indulged in sweet and mushy love. Mongolian Princess Reba which showed a lot of sadness. It was as if the heart had been stabbed hard with a sharp pointy knife. herself as the noble and beautiful princess of Mongolia. It's never the good men who follow their lead and pursue them. But never have I been so humiliated in front of a man. This man doesn't want to marry himself even if he doesn't want to, but he has a girlfriend? So you already have a girlfriend. Hataru's tone became a little unnatural. After all, as a Mongolian princess, all those wonderful men on the steppe surrounded themselves. Hotba seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell in one fell swoop. I hate you, Hotba said in a single word, but her eyes contained tears inside. Hotba then turned to leave. However, right at this moment, those horse-taming experts actually approached Lin Bei step by step. Lin Bei had wanted to apologize, but seeing these horse-taming experts in such a formation, the words of apology reached the edge of his mouth and swallowed down. Brothers, tie this man back, the leader of the master horse trainers said loudly. For a while, all the horse-tamers were rubbing their fists, wanting to give this man a harsh lesson. This man is insulting our Mongolian princess. Since we have already subdued the Sweatblood BMW, then the promise must be honored. The horse-taming expert pressed on step by step. The vibe is pretty high, and didn't give anyone a chance to argue back. I'll say it again, this is just a misunderstanding. I saw that the Sweatblood BMW was so powerful, so that's why this wants to be subdued. Before that I didn't know that your Mongolian race had such a tradition, nor did I know that after subduing this sweat-blooded horse, I would have to marry your Mongolian princess. Lin Bei wasn't afraid in the slightest. It is true that he did not know that there were such rules. But it's too far-fetched for these horse trainers to act like that. Plus, when they came here, Lin Bei had already elaborated on the whole thing. It's just that these Mongolian horse trainers don't listen. The Mongolian princess, moreover, indiscriminately asked Lin Bei if he wanted to marry her. This is all really a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The leader of the horse-taming masters snorted coldly. This tradition of ours has continued for thousands of years. It's impossible to cancel it just because you say it's a misunderstanding. Where would this leave the face of our Mongol race? If you don't fulfill it, our Princess Hotba will lose face. The leader of the master horse trainers had determined that Lin Bei had to go and fulfill this obligation. And there can be no backtracking. You have wronged our princess. Did you not see the tears contained within his eyes as he walked away? The leader of the steed masters. The more he said this the angrier he became. He couldn't wait to swing his own big fist and give Lin Bei a pass. Our princess is noble. Definitely not capable of being aggravated like this. The leader's aura of the expert horse tamer was very high. You and your girlfriend are not married. Now you immediately draw the line with your girlfriend. Marry our princess immediately. The leader of the horse taming masters thought he had shocked Lin Bei. It was surprising that the other party would readily agree to say such things at this time. All you have to do is break up with your girlfriend and marry our noble Princess Reba, and you'll not only be able to have a beautiful wife, but you'll also become the leader of the Mongols at the same time. The leader of the horse tamers' leader is indeed a wise man. Within this short period of time, he was gracious to Lin Bei, and the benefits received are listed. Shin Yuchu was mostly flustered, because those conditions uttered by the other party were indeed very tempting. If it were an ordinary person, he would have already done the Chen Shimi's trick of abandoning his original married wife and marrying the princess. This scene is so similar to history. Shin Yuchu is the chaff wife, and Reba is the beautiful, gentle and generous princess. However, this princess when one is not seen, wild are shown to the fullest. Although Shen Yuchu had some panic in her heart, she remained silent. What was more necessary at such a time was to let this man go and deal with it on his own. You guys don't be reckless. This matter I hope can be resolved through peaceful means. If you move against me and there is a conflict, the matter behind will not be easy to resolve. Lin Bei wasn't threatening when he said this, but sincerely wanted to settle this matter. The expert horse trainers quickly removed their own tops. On display are strong muscles. Under this grassland, toughness meant everything. There is no excessive red tape. All that is required is strength in numbers. Looks like it's time to make a move? Lin Bei eyed these horse-taming experts. Thinking about doing it, Lin Bei wasn't afraid of anyone. His own physical fitness was now comparable to that of Captain Rice. Even when these horse-training experts came together, Lin Bei still didn't take them to heart. Are you guys planning to make a move? Lin Bei asked. Now you have a chance to back out and break up with your girlfriend. Then we are not going to make a move. If you don't break up with your girlfriend, then don't blame us for being unreasonable. The leader of the horse training masters looked very bland. In his eyes, the man in front of him was a weakling. Wouldn't be a match for himself at all. If he had known that Lin Bei was the god of cars, he probably wouldn't have thought so. Brothers, today we must seek this justice for Princess Reba and get back our face. The expert horse tamer was doing a pre-battle mobilization. This is the honor of a nation, and the Mongolian princess must get it back when she has been wronged in this way. Roger that, the expert horse trainers said in unison. The flames were very high. In their eyes Lin Bei had no ability to resist. I advise you not to act rashly. Lin Bei clapped his hands. I don't really want to make a move. Nor do I want to see you guys lying on the ground wailing. What an arrogant brat. The horse taming expert wasn't convinced that this was just Lin Bei talking big. I have to admire your ability to talk big. The horse taming expert's words fell. He charged straight at Lin Bei and used the means of grassland wrestling. Lin Bei dodged the horse tamer's first attack with a gentle leap backward while holding Shin Yu-Chu. The steed master also froze in place. I didn't think that this kid would have such a reach, and he was holding a woman in his arms. One may not be able to do it if he or she is carrying someone in his or her arms. You've succeeded in pissing me off. This matter doesn't end so easily. The men of the grasslands are fierce by nature, and they prefer to solve problems by dueling. You've managed to piss me off too. Understanding said gently. It was nothing more than a misunderstanding between us, and you're being such a nuisance. Cut the crap. Today I will fight until you are convinced. The horse taming expert attacked once more. This last time he was using all of his strength, hoping to take Lin Bei down completely and utterly. That horse taming expert came swiftly, but Lin Bei stood still. He had already made preparations. As long as he punched out this horse taming expert, he would definitely be deeply and seriously injured. Just then, several military vehicles arrived in force. Smoke rolled in the prairie car. After the vehicle stopped, an officer quickly stepped down and gave a respectful military salute to Lin Bei. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm an officer of the Chinese army stationed in the grasslands. The moment these words came out, all of the horse taming experts present were shocked. What's going on here? The horse taming guards looked at each other in disbelief. Is it possible that such a trivial matter could alarm the military? The horse taming experts naturally wouldn't let this matter be held by Lin Bei. So it was, of its own accord, that the whole thing came out. The officer also frowned a little when he heard what had happened. But then the officer added, this sir, Mr. Lin is originally a good foreigner. He also knows very little about these rules in the grasslands. This is supposed to be a misunderstanding. So let's all work on the principle of peace. And this matter is just uncovered. What do you think? The officer said this in a euphemistic manner, but the aura emanating from his body was awe-inspiring. The expert horse trainer thought for a moment. This matter is indeed a misunderstanding. If it were not for that face of the Mongolian princess, one would not be reckless. After the officer's mediation, the master horse tamer also said that he had acted too recklessly in this matter. A handshake followed. Of course Lin Bei apologized very sincerely. After this incident, Lin Bei and Shin Yu-Chu set off again for the Green Stadium to watch a friendly match played by the death row inmates on the Hungtai team. After all, it was a friendly and not many people came to the game. There were only Mongolians at the race. There were even more people in the media than in the audience. After all, gimmicky as it is, a ballgame like this is bound to get more ratings in no time. Lin Bei and Shin Yu-Chu were at the VIP table. When the two sat down they also happened to meet Hotba. Beside Hotba there was another booth with a very pretty-looking woman. Lin Bei fixed his eyes on the woman. That woman was actually the great Mimi who had just relied on the immortal seeing fire. Hotba told Big Mimi about that one a long time ago. When Big Mimi saw Lin Bei, she naturally wouldn't be very polite. She opened the door and said, Reba is my Joshing's employee from now on. You have a girlfriend and still come to mess with Reba. I'll remember this revenge. Lin Bei was speechless. What was all this about? It's said as if you're eating your own and not recognizing it. A complete negative. Big scumbag. But he had done nothing. And the source of all that was because of a misunderstanding. This matter is a misunderstanding. I don't know anything, mainly because I want to tame the sweat-blooded BMW. I didn't know that after taming the sweat-blood BMW, I had to cause a Mongolian princess. If I had known that there was such a Mongolian tradition, I certainly wouldn't have gone about it that way, Lin Bei said. Hearing this, Hotba stomped her foot in anger. The two women had unfriendly stares. The match had already begun. Or else Lin Bei would surely lose in a mess if he fought with these two women. The game was in full swing. Hungtai pair opened the game and gained a great advantage, attacking the penalty area in succession. No matter dribbling and passing, every action seemed very easy. And there was a great deal of the appearance of an old man teasing an urchin. A game like this seems to have been set up to be won or lost a long time ago. Hey, dare you bet with me? Big Mimi suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Bei and asked. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, finding it very interesting. How do you bet? I'm going to go with Team Hungtai to be able to outscore death penalty. An impish grin appeared at the corner of Big Mimi's mouth. If death row wins, then I'll match me to you as well. If not, you'll have to follow him and apologize. Lin Bei was very speechless. This woman has some smarts. To outsiders, untrained death row inmates would be no match for the professional team. Team Hentai. Death row inmates would be no match at all. You bet with her. Shin Yu-Chu, who was on the side, said. Lin Bei froze for a moment. What if I lose?
in case you lose. Aren't you realizing 3 wives and 4 concubines? I don't even mind. Do you still mind? Shin Yuchu said. As soon as these words came out, the viewers in the live broadcast room typed envious expressions. At the same time, many netizens envied Lin Bei. Wayawa, a car god is a car god. No matter where you go, you are able to have such good things happen. The god of cars has been blessed with a great deal of good fortune, and there's another great beauty who is going to marry him. This is just absolutely wonderful. If a beautiful woman like that wants to marry me, it would be disrespectful to a beautiful woman if I but thought about it. Brothers, think boldly of a man for whom 3 wives and 4 concubines are the dream of many. The viewers in the live room were still talking about it. You shouldn't be denied such a good thing, no matter in whose hands it falls. More crucially, God is again out of the fallen look, making many netizens envious. They have said that this is the bosom of the queen of the main court. Only a proper lady would behave like this and even take the initiative to help her man pick out a woman. It was at this point that the battle on the pitch became more and more intense. Both players don't want to lose to each other. Understanding in the stands is very understandable. Death row inmates are punished for losing. In some cases, the sentences are even aggravated. Some will likely dismiss the appeal. That's why for a match like this, the death row inmates have to give it their best shot. Bow a bright future for yourself. If it can be changed from a death sentence to a death sentence, then if the next game is won again, it will be able to be changed to life. It's a huge benefit, and it concerns itself. Plus none of these death row inmates know which will come first, their death or tomorrow. They only have the chance to turn their fortunes around if they are on top of the pitch. This is a game the death row inmates will never give up easily. If they give up, there's only one possibility. These death row inmates don't want to live. Besides, the Hendersons, they're pampered, eat sea cucumbers and all kinds of nutritional supplements on a regular basis. Life is extremely luxurious. It's not even about playing soccer. It's about enjoying and making money. The offense of the Ever Pacific team in the first half was very ferocious. But in the second half, the Ever Pacific's offense dropped significantly. The death row inmates, which were pushing harder and harder, were getting more and more frustrated throughout the course. The death rowers are fighting tooth and nail to take this ballgame win no matter what. The Hendersons are used to being pampered, seeing death row inmates kicking ass so desperately, and the more they played, the more obscene they became. Some are even afraid to go forward to break the ball. Some even got the ball and gave it straight to the condemned. There was a big sense of, well, giving way to the other side. Thud. The death row inmates did their best to kick a field goal. The room was silent for a moment. They never thought that they would be the first to score without being professionally trained in what they were doing. At this moment the hentai team also panicked. The captain of the hentai team actually walked up to the death row captain and interceded. The captain of the death row soccer team also nodded his head. After this exchange, the death row soccer team actually didn't choose to go on offense. All of them came to their senses at this moment. It must be the captain of the hentai team, who is afraid of losing too badly. So asked the death row soccer team not to score. The penalty eaters soccer team actually miraculously obliged hentai. Viewers also caught on to what was going on. And in the meantime, the whole network was abuzz. Is this a routine operation? In order to make his loss not so ugly, he went so far as to seek negotiations with the other side. In a sense, it's kind of routine. After all, where would the Everetts lose face if they lost too many games? And the other team is an untrained death row team. There was no way to accept this fact, either in terms of public opinion, or in terms of the audience that was there. You can be poor, but negotiating so that the other team doesn't score again makes it seem a bit much. Where's the face? What about modesty? Netizens across the internet are outraged. They didn't expect the Hendersons to do something like this. The viewers inside the live broadcast room were even more indignant. Those pop-ups are more than an expression of what is really going on in many people's hearts. Could it be that hentai is eating too much sea cucumber because of that? Maybe they're doing it because they've been in the helicopter too long, so lost their strength? How can a team like that win? Let the death row soccer team play in all future soccer games. At least this death row soccer team won't compromise with the enemy, much less negotiate with the opposing team for a loss that isn't ugly. For a moment, the netizens of all kinds of public opinion pounced, simply disappointed in this team. This wave of maneuvering did indeed blow everyone's mind. Lin Bei also found it quite interesting at this moment. A team with absolutely no professional training was able to defeat hentai. At this rate, won't it take a while to beat the other Asian powerhouses? It's been a bit of a long road though, but it's always slowly moving forward. And there has been some progress. The death row soccer players are extremely excited on the soccer field at this very moment. This ballgame is not only about honor, but also about death row inmates getting their crimes remitted. It's not much, but at least it's something to look forward to. With a team like this, at least they are moving on. It wasn't like Mrs.
Who only knew how to enjoy herself and ate sea cucumbers for 3 meals a day. The ride to the race somewhere was by helicopter. The same can't be said for the death row soccer team, however, who aren't treated as well. You don't get much reward for a soccer game. It no longer mattered to them how much the reward was. What mattered was being able to reduce the sentence on themselves. Everyone who has made a mistake wants a chance to reform. A group of death row inmates like this one who had already been selected would naturally not easily give up such an opportunity.
That's why they go the extra mile in doing it. Because it is only after they have done these things that they may be free again.
It is also paying for the mistakes they made in the past. The soccer field was cheering. Underneath the soccer field there was silence. The team that the country has spent a lot of money to develop is surprisingly losing at this moment in time. Even negotiated with the other team not to score for face value.
How sad is that? And what is the lack of a lower limit?
The crowd at the soccer stadium slowly left the field.
Each one had a heavy heart. What has happened today is indeed something to think about. What went wrong? Lin Bei was looking forward to his death row soccer team's next game though, but at present he had one thing more troubling. Big Mimi walked towards Lin Bei with extreme reluctance. Because she had previously made a bet with Lin Bei that she would marry Lin Bei as long as Team Hong Tu lost. Big Mimi would have been a huge public figure. Natural speech is all about words and deeds. Although the heart was very regretful, the words had already been said, yet they had to be fulfilled. You pick a time. Big Mimi cut in. What time? I don't have time to play with you. Lin Bei didn't take the bet he had just made to heart at all. He was planning where to roam next. Big Mimi's sudden appearance gave him some misgivings. The bet just now. Big Mimi hung her head, then confidently raised it again to look at Lin Bei. I lost, so I'm here now to honor the bet. Lin Bei came to a sudden realization. What he had just bet on came flooding back to him. That was just a joke and doesn't count. Lin Bei said very generously, totally not taking what just happened to heart. However, the audience inside the live broadcast room was extremely exuberant. The pop-ups are even more varied. Big Mimi really is a man of her word. But can a marriage be so childish? I liked him a lot, and I didn't realize he was still such a man of his word. Big Mimi has added a few more points to my heart. This is a popular star, just like that. She was arched by a pig? If I could only meet up with Big Mimi, this life would be enough. What kind of luck does the god of cars have? Is there a koi possession? First the Mongolian princess, followed by the popular superstar, Big Mimi. A great man should be as he is. None of the viewers in the live room were envious, but they were only envious. One can only be a spectator in such matters. Big Mimi is supposed to be high-minded. Plus it's currently on a career upswing. There are many fans staring at them with every word in action. Although he had been reckless just now, how could he not fulfill what he had said? Meanwhile, the news of Big Mimi's upcoming marriage is even on the hot seat. It appeared on the top of the Hot 100 in just a few minutes. There was no turning back for Big Mimi now. At the same time, seeing Lin Bei in such a state, his anger was even more unbearable. No matter what, I said this thing myself, so I must go and fulfill it. Big Mimi was not one to compromise. Since the other party had such an attitude, he himself must bring this matter to fruition. Meanwhile, Big Mimi's fans were dumbfounded. It was surprising that his favorite goddess would announce her marriage at this time. What was this Lin Bei all about? How could it be worth it for such a perfect damsel in distress to marry him? Big Mimi's fans think she's the perfect goddess. No man in this world is able to marry the great Mimi. At the same time, understand that the fans inside the livestream are also online koans. In a moment, the popularity of the entire live broadcast room straightened through 100 million. And the speed didn't stop. Lin Bei's fans directly said, Lin Bei, that's a flying car god, dedicated to spreading positive energy and breaking through hundreds of millions of fans across the web. Soon to be released flying cars to change the entire transportation environment in China, and also give armor to the traffic police. There's cooperation with both the state. Big Mimi's fans are completely shocked. I can't believe there are such wonderful men out there. Big Mimi's fans also hit the airwaves with, it's just like a groom. A match made in heaven. This is totally divine. The two of them together. It's a match made in heaven. Is this the love that was meant to be? Big Mimi's fans are more than happy. There was only so good a man as the one they thought could be worthy of Big Mimi. However, Lin Bei's fans came out against it. You guys don't think anything. Lin Bei, the god of cars, belongs to Xin Yuchu. No one can steal it. Xin Yuchu is the real and true queen mother of the palace. The two of them are quite a pair. After Big Mimi's fans saw these words, their eyes fell on Xin Yuchu's body at once. At that moment, Big Mimi's fans immediately began to baidu Xin Yuchu's identity. They had discovered that Xin Yuchu again out is a big deal. Xin Yuchu was a top student in the college entrance examination, a senior student of Long Yuan University, or the daughter of Rainbow Realty. Not in any way inferior to Big Mimi. To be so good at it, it's a living hell. The high school entrance exam alone is the envy of countless people. Not to mention, a senior at Rikokwin University. It's literally whatever you want it to be. Both are so good. Other people don't even have to throw their weight around to make money. What's more, others may still contribute to the country. I'm so embarrassed. Big Nini's fans have been left in utter shock. Just one Lin Bei alone already made them raise their heads and look up. Now there is another Shin Yu-chu. What kind of divine combination is this? Suddenly the picture in the live stream turned. All the pop-ups were envious of Lin Bei. The god of cars is really great and ravishing. All the girls around me are such wonderful people. A high school senior with a face on the line and an IQ on the line. A popular actress, true to her word, pretty and beautiful. What's even more excessive is that there's a Mongolian princess, full of exotic flavors. This is what a man looks like. The man who makes all men envious. I feel like I've lived in vain. After more than 20 years of living, I still don't have a girlfriend. Others have been able to have them left and right. All the people in the live room were envious. However, Shin Yu-chu also stared at Lin Bei, waiting for his answer. When Lin Bei saw this, a very sunny smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With an arm around Shin Yu-chu, he looked at her with firm eyes. I already have a girlfriend. And I didn't say I wanted to make this bet with you. There's really no need to be serious about this matter. Lin Bei said and couldn't care less. Directly carrying Shin Yu-chu on his back, he went on a wild ride. If I continue to stay in this place, I don't know what kind of trouble I'll get into. Only in this way can these troubles be prevented from continuing to fester. Reacting, Big Nini and Hoppa looked at each other. The two women looked at each other and went after them. Lin Bei, until this matter is resolved clearly, you don't want to leave. Reba was originally a princess of the steppe, with some wildness in her bones. I've always been true to my word, and since I've already said it, I naturally won't swallow it back. In any case this matter must be on the agenda. Big Nini said, so do I. Our Mongolian traditions cannot be broken. If anyone breaks our rules like you did, won't this be a mess in the future? Reba also spoke, especially after seeing what Big Nini had just done. One should also face up to this matter. After chasing them for a while, the two women realized that they couldn't catch up at all. The two women were panting with exhaustion. Looking at the front, Lin Bei, who was still running away. There were even more strange thoughts in his heart. He is simply too fierce. Not only did he tame the Sweatblood BMW with just one person's strength. How can you run so fast, with a man on your back now? Lin Bei's speed was simply too fast, with a man on his back. It's amazing that you can be as fast as Bolt. It's just brilliant. The two women were only able to sigh in the background. Even that still didn't dissuade the two women from giving up. One is a princess of the steppe, a yet stubborn public figure who is true to his word. This makes for a very interesting scene. A man carrying a woman on his back, running wildly across the grassland. The two women in the back were in constant pursuit. Sisters, step up. We must chase this man back. Can't let him escape. Although Big Nini was tired and panting, but still wanted to catch up with Lin Bei. Good, let's step it up. We mustn't cheapen him. Although the two women were saying harsh words, their steps were slowly decelerating. And Shin Yu-chu was carried by Lin Bei and left the soccer field in a while. Shin Yu-chu was very happy now. At least the man made a choice in front of millions of viewers. It's such a romantic thing. How many people in this world can show their love in front of hundreds of millions of people? Shin Yu-chu leaned tightly on Lin Bei's back. You were really handsome just now, and it was especially manly. Shin Yu-chu said, I just want you to know that your choice is not wrong. And I'm not going to learn from Chun Shimi and abandon you when I have a princess. Besides there won't be a princess. Although Lin Bei was as fit as a fiddle, his brain was running very fast. I felt it. You didn't just want to toy with me. Shin Yu-chu said from the bottom of her heart. How is this possible? I truly want to travel around China with you. Then enjoy the world of two. We'll be able to reminisce together when we're old in the future and also be able to tell our children. Lin Bei thought about the future. Aha! Shin Yu-chu was similarly infected. In the countless days to come, they are going to walk hand in hand all over the great rivers and mountains of China. The hearts of the two men were pressed together at this very moment. Shin Yu-chu only felt as if she was flying, and couldn't help but exclaim, You're so fast. Lin Bei froze for a moment. Is this connoting me? Again the pace picked up again. This operation can make the god again place bumpy bad. Lin Bei asked. Fast? Shin Yu-chu nodded and said. Aha, it's even faster than just now. Lin Bei sniffed and continued to accelerate again. Asking again, is it still fast? Shin Yu-chu understood Lin Bei's meaning even if she was stupid. At that moment, her scarlet face said, very, very fierce. Lin Bei laughed. Any more? Shin Yu-chu was shy. Still, it's still very long-lasting. Only then was Lin Bei satisfied and carried Shin Yu-chu within the caravan. Round beds neon. Norman waltzes on the table. Under the pillow is the ultra-thin, watery inspired Durex. Shin Yuchu knew the day had finally come. Shin Yuchu slowly closed her eyes, and no longer did much resistance. This day was going to come eventually. Lin Bei wouldn't talk to himself about platonic love. Sometimes two people at a negative distance are more able to enhance their relationship. One night later, his face was full of energy as he fried poached eggs and brewed bird's nest in the caravan. Lin Bei had a very happy smile on his face, humming a little tune under his breath while frying a poached egg. Only then did Shin Yuchu slowly get up from the bed. Look at Lin Bei, who was frying a poached egg. The moment also felt very happy, but she realized with a jolt that her legs were so sore and weak that she couldn't walk. She was weak as she rubbed her belly. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Bei. You're too impulsive. At least it's someone's first time, be gentle. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Shin Yuchu very dotingly. Next time for sure, Lin Bei said with a smile. Shin Yuchu pouted. There's no next time. Lin Bei said. Good. Shin Yuchu was shocked. He actually agreed just like that? Could it be that Lin Bei's willpower was so strong? It is important to realize that, scientifically, the DNA of a man's brain and the DNA of high play are kept highly aligned. This is where men's lower body thinking comes from. But then he suddenly wanted to be the mom who said that devouring the forbidden fruit only countless times and 0 times would become more and more addictive. Wouldn't that be? Oops. Shin Yuchu was shy at the thought that he might ask Lin Bei to give it to him in the future, which was really asking for trouble. Shin Yuchu walked into the bathroom. That's when I realized the true significance of why there are grab bars in the bathroom. You're in your own physical condition right now, and it's probably hard to even get up without this armrest. Only then did Shin Yuchu realize that Lin Bei had actually prepared for this. But recalling that taste from last night, it's still worth the redeeming qualities. It seemed like everything was different. Again, it seems that all is still the same. What exactly has changed? Shin Yuchu couldn't say anything for a moment. The two had a sweet breakfast. The atmosphere was quite cordial. Lin Bei then drove the RV to the second stop on the RV tour toward the roof of the world. Then you are tried by countless people to be a holy place in their hearts. That's why even the sky is so clear. Then you're looking down on China from space. And apart from the Great Wall, there's another natural wonder that you can see clearly at a glance. With an average elevation of 3,000 to 5,000 meters, there are still the highest peaks in the world. Lin Bei fantasized about being on the highest peak in the world with Shin Yuchu, watching the clouds roll in and out as the two of them snuggled up to each other. Just as Lin Bei was fantasizing about the beauty of the scenery, another message came from Su Shanxian. Boss, the first batch of flying cars, which have been produced and manufactured and checked by the state, are ready for sale. Su Shanxian's tone was cheerful and his mood was excited. And the quality of these flying cars is so good that I'm sure they'll take a beating when they go on sale. It also signaled that the technology of this world had reached a new level. Lin Bei was also very happy after hearing this. The age of the flying car has come. Immediately hold a press conference in Magic City to announce the arrival of the flying car era in front of the world free. Lin Bei's tone was certain and full of confidence. That's a good place to start. In a way, it's a bomb that's sure to make waves over the world. Su Shanxian was also excited at that moment. Good, I'll start making arrangements. However, many sneaky people have appeared in the neighborhood of the factory. Lin Bei frowned after hearing those words. The identity of these sneaky people should not be simple. It's likely that it's all about the flying car skills. Those sneaky people should be spies sent out from abroad. Most likely a spy from the small days. Because once the flying cars came out, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to their country's only pillar industry. It's natural that little life doesn't want to lag behind Wasia, because once the flying car is introduced, the economy of the small days is bound to suffer, also likely to pull down the GDP of the country as a whole. The influence at the international level becomes very low. The only thing that can change a small life, and that is stealing this technology. At the same time, they are being improved and used in their own countries. Then export. Perhaps they could have been a little more shameless and announced that this technology was supposed to be for the small days. Then someone else stole it out, because they're sure to add some fancy stuff to it. Those people are probably spies. You must take precautions. Lin Bei was also worried. No problem, I'll be sure to proceed with caution. I wonder which country they actually came from. Su Shanxian also understood. It is normal for this technology that he now holds in his hands to be coveted by other countries. I'm guessing it's a spy sent over by Little Day. Lin Bei said. Su Shanxian came into a temper at once, his heart indignant. This Little Day is really not a thing. Stealing our Chinese characters is not even a problem. And now want to even steal our technology. They can be so shameless. Lin Bei also smiled after hearing this. Indeed, the words used in the small days are quoted from the Chinese land. To date, Chinese characters make up the lion's share of the culture in the small days. Even a common Chinese person who goes to the small days can easily read their writing.
Although the pronunciations are different, the meanings conveyed are not far from each other. Some people even say that the language of the small days is the dialect of Chinese. Not to worry about that now. Make sure to secure the factory. I'm afraid that the little days, once they don't get what they want, will use some cruelty against the factory. Lin Bei's worries were not unreasonable. There is nothing moral about this little life. Although they pay lip service to the spirit of Bushido, but behind the scenes, they do the dirty work. I know, I will definitely take proper safety precautions. Su Shanxian suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. It's not just about technology. It's not just about the survival of a business. There is also the national righteousness. Flying car technology in China? Then it is the pride of the Chinese people. Once it is stolen, then one becomes a sinner for all time. No matter what, you must keep yourself safe. Lin Bei said. The little day tried to do that, and it must have come at a terrible price. I know that. Don't worry about it. I definitely won't let the flying car technology be stolen. Su Shanxiang said with conviction. Tell you what, I'll make the arrangements. Lin Bei thought for a moment. The little day's methods were very cruel, and if there wasn't a strong guard, there would likely be a large number of losses. Good, Su Shanxiang said, but Lin Bei is not assured. With the means of the small days, this thing did not get his hands on, and how can it easily give up? You must be safe during this time. The small days have never been kind, and their favorite thing to do is to start with your family members. Lin Bei admonished. Su Shanxiang is the main person in charge of this project. If you want to get the flying car technology, Su Shanxiang must be the primary candidate for a small day. That's why Lin Bei urged Su Shanxiang. Lin Bei already had a decision in his mind. Then he dialed the number of the Long Branch Hospital, and negotiated for the Dragon Science Institute to produce the Inferno Dragon armor as soon as possible. Then patrol the area around Xiaosangai's factory. This is how you can be prepared. When dealing with these little days, you must hit hard and not be able to leave any room for error. It's a two-pronged approach so that you can protect your side of the story. Confidentiality must also be put in place. After instructing Su Shanxian, Lin Bei's heart was still more or less worried. Owners have been pretty much spot on from every aspect though, but the flying car press conference must be held soon, or else it's likely that someone will get the jump on you. Also use this flying car to stir up public opinion in the world. After making the call, Lin Bei said to Xin Yuchu, I'm going to Magic City to organize a press conference. I may have to leave for a day or two. Xin Yuchu said without thinking. I'm going too. Lin Bei looked at Xin Yuchu with great heartache. Your body is weak, and the time is still very rushed. Why don't you just wait for me here? I must go. Xin Yuchu said decisively. Does your stomach still hurt now? I'm really worried about your physical fitness right now. Lin Bei looked at Xin Yuchu very dotingly. His own woman should of course be his own heartache, and this long run will certainly cause secondary damage to Xin Yuchu's body. Don't worry about this. I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life. Xin Yuchu's tone was very gentle when she said this, but it was the next moment that she made a sudden shift in her drawing. You don't want me to follow you so badly. Is it because you want to dump me and go with Big Nini and Hotpa? Xin Yuchu's tone became very cold, and with a questioning tone, Lin Bei was moved for a moment in his heart. Xin Yuchu must be worried that those two women followed up, afraid that he could not resist. This is a feeling of being cared for. It was also enough to prove that his position in Xin Yuchu's heart was very important. That's why Xin Yuchu had to go along. Don't worry about it, they definitely won't be able to keep up with me, Lin Bei said with great confidence. After all, with his current speed like this, even if he was the world's long-distance running champion, it was unlikely that he would be able to keep up with himself. I'm not worried. Which one of those two women isn't pretty, and with a shapely body? What's more important is that the others are devoted to you. Xin Yuchu's words were sour. Lin Bei then realized it was bad. Xin Yuchu must have thought that he couldn't hold it, so that's why he wanted to follow him. Lin Bei said, I don't have any thoughts about them. That's hard to say, when someone else comes up and wants to marry you. And those two girls are in such good condition. As a normal person, wouldn't you want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Xin Yuchu said. Lin Bei was momentarily speechless, disliking these words, spoken as if he's a womanizer who loves everyone he sees. Heaven and earth. One would never have thought of it that way. I really don't have such thoughts. I just want to travel around China with you and enjoy the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. Feel the heaviness of history, and experience nature's ingenious craftsmanship. Together with you, we will slowly travel to every corner of China. In the future, we will also be able to recall this wonderful time together. Lin Bei spoke the truest thoughts in his heart. There are millions of beautiful women in this world, and I'm only in love with you. No matter how good the other person is, it's not even a billionth as good as you in my eyes. Lin Bei said from the bottom of his heart. Less here. Slick talk. This matter of you going to Magic City, I have to follow. Xin Yuchu didn't listen to Lin Bei anymore either. Lin Bei on the other hand smiled. Since she wanted to follow, then so be it. After arriving in Mordor, it's okay to spend your free time cutting up the martial arts. Good, you're coming with me. Lin Bei eventually compromised. Compromising in the face of your woman is not something to be ashamed of. There is so much more love in this. In fact, the real situation is not what Shin Yuchu said. Shin Yuchu for eating the forbidden fruit for the first time. But there is still something in the back of my mind. And I still remember the wonderful taste. In reality, Shin Yuchu was afraid of what she would do in case her addiction came in the middle of the day. She doesn't know what to do with it alone? There is very little to learn about this. That's why you have to rely on Lin Bei for this kind of thing. And Shin Yuchu just messaged her mom to ask. Mom, on the other hand, was very honest and told her that coming up so strong right off the bat had set her up for the future. In the future, apart from Lin Bei, it was estimated that no one would be able to satisfy her. That was Shin Yuchu's real purpose. And naturally, this kind of thing could not be told to Lin Bei explicitly. If Lin Bei knew what was really going on inside, that bad guy mustn't pester himself every day. My own legs are still sore now. There's a saying about pain and pleasure. Then get ready to leave. Lin Bei said. After all, the press conference can't be delayed, so to speak. Getting this thing finalized in the shortest possible time would be a useful thing for the entire flying car industry. I'm going to ride my doomsday locomotive. Shin Yuchu said. Can you really do it with your physical condition? Lin Bei was very clear about his abilities. Shin Yuchu bristled. Why not? I'm alive and well now. In that case, why don't we have a friendly match? Let's see who gets to Magic City first. Lin Bei proposed. Without a little color. How meaningless. Shin Yuchu said. Lin Bei revealed a bad smile. If you lose, then you have to listen to my command. What if you lose? Shin Yuchu asked. Then I'll listen to your command. Lin Bei said. The two quickly came to an understanding and a journey of speed and passion ensued. First, it was a wild ride from the highway to a wild ride straight out of the sky in the back. Lin Bei's Source Polestar was extremely fast. The two were in between. Passers-by who didn't know thought it was a god coming down, an alien invasion. And everyone looked up at the flash of locomotive racing. However, there is a lot more that is beyond shocking. Western Military District. Air Defense Control Room. All of them are busy. Quick, quick, quick. UFO body sighted. Quickly lock position. What are you all doing? Not even after all this time. Locked in position? Hurry up and report upwards. This matter is likely beyond our capabilities. The Western Military Region came alive in this instant. Central Military District. Unidentified flying object sighted. And moving very fast. We request the use of radar and a rapid lock on the UFO body. Permission to use radar. Begin locking on the UFO body immediately. After a while, the people in the control room finally found the exact answer. Report. Preliminary judgment is that the two flying objects should be locomotives. The entire control room was stunned at that statement. A locomotive? How can a locomotive fly in the sky? And the locomotive had outpaced land vehicles. Keep tracking. It's imperative to find out what's going on with these two locomotives. However, at this moment the Eastern Military Region also shook. This sudden appearance of flying locomotives caused these military region bigwigs to feel a wave of panic. If these things come out of nowhere and uncontrollable factors occur, then the matter becomes extraordinary. Su Yun's face turned blue when he received this report. Who else has such technology? Only Lin Bei. Of course. Su Yun was busy. Lin Bei's sudden rise. The one who took the blame was him. Su Yun, it's too late now. If you want to find a reason to put off the generals of other military regions. But now the radars of the other military regions had probably already detected Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu. You can't hide this kind of thing. And the matter of Mecha Speedster's cooperation with the Central Military Region was expected to be brought up soon. Su Yun had wanted to show off in front of several generals from other military regions with such science and technology. Rather, the wily generals should have smelled the profit in this by now. As expected, several generals from other military regions quickly and clearly investigated the whole thing. There are no impermeable walls in the world, but where someone has done something, they are naturally able to know about it. For a moment, the phone in Su Yun's office rang one after another. Old Su-ah, you're not being generous. The caller was Chen Yu, a general from the Western Military Region. The man was straightforward and would not beat around the bush, and was also a gnarled man. Old Chen, I'm a little confused by what you're saying. Su Yun also had to act confused. If he admitted it himself at this time, this matter would not be easy to handle. Even though the other party already knew about the cooperation between himself and Lin Bei. But at a time like this, even if you beat yourself to death, you won't say it. You keep pretending. I'll see how long you can pretend. Chen Yu laughed cheerfully over the phone. Old Chen Yu, make it clear what I'm pretending? We are a few old brothers, but there is no need to be like this, Su Yun said. In fact, The heart was very flustered. The other party made the call and actually knew about the partnership behind this. Also wanted to come and probe himself. If you don't say it, then I'll go find Elder Chin. Chen Yu hung up the phone after saying these words. Suyun had a helpless look on his face, but just as he put the phone down, it rang again. Old Su, you're too unkind. Such a good thing is even hidden by yourself, and you don't share it properly with us old brothers. Who on earth raised you with this habit of eating alone? The general of the Eastern Military Region, Wang Kai, didn't even give Suyun a chance to explain. I'm not eating alone. Suyun had a strong attitude. And you say you didn't take a solo. I was all over the radar. Wang Kai said. Lin Bei's flying car is quite impressive, and it's been very perfected in every aspect. I have another piece of information here about you and Lin Bei. Wang Kai caught, in an instant, the point of the matter. Suyun was a head over heels. This matter couldn't be hidden after all. These two guys would never just let it go so easily. After all, adding equipment to an entire military region is something a man who is a general would love to do. Not to mention the gear is black. Equipment like this applied to a warrior's body is like a tiger with wings. Not only can it improve a warrior's overall fighting ability, it also improves the challenges faced in many areas. Even Suyun sighed. This ultimately could not be wrapped up in fire. And this matter had been thoroughly spread throughout the entire military region, just between a few generals. Of course, these generals were able to follow the trail and figure out the whole thing thoroughly by virtue of the doomsday mechs. If Suyun refused to admit it again, these old guys would definitely call and bombard themselves day and night. If it wasn't for Lin Bei's sudden appearance today, how much longer do you plan to hide it from us? Wang Kai said. You can't blame me for that one. We're both from the military. And I'm sure you haven't learned much about secrecy treaties? Suyun immediately found a good reason. We are all in the military. And naturally we have memorized the secrecy treaty. It was the only way to gag these generals. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to find Elder Chin. Wang Kai snapped and hung up the phone when he finished saying this. And so it was. The commander of the Eastern Military Region, as well as the commander of the Western Military Region, had joined forces with the commanders of several other major military regions to join forces with Qin Lao. Elder Chin, the Mecha Speedster Eastern Military Region also wants to build a team. The Western Military Region also wants to create a Mecha Speeder unit. Elder Chin looked at the group of commanders who had come in force. And yet, he seemed very calm. This matter of mecha flying cars is not yet mature. The reason why it hasn't been massively promoted is because there isn't a mature team at the moment. If this mecha unit is built, it is natural to promote it in the major military regions. There is also the ability to massively upgrade equipment if conditions allow. As Qin Lao looked at these several commanders with such urgency, his heart was also really very pleased. Keep these warriors on guard over this land of China. It's natural to rest on your laurels. Elder Chin, the Western Military Region, am willing to serve as a test unit. I'm willing in the Eastern Military District as well. Elder Chin smiled. Since that's the case, you guys will get on with this matter yourselves. But one thing to remember is that you must not make things difficult for Lin Bei. The commanders were very happy after they received these words from Elder Chin. Then they sent military diplomats to Lin Bei's Magic City launch. Magic City. The World Trade Center is extremely busy. It's not just the business community that gathers here. There are also cutting-edge scientists and major media outlets around the world. Some media outlets have already started broadcasting live, because this one launch will mean a rewrite of the entire social landscape in the future. People in Huaxia and even the entire world were staring at this launch. The nation's netizens are abuzz at this very moment. They don't just think about the future of flying cars. Also being able to feel the flying cars firsthand is life-changing. The netizens are in a heated discussion. The future of flying cars, this was unimaginable before. I wonder what this flying car really looks like. Will the advent of flying cars change the whole rules of transportation? Then there's no need to think. The appearance of flying cars will surely change the entire rules of transportation. And it's unlikely that it will change all of them. Is the advent of flying cars going to follow the rules of aviation? And plotting a course upstairs? You're right to be concerned. However, this flying car should be along the lines of land transportation. My guess, if I may, is that the flying car traffic rules continue the land roads? The main thing is to make the whole road more three-dimensional. Of course, it is not possible to go beyond this three-dimensional road. At the same time, from the previous overtaking to the right, change to overtaking upwards and downwards. That is to say, just plan a flying road, and be able to extend the width of the road from above and below. This is also known as upward overtaking. The advent of flying cars has completely solved the problem of traffic jams we have now. The heated discussion among netizens is not without merit. Not only does it change the problem of traffic jams, but it also improves speed. More than that, it enhances the management his efficiency. It used to take days of traveling to reach a destination. The flying car will be able to cut that timeline down completely once it appears.
Flying cars aren't just a good thing for the country and the people. It can also rapidly increase the national GDP. The previous cars, though not all, are obsolete.
But with flying cars,
who wants to walk slowly on land? In the midst of all the attention, the two of them, Lin Bei and Xin Yuqiu, drove the Doomsday locomotive and finally arrived at the site of the press conference. The two locomotives were not parked in the parking lot. Instead, they drove right into the middle of the launch site. The roar from the engines of these two locomotives brought everyone in the room to their feet. As their eyes fell on the two doomed locomotives, they couldn't help but marvel. It's spectacular, for no other reason than that the two locomotives were still hovering in the air. The media at the scene even held up their hands and clicked their cameras, fearing that they had missed any detail.
Such an important black development.
It's natural to make it public. If anything, which media outlet was the first to get such a press release? There will be a place for it throughout the journalism world, because the nation is away right now, paying attention to the launch of this one. After Lin Bei and Xin Yuqiu both landed, the media reporters quickly surrounded the two. May I ask Mr. Lin if the flying car is true?
A reporter was the first to speak.
Didn't you guys see what just happened?
The press conference that's going on right now is about flying cars.
Of course it's true.
Lin Bei's voice was very loud, plus the entire venue was again specially arranged, so his voice can travel to any location.
Mr. Lin, may I ask if the flying car is costly? Is there a set price for the selling price? How is the performance? Another reporter asked.
There is no law on flying cars in China.
How can we pass flying cars? The reporter's questions were tricky and weird, but every question was able to get to the point. Lin Bei smiled. This is something that product managers have to talk about. About how to pass flying cars? This is also a problem for the relevant departments to overcome. But there is one thing. The price of the non-vehicles will be the same as regular vehicles. There is a limit of one per person. Non-transferable. 10-year warranty. Performance-wise, it should be tested in a while, Lin Bei said nonchalantly. Just then a reporter in a kimono stepped forward and asked, May I ask you, sir, what is at the heart of flying cars? Lin Bei frowned, carefully sizing up this one reporter of the small days. This question from the other side is clearly trying to get to the heart of the locomotive. As soon as this core little day is given, it will likely be researched based on the steps involved. It's nakedly stealing. Just then, understanding eye saw a beautiful lady holding a teddy pet dog. Please leave. You're not welcome here, Lin Bei said nonchalantly. The reporter from Small Days froze. What gives you the right to blast me out? When you hold a press conference, aren't you able to allow reporters to ask questions? The reporter from the Small Day instantly came to fire as well. You are in no position to speak to me. It's not too late for you to leave, Lin Bei said word for word. Small-time journalists are ready to continue in the stalker, but the security guard at the door had stepped in and blasted him out in a way that could not be disobeyed. A thud was heard. The journalists of the Small Days then wailed. At that moment the understanding gaze fell on the teddy dog. Please blast the dog out. The voice was not loud, but it landed in the ears of everyone on the scene. On what grounds? The lady was extremely dissatisfied in her heart, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and finally took his teddy pet dog and slowly walked out of the World Trade Center. There was a thunderous applause, but anyone with a little bit of brain knows very well that this is obviously targeting the Small Days. There was even thunderous applause. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more enthusiastic, calling out for relief. The pop-ups are filled with laughter between the lines. What a relief. I'll always support the car gods. No dogs or Small Days allowed. Only in this way can I understand the hatred of my heart. I'd go so far as to hammer them out if I was given a doomsday mech. I think it should be brutally beaten and thrown out for a little while. As soon as I saw this little day come to the press conference, I was sure it wasn't going to be a good one. I guess after seeing a press conference like this, it triggered their active skills again. Upstairs, you're overdoing it. Shouldn't this active skill be from the stick country? Laughter in the live room. Immediately afterward, the launch officially began. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Bei, because now Lin Bei is about to demonstrate the performance of the flying car live. It's also a feast for the eyes. All the media had their cameras in hand, ready to snap away, because every detail cannot be left out. It was at this point that the flying car in the middle of the stage finally revealed his true appearance. Everyone at this moment, holding their breath, looked at what was in front of them. This is epic making. The advent of flying cars doesn't just mean that technology is evolving. It also leads the era into a different time and place. Faster. Conduct a performance test. I can't wait. Let's quickly see what the advantage of this flying car is. The crowd was hyping it up, because it's something to look forward to. Lin Bei looked at the live audience with such enthusiasm. So it was a straightforward demonstration of the flying car's performance. This one is a flying car compared to the Rock's drone-like flying car.
Lin Bei's flying car is mainly powered by a small turbine engine.
No propellers, just jets.
It's too lightweight and compact.
There's no propeller,
which means it's a real flying car.
If you add a propeller, it's no different than a helicopter. If you add a propeller, fuel consumption is naturally going to increase.
Bro, don't be stupid. I heard this speeder doesn't need to burn oil. There was a lot of chatter in the audience because something like this was just appalling.
High tech like this is indeed refreshing.
This flying car invented by Lin Bei was lighter and smaller,
with better maneuverability.
But this flyer is not the right time to play a gun game with dizziness,
because in the air also 3D vertigo.
Lin Bei slowly walked towards the cockpit.
Boom! The speeder engine started.
The whole flyer is more of a four-way street.
Then with a swoosh it flew off. At the moment there is a flashing light and people are tooting.
The whole start, extremely simple, is not like one of those flying cars with a couple of propellers. There is still a need to keep increasing the power of our own operations in situ.
Lin Bei's flying car startup process was smooth. Very silky smooth.
Lin Bei drove the flying car smoothly for a period of time afterward.
Slowly returned to the meeting again.
The audience at the venue also noticed that the gray is extremely quiet. It doesn't cause a greedy amount of noise. It also doesn't create a gust of wind around you like a propeller-like flying car would.
Instead,
all of it seems as if it didn't happen. After Lin Bei had parked the flying car, everyone had realized that the era of flying cars had come. Lin Bei slowly stepped off the flying car and looked at the audience with a smile on his face.
Everyone, I officially announce that we have entered the flying car era. At once, the entire press conference was filled with people applauding.
But at this moment someone else has also come up with their own idea. So the age of flying cars has come and is likely to change our entire way of life in the time to come.
However,
with such speeds and such a way of traveling,
it seems that we need to modify our traffic rules
and the corresponding policies and regulations.
Just then,
a man in charge in a suit walked out.
Gentlemen,
the moment the non-cars were produced, the relevant departments were already studying the decision. The new traffic rules as well as the relevant policies and regulations will be activated.
The slowest time should be announced in 3 days.
Of course, the relevant policy laws and regulations
must be inextricably linked to non-vehicles.
At the same time, the flying car's route of travel will also have a considerable change.
But the altitude of flight and the speed of flight must be constrained accordingly.
The hearts of the audience hanging in the air here have been dropped. If there is just the appearance of a flying car without relevant laws and regulations, then this flying car will only appear as a concept car. It is very natural that the very ones that are recognized by the state are able to come within the reach of the common people.
That's what the live audience was more concerned about.
Subsequent time the state enacted a corresponding code of non-vehicular behavior. After receiving strong support from the state,
the press conference was at an even greater climax.
What's the price of a flying car?
I want to get my hands on one immediately. Come on, stop tucking and open the register. I want to order one right away.
The audience was so enthusiastic that they were afraid of falling behind others. Su Shanxian had already been prepared for such a situation.
Instead,
the person who arranged it came to do the registration.
Gentlemen, due to time constraints,
our flying car is only available for pre-order now.
In the coming days we will start production in a tight schedule.
Priority will be given to satisfying the domestic market. Su Shanxiang rushed out at this time. Lin Bei's business was already done naturally. There was no need for him to throw his weight around over such trivial matters. For today's we're only accepting deposits. And that's a fairly low deposit. Just $3,000 per person and leave contact information as well as your address. The flying car will be delivered to your door once it is built. With these words,
the launch site became even more lively.
You know, you can't just buy a regular car and be able to settle on it with a $3,000 deposit.
This is exactly like giving out welfare to people in the country.
Meanwhile, everyone at the launch site consciously lined up for the deposit. And some were even more distraught because they were at the end of the line fearing that the flyer maker's quota was already full. Su Shan scrambled to get on top of the internet and made a pre-order. In just 2 hours,
the amount of non-vehicle bookings has approached 30 crores of net income. This doesn't just solve the funding shortfall.
It also enables the expansion of production. Su Shanxian's face was even more smiling as he looked at these figures. If it wasn't for Lin Bei himself still running the toy factory that was about to close down.
Nowadays, you are not only attacking the automotive industry, but also the most top-notch flying car industry. Su Shanxian also became the first person to eat crabs.
The launch ended successfully and the news immediately shocked the whole world.
Meanwhile, the internet boils over with little life.
Because Lin Bei's move to blow away the reporters at the conference was undoubtedly discrimination against them.
These little days there's no way to do anything but grind your teeth on the internet. However,
small-time car companies have also said they will cut prices to compete with non-cars. It has even introduced various welfare policies.
In some cases, the car companies are selling them at half price.
Some are sold directly at 20% off cost. Some car companies are even making the mistake of advertising slogans that give your wife a free gift with the purchase of a car. What's even more outrageous is that by purchasing a vehicle from Little Life, you are able to go to Little Life and experience a male pornography. Meanwhile, Little Daylight also makes a safety comparison between the flying car and existing vehicles, but it's all part of a subplot and empty. What they want to do is to completely and utterly bring down the flyer industry. It's even a list of the various dangers of flying cars on the internet. The Small Days even reached out to the Chinese internet, cajoling some middle-aged and elderly people on the internet. The small-time tactics are endless, cajoling middle-aged and elderly people to keep their children from buying flying cars. Some filial children, in order not to let their parents worry. There are really people who run to return the money. This infuriated Lin Bei. The stability in all aspects of the flying car that he himself had created, that was there for all to see, and relevant policies and regulations follow. This Little Day is clearly a shot in the back. Small Days when it's really an animal, dead or alive, don't have a face, must be a whole wave. Lin Bei stood in front of the window, his eyes gleaming as he looked into the distance. This Little Life is getting more and more uneasy. If I don't give them a little color, it's really a pig's nose in an onion, pretending to be an elephant for me here. Lin Bei suddenly had a bright idea. Don't you have 3,000 Deadpools yourself? Turn around and give them a list of good weapons and fuck off his Little Life 3 quasi-carriers. Lin Bei's mood changed for the better when he thought about it. Since the Little Day was unkind, there was no point in hiding it from himself. If you don't give them some color, you really think that Huaxia is a soft persimmon to pinch. However, it was at this moment that the diplomatic military officer found Lin Bei. Mr. Lin, I'm a representative of the Western Military Region, and I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Mr. Lin, I'm a representative of the Eastern Military Region, and Master is here to talk to you about cooperation. Lin Bei was not surprised. The advent of flying cars meant more than just an entire era. It also has a place in the military where it can be useful. Plus the news that he was working with the military should have leaked out. Otherwise these people wouldn't have been able to show up on their own. Mr. Lin, our Eastern Military Region wants to become stronger. Right now, we're a complete soft touch without the support of technology. With the support of your technology, our Eastern Military Region can go to the next level. The representative of the Eastern Military Region had a sad face. Mr. Lin, our Western Military Region is simply too weak. There isn't a single decent personality at all. The troops are all still following the most ancient training methods when they are pulling out. The representative of the Western Military Region hung his head even more. Lin Bei knew very well in his heart what kind of development had the military region gotten to now, but it's definitely not as serious as they make it out to be. They want support in their own presence. That's why it's the next best thing. We even had a big military region competition. We lost the Central Military Region by a large margin in terms of technology. We are sorely disappointed. If Mr. Lin is able to give us technological support, we'll be able to agree to any conditions you put forward. The Western Military Region was even using the King Bomb directly. Using this way thought that he would definitely be able to get Lin Bei to support himself. Mr. Lin, for the sake of the entire country, for the sake of our military to rise to the next level, the Eastern Military Region devoutly wants to enter into cooperation with you. Compared to the Western Military Region, the Eastern Military Region was a bit more sincere, but in any case they were thinking of China. It is also about wanting to get a more advanced batch of weapons. Lin Bei smiled. He had just been thinking about how to deal with the Small Days. These military districts just delivered. Such an opportunity is really a burst of luck. Right now our production capacity is still very limited, but for the sake of Huaxia's security, I can't help but help. Lin Bei was slow and methodical, whetting the appetite of these two military diplomats from the military region. Who do I help first if I'm not tired? It might all drive a wedge between your two families. This matter I do have some difficulty with. Lin Bei acted as if it was difficult. Mr. Lin, I think our Western Military Region should most definitely get your help first. It's because the Western Military Region is really too poor and at the same time doesn't have any high-tech weapons. The military diplomat of the Western Military Region said very sincerely. We were only able to see a high-tech weapon on the TV screen. The warriors are all envious. Now if Mr. Lin can help us, our fighters will not only be able to get high-tech me to train, at the same time they'll also be able to do a better job of border defense. The Western Military Region's words could be described as word for word, and the meaning of each layer was very obvious. Mr. Lin, our Eastern Military Region is close to the sea. If you help us first our strength will get a big boost. At the same time it will also be able to make a difference above the sea. The Eastern Military Region was also pulling out all the stops of their own, hoping to take this cooperation ahead of the Western Military Region.
I do have a hard time with you guys saying that. So here's the deal. Lin Bei paused. The military diplomats of the two military regions were wide-eyed. Their ears perked up as they listened carefully to Lin Bei's next words. Whichever of your military districts can strategize their activities in the Little Daybreak Sea nearby, then I'll help whoever I can first. Lin Bei said this very seriously. The military representatives are all human beings. The reason for this was clear at once. Lin Bei's move was to try to fuck the small life. What do you think about this? Should we make a call and ask the commander? The Eastern military diplomat asked the man beside himself in a whisper. Be sensible, we shouldn't crowd things like this, but for the sake of the military to be better it could actually be agreed to. The man beside the Eastern military diplomat whispered. Indeed, the country is even building an airspace mothership. The 3 public programs are all in place. If this series of news is true, it won't be long before even Eagle Sauce becomes a younger brother. This shall not be arrogant, the Eastern military diplomat whispered. So there's a lot of things that haven't been officially implemented into the military, but certain things are all still visible. Although the Western military region also had a navy, it was too far away, and it would be too much of a labor of love. But this opportunity they did not want to give up. Immediately, they asked the commander for advice. However, just in the time of this gap, the Eastern military region was full of promises. Mr. Lin, my Eastern military region has decided to send a domestically produced dual-carrier battle group to conduct exercises for testing in the eastern waters immediately leading to the Little Daylight Sea. The Eastern military district was too quick to say yes, before the Western military region could react. The whole thing had been firmly taken down by the Eastern military region. The Western military region is remorseful, but there is no way to change things now. What comes next can only wait. Good, this matter is settled. Lin Bei was also extremely happy at this moment. Then, Lin Bei traveled all the way to the imperial capital to see if the Huberian from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had been built. Upon inquiry, I was told that the post-Hebelian was in the final stages and about to be built. And Valkyrie, this has been bred ahead of time. That's a good sentiment. It looks like the rest of the little life is not going to be easy. After Lin Bei heard this good news, he couldn't wait to come to the man-made factories. This place is extremely secluded, and all the protection was done very well. Lin Bei first walked through a long corridor. Then the entire body is sterilized by high-tech instruments, as well as tested afterwards. Another even longer passage was entered. The light in the passage was white as snow. There wasn't much decoration around. Everything looked extremely monotonous. Pure white makes you feel clean. But wherever the slightest flaw appears, a robotic hand reaches out from the wall to eliminate it. Lin Bei went through layers and layers of tests before arriving at the center of the lab. A huge container was placed inside. The inside of the container was filled with a viscous substance made of a mixture of liquid and blood. On the outside of the container was a cylindrical metal tube up to 3 meters high with many holes in it. Each hole was able to see a display screen, which was constantly changing various data. These data represent the conditions needed for a life to grow inside the container. Lin Bei was able to clearly see the Valkyrie's appearance. It wasn't different from what one would expect. Just then Chief Scientist Qian Shang immediately came out to greet Lin Bei. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the Chief Scientist here, as well as the main person in charge here. Qian Shang couldn't hold the excitement on his face, because the young man who just walked into the lab was the one who provided the human cloning technology. People like this are highly respected in the scientific community, and it was also this young man who overcame the bottleneck that cloning had encountered. In other words, without this young man there would be no such thing as these clones. Of course clones are always available, but they would never come with such a skill, and each skill is enough to make jaws drop. Absolutely stunning in this world. These Valkyries will be ready soon, and in the meantime have been waiting for Mr. Lin to come over for acceptance. Qian Shang was a scientist, not going to be those sociable pleasantries. What was done was straight to the point. I just came over to take a look, Lin Bei said. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Go to the restroom and wait for orders, Qian Shang said. Experimentation is when all of your people drop what they're doing and get out of the lab quickly. Such an approach gave Lin Bei full freedom. Scientists are exiting the lab in droves. The only 2 people left in the entire lab were Lin Bei and Qian Shang. Lin Bei was very puzzled in his heart, but seeing the clothes ready next to the incubator, he shook his head in disbelief. Do you really think we're horny? However, if these female Valkyries were to appear naked in front of us, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold them. There was no other reason. Each and every one of these female Valkyries was front and center. With their S-shaped curves, they totally nailed the word dimpled. What's worse, these female Valkyries don't just have Lolitas and Imperial sisters, but all kinds of styles anyway. Lin Bei was just about to put a blindfold on himself. Bang! The viscous liquid flowed out from inside the petri dish in an instant. Where's my budgie? A loud voice then reached his ears.
Immediately following, Lin Bei saw a woman with white hair and blue eyes, with long white hair tied into 2 twisted braids, very pretty looking and with a good figure. She gave off the impression of a big lady when she didn't speak, but it looks so immodest. Is this Kiana? Followed by another loud bang, a man with long black smooth straight hair, and deep black eyes. This is Miko. Miko often wears her hair tied behind her head with a hair tie and a bow. Her appearance has a beauty that is mature beyond her age, but she is somewhat difficult to approach, like a flower of the High Sierra. Lin Bei hadn't reacted yet, and the sounds were getting louder and louder. The careless Valkyrie was also getting sore. First time I've seen you. I've been following you for a long time. My name is Naz Ida, and don't look at me like a child. I know more about the world than any of the adults. So, can I trade my knowledge for what you've seen on the road? A sweet, sticky voice rang in his ears. Lin Bei turned around and saw that it was actually Naz Ida. Yo, what can I do for you? Ha, don't you know? The 77th generation master of the Hall of the Living God is Walnut. Hiss, but look at your appearance. Glowing, healthy, must be for something other than work to find me, right? Lin Bei turned around, surprised in life. Instead, I saw one that was a quirky, happy girl. It's Walnut. There is no need to salute. Although this body is honored and distinguished, but this came to want to do something about traveling around the folk in a small costume. I've taken a liking to your skill, and now you're my royal bodyguard. Don't worry, in case of danger, I will step in. Lin Bei's eyes widened once more, and General Thunderbolt made his entrance. In the test chamber, there were more and more Valkyries. Each one is a strip, and they appear with a classic line of their own. These Valkyries are not at all shy about where they are right now. Instead, they are boldly displaying the best of themselves. Such a scene directly dried out Lin Bei's nosebleed. He was never expecting it. This appeared too suddenly. Even if Lin Bei and Shin Yuchu had fought 300 rounds, it hadn't been this exciting. And again, these female Valkyries are drop-dead gorgeous. Each one a stunning verdict. The variety of genres makes for some eye candy. Such a view is truly unforgettable. It's more wave after wave. The waves were really bumpy, and the Valkyries saw Lin Bei in such a state. Master, what's wrong with you? Is the master not well? Say something. Master, don't scare me. The female Valkyries directly surrounded them, each of them moving closer and closer. This scene even made Lin Bei's blood swell, and his nosebleed was getting bigger and bigger. The female martial gods even extended their white hands to help Lin Bei up. Lin Bei's body was originally comparable to the body of a rice captain, tough as nails, but at this very moment it has become so weak, the whole head just felt dizzy. Lin Bei clearly felt that he was actually anemic. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Understanding's mouth. Miko looked at her own body, then at the surrounding Valkyries, before saying, it's probably because we're all unclothed, and we've made our master vomit blood. Kiana felt strange. Spit blood? Is it from the nose and mouth? But it makes sense when you think about it. And they can do it without spitting blood from their mouths. Let's go put some clothes on, Miko suggested. Lin Bei cried out in his heart, it's actually possible to not wear clothes. Just then, all of the Valkyries all went back and got dressed. Lin Bei's symptoms only got better after all of these female Valkyries had gotten dressed. It also confirms the saying that who can withstand the test of Kagres in such a way? If all the Valkyries all looked like this, Lin Bei would sooner or later die from anemia. One by one, these female Valkyries surrounded themselves and appeared to be particularly close. Lin Bei and he and the girls didn't have any separation at all. It's like a friend you haven't seen in a long time. Lin Bei also enjoyed this kind of thing very much, especially seeing all the female characters from the game come to life. It's not just being able to talk on your own that allows you to have a mind of your own. Plus, each of these female Valkyries is amazing. Each one of them that is even more shapely. What's more, these Valkyries are warm. It's not like those characters in the game move under your control. Lin Bei was enjoying himself very much, because all of these heroines in the game had become a reality. And call yourself master. It's exciting to think about. And each one is so versatile. The mere act of saying a word is capable of turning one's head. But now that they have girlfriends, it's not necessary. It's still not necessary. Hey, the Valkyries were just too warm for their own good. Lin Bei's heart originally wanted to resist, but he really couldn't hold back the enthusiasm of these female Valkyries. Out of this, Lin Bei had a long talk with these and the martial gods. In-depth communication. After all, opportunities like these are not available to everyone, especially under these circumstances. A full 24 hours later, Lindbergh is still keeled over. Great stamina to be able to fight another 300 rounds. And the Valkyries, because they had accepted Lin Bei's orders. One racked his brains and tossed and turned to think, so tired that he couldn't even walk. Despite this, the Valkyrie had no sense of resistance. After all, the foundation for all of this was At the beginning of the manufacturing process, Lade and Lin Bei gave them orders to pilot the licensed Huberian to become a ghost in the Pacific. The first target of attack is a small day. The Valkyries had just been made. After all, not very knowledgeable about a lot of it. You need to go to the middle of your brain to retrieve it. Luckily, Shanson had input a lot of information when he made it. It also includes the entire world landscape, and more geography. After all, such a Valkyrie could be described as a weapon or an extremely common demographic. But the purpose of creating a Valkyrie out of it was clear in everyone's mind. This knowledge can be considered a very basic existence, because with this most basic knowledge, it was easier to set up the tasks of the Valkyries with ease. Becoming a ghost, this is not hard to understand. The apparition itself is something that strikes fear in the heart of a person and leaves them unsettled. Yet the Valkyries were there to strike fear into the hearts of the nations around them. After all, a fighting ability like the Valkyries was something that not many people in this world were expected to have. Lin Bei's move could indeed be described as something that had never been seen before or since. In particular, these Valkyries are not only exquisitely talented, but the skills they come with are even more impressive. The Valkyries are not very active in their thinking though, but it still manages to embody so much innocence or two in this world. But in the back of the minds of all the Valkyries, only one person could be obeyed. Yet that person was Lin Bei. There was no chance, or even that possibility, for an onlooker to command a Valkyrie. It's not just the instructions that were output when it was first manufactured. It is also a sign of the state's respect for Lin Bei, coupled with the fact that these female Valkyries looked harmless. This was actually a very terrifying existence. If there wasn't someone who could make them admire them wholeheartedly, or if there wasn't someone who could lead these female Valkyries, then these female Valkyries would become an extremely tricky thing to deal with. Just as Lin Bei was admiring the impressive figures of these female martial arts gods, a phone call from Li Chanan made Lin Bei's mood even better. This snowfall couldn't have come at a better time. Lin Bei, the Huberian has been manufactured. All of the ship's facilities have all been constructed according to your instructions. Now we're just waiting to bring you over for an acceptance inspection to see what we've missed. Li Chang'an also seemed particularly excited in his tone. After all, the fact that hubris is good doesn't just mean that the entire country has reached a new top in technology. It also proved to be able to have a place amongst the entire sea. Li Chang'an actually understood that all of this was nothing more than a collection of resources from the sea. Huberian good can be described as a vital presence. Lin Bei said, "Good, wait for me, I'll go over afterward." Although Lin Bei was in a great mood, there was something hard to part with when he looked at these female martial goddesses in front of him. After all, these female Valkyries are all different. It's really hard to leave, but in relation to the affairs of the state, these will have to be liberalized for the time being. The Huberian is more than just itself. As a strong-arm tactic, it also signals the technological advancement of the country as a whole. More importantly, it should serve as a deterrent. Lin Bei reluctantly bid farewell to the Valkyrie. "You will wait here for my instructions. In 3 days, I will bring the ship here. At that time, you guys will start moving again." Lin Bei straightened his clothes and said in a serious manner. The Valkyries agreed. There is more in their lives than not. Lin Bei shook his head. Recalling last night's scene, that was enough to make many people envious. If he didn't leave his body and bones again, he was probably going to be wasted by this group of female Valkyries altogether. Lin Bei quickly came together with the Jiangnan Grass Boat Bureau. Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau's gates were majestic, and 2 extremely tall ships were parked right at the entrance. The entire shipbuilding bureau is extremely well guarded, and there were heavily armed warrior promotions guarding the sides. Even the buildings inside the Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau are linked to the sea. Beautiful lines and mechanical texture. Walking on top of the path of Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau, one cannot help but be reminded of the vastness of the sea, and that spectacular view of this one ship drifting out to sea. Gradually inward, all kinds of large-scale manufacturing machinery is readily available. Every now and then it oozes extremely nice sparks. Workers of all kinds of welding are even more numerous, and all processes are loaded by artificial intelligence. I don't know how much beyond compared to before. Just then, a soldier in military uniform walked towards Lin Bei. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Sergeant First Class Kai Guiyao, who's in charge of receiving you this time." Kai Guiyao first entered with a standardized military salute. Then he stretched out his hand to look at Lin Bei in a polite manner. "Hello," Lin Bei said. At this moment Lin Bei had been shocked by everything inside the Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau. Although he knew that the Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau enjoyed a very good reputation throughout the country. But I didn't realize that the equipment inside the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau was so good. But if you think about it, it's also true that if the Jiangnan Shipbuilding Bureau didn't have that kind of strength, how could it have taken over the building of the Huberian? The stuff loaded on top of the Huberon can be very high-end. Without a good shipbuilding bureau, there's no way to accomplish any of those things up there. "Mr. Lin, we have finally lived up to our promise.
The Huberian was able to be completed successfully. Kai Guayao looked very excited. As a soldier, it was natural to be extremely excited to be able to see his homeland develop to the extent that it was now. Especially since it's all about you. This is the pride of being a Chinese. Mr. Lin, you are truly amazing. The Huberian is extremely high-tech. Applying the technology from it to the existing ships, Huaxia's ship strength will surpass Eagle Sauce. Kai Guayao droned on and on, as if 3 words were simply not enough to express the excitement he felt deep inside. After all, it is true that in the repair of glass cul-de-sacs was something quite ahead of its time, and the design on it is shocking enough. Mr. Lin, forgive me for taking the liberty. It's hard to imagine such technology coming from your hands. You have to know that you are only 18 years old, and you didn't even go to university. Even a simple vision is probably hard to accomplish, but the good design of the Huberian came out of your hands, and what many scientists have failed to overcome. You not only did your homework in its entirety, and at the same time were able to make the whole of the Huberian good function so refreshingly. More importantly, all of this came from you alone. The more Kai Guayao spoke, the more excited he became. As far as I know, no matter what new type of weapon it is, or whether it's an improvement on the original weapon, it's only after all the people in the entire lab work together on it, and then go through precise calculations, that it's able to reach a new level. But I really didn't realize that this Huberian came from you alone, and that all the calculations were quite out of place, and that you took into account even the location of a very small flaw. Kai Guayao held Lin Bei's hand tightly, not willing to let go for a moment. After receiving this order a long time ago, Kai Guayao was naturally very happy in his heart, but when he saw the drawings, he felt that it was a very difficult thing to do. The further back Kai Guayao went, the more he realized that it was all so precise, and every part of it rings true. I'm sorry, I was too excited. Kai Guayao also felt that his behavior just now was a bit too much, but who can blame them? Whoever saw this man who had designed Hubert Lin's well-being would probably have a hard time calming the excitement in his heart. Following closely behind, Lin Bei was led by Kai Guayao to the Huberian's oversized workshop. Lin Bei was also very shocked as he looked at the Huberian. He hadn't expected the hubris to be built so stunningly. Both the lines of the shape of the Huberon and the colors used are refreshing. What's more important is that everything presented in the drawings has not fallen. Moreover, the length of the Huberian is about 980 meters to 100 meters, and the width is about 480 meters to 530 meters. Thanks to its powerful fire systems, more powerful fusion reactors, and super alloy armor up to a dozen meters thick, that shape alone is enough to shock people. 6 railguns of 430 mm caliber, 3 on the left side and 3 on the right side, are also located on the Huberian. 6 railguns of 270 mm caliber, 3 on the left side and 3 on the right side. 10 proximity weapon systems, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. Nexus 20 energy delivery port. 133-meter long chopper Rion greatsword. 10 drop ports to drop Valkyrie units without landing the battleship. Such a Huberian, appearing over the Pacific Ocean, would be an absolutely huge thing for the world to see. And those Valkyries that one has made, what was it like to be on top of the hubris? The Huberon was near a small time, and that was a total wipeout. And those female Valkyries, they're not ones to be messed with. This is where Li Chang'an also came. His expression was even more shocked, because the drawings of the hubris were transmitted from his own hands. So that's some insight into the hubris. But when seeing the real thing still couldn't stabilize the shock in his heart. The Huberon is not only massive, but every bit as breathtaking. What was even more surprising to him was that such a complex hubris could be built so quickly. This is the best battleship I've ever seen. Li Chang'an couldn't help but marvel. The is indeed full of technology. Every line highlights the transcendence of technology. It also reflects the spirit of the entire nation. It even gives people a feeling of traveling in space. Lin Bei, I really don't know what's in this brain of yours. Something as grandiose as this was able to be designed. And everything in here is very well calculated. I've looked at it carefully, and if there's an error in one of the components on top of the Huberian, it's likely that it'll cause the entire Huberian to be impossible to find. You've given me too many surprises. Li Chang'an heartily praised without the slightest bit of artifice. We can start a deep-sea drilling operation immediately now. Li Chang'an is extremely excited. Deep-sea drilling operation. All eyes are on it. If you do not come up with a little achievement, it is likely to be criticized. Now that everything is in place, it's time to make a move. Lin Bei's mind was now filled with how to go about destroying Little Day. The HMS Huberon was certainly an ace. If we could use the hublet now, close to the coastline of the Small Days, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Since the ship was built so quickly, why don't we build another one? I have another use for this Huberian, Lin Bei said nonchalantly. Li Chang'an, on the other hand, froze. The whole thing went numb. Although the speed of shipbuilding is fast, that is stopping the nation's military factories and exhausting a huge amount of resources and manpower to build one. There is a lot of pressure to build another one, Li Chang'an said helplessly. I don't care about all that. I'll make the call on my technology and escort the drilling team later. Lin Bei had a strong attitude and didn't give Li Chang'an any chance to retort. Li Chang'an was originally a scientific researcher, knowing full well that this technique is very important to Lin Bei. At the same time, there is likely no way to accomplish it with just the technology they hold now. Li Chang'an sighed, and in the end, he could only compromise. Granted, building the hublet did cost a massive amount of resources, but this is enough to prove that the whole productivity of China has reached a peak. Plus, Lin Bei didn't make the country pay much money by coming up with this technology. If this request is not granted, then there is more to lose in the future than so little. Li Chang'an finally compromised. It could only agree to Lin Bei's request. Lin Bei then sent the Huberian to the artificial shipmaster to await instructions on what to do next. Lin Bei looked at the Huberian ship moving away, and his heart was also very excited, because he knew the time was coming to extinguish the little life, after everything is settled, because right then and there, the action of planning to straighten out your little life begins. These uninformed little lives, if you don't give them a little credit, you really think that all people are afraid of them. Now the hublet is built. Valkyries are always ready to go. Such an opportunity cannot be easily missed. However, just then Lin Bei's cell phone rang. He opened it to see that it was Xin Yuchu who sent the message. Honey, something happened to my roommate at school and the police need me to take a statement. It could be a couple days. Lin Bei then asked, what happened? LV Paper Chow and Zhang Wei went to North Burma for high-paying jobs. There's no news anymore, Xin Yuchu said. Lin Bei didn't ask too many questions, so he sent a message telling Xin Yuchu to take care of herself. Honey, I'll be thinking about you for the next few days. I hope you don't miss it too much. Xin Yuchu also playfully added a playful emoji at the end of the sentence. Lin Bei was extremely reluctant in his heart though, but it was better to let Xin Yuchu do this kind of thing on her own. Everyone has friends, and Xin Yuchu will naturally have her own social circle. It's natural for a friend to go both ways when something happens to him. Xin Yuchu went to take a statement, which just made it easier for Lin to be moved on next. He was naturally unwilling to take Xin Yuchu with him for such a dangerous thing. Time passed, flying cars gradually began to be produced, and the state introduced relevant flying car laws. Essentially all non-vehicle laws and regulations follow previous traffic laws and regulations, but the whole transportation route has undergone a big change. The flying height, overtaking speed, and altitude of the flying car when overtaking have been standardized. The road follows the former automobile road. It also saves a large portion of the time it would take to reroute the channel. After all, non-vehicles are produced extremely fast. If this series of laws and regulations have not yet appeared, there are likely to be a lot of accidents throughout the country. The DOT has been meeting several nights in a row over this. Finally, an extremely well thought out set of regulations for flying cars has finally come out. The flyer shall not choose the nearest road midway through its journey, nor shall it drive haphazardly. During the flight of the flying car, it shall not approach too close to the ground at an initial altitude of 50 meters. Flying cars are not allowed to take over existing automobile paths while traveling. Speed is limited to 500 kilometers per hour. Anything over 500 kilometers per hour is considered speeding. Flying cars may not overtake from the left or the right when doing so. Flying cars must increase their safety distance to 20 meters if they want to overtake. This means that the flying car has a flying height of 50 meters. And if you want to overtake the flying car in front of you, you'll have to raise your height to a distance of about 70 meters. And after meeting a fork in the road, the height of the flyer will be chosen because of the fork in the road. This time the laws and regulations appeared more for the sake of the people. Each of these is specified quite well, and the other details just don't need to be mentioned. And the flying car thing is boiling over. Those who used to feel unsafe because they were pushing their carts too fast felt nothing after seeing this set of laws and regulations. After all, the state has stepped in to manage this. Just from this, the emergence of flying cars proved to be imperative for the future speed of transportation to be enhanced as well. Especially those who work from 9 to 5 don't have to worry about being late for work in the morning because of traffic jams. Parents picking up their children are much less likely to be in a hurry, because the speed of the flying car has surpassed that of the high-speed train, and flying cars have entered a state of popularity. Even an average family is able to afford it. After the advent of laws and regulations, many people lined up to get their flyer's license. This includes many national public officials, such as traffic police, criminal police, anti-narcotics police, and so on. For a while, the flying car driving school was even more alive and well. The flying car driving school had to be expanded in a hurry. It also trained a number of people to drive flying cars. Ordinary people are even more reluctant to be left behind, and some are racking their brains to get into a flying car driving school.
To be able to go out in a flying car in the shortest possible time. As opposed to some people who are traveling because they are always on the go, the very presence of the very same brings them a lot of convenience. For a while, the entire Chinese economy got a very big boost. People are even more eager to learn how to drive a flying car. This has made the already hot driving school market even hotter. The non-vehicle market is still expanding. It also allows for the gradual improvement of the non-vehicle production supply chain. Many vendors were included. It also revitalizes the entire industry. This matter is undoubtedly a major event for the benefit of the country and the people. As soon as the speed is up, the economy is naturally buoyant. With a vibrant economy, China will be more able to stand firm in the entire international arena. Such a late effect was not expected by either. In the beginning there were people who suspected flying cars, and there was simply no way to get the people to accept it. But after this series of developments, the whole flying car industry is becoming very active. More so, the public has expectations. On the other hand, the Valkyrie had already raised her spirits, waiting for Lin Bei's call anytime, anywhere. These female Valkyries have an inexhaustible amount of power to look forward to all the time. The Houstonian was also successfully built at this time. All the eyes of the world are on the flying car factory at this moment. They are all looking forward to what changes the flying car will have when it is officially put into use. Lin Bei took advantage of this time to quietly activate the Huberian, carrying the Valkyrie, and head to the Great Flat Ocean to begin Operation Ghost. Small Days of Homeland. The Emperor's residence, the Emperor of Small Days, is hosting a tea party. This tea party was very special. The invitation was extended to the people in charge of the car companies in their own countries. I have summoned you all here today to think about what to do about the flying cars. The small-time emperor was sitting upright. Due to the emergence of flying cars in China, a great blow has been dealt to the economy of the small days. Your Majesty the Emperor, flying cars are not an industry that can last long after all. Just think of the panic that would be caused by flying cars walking haphazardly above the sky. One of the stock ministers of the small days said, "We can now be said to be on the cutting edge of the world, with a triple blossoming of three industries, automobiles, home appliances and semiconductors. There is a place for us in the entire world. With the continuous development of technology, even the poorest places already have power supplies, like our home appliances. They are even more inseparable from everyone's life." The officer of the small day was very proud. It is important to realize that the three industries of automobiles, home appliances and semiconductors of the small days can be considered to be at the forefront in the entire world. Exports became the most important economic source for a small life. It is also because of these three industries that economic development once jumped to the second place in the world. The trade industry has even grown to a whole new level. There were even a number of small days when you could come to Eagle Jam proper and make a big land purchase. More than that, a lot of people from the small days think that they are the best race of people in the world. As they say, what goes around comes around. And the days of small living did not last long. Then came a financial crisis. This financial crisis was actually arranged by Eagle Jam in secret. Hawk Jam takes a swift, three-strike blow that sends Daybreak back to his feet. That's when the small-time people stopped their land-buying spree. At the same time their currency was devalued. At first the little life thought it was earned. After all, when the currency is devalued exports are worth more and imports become much cheaper. This is estimated, among other things, through the United Nations gold reserves. But after the currency was devalued, the small-time natives still didn't take that currency for industrial development. Instead, it's a floor operation on top of the little days native. The small-time emperor and the entire country have, well, lost control. Greed is the essence of a small life, and they are more than eager to be rewarded after some simple maneuvers. The small days of homegrown industrial production were then met with a great deterrent force. It's natural to fall flat on your face when it comes to technology. However, the Wasia of his time had already risen. Home appliances were defeated, and even many things produced in China were exported to Africa, and they were even sought after by local blacks. But anything made in China is enthusiastically sought after. To make the little day even more infuriating, semiconductors have also appeared in the territory of China, and it also beat the semiconductor half to death on a small day. Those blows came down. The economy of a small life takes a serious hit. Again, the country is too small and overpopulated, leading to an overstressed national life. Many people simply abandoned the treatment. Since then, the economy of the small life has taken a nosedive. If we didn't still have the automotive industry to prop us up, I'm afraid it would be a drastic shakeout if we just became a developing country and lost some of the dividends from the developed world. And they can still die a slow, torturous death before the flying cars show up. Maybe even find a new pillar industry. Just when they were looking for a new pillar industry, Wachovia came in with a flying car across the board. It didn't just shock the entire world. It also makes the small days feel panicky. Flying cars aren't just fast, they use less energy. China has also introduced relevant laws and regulations on flying cars. The whole flying car industry became organized.
In the beginning of my little life I thought the flyer industry was nothing more than a gimmick.
When Huaxia introduced relevant laws and regulations, this group of Hui do not disturb the small life finally felt the crisis. The purpose of the small-time emperor, with the help of a tea party, is that he wants to secretly discuss how to deal with flying cars, because the small life is now being sustained by the automotive industry. Now that flying cars are sold across the board,
everyone buys them.
The idea of trying to make a lot of money off of car exports in the small days ahead is no longer realistic.
It's a business war, and the little life is lost before it's even started. But they didn't let that stop them. Little life's idea now is to take out the speeder. Rather, they must be taken out. Only after taking out the flying cars will the economic system of the small days not be affected. The tea party was extremely quiet. All of them were thinking about how to deal with this sudden change of heart. We can send spies forward to steal the technology related to flying cars. Mazda's chairman, Jiro Matsuda, was the first to speak. It's no use, I've already sent people. And they're so alert that they've not only stepped up their guard, but they've also sent armored warriors to keep watch. Watanabe Kazami, the chairman of Toyotan, said, "What? Armored warriors?" An angry look appeared on Matsuda Jiro's face. What do these take-only pigs do but copy? Matsuda Jiro's tone was extremely loud.
All that came out of his eyes was contempt. It was a nation without any creativity.
Everything came from copying others. Whether it's from weapons, or anything else, it's the result of someone else. They don't have any creativity. Everything they make is copied from others.
From the smallest rice cooker to the largest aircraft carrier, this bunch of take-only pigs are not creative at all. Matsuda Jiro's eyes were full of contempt, as if he thought that only people with small lives could be capable enough to stand on top of this world.
The Chinese market, however, is the market where we make the most money, Watanabe Kazami said.
But it didn't occur to me that it's this stupid country that still has the delusion of sanctioning our economy.
Watanabe, absolutely cannot bear this breath. Watanabe Kazami said, today we must come up with a useful decision. Thoroughly defeat the flying cars of China. That's right, back then, we were able to set foot on the land of Huaxia. Today, we'll change our ways to make Huaxia fall completely and utterly. Suzuki's chairman, Shiro Suzuki, stood up. It was no accident that our army was able to set foot on that land back then, so we have to grab it back. And this time we don't use a single gun. Instead, we need to put them under great pressure economically. In the future, Huaxia will be ours. At once,
the whole tea party resounded with thunderous applause. Perhaps they will never realize that they won't have any chance in the near future.
I think we should just rule out kamikaze death squads for blasting. The explosives are available to the Chinese skills anyway, and there's still plenty of small-time spies within Huaxia to cure it.
Another person said, this is already a time when the fate of the country is at stake, and those spies hibernating within China should be used. That's why this matter must be on the agenda.
Emperor Kodai considered for a long time before he said, if we are to use it,
then we need to carry out massive destruction.
It would be best to be able to knock China's economy back a few decades.
Not only do we have to get all the flying car technology, but we also have to make their economy fall apart.
At the same time,
it is also necessary to make them apologize to us.
The words of the Emperor of the Small Days won the applause of many. It's what everyone wants to do.
Not only do you want to pull in flying car technology,
but more importantly, you want to knock the Chinese economy backward. This is the only way to get a most desirable result.
We must also prepare another hand. That is to expand our self-defense forces.
After all,
this operation of ours will surely cause a lot of international public opinion.
In order to avoid unnecessary trouble from arising, the self-defense army must be expanded.
The Emperor of Little Daylight gazes.
It seems to have seen the moment of victory. It's a conspiracy in the sky. That's what the small-time Emperor graduates want to do. If we can use this opportunity to completely and utterly knock the Chinese economy backwards,
while still being able to do mass destruction, the goal has been achieved.
When the time comes, the little day will then proceed to fall.
The whole process can be described as a walk in the park.
One step at a time, the ultimate goal will be slowly realized. All of the plans for everything are so beautiful and interlocking. Over the next few hours,
the army of the Small Days was expanding,
and by all means, switching around and adding people inside different units.
All of this was in the eyes of Eagle Jam.
But Hawk Jam turned a blind eye and acted as if she hadn't noticed anything.
Eagle Sauce had long ago noticed the abnormality of the small day.
Only such a thing would do him white and no harm.
The whole economy is on the rise in China right now because of the flying car thing, and the foreign orders are too numerous to count. The domestic economy alone has made people jealous.
Not to mention that orders from the entire world are pouring in like Huaxia.
This is not only in a short period of time.
the entire Chinese economy to play a very big ups and downs. It also creates a certain threat to other countries on some levels. The reason Eagle Sauce turned a blind eye, it's because he knows that Junior, Day and Wasia fought each other. When two tigers fight, one will be injured. Eagle Jam's purpose is simple. Since you want to fight, let you fight. It's you who gets the benefit in the end. Eagle Jam can then fish out of left field. And it's a much bigger benefit without spending a single penny. Little Day has long since seen this right very clearly. That's why the expansion has been so reckless. We've got to get this right. Not just for our auto industry, but also for our people to have a wider place to live. And to avenge the warriors who died in that part of history. The little Hinode Emperor had finally spoken the truest thoughts of his heart. With the help of the sudden appearance of the flying car, the war is waged once again. It's not just being able to do this in name only. It is also easy to make what you want to do happen. It's all about being open and shut. Its wolfish ambitions have long been made clear. But all this is not to be spoken of. Speaking out will naturally be opposed by the United Nations and many more countries. He will be a target then. Utilizing such conspiratorial tactics, go slowly and finally devour them one step at a time. The ruthlessness of the heart is indeed chilling. I thought the Little Days had learned their lesson, but these Little Days are trying to resurrect themselves. We're not just going to take down the flying car industry. We'll cut off the economic lifeline of Huaxia. At the same time we can replicate the greatness of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. It is we as a people who are the noblest, greatest and wisest people in the world. And only we can lead the whole world. It also feels like there's us on top of the world. Our blood is noble. And only noble blood can lead all mankind. The small-time Mikado is constantly pontificating. An impassioned speech was spoken. The wish of many years has finally found its opportunity at this very moment. As the words left his mouth, the martial arts chairman pulled out his katana, tie on a white turban, eyes firm. They seem to see the light of victory. It seems to be on top of the world. The fate of the nation is at stake. To the death. The heart of the serpent swallows the elephant. And greatness is restored again. All of them shouted their slogans in unison. At this moment they were like chicken blood. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was seen clearly by Lin Bei's surveillance on the Huberian. Seeing imperialism is exactly what resurgence is all about. There was no concern in his mind, after all. He had the Huberon in his hands. And there are so many Valkyries. At this moment Lin Bei also understood. The other side doesn't just want flying car technology, they want to restore imperialism. Wage war again and rake in more favors. Lin Bei hadn't thought that such a bullet-ridden place would want to start another war. Lin Bei's heart welled up with that unpleasant history. The butcher's knife of the small days fell on the Chinese. They used Wasia to come in as a hunting ground to hunt. Those acts that are worse than dogs and pigs are even more vivid in our minds today. The bloodstained rivers and mountains are all because of this group of people who have no conscience whatsoever to start a war behind the scenes. Chinese people are naturally peace-loving and always think that everything can be solved by peaceful means. But no one could have imagined that a small life is a bunch of emotionless livestock. They didn't even spare the children. There are little days when it is a pleasure to decapitate Chinese people. Some of the senior officers of the small days even practiced their marksmanship with living people as targets. The three lights policy has even devastated the land alone. One scene, one incident emerges. Lin Bei clenched his fists tightly. Now without any hesitation he drove the hubris directly into action. Full ship stealth. Fly as fast as you can toward the Little Day. I will make this bullet-ridden place pay dearly. The judgment against you back then was indeed too light. Lin Bei's roar came from above the Huberian. Then, a huge ship suddenly appeared above the sky of the small day. The ship isn't just streaming with color, but it's technologically advanced in every way. It was black as if the sky was about to collapse. All of a sudden, the capital of the small days, the Eastern Scripture City, was even more dangerous for everyone. Battleships like this are like an alien invasion. From bright day to dark night in a flash. It would be extremely scary for either person. The Little Days of the Eastern Warp looked up to watch, but no one was sure what exactly was above their heads. Is it friend or foe? It made them feel as if the world was coming to an end night shift. There are quite a few small days where you start packing up your belongings and want to escape to a place of begging. Some little days were spent scrutinizing what was in the sky. What was that? Why is it so huge? He blocked out the light. Is this thing not here to bombard us? The little days were extremely ugly. Because of this sudden change of heart, everyone was unprepared. At this moment Lin Bei was standing on the Huberian. It was as if he was a god looking down on the little days. It's too terrifying. If this thing falls, we won't have any chance of survival at all. This stuff is so scary. The little days of the Eastern Scriptures were nothing short of shocking. The heart was even more terrified. However, the small-time military district blew right up, because a big red dot suddenly appeared on the radar detector. This big red dot appeared without warning. This big red dot just appeared out of nowhere and so abruptly. Huberian goodness.
The reason why it was able to appear so divinely over the small days. It's because the Huberian itself possesses the ability to become invisible. Even radar detectors have no way of picking it up. That's why the small-time military community is feeling so panicked. How could either one let a danger appear above their head?
Hachi Yamamoto,
supreme commander of the Kodomo military district, was as anxious as a hot pan.
Baka, what the hell is going on here? Can someone tell me what this sudden appearance is? Yamamoto Gohachi roared from the command post.
It's not just the safety of the entire country that's at stake, also a failure of his own entire military region.
If His Majesty the Emperor blames him, the lives of this family will probably be lost.
Report General, this thing appeared very suddenly.
We were completely unprepared for it. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere.
The person in charge in the command post said,
this is indeed a presence that feels very intimidating.
Because no one knows exactly where this thing came from, and no one knows which country this thing belongs to.
One thing is certain, however,
that is that this thing is bound to be a threat to a small life. Immediately call up the satellite surveillance and observe this thing's movements in real time.
If any anomalies are detected, immediately launch an attack. Yamamoto Gohachi gave the order right away, but the order hadn't even been fully given when he felt something was wrong. If it was, say, just a plain old flying machine, then just shoot it down with a missile.
But this thing appeared in a very strange way. No one dared to speculate easily on where this thing actually came from.
Immediately launch an attack and shoot this thing down. Yamamoto Gohachi immediately gave the order. Meanwhile, the small-time military district is starting to get busy. There were no pleasantries exchanged by anyone,
as they were all very much aware of the danger that was looming over their heads.
If this danger is not removed as soon as possible,
then one's own country may well be in danger of annihilation.
Meanwhile, Little Day has sent 2 of its castrated F-22 fighters on an emergency takeoff,
ready to repel the flying ships.
It was a thunderous blow,
at least as far as the small days were concerned. But what the supreme commander of the Little Day didn't expect was this. The F-22s had just taken off when they were blasted by a laser.
Report, the F-22s have been destroyed.
Report, the airbase has been uprooted.
All the information comes together. Yamamoto Huka, cold and sweaty. What kind of being is this? Yamamoto Hokachi's face was stricken with fear,
and his heart was very shaken.
Was this an invasion from outer space?
The Little Days saw the ship suddenly attack.
In an instant,
the noise was deafening.
All of them are not running away in a hurry.
The attack launched by the ship above his head just now was no joke. Just one ray of light had destroyed many of the buildings, as well as the entire airbase. Yet this airbase was still uprooted, and such an attack would be a terrifying presence anywhere.
A small day on the ground, all stunned. It's like a fool looking at a big event that's about to happen.
Such a thing is unheard of and unseen.
Only inside anime can you see such a terrifying attack. What exactly is this thing?
It's actually capable of delivering such a terrifying attack.
Is this an alien attack on Earth? Did you see that one ship in the sky?
There's no way the technology of this society can build something like that now.
It's UFO. The aliens have invaded, and there's no hope for the Blue Stars to survive. The thing that the Little Days on land are still talking about. Run, the ships in the sky have attacked, and we're all their targets. Run, run to safety. Those words were shouted out loud, followed by the small day on land reflected, followed by all of them running in the same direction. Some were carrying large bags of things, and some were not even dressed properly before they started running away, because they all knew very well that once their speed was reduced, they would probably be blown to pieces. The Eastern scripture at this moment was in a state of chaos. All of them were running for their lives in a hurry, and some of them were running by stepping on the bodies of others. Is it still their own that does the real damage to them? Because throughout the run, many people were trampled to death on their own side. In fact, the ship was none other than the Hublet. Linbei has no intention of laying hands on civilians. The civilians on the small days are doing this casualty because they are scared. Linbei's ultimate goal is still to neuter the little life to the end. Can't give any respite. I have no intention of laying hands on civilians. Linbei watched the scene from the Huberian. It's not your fault. Walnut looked down coldly. All the decisions made by the master are very correct. General Thunderbolt said coldly. These people, after all, have to pay for what they've done. Doesn't deserve anyone's pity. Walnut remained cold. I've pressed on. Gone, you said. After hearing these words, Linbei's heart was relieved. Everything he did was well deserved, and it was something that was deeply engraved in his bones as a Chinese. There is no guilt in this matter. The Little Days are always wolfish. If Little Day had such an opportunity, he would never let go of anyone in the land of China. One simply wants to destroy such a threat in its infancy. Linbei strengthened his conviction, then coldly gave the order. Prepare the plasma cannons. Give the other side a heavy blow. Okay, I'll go arrange it this time. Walnut looked extremely happy after receiving this order.
Thick black smoke then rose above the earth of the small day. This shot directly eliminated the emperor and several car company chairmen. All the little days were even more fearful that all the guesses of their own moods were correct. The airships in the sky were already starting to get to them. After this shot, Lin Bei turned the cannon around again. The target was aimed at the East Warp God's toilet. However, the news of Emperor Kohinori's jade crushing, it quickly reached the ears of Yamamoto Gohachi. This news is certainly a T4 bomb. It exploded in Yamamoto Huka's mind. How could this happen? Your Majesty the Emperor. You have a good journey. Yamamoto Gohachi looked up to the sky and wailed. His eyes contained tears, and yet there was nothing he could do about it. The alien ship that had been parked smoothly above the sky was the source of all this. Yamamoto Gohachi's eyes reddened. He raised his head to look at the huge figure in the sky. I will break you completely and utterly. More than that, I'll make sure you have no return. Kimura Takashi was clenching his fists tightly. Bang! A fist slammed right on top of the table. The teacups on the table as well as the documents all shook off. He is angry, but also helpless. The army that runs the whole little day. But the alien ships that appeared in the sky made themselves feel extremely helpless. Meanwhile Kimura expands and is even more shocked. It was amazing that the other side was able to strike with such precision. Just one shot made this own Mikado hate the Northwest. The entire royal family even left no offspring. The royal family of the small days is extinct at this point in time. It was certainly an insulting blow. It was more of a descending blow. After Yamamoto Gohachi was shocked, he was completely furious. Report General, the other side has aimed their cannons at the divine toilet. The subordinates suddenly came to report. Yamamoto Gohachi was even more frozen in place for a long time. God's toilet, this little day of the founding of the nation. It's the faith of the common man of the small life. If the divine toilet is razed to the ground at this very moment, the whole country may well be completely bereft of spiritual support. It's in a mess. The consequences of this are unimaginable. Use all weapons, including all unannounced weapons. It's a duel with the alien ship. Yamamoto Gohachi gave an order. Type 88 anti-ship missiles. Type 12 anti-ship missiles. Type 19 155mm truck howitzers. Type 99 155mm self-propelled howitzers. MLRSM 270 self-propelled multiple rocket launchers. Yamamoto Gohachi named a variety of weapons at the same time. All of these weapons are now going to be brought out to fight the alien ships in the air. All the officers present were stunned by this order. Because secret weapons are not to be used lightly. General, that secret weapon is better left untouched for now. Immediately, a subordinate suggested. If that secret weapon is utilized, it would trigger the explosion of Red Rich Mountain, and the entire world would be subject to fluctuations. The entire Tokyo of 20 million people will be reduced to pieces. The words just fell. Yamamoto Gohachi Katana drew his own katana, and his hand rose. The blood of the one subordinate who had just spoken was splattered everywhere. Eyes glazed over, but finally collapsed in the command post. Everyone's jaws dropped. My words, you only have to carry them out. If this continues, you will be the next to die. The words made all of them go silent as if they were chilled. No one dared to voice any more objections. It was at this moment that the entire base went into action. The various weapons of the small days were also pulled into the open. The quasi-aircraft carrier Kaga, which has yet to be unveiled to the world. Generation 5 aircraft like the F-15, F-2 and F-35 is the most potent passed in the air. Meanwhile the little day has come out with nuclear weapons. That's the secret weapon of the small days when nuclear weapons, once deployed, could cause massive damage, even to your own country. The whole landscape of the world is also subject to change. But now Yamamoto Gohachi was like ripe for the picking, not even thinking of such consequences. His eyes looked straight up at the ships in the air. Lin Bei, aboard the Hublet, saw the whole little day in action via satellite monitoring, and it mobilized the entire country's troops as well as its reserve weapons. Such a significant mobilization of military forces. It made Lin Bei appalled as well. The little life is tightly controlled though, but behind the scenes, they are making many small moves and developing all kinds of weapons. Even nuclear weapons are being quietly developed. Now it is even more unafraid of sanctions from any country, and it is taken directly to the surface. That's a lot more weapons than what's out in the open. And there are even more weapons of mass destruction. That's the real power of a small day. But it seems so unbearable in Lin Bei's eyes. But trying to do a one-time eradication is already a difficult task. Thus, Lin Bei had the Valkyries strike in their small airships. Walnut, you fight against the Izumo in the shortest time possible. Pull off a victory in the entire battle. Lin Bei said. No problem, promise to complete the mission. Walnut accepted with glee. Admiral Raiden, you're going to have to work hard this time. The Kaga is the latest development, and the equipment on it isn't clear, so you're going to have to work a little harder this time. Lin Bei pushed carefully.
This battle should definitely not be taken lightly. There's still a lot to be said for a little bit of daytime tech. The two Valkyries led the way. The other Valkyries were given the appropriate quests. For a moment, the sky was filled with small airships. The little days on the ground were even more horrified. Are they all going to strike? Are they going to take an all-out attack on us? For a moment, people were on edge, and the speed of escape was accelerating. Meanwhile, the Valkyries have had their initial encounter with the carriers of the small day. Once the female Valkyrie appeared, everyone's eyes widened, because no one had expected such a beautiful person to come out from inside an alien ship. But they forget that the more beautiful the creature, the more dangerous it is. General Thunderbolt used only the first skill. All of a sudden the entire sky became covered with the power of thunder and lightning. The Kaga was only supported for a split second before it disappeared in pieces without a trace. On the other side, Walnut likewise had exterminated the Izumo in just an instant. Not to mention the rest. In just a few minutes, the army of small days fails and becomes a scattered mass. This was so fast that Kimura expansion didn't react at all. To be so unbeatable? Yamamoto Gohachi was even more convinced that what was above the sky was an alien. Only aliens are capable of this. He could never have imagined that the army at his disposal had met such a strong character. Get ready, we're going to strike a fatal blow against the alien creatures. Yamamoto Gohachi let go of the fight. It was also very clear to him now that this was the only way to get a sliver of life in return. Hoka Yamamoto was moving very slowly. The nuclear weapons were soon pulled out. Kiana on the Huberian came to Lin Bei's side and whispered, "Report Master, the little day of defense detection is launching nuclear bombs." Lin Bei's eyes widened. He had no idea at all that Little Day had indeed mastered nuclear bomb technology and developed it. But they are going to detonate a nuclear bomb in their own country. Are they going down with the whole world? Lin Bei was shocked. The Little Day is really a wolf. So that I am also very huge weapon. Has been created long ago. The idea would certainly not be to build a nuclear weapon to keep in one's home for observation. It is surprising that other countries have other ideas. Are they trying to come back from the dead? Are you sure? Lin Bei asked. Pretty sure, Kiana said. If a nuclear bomb explodes on a small day, then the whole Red Rich Mountain will produce a violent movement. At the same time, the harm brought about is not a single place. Rather, it's the whole world. And then this entire world will be buried with it. Lin Bei carefully analyzed. According to data analysis, once a nuclear bomb explodes, it will trigger a violent crustal movement. At the same time, the toxic substances erupted from the nuclear bomb will jeopardize the entire world. Even the small animals in the forest, none of them will be spared. Kiana said, "It really is a wolf's heart. And there's a complete disregard for consequences in this matter." Lin Bei muttered, "If the nukes were actually allowed to go off, the entire world would cease to exist." In front of Lin Bei, then there was only one way out, and that was the explosion of the bamboo nuke. For the sake of all the people on Blue Star, he had to step in. Yamamoto Gohachi watched the military forces under his hand, all of which were fucked up by the aliens. "I'm glad I chose nuclear flat. And they decided to commit harakiri before peace and nuclear peace. Generals, there is no way out for us. The only way to bring about the rapid destruction of the enemy now is to do so. It is also the only way to make these aliens come back with no return." Yamamoto Gohachi said loudly, "We have reached our final moments. Since the aliens don't want us to live, we can only destroy them and finally disembowel ourselves." Kimura Taku's voice grew louder and his emotions became more and more impassioned. "There is no way back for us now. But we can ignite the nuclear bomb before we die. Let the entire world be buried with us. Since we have no hope of surviving, there's no reason for the people of this world to continue living." Yamamoto Gohachi continued, "We were victorious in this battle. At least the aliens that came to the blue planet were neatly eliminated by us. Are you guys dead? You are not dead. Your spirits are alive. For you have interpreted the spirit of Bushido with your lives. You are honored, and your spirit will live on throughout the world. Warriors, raise the katanas in your hands and end your lives for a glorious eternity." Meanwhile, the commotion in the land of small days has alarmed the world. Eagle Sauce and the others look at the satellite and are extremely shocked. The emergence of the air mothership was transgressive, and such technology is simply not something society has the means to manufacture now. It's not so much the lack of materials, but the technical difficulties that are simply not there to be overcome. What shocked them even more was that the Little Day was about to ignite a nuclear bomb. Is Hawksbane even considering launching nukes as well? Since the little life doesn't care about any consequences, we'll all die together. Eagle Sauce had made the most precise calculations, and as soon as the Little Day dared to push the button, Eagle Sauce would likewise set off a giant firework. The hairy bear was even more shocked beyond words. Little Day actually really private stash of nukes. This wave or bomb themselves. The hairy bear supreme commander was very shocked as he looked at the screen shown by I also appreciate. So the furry bear facilitates can be deployed. and the MiG-35s go forward to intercept. Hopefully it will make a difference. Huaxia.
Suyun was equally shocked as he watched the images coming back from the satellite, but he quickly made an adjustment and directly turned on level 1 combat readiness. At the same time, the country was under martial law.
Positive cooperation from all civilians.
All military districts in the southeast and northwest are in place. All the fighters were even more geared up.
All high-tech weapons are fully installed online
and unlocked long range,
all aimed at the little days. The first level of alarm was sounded, and China was even more universal. Not a single son or daughter of China took half a step backward. The children of China at this moment are even more eager to try.
I can't wait to rush immediately above the airspace of my little life. But whenever the country has a call to arms, those who have been discharged from the military will surely put on their battle armor.
Once more to the sands.
At this moment Lin Bei was ready,
dressed in a steel battlesuit.
His eyes are glazed over. The eyes erupted with a kind of over-the-top these.
Lin Bei locked onto the target and then set off in flight.
The whole thing moves in a fluid fashion.
At this very moment within China, a full-scale discount has been launched on the battle that took place. The scene shifts and an Iron Man is flying at breakneck speed. The audience was even more stunned. A pop-up screen showed even more overwhelming surprise. Isn't that a character that only appears in movies? Is this a newly developed product from some company? I watched closely, and it wasn't a post-production special effects production. Rather, it's truly live, and every detail was done to perfection. Is it hard to believe that the movie Invasion of Reality, the heavens and the worlds are going to converge in a big way?
At this moment the world was already live-streaming this battle for the ages between Lin Bei and Little Day.
Because this big battle is not only exciting, but also concerns the entire human race's survival environment. And if Little Day really detonates the nuclear bomb, then it will bring a catastrophe to this world. The entire human condition was at stake, and the entire world had to see the broadcast. People around the globe held their breath and watched the live feed in silence, because they know very well that if no one can stop this from happening, then the world could fall apart and no human habitation could survive.
Lin Bei transformed into Iron Man and flew all the way forward.
It's like the bullets of a small life don't cost anything. Constant blows were being dealt to Lin Bei's body. At this moment,
Lin Bei could be described as invulnerable to swords and spears,
because after transforming into Iron Man, these ordinary bullets were of no use to him at all.
Lin Bei came through the gunfire to the nuclear power plant, breaking through the outer walls of a nuclear power plant directly with a laser. Upon seeing this scene, the global audience then came to a realization.
The pop-ups in the live stream were in every language. Crap, so there's something else going on here. I didn't realize until now that Little Day actually hid with a nuclear power plant? No wonder they don't care when there's a nuclear leak and have to keep using nuclear power plants. This is a total attempt to make the world drink nuclear wastewater. Indeed, the wolves are ambitious. What do they intend to do? The Little Days are truly inhuman.
Only a race like this is capable of such unconscionable things. All of a sudden viewers around the globe were verbally abusing the Little Day on the air. Some viewers even greeted the ancestors of the small day in the live broadcast.
Its language is also quite beautiful. The rhetorical splendor is naturally not mentioned. After all, contemporary netizens are brilliantly literate and thought-provoking.
The supreme commander of our country, as well as the sword bearer, both wore expressions of disbelief when they saw Iron Man on the screen.
This stuff is really refreshing. Something like this was thought to only be inside the world of movies. Appearing in real life, IMO, is just some entertainment. But now this Iron Man is not just on the air, all the while doing something that the world is watching. If these directs turn their minds to it, with the air motherships out, Iron Man's appearance wouldn't have seemed so abrupt. But this is the first time I've seen it and the shock in my heart is indescribable. At this moment,
Lin Bei came all the way to the interior of the nuclear power plant. Suddenly it was realized that the nukes here were breaking away from the protection layer by layer.
And it's still very fast.
The whole world has understood in this moment. The reason why the small days had to wrap the nukes so tightly was because they were afraid that the world would find out about the nukes they had made.
Don't remind anyone of the small days when nuclear power plants had nuclear leaks and didn't care. Because they simply don't dare to publicize the inside of a nuclear power plant.
The small days were supposed to be a country that was ruled by the world, not to be able to have an army. All they have is self-defense. Small time still working on nukes. Something like that once the whole world finds out. There will be no place for small lives in this world. So the Little Days are pretty well kept secret. If Lin Bei hadn't piloted the air and space mothership to the skies above the eastern meridian,
the nukes from the Little Day would probably not have been detected. Lin Bei smoothly let Jarvis do the cracking. During this time, everyone's heart was in their throat, because it's all very clear that if Jarvis doesn't manage to crack it, then what the world suffers will be an unprecedented disaster. It's safe to say there will be no more humans in this world. Followed closely by Jarvis cracking success.
Lin Bei scrambled to cut off all the electricity directly.
The whole eastern meridian went straight out of power. All operational equipment is completely paralyzed at this point in time. Hoka Yamamoto saw a major power outage in the eastern warp. In that instant the face turned pale. The heart is very clear. Everything has no room to turn back. His own plans had come to naught. The idea of wanting the whole world to give itself a burial fell apart at this moment. Even so, there was no turning back for him. Warriors, there is no turning back for us now. Take the swords in your hands and end your lives so that your honor will always be passed down in this world. Yamamoto Hoka's words just fell out. All the men take off their tops. Bind the small of your back with a white cloth. The bright katana plunged in against the small of his back. At once, scarlet blood flowed out. One by one, the bodies lay on the ground. From a distance it looks like the end of the world. Yamamoto Hoka watched as everyone cut their stomachs. He felt a chill run through his body and his own eyes became incredibly dim. His mind remembers all about himself and his family, and the glory when he stood at the pinnacle of power and commanded an entire army. A single crystal tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Looking at the long knife in his hand, he didn't have any courage to stab it in. A land revered for the spirit of the samurai. At this point in time, the spirit of Bushido has become so fragile, so vulnerable. I don't know if it was because of the pain, or because of the attachment to this world, but Yamamoto Hoka survived. He stared blankly ahead, his eyes lifeless, his entire back looking extremely depressed. He walked slowly towards the rooftop, letting the gentle sunlight of the world shine down on him. Perhaps it was only in such strong sunlight that the dark side of his heart could be illuminated. Linbei slowly fell from the air. Stand in front of Hoka Yamamoto. Yamamoto Gohachi was trembling all over, because he knew very well that what he had done had completely angered the entire world. The man in front of me is the one who came to take his own life. I don't want to die. Yamamoto Hokaha fell to his knees with a flutter. The formerly high and proud head was on the verge of being lowered to the dust at this very moment. Please don't kill me. Yamamoto Gohachi begged the spirit pendulum in an extremely pitiful tone. I will not kill you, because it will be the whole world who will be born rebellious. Linbei said to the live broadcast. His crimes should be judged by the people of the world, and even more so to the people of the small days as a verdict. How the last straw that crushed Yamamoto's hooker appeared. Yamamoto Gohachi slowly stood up, knowing very well that the moment he gave the order to use the nuclear bomb, he had stood in the queue of the world's gods. Now since he himself has to take the world's hurt. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Hoka suddenly accelerated his pace towards the edge of the roof. Running frantically, Yamamoto Hoka leaps forward. It seems to want to end his life with the help of this. Also utilizing this way you are able to avoid the lives of people all over the world. But how could Linbei give him such an opportunity? Directly Linbei jumped down after him. Immediately after that, Linbei dragged Yamamoto Hokachi up securely. At this moment, Yamamoto Hoka has fallen into a coma. The whole thing lay limp on the ground like a dead dog. The formidable commander of yesteryear had disappeared. The ones lying on the ground are like groundhogs. Linbei naturally wouldn't give him a chance to escape the judgment of the people of the world. Black technology was then used to bring it back to life. Yamamoto Gohachi let out a long sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that he was still alive. In this moment Yamamoto Gohachi looked extremely calm, because there are some things he can't get away with. When that paragraph of the order was given, it was destined to end that way. People of the world. This man wants to poison the world. Linbei looked at the live broadcast and said, he should be convicted of his crimes by people all over the world. Linbei's entire body also felt an incomparable sense of relief after he said this. Someone like Yamamoto Hokachi, letting him lose would be a forgiveness to him. Letting him live, that's the punishment. Because it would be more torturous for such a person to live and receive the scorn of the world than to kill him outright. There would be no place for him in this world, isolated by billions of the world's population. Wherever he goes, Yamamoto Hoka will be a street rat. No one would accept someone like that. Meanwhile, Little Life has broken up many families because of the decisions made by Hoka Yamamoto. There will be no one in the world who will accept Hoka Yamamoto, either in his small life or in the most backward country in the world. The crowd in the live room roared, and with pop-ups that show how they feel at the moment. Such a person deserves such a punishment. Deprivation of political rights for life. Keep him in handcuffs and shackles and exhibit him regularly to the whole world. Let everyone recognize this one. Ready to destroy Blue Star. Better put him in a tank. Let the whole world line up and drown him with a mouthful of spit each. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room recalled Linbei's brave and decisive cutting off the nukes. That scene was screenshot by netizens, or make a video and post it online. Within a short period of time, the number of hits exceeded 1 billion, and the number of hits is still climbing. It was also because of Linbei's decisive and courageous performance that the world was saved from a catastrophe. If Linbei hadn't stepped forward, then the world would be unimaginable right now. I'm guessing that peace of mind would be all over the place by now.
The pop-ups in the live broadcast room became colorful at this point, and languages from various countries floated up in the room. Car god Lin Bei is just a big hero. The god of cars is my idol. The god of cars is not only broadcasting very positive content, now it's even rescuing people all over the world with his own power. I'll be the first one to get mad at anyone who says the car gods aren't heroes. Only such a person can match the word hero. What is a hero? A hero is the ability to stand up in times of crisis. A hero is the ability to look out for the whole world, without any prejudice. More than anything else, it was because of the black technology that Lin Bei had brought with him. It is also because of these black technologies that they are able to do these things so effectively. At the same time, the black technology that Lin Bei had brought with him had directly convinced all the countries, air and space motherships, completely unthinkable technology for them to even think about. You know, one air and space mothership can wipe out a country. And then there's Iron Man, who was simply a godly weapon to take the head of the enemy in a million armies. Even with the very tight defense of the army, there was simply nothing that could stop it. A godly weapon like Iron Man is even more frightening to all nations. Who wouldn't be a little scared of such a black technology? Right after this incident, Huaxia officials then officially announced the Three Palaces program. In the first hour, all the eyes of the world fell on Huaxia, because Huaxia is about to step into the interstellar age. While all of them are still on hard hearts and trying to develop in any way they can, Huaxia has stepped into the interstellar age. The standard of living of the people as a whole has improved and technology has taken on another unrivaled phase. At the new Blue Star Alliance meeting, all the countries went into a chill, because they all know very well that the only country that has the right to speak on the blue planet right now is Huaxia. President Hawksbane is even counting his crimes in front of the world, helping small lives with research and development, helping other regions to engage in all sorts of rivalries, help the stick get divided, piece by piece. President Hawksbane speaks for himself. In the end, President Eagle Jam spent the entire time immensely asking for the forgiveness of the new ruler of the sword of Huaxia, Lin Bei. The haughty eagle sauce lowered his noble head. There was no other reason. The technology of Huaxia had now exceeded him by a lot. In the face of absolute strength, Hawk Sauce could only do well with his tail between his legs. If that Skyhawk Sauce pisses off China, then the air and space mothership will be parked directly on top of their heads, so that they can feel it, and people will be on edge. It would only be a matter of a few short hours to overpower Hawk Jam. Eagle Jam bowed its noble head, while at the same time other countries came to the court even more. Huaxia has entered a brand new era. All the countries in the world look up to China. After more than 100 years, China is once again on top of the world, standing proud in the universe. And the credit for all this goes to Lin Bei. He changed the world's landscape with his own power. He saved the world from an unmitigated disaster by his own power. But Lin Bei, after this incident, had done his work and left no merit or clarity behind. At a press conference, a reporter asked Lin Bei, "What are Mr. Lin's next plans? To lead Huaxia to the stars and the sea?" Lin Bei, however, wrapped his arm around Shen Yuchu beside himself and looked at the woman with affection. "I'll be spending time with my girlfriend next." Shen Yuchu smiled sweetly. Lin Bei was not complacent because he had achieved this great success. Instead, they see themselves as more important. The so-called Starry Sea, that is the dream I left for you. Now I just want to travel with Shen Yuchu, globally in traveling the stars. Leave this dream to those who come after. Let them lead Huaxia to the sea of stars. Let them lead Huaxia into the deeper universe. Let those who come after explore more unknown secrets, and let the people in the future take Huaxia to another, higher degree. Leave this dream to those who come after. Let them lead Huaxia to the sea of stars. Let them lead Huaxia into the deeper universe. Let those who come after explore more unknown secrets, and let the people in the future take Huaxia to another, higher degree. Let's commiserate, please. Lin Bei raised his glass in a gesture, and then he clinked his glass with the woman in his arms and tilted his head back to drink. Lin Bei's answer detonated the internet. Soon, the internet was in a frenzy. Wow, I'm so envious. The boy wonder actually has a girlfriend. Ooh, how can such a wonderful man be robbed? I think our lovebirds are just so awesome, so good. The internet is buzzing with opinion. Many people were discussing the story between Lin Bei and Shen Yuchu. However, more people were pondering whether the words that Lin Bei had said were worth it or not. After all, interstellar voyages take too long a distance. The amount of money that needs to be spent is also huge. But anyway, at this time, everyone was feeling proud of China. This night, everyone around the world was cheering and celebrating a new beginning as China entered the interstellar age. At the same time, it also felt heartfelt joy that Huaxia could have a great king. It's going to go technological and metaphysical from here on out. So don't get into it if you don't like it. And actually the previous chapter could be considered the ending. While everyone was excited, some people are sad. Rogers, the Rice Consul General, is sitting in his office at this very moment, his brow furrowed, eyes dead set on the screen. On his computer's desktop, there was the image of Lin Bei decapitating the rice captain on top of the battlefield. Rogers couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Where the hell did this Chinese guy come from? How could such a horrible weapon exist? Even though Lin Bei ended the fight in only 3 seconds, it still shook Rogers. No, it's imperative to talk to Wachovia. Huaxia must give this weapon to us, Rice, before we can do so. This kind of weapon is too terrifying. If it can be grasped in the hands, the Rice country can definitely become the hegemon. Just what's the best way to talk about it now? We did make a mistake before. There's no chance of trying to make amends now, but since Huaxia is able to make such a weapon, there must be something else. If Huaxia is willing to sell such a weapon, that would be even better. Rogers muttered. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open, and a group of soldiers in white bulletproof uniforms burst in. They pointed their guns at Rogers with stony faces. Chief Rogers, you are suspected of leaking state secrets. Please come with us now. Rogers was startled. What are you doing? I am the chief of Rice. How dare you arrest me? Rogers roared. I'm sorry, His Excellency the Chief, a soldier said in a deep voice. After saying this, the men on either side quickly rushed in and tied Rogers up and took him away. Let go of me, let go of me. I'm the chief, and you dare to do this to me. Do you want to betray the government? Rogers struggled wildly. However, the soldiers paid no attention and didn't even bother to put on Rogers' slippers before leading him out of the general consulate. And at that moment, there was panic all over Rice. It's not just because the chief has suddenly disappeared, also because of the interstellar war that just happened. Such a horrible weapon appeared, instantly destroying the arsenal and destroying the missile bases of the Rice country. Moreover, this weapon has a powerful attack. Once it exploded, it was powerful enough to level a mountain. Thousands of troops were wiped out the moment the war broke out. Today, Rice is in a state of chaos, especially when the news spread to the ears of the people. The whole world boiled over. China's Star Ocean program? Is Huaxia really going to step into the universe? It's so awesome. It's almost like a legendary fairyland. Huaxia is our motherland. Huaxia will always be our motherland. No one can take away what belongs to our Huaxia. Countless people cheered on this night. Countless people are looking forward to it. Countless people are agitating. And this night, China's military, completely frantic. This is their country. This is the land they guard. Now, their country is about to cross the Starry Sea. How can this keep them calm? All the top brass of Huaxia were ecstatic after hearing about it. We've finally waited for this day. Ha ha ha, the day of the rise of Huaxia is near. I believe that under Instructor Lin's leadership, Huaxia will become the true king of the earth. An invincible existence. Long live Huaxia. Long live Instructor Lin. For a moment, all the Huaxia people were cheering. Over the years, with the bullying of foreign races, China had long been stifled for too long. And nowadays, finally, I can raise my eyebrows. Finally, they could stand up and tell all the outcasts, let them know that they had their feet to the stars. Rice, CIA, inside a mansion, Brooklyn. This used to be the center of the prosperous and rich downtown of the capital of Rice, the central point of the entire city. But the place is long gone. Skyscrapers that were once tall buildings have been turned into wreckage, and the original shopping street was reduced to rubble. Everything was destroyed in the war. At this very moment, a group of brawny dudes in black leather jackets and sunglasses had gathered here. And here, originally, was the villa of a rich man. This tycoon purchased a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars in the United States decades ago. However, with the onset of the financial crisis and the encroachment of the U.S. empire on Rice, the tycoon eventually chose to flee. However, the tycoon's power in the country is deeply rooted, and after fleeing the country, he still has many connections to back him up. But, here comes the retaliation of the American Empire. A nuclear bomb that blasted right through the tycoon's estate, killing him and leaving his body intact. However, at this time, the Rice did not make any statement and is still wreaking havoc all over the Rice, treating the Chinese people as pigs and dogs. And now, the American Empire has sent another fleet to try to conquer China and plunder its population and technological resources. But, this time it was a kick in the teeth. It's not just China. It includes Russia, Europe, the South Seas, Africa, and so on. Many powerful countries have been involved. Even, China sent troops to Rice, a blood cleansing in the midst of the American Empire's hinterland. Just under half an hour, all the forces and strongholds of the U.S. Empire around China have been wiped out. Overnight, the U.S. Empire lost more than tens of billions of dollars. And that's just the beginning. China then cracked down on the major states of the American Empire. The armies of the American Empire, expelled, fell to the states and became slaves to the sons of China.
Huaxia, a base somewhere in the Yinjing military region. Look, you guys, this is Mr. Lin's power. This is our Chinese heritage. Starting tomorrow, we'll be doing all the research on the new type of battle armor. Our level of technology has reached its peak, and our weaponry will be far more advanced and powerful than it was 20 years ago. In the middle of the base, a loud voice rang out, filled with endless confidence and pride. This person was Li Jinghua, the head of the 5th-generation Nuclear Submarine Design Institute of Huaxia. Nowadays, their technical level has reached the top level of the world, which is considered to be at the forefront of the world. And this time, it was China and other countries that had joined forces and were preparing to jointly explore a new type of battle armor. I also feel that our weaponry is at its peak and just needs an opportunity to be upgraded again. Whether it's electromagnetic cannons, or laser cannons, or fighter jets, and reactors, these are the most cutting-edge weapons in future wars. And if we continue to research them, we will definitely be able to get faster and stronger, and maximize the strength of our human weapons. Another engineer spoke up. Yes, not just these sophisticated weapons, but aircraft carriers, planes, tanks, armored vehicles, and even nuclear warheads. We now have enough weapons to rival a nuclear bomb. A single nuclear bomb is capable of killing and injuring an aircraft carrier. And a single nuclear bomb is enough to destroy a huge fleet. If used as a weapon, the deterrent effect is so great that it can even change the entire battlefield. I suggest we drop the nukes and blow up the coastline of Rice. Make them afraid to cross the border. I agree. One time. Everyone here is excited. And Li Jinghua smiled. Gentlemen,
our goal is not just to destroy the Rice country, but to put the entire Rice country completely to sleep.
Los Angeles, the capital of the American Empire. At this time,
in the middle of the hall of the American Empire's royal family.
What? The American Empire actually lost? Our ally, the U.S. Army, actually lost to China? The Emperor of the American Empire opened his mouth in shock. At this time,
a group of important ministers of the American Empire were gathered in the Great Hall. These heavy ministers looked grave.
Obviously,
they had also gotten word of the fact that the American Empire had encountered a Chinese blockade in the middle of the Amazon jungle.
Your Majesty, according to the latest intelligence we've acquired, the U.S. Army is defeated, and, with heavy losses, if we advance at this rate in China, it's estimated that it won't be long before the meter country will be finished. To the side, an old minister whispered. This old minister is called John Ruffman. Ruffman, a military advisor to the U.S. Empire in the U.S., with a powerful hand and a lot of trust. Well, this matter is on hold. In that case, we must do something about it. 2. China wants to take the initiative in the Pacific Ocean, and we, the American Empire, will never allow it. Pass on my order to the American Imperial Fleet, to sail at once. Also, call a press conference. Tell those fools that the power of the American Empire is always above them, that the American Empire is the only hegemon, and that Huaxia is not worthy of competing with the American Empire. The Emperor of the American Empire said in a cold voice. Subsequently, the American Empire's fleet set sail, the vast fleet, heading for the Pacific Ocean, eastern Japan, on the shores of the North Sea. The Japanese fleet, anchored here, and above the harbor, the Japanese nationals, densely packed, are counted in the tens of millions. They're greeting their emperor, Sata Hawk. Father, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. A woman walked up to Sata Hawk and spoke respectfully. She, none other than Sadataka's daughter, Sato Sakurako, and on the sidelines. Instead, there were 3 middle-aged men standing, called Sasaki Saburo, Sato no, and Sato no Mura. Sasaki Saburo was the helmsman of the Sasaki family, honorable and powerful. Now Sato and Nomura Sato were both the most outstanding descendants of the Sato family, and now both were also martial arts masters with a high status in the samurai way. Aha! Sato Hawk nodded indifferently. He has no feelings for the offspring of this family. Sakurako, take Sato-kun, Nobuo-kun to rest first. Sato-kun and I have some things to talk about. Immediately after that, Sato Hawk spoke to Sata Sakurako. Hi, I know father. Sata Sakurako bowed in response. Please wait a moment, Sato-kun. I have an unfavorable request. And just then, Sasaki Saburo spoke abruptly. The tone was polite, but it was hard to hide the hint of eagerness and expectation in it. What? Sato Hawk raised his eyebrows slightly. A flash of hesitation flashed across Sasaki Saburo's face, but he quickly suppressed his inner emotions and opened his mouth to say, Father, this time, our Japanese army, under the leadership of Rice, is attacking China. Despite the failure, however, China took advantage of the situation and conquered the coastal cities of the American Empire. If we don't stop it in a hurry, I'm afraid the consequences will be endless. Sasaki Saburo's face was anxious. After all, the rise of China is just too rapid. Rice, on the other hand, is already thin on the ground. At this rate, sooner or later something will happen. So, at this time, the Japanese are desperate for the U.S. empire to strike hard. Sato Hawk, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing those words. A few moments later, Sato Hawk spoke. As I recall, among the agreements we signed at the beginning, there was a stipulation that we would not participate in any international strife. Otherwise it would be considered an act of invasion. If Rice really does this, then there is only one outcome for them. Sato Hawk spoke softly. There was a bit of playfulness in the words. Father, are you saying that the U.S. empire wouldn't dare do this? Upon hearing Sato Hawk's words, Sato Nobu, who was on the side, immediately frowned and asked, "Oh, don't dare? You're wrong. The American empire dares, because the American empire itself has no intention of backing down. It's just that they need a reason. And now that one reason has been found." Sato Hawk smiled coldly. The corners of his mouth showed a wisp of cruelty. What does father mean? Nobu Sato asked suspiciously. Rice wants to use our hands to help them take care of Huaxia, so that they can develop peacefully. Moreover, once we've exterminated China, we'll be the most loyal friends of Rice, and I'm sure His Excellency, the Führer of Rice, will surely give us a generous reward. A hint of a conspiratorial smile surfaced at the corner of Sato Hawk's mouth. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, Rice's little brat, hitting on this idea. Nobu Sato burst out laughing. The US Empire wants to kill people with a knife, so why don't they fulfill it? Well, you guys go ahead and rest. Satoshi Hawk waved his hand. Hi, Satanofu and Sato Sakurako bowed and answered at once. Phew, after a long time, Sato Hawk opened his eyes, looked out over the sea in the distance. At this time, the sunset had already set in the sky. Darkness falls. Night is coming and a storm is coming. Humph. Wasia. Prepare yourselves for the storm. Sato Hawk's eyes were ice cold and piercing, killing opportunities surging forth. Bang bang. Immediately afterward, Sato Hawk knocked on the door of the command center. Come in. A hoarse voice came from within the commander's office. Sato Hawk entered the room directly, and within the command office at that moment sat two men. A middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a gray military uniform and gold-rimmed glasses. The other person, in his 40s, had a short-inch haircut, long legs, and a face full of horizontal meat, radiating a fierce aura. Sato-kun, you're back. How was it for a while? After seeing Sato-ing, the two men's faces softened. Not bad. Sato Hawk nodded, then went on his way to find a place to sit. This time, did the American Empire eat its words? The gray-robed middle-aged man asked again. Well, heavy losses, 2 failures in a row. Sato Hawk nodded, his expression slightly grave. Well, it looks like it's time for us to step up. The short-inch middle-aged man instantly stood up, his face excited. Baka, have you forgotten your previous lesson? This time we're here on a secret mission. Try to hide our identities. The gray-robed middle-aged man directly bellowed. Ha ha, got it. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. The short-inch middle-aged man touched his head awkwardly, then said again. Then this time, are we allowed to make a move? His face was tinged with a strong sense of wariness. For some time now, he had been holding his tongue. I can't wait to rush to Huaxia and make a killing immediately. Aha, but you can't trespass. You have to follow instructions. Understood, the short-inch man said with a heavy nod. As for Sato Hawk, who was on the sidelines, he didn't say anything. He was silently contemplating who it would be appropriate to put into battle. Eventually, a figure flashed through his mind. Let you go this time, and I hope I won't be disappointed. After Sato Hawk finished talking to himself, he simply left the room, and at that moment, on top of one of the Japanese islands, a group of men in military uniforms were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Sasaki-kun, according to the news, there might be a move in China this time, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. This middle-aged man was a major general-level general on the island, as well as the only one in command here. Oh, are you saying that Huaxia is going to counterattack the Japanese? Sasaki's face looked a little surprised when she heard that. He hadn't expected that Huaxia would make a move so soon. You know, before, Huaxia was hunkered down and had been reluctant to fight with the Japanese. Yes, according to the intelligence, in the last 6 months or so, China has been sending a lot of troops one after another. And, based on the situation, the amount of arms they have is definitely beyond tens of billions. This middle-aged man said with a serious face. Oh, $10 billion in the amount of arms? This is simply looking for death. After hearing that, Sasaki snorted. The Chinese army,
which had been in a suppressed situation,
could not make waves at all. Now they actually want to fight themselves. Sasaki-kun, are you sure they have 10 billion troops? And after hearing these words, the middle-aged man's face became even more gloomy. He thinks Sasaki doesn't know anything about the military. It seems to be about the same. Specifically, let's wait until we investigate, Sasaki said with some uncertainty. However, in his opinion, Huaxia would never possess such a powerful army. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. There's no need to investigate, since they dare to take the initiative to provoke. Let's respond to the war and give them a hard lesson, so that they will know that we, the Japanese nation, are not to be bullied. And our target this time is rice. As long as it's done with rice, China will be completely honest and won't dare to continue to be arrogant. The middle-aged man's face was firm and decisive. Yes, at your command, Sasaki said respectfully. Aha! The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his head to Sato Hawk. The corners of his mouth curled into a morose smile as he said slowly, Sato-kun, you'll be in charge of this matter for good. I don't care what plan you take, as long as you get the money from the Mizos. These Mizuno guys, but they've always looked down on us. This time I'm going to make them pay. This middle-aged man, his eyes were filled with anger, because the Mizos had launched many invasions against them, the Japanese, in the past. This is something he will never forget. Therefore, this time, the Japanese must give a deep lesson to the rice country, so that the other side will know what the consequences are if they are pissed off. Hi, subordinate understands. Eagle Sato agreed without hesitation. In his mind, rice would have perished sooner or later, and was not to be feared at all. With just one phone call from him, he could easily exterminate rice and avenge his homeland. But he couldn't say. Don't even dare to show it. After all, he was too cowardly to have ambition or courage, only know how to be lowly. The middle-aged man's words, on the other hand, had poked him right in the sore spot, thus leading to the current situation. At that moment, Sato Hawk directly pulled out the phone and dialed. A few moments later, the call was answered. Hey! As soon as the phone was connected, Sato Hawk couldn't wait. My lord, I have important news to report. Sato Hawk's tone was very respectful. Even when treating his top family, he didn't have this kind of attitude. Say, Sato Hidetoshi's indifferent voice came out. Although he was only in his 20s, the aura that covered his body was exceptionally terrifying. My lord, Huaxia is already preparing to attack our Japanese nation. Please make your decision, Sato Hawk said carefully. Humph. I'm afraid that Huaxia is looking for the wrong person this time. Do they really think that they can fight against us just because they have tens of billions of weapons? Tell the rest of the parties to give me full support. This time I'll make them suffer and avenge my homeland. After hearing Sato Eagle's words, Sato Hidetoshi ordered in a cold voice. Hi, my lord. After hearing Sato Hidetoshi's order, Sato Eagle didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and directly bowed in response. And then, after hanging up the phone, he walked out of the command and started contacting the nearby national commands. Soon, the entire Beijo Valley was filled with the sound of intensive gunfire. Meanwhile, the capital airport of China. Ha ha, brothers, this time it's going to be fun. Lin Bei laughed loudly and said to the crowd beside him. The other soldiers, or the special soldiers of the War Wolf Regiment, were likewise full of smiles. Their mission today is simple. Annihilate the enemy. He, these bonobos, relying on the fact that they are Goryo sticks, dare to bully us. This time they must be made to pay for it. Li Hu likewise laughed, and all the other warriors around them laughed. Come on, guys, get in the car. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei greeted him and ran towards the outside of the airport. Soon, 5 military trucks drove into the airport, exercising toward Northfield town. Meanwhile, the Japanese border, Sasaki stood on top of a boulder, his eyes staring icily into the distance. He was waiting for his men to bring back the news, and at this time, it was still about 2,000 kilometers away from the Kitagawa Mountains in Japan. A bomber and transport plane sped through the air, each bomber carrying several aerial bombs. This is the Empire's special target for the carrier battle group built by Rice. The purpose is to deal with Rice. This time, the fleet of Rice, which had arrived at the border of Japan and was stationed there, was ready to attack Japan at any time. And this time, the number of aerial bombs configured by Rice is 50,000 pieces. It is evident that Rice is wary of the Japanese. After all, the influence of the Japanese in the world is enormous. If the Japanese problem is not solved, it will become a big problem for the Rice country. And at that moment, the guarding officers of the Japanese border defense, after seeing such a formation, his face was filled with excitement. It's been a long time since the Japanese border guards have been involved in a war. They crave war. And this time, it was finally their turn to fight. Therefore, when the Japanese border officers saw 50,000 aerial bombs flying toward the Japanese, they showed excitement in their eyes and quickly ran back to their barracks, reported the news back. Bang! When given the news, Kumaji Miyamoto, the Japanese Prime Minister, smashed his desk with a direct punch. He could never have imagined that Huaxia would dare to attack them so recklessly. Bakayalu, Kumaji Miyamoto growled angrily. The adjutant beside him, on the other hand, was quick to reassure. Your Excellency Prime Minister, don't worry. This time, we will definitely let China know how powerful it is, and wipe out the previous shame, the adjutant assured. Yell West. After hearing the adjutant's words, Miyamoto Kumoji's face looked slightly better, but, immediately afterward, he frowned and said, immediately order Sato Hideyoshi and Kitamura Ichiro to end the war and return to the capital as soon as possible. Hi, I'll be right there. The adjutant led the way and retired. Kumaji Miyamoto, meanwhile, sat back in his chair and thought, the current Huaxia, though, has a $10 billion armed force. However, with just this amount of armament, it is definitely impossible to fight hard with rice, but they were sneaking up on us this time. So, as long as the mission is successfully completed, then China will definitely suffer a terrible price. When that happens, it's the perfect time for them to fight back. Report, Lord Sato Hideyoshi seeks an audience. At this time, a Japanese guard walked into the command center. Oh, Kumaji Miyamoto woke up instantly. Let him in. The Japanese government already sees Sato Hideyoshi as its future son-in-law. Therefore, Miyamoto Kumoji's attitude towards Sato Hideyoshi had changed a lot. Father, my child has disgraced you. After Sato Hideyoshi arrived in front of Miyamoto Kumoji, he bent down and bowed, ashamed. During this time, he had been imprisoned, not knowing the exact situation. And even more so, he was not sure how exactly this information was leaked. Oh, I don't blame you. No one could have imagined that Huaxia would dare to declare war on our Japanese nation. But then again, you don't have to worry. Although the weapons of China are strong, it's almost impossible to break through our border defenses. We'll stall them. Kumaji Miyamoto waved his hand, musing. He was now completely out of his mind. Thinks he's going to win this one. For sure. Hi, father. After hearing Miyamoto Kumoji's words, Sato Hideyoshi sent a sigh of relief in his heart. And right at this moment, Lin Bei had already accelerated the development process of the new black technology by a huge step. The research and development that originally took 10 days was shortened to less than 5 days for him to complete. He then spent more than 2 weeks combining black technology with martial arts cultivation to create a brand new set of Gongfu called the Nine Heavens. This set of 9 Heavens was designed by Lin Bei based on his memories of his previous life and his own understanding of martial arts. Its main theme was not to pursue speed and powerful destructive power like other martial arts, but rather to pursue the ultimate realm. This set of 9 Heavens was divided into 9 levels: the first glimpse of the doorway, the furnace fire, the return to purity, the realm of life and death, the realm of nirvana, and the realm of eternity. Each level represented an extreme. However, because this set of 9 heavens was a little too heaven-defying, one had to reach eternity before they could continue to break through to the next level. Moreover, each level can also only accommodate one person to cultivate, and the highest you can cultivate is only 9, or else your body will explode and die. That is to say, if you want to cultivate the 9 heavens, you can only wait until after eternity. Phew, finally done. Lin Bei wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he was soaked to the skin and his clothes clung to his body, outlining his robust and powerful body. Combined with that knife-like face, the whole person looked full of manly masculine charm. And even more amazing is that he was emitting a light fragrance, obviously not a year-round bath or smoked with cosmetics, but instead gave a very refreshing and clean feeling. He casually picked up his phone and scanned the time, and was instantly surprised to find that it was almost 3 a.m. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He didn't realize that he had been busy all night, and it wasn't until today's dawn that he managed to get the black technology of the 9 heavens right. Luckily, there was a source of spirit stones to constantly replenish the yuan power in his body, allowing him to practice frantically without any fear. Otherwise, relying on ordinary pills alone, even if he exhausted the yuan power contained in the spirit stones, he might not be able to persevere. Although he was a bit tired, he was in an excellent mood, and even his tired spirit became much more invigorated. He took out a white robe from his storage ring and put it on, walking out of the room towards the living room. Coming into the living room, he poured a glass of lukewarm water and sipped it slowly, replaying the footage of last night's demonstration in the process. Yesterday, while observing and learning the mysteries of the 9 heavens, Lin Bei utilized the knowledge in his mind to write the basic textbook of the 9 heavens until around 3:30 in the morning.
He had planned to take advantage of the fact that he still had some free time in the morning to practice some of the 9 heavens, but unexpectedly, he received a call from Elder Zhao, saying that Elder Zhao's illness had gotten serious again, and he hoped that Lin Bei would hurry and make a trip to Yanjing. Lin Bei didn't dare to be slow, and after simply packing up, he was ready to leave for Yanjing. Before he left, he remembered that there were still some things missing at home, so he got a car and went to a nearby supermarket to do some shopping. When I got home, I found the house quiet and nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that someone sneaked in after I left? It shouldn't be. Lin Bei frowned and thought darkly. This quadrangle was usually rarely visited by outsiders, and no one had permission to set foot in it unless Master Zhao asked the residents of the villa area to help with moving or deliveries. Thinking about it, he had to suppress the doubts in his heart for the time being. After washing up and having breakfast, he changed into clean clothes and drove to Yanjing. After a whirlwind ride, it only took 2 hours for Lin Bei's car to drive into Yanjing City. According to the location stated by Elder Zhao, Lin Bei drove his car at a fast pace for about an hour or so before he saw the Zhao mansion on the outskirts of Yanjing from afar. At the entrance of the Zhao family's old mansion, there was a black Audi S6 sedan with a military license plate parked, and Lin Bei recognized the car. He raised his eyebrows slightly, not realizing that the Zhao family had sent such a high-class welcoming caravan to greet them. Getting out of the car, Lin Bei walked straight towards the Zhao family's old mansion. "Hello, sir, may I ask who you're looking for?" The guard stopped Lin Bei. Lin Bei glanced at the guard and said, "My surname is Lin. Looking for Elder Zhao." "Surname Lin? Mr. Lin, please wait. I'll go inform the old master." With a respectful attitude, the guard turned around and ran into the courtyard, and in a short while, he folded back and reached out to Lin Bei. "Mr. Lin, please come with me." Lin Bei nodded and took a step to follow. After walking into the lobby of the Zhao family's old mansion, the first thing that caught his eyes was Master Zhao in the center of the lobby. At this time, Master Zhao was lying in a wheelchair, and next to him stood a few nurses, who were feeding Master Zhao medicine. "Elder Zhao, you're awake," Lin Bei said softly. Hearing someone call out to him, Elder Zhao lifted his head and seeing that it was Lin Bei, he couldn't help but reveal a kind smile and beckoned. "It's Lin Bei, come, sit." Lin Bei walked over and sat down at the other end of the sofa. "Lin Bei, how did you come so fast?" Seeing Lin Bei's arrival, Elder Zhao was quite delighted. Lin Bei said, "I had planned to come over tomorrow, but since Elder Zhao summoned me, I came early." "Ha ha, good." Elder Zhao patted Lin Bei's shoulder. Lin Bei, "Ah, thank you." Elder Zhao is overstating it. "This is all what I should do," Lin Bei said humbly. "Humph." Elder Zhao nodded. Then his gaze fell on the faces of the several medical staff at the side and he said in a deep voice, "Director Li, you guys should step back first. I'll have a few words with Shaolin." "Okay." The few medics bowed and excused themselves. Only after they left did Elder Zhao slowly say, "Lin Bei, thank you for curing my stubborn disease. It's been a hard time for you." Lin Bei waved his hand. "Mrs. Zhao is too kind. I only know a little bit about medicine after all." Zhao Lao shook his head inside. "AI, this child of yours is just too modest." Lin Bei was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. It seemed that Elder Zhao had guessed his hidden true identity. "I know you must be hiding a lot of things from me, such as your amazing healing skills and that divine kung fu. I even suspected that your background is by no means simple." Elder Zhao stared at Lin Bei, his tone solemn. "It's just that I can't understand. Since you have such a deep medical background and are an immortal cultivator, why don't you join a national organization? With your medical skills, if you are willing to join the army, you will definitely be a pillar of the army, be heavily utilized and have a great future. Why do you have to stay around us ordinary people who are entangled in mundane matters and waste a great future?" Lin Bei smiled. "Elder Zhao, you've got it wrong. I do know some medical skills, but I don't belong to the category of immortal cultivator, but rather an ancient martial artist. I'm still just a peak martial artist." Elder Zhao drifted off. It turns out that this young man is only an ancient martial artist. No wonder since the beginning did not reveal the slightest cultivation breath, so that they do not detect the slightest. However, Elder Zhao still felt some pity. "You don't have to worry either. I'm not a pedantic person. Since you've already become an ancient martial artist, then I naturally won't stop you from pursuing a stronger realm," Elder Zhao said smilingly. Lin Bei was slightly stunned at his words. I didn't expect Elder Zhao to actually say something like this. Lin Bei cried a little. He hadn't even considered this. However, Lin Bei didn't explain, but instead digressed. "Master Zhao, in these last 2 weeks, I'll stay in Yanjing to help you heal your body, to ensure the speed of your recovery and the efficiency of your recovery." "That's great. With you here, I'm completely at ease. I'm sure that I'll be cured before long and live another 50 to 60 years, Elder Zhao said excitedly. Lin Bei smiled and relieved him.
Don't worry, Elder Zhao. Your body will soon recover. Elder Zhao nodded repeatedly, then suddenly said, Lin Bei, I have a request that I hope you can grant. Lin Bei was slightly stunned, and then said solemnly, You may speak. I hope that after I recover, you can continue to stay in Yanjing and focus on healing me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately said helplessly, Elder Zhao, I'm afraid I can't grant you this request. Elder Zhao froze. Why? Is it because of money? If I give you money, just go ahead and say it. Although I only have 20% of my property left, it's enough to pay your reward. Of course it's not because of money. Lin Bei shook his head and explained, Elder Zhao, I'm not poor in money. I came to Yanjing for a number of reasons, apart from the fact that it's to heal you. Secondly, I was entrusted by an elder to come and assist in the investigation of a case. Investigating a case? Elder Zhao was stunned. That's right. This case is very involved and involves many aspects. Lin Bei said indifferently. I need to spend a longer time in Yanjing to investigate, so I may not be able to come back to treat you in the short term. That's so. After hearing Lin Bei's explanation, Elder Zhao seemed relieved. He had just thought that Lin Bei disliked the small amount of money, so he wasn't willing to come and help him heal. Elder Zhao was silent for a moment and said, Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Lin. When the day of my recovery comes, you must come to Yanjing to look for me, and we'll get together as grandparents and grandchildren. I still have a lot of things to explain to you. Lin Bei nodded. Elder Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely find time to nag you. That's good. That's good, Elder Zhao said with a smile. After leaving from the infirmary, Lin Bei took a car and returned to his villa. After washing up, Lin Bei sat cross-legged in his bedroom, took out the only 2 pills that were left in the jade bottle, and after consuming them, he began to operate the 10,000 spirit diagram technique. The night passed quietly, and early the next morning, Lin Bei finished wrapping up his work and got up for breakfast. Today was Monday, and Lin Bei had to go to class, so he had rushed to come to Zhao's house today. Lin Bei, having just finished breakfast, Lin Bei was ready to go out when he heard the doorbell ring, and opened the door to his room to find a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit-like appearance, standing outside the door. Lin Bei was slightly stunned. He recognized this young man, called Wang Pengfei, had been in the same class as Lin Bei, was Lin Bei's roommate and sworn enemy. Xiao Bei, long time no see. Wang Pengfei warmly greeted Lin Bei. Long time no see. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Ha, you changed quite a lot. Wang Pengfei was surprised. I remembered that you used to be dark-skinned, like an African refugee, and now the more you look, the more handsome you are. Yes? Lin Bei smiled and touched his cheek. Of course it is. You kid don't know. Last night when I gathered with a few buddies at the KTV to sing, there was a girl who ran to accost me. And guess what? She actually said that you are her dream lover. You have to be careful. Now the beautiful women love to fall back. Don't be seduced. Wang Pengfei hemmed and hawed and laughed, obviously in an excellent mood. Oh, a beautiful woman hit on me? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and teasingly looked at Wang Pengfei. Tell me, who is it? Ahem. How can you talk nonsense about such things? Wang Pengfei gave a dry cough. I say, Wang Pengfei, you wouldn't be deliberately making up these lies just to attract Missy's attention so as to fulfill your desire to pick up girls. Desire, right? Lin Bei teased. Cut. Wang Pengfei rolled his eyes and said, do I look like such a person? That girl is our dormitory roommate. Is the class literature and art committee member, called Li Shuiying. She is pretty and has a gentle and virtuous character. It is said to be the girlfriend of some rich second generation. Rich second generation? The corner of Lin Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Yes, let me tell you, Li Shuiying is awesome. Her parents are civil servants of the Yanjing city government, and both have pretty high positions. Oh, Lin Bei asked with interest. Her family is rich? That's a must. Richer than our Lin family? Of course. Wang Pengfei nodded. So you're still friends with her? Isn't that a normal interaction? After all, you and I are buddies. Well, you guys are buddies, so that's why you introduced her to me. So I could hit on her? Wang Pengfei scratched his head awkwardly. I really didn't lie to you. I'm telling you, Li Shuiying can be gentle and considerate to me. You'll definitely like it. Alright, then I'll go pick her up. Lin Bei patted Wang Pengfei's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I'll bring her to meet you when I pick her up. Ha ha ha. Then thanks brother. I will wrap a big gift for you some other day. Wang Pengfei laughed brightly and patted his chest to ensure. Good. Hey, right, Xiao Bei. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. The new school flower of our school, Xin Bing, already has a boyfriend. So don't hold any illusions. Oh, so, then bless her. I hope she's happy. Lin Bei smiled and said, ugh, you kids. I'll leave first. Bye. Lin Bei waved and left, driving away from the villa area.
Lin Bei parked his car outside a private college in the eastern suburbs of Jiangnan province.
This is where Zhengzhou University is located, the first institution of higher learning in Jiangnan province. The environment here is elegant,
shaded by green trees. The air is fresh and pleasant,
and there are many students and a strong learning atmosphere.
Lin Bei got out of the car and walked straight towards the inside of the school. Most of the schools in Jiangnan province are far beyond the usual top international universities in terms of facilities.
For example, Jiangnan University, Yanjing University, and so on, are all globally renowned and influential key institutions. When Lin Bei walked into Jiangnan University,
he felt that it was very different from the high school campus he remembered, filled with a strong scientific and technological atmosphere,
and the professors, instructors,
and teachers' dress and speech all revealed intelligence and shrewdness. Lin Bei came all the way to the school cafeteria.
At this moment, it was mealtime, and the cafeteria was crowded and noisy.
Lin Bei scanned around the cafeteria and found that there was a table set up on the location closest to the window in the cafeteria.
And next to the table was sitting a woman wearing a white shirt, black jeans, and a ponytail.
Her face was beautiful and stunning, with delicate features,
fair and delicate skin,
dark eyes as if they were full of autumnal water.
Her nose was straight,
and her vermilion lips were red and delicate,
just like roses. The whole exudes a quiet and elegant atmosphere, so that people can't help but look at it twice more. Their hearts are relaxed and happy. She was Lin Bei's wife in his previous life, Han Feier.
Phil? Lin Bei cried out in surprise and immediately took a step over.
Next,
Lin Bei spared no effort in developing new types of weapons.
However,
he had already set his target as the so-called human civilization.
In Lin Bei's opinion,
this was like a war between countries on Earth.
Whoever could kill the other's commander first would win. Although, right now,
the Earth did not have the kind of airplane cannons that could go straight to the sky, nor did it have that kind of high-tech weapons.
However, all kinds of weapons of war still existed on the Earth, such as nuclear submarines, aerial bombs, and so on. These things were all created by Lin Bei using scientific means, and because of the low level of technology, many things were not complicated to make.
Of course, Lin Bei's favorite thing to use were long-range attack weapons like rocket launchers and laser cannons,
followed by close-quarters combat. After all, on Earth,
other than missiles,
other weapons had too little power.
A laser weapon like the one Lin Bei now had at his disposal was equivalent to about 10 times the power of an atomic bomb,
enough to destroy an entire city, or even an entire planet.
Of course, it would require a large amount of resources to really make it this terrifying.
After all,
Lin Bei had only just completed the design drawings,
and was still a long way from the real experimental test firing. Go back in time a few days. Yanjing, China. Inside a certain military base, in a spacious office,
which was at the moment filled with heavily armed soldiers.
Next to the podium, a major officer stood in front of a pole,
his eyes staring at the picture on the pole with a frown on his face.
This is a picture of two young men and women together. Among them, the boy is wearing camouflage uniform and has a serious face.
The girl,
on the other hand, has a big smile.
Report, Chief.
Suddenly, the major officer stood at attention and saluted. At the same time, he turned around and shouted, "Reporting to the chief, I am Zhao Kai, the brigade commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 9th Detachment of the Special Service Bureau, and I have been ordered to report."
"Say,
what is it?"
A thick and calm voice came from behind the desk,
and then,
a resolute and cold face was revealed behind the desk. This was a man in his mid to late 40s, with a sturdy figure,
thick eyebrows, large eyes,
and a country face with sharp angles,
revealing an ironic and murderous aura,
especially his eyes, as if they contained endless sharpness,
causing people to tremble with fear. "It's like this. Last night, one of our reconnaissance satellites photographed a mysterious letter, and I guessed that it might be related to this mission. So I hurriedly reported the situation to you, Chief. I hope you approve."
Zhao Kai saluted again.
"Nien."
The man named Lin Bei droned in a deep voice.
"Yes," Zhao Kai answered again,
picked up the stack of envelopes on the desktop,
walked towards the front of the podium,
and handed it to the man named Lin Bei.
Receiving the envelope,
Lin Bei opened it and drew out the pages inside.
After scanning it,
Lin Bei frowned slightly and asked,
"Is it confirmed to be a mysterious letter?"
"Reporting to the chief, absolutely 100% confirmation that it's a mysterious letter,"
Zhao Kai affirmed. "So what did you guys find out?" Lin Bei asked again. "Currently unknown for now." Zhao Kai shook his head.
"Aha." Lin Bei nodded and continued flipping through the pile of information in his hands.
Looking at it,
Lin Bei raised his head sharply and asked sternly, "You mean that your scouting satellites captured this information on the bottom of the ocean,
thousands of meters away from Huaxiao? How did you make sure that the scouting satellites wouldn't be discovered by the behemoths in the ocean or other dangers?"
"Reporting to the chief, I dare to guarantee on my head that our scouting satellites are absolutely safe, Zhao Kai said firmly. Safe? Humph, Lin Bei snorted coldly. Chief, according to the data, there was once a doctor of scientific research in our country who stumbled upon many precious minerals hidden inside the undersea beasts when he was researching them. These minerals can be refined and processed to create some extremely powerful weapons. This is the result of that scientific research doctor's study. Please take a look at it. Saying that, Zhao Kai handed over the other stack of information in his hand. Lin Bei took the information and read through it. Then he put down the information and said, Zhao Kai, do you think this information is valuable? There is, Zhao Kai said decisively. According to these data records, the stomach acid of undersea giants can make metals melt and deform. And that's just the scales and armor that cover the surface of the undersea giants' bodies, which have such a strong defensive power. If those metal solutions in the bodies of these undersea beasts were refined and made into sharper swords or guns, wouldn't they be able to sweep everything? Hearing this, Lin Bei's breathing suddenly became ragged. Although he did not know martial arts, he was, however, very clear about the importance of weapons, especially this kind of weapon that could harm ordinary people. It was even more valuable in an incalculable way. Thinking of this, Lin Bei instantly became excited. You go down and rest first, Lin Bei faintly commanded. Chief, then I'll leave first. At those words, Zhao Kai respectfully saluted before retreating. When Zhao Kai walked out of the doorway and closed the door to his room, Lin Bei instantly sat up from his chair in excitement, striding towards the window. Bang! Just then, the door to the room was suddenly slammed. Lin Bei immediately roared, "Who is it?" Only to see that 3 people walked in outside the room. Among these 3 people, there was a white-clothed elegant man in his 50s, and the other person was a young man wearing a black power suit and carrying a short black blade on his back. The last person was a gray-shirted old man who was about 60 years old. This old man had a kind face, but gave off a feeling of unruffled authority, showing that this old man's identity was by no means simple. After the 3 of them came in, the elegant man, who was slightly older, rushed towards Lin Bei and said with a smile, "Division Commander Liu, we've come to pay you a visit." "You guys are?" Lin Bei said suspiciously. My surname is Su Deshing, one of the founders of the Dragon Soul organization. This time, I've come on behalf of the Dragon Soul to talk to you about a deal." The elegant man introduced himself with a smile. "Oh," Lin Bei's eyes narrowed as he said, "Mr. Su, please take a seat." "Thanks." The elegant man smiled and nodded. After the 3 of them were seated, Lin Bei asked, "Mr. Su, what kind of deal do you Dragon Souls want to talk to me about?" Su Dishing smiled and said, "It's like this. Our Dragon Soul organization, in this operation within China, lost quite a few elite brothers. These deaths are a great blow to our Dragon Soul organization. I would like to ask Division Commander Liu to help us by sending the bones of those fallen Dragon Soul warriors back to their hometowns for burial. In addition, we are also willing to bear the pension for their sacrifices." "Good, no problem," Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. He had long known that Dragon Soul was definitely seeking government assistance. It was just that, this kind of thing was usually decided by the senior leaders themselves, and he was just a head of the group with limited authority. However, since someone had brought it to his door, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. What's more, Lin Bei knew, this was the meaning from above. After all, if it really was an undersea beast, it must be a ferocious and cruel existence, and if it could be eliminated, it would be beneficial to human society. "Thank you, Division Commander Liu," Su Dishing smiled. "Also, we have another request. It's that we hope we can station here for a period of time to assist the military region in investigating those ruins." "No problem. You guys can stay." Lin Bei nodded cheerfully. "Thanks." With that, Lin Bei handed the stack of paper to the guard. "Take this stack of information to the archive and scrutinize it." "Yes." The guard took the information and then quickly left. "By the way, I still don't know what Mr. Su's name is?" Lin Bei looked at Su Dishing and asked. "My humble self, Su Dishing." "So it's Mr. Su. How old is Mr. Su?" 58. Su Dishing laughed bitterly. "Only 58 years old?" Lin Bei froze, seemingly surprised. "You know, a veteran like him, who is already in his 70s, has to spend tens of thousands of dollars every year to make ends meet. And that's still the basic cost, with a portion being subsidized. As for those who were not discharged from the military until they were 58 years old, it was even more difficult. Because, in the regulations of the national institutions, the age of 58 is already overage. Once one reaches the age of overage, the state does not recognize it. Therefore, such a person was not allowed to enter the army to serve. Of course, young soldier kings like him were excluded. Mr. Su,
I have a sentence that I don't know if I should ask?
Lin Bei hesitated for a moment and slowly said, if Division Commander Lu has any questions to ask directly,
we are all fellow officers, supporting each other, we should talk freely, Su Dishing said. Good.
Lin Bei nodded and asked,
Mr. Su, can I take the liberty of asking? Why would your Dragon Soul organization want the exploration rights of this land? Ha ha, truth be told,
our Dragon Soul organization has established numerous training places all over the world.
However, we lack a suitable training environment and venue. That's why we want to use it to cultivate a group of outstanding talents. As for this place, we are going to take it to build a Dragon Soul base, Su Dishing said in a deep voice. After listening to Su Dishing's explanation,
Lin Bei came to a sudden realization,
and at the same time, he was secretly shocked by the Dragon Soul's huge plan. Mr. Su, with all due respect, I'm afraid this plan of yours won't be easy to accomplish. After all, this is not the territory of China. Huaxiao won't agree to you guys doing this.
Lin Bei shook his head and said,
feel free to rest assured about this. China will not agree.
Su Dishing smiled faintly and said,
however, other countries may not stop us. Moreover, we still hold the nuclear submarine technology.
As long as the nuclear submarine is in hand,
even if we are not in China, we can still deal with the undersea behemoths. I see. I wonder when Mr. Su plans to return home after coming to China this time? Lin Bei frowned. There's no rush. After another week,
we'll return when your Chinese nation sends a team of experts to determine if there's really an undersea beast appearing over here.
And after we're sure, we'll return. Su Dishing laughed. Well, that's true.
I'll go contact the relevant people and discuss the specifics,
Lin Bei said. Trouble for Division Commander Lu. Su Dishing laughed. You're welcome, Lin Bei said, standing up and turning around to walk outside the office. Wait.
Seeing that Lin Bei was about to leave,
Su Dishing called out to Lin Bei and said, Division Commander Lu,
we hope that you can keep the matter of our Dragon Soul organization a secret, but please don't divulge it.
After all, if the outside world knows about the existence of our organization, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation.
Lin Bei stopped and looked back at Su Dishing,
saying, I understand this matter.
I will instruct our officers.
Thank you, Division Commander Lu.
Su Dishing nodded in satisfaction.
Mr. Su is polite. Farewell.
Lin Bei waved his hand and left the office with his guards.
After Lin Bei and the others left, Su Dishing sighed. Chief, why did you stop me just now? Shall we do it now?
The middle-aged man beside Su Dishing inquired in a low voice.
Humph, you think I want to stop?
Su Dishing glared at the middle-aged man and coldly bellowed.
The middle-aged man touched his nose, smiled sardonically, and didn't dare to say anything. The risk of this mission is too great. Once exposed, the entire Dragon Soul organization will have to be wiped out. Su Dishing took a deep breath.
The members of the Dragon Soul organization were all selected from the major military regions and were all elites.
Among these elites, the lowest cultivation level was the Xuanwu realm. There were even cultivators at the yellow rank. Although, these elites all possessed strong physical qualities. However, they were unable to compare to those altered people. After all, altered people were born with extremely strong defenses. Moreover, their attack power is far above that of a normal person. Therefore, the people sent out by the Dragon Soul organization this time were all elites. If this group of people were to fold here, he wouldn't have the face to meet his superiors. That was why Su Dishing had advised Lin Bei not to divulge the matter of their Dragon Soul organization. Chief, I think that our Dragon Soul organization shouldn't be cowering in Nanjing City.
The middle-aged man said.
Our organization. When we were in the Northeast, we once cooperated with a special forces unit in China. The commander of that troop was very powerful, and he utilized all sorts of scientific instruments to create all sorts of flying weapons during the battle. After a pause, the middle-aged man continued. Our organization has studied that head, and that head's ability is currently second only to the sect leader in our Dragon Soul organization. If he were to command this operation, it would definitely end perfectly. So what? Su Dishing raised his eyebrows and faintly said. So, with that chief joining us, our Dragon Soul organization will definitely be able to succeed, the middle-aged man said firmly. When Su Dishing heard this, he fell into silence, and only after a long while did he slowly say, Political Commissar Lu has a good point. I will consider your proposal. Thank you, Chief, the middle-aged man said excitedly. Alright, it's fine. You go out first, Su Dishing said indifferently. Yes, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully before leaving. This group of guys, watching his secretary leave, Su Dishing's mouth spread a trace of arc. Since you want to play so much, I'll play with you. Leaving Army Chief Lu's place, Lin Bei left the military base with his guards. After leaving the military base,
Lin Bei got into a sedan and then drove straight towards the military district guest house.
While on the road, Lin Bei dialed the No. 1 chief's phone, reporting to the chief. This is Lin Bei. Oh, old Lu. What is it that you're looking for me for? Report chief, I have an important tip. Speaking.
According to what I just learned during my conversation with Su Dishing,
underneath this island, there is a hidden underwater giant beast nest, Lin Bei reported.
Oh, the No. 1 chief was slightly stunned and said,
there's actually such a thing. It seems that we must act cautiously. Chief, if my guess is right, this is just the tip of the iceberg. If the entire island is excavated, perhaps, there will be a huge number of monsters buried underneath this island.
Lin Bei analyzed.
Good, very good, Lin Bei. Well done. You rush back immediately and improvise. No. 1 chief appreciated. Yes, Lin Bei replied. Remember, don't alarm anyone. Yes, Lin Bei replied. Also, keep an eye out for the girl who participated in the expedition this time for me. Her name is Yang Yusen,
and she's a nurse from the Huaxia hospital.
The No.
1 chief said after a moment of contemplation.
Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bei instructed the driver to change direction and rush to the military district guest house in the western suburbs of Nanjing City. The chief told you to pay attention to Yang Yusen's safety.
Lin Bei handed the phone to Yang Yusen and said,
stay here for now and wait for my news. Yes, Yang Yusen nodded and said, how do I need to cooperate with you? You don't need to do anything for now. Just stay in your room and wait and see what happens. Lin Bei said. Yes. Afterwards, Lin Bei instructed the 2 officers to guard Yang Yusen's safety. After arranging things for Yang Yusen,
Lin Bei led a few warriors and quickly returned to the military base.
Chief, the mission of the Dragon Soul organization has been completed. This information, please review it.
When Lin Bei got the information that Su Dishing handed him, he immediately presented it with both hands and said respectfully,
aha, put it down. This time, you did a very good job. Our Dragon Soul organization will finally be able to restore our motherland. Su Dishing lamented. Yes, Lin Bei nodded, then prepared to leave.
Wait, Su Dishing suddenly called out to Lin Bei, then took out a badge from the drawer and handed it to Lin Bei.
Said, this is the Dragon Soul Order. With it, you can mobilize all the members within the entire Dragon Soul organization. Also, this is the token.
Lin Bei hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and accepting the badge.
This is the symbol of the Dragon Soul organization, representing identity and authority.
It also symbolizes the strength of your Dragon Soul organization.
Therefore, under normal circumstances, this Dragon Soul Order is not allowed to stray into the public, unless special circumstances are encountered. However, you have accomplished such an important mission this time. I will make an exception and reward you with one. Keep it. Su Dishing said. Thanks, Chief. Lin Bei nodded, then collected the badge. Well, you go ahead and get some rest. I'll contact you again if anything happens. Su Dishing said. Aye, Chief. Lin Bei responded and retreated. In the evening, after Lin Bei finished his meal, he left the Nanjing Military District guest house alone and headed towards Zhengzhou City. Tonight, Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry, but walked slowly. He was enjoying this rare moment of relaxation, so he wasn't walking too fast. Just then, Lin Bei saw a red flag sedan parked on the side of the road not far ahead. Lin Bei noticed something strange. This red flag sedan, it seemed to have been vandalized. What kind of person has the audacity to do that? Vandalizing cars on the side of the road. Lin Bei frowned and muttered. However, when Lin Bei took a closer look, his face changed. Because, he recognized the person who was destroying the car. It was a masked man wearing a black robe. He was holding a sharp short sword in his hand. And at that moment, the masked man was prying the tires of the car. Apparently, the masked man intended to fix the car's tires. This masked man's repairing skills are pretty good. Lin Bei muttered in his heart. Although, Lin Bei didn't know about cars, he knew that the probability of repairing a car tire that was damaged was very, very small. However, the masked man in front of him is not following the common sense. Even want to fix the tire, really do not know how to die. Thinking of this, Lin Bei decided that he would scare the masked man. So, he silently hid in the woods, then pulled out the dagger pinned to his waist and aimed at the masked man. Swish! Lin Bei suddenly rushed out. The masked man, after hearing the wind blowing, turned his head to look. Upon seeing the figure that rushed over, a flash of coldness flashed through the masked man's eyes. Then, the masked man's right foot violently stomped the ground, and his figure instantly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, the masked man had leapt 20 to 30 meters. Humph, sculptor's little skill. Lin Bei sneered and grabbed the dagger with his left hand, then clenched his right fist and blasted the masked man's head with a punch.
Boom! Lin Bei's fist ruthlessly smashed onto the masked man's chest,
and immediately, the masked man spat out blood and flew backwards. Bang! The masked man fell to the ground after crashing the nearby rockery. Cough!
The masked man struggled to get up. Then with a fierce light in his eyes, he stared at Lin Bei dead in the face and said, "Brat! I didn't expect that I would actually fall into your hands." "Ha!" Lin Bei said coldly, "What do you think I should do with you?"
"You kill me,"
the masked man said.
"I'd been exposed anyway.
So there's no use living.
You're quite the bachelor?"
Lin Bei froze slightly and said,
"However, I don't have a penchant for abusing my enemies, so what do you want?"
the masked man asked.
"Kill you? You're overthinking it."
Lin Bei shook his head.
Then said, "A beast like you deserves to die."
"What?" The masked man stared at Lin Bei angrily and roared, "Bastard! I've dedicated my youth and blood for the country."
"You actually insulted me as an animal. It's so uncharacteristic. Ha ha ha."
Lin Bei laughed wildly up in the air.
"Dedicated your youth for the country? Dedicate your mom's ass. You think you're a hero?" The masked man was too dumbfounded to speak. "You're an animal, willing to sell your life for money. Do you think you're great?"
Lin Bei sneered.
"However, scum like you really don't deserve respect. Asshole, do you know who you're talking to?"
The masked man roared angrily. He had thought that Lin Bei was a noble person, but he didn't realize that the other party was even more despicable and dirty than him.
He couldn't even be considered a human being. He was simply an animal. "What do I care who you are?"
Lin Bei said in a cold voice.
"Since you are an animal,
you must die.
If I don't kill you, won't I be ashamed of this sword in my hand?"
"Asshole," the masked man said,
shaking with anger.
Whoosh! The masked man abruptly sprang out and stabbed the short sword in his hand.
Brush!
Lin Bei sneered as he swung out a dagger,
slashing across the masked man's shoulder. At once, blood erupted. "Ah!" The masked man screamed miserably, covering his wound and jumping back several steps. At the same time, the short sword in the masked man's hand came straight at Lin Bei's neck. Clang!
Lin Bei held his dagger and parried his opponent's short sword.
Swish!
Then, he bullied his way along. The masked man was horrified at the sight and turned around in a panic to escape.
Unfortunately, just as he turned around, he was pursued by Lin Bei.
Lin Bei was holding a dagger and turned into a roiling silver light that enveloped the masked man.
Put!
With a few muffled sounds,
the masked man's arm and leg, respectively, received a knife.
"Ah!" The masked man screamed miserably as both his arms and legs were chopped off by Lin Bei.
He.
Lin Bei laughed harshly, raised the dagger in his hand, and slid it against the masked man's throat.
Swish! The masked man screamed miserably,
and then his head rolled down to the ground.
Splat!
The masked man's body fell to the ground. Lin Bei clapped his hands and said indifferently,
"I hate people who betray me the most. If you do it on the first day,
I dare to do it on the 15th.
I will let you taste what it's like to betray me." After saying that,
Lin Bei picked up the 2 pieces of paper on the ground and stuffed them into his pants pocket. Then, he carried the dagger and continued walking back. When he reached the bottom of a tree, he stopped with a jerk.
He noticed a hint of something different.
Lin Bei squatted down and after carefully inspecting the tree, he realized that the tree was actually covered in notes.
"What's this for?" Lin Bei muttered.
Lin Bei picked up a roll of cloth on the ground and then tore it open.
At that moment,
a line of writing came into Lin Bei's eyes.
"Brother, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Dahai."
Lin Bei was startled,
then realized. "So it's Brother Zhao. What do you want to see me about?" "Brother, I'm in XX village, XX household in XX county, North Lake province. My wife is critically ill. I hope you can help me."
After Zhao Dahai finished writing the note, he tore off another strip of cloth and continued.
"Take a look. This is the XXX address."
"Okay." Lin Bei hurriedly collected the note. Then, Lin Bei carried the dagger and left.
Half an hour later,
Lin Bei arrived outside a village.
It was quiet inside the village.
Lin Bei pushed the door in and the courtyard was silent.
Not only was the house dark,
but even the courtyard walls were crawling with green plants.
The plants obscured Lin Bei's vision,
causing him to not be able to clearly see what exactly was going on inside.
However,
judging by the lushness of the plants, it is expected that the courtyard is not simple. Lin Bei gently felt his way towards the inside. He first explored the house. There were no lights in the house.
It was pitch black.
This should be safe. Lin Bei let out a sigh of relief.
Then, he tiptoed towards the bedroom.
Lin Bei came to the side of the bed and reached underneath it.
However,
there was nothing under the bedpan.
Could it be that no one is there?
Lin Bei frowned and once again reached out his hand to touch the bedpan, but the result was still nothing. Lin Bei suspiciously raised his head and looked around,
trying to find any clues. Suddenly,
his ears shrugged slightly, as if he heard something rustling.
Lin Bei immediately held his breath, then slowly retreated a few steps back. Wow! With a sound,
The bed and couch suddenly lifted off. A body lunged out of it. Lin Bei had prepared for this, and the moment the other party lunged out, he quickly dodged. Only after the other party lunged out did Lin Bei pounce with a long leap. He stretched out his hands and pinched the other party's throat, then twisted it with force. Ka-ching! The opponent's cervical vertebrae were twisted. After resolving the masked man, Lin Bei dragged him into the bedroom and hit him. Then Lin Bei took out his cell phone and dialed the police. Dodo. The phone rang for a long time, and no one ever answered the phone. Thus, Lin Bei gave up on calling for help. Then, Lin Bei pulled out his pistol and checked it. Although there were only 6 rounds left in the gun, but Lin Bei didn't hesitate to pull the trigger and strafe the roof. Ta-da-da-da. Bullets poured down like rain, and in an instant, the entire roof was turned into a sieve, with broken glass flying about. Bang! Lin Bei threw out a grenade, and with that, it landed on the roof and exploded. Boom! The violent explosion scared all the dogs in the house and they scattered and ran for cover. Done! Lin Bei grinned, then carried the masked man's body and quickly left this abandoned factory. After leaving the abandoned factory, Lin Bei called the son of a bitch. Hey, Django! The son of a bitch picked up the phone. Where are you? Lin Bei asked. I'm in the middle of school. What's going on? I'm in trouble. Hurry over and help. Kung, where are you? The son of a bitch eagerly inquired. XX abandoned factory. Lin Bei said. I'll be right over to you. After saying that, the son of a bitch hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bei carried the masked man to the side of the road and intercepted a cab. Master, take me to the XX abandoned factory. Lin Bei got into the car and said. Without saying a word, the driver hit the gas and rushed out. On the way to the abandoned factory, Lin Bei's gaze was always fixed on the window. He felt that something wasn't too good, because from the direction of the abandoned factory came a mournful cry. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either there's a homeless person or a beggar in the neighborhood, or it's a zombie. Whether it was the former or the latter, Lin Bei didn't dare to be careless, because the effect of a zombie after it bites someone is extremely terrifying, especially at night. If one was bitten, it was simply a death sentence. In addition, Lin Bei had been on many missions over the years. Every time he went on a mission, he had a psychological shadow. This was because he had witnessed many scenes of being bitten to death by zombies. He wondered if he would be as lucky tonight as he had been in the past. However, Lin Bei knew very well that he absolutely couldn't sit and wait for death. Otherwise, the only thing that awaited him was death. Lin Bei thought about it, and he decided to strike first, because this place was too close to the abandoned factory. If the zombies caught wind of it, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to escape. Lin Bei took out his dagger and quickly slashed his left wrist. Blood gurgled out. He covered the wound with his left hand and grabbed the dagger with his right hand and stabbed it into the inside of his chest. Roar! In a flash, a huge pain surged through his entire body. Lin Bei endured the pain and pulled out his dagger, then poked it again with a vicious stab. Ow! This time, Lin Bei almost passed out, but he held on hard with his tenacious perseverance. By this time, he was drenched in blood. Lin Bei slashed the clothes on the masked man's body with his dagger and put it on his opponent's shoulder. I advise you that you'd better not play any tricks. If not, you will regret it. Lin Bei said coldly. The masked man didn't say anything, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Bei's threat. Since you didn't say anything, that's a tacit admission. I'm going to count to 3, and if you still don't make a sneak attack on me, then I will slaughter you. 1. Just then, the masked man violently swung his fist to smash Lin Bei's face. Lin Bei dodged and the masked man's attack fell short. However, taking advantage of this, Lin Bei grabbed the masked man's arm and pulled violently. The masked man was caught off guard and fell to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. Taking this opportunity, Lin Bei jumped up and raised his dagger towards his opponent. The masked man struggled and rolled a few times, dodging the fatal blow. However, Lin Bei took the opportunity to pounce over. The dagger in his hand raised high before viciously slashing at the other party's neck. Swish! The dagger cut across the other man's skin. Ow! The masked man howled in pain while fighting back. However, due to the severe neck trauma, the masked man was unable to break free at all, and in the end, he could only obediently tie his hands. Now be honest with yourself. Who sent you to kill me? Lin Bei said coldly. Humph! The masked man snorted coldly and turned his head to the side. Ha! Lin Bei laughed, then said, You think I don't know if you don't say anything? You've been fighting with me all your life, so you must know my temper. What do you want? The masked man's face changed. Of course it's to let you try a taste of a life worse than death. Lin Bei heatedly laughed. There was a hint of a scowl on his face. The masked man panicked. You cooperate obediently and save yourself from the poisonous hands. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. I said. The masked man lowered his head in humiliation.
You're a security guard from Hualong International Security Company?
Lin Bei looked at the other party indifferently.
How do you know?
The masked man looked at Lin Bei in surprise.
Lin Bei smiled.
He had indeed guessed, but now it seemed that he hadn't guessed wrong. This masked man was the one sent by the Hualong International Security Company to assassinate him.
The Hualong International Bodyguard Company,
which Lin Bei had established in Jiangnan province when the end had just come. At that time, he had merely hired only 300 martial artists and over 1,000 ordinary people to form it.
However, in just over 2 years, the total assets of Hualong International Bodyguard Company reached hundreds of billions of dollars, becoming a super consortium in the country.
This was a clear indication of the rapidity of its development.
Not only that,
the bodyguard company had also trained numerous bodyguards. Most of these bodyguards were sharp soldiers from the military districts of various cities,
and there were even a small amount of psychics joining them. This time, the president of the bodyguard company, Wang Tao,
had actually sent a masked killer to assassinate himself.
Then, Lin Bei presumed that the mastermind behind it should also be Wang Tao. Lin Bei's heart was burning with rage.
He couldn't wait to tear Wang Tao apart immediately.
However,
Lin Bei was even more aware that if he really did that,
then, he would definitely die.
Therefore, Lin Bei forced himself to calm down. He believed that with Wang Tao's cunningness, he would definitely send another assassin to assassinate him.
How did you find out? Asked the masked man in disbelief.
Humph.
Over the years, has your Hualong International Bodyguard Company done fewer unethical things in the East Sea?
Your bodyguard company. You specialize in buying elite talents from various industries,
and then force these people to sell their lives for you.
Not only that, there are also many business elites who have also been bought by you.
So you say, can I not know who you are? As he said that, Lin Bei's tone suddenly became sinister. However, don't worry, I won't kill you easily.
I'm going to hand you over to Uncle Jingcha and let them interrogate you slowly.
No,
the masked man exclaimed. Lin Bei snorted coldly.
Now you have no room to bargain.
With that, he took out his keys and opened the bars of the cell.
Then he turned around and walked to the driver's seat and drove off in his automobile. The masked man lay dumbfounded in a pool of blood.
His eyes were lifeless, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Then he slowly closed his eyes.
At the same time, a small craft silently rose into midair and gave chase. I want you to be buried with me,
the masked man muttered. He knew that once he was arrested,
he would definitely die.
He would rather die than fall into the hands of the police.
Lin Bei didn't realize that he had been followed.
He drove the automobile along at a furious pace.
Soon after, he saw a van parked on the highway in front of him. Without saying a word,
Lin Bei drove his car to the front of the van and slammed on the brakes.
Boom!
Came the explosion of tires scraping the ground.
Immediately afterward, a violent lurching sensation came, causing Lin Bei to nearly fall over the steering wheel. However, he quickly took control of the direction and stabilized the car, then stepped on the gas pedal,
instantly crashing through the back cover of the van and drilling into the compartment.
Bang bang bang!
Lin Bei shot frantically, completely lifting the back cover of the van.
Then, he dragged the masked man and jumped down. Ah!
The masked man screamed miserably.
He didn't expect Lin Bei to be this crazy,
but he directly dismantled the back cover of the van and stuffed him into the cargo box. This time he was considered completely finished. Lin Bei ignored the wailing of the masked man, and after throwing the masked man into the cargo box, he recovered the back cover of the van.
In this way, no one would be able to find the masked man's body. Ha ha, what a blast!
Although the masked man was rather short,
it didn't stop Lin Bei from enjoying the beautiful scenery.
Lin Bei looked at the sky. It was almost dusk.
Thus, Lin Bei drove his automobile and rushed straight to the Eastside University.
Not long after Lin Bei left, two black shadows swept past from a distance before stopping next to the van. One of the black shadows reached out and fumbled with the mouth of the cargo box for a few moments,
after which, he opened the lid of the cargo box. Captain, there's a live one inside the cargo box, but he's quite injured and dying.
One of the men in black reported.
The other man in black nodded and took out an injection.
The injector needle was sharp and clear.
This injection can cure any ailment, be it external or internal. The man in black said.
Well, rush to the hospital to rescue him. The black-clothed man who spoke earlier ordered. This black-robed man was about to pick up the masked man,
when suddenly,
the black-robed man frowned and said,
"Wait a minute, this masked man's aura seems to be déjà vu."
At those words, the other black-clothed man froze, and after taking a closer look, he also felt that the masked man's figure was somewhat familiar.
Could it be? The black-clothed man's heart sank. Retreat in a hurry. Thinking of a certain possibility, he hurriedly ordered. Then the two turned and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Lin Bei had finally driven to East City University.
Lin Bei parked his car in front of the school. locked it, and hurried into the campus with his gun on his back. Come to the study hall. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Bei viciously kicked open the door of the classroom. A cry of horror came at once. Lin Bei scanned the circle. He was relieved after realizing that the entire classroom was here except for a few male and female teachers. Lin Bei, what are you doing? You're scaring me. Are you going to murder? Zhang Sisi covered her chest and glared at Lin Bei. Her chest was rising and falling violently. She was obviously scared to death. See, is everything alright? Lin Bei asked with concern. Zhang Sisi gave Lin Bei a blank look. You tell me. If it's nothing, do you expect me to be something? Hearing Zhang Sisi's retort, Lin Bei's heart warmed and he smiled faintly. It's best if you're fine. Saying that, Lin Bei looked around. It's great that you're fine. If something happens to you, I would be ashamed of your father's trust in me. Why are you here? Zhang Sisi looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled. I'm worried about your safety. So, I purposely came to pick you up. Humph. Ghosts will believe your bullshit. Zhang Sisi hummed. Oh, you don't believe me. Alright, cut the crap. Let's get the hell out of here. Lin Bei nodded and walked towards the outside of the school building with Zhang Sisi. Ha, look guys, it's Lin Bei. He actually didn't get caught in? Didn't you say that Lin Bei killed Zhao Yanggui's son? So the Zhao family definitely won't let it go? How could they let Lin Bei go? I'm not sure, but I think it's good. Yeah, in that case, Lin Bei won't have to worry in the future. Lin Bei, if there's a chance in the future, I'll treat you to dinner. Hey, it's a deal. The crowd was whispering and talking. Zhang Sisi had a bright smile on her face as she held Lin Bei's arm, as if she was a happy little birdie. Lin Bei's gaze, however, looked towards a certain window, a touch of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Bei, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Bei's strange expression, Zhang Sisi inquired strangely. Lin Bei shook his head. Then, pulling Zhang Sisi, he continued to walk out of the school building. Lin Bei, where are we going now? Zhang Sisi asked suspiciously. She realized that Lin Bei did not go to a 5-star hotel near Dongjiang University as originally planned. I want to take you to a theater. Lin Bei said. What's the play? You'll find out later. Lin Bei said. The two of them got into the car. And then the car started and left Eastside University. The car came to a sudden stop as it drove down an isolated alley. Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Sisi asked in surprise. Shoo! Lin Bei raised his index finger, signaling Zhang Sisi to be silent. Then, he pulled Zhang Sisi to hide behind the car. Zhang Sisi was filled with fog. She was just about to ask Lin Bei what was going on, when suddenly, Zhang Sisi's pupils plummeted because he saw 3 big men wearing sunglasses coming from the distance. After the 3 big men walked to the side of the van, one of them drew a sack from the rear of the van, and after opening the sack, the 3 of them carried the sack and quickly walked towards the depths of the alley. Who is it? Zhang Sisi was in a big hurry. Lin Bei wouldn't let her speak, so Zhang Sisi could only lower her voice. It's 3 punks, Lin Bei calmly said. But don't worry, they won't dare to do anything. Lin Bei knew that Zhang Sisi was afraid that he would be bullied by those 3 big men. Zhang Sisi looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. However, since Lin Bei had said so, she didn't ask any more questions. Only, anxiety was written all over her pretty face. Don't worry, they can't hurt you with me. Zhang Sisi rolled her eyes, thinking that it's not bad if you can protect yourself, but you're still protecting me? At this time, the 3 big men, carrying the sacks turned into a small house at the end of the alley. The small house was very shabby, with cobwebs and dust crawling on the walls. A dim light was on in the small house. Boss, the goods have arrived. One of the big men respectfully addressed the only one in the room sitting in a chair. Well, you guys can go. With the arrival of new shipments, technological research and development in Northwoods has come to a new level. Boss, how many units do you think we'll get this time? 100,000 units. Lin Bei looked at the huge group of robots in front of him. No more. These giant robots were all designed by Lin Bei based on that fragmented memory in his mind and the current level of technology. They had their own functions, but the most important thing was that they were able to move and fight freely, and had enough energy reserves to last for a long period of time, so they could be considered tough. Although the number of such robots was already terrifying, it was still a drop in the bucket for Lin Bei. This was because the materials he needed within his lab right now were just too precious and hard to come by. If he were to gather all of the materials from around the world, he was afraid that he would need millions of billions to do so. What's more, the production speed of such robots was also very slow. It wasn't a problem to make tens of thousands of robots per day, but it would take a long time to make them have full intelligence. As a result, this stretched the size of the mechanical core that Lin Bei needed. Of course, even so, the mechanical core was the ace core in Lin Bei's hands. one of Lin Bei's true killer mace. Thus, despite the very large size of the mechanical core, Lin Bei continued to keep a low profile. Let's leave this batch of mechanical core in charge of Little White. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Little White, who was standing at the side with an indifferent expression and extraordinary aura. Lin Bei had never told anyone about Xiao Bai's identity. This included Little White's name being called Little White, her origins and abilities, and so on. Lin Bei believed that the more he knew about these things, the more he would get himself killed instead. After all, Little White's existence was such that even Lin Bei felt surprised. Xiao Bai's ability was unbelievable. It was as if she was born with extraordinary intelligence, even smarter than the vast majority of intelligent robots. She could read Lin Bei's psyche. Also, there are specific ways to contact the outside world. For example, she can control the operation of the electronics. For example, she could easily obtain a lot of information from Lin Bei and help him solve a lot of troubles. For example, at certain critical moments, she was even able to take Lin Bei's place to perform some dangerous tasks. In a word, Xiao Bai was considered to be at a heaven-defying level no matter what aspect he was in. Lin Bei had once asked her if she belonged to a star race or some other power, but Xiao Bai had always kept her mouth shut. Lin Bei knew that Xiao Bai was unwilling to reveal her secrets, nor was she willing to leave Lin Bei. In this regard, Lin Bei was both relieved and worried. Bai, you should be clear about the next mission of this batch of mechanical core. Looking at the huge mechanical core in the distance, Lin Bei said in a deep voice. Next, you'll lead the mechanical core to the depths of the universe and find a suitable location to set up a base. I hope that in the future, this base will become your home base, and that one day, this starfield will even be under your control. Yes, Master, Kahaku replied faintly. Her icy blue eyes scanned the distant mechanical core, and her demeanor seemed a bit agitated. Afterwards, Xiao Bai took a step towards the group of mechanical core. Her pair of white and slender jade legs stepped, like a fairy scattering flowers, floating in the air. Mesmerizing. Follow me, Xiao Bai drank in a cold voice. Instantly, the huge mechanical core moved quickly, closely following Little White's side, hugely, running towards the distance. Master, where do you plan to build your base this time? I can use my intelligence brain to search the nearby area and choose the best location for you. As he was traveling to the depths of the universe, Little White suddenly opened his mouth and asked, the closest to us, the best location. Lin Bei said, the best location? White wondered. Yes. We'll build our base near a star on the outskirts of the solar system, Lin Bei affirmed. This, Little White hesitated. Master, the gravitational pull of that sun will cause damage to our mechanical core, so our combat power will decrease. My suggestion is that it's safer for us to establish our base within the galaxy. That way, even if we fail, we can still escape within the galaxy. Lin Bei smiled. Don't worry, we won't fail. Hearing this reply, a hint of surprise flashed across the white man's face. But she didn't continue to pursue the matter, since Lin Bei had already made a choice. Then Xiao Bai would support him unconditionally and firmly believe that his choice was the most correct. Master, which star in the solar system are you going to establish the mechanical core near? Little White continued to ask. Just near the moon in the solar system, Lin Bei said after some thought. The reason why he chose the solar system's moon neighborhood was because it was so far away from China that even if the solar system exploded, this range of areas would not be affected. Moreover, Lin Bei also hoped that in the future, he would be able to use the aftermath of the sun's explosion to accelerate his cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Bei's brows furrowed. How did this happen? Little White followed Lin Bei's gaze into the distance, only to see that the mechanical core, which originally had everything going well, suddenly seemed to be out of order, and unexpectedly two of them crashed to the ground with a bang. Immediately after that, more mechanical core fell one after another, becoming chaotic, and, more than that, right after these mechanical core fell off and fell into a state of chaos, an inexplicable magnetic field spread out from all around, covering the entire starfield. In an instant, the magnetic field of the entire starry sky seemed to have changed. This, White was shocked. This is a formation. Lin Bei stared. It seems that someone has set up a formation that targets this starfield. Otherwise, it's unlikely that the magnetic field of the mechanical core would have changed like this. Little White immediately checked the details of this formation. Xiao Bai nodded her head, her eyes bloomed with light, a circle of light waves spread out, and in an instant, Xiao Bai was already checking out the situation here. Master, this formation is called the Magnetic Field Disturbance Formation, and as the name suggests, it utilizes a unique magnetic field that interferes with the mechanical core, causing it to become uncontrollable, and even causing it to lose its combat power. Kahaku said, Magnetic Field Disorder Formation? Lin Bei muttered something before saying, Little White, according to the characteristics of this formation,
Can we destroy it? There are only two ways to destroy it. One is to destroy the magnetic field of the magnetic field turbulence array, and the other is to destroy the source of the magnetic field. Only, the source of the magnetic field is an immense and incomparable star, and although the strength of our magnetic field is enough to destroy the source of the magnetic field, our mechanical core simply can't withstand such a terrifying impact. Unless the number of our mechanical core reaches the scale of thousands of battleships, Xiaobai said slowly after a moment of silence. Then how do you think we should destroy the source of the magnetic field? Lin Bei asked. First of all, one must first figure out where exactly the source of this magnetic field is. If the source of the magnetic field is not on Earth, but on Mars, or another planet, then we have no choice but to retreat. Because, once the source of the magnetic field is exposed, there will be extremely large energy fluctuations transmitted to Earth and the solar system. At that time, Earth's satellites will discover it. Once Earth's satellites discover the mechanical core outside the solar system, they will inevitably send combat mechanical soldiers to eliminate them, or even send nuclear bombs to attack. Therefore, we must rush to find the source of the magnetic field before the satellites arrive. White said slowly. Okay, Lin Bei said. Lin Bei's speed was fast. When they had just left Earth, Lin Bei had directly put the mechanical core into his storage ring. By the time Lin Bei re-entered the galaxy, he had long since changed his appearance. This time, Lin Bei didn't conceal his aura anymore. Instead, he completely unleashed his strength and leaned towards the sun with reckless abandon. Just as he approached the sun, Lin Bei sensed a few veiled scans of divine thoughts. Really not afraid to die. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth hooked up in a sneer. He knew that this would be the watchdogs of the various countries and organizations in the galaxy detecting galactic outsiders. After all, the situation in the Milky Way was getting more and more tense now, and all parties were keeping a very strict eye on it. In particular, the monitoring department of the technological civilization was simply like an enemy. Lin Bei ignored it. Of course, Lin Bei hadn't completely gotten rid of the divine thoughts scanning these monitors. Instead, he left a spiritual imprint on the monitors, so that these monitors would not dare to track or spy on him anymore. Soon, Lin Bei sensed that his spiritual imprint, not far from the moon, had disappeared. Apparently, it was the watchdog on the moon that had discovered his mental imprint. And then, Lin Bei continued to fly in the direction of the moon. Half a day later, the outline of the moon appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Little White, where is the specific eye of the magnetic field disorder formation? Lin Bei asked Little White. Xiaobai shook his head. The magnetic field disorder array is a formation that utilizes a certain special material to match and then construct it into a formation, which is connected to the stars and works together to maintain the stability of the magnetic field within the solar system. Therefore, as long as it exists within the solar system, it is absolutely difficult to escape the detection of the magnetic field disorder array. And the magnetic field disorder array has another characteristic. That is, as long as it is discovered, anyone who tries to sneak quietly into the magnetic field disorder array will trigger the magnetic field disorder array. At that time, the magnetic field disturbance array will run wildly, releasing a huge gravitational force that sucks and pulls the lifeforms that enter the magnetic field disturbance array, tearing them apart and devouring them. Master, the eye of the magnetic field disorder array is the core hub when the magnetic field disorder array is in operation. Once the magnetic field disturbance array is activated, all substances in the magnetic field disturbance array, including lifeforms, will be distorted by the magnetic field, which will then produce violent energy fluctuations, thus causing the sun's reflection, causing the magnetic field to be disturbed, and thus causing the magnetic field of the solar system to become disturbed. And that's when the sun's gravitational force will act on top of the space barrier between the Earth and the solar system. This leads to cracks in the space lanes, which in turn affects the solar system, causing it to deviate, disrupting gravity and creating a strange force field. And the solar system is offset just at the edge of the magnetic field disorder formation. White said a lot in one breath. Lin Bei instantly realized. This magnetic field disturbance array was actually in existence similar to a cosmic black hole. All it took was a powerful force that was enough to stir up space. Then, by getting the space rift open, you can deflect the solar system. Magnetic field disturbance array. Is there a way to shield the sun's gravity from it? Lin Bei asked again. This kind of formation, I have encountered it a few times before. It's not that complicated. If the master is willing to spend some time to learn a bit, he will be able to learn it. Little White said. Okay, I'll give it a try then. With that, Lin Bei took out a piece of jade. He began to study the formation pattern of this magnetic field disorder array. In just an hour, Lin Bei had already initially grasped this magnetic field disorder formation. Buzz! Lin Bei flexed his fingers and the jade in his hand instantly levitated and floated in mid-air, emitting a faint glow that enveloped the entire galaxy. And at this time, all over the galaxy, those monitors, however, were changing their faces. Magnetic field disorder array activated. The monitors were quick to report back. And right now, Abraham's family, in the old castle. What's going on? The head of the Abraham family, Abraham Carlos, stood up violently, his brows deeply furrowed. Family master, the magnetic field turbulence array has activated, and within the solar system, a bizarre energy fluctuation has appeared. An inspector reported. It's a sign of magnetic field disturbance. Abraham's pupils snapped. Family master, will an unknown monster, or a ferocious insect race be born from that magnetic field disturbance array? Another inspector worried. No matter what is born within the magnetic field disturbance formation, as long as it is discovered by me, all of them will be killed, Abraham said in a cold voice. The magnetic field disorder array was a defense array exclusive to the Abraham family. On weekdays it is Abraham himself who sits in charge of the magnetic field disorder formation. Because this magnetic field disorder array is exclusively belongs to the Abraham family's private array, has always been, is a secret operation. In addition to the Abraham family senior is even the most trusted believers, do not know the existence of this array. Only Abraham, too, can manipulate this formation. Yes, numerous ombudsmen responded in unison. Lin Bei was still flying in the direction of the moon. Master, the moon's magnetic field disorder array has activated. We are locked in. Suddenly, Little White exclaimed. What? Lin Bei's divine sense instantly spread out, enveloping the entire galaxy. Sure enough, Lin Bei clearly noticed that within the millions of kilometers around him, a light blue curtain of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and this circle of blue light trapped him firmly inside. Moreover, Lin Bei realized that he couldn't break through this light blue light curtain at all. However, this light blue curtain of light was intercepting him beyond the moon. Little White, can you fix the magnetic field disorder formation? Lin Bei inquired. I'll try, Kahaku replied. At this moment, Lin Bei was sitting down on his knees, silently feeling his surroundings. A few moments later, Lin Bei's eyes opened abruptly. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, Lin Bei whispered. Although he had sensed that this light blue light curtain was indeed a bit tricky. However, with his level of comprehension of runic formations, if he wanted to resolve this magnetic field disorder formation, there was still hope that he could do so. Present, Lin Bei began to try, and at this time, Little White had finally perfected this magnetic field turbulence array and punched the magnetic field turbulence array into the void teleportation formation that Lin Bei had set up. Little White, get ready, Lin Bei droned out. Next moment, Lin Bei brought Little White and stepped into the void, appearing in the outer orbit of the galaxy. Subsequently, Xiaobai's figure, surprisingly, gradually blurred and transformed into a brilliant gem that bloomed with dazzling light as it flew towards Earth. Boom! Right about this time, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the direction of the moon. Shit! Abraham Carlos was furious beyond belief. Magnetic field disorder array, fully activated. The magnetic field disorder caused the power of the magnetic field disorder array to reach an extremely appalling point. Everyone listen to the order. Immediately activate the moon's defense mechanism. Seal off the surface of the moon to avoid the energy escaping from the magnetic field disorder formation and destroying the moon. Abraham Carlos growled. Yes, sir. At once, on the surface of the moon, countless light flashes lit up, and on the surface of the moon, a huge war fortress rose up, protecting the entire moon. All of it. At the same time, endless beams of light, crossing the sky and striking through space, illuminated a large area, and on the surface of the moon, amidst that war fortress, an armed ship rushed out. These armed airships, which were special weapons dedicated to the magnetic field disorder formation, possessed extremely strong attack power. Only, previously, because the magnetic field disturbance array had not yet been activated, the armed spaceships in the middle of the moon base, therefore, had not been activated only. And now that the magnetic field disorder array was fully activated, the moon base's defensive measures were naturally activated in their entirety without mercy. In the meantime, Earth Federation Empire, Presidential Palace. Charles, how do you feel about the complete activation of the magnetic field disorder array just now? President Davis asked. Reporting back to His Excellency the President. I have the most profound feeling. This time, the magnetic field disorder array seems to be completely activated, not only covering the Earth into it, but even enveloping the solar system. In this way, I'm afraid that the sky of the solar system is going to be unpredictable again. Charles replied respectfully. Well, I already know. In that case, I'll leave Earth first. Charles, you remain in the midst of the planet and are responsible for coordinating the overall situation, the president said, and left straight away. Master, the power of the magnetic field disorder array is increasing, climbing, and it's getting faster and faster. According to the current trend, I'm afraid it will soon reach its peak state. Little White's voice also sounded in Lin Bei's mind. That's just right. Lin Bei let out a light laugh. This way, I'll be able to reach my destination without any problems. However, I'm a little worried that the power increase and enhancement of this magnetic field disorder array will have an impact on Earth. After all, Earth is my home planet. Little White shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Master, with me here, I won't let the Earth be harmed in the slightest. In that case, it couldn't be better. After I arrive at the moon, I can detach myself from the solar system directly through the magnetic field disorder formation and descend to Mars." Lin Bei's eyes flickered. Next moment, Lin Bei brought Little White and sped towards Mars. Earth, Kunlun City. Boom! As Lin Bei stepped into Mars, an incomparably powerful suction force suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei only felt a huge force coming at him to rip him away from Mars. But, the Yuan Qi in Lin Bei's body surged out crazily, forming a heavy barrier around Lin Bei, blocking the effect of this force of attraction. And at that moment, the edge of the originally quiet and dark solar system suddenly lit up with a blazing halo. Immediately afterward, a giant light cocoon appeared. Around the light cocoon, infinite metal energy escaped, wrapping the entire light cocoon. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, that's the diagram of the Abraham family's magnetic field disorder array. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Lin Bei had long been familiar with the Abraham family's magnetic field disorder formation. Back then, when he was on top of the moon, Lin Bei had met Abraham's father, Abraham Carlos, and one of the two Abraham family elders beside him. And at this moment, the diagram of this magnetic field disturbance array was clearly presented in his line of sight. Only, this formation diagram, instead of being presented at the core of the magnetic field disorder formation, was only a part of the formation diagram. Ha ha ha, Lin Bei, there's really a road to heaven that you don't take, and there's no door to hell that you barge in. Do you think that I, Abraham Carlos, will let you live? It's time for you to die. Just as Lin Bei was staring at and observing the diagram of this magnetic field disorder formation, Abraham Carlos, who was far away on the other side of the moon, had a scowl on his face, and after, Abraham Carlos directly was taking out a storage ring. With that, the storage ring was thrown into midair. In the next moment, within that storage ring, a silver-gray warhammer slowly emerged. Roar! This silver-gray warhammer, as soon as it appeared, was hissing up to the sky, shocking the hearts of the people. As the silver-gray warhammer emerged, a strong sense of oppression filled the air. Even if they were far apart, it still made Lin Bei feel like his blood was frozen and his soul wanted to shatter. It was as if his divine soul was going to be torn apart in the next moment. Divine warrior? Lin Bei's pupils shrunk. Lin Bei didn't expect that Abraham Carlos even had this kind of thing. No wonder he dared to call himself the Moon Guardian. This is the weapon of our Abraham family's successive generations of family suppression, and it is also the root of our Abraham family's rise to power. Back then, my father excavated a relic in the borderland of the solar system and obtained it. It's just a pity that I was too weak back then, and was just barely able to catalyze this warhammer. But even so, it's enough for me to travel across the moon, establish the roots of the Abraham family in Mars, and become a hegemonic level power in the solar system. Abraham Carlos sneered, looking at the silver-gray warhammer suspended in midair. Abraham's eyes were filled with greed. This divine soldier, it was definitely only the people of his lineage who were qualified to hold it. Even if he was the son of the Abraham family's patriarch, he didn't have the authority to do so. But now, it is in his hands. Wouldn't this mean that, in the future, he would also have the opportunity to control this divine weapon? Ha ha ha. When the time comes, my Abraham family will definitely become the #1 family in the solar system. Who dares to disobey? Abraham Carlos was in ecstasy. Spin. Abraham Carlos, maneuvering his silver-gray warhammer, slammed down on the Earth, the edge of the solar system, above Mars near the moon's orbit. Mars, the primitive jungle is dense and inhospitable. Swish, a stream of light flashed by. A young man in a white robe appeared above Mars. This person was none other than Lin Bei, who had taken a teleportation spell from Huaxia and descended to Mars. At this very moment, Lin Bei's gaze swept over, instantly confirming it. This, I believe, is where Abraham's lair is located. Only, the degree of magnetic field disorder in this area was beyond Lin Bei's expectations. Lin Bei estimated that if it wasn't for the existence of the magnetic field disturbance array, this Martian continent would have been turned into an abandoned star. Shoo! Lin Bei's figure flashed. Take a step in the void. It's like instantaneous transportation. In the blink of an eye, it was swept over hundreds of meters to the other side of the Martian continent. This, Abraham's lair?
Lin Bei frowned slightly.
The location, somewhat remote.
Lin Bei couldn't find such a continent at all on top of the map.
However,
although Lin Bei was puzzled in his mind, Lin Bei did not think much about it.
Anyway, let's test the power of this magnetic field disorder formation first.
Lin Bei muttered to himself.
Spin.
Lin Bei reached out and waved his hand.
At once,
the broken formation diagram of the ceiling formation before Tian Shan Mountain flew out of thin air and floated in front of Lin Bei.
Next moment,
Lin Bei flexed his finger and a drop of blood flew out and dripped on top of the formation diagram.
At once,
the formation diagram bloomed with light. A circle of ripples rippled out,
and in an instant,
it was enveloped within a radius of 1,000 meters. Lin Bei stood at the edge of this formation diagram and closed his eyes to sense for a moment.
Lin Bei opened his eyes. On his face,
a look of surprise appeared, because this magnetic field disturbance formation was quite similar to a certain grand formation that Lin Bei had memorized. Only, this kind of formation was a one-way passage grand formation.
Once you entered it, you would be completely lost in the formation, unless one was able to possess extremely high attainments in the Tao of formation.
It was possible to find the correct path to Earth.
But Lin Bei's attainments in the Tao of formation could definitely be considered to be at the peak.
At the very least, with Lin Bei's attainments in formations, there was absolutely no more profound formation Tao master than him in this world.
In that case, let me try the power of this magnetic field disorder formation.
I hope to surprise me, Lin Bei murmured softly.
Next moment,
Lin Bei pointed his toes and rose up into the air, towards the vast land enveloped by the magnetic field disorder formation. He sped, and at this moment, just as Lin Bei had speculated, the might of this magnetic field disturbance formation was even stronger than he had imagined.
Even just being close to the magnetic field disturbance formation,
Lin Bei's divine sense and spiritual power seemed to be severely damaged as if they had been disturbed. Even Lin Bei's physical body was affected,
and vaguely, it seemed to be weakened by a hint.
Buzz. After Lin Bei once again approached the area covered by the magnetic field disorder array within a range of 5 kilometers,
the might of the magnetic field disorder array, reaching its peak, instantly engulfed Lin Bei. The moment,
Lin Bei felt as if he was in the center of a cosmic storm. Whistling and wildly curling hurricanes,
meteorites, and other various dangerous things came and swept Lin Bei away. Ka-ching! Tiny scars appeared on top of Lin Bei's flesh. Even
blood bursts out.
However, to Lin Bei,
this flesh wound was not worth mentioning.
Rumble!
Lin Bei's body trembled as his chi and blood tumbled within his body.
Same time,
Lin Bei had discovered a large amount of technological resources here,
which had a very important role to play in his technological development. However, these are external forces, and of a kind that cannot be taken away or transferred. Therefore, it will have to stay.
Of course, the most important thing was the one chip he got.
I didn't expect it.
Lin Bei looked at this chip in his hand and sighed.
He could never have imagined that he would get a memory chip. I wonder if there will be any information about my life and my parents in there,
Lin Bei muttered.
And then,
he took a deep breath and directly put it on in his mind.
Instantly,
a vastness of memories like the starry sky surged towards Lin Bei.
It gave Lin Bei a headache.
It was only after a long half a second that Lin Bei opened his eyes, his complexion shifting as his face became a bit ugly. What was stored in this chip was more complex than he had expected.
But soon,
Lin Bei calmed down again, his mood once again excited.
Within this chip, a person's identity is recorded,
as well as his experiences.
Although this piece of information, compared to this planet, is extremely large, and can even be called vast, even the Earth, a planet like the sands of the Ganges, I'm afraid that it is not even 1/10 of it. However, it was still read by Lin Bei as much as he could. As for Lin Bei, after knowing his true identity, his entire heart couldn't help but tremble violently.
The technology here,
it's so powerful? What kind of planet is this? Why so many higher civilizations? Why do you have so many top-of-the-line weapons?
Surprised, Lin Bei quickly threw himself into the development of new weapons.
No matter what, since the humans in this universe had suffered a disaster, he always had to help and do his best. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. During this period,
Lin Bei stayed in the lab to study.
And in 6 years, in addition to creating several new types of battle suits, he had also utilized various ways to try to collect substances from other planets, improve them, and create protective equipment that was more suitable for lifeforms to wear. Even,
Lin Bei had found many strange and bizarre things through various means, such as some kind of living plant,
or a biochemical beast. Train them as pets or warriors for Lin Bei to use.
This galaxy is called the Martian Galaxy and is about 1 billion kilometers from our solar system.
The main planet of Mars, on the other hand, was named Akatsuki, a huge administrative planet. On Akatsuki,
numerous nations reside, as well as a portion of the elite forces of the Human Alliance.
And at the moment,
beyond the solar system, a small silver-white spaceship was slowly moving forward.
Cosmic voyages are costly,
especially for such short trips.
However, transportation in the universe is basically built with special materials. For example, the airship Lin Bei was traveling in was forged using the strongest alloy material.
Even if they were sailing through the cosmic void and their speed was limited, they were able to withstand extremely long distances and reach another star.
Otherwise, if one wanted to travel from one life planet to another with only human navigation, even if one was rich, there was no telling how much it would cost.
Sir,
may I ask if you are traveling to the planet Akatsuki, to Mars?
Just as Lin Bei was pondering about the future and which direction he should explore in order to find a way to make a breakthrough,
the spaceship's thinking brain suddenly resounded with a mechanical voice. Immediately afterward,
Lin Bei saw a virtual image that floated in front of him. Lin Bei frowned slightly as he looked at the image, because he felt that the virtual image gave off the impression that it seemed to be an electronic product,
not a real humanoid being.
I'm sorry, sir. You're in the hyperspace jump phase and there's no way to answer for now.
At that moment,
the mechanical image said again.
Immediately afterward,
the virtual image was completely dissipated,
displaying as, the right to answer your question belongs to the thinking brain, and the accuracy cannot be guaranteed,
so please wait patiently. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth.
He was somewhat intrigued,
wanting to see what kind of information the brain could give him.
After all,
this brain was something Lin Bei had gotten from that mysterious girl, so it shouldn't be a mortal object.
Moreover, Lin Bei vaguely understood the meaning of the words of the thinking brain just now.
Hyperspace jump? Lin Bei whispered softly.
This time,
the place he came to was called the solar system, a civilization with a high level of technology and civilization. Many strong men were born in this civilization.
Even, according to Lin Bei's speculation,
the scientists of this civilization had long ago developed a vehicle that could jump across galactic levels. Only the lack of technology has resulted in such technological vehicles being unable to make space jumps for long periods of time.
Every 500 years or so,
they need to stop by Mars to rest and recuperate in order to regain lost energy to continue their space jumps.
And this time, Mars was hit by a great calamity, and this technological vehicle is already disabled.
Thus, this was why the thinking brain was asking Lin Bei to travel to the Red Moon Star. I suppose the brain could provide him with a passage to the Red Moon Star. Of course, the advice of the thinking brain still hoped that he wouldn't be in a hurry to depart and wait until he had rested for a while before making the hyperspace jump.
After all,
it was too risky to set sail in this strange and dangerous starfield.
But, Lin Bei, however, refused. On the one hand,
he needed to hurry up and head to the edge of the solar system to find the girl.
On the other hand, this was also Lin Bei's suspicion of the thinking brain,
worrying whether the thinking brain had grasped his secret and was deliberately delaying and preventing him from traveling to the edge of the solar system.
Therefore, Lin Bei decided to depart immediately.
Of course, this was one of the reasons why he was skeptical of the thinking brain and didn't want to waste any more time on it. Because a Homo sapiens brain is a piece of a scientist's product,
not a human being.
Lin Bei was afraid that if he delayed too long,
it would be detrimental to him instead.
Therefore, Lin Bei decided that as long as the thinking brain could provide a safe enough passage that would allow him to reach the Red Moon Star without any problems,
Lin Bei wouldn't mind doing business with the thinking brain in exchange for some technological equipment and information that could be used to enhance his cultivation strength.
Of course, if the thinking brain dared to trick him,
then Lin Bei wouldn't mind killing the thinking brain, destroying all the databases,
and erasing the traces of the thinking brain.
Drop. An interstellar portal has been detected open. Is it open?
No.
Drop. The portal is closed.
Drop.
Portal beginning to reboot in progress. Please wait. Dropping. Portal reboot in progress. Dropping. Reboot complete. Portal open. Dropping.
Have arrived in orbit of the target planet,
Mars. Are we dropping down?
As Lin Bei's orders were given.
At that moment, the spaceship turned around and flew towards the Earth's orbit. Half a day later, the spaceship, at last,
was landing above the orbit of Mars.
This was the second planet Lin Bei had ever seen. Mars, a living planet within the solar system, second only to Earth,
has a population of tens of millions
and thousands of space cities.
Lin Bei stood on top of the deck of the airship, looking out at the surroundings and secretly assessing in his heart.
Above this planet,
it was filled with the rich element of fire.
At the same time, it is also the possession of an endless amount of energy. However, Lin Bei didn't utilize any fire energy,
so he didn't notice that this Mars had the presence of fire crystals.
However,
this was nothing to Lin Bei.
Sir, we're on a secret mission right now,
and we'd like you to refrain from trespassing so as not to cause a commotion and disturb the secret mission.
Please don't worry. If you need it, you can contact us at any time. and we will be the first to send troops and come to meet you. Lin Bei nodded. This Mars, in the universe, belonged to a remote and backward region that wouldn't be discovered, so Lin Bei wasn't afraid. Immediately, Lin Bei was directly logging into the smart brain. What is your business, sir? When Lin Bei had just logged into the think tank's sweet mechanical voice sounded once again. Hello, please check for me where the planet Akatsuki is located. Lin Bei said indifferently. Although he was not afraid, he did not take it too seriously, and still brought his brain with him, lest he really encountered any trouble at that time, and still had to solve it with his brain. Sir, that red moonstar you mentioned is located in the southern region of the solar system, about 3 days voyage from our Mars. We can use wormhole shuttles and arrive in 2 days. The thinking brain responded quickly. Okay, let's set sail then. Lin Bei opened his mouth. Sir, please pay attention to the dashboard at the front of the cockpit. This is the control system of our brain. Please follow the instructions I give you to ensure a safe arrival. The voice of the brain, once again, sounded. Aha. Lin Bei nodded slightly and reached out to run his hand across the control screen in front of him. In an instant, countless flashes of light appeared in front of Lin Bei's eyes, and all sorts of information streams poured into Lin Bei's mind. Included in this information is information about the distribution of armed forces on the planet, and some specific information about the planet. So much information? Lin Bei was shocked in his heart. Brain, how many points does it cost for so much information? Lin Bei asked. Sir, a total of 100 million points. Soon after, the voice of the thinker sounded again. Hiss. Even Lin Bei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Nima, I can't believe it's so expensive. One planet, 100 million points? It's like more than double the black market price. You know, black market prices, basically, are still relatively fair. The average interstellar commercial trade, the average transaction, is basically a few million, or 10 million, and the highest will not exceed 10 million. And right now, here, 100 million points, 100 times over. No wonder so many people are fighting for their heads and want to grab this information. This is simply outrageous wealth. It's just a shame that none of these things are suitable for old me. Lin Bei shook his head. He had little interest in this information, even if one knew that on this planet, there were fire energy veins. But so what? He had no shortage of energy at all. Brain, you can buy a space battleship here? Suddenly, Lin Bei asked again. I'm sorry sir, there are no cosmic battleships for sale on this planet. For now, unless you travel to another planet to purchase one. The voice of the brain, once again, sounded. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei let out a light sigh, rather disappointed. But, come to think of it, nowadays, in this era, cosmic flight was the most common means of transportation. Even when exploring the universe, there were various means of transportation. Even if some of the transportation is extremely low level and far inferior to a cosmic battleship, but at least it's capable of navigating the universe. If there really was a cosmic battleship on top of Mars, I'm afraid it would have already been procured. It seems that if you want to obtain a cosmic battleship, you'll have to wait for later. Lin Bei shook his head. No matter what, at this stage, he was still only a transformation realm sovereign, even with the god-devil body and the law fragment to protect it. But Lin Bei was still somewhat inadequate. Brain, prepare to return to the ship. Lin Bei commanded again. Understood, sir, Wise Brain replied. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei was able to see that the originally blue virtual window interface suddenly turned green, and immediately afterward, the writing on the window dissipated, and the image in front of Lin Bei's eyes changed abruptly. Welcome to Mars. Lin Bei's face was calm. However, it was in his heart that he said, good fellow, the brain is so intelligent that it can even set programs. This way, sir. Just as Lin Bei was thinking about this, suddenly, a soft female voice came from the front. Immediately after, Lin Bei then saw that a woman with a beautiful figure and a stunningly beautiful appearance, about 25 or 26 years old, dressed neatly and meticulously, took a step towards him. Her name was Li Wanyu, and she was the newest employee of Smart Brain. Sir, please follow me. Li Wanyu came to Lin Bei's side and slightly owed her body towards Lin Bei, politely making a please gesture, and then she was leading Lin Bei to the place where the flying machine was docked. Sir, do you need a change of clothes? Coming to the docked flying machine, Li Wanyu inquired. Oh, no thanks. Lin Bei waved his hand and refused to change his clothes. His clothes, too, had been stripped off from the group of scraps from the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps. Moreover, when he was rushing among the stars, he was also used to wearing this set of clothes and didn't like to change his clothes. Li Wanyu nodded and retreated. Shortly afterward, a small levitation train appeared in Lin Bei's field of vision. Lin Bei walked straight in. Sir, This is a train to the Red Flame Empire in the Red Dragon Galaxy, targeting Red Dragon City. A train attendant approached. The Red Dragon Galaxy?
Lin Bei was puzzled. It seemed that he had never heard of this name in his memory.
Yes, this is the Red Dragon Galaxy. Not only that, the level of civilization on this planet is not weak. It's even slightly stronger than the technological level of the ancient civilization of China. Mr. is from the outside world, right? If you haven't been to the Red Inferno Empire, you can travel to other empires and maybe you'll get something out of it. Li Wanyu explained. That would be a problem. Lin Bei nodded. You're welcome. Li Wanyu responded with a smile. And after,
Li Wanyu took out a star map and handed it to Lin Bei. Sir, this is the coordinate map of the vicinity of Mars, as well as the coordinates of the 179 moons and stars around Mars.
After you choose your destination, insert your identity chip into this magnetic card, and you will be able to navigate automatically.
Li Wanyu said with a smiling face.
Yes.
Lin Bei took the magnetic card.
After that,
it was time to enter the navigation function of the star magnet card and start browsing the geographical location of the planet's neighborhood, as well as the coordinates of the 179 nearby satellites.
This is something that has to be grasped clearly before it can be done. Because, he didn't come here to travel.
What he was looking for was too precious.
He can't afford to take the blame for the slightest mistake. 3 days later,
Lin Bei was already leaving Mars and had arrived at the Red Flame Galaxy,
which was 20,000 kilometers away from Mars. The Red Flame Galaxy is small, but it is a galaxy of immense prosperity. The development of interstellar navigation, more backward. This galaxy, on the other hand, belonged within the Red Dragon Empire's starfield. Although the Red Dragon Empire's territory was vast, in reality, the scope of the starfield occupied by the Red Dragon Empire was not that large, and was mainly concentrated in 3 starfields. Within these 3 regions, they are again divided into provinces. In this, the capital of the Red Dragon Empire was the center, radiating the entire Red Flame Galaxy. The Red Dragon Empire's royal family, moreover, controlled the entire Red Flame Galaxy. Your identity chip, sir, is being scanned and will soon show your location. The voice of the wise brain rang out. Subsequently, a 3-dimensional star map appeared in front of Lin Bei's eyes. Planets, galaxies, stars, meteorite belts, and so on, were all reflected in Lin Bei's eyes. At the same time, it was also letting Lin Bei know where he was currently located. It was certainly on the Red Dragon Star, the capital star of this planet. However, at this moment, Lin Bei didn't move immediately. Anyway, it's still a few days before we reach Mars. Lin Bei decided to stroll around this Red Dragon Star and familiarize himself with the environment in the meantime. After all, this is Mars, and as the place he was currently in was the capital star of Mars, Lin Bei felt the need to familiarize himself with it in advance before doing so. But, Lin Bei had just set foot on the Red Dragon Star and was halfway there. Lin Bei suddenly frowned slightly. Lin Bei turned his head and stared at the top of a skyscraper in front of him, only to see that at the top of that building, there were 2 people standing, a man and a woman. What can I do for you, sir? At this time, the robot crew chief who was in charge of transportation, also noticed the abnormality and rushed forward. No harm done. You go ahead and do your thing.
Lin Bei shook his head slightly.
Okay. The mechanical crew chief nodded slightly. Then, turning away, Lin Bei, on the other hand, was still looking indifferently at the skyscraper in front of him.
Lin Bei's gaze narrowed slightly.
The aura fluctuations emanating from these 2 men gave him a vague sense of familiarity and déjà vu. Could it be a native from the same star field as me? Lin Bei muttered. Immediately,
Lin Bei took a step and continued walking towards the skyscraper in front of him.
Those two had noticed Lin Bei. At once, the 2 men's eyes flashed as they looked at Lin Bei with icy cold eyes. And naturally, this scene was captured by Lin Bei.
Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly.
Interesting. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth curled into a smile. These 2, I'm afraid, are coming for him. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's footsteps accelerated and he soon arrived at the entrance of the skyscraper. What are you? Why are you trespassing on our company?
These 2 young men and women stopped Lin Bei.
The woman, on the other hand, chortled coldly. How dare a lowly nation's mole like you log into our high-class company without authorization? Ha!
Lin Bei laughed lightly.
I don't care where you're from, and I don't care if you're natives or not. I advise you, you'd better stay out of the way, or else I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself, and I'll kill you too, trash.
Lin Bei looked at the 2 young men and women with an icy cold gaze.
As for the 2 young men and women, when they heard Lin Bei actually insult them, immediately, their faces turned gloomy, especially that woman. Her pretty face was even more ironclad, glaring angrily at Lin Bei. Her delicate body was trembling.
itching to immediately strike out to teach Lin Bei a lesson.
How dare you humiliate us? Let me tell you, not to mention you're a native. Even if a true god came, he'd have to abide by the rules of our company.
The woman gritted her teeth and snapped out.
Oh,
Lin Bei was surprised.
So, what are you guys going to do?
Lin Bei asked with interest.
Upon hearing this,
the woman snorted coldly.
It's very simple.
Since you're so bold and don't know how to die,
then we don't mind giving you a lesson,
lest you act recklessly in this red flame galaxy in the future,
disrupting the order and destroying our company's image. So get on your knees,
slap yourself, and get the hell out of here and never be seen near our company again, the woman said in a chirpy voice. It was as if Lin Bei should just do what she said. Lin Bei was dumbfounded.
So you're going to use force? Lin Bei teased.
Nice. The woman smiled coldly.
Immediately,
he reached out and clasped his hand on top of Lin Bei's shoulder.
Bang! In an instant, the woman's face revealed a pained expression, and her entire arm was instantly dislocated and fractured. Ah! What are you doing? Let go of me. How dare you attack me? You're finished. You're dead.
This is the Red Flame Star. It's the sphere of influence of our Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps.
You're finished.
The woman screamed out.
The Blaze Mercenaries?
At those words, Lin Bei was secretly shocked in his heart.
Originally, Lin Bei hadn't paid much attention to this red flame star, merely treating it as an ordinary small planet. However, at this moment, hearing the name of this mercenary group, Lin Bei couldn't help but think of that mercenary organization on Earth,
the Bloodblade Mercenary Group.
Or rather, it was the Darkblade Mercenary Corps, the organization behind the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. So, the red flame star of this world is actually inextricably linked to the red flame star above Earth?
Lin Bei pondered in his mind. How dare you attack me and waste both my arms?
You're dead.
I'll take revenge.
You wait for me.
The woman looked at Lin Bei with a face full of scorn. The woman then hurriedly took out her terminal device,
dialed a number and began to call for help. Soon,
a hovering car is flying in from the distance.
Eventually, docked in front of that skyscraper.
A young man in black jumped out of the cockpit.
What's going on?
The black-clothed youth coldly scanned the entire field.
Instead,
when he saw the woman, a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes.
Can either of you explain what's going on here?
The black-clothed youth looked towards Lin Bei,
as well as the woman and the male security guard.
Here's the deal. The woman hurriedly opened her mouth and told her what had happened. And after the woman finished speaking, the cold eyes of the black-clothed youth landed on Lin Bei's body.
I don't care what your identity or background is. You have to give me an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise,
I will make you realize what price you will pay for offending us, the black-clothed youth said in a deep voice.
Ha!
Lin Bei smiled contemptuously.
Immediately,
Lin Bei raised his hand.
Boom! Terrifying pressure erupted, and that black-clothed youth's figure directly flew out horizontally,
heavily crashing through several large trees. Blood spurted wildly. Lin Bei closed his hands and stood.
This is what happens when you offend me. Lin Bei spoke calmly. You seek death. On the other side, the woman, monstrous killing intent erupted from her eyes. Next moment,
the woman leapt out and attacked towards Lin Bei, wanting to decapitate Lin Bei to vent her anger.
Boo! Pity! It didn't work at all. Lin Bei slapped out again. Click!
The woman's other arm was also slapped hard by Lin Bei. The intense pain caused the woman to howl out miserably, cold sweat pouring from her forehead.
And by this time,
Lin Bei was already grabbing the woman's neck and lifting her in midair.
Now, can you honestly answer me a few questions? Lin Bei asked indifferently.
Although the woman was in extreme pain and shivering, she was still looking at Lin Bei fiercely, with a look that she wanted to choose someone to eat, refusing to cooperate.
Pop! However,
she was greeted with another resounding slap.
Ah!
The woman screamed miserably, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth.
With powerful black technology, as well as being the most important researchers, Lin Bei defied all powers. He was convinced that he would do the greatest and brightest of endeavors, to carry forward the medical technology of this era and to promote social progress, so that every patient can enjoy the benefits and protection that he or she deserves. However, just the night before last, when those former old buddies came to his door and told him a lot of things, Lin Bei suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were perhaps a bit too naive. You already know what incident you've been caught up in now, right?
Dean Wang asked as he looked at the trance-eyed Lin Bei.
Well,
Lin Bei nodded woodenly.
In that case, are you going to remain in the lab?
No. Lin Bei shook his head.
His eyes gradually regained their clarity. I'm going back. It's good to go back. That kind of war robot is not something we can deal with. Not to mention, there's nothing you can do to help more innocent people. After all, you're just an ordinary scientist. Dean Wang sighed softly. Dean, thank you for telling me the truth. But I'm not afraid, and although my abilities may be limited, I still want to make a small contribution, Lin Bei said sincerely. I hope you remember what you said today, and you will be forever etched in the history of human civilization, Dean Wang said solemnly. No matter what, I'm sure I won't forget it. Walking out of the lab, Lin Bei looked up at the starry sky. He felt deeply exhausted. He has been working hard and fighting for the past few years, just because he thinks he is qualified to stand on the stage of all mankind, to be able to use his talent to change the world and save more innocent people from war. But now he realized he was wrong. So wrong. One is not a savior after all. Even if his scientific research capabilities were strong, even if he had mastered black technology beyond the ordinary, he still couldn't stop the fate of humanity's extinction. Moreover, as technology became more and more advanced and governments' ambition swelled, they would sooner or later target higher-level biogenetic technologies. Once these biogenetic technologies fell into the hands of other countries, they would surely create even more terrifying existences than these warrior robots. When that time comes, this continent, again, will usher in a new disaster. Looks like I need to make a choice, Lin Bei muttered. The next day, Lin Bei brought a check for a full $2 million. Catch a flight to Antarctica. He has decided, even if you die, you will never compromise with the enemy. Antarctica. Lin Bei had just arrived at the ice sheet region of the South Pole and was immediately attacked. Missiles, artillery fire, and bullets that were as dense as rain came whistling towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei sneered. He was on guard. The body violently turned into streams of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, he released his spiritual power and probed the surroundings, looking for enemies in hiding. He wanted to see just who dared to take a shot at him. The dean of the medical school. Soon, Lin Bei locked on to more than a dozen hidden sniper spots. Then without hesitation, he activated a special bomb and threw it. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out. More than a dozen latent sniper spots. 5 or 6 of them were leveled at once, but it only destroyed 2/3 of the sniper positions. Sure enough, it's you guys. Lin Bei's gaze was as gloomy as water. The sniper points were set up exactly like the group of armed men who had breached the lab and nearly killed him. Clearly, the same armed forces are responsible. Get the fuck out, Lin Bei roared. The sound waves shook. The nearby trees trembled violently, as if they were carrying some great pressure. Ha ha ha, I can't imagine. The dean of the medical school has also been reduced to a prisoner? It was accompanied by a loud, arrogant laugh. 3 figures, floating out of thin air. It was clearly the same 3 armed men who had attacked and killed Lin Bei in the first place. Didn't expect that, did you? You escaped quickly that day, but this time it's impossible to escape. Obediently bind your hands and hand over all your research results. We can consider letting you suffer less. The 3 men's faces were full of teasing. Is that so? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. Do you think you still have a chance? The man in the lead let out a fierce laugh. You're already a turtle in a jar, so what if you can escape? As long as you are in the South Pole, you will die sooner or later, unless you can penetrate the South Pole barrier and leave the planet. However, this is simply impossible. Yes? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he reached out and drew several arcane runes in the void. Immediately after that, a spatial crack steeply opened up in the void, and then 2 combat model mechanical creatures with electric arcs wrapped around their bodies came out from it. Precisely the Thunderbolt battle armor and the electromagnetic battle lance. What is this? The 3 people's faces suddenly changed, especially after seeing the Thunderbolt battle armor and the electromagnetic battle gun. They felt a chill on their backs and a chill all over their bodies. The aura of those 2 mechanical creatures was too terrifying, many times more terrifying than the 2 battleform robots they had decimated before. In particular, the electric aura that surged out of the lightning battle armor made them feel the danger, and even caused their souls to tremble. What the hell is this? Go! Lin Bei softly shouted, maneuvering his Thunderbolt battle armor and electromagnetic battle gun, and rushed towards the 3 armed men. Shit! Retreat! The 3 were horrified and turned to run. They didn't dare to fight hard at all and only thought of getting away. However, in the next moment, the long knife in the Thunderbolt battle armor's hand swung and slashed down. The brilliant and dazzling blade flashed, and in an instant, it cut off the 2 armed men. Blood soared, screaming and wailing. No! Help! The other armed man was scared out of his wits. He twisted his head in horror and saw a terrifying sword blade sweeping towards him. However, just as he was about to fight to the death, he found that the true chi in his body suddenly became disordered, as if there was an inexplicable force interfering with the operation of the true chi in his body, causing him to lose the mobilization of the true chi. Pust! He didn't even have time to make any reaction before he was cleaved by the blade. On the verge of death, the only thought in his mind was how could these 2 strange mechanical puppets be so powerful? Bang bang bang! Lin Bei's figure shuttled rapidly in midair like a stream of light, and wherever he passed, his sword flashed, and one by one,
the hidden sniper positions exploded and were completely reduced to rubble.
In a matter of seconds,
more than a dozen hidden sniper sites were all destroyed. This caused the pupils of the leader, who was hidden in the shadows and observing,
to shrink dramatically. He gritted his teeth. This kid is not simple. Let's retreat first. The leader let out a low growl. Then, it quickly sped off to the side. It was he who was in command of their men. However, when he had just swept out a few kilometers, he heard a loud boom from behind him. Subconsciously, he turned back. At that moment, his eyes were round and filled with incredulity. This is impossible. Only to see that next to the wreckage of the military Hummer that originally belonged to Lin Bei, a silver-white steel chariot suddenly appeared, and the familiar design, as well as the familiar accessories, were clearly the same steel chariot that Lin Bei had lent to Wang Pengcheng at that time. But at this time, on top of the steel chariot, it was already loaded with 18 howitzers with a caliber of around 100 millimeters. At the moment it was emanating a terrifyingly majestic aura. At this moment, that leader's heart was beating hard, eyelids fluttered wildly. He finally understood why just now his heart and mind were throbbing, and he always felt as if someone was watching him, seemingly capable of taking his life at any time. He guessed that the watchers might be these 18 high-powered howitzers loaded in the middle of this steel chariot. But, how is that possible? He witnessed that Antarctic nuclear test. Although he hadn't personally participated, he knew that the experiment hadn't been successful, and the bodies of the test subjects, all of them, had been burned to ashes. Not even the ashes remained. But now, there was a hole in the top of the compartment of that military Humvee, and inside the hole was lying quietly a huge missile. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How did he bring such a heavyweight nuclear missile into the Antarctic, where the environment is such that it is impossible to carry such a weapon? Run away, or we'll all die here. The leader was horrified to the core and shouted frantically. As he spoke, his speed increased to the extreme, wanting to escape. However, right at this moment, he only felt his feet slamming down, and one of his legs plunged into the land. He blushed. No good. He immediately realized that the place had been ambushed with landmines. He tried to pull his legs out, but it was too late. Boom! With a roar, the entire calf was blown away, blood flowing out, and the pain was incomparable. And while he was at it, he finally pulled out his legs. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a rocket was headed straight for him. This leader roared miserably and tried to dodge, but he couldn't keep up with the speed, so he could only do his best to protect his head. The next moment, the rockets fell. Explosion! Boom! A violent explosion engulfed him, sending blood and flesh flying. The only remaining arm disappeared in the explosion, splattering blood and flesh. Get out of here, or we'll all die. Finally, the remaining armed man let out a cry of alarm, pulled up the other man with the broken arm, and instantly fled far away. Lin Bei stood at the top of the hill and snorted coldly. Since you dare to hit me, don't think of leaving alive. Lin Bei's tone was cold and his eyes were deep. Next moment, his figure rose up into the air, and in an instant, he chased after him, holding the Thunder War halberd and slamming it down. Clang! The remaining armed man raised his shield to resist, but he was still swept away by the halberd, collapsing a mountain and spitting blood from his mouth. But just then, he saw a flash of cold light that pierced through the night. His soul was in danger as he frantically urged his true essence, trying to dodge. However, it was too late. The Thunder War spear pierced his shoulder. He grunted and fell to the ground, struggling, and at this moment, Lin Bei also chased after him, palm like a knife, straight into his chest. Giggle! Blood spattered. He was killed by a knife that cut him in two. So far, 6 armed men, 5 dead and 1 wounded. There's only one person left. The moment. This leader had completely panicked. He never expected that the Humvee actually possessed a weapon in its midst. I am the captain of the Black Scorpion Organization's 3rd Squad. Who is your excellency? Why are you attacking me? He stared at Lin Bei and trembled. He recognized Lin Bei. After all, Lin Bei had once been at the Longjiang military camp and had displayed some strength. And he, as a senior member of the Black Scorpion Organization, had seen Lin Bei's information. He could never imagine that a young heavenly pride like Lin Bei would be dispatched into this forbidden area. A hint of sarcasm surfaced at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. He flipped his wrist and a flying sword appeared. Go! Lin Bei flexed his fingers. The flying sword transformed into a stream of light that ran through the night sky. Put! The flying sword ran through the throat of this leader and strangled him. At the same time, Lin Bei also lifted the defense mode of his silver battle armor and put it into his nascent ring. Phew! Lin Bei took a long breath. He also didn't think that he would be so lucky as to find this squad. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental power was strong enough,
Even if he possessed the combat skills and experience from his previous life, it would have been difficult for him to lock onto the enemy after the second round of explosions were over and exterminate this small team with ease. Moreover, Lin Bei believed that the battle just now must have attracted the attention of others in the base.
It's necessary to leave in a hurry,
Lin Bei said mentally.
On this trip into Antarctica, he was looking for a medicinal herb, but at the moment, he has found all of them. There's no need to stay on. However,
Lin Bei had just turned around when he heard dense footsteps coming from the distance.
Shit! Lin Bei frowned. Spinning around, he no longer hesitated. With a single step, his figure disappeared into the night. South America. Somewhere. It is located in the center of the South Asian tropical rainforest, about 10 or more hundred miles away from the Chinese territory. And in the middle of this jungle, there is a huge oasis that stretches for nearly 1,000 miles. Today, however, this jungle was filled with vital energy that was thick to the extreme. Ha ha ha, fantastic. I actually feel like I've regained some of my strength. This trip to South America was perfect. It's worthy of being the South Pole. The aura is abundant and creatures are all over the place. Even though I've been damaged, in these few short days, I was able to clearly sense that my strength is gradually returning to its peak. When I recover my strength and return to the East Sea, I will definitely make that group of bullshit sect masters and realms of transformation kneel at my feet. In the middle of the oasis, a young man sat cross-legged on top of a boulder, with all kinds of spiritual grasses growing around him. He, on the other hand, was looking up at the sky with an uplifted expression, as if he was envisioning his glorious future. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an earthquake in general. The youth who was sitting on his knees changed his face drastically. He snapped to his feet and looked away. Only a few kilometers away, the dust rises to the sky. It was like a sandstorm sweeping through. What's going on? His face grimaced and he bellowed angrily. And with his order, dozens of armed men dressed in black quickly leapt out of the nearby jungle, converging on his side, standing by. Look, guys, what's that? Suddenly, the pupils of one of the armed men shrunk. The rest of the crowd, too, looked into the distance. All they could see was that a silhouette sped up, sniper rifles at the ready. Get him first. Damn it, how dare you attack me? You're just looking for death. Finish him off for me. At once, dozens of armed black-robed men roared and pulled their triggers, firing at the man who was racing towards them. Ta-da! Guns were fired, but the man seemed to have anticipated this, and the moment the gunfire started, his body abruptly stopped for a second. Immediately after, in the stunned gazes of those armed men, his body, like a ghost, disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the crowd. Next moment, bang, 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 a series of sounds of fist seals exploding rang out. Those black-robed armed men, including that captain of the Black Scorpion organization, were all blasted by these terrifying fist marks. There are no bones left. Hiss. That captain, seeing the sight in front of him, sucked in cold air and was so cold that he wanted to faint. He knew that he had met the transcendent. Without hesitation, this captain pulled out his electromagnetic gun. Shoo! Stirring out a wisp of blue and purple electric arc, it instantly shot out towards the rapidly approaching shadow. Electromagnetic laser guns are extremely powerful. It's even comparable to a hit from a heavy howitzer. There's even this kind of tech? Lin Bei was surprised. But what is this threat? What is it? Lin Bei stretched out one hand and made a false fist. And the moment the electric aura shot from the electromagnetic laser gun landed on top of Lin Bei's fist, Lin Bei's entire fist was lit up with a bright golden aura. The electric aura instantly annihilated. Ka-ching! At the same time, Lin Bei pinched the barrel of the electromagnetic laser gun and directly twisted it. As for the bullets within the electromagnetic laser gun, all of them were crushed by Lin Bei with his true essence. Bang! In the end, the electromagnetic laser gun was tossed aside by Lin Bei. He raised his leg and kicked the mercenary captain, who was paralyzed on the ground, shivering and pissing himself in fear, into unconsciousness. Then, Lin Bei took away the communication devices and such that the other party was carrying. In the end, Lin Bei dragged this mercenary captain aside and faked a corpse before leaving. Half an hour later, Southwest South Africa, a private airplane, landing at South Africa International Airport. A man walked down. He had an ordinary appearance, with a slender and upright figure, dressed in gray casual clothes, with his hands behind his back, staring into the distance with sharp eyes. This man was none other than Lin Bei. After Lin Bei stepped into South America, he was following the trail clues of the most powerful mercenary group in South America, the captain of the Black Scorpion organization, from his memories, and looked for it, but he didn't show up right away. Instead, they are silent, hidden in the shadows, observing. It was finally confirmed that the Black Scorpion organization's men were stationed in this jungle called Hill Valley.
Lin Bei immediately came after him.
He hadn't originally intended to kill everyone. After all, in his mind, although the Black Scorpion organization was abominable, their crime was not to death. But nay, these members of the Black Scorpion organization, they didn't cooperate at all. Not only were they not cooperating, but they were teaming up to attack him. As it is, Lin Bei didn't bother to be polite with them. It was directly the members of the Black Scorpion organization that were slaughtered. In the end, only one person escaped and hid in the deep forest. Lin Bei searched along the way, and eventually, he came to this jungle and found the Black Scorpion organization captain. This is his second trip to South America. For this place, he's long been a good sport about it. Soon, Lin Bei was able to find the Black Scorpion organization's stronghold, only to see that this stronghold was a building. Lin Bei directly broke through the roof and jumped down. The landing was silent, and as Lin Bei jumped down to the ground and walked towards the door, a whiff of blood hit his nose. On the ground, there were quite a few people lying around. Every corpse, disemboweled and gruesome. Blood, staining the stronghold red, worthy of being the dominant level force in the assassin world. It's really ferocious, Lin Bei whispered. This scene was all in his eyes. Lin Bei pushed the door of the room straight open. Who? Just as he pushed the door in, someone roared out. However, in the next moment, the stern voice came to an abrupt end. A head was thrown high in the air and blood spurted out, and Lin Bei was able to see the situation in front of him. In this stronghold, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, and at this moment, other than the 2 strong men in camouflage combat uniforms, the rest of them were all killed. It seems to be a member of the largest mercenary organization in South America, the Blood Flame Mercenaries. Lin Bei swept his gaze over the several corpses on the ground. The corpses were distinguished from above their dress. The Blood Flame Mercenaries. This was the largest mercenary organization in South America, controlled by the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps, the world's third-ranked mercenary organization, with huge resources in South America. However, it was rumored that the Blood Flame Mercenary Regiment was attacked by a mysterious powerhouse a few months ago, and was nearly wiped out, and then for some unknown reason, the leader of the Blood Flame Mercenary Regiment led the elite under his command, and lurked. During this period of time, the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps hibernated and did not move. The many forces and plutocratic families in South America also didn't know what kind of cards the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps had, daring to continue to be active in South America, and even daring to venture into the African market. Lin Bei guessed, the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps should have gotten a huge bounty and wanted to complete the mission. Otherwise, relying on their ragtag group, not to mention being active in South America, even if they wanted to occupy a certain territory, I'm afraid it would be difficult. Lin Bei indifferently glanced at these dead mercenaries and turned around to walk out of this stronghold. Hi, I need to rent a car and help me check in. The sooner the better. In the middle of the airport terminal, a young female passenger, pulling a suitcase, anxiously pleaded to a hot, pretty flight attendant. The stewardess frowned. She was a professional flight attendant, naturally able to distinguish that the oriental-faced passenger in front of her was obviously a Chinese, and, still, of Chinese nationality. And such a traveler of Chinese nationality, but at this time, to rent a car, which makes the stewardesses puzzled. Nevertheless, she patiently and gently asked, how long will it take you to arrive? The sooner the better, the youth said faintly. He did not explain too much. The stewardess sniffed, slightly frowned, but did not make more inquiries, directly picked up a tablet, access to flight information. A moment later, she said, Sir, the flight you ordered, today at 9 o'clock in the evening, arriving at the Ink City airport. Okay, get me a plane ticket, Lin Bei said. The stewardess nodded her head, and then, as if she had remembered something, a smile appeared on her face as she said, I'm sorry, sir, because of the delay of our flight, today's flight has been cancelled. Hearing the words of the stewardess, the youth's complexion immediately condensed. Cancelled? How it was cancelled? He was clearly booked on a flight for today. The youth frowned. No more nonsense. Directly from the body out of the wallet, pulling out 2 stacks of bills, he shoved them into the stewardess's hands. Is this enough money? If it's not, tell me and I'll double it for you. Enough is enough. The flight attendant's face showed joy when she saw this. She works at the airport and often encounters situations where these guests, once they feel their flight has been cancelled at short notice, fling out thick piles of bills as compensation, and she often chooses to compromise. Thank you, sir. The stewardess thanked her in a hurry. She could also see that the youth in front of her, his status was either rich or noble. This time, this young man, a throw of money, bold and generous, apparently unwilling to miss such a wrongdoer. However, next moment, the youth, however, threw back all the bills in his hand. This money,
It's yours, Lin Bei said coldly. Then, turning away, Mr. The flight attendant's face changed slightly and she hurriedly called out to Lin Bei, but Lin Bei's footsteps did not stop. Sir, are you refunding your ticket? The stewardess blushed in slight embarrassment. Humph. So what if I don't return it? Do you think I can't afford these airplane tickets? Lin Bei coldly snorted without stopping his steps. He had already noticed that there were no flights to China in this flight attendant's area of responsibility. So, he was already basically certain that this air hostess definitely knew about the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps and where the lair of the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps was. It's just that the stewardess deliberately dragged him along. Lin Bei sneered in his heart. You're stirring things up. What I said is true. The flight is cancelled. At 9 o'clock this evening, the flight to the airport in the capital of China. Because of the weather, the flight is also cancelled. The embarrassment on the flight attendant's face dissipated, and above her pretty face, anger surfaced. What did you say? Lin Bei suddenly turned around, and within his pupils, a cold aura burst out. This flight attendant was taken aback. What are you doing? If you don't believe me, go look at the CCTV. You'll see if the flight was really cancelled. The stewardess colored. She didn't want to provoke the youth in front of her, but, if she let it go, she was afraid that it would leak out. After all, these mercenaries were all from the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps. If the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps knew that she had hidden their information privately, they would definitely take it out on her. So, although she didn't want to provoke this youth, she couldn't just sit back and watch the youth reveal the whole thing. Humph. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Turn around and walk away. He wasn't interested in arguing with the stewardess about anything, but, since this stewardess deliberately delayed him from boarding the plane, Lin Bei didn't mind following the trail and finding the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps in the middle of the Peninsula Hotel. At this moment, it was already a gathering of a full 4 people from the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps were gathered around, discussing something. Boss, that chick ran away. Should the brothers step in and capture that chick and offer it to you for your enjoyment? One of them said. Shut up. The man called Boss rebuked in a deep voice. His eyes were cold, like a viper staring at the man who proposed. This time, the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps suffered heavy losses, and their vitality was greatly injured. The exposure of our whereabouts this time has most likely drawn the attention of that great man, and we cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Wait for orders from above. This man was clearly the deputy leader of the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps who had made a move against Lin Bei near the Mo City airport. But that little bitch is so pretty. I can't swallow it. The man who had opened his mouth to propose earlier couldn't help but say, fuck off. The deputy leader of the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps coldly shouted. Naturally he knew the girl was beautiful. It could even be said that it was even more beautiful than many first-tier actresses. Whether it was the body, the face, or the temperament, it was all superb. Especially that aura of spirituality and unclutteredness was definitely something he had never encountered in his life. But, not only did he not have the heart, he dared not covet it. Because, that big man had once explained, let them, remember not to mess with that woman. Otherwise, the consequences were not something they could bear. And he, too, had long since taken these to heart, and at this point, Lin Bei had already walked away. Lin Bei intended to head to the Mo City airport and find out where the Bloodflame Mercenary Group was stationed. At the same time, he wanted to visit the city of Mo. Lin Bei suddenly raised his eyebrows, because he discovered that on the outskirts of Mo City, in the middle of a barren mountain, there was actually a Bloodflame Mercenary Corps base hidden in a deep mountain and ancient temple. The Bloodflame Mercenary Corps is the top 5 ranked mercenary corps of the world's assassin organizations. It is said, among the world rankings, the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps was able to steadily suppress the top-ranked forces. Moreover, the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps, with its many members, each member possessed a powerful fighting force. The weakest in terms of strength all had peak yellow-level martial arts cultivation. The high ones even had Xian-level strength. Beyond that, the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps, which also possessed some sort of secret method, was able to refine various types of pills and cultivate molded warriors with astonishing strength. Lin Bei had originally only planned to return to Huaxia immediately after investigating the specific location where the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps was stationed. However, now, the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps was actually here. Then we'll have to change our minds. It seems that we need to bring along an extra group of talents for this trip to Kunlun. Lin Bei's eyes flickered. He decided, taking advantage of the fact that the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps was now greatly injured, it was a good time to ride the wave of victory. The Bloodflame Mercenaries? I hope it's not too weak. If it's too weak, there's no way it can pose a threat to me, Lin Bei whispered. Afterward, Lin Bei took a step and headed straight towards the direction of the Mo City airport. And at the moment, the headquarters of the Bloodflame Mercenary Corps
in the middle of the Blood Flame Villa, in the middle of a secret room, the three giants of the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps, as well as several vice leaders, elite team leaders, and so on, were all gathered here. Boss, why have you suddenly summoned all of us here to discuss important matters? Vice Captain Rex asked suspiciously. He had just received a directive from his superiors, requesting that all the core backbones of the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps come to this place to celebrate the event. And Rex, as it happens, is part of the Corps membership. You all should have heard about it, right? The deputy head of the Blood Flame Villa, a man with a red robe, a head full of long red hair draped over his shoulders, and a body shrouded in scarlet armor, slowly said. At those words, the rest of the crowd nodded. According to the information I've received, our Blood Flame Mercenary Corps seems to have suffered an extinction in Rice. It is rumored that a group of enemies of unknown origin attacked our base and slaughtered hundreds of our members, even including the body of one of our deputy chiefs. Our enemies, I suspect, are coming for the treasure trove of our base. Therefore, it was decided from above to send us, returning from overseas. We will stay in Southeast Asia for the time being. Be sure to report any sign of the enemy as soon as it is discovered. Also, during this time, don't step out of the base for half a step to avoid enemy sneak attacks. This deputy chief explained the situation briefly. At once, everyone's face changed slightly. So much for that. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to leave for a while. In our treasure trove, we have treasured the wealth of resources that our Blood Flame Mercenary Corps has accumulated for decades. And this wealth must not fall into the hands of thieves. Once it falls into someone else's hands, not only our Blood Flame Mercenary Corps, but even the big shots behind us may be robbed. I suggest that 2 elite squads be dispatched immediately to guard the fortress bastions on the east and west sides. Make sure it's foolproof. The deputy head continued. Several other members of the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps nodded in agreement. Also, during this period of time, we'll make every effort to search for the whereabouts of that Lin Divine Doctor. Our Blood Flame Mercenary Corps has many enemies, and this Lin Divine Doctor, he must die. Eventually, the deputy chief, too, made the final decision. Lin Bei, the only breakthrough. As long as Lin Bei was identified, beheaded, and Lin Bei's life taken away, only then would they, the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps, have a chance to turn the tide. Otherwise, the Blood Flame Mercenary Corps, this time, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. Yes, sir, boss, don't worry, we'll go out and make arrangements. The crowd nodded. Spin. The crowd retreated. Lin Bei didn't realize that danger was creeping up on him. At this time, his black tech weapon had already reached a crucial stage of development, and this stage was the one that most needed his personal involvement and cooperation. This is my main program. You can directly input the commands and it will open this experiment. Lin Bei printed his main program into images and data. Get ready. In 5 minutes. I'll start, Lin Bei said. At the same time, he picked up a chip and started testing the security of this program and the loopholes in it. As time passed, when everything was ready, Lin Nan pressed his palm onto the computer screen in front of him according to the running laws of the calculation program. Immediately afterward, a burst of intense electric light instantly exploded out, and along with that blinding white light, the entire air seemed to have become stagnant, and even the wind speed seemed to have come to a standstill. And at this moment, in the periphery of this huge laboratory, layers of protection had long been arranged by the military. These protections were not only to ensure the absolute safety of the experimental subjects inside, but also to avoid leaking information. After all, once the information was leaked, the damage caused would be hard to estimate. At this moment, all the surveillance devices were monitoring what was happening, but none of them captured any images, as if everything was an illusion of nothingness. And this did not last long. Soon, the feeling of being frozen in place disappeared, and the entire laboratory returned to its usual state. Only, the original huge display screen had turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind, as if it had never existed. As for Lin Bei in the center of the lab, he slowly walked towards the black electronic mech, his face filled with anticipation. His main program was now on, and the next step was to make this electronic mech stand up again, and, through its intelligence system, implant a piece of information into his mind. Buzz! A soft sound came from Lin Bei as his hands pressed down on the top of the electronic mech's head. A golden yellow light burst out from his hands and enveloped the black electronic mech. In the next moment, the electronic mech trembled slightly. Immediately, the surface of the originally black as ink mech suddenly lit up with a light green fluorescence, and a tiny green line began to extend out from the inside of the mech, gradually covering all parts of the mech, and eventually completely occupying the entire body of the mech. And with the appearance of the green line, the electronic mecha, which was still slightly stiff and dull, instantly moved, its torso and limbs quickly stretching out. and its scarlet eyes, at this moment, also began to flash with a deep and icy light, as if it contained some kind of inexplicable will, and as that mech moved, a strange character began to emerge on the surface of the mech, and a mysterious and ancient fluctuation began to emanate. Swish, 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 almost at the same time, at both ends of the lab's walls, 3 fist-sized orbs emerged from each, and those orbs floated up in midair, slowly rotating, each one of them glowing with a peculiar power fluctuation. As the 3 orbs rotated, a trace of silver-white energy also diffused out from the orbs, converging towards the electronic mech. At this time, the eyes of that electronic mech suddenly flickered, followed by a flash of excitement welling up in those scarlet eyes. And right at this moment, the 3 orbs suddenly stopped and flew close to that electronic mech before fusing violently. As these 3 spherical substances fused, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from their bodies, reflecting the surrounding walls in a transparent and crystalline manner. And with the fusion of the 3, a structure similar to a mechanical arm was presented in front of everyone. And seeing that mechanical arm, the corner of Lin Bei's mouth revealed a smile. This was because that mechanical arm was clearly the exact model of the weapon he wanted to build. Drip drip drip. As the building of the mechanical arm was completed, a clear and pleasant alarm sound, as if it was made from the convergence of endless electric currents, echoed abruptly in this empty laboratory. Tick-tock tick-tock dash, and as this alarm sounded, rows and rows of red lights immediately lit up around the lab. And at the same time, within the entire laboratory, a line of electromagnetic cannons, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles and other weapons were aimed at Lin Bei in the center of the laboratory in unison. Hey! Facing those murderous weapons around him, Lin Bei was fearless. Instead, he licked his lips excitedly. Immediately afterward, he stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, and his body rose up into the sky like a sharp arrow. Rumble! With a loud bang, the location where Lin Bei had just stood instantly exploded, and a huge pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared on the ground. Bang! Immediately after, Lin Bei's figure reappeared. His left leg violently kicked on an electromagnetic cannon. A majestic and vast true essence followed his leg and poured into the electronic mech's chest, causing the electronic mech to blossom with a bright and dazzling silver aura. And the 6 missiles on the back of the electronic mech instantly ejected. And with the force of a thunderous thunderclap, it fiercely crashed into the other electromagnetic cannons, causing those missiles to detonate one after another. A deafening blasting sound erupted. And then, in the aftermath of that explosion, Lin Bei's figure shifted and once again dodged several shells. Whoosh! Immediately following, Lin Bei's figure flickered and once again landed beside another electromagnetic railcar. His right leg once again lifted up and violently kicked out, flipping a railcar over on the ground. He then turned sharply, and after dodging several missiles, he reappeared next to a water tank filled with high-temperature liquid nitrogen, and his right leg was drawn out like a steel whip, smashing this water tank. Crack! Just as Lin Bei was displaying his might and wreaking havoc on this laboratory, inside a hotel room hundreds of kilometers away from the outskirts of Yinjing, an arc of electricity crossed, followed by the electronic mech, which abruptly opened its scarlet eyes. The eyes of this mech were red, and in the middle of the pupils, there was a small blue button, and at the moment, on that button, there was an extremely weak signal that was pulsing rapidly. This signal came from that very small core of Lin Bei's. This electronic mech, although its appearance was too different, it was indeed an electronic warrior built by Lin Bei. Not only did it possess a human mind, it had also inherited all of Lin Bei's memories and ways of thinking. At this moment, its consciousness had perfectly inherited Lin Bei's way of thinking and memories. Buzz! In the next moment, the electronic mech's eyes suddenly became icy cold and frantic. At the same time, the electronic mecha's limbs began to move and ran towards the direction of the laboratory at an astonishing speed. Inside the laboratory, Lin Bei's silhouette swept swiftly, constantly weaving in and out of those electronic instruments, trying to find what he wanted. And as time passed, everything in the entire laboratory, except for those electronic instruments that were still running, stood still. Even that mech, under Lin Bei's manipulation, hovered in the open space in the center of the lab. Afterwards, Lin Bei was seen pinching his hands together, and strands of extremely pure spiritual energy surged out like a tidal wave. These spiritual forces continuously intertwined and entangled in the void, and in just a few moments, a spiritual network was condensed, and as this spiritual network spread out, all kinds of electronic instruments in the laboratory, including that electronic mecha, unexpectedly all came to a standstill. "Scan me," Lin Bei shouted lowly. At once, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out along that mental network, and in an instant, those electronic instruments began to disintegrate and combine into a fully enclosed set of armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. The armor, which was about 20 centimeters long or so, was about 5 centimeters thick.
The whole was a dark golden color. A layer of soft silver radiance flowed throughout the body. Only at this moment, this set of armor was covered in cracks and uneven scars. Obviously, it had once suffered incomparably heavy trauma. Lin Bei walked slowly to this armor. Afterwards, Lin Bei caressed the surface of the armor with both hands and murmured, "Little white." Swish! As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed from the surface of that armor. And soon, the surface of the originally damaged armor began to recover and get better and better. And in the blink of an eye, the surface of that armor was restored as before. And at this moment, at the eye sockets of this armor, there were already 2 more small red points of light. Obviously, these 2 small red points of light were the core of controlling this armor. Swish! In the next moment, a violet white light flashed, and the electronic mech that was originally suspended in the air instantly disappeared. In its place was a brand new humanoid being, and the equipment and appearance on this humanoid being was exactly the same as the electronic mech from before. "Master, my name is Xiao Bai." This brand new electronic mech spoke. Lin Bei nodded. Then, in Little White's puzzled gaze, Lin Bei slowly raised his own right index finger and tapped on Little White's head, and then a little red light suddenly lit up at Lin Bei's brow. Swish! In the next moment, a red energy laser was instantly shot into Xiao Bai's mind, and immediately afterward, a piece of information was rapidly transmitted into Xiao Bai's mind. It was a memory chip, and what surprised Bai even more was that he knew what he really was from this message. He was a special robot. He was called Xiao Bai, and his body was made of special materials with a strong defense that could even be considered sturdy. And, possessing a certain level of intelligence, he could simply perform tasks. This was a very marvelous system that was specially developed to prepare for these robots of theirs. And according to the introduction in this message, this system should be a kind of high-end intellectual brain program designed by a certain big cow in the scientific world. Xiao Bai, the very product of this technology, moreover, is still one of the most outstanding robots. It possessed a strong logical thinking ability, and could predict what the enemy would do next through its own logical reasoning. And it can judge the enemy's attack route by virtue of its powerful intelligence. Moreover, White's combat power was very strong. First of all, White could use electromagnetic power in battle. Electromagnetic force could often have unexpected effects on the battlefield. This had already been confirmed in the Battle of the Star War armor. In addition, not only could White use electromagnetic weapons such as electromagnetic cannons, but also, he could use his mechanical arm and perform close-range kills. Xiao Bai's overall ability was definitely considered top-notch among robots. Back then, in order to improve and optimize Xiao Bai, one of the scientists at the time even personally produced a batch of electronic robots. Only, this batch of electronic robots didn't have a perfect brain, so the character and thoughts of this batch of electronic robots were very different from real robots. However, even with this, White's overall ability is still not to be ignored. That was why it was left by Lin Bei to hold down the base. As for Lin Bei himself, he took Li Qingshui and headed to the Skyfire base. Lin Bei brought Li Qingshui and directly descended into the Heavenly Flame base, a base in which a huge warehouse had long been established. And at this moment, in this warehouse, Lin Bei had already gathered together many precious medicines. "Master, what are your orders?" The moment Lin Bei entered this warehouse, an electronic synthesized voice abruptly resounded in Lin Bei's ears. "Take out those potions. Send them to the army as soon as possible and have them take them," Lin Bei ordered. "Yes," the electronic synthesized voice came again. In the next moment, almost all of the bottles and jars in the pile of bottles and jars in front of Lin Bei bloomed with a light green fluorescence. Lin Bei knew that those fluorescent lights were precisely an agent, and at this moment, all of these potions would be needed by the military. Soon, the pile of bottles and jars in front of Lin Bei all trembled, and immediately afterward, a huge attraction erupted. At that instant, all the liquids in that pile of bottles and jars were rolled up backwards, and then, they were integrated into those potion bottles. This scene shook Xiao Bai to the core, because he clearly felt that the memories of this liquid in his mind were slowly degrading. Moreover, he vaguely had a trace of uneasiness. Bang bang bang. Finally, after all the potions were filled up to the neck of the bottle, the individual potion bottles shattered with a bang, revealing the liquid inside. It was a bottle of nutrient liquid. Each drop of nutrient liquid was enough to be worth 10 million Chinese coins. But now, in Xiao Bai's gaze, this one bottle of nutrient solution, surprisingly all dissolved. Moreover, after the dissolution, actually did not like the general nutrient solution generally solidified, but instead exudes a bright and dazzling green aura, like a gemstone, crystal clear, bright and dazzling. A touch of greed appeared on Little White's face. However, in the next moment, this color of greed gradually faded, and was replaced by a strong sense of worry, because, in that instant just now, he felt that his body seemed to have mutated, increasing in size by quite a bit,
and moreover, his thinking, memory, and arithmetic speed had all increased by more than a few times compared to the original.
What's wrong with you? Noticing that Xiao Bai's mood was a bit volatile, Lin Bei smiled and patted Xiao Bai's shoulder.
Master, I feel a surge of power filling my body.
Little White replied respectfully.
How long has this situation been going on? Lin Bei inquired.
It's been a month, Xiao Bai said seriously after some contemplation.
A month? Lin Bei frowned. In his memory, this time he had gone out for no more than half a month. However,
although Lin Bei was a bit surprised,
he didn't think deeply. Instead, he continued, after this mission is over, you can work with the other companions. Thank you, Master.
Little White was overjoyed.
Alright, go ahead.
Lin Bei waved his hand,
signaling that Little White could leave.
Afterward, Lin Bei brought Li Qingshui and walked straight towards the most centralized house of this base.
The buildings here are all extremely luxurious,
and at this moment, Lin Bei was sitting on a huge computer chair,
maneuvering this computer in front of him,
and on the screen of this computer, 2 virtual images appeared,
and on the left side was an azure planet. On the right side,
there was the boundless space.
Is this the Earth? Lin Bei muttered. Master, welcome to Tianyuan Star.
You can choose to land or leave the Tianyuan Star.
Right at this moment,
that electronic synthesized voice resounded once again in Lin Bei's mind.
Hearing this voice,
the corners of Lin Bei's mouth curved up. It was indeed his first time coming to the Tianyuan Star.
However,
Lin Bei believed that with his current realm cultivation,
it was already difficult to meet an enemy on this planet. Therefore, Lin Bei chose to opt to leave without hesitation. Buzz. In an instant,
a burst of light and shadow changed,
and the figures of Lin Bei and Li Qingshui disappeared without a trace. Lin Bei brought Li Qingshui with him and once again appeared in a vast universe.
And in the middle of this vast and boundless star river, several airships existed. These several airships, all of which were docked at the edge of the star river,
hovered silently. Master, we have detected your scent. Should we activate the wormhole leap function now? This time, a mechanical voice sounded again. Well, start initiating the wormhole leap. Lin Bei opened his mouth. Master, the wormhole jump has begun. In 3 seconds, the leap channel will be opened. You are ready. The jump begins. The mechanical synthesized voice said. As the words fell, a ghostly blue light abruptly lit up beneath Lin Bei's feet. Immediately afterward,
Lin Bei's figure slowly floated up,
and around Lin Bei,
a circle of blue ripples gradually spread out.
3 seconds later,
the circle of blue ripples surged,
and in an instant,
it enveloped the entire wormhole leaping channel.
In the next moment, Lin Bei's figure suddenly disappeared. Tianyuan Star. Somewhere in the galaxy. At the center of the galaxy, there was a huge city. The city is densely populated with humans and thriving. Boom! Suddenly,
the huge palace in the center of the city suddenly shook violently.
Immediately afterward,
the palace door opened,
and a group of heavily armed soldiers swarmed out from it. And in the middle of the palace, there were many military instruments. Alert, alert! Attention all units! Attention all units! Planet Tianyuan is under attack. Defense module activated. Defense module activated. As these soldiers roared, countless lights in the city instantly all lit up. A thin layer of halo covered the entire city, forming a thick shield.
And beyond the shield, there was a steel pillar that towered up. And beyond this film of light,
a flying warship whistled. Whoosh! Suddenly,
one of the flying battleships shot out a ray of laser light and blasted on top of the light membrane, but only saw this ray of laser light,
just like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn, the technological strength on Tianyuan Star has reached such a level, even our laser cannons can't help Tianyuan Star?
In the flying battleship, a young man cursed angrily with indignation.
I don't believe it.
Today my Imperial Ace fleet can't even break through a deserted star of a low-level civilization. Order all the ships to spread out and surround the Tianyuan Star.
Use the strongest offense to destroy it for me.
This young man is none other than the mysterious Ace Fleet Commander, Bacchus.
Romanov.
As his words fell, the hundreds of flying battleships, splitting apart like a large net,
swept sharply toward the Tianyuan Star. In just a moment's time, hundreds of flying warships appeared in the vicinity of Tianyuan Star, enveloping the entire planet. Tianyuan Star is a deserted planet? Ha ha ha. Since it's a deserted planet, we'll occupy it and transform it into a colony star for us. Romanov grinned sardonically, and at the same time,
a terrifying pressure erupted from one of the flying warships that were hovering near the Tianyuan Star.
At that moment,
a shocking murderous aura rose up to the sky.
The star field near the Tianyuan Star trembled under the influence of this aura. Shoo, 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 a laser cannon, spewing out from each battleship, blasted towards the Tianyuan star, and at the same time, under the bombardment of these laser cannons, the steel and iron fences that stretched across the starry sky collapsed and turned into ruins. Bang! In the end, those laser cannons all bombarded the steel channel made of titanium alloy. Immediately, the steel channel roared and trembled, and a thin crack appeared. But, soon, the gap healed quickly. Moreover, a powerful suction force was born out of nowhere, crazily devouring the high-energy substances contained in those laser cannons, making those laser cannons, after a short attack, have annihilated. What? What the hell is that thing? How come it can't even be destroyed by a laser cannon? Seeing this scene, Romanov and the other commanders among the group of flying battleships all had their pupils contracted and were shocked. This can't be possible. The laser cannon is a weapon specifically designed to target interstellar beasts. How could it be blocked by a mere steel and iron fence? Could it be that the interstellar beasts did this? Impossible. The flesh of a star beast far exceeds that of a human. Even a star core level ferocious beast would definitely not be able to withstand a single attack from a laser cannon. Could it really be an intelligent creature? In any case, send a probe satellite to do some reconnaissance before deciding on the next plan. With that, the crowd quickly gave their orders. As a result, a full dozen or so detection satellites rose into the sky, towards the Tianyuan star. Tianyuan star. The originally mundane Tianyuan star was currently being sailed by a huge fleet. In the midst of the fleet, flags waved. It bore the totemic symbols of the empire, apparently, from the imperial royal family. Swish! When the fleet arrived over the surface of Tianyuan star, there were countless people in the fleet who immediately flew out from above the flying battleships. Hovering in mid-air, they coldly looked at the situation of Tianyuan star. This is the Tianyuan star? Oh my god, am I reading this right? A trash planet that has been abandoned for an unknown number of years, but it still retains a technological civilization? Moreover, it's actually the shell of a planet with a technological civilization. No wonder, after I attacked for so long just now, that energy light film didn't have any damage, and instead, it activated the defensive devices on the surface of Tianyuan star. This planet, it's a miracle. TSK, I don't know if there are any women in here. If there are any, I must capture a few to go back to enjoy myself. I heard that the taste of human females is quite wonderful. The generals in the midst of this imperial fleet were talking, and at this moment, at the front of the fleet, a young man with white clothes like snow and a slender figure, eyed the bottom and frowned slightly. Are you sure that the Tianyuan star is a barren star, and not a technological planet? Your Majesty, I have seen it with my own eyes. This is indeed a deserted planet. It has not been invaded by other civilizations. This sergeant, who was in charge of scouting, respectfully reported. Well, keep scouting and make sure you get a clear picture of the situation. Also, notify the other battleships and carry out a carpet bombardment. I just don't believe it. Can a ruined star that's been deserted for I don't know how many years still be able to carry the laser cannons as well as missiles and fighters in unison? Yes. Ka-ching. Just as Romanov's fleet descended on the surface of Tianyuan star, inside Tianyuan star, a loud sound suddenly came from within, as if glass was shattering. And the next moment, in the eyes of the many flying battleships, it was seen that an orb-like thing slowly rose up from the otherwise hard titanium alloy fence. Buzz! This orb, growing larger and larger, had turned into a skyscraper-like building in the blink of an eye, obscuring the entire sky. And this orb is the guarded fortress in the outer space of Tianyuan star. What the hell? What the hell is that thing? Is it hard to believe it's some kind of defense weapon? No good. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Seeing this scene, the faces of those among these flying warships suddenly changed, because they could all sense that this sudden orb carried a sense of extreme danger. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, along with two booms, a laser cannon and missiles all bombarded the top of the guard fortress. It was a pity that the fortress that guarded it didn't move at all. Not even a single crack. On the contrary, after the laser cannons and missiles had attacked, this immense and incomparable escort fortress steeply flashed with a dazzling and eye-catching light. Immediately afterward, a majestic attraction violently erupted from it. In an instant, on those flying warships, all the flight systems and energy supplies instantly collapsed. A stream of energy continuously converged towards the escort fortress. At this time, the top of that escort fortress slowly raised an incomparably thick energy cannon tube, and in each energy cannon tube, a heaven-destroying energy fluctuation was emitted. No good. Get out of here. The people in these flying warships were all panicked. They could feel the terrifying power contained within that single barrel, and once fired, it was enough to destroy these battleships and airships. Whoosh! In the next moment, the people among these flying battleships, without hesitation,
immediately piloted their flying machines and fled in all directions. And at this time, at the top of that escorting fortress, an energy cannonball steeply whistled out. Put, put, put. This one energy shell, extremely fast, like lightning, instantly pierced through the void and instantly appeared in the group of flying warships. A blood flower bloomed. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, a flying battleship was blown to smithereens. Smoke and dust rolled in the sky, and the intense and incomparable flames burned, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Not only that, under the bombardment of that single energy shell, these battleships, moreover, were bombarded with holes. Rumble. In the end, when those energy shells dissipated, the flying warships were all completely disintegrated and turned into debris. They crashed into the ocean. Hiss. And inside the Tianyuan star, countless human beings, all saw the scene and were all horrified. Just by getting close to the city, the enemy ship took heavy damage and crashed into the ocean. Imagine if it had gotten close to the city, wouldn't it be a dead end? Shoo! In the next moment, inside the Tianyuan star, a blazing mass of light suddenly rose. Immediately afterward, a flying battleship rushed up into the sky and sped towards the distance. Soon, it disappeared into the vast universe. Your Majesty, our flying battleships have withdrawn. What do we do now? At this moment, Romanov stood on the deck of the Imperial airship, looking at the sky, silent for a long time. What to do? Kill back. Of course, crush the damned little worm to pieces. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and grimaced. Same moment, Galactic Federation, Tianyuan Star, Central Control Room. Lin Bei stood before the centralized mastermind and looked at the screen, which was jumping rapidly, and could not help but frown deeply. Sure enough, it's the enemy. These guys, they've found it after all. Humph. I'd like to see just who dares to come and provoke my Tianyuan star. This time, it's absolutely necessary to give you guys a profound and incomparable lesson. Celestial Guards stand by. Open shield mode. Alert alert. Enemy fleet is 100,000 kilometers away from Tianyuan star. 5 million kilometers. 3 million kilometers. 2 million kilometers. Expected to enter the Tianyuan star defense area in 30 seconds. Please prepare to meet the battle. Alert alert alert. The enemy fleet has a complete lock on Tianyuan star. Begin deceleration. 1 minute to defense zone. 2 minutes to war. One warning sound after another came from within the central mastermind. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. The Tianyuan star's defense shield was a high-intensity energy shield that was built using a super-intelligent core and special materials. Own your life and have a sense of independence. This kind of protective shield can withstand the attacks of various weapons in interstellar wars. And it can form a lethal suppression effect on enemy ships. But again, energy needs to be consumed to power such shields. Moreover, once the defense shield was turned on, the protection of the Tianyuan star was almost equivalent to a weakening of more than 3 times. But this damage is nothing. As long as we can preserve the clansmen on this star, damaging any amount of energy is worth it. In the next moment, Lin Bei let out a cold smile, and at that moment, he directly opened his energy shield. Zip, zip, zip. In an instant, this huge shield began to rapidly shrink. Layers and layers of shields began to emerge. This meant that the energy reserves of the Tianyuan star had reached its limit and began to gradually fail, and opening the defense shield was already the limit of what it could hold. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyuan star, on those flying battleships, there was a surprised cheer that rang out. They saw that under that round of intensive attack just now, the strange behemoth on this azure asteroid had disappeared. Apparently it was destroyed by the energy attack released by those ships. Ha ha ha, I told you. Even if this asteroid is even more bizarre and sturdy, under our joint efforts, it will surely go up in smoke. How foolish to try to stop the invasion of these powerful civilizations of ours with just one small escort battleship. This is a big joke. These flying battleships stopped their advance and turned back to the mainland. However, they did not know that at this moment, the center of that piece of rubble. Wow! A man in a black robe suddenly raised his head and looked into the void. Ha! I can't believe I dodged it? These lowly humans actually know how to dodge energy shield attacks? It's a bit interesting, but it's only temporary. Although I don't know why the energy in this asteroid is depleted. But the resources of this star, after all, belong to the human race itself. Since the energy is depleted, this planet, sooner or later, will be ours. The black-clothed man muttered as a cold smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Buzz! In the next moment, the black-robed man's right index finger gently pointed, and in a flash, a dark red energy stirred out from his fingertip, instantly breaking through the air and shooting rapidly towards Tianyuan Xing. Tianyuan star. Earth.
At this moment, a majestic and vast spiritual fluctuation abruptly erupted, sweeping over the entire country of China like a tidal wave. What's the situation? Could it be that the aura of heaven and earth has revived? An old man, snapping his head up, within his cloudy eyes, 2 streaks of light erupted as he looked toward the sky, and this time, in the middle of another mountain village, 2 children, still young, are playing in the village. Suddenly, a majestic energy fluctuation surged from the sky, causing their bodies to shake so violently that they nearly fell to the ground. Grandpa, what is this? Both children were staring blankly somewhere in midair. The old man was first stunned, and then, his pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes burning as he stared at the huge stone suspended in midair, as dazzling as the sun, and a sound of astonishment came out of his mouth. No, this energy fluctuation seems to be an energy shield. On this planet, there are actually energy shields present? A hint of surprise appeared on the old man's face. He had once heard that in the distant universe, there were still galaxies with very advanced technology among them. In those technologically advanced galaxies, they even possessed communication facilities capable of communicating across the long distances between stars and moons. The communication technology in those places is more advanced than in China. China still has a weak communications base. This has also led to the fact that the relationship between China and many countries in the world is not that close, or even a little distant. At this moment, the old man who felt this wave of energy fluctuation was of the opinion that it was feared to be another technological planet. As such, a brilliant divine light suddenly blossomed in his eyes. Hey, what a surprise to come across a technological planet. This planet surely contains rich mineral resources. If I can take this planet, the future of our civilization will become much brighter. The old man's fists clenched and clicked. On the planet Tianyuan, any abnormal fluctuations within the coverage area of the Skynet system were clearly presented. It's not good. The Skynet system has detected that there are powerful energy fluctuations coming from far away, seemingly from beyond the Tianyuan star. Beyond the Tianyuan star, could it be that an enemy has appeared? Rush to report to headquarters. The enemy is numerous. Don't fight hard. In an instant, the high-ranking officials of the Chinese military department who were originally on vacation had risen from their beds and hurriedly logged into the Tianyuan star Skynet system to check the situation. Soon, according to the feedback from Tianyuan star's monitoring system, it should be coming from the direction of Milan star. But it's impossible to tell exactly what the enemy is. Senior officials of the Chinese military, their brows furrowed. The scouts they had sent to reconnoiter the planet Milan hadn't returned yet. Moreover, the Milan star was just too far away from the Tianyuan star, and there were no satellites above the Tianyuan star to observe it. As a result, there was no way of knowing what was happening on the Milanese side of the planet. Should we send a ship out of the country and go scouting? The senior official inquired. However, just as his words fell, before he could answer from above, boom! It was accompanied by the sound of a violent boom. Above the Tianyuan star, a warplane rose into the air. What? How did the inhabitants of this planet suddenly start flying airplanes? In the middle of the Chinese military headquarters, everyone was dumbfounded. Many people rubbed their eyes. Think you're looking at it wrong. It shouldn't. The residents of Tianyuan star, usually the most favorite transportation, is the rocket. But today, why did you suddenly change your style and start using airplanes? Reporting to the chief, the residents of Tianyuan star have, indeed, begun to use airplanes. A staff member came into the command room to report. Okay. The top brass of China frowned, an indescribable feeling in their hearts. They had originally thought that when they were invaded by foreigners, there would be many citizens fleeing for their lives in panic and even crying in despair. Results: they found that the inhabitants of this Tianyuan star were completely beyond expectation. Instead of running away when disaster struck, they did not run away. Even, there was a choice to resist. Not only did they form a defense line and prepare to fight the enemy to the death, more so, start working on airplane weapons. Did they planning to use airplanes to engage the aliens in close combat? Some people can't help but make such speculations. However, this was immediately denied by everyone. No way. The humans here don't even have weapons this powerful. Unless, of course, they have long-range weapons. A long-range weapon with great power. The weapons on this planet are simply not enough to sustain such consumption. A war of this magnitude, even in the Galactic Empire, would cost vast amounts of resources. The crowd was talking. However, at the very next moment, an electromagnetic wave violently spread out from the core area of Tianyuan star. What's that? When the electromagnetic waves scanned over, the people present shuddered in unison, and a strong look of horror appeared on their faces. Just see, In the midst of that electromagnetic wave sweep, in that core area, a huge to the extreme shadow had suddenly appeared, shrouding the sky. And when all of this was completely displayed in front of the crowd, everyone present, all of them, had their eyes rounded, almost dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. In that shadow, a warplane, cast in steel, was circling frantically. These steel fighters, each one of them, were all over 300 meters in length, just like small transport planes. Their speed was extremely fast, cutting through the air with phantoms that made it impossible to distinguish their trajectories. And in the midst of the steel monsters, the one that attracted the most attention was a super war machine with a diameter of 5 meters and a golden yellow body. This fighter, a super fighter, it is made of the latest titanium alloy. This titanium alloy is so strong that it is invulnerable to knives and guns. The most important thing is that it can maintain the strongest fighting condition in a short period of time. And the main gun it was fitted with was devastatingly powerful. Hiss! This is the Rice's Steel Eagle, the F-22? How is that possible? Some people's mouths opened wide in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. F-22. The only country in the world that has a super fighter is the United States. And this time, this Steel Eagle, which had appeared above the Tianyuan star. Look, next to the F-22, there's another black fighter. Its length, surprisingly, is more than 6,000 meters. What the is that? The crowd looked up, their eyes falling on the two steel fighters. I know it. Suddenly, someone spoke up, with a strong scorn. It's called the Thunder. It's the trump card weapon of the meter. It said that it hasn't appeared in 20 years, but every time it does, it's bound to destroy a town or base. The Thunder. Once you strike, there is no mercy. Damn it. What do these Mizos want? Although our Tianyuan star is barren, it is after all the land of our Chinese nation. Are they going to take our territory? It's outrageous. In a flash, all sorts of cries were heard throughout the Tianyuan star. As for those top brass of the rice country, they were all gloomy at this time. Their hearts were seething with anger. Asshole. This bunch of scumbags from Rice is simply too deceitful. Our country of China has only managed to restore peace with great difficulty, and they want to start a war again? There were angry rants from high-ranking officials. However, at this time, above Skynet, countless people are watching this story unfold. This time, the incoming offense of the Mi Kingdom is not a bad thing for our Tianyuan star. Suddenly someone stood up and spoke in a grave tone. The rest of them quieted down at the words and all turned their heads towards the man. Do you remember? There was once a prophet, who once said that there are many secret civilizations in the universe. A technological civilization as recorded in mysterious ancient texts. These civilizations are much more advanced and terrifying than our country of China. Their technological weapons, too, are far more powerful than ours. But we've got the cultivators in our hands now. Even those powerful technological civilizations won't put immortal cultivators in their eyes. If we can obtain the secrets of these immortal cultivators and study them thoroughly, the strength of our country, China, can definitely skyrocket. The sergeant spoke decisively. Everyone froze when they heard this. Can we really do this? Those immortal cultivators, they are all hidden in the Cloud Mountain. We can't find them at all. Many people showed hesitation. But, the sergeant was sneering. If we can't find it, we can ask them. As long as we can grasp the secrets of these immortal cultivators, what is there to fear even from those immortal cultivation sects? These words spread, and everyone in the room was moved in their hearts. No matter what kind of country it was customary to turn to the clan for help. As long as it was a matter between countries, the clan would be happy to lend a hand and help solve the trouble. And this time, the crisis in their Tianyuan star seemed to have been brought about because of those sects. All they had to do was ask for help from those clans. And those clans would definitely not be able to refuse. Yes, then contact those clans right away and hope that they can make a move. There's the great general clapping. Other military brass, too, agree with this. Thus, on the Tianyuan star, an emergency distress message was instantly sent to the Chinese territory. Amongst all the clan forces think tanks. Ding dong, there's an emergency signal. Please check. A short message that appeared in a clan compound. This sect's compound was situated in the middle of a verdant mountain forest. At this moment, a disciple walked in and knocked on the portal of the Great Hall. Who? A lazy male voice came from the middle of the hall. Lord Sovereign, the Tianyuan star alarm went off on the Tianyuan star. You go and see. That disciple said respectfully. Swish. In the next moment, the door to the large hall room opened, and a handsome young man slowly stepped out. Oh, he raised his eyebrows slightly, showing an expression of interest. Then, taking a step, he followed that disciple away. On the Tianyuan star, a certain barren place, a towering mountain stood. Not an inch of grass grows around this peak.
It was as if some inexplicable great power had changed the environment of this place.
Completely. Where is this?
The handsome young man's eyes flickered, and the slightest hint of surprise appeared in his eyes.
This towering mountain range is none other than Lung Fu Shan. This youth, naturally, was Xin Chen.
And this towering mountain range was where his cave was located.
Ha! Suddenly, Xin Chen's eyes narrowed.
In the middle of a forest 10,000 meters away from Longhu Mountain, the conversation of the group attracted Xin Chen's attention.
This time, Rice sent troops. For what? They actually want to capture Tian Yuan Star? They are quite ambitious.
But didn't we say a long time ago that we,
and Tian Yuan Xing, would not break out into any conflict? Why won't they stop? On Dragon Tiger Mountain, in a large hall, many disciples gathered. At this moment,
an old man with white hair frowned, worry written all over his face. This old man was none other than the patriarch of this Longhu Mountain,
Lin Bei. In front of him,
a few young men dressed in white with 3 silver needle symbols embroidered on their chests were looking arrogant.
In front of them,
there was also a stoutly built man crouching on his knees.
The Hanyo's face was covered in sludge, with snot, tears and blood intertwined. Obviously,
it had just been ravaged hard. His bones were cracked all over his body and he was seriously injured,
lying on the ground and wailing.
Humph! That youth in the lead snorted coldly, a trace of coldness emerging from his eyes.
Lin Bei, this time, you should know about the matter of the Meter country sending a fleet and attacking Tian Yuan Star. We were ordered to come and ask for punishment, but it turns out that the people on Tian Yuan planet don't know any better, and even refuse to surrender, instead trying to fight against the Mi Kingdom. If not for that, how could those trash on the Tian Yuan Star have survived until now?
I advise Lin Bei that he'd better be smart and give us the information we need, the youth at the head said in a cold voice. These words caused Lin Bei's face to become extremely gloomy.
Rice sent a fleet this time to capture a group of cultivators? No wonder they suddenly raised the bounty. So it's for the immortal cultivators,
Lin Bei murmured in a low voice. He hadn't expected that the purpose of the Meter country would be to capture cultivators.
A cultivator is a special existence in the immortal cultivation world. On Earth, immortal cultivators are extremely scarce. Every cultivator is considered a treasure. Thus, the value of the cultivator is immense.
Many cultivators were fought over by various forces, or pulled in by large countries,
or even recruited. Like the Tian Yuan Star, it simply couldn't afford to support so many immortal cultivators. Therefore, the cultivation forces of the Tian Yuan Star were generally solitary. And this time, Rice had the audacity to hit the door. Obviously, this group of immortal cultivators from the Meter country was eyeing this group of cultivators. Nice. It said that the fleet from the Meter country has already arrived over Tian Yuan Star. And that fleet, it's already mobilizing missiles. If Tian Yuan Star doesn't cooperate, it's likely to suffer a devastating blow.
A middle-aged man with a solemn face slowly spoke.
And upon hearing this, the faces of the many immortal cultivators within the hall changed in unison. We also have a few cultivators sitting in our Chinese territory. Not long ago,
they had come out of the world and swept away a sea of bugs, bringing endless benefits to Huaxia.
If they're willing to step up to the plate.
Lin Bei took a deep breath and spoke in a condensed voice.
However,
that youth shook his head.
Don't forget that Huaxia is also a colony that belongs to Rice. Immortal cultivation forces within Huaxia. As long as they set foot outside the boundaries of Huaxia, they will surely die. What's more, no matter how strong those cultivators are, they are still mortal after all. This time, they will only become cannon fodder if they dare to block Rice's plan. The youth at the head of the group had a disdainful look on his face. His name is Jack Rodman, a captain in the Rice Army. Jack Rodman, with a SS-class physique.
A single blast of the fist is capable of destroying tanks cast in steel and concrete.
In Rice, he's also considered a fierce warrior. Captain Jack is right. Although those cultivators, their strength is indeed powerful. The number of fleets of the Rice country far exceeds that of our Huaxia. Their technology is enough to overthrow China. Beside them, the other two white-clothed youths also opened their mouths to concur. These two, on the other hand, were top-notch powerhouses from Europe, no weaker than the generals of the military department of the Rice Kingdom. This time, the three of them had joined forces in order to make Lin Bei submit.
Ugh!
Lin Bei sighed. The sheer strength of the military department of the MIB was simply not something he could deal with. You guys go. After a long time, Lin Bei waved his hand. Since Rice used missiles, it was obviously prepared to fish out of water. At times like this, they simply can't block it. One could only pray that those cultivators wouldn't be so stupid as to go against the Meter country for the sake of the Tian Yuan Star. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would bring disaster to the entire Tian Yuan Star. Lin Bei, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Seeing this, Jack Rodman raised an eyebrow and droned.
Lin Bei's attitude seemed to have angered him.
Say no more. Lin Bei looked determined.
The fact that the Mi kingdom was so recklessly invading Tianyuan Star made him feel indignant and disappointed.
After all, this was Lin Bei's hometown. Good, since Lin Bei is stubborn. Jack Rodman's face was icy cold.
The pupils of his eyes filled with killing intent.
Then, we can only do it according to Rice's instructions. Today, take this ancient planet.
I will leave the majesty of Rice on this planet.
Forever. Ha ha ha. As the words fell, the few remaining people laughed. The majesty of Rice? You guys are so naive. On Earth, Rice is the hegemon,
controlling the resources and power of the planet.
But that doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. The cultivators on Earth, how can they capture them whenever they want?
Lin Bei snorted with a sneer.
What do you know? Those cultivators are powerful, but they are limited to ordinary people.
As long as there are nuclear weapons in hand,
those cultivators, no matter how powerful they are, will have to retreat. Jack Rodman shook his head.
At those words, Lin Bei fell silent and then closed his mouth.
Over the years, Huaxia had built a strong defense system on Tianyuan Star. This defense system, however, is not 100% safe. After all, the rest of the immortal cultivation forces, except for Rice, were not willing to submit to Huaxia. Therefore, once a battle occurred, it could easily spread to the Tianyuan Star.
Some immortal cultivators would rather die in battle than choose to compromise.
But now,
the crisis facing Huaxia is even more horrifying than death in battle.
If we can't get this thing resolved, not only would Huaxia fall to heresy, but Tianyuan Star would fall as well. This matter concerns the entire Tianyuan Star.
The honor and interests of Huaxia will never allow anyone to trample on it.
Lin Bei gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. It seems that Lin Bei is refusing to drink until he is forced to do so. Good, then we'll see. Jack Rodman grinned indifferently. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the temple. The remaining two followed closely behind. When the three left, the entire hall, once again, regained its calm. Master, why are you still hesitating? As strong as those people are, they can't carry a nuclear weapon. If we let Rice have its way, the entire star will be reduced to rubble.
The Grand Elder stood out with an anxious look on his face.
Hey, however, Lin Bei sighed quietly.
The situation in Tianyuan Star has become more and more chaotic.
My Chinese immortal cultivators, too, are withering more and more. If the nuclear weapon is really detonated, then I'm afraid that no more cultivators will exist in this star. My Huaxia, too, will be completely annihilated in the river of history.
Lin Bei sniffed, and his heart was 10,000% bitter.
Not only will the immortal cultivation legacy be broken, and be cursed for the rest of eternity, how can we be happy with that? But, Rice's iron hooves are too strong.
So strong that even he could only resign himself to it.
Master, are we just going to sit back and do nothing? The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. If he could,
he hated the fact that he could blow himself up with Emperor Mi and die with him, returning a peaceful and prosperous world to China. It's just a shame that it's just a dream,
and it's probably just as touching to wake up to. Don't worry, Huaxia, will never be a shrinking violet. This planet is my Chinese soil. No one will ever get their hands on it.
Lin Bei's head was full of silver hair flying, and his eyes were glaringly cold, as if they were regal as sword awnings.
I hope this time, it won't be too involved. Otherwise, ugh, the last soft sigh dissipated into the void. Huaxia has reached a critical point. Tick, tick, in the early morning hours, as the sky dawned, a sound of rain rang out from the east, shrouding heaven and earth in a hazy mist. And at the moment, above a certain barren star 10,000 miles away from China, above the star, mountain ranges were densely covered with grass and trees. Originally, it was supposed to be vibrant, but at the moment, it was an inch of grass. It was as if someone had taken the most precious thing in its life and drained it hard. Above this piece of earth, there were 18 gigantic figures standing. Each figure was taller than a 5 or 6-story building.
They surrounded themselves with thunder and exuded an amazing aura.
And in the center of these 18 gigantic figures, a lofty palace towered. Here, it was clearly an ancient city. These humans, how dare they provoke us? The Mi kingdom? Simply seeking death. When the Meter country captures China, we'll be able to access huge veins of spirit stones and even crystal resources. 18 huge figures were gathered together at this moment. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His eyes were narrow and slightly bulging, making him look extremely hideous. At this moment, hearing the subordinate's report, he burst into a cruel sneer. Rice will win. China, destined to be conquered. The middle-aged man laughed coldly, his voice dripping with intense confidence. Humph, just a bunch of mole crickets in the district. All it takes is one missile to sweep away. Beside him,
A burly man in black opened his mouth. Rice, which claims to have the most powerful military weapons in the world.
These include a hydrogen bomb, an aircraft carrier, and a nuclear bomb. This is Rice, the most central secret weapon, and their proudest reliance. Ha! The middle-aged man, on the other hand, sneered.
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Within a month, I want to see that human surnamedly kneel before me. Otherwise,
I'll destroy this planet and slaughter all the creatures on the entire Tianyuan star.
The middle-aged man opened his mouth morosely, and after these words fell,
the many remaining ferocious beasts let out a low roar in unison.
Immediately, they stepped away, each returning to their nests and continuing to hibernate. And just at the same time, a weird and gloomy atmosphere spread quietly. These ferocious beasts, all of them, were hidden and disappeared.
Only that middle-aged man had cold eyes.
This man, who is the adjutant of the mission sent by Rice, Mickey Rothschild. His target was Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Ha! When I destroy you lowly humans,
then I will collect all the spirit stones in this world. I'll turn you into slaves of Army Kingdom for us to drive and mine spirit stone veins for us.
Mickey Rothschild,
with a gleam of excitement and greed in his eyes.
Rice, Mickey Rothschild. Beside him, several figures
were standing respectfully.
These men, all of them,
were wearing armor and carrying heavy artillery.
Each of the heavy cannons was extremely large, comparable to a tank, enough to wipe out a country. The Rothschild family is one of the top plutocrats in Rice. Our stronghold here, which is just a branch, doesn't provide much in the way of weapons, but it's enough to test the waters with these cannon fodder. Mickey Rothschild, speaking slowly, rumble. In a flash, a heavy artillery shell whistled out, attacking towards the starfield where Huaxia was located. And at this moment, within the territory of China, Lin Bei snapped his eyes open. Coming?
Lin Bei looked up at the southwestern position. He had long ago sensed the movement on this side.
A heavy bomb attack of this scale, not to mention the innate realm.
Even the sovereign realm would have to avoid retreating.
After all, this was no ordinary artillery shell, but a specially built nuclear weapon. Powerful. Swish!
Lin Bei's body swept and instantly shot up into the sky.
In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei appeared in midair.
Who is it that dares to trespass the forbidden land?
Stay here! Almost at the same time, several bellowing voices suddenly rang out.
Only 3 well-equipped J-10 fighters came roaring in to intercept Lin Bei.
These 3 J-10 fighters were extremely fast. In an instant,
he caught up with Lin Bei and locked onto him.
Boom! 3 rockets were launched,
carrying a furious gust of wind, heading straight for Lin Bei.
Get out! However, in the face of these 3 rockets,
Lin Bei didn't put up any resistance at all,
directly extending a palm and slapping it out. Ka-ching! The 3 rockets, under Lin Bei's palm,
unexpectedly collapsed directly into a pile of sparks and dissipated into nothingness.
This scene was seen by a group of MiG personnel who were watching the battle from afar, and they were all appalled. These people, though, are from the Rice Army. However, they are not military elites,
but specially trained researchers.
Other than that,
they were more of mercenaries or people from assassin organizations.
At this time, Lin Bei's super brain chip had finally finished its research. This super brain chip could be said to be a brand new CPU. It had a very advanced computing speed and extremely rich functions. It could even work automatically, analyze and extract information without any electronic components.
But the only thing that gave him a headache now was that the chip only had a simple language recognition function, and could not use words to express its meaning.
Nor could it communicate through the internet and information channels.
This situation made it very difficult for him,
because there was no voice translation system.
Then it was equivalent to him not being able to have formal conversations with people.
Such a chip, although powerful, was a piece of waste. Fortunately, after 2 years of efforts, he still found the key to solve the problem. The core of the super brain chip is a special electromagnetic wave. This electromagnetic wave has extremely powerful propagation and interference. And when the signal sent by this electromagnetic wave is received, it will produce certain chain reactions. This chain reaction will cause the data in the electromagnetic wave to be transformed into relatively complex and variable images or sounds, and ultimately transmitted to the person who hears the information. From a certain point of view, this is just like a human cell phone or iPad, which stores all kinds of content, all kinds of voice files, all kinds of pictures and videos. If the signal from the super brain chip is converted into images or sounds, then it's like stuffing all these things onto a piece of paper, which may be made of A4 paper, or ordinary white paper or something else. All it took was a gentle tear to get the desired information or image. And that was what Lin Bei was struggling with. Are you sure you want to dismantle such a powerful super brain chip? With such a huge amount of information, can you really stand it? The female assistant next to Lin Bei couldn't help but dissuade him once again.
She had just witnessed the amazing moves that this man in front of her had made in just a few days. This man had actually bought the entire company and created such a huge tech company. Not only was this man an amazing hacker expert, but he was also a mad scientist. The man was so scary, she thought. It was as if he possessed potential that could never be seen through. But this potential scared her, because this man was already crazy enough to make her feel fearful. If he once lost control, then the whole of China and even the world will set off a huge storm. This kind of consequence, she did not dare to bear. She didn't know how to describe Lin Bei's awesomeness. In short, it was just so terrifying. This man seemed to have everything and nothing. He had money and power, and he was the owner of the topmost consortium, with power and armed forces. But at the same time, he was a little crazy, a little paranoid, a little cold. And this combination of contradictions often represents a dangerous man. Once it explodes, it will surely destroy an entire city. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Xiao Mei, don't worry, I know what I have in my heart. Such a huge supercomputer. Even just a super chip is worth tens of billions. Not to mention all those other bits and pieces of hard disks, motherboards and such. Even if it's just a super chip, then it's enough to make our small company grow 10 or 100 times. I will set up our own professional R&D team as soon as possible, and strive to bring this technology to the world as soon as possible. Also, I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a celebration. By the way, make an appointment with your boyfriend for me. I'd like to see what kind of man is actually able to capture our Xiao Mei's heart. Mr. Lin, how can you do this? Xiao Mei immediately blushed and snapped. Her boyfriend was called Yi Tiannan, a university professor who was usually gentle and gentlemanly. Lin Bei looked at her delicate and cute appearance with a smile and chuckled. What's wrong? Do you still want to refuse? Hate. I promise you just law. Xiao Mei pouted. Afterwards, Lin Bei took Xiao Mei and left the company. For the past 2 years, Xiao Mei had been helping to take care of Lin Bei's mother in the company. On top of that, Xiao Mei herself was also an excellent university teacher who had stayed in the company after graduation. Yi Tiannan, on the other hand, was the chairman and vice president of the company, and he was also the vice president of a private hospital. The romance between Yi Tiannan and Xiao Mei is not honorable, but Yi Tiannan still holds on to his love for Xiao Mei, keeps pursuing her, and always protects her from harm. Yi Tiannan had also once invited Xiao Mei to join his company, hoping that Xiao Mei could start a business with him, but Xiao Mei refused, because she knew clearly that this society was too cruel, especially for girls. Once they took the wrong path, it would be an abyss of doom. She was not willing to take such a risk. Therefore, she could only choose to remain in Lin Bei's company, under his shelter. Although she didn't feel that she owed Lin Bei anything, and even thought that it was Lin Bei who was redeeming her from that painful living situation. Hello, Dean Yi. Under Xiao Mei's introduction, Lin Bei met Yi Tiannan. Yi Tiannan's gaze landed on Lin Bei's face. His pupils suddenly contracted and a strong scorn flashed across his eyes. But soon, Yi Tiannan regained his composure as he stretched out his right hand towards Lin Bei and said indifferently, Hello, Mr. Lin. Well, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Bei smiled back and shook Yi Tiannan's palm. But soon, his brows furrowed. After Lin Bei let go of his hand, he said suspiciously, Mr. Yi seems to be full of hostility towards me. Could it be that I have done something that angers you? Lin Bei's words weren't false. He really wasn't half interested in Yi Tiannan. Mr. Lin is mistaken. We are just meeting for the first time, Yi Tiannan said indifferently. Since Mr. Lin is free tonight, I wonder if you would be so kind as to join us for a cup of coffee. I remember that Mr. Lin is a Chinese. Right, and there are many places in China where you can't drink alcohol. I wonder if Mr. Lin is used to it? Oh, then I would like to appreciate Mr. Ye's coffee art. Oh, I'm a person who prefers to try new things. Lin Bei smiled slightly. He was not familiar with this Yi Tiannan, but he vaguely guessed that this man must have some connection with Lu Yunfei, because, from the tone of his words just now, he could tell that he was dissatisfied with Lin Bei, and even had some resentment. No matter who he was displeased with, Lin Bei didn't care. As long as he dared to mess with his head, he didn't mind teaching him a hard lesson. The corner of Yi Tiannan's mouth hung up a sneer. Mr. Lin, let's just find a quiet place to savor it slowly. After all, it's in public now. Good. It just so happens that a new tea house has opened near our company. I'll invite Mr. Yi to go and taste tea. I wonder what Mr. Yi would like to do? Lin Bei asked. Since Mr. Lin has kindly invited me, Mr. Yi is as respectful as he can be. 2 hours later, Lin Bei was sitting in a tea house sipping tea while Yi Tiannan was not present. Humph. Posturing. Lin Bei cursed, but he wasn't in a hurry. When he was a child, Yi Tiannan arrived late. Mr.
Lin, I'm sorry, I suddenly received an urgent summons from the hospital, so I was delayed for some time, making Mr. Lin wait for a long time. Yi Tiannan revealed a hint of apology after entering the door and said.
Lin Bei glanced at him lightly.
No harm done. Sit down and chat. I heard that Mr.
Yi is a famous doctor of medicine.
Proficient in biopharmaceuticals and medical technologies? Yi Tiannan nodded and said. I was once a renowned medical expert and have been involved in quite a bit of research in biopharmaceuticals. So, you're a medical genius?
Lin Bei asked with interest.
Mr. Lin is flattering. It's only a slight understanding. Then I wonder if Mr. Yi is interested in coming to work for our group? With Mr. Ye's intelligence, he would definitely be able to provide great help to our group. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm still in the middle of my doctoral studies, so I don't plan on changing jobs just yet. Moreover, I'm not good at the business world, so I'm really ashamed of it. Yi Tiannan said humbly. I see.
Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully and then asked.
Then is Mr. Yi interested in coming to our group to help? Yi Tiannan froze for a moment, then said. Mr. Lin is really humorous, but forgive me for not being able to agree. I'm not keen on the company's management, and I already have my own business. I hope that Mr.
Lin can respect my decision. Lin Bei also smiled faintly when he heard this.
He suddenly had a premonition that Yi Tiannan definitely had a grudge against Lu Yunfei. Or,
this matter also had something to do with the Qin clan. It was only that Lin Bei did not reveal it.
That's a real shame. Mr. Yi, can you call the waiter to order?
Lin Bei said with a smile.
Good. Waiter, take these drinks to the kitchen and wash them.
Yi Tiannan commanded the waiter to bring 3 cups of milk tea in front of Lin Bei and in front of Yi Tiannan respectively.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Bei smiled. He had a good impression of Yi Tiannan because Yi Tiannan was courteous, had a good manner of talking, and had a very decent conversation. No need to be polite, Yi Tiannan said indifferently. His eyes lingered on the milk tea in front of Lin Bei for a moment. The flavor of this milk tea. Why is it so sweet? At this time,
Lin Bei suddenly exclaimed.
He fiercely picked up a spoon on the table, scooped up a mouthful of milk tea and put it to his mouth, gently blowing on it. At once,
a milky white mist slowly rose up.
Lin Bei couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath,
as if the entire world had become serene,
peaceful, beautiful and fragrant. This is the purest milk tea, sweet and mellow,
refreshing and sweet without any additives or preservatives.
This milk tea is so special. Lin Bei opened his eyes and stared at Yi Tiannan in surprise. Yi Tiannan smiled slightly and said, Mr. Lin, what do you find special about our country's milk tea, especially in its flavor?
Lin Bei said seriously.
I grew up living in the country, and I'm quite knowledgeable about the food culture of China. However, this flavor is the first time I've drank it. This flavor is very refreshing and reminds me of my mother. Yi Tiannan's expression was stunned as a touch of sadness swept across his eyes. Lin Bei noticed the strand of bloom in the depths of Yi Tiannan's eyes and couldn't help but be in a trance.
He suddenly realized that the man in front of him seemed to be quite miserable as well. Lin Bei suddenly sympathized somewhat with Yi Tiannan.
Cough cough. Sorry, lost my temper.
Lin Bei hurriedly hid his embarrassment.
He couldn't just ask if you're not sad that your wife was killed? It's fine. Yi Tiannan shook his head.
He then changed the topic and looked at the cup of milk tea in front of Lin Bei.
Mr. Lin, may I ask what kind of milk tea is this, that it actually makes you so obsessed?
This is our company's recently launched product,
named Eros Cupid. Its efficacy is to make it easier for you to gain the favor of a beautiful girl. And of course, it can also promote male hormone secretion. Lin Bei explained.
A cold aura swept across the depths of Yi Tiannan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curved up.
So, Mr. Lin is also a layman? People. Who doesn't love beauty? I'm also an ordinary person. Naturally I love beauty too. Lin Bei laughed.
Yi Tiannan's eyes dribbled as he pondered for a moment,
then said, Mr. Lin, what you said about the god of love Cupid is indeed magical, but as far as I understand it, although this milk tea is expensive, it doesn't have too many side effects on the body. Instead, it has a portion of nutrients that would be beneficial to the body. Mr. Lin, why did you choose this drink?
Lin Bei sniffed and frowned.
It looks like this Yi Tiannan has investigated himself in great detail. Even this step has been taken into consideration. No wonder he would take the initiative to ask himself to dinner. There really is a purpose.
Lin Bei said indifferently.
Love, originally, requires a price to be paid, and the efficacy of this milk tea can precisely make up for that.
Yi Tiannan's face changed slightly,
but he quickly recovered as before. Mr. Lin is right. Seeing that Yi Tiannan didn't seem to continue pursuing the root of the matter,
Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ding bell. It was at this time that Lin Bei's cell phone rang. It was Li Linger's call. Hello? Honey, are you there yet? I'm already here. I'm in the box on the second floor. Okay, I'll be right there. Li Linger hung up the phone after saying that. It didn't take long for Li Linger to walk in, wearing a beige cashmere jacket with a short black skirt. Li Linger's makeup today was beautiful, especially her hot body. This caused her to instantly become the center of attention in the room after entering the box. Even the waitresses couldn't help but sneak frequent glances at her, their cheeks blushing and a heart pounding non-stop. Honey, come over here. Li Linger waved at Lin Bei and said with a dimpled smile. Coming. Lin Bei smiled as he stood up and greeted him. These two are my friends. Their names are Yi Tianan and Sun Yuhang. They just came to Shijian City not long ago and are not familiar with the place. Lin Bei introduced. Oh, welcome. Li Linger stretched out her jade onion-like long and white right hand and shook them. Yi Tianan smiled. Hello Mr. Zhao. My name is Yi Tianan. I am the president of Shijiang City Hunyuan Construction Company. This is my younger brother Yi Tianan, the son of Yi Tianxiong, the chairman of Huayang Group. Li Linger's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. She had long known that the two clients invited by Lin Bei were from the capital. She didn't realize that Yi Tianan was the president of Shijiang City Hunyuan Construction Company Limited, and was also surnamed Yi. This was one of the top construction giants in China. This Yi Tianan. I'm afraid that he is much stronger than Lin Bei's background. After Lin Bei and Yi Tianan exchanged a few pleasantries, they started ordering food, ordering a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite and some seafood stuff. It was quite a cordial dinner. After the meal was over, Li Linger left on Lin Bei's arm. When she was leaving, Li Linger smiled sweetly at Yi Tianan. Mr. Yi, let's talk some other day. After Li Linger finished speaking, she left the restaurant on Lin Bei's arm. Looking at the back of Lin Bei's two departing men, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tiannan's mouth. Brother, why did you agree to work with him? What if he pits us? Watching the two men leave, Sun Yuhang beside Yi Tiannan asked. Yi Tiannan shook his head. A flash of light flashed in his eyes as he said, Don't worry, he would never dare to screw us. Otherwise, what do you think makes him earn such a generous reward? Sun Yat-sen was puzzled. Yi Tiannan smiled faintly. You don't need to know the reason. Remember, our mission is to acquire Yongqing Pharmaceutical Factory. Try to cause as little trouble as possible and keep a low profile. Sun Yuhang nodded thoughtfully at his words. On the other hand, Lin Bei and Li Linger left the hotel and went straight to the medical school by car. Li Linger drove Lin Bei all the way to the gate of the medical school of Shijian University. On the way, the two exchanged pleasantries. Lin Bei enjoyed the coziness. Linger, you're so pretty. You're getting more and more feminine. Giggle. Is that so? Hearing Lin Bei's compliment, Li Linger's pretty face blushed. Soon the two of them arrived at Shijiang University Hospital. After getting off the bus, Li Linger led Lin Bei to walk into the ward. On the hospital bed, there lay a middle-aged woman with a thin face. Her skin was waxy, her face was full of fatigue, and she didn't look too good. Mom, I brought you Lin Bei. Li Linger said. Hello auntie, I'm Lin Bei. It's an honor to visit you. Li Linger's mother raised her head and smiled at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, right? Quickly sit down. After Lin Bei took his seat, Li Linger helped Lin Bei brew another pot of tea and brought it up. Lin Bei sized up Li Linger's father. At this moment, a scene had surfaced in Lin Bei's mind. Lin Bei is an orphan, grew up without a father and mother, by collecting garbage for a living. Whenever a beggar comes to collect steamed buns, Lin Bei tries desperately to get into the pile of steamed buns, just to grab 2 more buns. Because of this, he could save a dime and maybe buy a bowl of cold noodles to eat. One day Lin Bei met a little girl. She was thinly clothed, starving and dying, looking at Lin Bei with baited eyes. Little sister, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Lin Bei handed a steamed bun to the little girl. The little girl's eyes were filled with surprise as she took the steamed buns and gobbled them up as if she was starving. Eat slowly, don't choke, Lin Bei softly comforted. After the little girl ate 2 mouthfuls, she suddenly stopped nibbling and raised her head to look at Lin Bei, her eyes moist and choked. Thank you brother. Lin Bei touched the little girl's head and shoved the remaining half of the steamed bun into her hands, smiling, take it and eat it. When you get better, you won't have to go hungry anymore. After saying that, Lin Bei took a step and left. And then, Lin Bei went to a nearby kiosk, bought a few pounds of sugar, grains and cereals and a few dried fish and returned home. He was going to make a pot of crushing carp and tofu soup for his wife and children to replenish their health. Back at home, Lin Bei washed the fish and started cleaning it. However, just as Lin Bei put the fish into the pot and was about to simmer it, the sound of a key unlocking the door came from the doorway. With that, Li Linger pushed the door open. Lin Bei, you're here? Seeing that Lin Bei was busy, Li Linger hurriedly walked over to help Lin Bei.
Soon, a pot of carp and tofu soup was simmered.
Lin Bei filled 4 big bowls of carp and tofu soup, carried the soup, and came to Li Linger's home with her.
This is the dormitory area of Shijiang University Hospital. The environment is very elegant, surrounded by green trees.
The air wafts a burst of floral fragrance. Refreshing. Li Linger sent Lin Bei to the doorstep of his house and then said goodbye and left. Lin Bei entered the house carrying the carp and tofu soup. Lin Bei's home was 3 rooms and 2 halls.
The living room was decorated with all kinds of expensive porcelain and antiques.
But at this moment, Lin Bei didn't care about the lavish and opulent decorations in the living room, but instead went straight to the bedroom.
Arriving at the bedroom door,
Lin Bei took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open.
Mommy, Daddy, oh wow.
As soon as he pushed open the door, a baby's cry resounded in his ears. Lin Bei frowned slightly.
Looking along,
he realized that there was actually a baby lying in his wife's arms.
Daddy, you're finally back.
The baby opened a pair of big, ebony eyes and grinned at Lin Bei, a little bit of starlight flaring up in his pair of dark pupils.
Well, Daddy's back. Baby, don't cry. Daddy brought you your favorite carp and tofu soup. Dad is the best. Mom, can I have some?
I haven't had fish soup in ages. Of course. Lin mother looked at her son kindly.
Xiao Bei, it's been hard on you. Mom, I'm not working hard. I'm happy to be allowed to take care of baby. Well, quickly bring over the soup.
It's been a long time since I've tasted the fish soup made by Xiao Bei too. It's really delicious, Lin mother exclaimed.
Okay, Lin Bei hemmed and hawed. Linger, go outside and rest for a while. It'll be ready soon.
Lin Bei greeted Li Linger as she left and turned towards the kitchen.
Oh,
Li Linger nodded obediently and left the bedroom, walking to the living room sofa to rest.
In the kitchen,
Lin Bei skillfully divided the carp and tofu soup into bowls and served it on the table.
With that,
Lin Bei walked out of the kitchen and woke up her sleeping husband for dinner.
Hubby, wake up. It's time to eat. I made you fish soup tonight, so eat it while it's hot.
Lin mother urged.
Li Linger's father, Su Mingxian, woke up in a daze,
eating the delicious carp and tofu soup while looking at his daughter-in-law and son.
Xiao Bei, do you think I saved the galaxy in my previous life to be able to marry such a kind and filial wife and marry such a good man like you?
Su Mingxian looked drunk and giggled.
Lin Bei rolled his eyes and didn't bother with this guy. Hubby, what are you talking about? Li Linger's pretty face blushed. Ha ha, wife, you're blushing.
Su Mingxian stared at Li Linger's pretty face in a serious manner and observed it for a moment before laughing.
Deadly like. Li Linger glared at Su Mingxian with a pout, then looked at Lin Bei tenderly. You drink a little bit too. Yeah, Lin Bei nodded. Right, Dad, Mom, Xiao Bei and I are moving to the city,
so we decided to rent an apartment in Shijiang City.
Li Linger suddenly said. What's the rush? Didn't we agree to consider this matter after some time? Lin's father froze. Dad, I want to earn money early to cure you.
Li Linger softly said.
What money do I need in my condition?
I've long since recovered from my illness.
Lin father shook his head and smiled. Linger, it's not easy for our family to reunite. Why are you in a hurry to move out? Dad, Li Linger insisted. Oh, my good girl, just listen to Dad. I'm really almost well. My illness is mainly caused by my age, lowered immunity and weakened resistance. Look, Dad is still alive and kicking. If you listen to Dad, let's continue to live here. Dad can also take care of you. Lin father persuaded. Dad, I think it's better to move out. Li Linger stubbornly said. Ugh. Lin's father sighed and fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Bei frowned slightly and asked. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? It's okay. Lin's father shook his head. Dad, is it that you don't have enough paychecks? It's okay. Linger and I have a salary. This time when we came back, Linger and I discussed it,
and our combined savings are already enough for us to put a down payment on a house.
Dad, why don't we buy a house so you can live there for a long time?
Lin Bei suggested.
I know, I'm not short of money to spend. I just want you guys to stay home with me for a while. Lin father still shook his head. Linger is also right. I'm getting older and I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you guys like I used to. Now that I have baby, I want to stay with him for a while longer. Dad, what are you talking about? You'll always be our favorite dad.
Lin Bei tightened his grip on his father's rough palm.
Lin's father smiled in relief. By the way, wife, didn't you say you got a job? Now why are you saying you're going to work? Lin's father asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei also looked at Li Linger, who was similarly haunted by the fact that she was going out to look for a job. Li Linger lowered her head and stammered. I've actually quit my job. Resigned? Lin's father immediately frowned and said seriously. Linger, you must not be so capricious. Although our family isn't rich, it's still fine to pay for you to finish middle school and go to high school. You can't resign. This is too dangerous. A hint of gloom flashed through Li Linger's lowered gaze. However, she quickly raised her head and smiled. Dad, I really have resigned. Don't you worry. I won't be in any danger. It's just a change of industry. When I find a suitable job, I will definitely continue to stay by your side. Lin's father sighed and said helplessly, since you've already decided, let's do as you say. Mom and Dad, take your time. I'll do the dishes. Lin Bei stood up and walked into the kitchen. Li Linger, on the other hand, was sitting next to Lin's father, warm and virtuous, peeling apples and preparing a fruit platter for him. There was no talk all night. On the second day, after having lunch, Lin Bei and Li Linger packed up their things, put on their backpacks, and prepared to leave for the Southwest Military Region base to participate in the intensive training of the special training camp. Brother-in-law, where are you going? Can I go see you guys? Li Linger had just come out of her room fully dressed when a brand new Audi sedan stopped in front of the door. A handsome young man came down from the car, and when he saw Li Linger and Lin Bei, he immediately greeted them and respectfully inquired, Li Yuanbin? Lin Bei recognized this handsome young man as his cousin's husband, Li Yuanbin. Aha! I'm going to the Southwest Military Region Special Training Camp selection, Lin Bei said with a smile. No, your aunt called me and asked me to take care of you. My aunt? Li Yuanbin scratched his head. Brother-in-law, you're talking about my aunt? That's right, it's your aunt. She was very excited to hear me say I was going to the Southwest Military Region Special Forces selection competition. Said that I should make sure to bring you along. Lin Bei pretended to be mysterious. Brother-in-law, this Southwest Military Region Special Forces selection competition is quite large. Even my aunt and grandma are alarmed. I still really want to go with you guys. I also want to learn and study. It's okay. Your sister and I will take care of you. Thank you, brother-in-law. Li Yuanbin was overjoyed and rushed to help Li Linger pack her bags. After a long time, Lin Bei and Li Linger walked out of the room carrying 2 suitcases. Brother-in-law, are you guys going on a trip? Take me with you. Sis, please, if you and your brother-in-law go to play, just take me with you. I promise not to make trouble. I promise to work hard and never hold you back. Sis, brother, sister-in-law. Lin Bei was besieged by Li Linger's brother and sister all the way, and finally agreed to go to Southwest City with them. The 3 of them got into the car, driven by Lin Bei, and headed for the airport, breathless all the way. It wasn't until they arrived at Southwest Airport that the 3 began to make small talk. Sister husband, sister, I heard Grandpa say that you guys are going to a special training camp in the military region. Is that true? Li Yuanbin asked. Lin Bei nodded. Wow, brother-in-law, you actually went to the special forces to join the army. Awesome, you must teach me a few more moves, Li Yuanbin said with an envious face. Don't worry, I'll teach you when you go to the military district, Lin Bei said with a smile. Yeah, Li Yuanbin cheered. Li Linger, on the other hand, pursed her lips and laughed lightly, glancing at Li Yuanbin, secretly saying that this little guy really liked Lin Bei. A little over half an hour later, the plane slowly lifted off. On the airplane, Li Yuanbin pestered Lin Bei all the way to tell him interesting stories about his time in the army. Lin Bei replied one by one, making Li Yuanbin laugh and beaming. Brother-in-law, you're awesome, Li Yuanbin said with heartfelt appreciation. Brat, of course your brother-in-law is great. If it wasn't for me and your brother-in-law, would you be able to grow up this big, safe and sound? Zhao Mother glared at Li Yuanbin. Hurry up and shut up. Sit honestly and rest. With that, he rested his head on the recliner and got comfortable. Oh, Li Yuanbin spat out his tongue and sat down obediently. Linger, last night when you didn't come back, did you remember everything Dad said to you? Lin father suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Remember it well, Dad. Just don't worry about it. That's good. In a flash of a few days, it turned out to be the deadline for enrollment in the special forces of the military school that Lin Bei had applied for. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Bei and Li Linger stepped onto the train to the Southwest Military Region's military camp, because it was a train dedicated to seeing Lin Bei off. Inside the train station, there was a steady stream of people. Li Linger held Lin Bei's arm and stood side by side with him in the waiting hall. Suddenly, Li Linger's gaze was drawn to a familiar figure not far away. The person was wearing a black trench coat, tall and slender, with delicate features, snow-white skin, bright and godly eyes, exuding a charming charm. Yi Xian, it's her, Li Linger exclaimed. What's wrong? Lin Bei asked in surprise. That person is Yi Xian, Li Linger said excitedly. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing outside the waiting hall, seemingly on the phone. Li Linger became even more emotional when she saw Yi Xian. Michelle Yi, a fellow student and close friend of Li Linger at the university, had an extremely strong bond with Michelle Yi, who used to be at the same table. However, after graduation,
She went abroad to pursue her studies while Michelle Yi stayed at home. Now the two have not seen each other for nearly 4 years. When she saw Yi Xian again, Li Linger was obviously a bit excited. Linger, what's wrong? Lin Bei noticed Li Linger's abnormality and asked with concern. It's fine. I just ran into an old friend. Li Linger shook her head. Afterward, Li Linger pulled Lin Bei and pointed at Yi Xian. Brother-in-law, let's go over and say hello. Lin Bei pondered slightly for a moment and nodded in agreement. Afterward, Lin Bei accompanied Li Linger towards Yi Xian. After Yi Xian hung up the phone, her beautiful eyes looked around, searching for a familiar figure. She was born beautiful and touching, at the moment wearing a black trench coat, set off her temperament cold and arrogant, like a queen-like arrogance, so that many men look away, do not dare to approach. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened round. At the end of her vision, a pair of people appeared. The man looks handsome, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, imposing, outstanding. The girl is beautiful, smiling and smiling. Her face is like jade, just like an immortal in the dust. The two of them were holding hands, like a pair of golden children. Enviable. Linger? Yi Xian called out in a lost voice, not knowing when she had burst into tears. Seeing this, Li Linger hurriedly rushed forward, hugged Yi Xian and cried, Yi Xian, it's really you. Yi Xian, do you still remember me? Fool, how could I forget you? You girl, you still have that silly and dumb look. Yi Xian wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and broke into laughter. Afterward, Yi Xian carefully sized up Li Linger and looked at Lin Bei beside her, then frowned. Why did you change your male companion again? No wonder you haven't contacted me during this period of time. You finally met a good man. Li Linger's pretty face turned red. Don't you talk nonsense. After saying that, Li Linger squirmed and lowered her head, not daring to look up at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, on the other hand, smiled faintly, reached out to hold Li Linger's soft and slender palm, gave Li Linger a glance with firm eyes, then turned his head to stare at Yi Xian and smiled faintly. Yi Xian, right? You're Li Linger's friend. Then I'm also Linger's boyfriend. May I ask your honorable name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian simply replied. So it's MS. Yi. My name is Lin Bei. We've known each other for almost 4 years. I've always loved Linger as if she was my own sister. I hope that in the future, you'll be able to take care of Linger as if she was your own sister. Lin Bei smiled. I know. You're a trustworthy person. Yi Xian nodded, then said, in that case, Mr. Lin, I wish you and Linger an eternity and 100 years of happiness. By your leave. Yi Xian, are you going to the capital this time? Li Linger couldn't help but interject. No. Yi Xian shook her head. This time, I returned to the capital to handle my parents' affairs. The two of them have passed away for many years, but I don't want to let them die in the wilderness. Moreover, it's also for the convenience of my work. Li Linger nodded in understanding. Soon the two arrived by train at the Military Academy Hospital. Lin Bei and Li Linger got off the train and walked into the hospital. Lin Bei's enrollment in the military had already closed, and he needed to get his enrollment and successfully pass military training before he could obtain the procedures for enlisting as a new recruit. The address of the military training was set at the medical university, only a few blocks away from Lin's group. As soon as Lin Bei stepped into the hospital, he received a text message. After glancing at the content of the text message, Lin Bei frowned slightly. The text message was sent to him by Yi Xian, with only a short sentence. Lin Bei, I'm sorry. Lin Bei let out a bitter sigh. In fact, Lin Bei knew that Yi Xian must have misunderstood something. He and Li Linger did fall in love. Not only that, even the marriage contract was already set. But because of Zhao's mother's opposition, it resulted in the two of them having to be separated from each other and not seeing each other for so many years. But it wasn't Zhou's mother's fault. In Lin Bei and Zhao mother's impression, their precious daughter had a gentle character and never advocated for a relationship, to the point that she never came into contact with any boy. Because of Lin Bei, her dating boys and even falling in love was severely discouraged by her family. Although Lin Bei felt guilty, there was nothing he could do. Alas, I hope that I can reunite with Li Linger during this military training. Lin Bei let out a dark sigh. Then, with a light step, he followed Li Linger and entered the military medical university. Lin Bei and Li Linger had just entered the military medical university when a pair of young men and women came up to them. When the two people saw Lin Bei, they were both stunned and stopped in their tracks. The youth's name is Li Fei Hong, who was Li Linger's male best friend in college and the best backup for Li Linger's chase. The girl beside Li Fei Hong was also Li Linger's former best friend, named Yang Fei Fei. Fifi Yang is the daughter of the richest man in Kyoto. Li Fei Hong was the only son of the Li clan's plutocrat, and one of the leading magnates in China. In terms of background and talent, Li Fei Hong was not inferior to Lin Bei in any way. It was just that Lin Bei's luck was so bad that 3 years ago,
Li Feihong's mother, Yang Fei, and Li Linger's mother, that is, Zhao Yuanzhou's wife, Yang Orchid, had an argument that led to the two of them tearing each other apart and falling out. The Li and Shou Zaibatsu thus broke up. Yang's plutocracy took advantage of the opportunity to fall on its sword and bring down Li's plutocracy, causing it to fall apart and be on the verge of collapse. Yang's Zaibatsu took advantage of the situation and annexed Li's Zaibatsu's industry, which made Yang's Zaibatsu go to the next level. Nowadays, the Yang's plutocracy is even more vaguely inclined to dominate the global business world. This also led to Yang Fei, the daughter of the Yang clan's plutocrat, looking less and less at Lin Bei. Li Feihong, Yang Fei? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. You're actually still alive? Li Feihong stared at Lin Bei dead in the face, his face as gloomy as ink, his tone icy cold and piercing. After the destruction of the Li plutocracy, Li Feihong's grandfather, Li Wenzhong, was sent to prison and sentenced to life imprisonment. Li Feihong and his father, Li Feilong, are forced to move out of the capital and away to Nanyang City, but Li Feihong has been harboring a grudge. If his father, Li Wenzhong, hadn't done something wrong in the first place, how could the Li clan Zaibatsu have been destroyed? And how did he end up here? Therefore, Li Feihong hated Lin Bei as well as Zhao's plutocracy. He hated to kill everyone in the Zhao Zaibatsu. Feihong, you know this punk? At this moment, the other side of the room, Yang Fei opened her mouth to inquire in a puzzled manner. Fei, don't listen to this kind of country bumpkin chewing his tongue. I dumped Lin Bei a long time ago. I like him, Li Lingair said angrily. She thought Lin Bei was a liar. For the rest of her life, she would never forget the scene where Lin Bei bullied her in the hotel. This kind of scum is actually qualified to stand beside her? It simply defiles her. Lin Bei covered Li Linger's mouth and glared at her. Linger, I know you don't like me, but you shouldn't insult me either. Humph. Li Linger snorted coldly and twisted her head. Don't worry, when you guys get your license, I'll definitely help you beat him up hard and take it out for you. Yang Fei patted her chest and said, who cares if you help me out? Li Linger blankly glanced at Yang Fei and pouted. Lin Bei had a complicated mood and didn't speak up again. Li Linger wasn't interested in paying attention to Lin Bei either. Soon, they arrived at the instructor's dormitory area. This is where the army recruits. Li Linger and Lin Bei walked over. Please show your graduation documents. The doorman stopped Li Linger and Lin Bei. Li Linger was about to hand over her graduation certificate, when a tall and powerful youth walked over. He was stout, dark-skinned, with a plate inch. His arms were gnarled with muscles, filled with explosive power. At first glance, he was a practitioner. Hello, you're in Linger's class, right? I'm her brother. Lin Bei took the initiative to introduce himself to him. Oh, the youth glanced at Lin Bei in surprise, then sized him up for a moment, seeming to eat some of his flavor. You two siblings are quite close. He. Linger, your brother is so good to you. Yang Fei ambiguously scowled at Li Linger. Li Linger's pretty face was scarlet. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was embarrassed for a while. He and Li Linger had nothing at all. You're Lin Bei. I've heard Linger mention you. I heard that you and her fiancé, Li Tianxiang, are good friends, and that you had brought her to me, hoping to have me persuade her to back out of her engagement? The youth asked. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Not good friends. We are just ordinary friends. I just hope that you can persuade Linger to give up her engagement with Li Tianxiang, so as not to hold people back. What are you? What gives you the right to mind my business? Li Linger was instantly furious, staring indignantly at Lin Bei, gritting her teeth. Get lost. I'm warning you, I don't allow you to talk nonsense. You're right. Our marriage contract has indeed been broken. Li Feihong suddenly interjected. His gaze was shadowy as he coldly scanned Lin Bei before reaching out and grabbing Li Linger's arm. Linger, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. Li Feihong, let go. Li Linger was annoyed. Lin Bei, don't forget, it's a military camp now, and it's a soldier's duty to obey orders. Li Feihong glanced at Lin Bei and continued to pull Li Linger away. Hey, what are you doing? The doorman bellowed. It's nothing. Lin Bei shook his head. The doorman suspiciously swept Li Feihong for a few moments, then waved his hand and released him. Lin Bei, I'm warning you, stay away from my sister in the future, or else don't blame me for being rude to you. Li Feihong put down a tough word. Then pulling Li Linger, he raised his head and left. Nuts, Lin Bei muttered. Lin Bei, ignore them, let's go to the dormitory first. It's quiet there. Yang Fei spoke. She also felt that Li Feihong was sick. Lin Bei nodded and then walked towards the female dormitory building. Lin Bei, just as he stepped into the women's dormitory area, he encountered a female soldier, running towards him. Wang Shuiying? Lin Bei was a bit surprised. Did Wang Shuiying also participate in military training? It's me, you still remember me? Wang Shuiying looked at Lin Bei with a smile. Lin Bei remembered. When he went to school that day, Wang Shuiying's dad, Wang Yongchang, personally drove him to see him off, and Lin Bei chatted with Wang Yongchang at that time. Remember. Lin Bei laughed. Right, let's report together. You're also in the A-rank elite class, so it just so happens that you can be in the same dormitory as us, Wang Shuiying said with a smile. Alright, let's go together then. Lin Bei smiled brightly. With that, the two entered the women's dormitory building together. You're that punk Lin Bei? Suddenly, a sneering voice rang out. Lin Bei turned his head. He saw a man in camouflage combat pants with a stocky build looking at Lin Bei with a face full of mockery. Lin Bei frowned. This person he recognized. It was Wang Yongchan's son Wang Lei. Who are you? Say something. Lin Bei indifferently said. Wang Lei's face changed slightly. He didn't expect a small waist to dare to talk to him like this. You know, his dad is a major general at the rank of vice regiment, and he is a powerful man. In the army, even the officers saluted and greeted him when they saw him, let alone a little soldier. However, in front of so many people, Wang Lei didn't want to lose face, so he snorted coldly and said, Kid, I'm Wang Lei. My dad is Wang Yongchang. Your father is Wang Yongchang? Lin Bei was a bit surprised. Nonsense, since you know who my father is, why don't you hurry up and kneel and kowtow to me? Wang Lei said in a condescending manner. He thought Lin Bei was afraid. So it's the son of Uncle Wang's family. Nice to meet you. Lin Bei arched his hand. Poof, count on your kid's knowledge. But now, immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and call out to me 3 times Grandpa. Before tonight, I guarantee that I won't pursue your responsibility. Otherwise, humph. Wang Lei coldly snorted twice. Or else what? Lin Bei played with the flavor. Otherwise I will make your life worse than death. Wang Lei said coldly. Sorry, I don't really believe it. Lin Bei bristled. You seek death. Wang Lei burst into a rage. Immediately, Wang Lei kicked out. This was a military athletic program within their special operations base, specifically designed to cultivate the martial artist qualities of the new recruits. Not only that, all kinds of combat arts, sparring, etc. also have rules that never allow the use of hot weapons and other injuries to the innocent. Lin Bei saw Wang Lei attacking with his legs out. He turned slightly sideways, dodged Wang Lei's harsh blow. At the same time, he raised his hand, clasped Wang Lei's right shoulder and slammed it to the side. Bang! A loud bang came. Wang Lei's entire body crashed to the ground, baring his teeth in pain, unable to climb up for a long time. Assholes, how dare you make trouble here? At that moment, a middle-aged man in the shape of a lieutenant came running hurriedly. After seeing what happened between Lin Bei and Li Feihong, the lieutenant's face was icy cold. He was Lu Haoshuan, the person in charge of this recruiting assessment. Lieutenant Lu, you've got it wrong. It was him who made the first move before I counterattacked. Lin Bei explained. Bullshit, Lu Haoshuan chided, then looked at Lin Bei. Cuff him to me. Lin Bei shook his head and said indifferently. If you have to cuff me, then I'm afraid you have to be prepared to be beaten up by me. At those words, Lu Haoshuan's face turned blue. This guy, how dare he resist? However, thinking of Lin Bei's strength, Lu Haoshuan held back and ordered the several warriors around him to help Wang Lei up. Inquired, and after learning that Wang Lei wasn't in any serious trouble, he whisked his sleeve away. Bah! Wang Lei spat. Lin Bei, however, didn't count on it, and after assigning rooms with Li Linger and Yang Fei Fei, he left the female soldiers' dormitory. Day 2. Lin Bei came to the playground early to gather. Today we're learning the usual boot camp lesson, shooting. Now, it's up to me to announce the training subjects. The so-called shooting is shooting at the enemy's target, aiming, firing, and breaking the bullseye. It's the most basic and mandatory subject. Shooting, which is shooting training using rifles or light machine guns. This type of training, of course, is so physically and mentally taxing that care must be taken when firing live rounds, requiring each person to load 5 live rounds. Instructor Lu took out a thick notebook and began to introduce the training subjects. After listening to Instructor Lu, everyone was eager to try. Soon, the 500-meter moving target shooting officially began. Lin Bei stood in position, adjusted his posture, and then pulled the trigger. Boo! A live round was fired and instantly penetrated the target paper. The whole room was in an uproar. Holy shit, Lin Bei actually hit it. Bull! Worthy of being Wang Lei's friend. The crowd was amazed. Especially Wang Lei. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Bei incredulously. Impossible. It's just luck. There's no way you're better than me. Wang Lei's heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. Lin Bei gave Wang Lei a disdainful look. I told you, if you ever provoke me again, I'll make you suffer. After saying that,
Lin Bei directly raised his own rifle towards the 500-meter moving target and continuously pulled the trigger.
Boom, 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 boom. A series of dense, dull shots rang out, and the center of the target instantly exploded. A round red bullseye emerged. 7 in all. Lin Bei, on the other hand, still hadn't stopped shooting. A few moments later, the 7 red bullseyes broke as many as they could. Lin Bei, this time, you should know how powerful I am. Wang Lei was smug. However, Lin Bei, sneered and continued to raise his gun to shoot. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Lin Bei's shooting speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 7 round bullseyes emerged, and, under Lin Bei's precise control, the 7 round bullseyes were arranged in a straight line. Pop! Another shot was fired. 8 round bullseyes in a circular arrangement. Lin Bei continued to shoot. At a distance of 9,000 meters, there were a total of 48 targets. Lin Bei emptied a total of 63 round bullseyes. As for the other 27, Lin Bei only hit half of them. Hiss! Around them, all the recruits, including Lu Haoxuan, were all shocked. At such a long distance, they all needed to take their time aiming and then find the angle and method before they could barely hit a circular bullseye. But what about Lin Bei? It actually shoots right through all the targets. It's so anticlimactic. Wang Lei's face twitched, staring at Lin Bei with indignation, gritting his teeth. He hadn't expected that Lin Bei's marksmanship would be so powerful. Even he, who had been exposed to firearms since he was a child, thought that he couldn't compare to Lin Bei. And, what a concept! A native who hadn't even graduated from junior high school, in his opinion, should not have received orthodox militarized training. As a result, the shooting level was surprisingly this high. How could he know that Lin Bei in the immortal realm had once been a renowned god of killing on the god of war list? Killing and ruthless. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have found it so hard to accept. Lu Haoxuan was even more surprised. He had just seen with his own eyes that Lin Bei shot continuously, with hardly the slightest sense of stagnation. And, the distance of the targets Lin Bei shot at, the farther away, the fewer the number of bullseyes he shot at. Didn't this mean that Lin Bei's marksmanship was stronger? This new recruit. What's your name and what division were you in before? Lu Haoxuan walked up and asked. His attitude was noticeably eased. Reporting, sir. My name is Lin Bei. Previously, I was just an ordinary soldier of the Southwest Wolf Commando of the Jiangzhou military region. And now, I've been assigned to the recruit battalion. Lin Bei replied respectfully. Words. Lu Haoxuan's pupils shrunk. Southwest Wolf Raiders. This assault team that ranked first in the combat sequence was naturally clear to Lu Haoxuan. This is the sharp edge of the country. The sharp knife of China. And countless beheading missions are carried out every year. So it's you. Lu Haoxuan nodded his head. Are you going to participate in the selection? Lu Haoxuan asked again. Lin Bei nodded. Well, I want to join the Dragon Soul. Good boy. What gumption. Lu Haoxuan patted Lin Bei's shoulder and praised him. He had seen soldiers, and not a few of them, excellent ones from all forces. However, new recruits like Lin Bei hadn't seen much. Such audacity is admirable. Not bad, Lu Haoxuan complimented. However, I advise you to reconsider carefully. Your score just now, although it's not bad, but do you know, what is the standard of Dragon Soul's recruitment? Lu Haoxuan said. Instructor please. Lin Bei clasped his fists. Lu Haoxuan was slightly stunned, then laughed out loud. Not bad, this is the quality of a soldier. In his heart, he was quite appreciative of Lin Bei. To join the Dragon Soul, you have to have special abilities, do you? Lu Haoxuan asked. Reporting, sir, I didn't. Lin Bei replied sincerely. In that case, it's better to honestly go to the recruit company and become a squad leader. Lu Haoxuan waved his hand and said. No, Instructor Lu, I'm not joking. I really want to join the Dragon Soul, and I already have a way to prove my strength to be able to meet the Dragon Soul standards. Lin Bei hurriedly said. Oh, what method? Lu Haoxuan asked with interest. I'd like to apply for a medal. Lin Bei said. Medals? Lu Haoxuan frowned. What medal? It's the kind of military badge that can be used as an identity document. A proof material, such as a rank badge. A rank badge. Lin Bei explained in detail. Lu Haoxuan shook his head. I don't care about those. Our Dragon Soul is forbidden to carry items such as military medals. But I'm different. I was sent in. I don't have a military medal. Lin Bei argued. Sent in? Who sent you in and how? Lu Haoxuan asked. Just my family. Lin Bei said. Words. Around them, the other soldiers were stunned. Family? Are his parents still high up in the military? Lu Haoxuan was similarly surprised as he looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, do both your parents work in the military? No. Lin Bei shook his head. Lu Haoshuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that it wasn't the military hierarchy, otherwise, Lin Bei's background would be terrifying. So how did they get you in? Is your father some kind of deputy chief of staff? Or maybe your grandparents are of a higher generation? Lu Haoshuan guessed. After all, it's not impossible to come from a military family. My parents aren't in the military, Lin Bei said. Your parents aren't soldiers and you're thinking of joining the Dragon Soul? Lu Haoshuan cried and laughed. Right. Lin Bei nodded. Rightfully so. Lu Haoshuan was speechless. This bastard's brain circuits, different from other recruits, completely out of the box. It makes people speechless. Ahem. Okay. How about this? I'll make inquiries for you first to see if Dragon Soul is willing to accept you, and if they are, then they'll give you a medal. What do you think? Lu Haoshuan said. He did appreciate Lin Bei as a new recruit. Therefore, wanting to help Lin Bei. Many thanks to Instructor Lu. Lin Bei bowed in gratitude once again. Lu Haoshuan waved his hand. This is what I should do. I hope we can communicate more in the future. I still have to go and deal with some things. Let's see you next time, said. Lu Haoshuan then left the playground, leaving Lin Bei alone. Reporting to the instructor. Here's what you asked for. Lin Bei took a branch and handed it to Lu Haoshuan. Lu Haoshuan took the branch and took a closer look. You sure this thing works? Lu Haoshuan's gaze was odd. Above the branch, there was only a small hole and a rusty copper plate that looked like scrap metal. Reporting to the instructor. I'm sure this is usable, Lin Bei solemnly said. Then he placed the small copper coin in Lu Haoshuan's hand. Yes. Lu Haoshuan took a deep breath. You stand down. In the end, he put away the small copper coin and waved his hand towards Lin Bei. After Lin Bei left the playground. Hey, I'd like to see how this thing works. Lu Haoshuan laughed softly in a low voice. Spinning around, he took out his phone and dialed. Old Li, report something to you. In the meantime, other side. Lin Bei did not return to the dormitory. He went straight to the Dragon Soul headquarters and found the head of the Dragon Soul. What can I do for you at this late hour? A person in charge of the Dragon Soul headquarters looked at Lin Bei and frowned slightly. Instructor, I've heard that I need to provide some qualifications in order to join Dragon Soul. Lin Bei directly opened the door. Are you sure you want to join Dragon Soul? This senior instructor of the Dragon Soul was immediately shaken in spirit. The Dragon Soul is China's top secret armed institutions. In China, unless it is a major crime. Otherwise, once into the Dragon Soul, basically, is to eat, drink, whore, gamble and smoke all 5 drugs. No worries about food and drink. Lin Bei, on the other hand, is in a situation today where he is clearly still a minor of sorts, still in college. Under normal circumstances, he would never allow an underage like Lin Bei to enter the Dragon Soul. But now, Lin Bei took the initiative. Yes, Lin Bei responded. Okay, wait for a moment. I'll contact the leaders of the organization right away. The head of Dragon Soul nodded and immediately took out his satellite phone, walked to the side, and dialed away. A few minutes later, the head of Dragon Soul turned back around. Kid, the organization has resolved to approve your application, and you can report to the Dragon Soul tomorrow morning. However, let me remind you that the rules of the Dragon Soul are not like any other place, and when you enter the Dragon Soul, you must be disciplined and obey orders. The head of Dragon Soul said in a deep voice. Lin Bei nodded. Understood. Good. You can go back to your dorm now and rest. The head of Dragon Soul nodded. Afterwards, Lin Bei left. Lin Bei returned to the dormitory building. Lin Bei, this is your living expenses and accommodation allowance for this month. Remember to collect it. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Lin Bei received a text message from Zhang Tao, the dormitory administrator. Inside the dormitory, the remaining 4 people, all of them raised their eyes in unison and stared at Lin Bei, their faces full of envy. This month, there was one more person inside the dormitory. Lin Bei's bed was empty, but it was 3 extra beds. Each bed was equipped with a laptop computer each, and a couple bottles of mineral water, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. This treatment is simply enviable. But, Lin Bei didn't care about that. Instead, he came straight to the bed and sat down, surveying the computer desktop. Above it was a black page. This should be the Dragon Soul's chat group, which is also a private group, Lin Bei said in his heart. Subsequently, Lin Bei logged into the Dragon Soul's chat group and posted a quest inside the group. Look for a rusty piece of iron, or wood scraps, etc. Soon, the group responded. This kind of simple task, how dare you release it? That's right, this kind of small task is usually released in the boot camp. Where is it our turn to do it here? Forget it, don't do it. No energy. Many people have expressed their reluctance to accept this task.
Some people even mocked Lin Bei and told him to get out of the dragon soul.
What if I finish the job? At that moment,
Lin Bei directly sent a message. Che, I'll fucking call you grandpa if you get the job done.
Okay, Lin Bei responded without hesitation. Ha ha ha, well, that's what you said. You wait for me. My fucking name is Buster. Son of a bitch, cursing your brother like that? You're really looking for death. Fuck, motherfucker, don't run if you can. A clamor sounded, and immediately after,
Lin Bei saw a large group of people rushing out and blocking his exit. The leader of the group was a yellow-haired young man wearing earrings,
a gangly face. You're not running. Who was it that just said I'd fucking call him grandpa and he'd say yes? The yellow-haired young man pointed at Lin Bei and coldly snorted. If you really have the guts, you don't run. You stand still. Lin Bei indifferently said. Holy shit, you're looking for death. Brothers, fuck him. The yellow-haired young man roared angrily. In an instant, 7 or 8 boys swarmed and pounced on Lin Bei. Bang bang bang. Ouch. Fuck. That hurt. Naya. What's going on? I broke my hand.
The sound of miserable screams was unceasing.
It was only a matter of seconds.
7 or 8 strong men were then put down by Lin Bei.
Who else? Lin Bei looked around. Ravenous. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Oh, goon. Lin Bei snorted. Then, stepped outside. And it was at this time. Suddenly, a siren wailed. In the distance,
more than a dozen police cars
sped by. Instantly,
Lin Bei was surrounded. Lin Bei frowned slightly. He knew that these people had come specifically to pick a fight and didn't want him to leave.
Sure enough, right at this moment, in the first police car, a uniformed female police officer, with several gun-toting, well-trained criminal police captains, got out of the car. Who reported it? The beautiful policewoman walked to Lin Bei's dormitory building, asked sternly as he kicked a stone that was blocking his way. It's me.
Lin Bei walked over and calmly said,
take out your ID. The pretty cop asked again. I don't have an ID. If you don't believe me, check your address book.
Lin Bei pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the beautiful cop. After seeing what Lin Bei had written,
so it's you.
The beautiful police officer glanced at Lin Bei in surprise.
However, she was too lazy to pursue that much. Are these people bullying you? Don't worry. With me here, they can't hurt you halfway. The pretty cop patted his chest in reassurance. Lin Bei, thank you, but I'm fine. These guys can't help me.
Lin Bei shook his head.
Well, then you sleep early. The beautiful police officer was slightly disappointed, but she also knew that Lin Bei was right. Lin Bei wasn't even afraid of the members of the Dragon Soul. How could he be afraid of a group of ragtag people in the district? Well, good night. Lin Bei nodded gently. Afterwards, Lin Bei directly pushed open the door and walked in, leaving a group of dumbfounded dormitory crowds behind. Grass. He even refused the throwback of the police sister? This guy is crazy. Holy shit. I feel like this guy must be related to Dragon Soul. Otherwise, how would he dare to be so arrogant? I feel something. After Lin Bei left, the few remaining roommates, their eyes flickering, exchanged a look. Lao Zhao, we're going to join in the fun? A fat man inquired in a low voice. Go. Zhao Peng clenched his teeth. Following that yellow-haired young man, he chased after Lin Bei in the direction he had left. Lin Bei went back to his room, lay on his bed, and fell into deep thought. Since you Dragon Souls have this kind of benefit, I'll have to get a Dragon Soul account as well before I can do so, and at that time, I'll be able to accept missions and earn points no matter what missions the Dragon Souls have. Lin Bei muttered. System, can you upgrade successfully? Ding. Yes. 1,000 points consumed. Upgrade complete. Acquiring new identity, sophomore at Jiangzhou University. Surname Lin. Note, new identity, limited to the Jiangzhou University campus. Lin Bei's mind moved. In his mind, instantly, a new identity was emerging. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth curled into a smile. From now on, he would be an ordinary student in the sophomore year of Jiangzhou University. At the same time, Lin Bei also understood what was going on in this world. Exactly. Earth. It is an existence similar to the world of cultivation in general. The people here, practicing martial arts, powerful beyond measure. The most powerful forces in the entire starry sky were the Dragon Soul, the Kunlun Legion, and so on. Underneath, transcendental organizations such as the Western Church, the Bloods, and the Vampires exist. In addition to the Dragon Soul, in this world, there were many countries, of which China dominated. Because of the revival of Huaxia's aura, the earth became more suitable for practicing martial arts. Martial arts practitioners, too, are more likely to be born. So, within China, with the exception of a few countries, all other countries, basically all people practiced martial arts and the martial arts style was prevalent.
There was even a huge martial arts trend. Sure, this is also due to the results caused by the revival of the aura. If it wasn't for the revival of the aura, even a special unit like the Dragon Totem Legion would have been difficult to rise to the top of the global powerhouses in a short period of time. But these, Lin Bei hadn't delved into for the time being, because he had more important things to do. Lin Bei sat cross-legged. Mental communication system. How can I raise my martial arts strength? For Lin Bei, at this stage, he was already in a position to break through to the sovereign realm. However, he needed to consider that once he made a breakthrough, he would most likely attract the attention of the Dragon Soul. After all, although he didn't hide it deliberately, he didn't reveal too much, and apart from the very few top brass who knew his true identity, the rest of them weren't aware of Lin Bei's existence. Therefore, Lin Bei was prepared to hold his ground for now, waiting for a chance. But now Lin Bei encountered something that troubled him. That is, his spiritual power level, after reaching the peak of the 5th grade, stagnated. It was as if there was a moat blocking it. Never could cross over. I want to exchange pills. Ding. Consume 2,000 points to exchange for a chi gathering scatter. At once, a yellowish Dan pill appeared out of thin air. Try eating it, Lin Bei said. This was the only elixir that could help with spiritual power breakthroughs, according to the system. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bei swallowed this pill. Immediately, a warm current flowed down the throat, moisturizing all the limbs and bones, and eventually converging into the Dantian Chi cyclone. Boom! Within Lin Bei's body, a popping sound came out. Immediately after, 2 golden auras shot out from Lin Bei's eyes. A terrifying pressure plummeted and filled the entire dormitory. This is Shasta. Everyone in the dormitory was awakened. There was a lot of looking up. Next moment, everyone's eyes almost glazed over. A teenager, covered in fire, appeared in front of everyone. That teenager, with a face full of crimson, was like a fiery flame burning. And, above his forehead, there was even a bizarre pattern emerging. This is Dragon Tattoo. This is a student of our Jianzhou University? No, he should be a member of the Dragon Group, or, simply, a member of our Dragon Group in Jianzhou. Our school actually has a Dragon team member. Oh my! Inside the dormitory, several other roommates were shocked beyond words, especially the fat one. He used to be a gangster in a city in Jiangzhou, so he naturally recognized the Dragon Tattoo. Our school, there's even a Dragon team? No wonder the Dragon team was able to make it this far. One talked about it. As Lin Bei listened to their words, a realization dawned in his heart. Dragon Group? I didn't expect that this world, which is actually exactly the same as the one acted out in the movie novel, is still a real world, Lin Bei muttered. With that, Lin Bei closed his eyes. He knew that this was a newbie gift pack that the system had given him. Swish! A stream of information surged into Lin Bei's mind. Martial realms are divided into the first glimpse of the doorway, the early stage of Huanjing, the clan master, the condensed astral, the 3 realms of the innate, the virtual Dan, the cavernous void, nirvana, and the golden Dan, which represent the early, middle, and late stages of each realm in the human body respectively. Of course, martial arts cultivation, not just one step at a time, but also has the situation of challenging and killing the enemy at a higher level. For example, the 9th level of the innate, even if you have just set foot in the martial arts, you can still beat the patriarch. Lin Bei's heart was clear. In this world, the strength of martial arts relies on martial skills, weapons, and arts. Weapons can be made from fine iron, or forged with secret techniques. As for arts, that's the way cultivators utilize their spells. Of course, the most common attack still belongs to close-range fighting, fists and feet. Martial techniques, on the other hand, are self-created moves created by the martial artist, and each person's comprehension is different. Thus, they can also be called martial techniques. It is not yet possible to say which is better or worse, martial arts or arts. This time, I was able to advance to the sovereign realm because I obtained the sword royalty technique, a sword skill that can be considered the foundational work on my path to immortal cultivation, which has allowed me to be far superior to ordinary people in terms of martial arts. And amongst my peers, I've rarely met an opponent, but my flesh is too weak. This sword royal art, it's a good choice, Lin Bei said mentally. Can I, right now, start practicing martial arts? Lin Bei inquired. The host can access it directly, the system replied. Words. Immediately, Lin Bei was immersing his mind and carefully examining it. What the hell is this? Soon, Lin Bei opened his eyes. Frowns were furrowed, because, at this moment, what was presented to him was not a martial arts feat. Instead, it's a picture. And,
a landscape painting.
The scene in the painting was a valley with lush green trees, gurgling streams, birds and beasts chirping, just like a paradise in the world. And the main character in the painting was clearly Lin Bei himself.
Holy shit, is that me in this painting? Lin Bei was dumbstruck.
Host, please wait. The system will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the host based on your qualifications and potential, and assess what martial arts techniques the host is suitable to cultivate.
System explanation. So this is the reward given by the system. No wonder it's called the marrow cleansing and bone breaking pill. It seems that it's an elixir, Lin Bei said darkly.
But this marrow cleansing and bone breaking pill was obviously a bit of a gap compared to the immortal cultivation technique he remembered.
However, since this was a quest issued by the system, Lin Bei didn't mind trying it out. Immediately,
Lin Bei crossed his knees and sat quietly,
then took out the new missile research drawings and looked his end to end.
It must be said that the technology of this era is indeed very powerful. Although these things are not as high precision and advanced performance as the advanced weapons of the countries in the world now.
However, they have more powerful and lethal power. For example, this missile research design drawing in Lin Bei's hand now, it weighed a staggering 30 grams. You know, this is a 20mm caliber shell. Even for modern weaponry, it is definitely considered a big thing, because the power of a shell of this caliber was already quite terrifying. Enough to punch through an ordinary tank. It was even more than enough to attack and destroy cities. It really deserves to be the most war potential and the most advanced thermal weapon in the next 20 years. It's really powerful. No wonder it's going to spark a global war. Lin Bei sighed and nodded. What does the successful development of such a missile mean for the current global situation? It is undoubtedly a shot in the arm. It also instantly changed his mind about wanting to continue to keep a low profile. In that case, I'll make waves again, Lin Bei muttered. With that, he took out a laptop and quickly composed an email to send out. You have 3 days to prepare. I need a Thor fighter. After sending the message,
Lin Bei took out another cigarette and held it in his mouth,
waiting for a reply. A few moments later, a few lines were displayed on the computer screen. Please wait, teacher. Then after another 5 minutes or so, the computer popped up again with a new message. Sensei,
the Thor fighters you mentioned have already been transported to the airspace near the Jiangzhou military region.
May I dispatch them now? Go to Jiangzhou now.
Lin Bei immediately made a decision.
Then again, he quickly dialed Li Hu's phone. Little tiger, I have something to go out for a long trip.
The Jiangzhou side is in your charge. You arrange for 2 warriors to come with me.
Boss, do you need me to accompany you? Li Hu asked hurriedly. There's no need for now, but if you meet an emergency situation, you bring someone over to help. Lin Bei commanded. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bei simply packed his things and drove to Jiangzhou.
This time Lin Bei didn't take a helicopter.
Instead he chose to drive the sports car he usually used for practicing. After all, there was something else going on along the way. Somewhere on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, the 2 black SUVs were parked under the foot of a mountain,
which was only more than half an hour's drive from the Jiangzhou military region.
But the surroundings were more remote, so they were not noticed. And at that moment, inside the car, 2 men and 1 woman. In addition to the driver who was driving, another man and a woman were standing next to the driver's seat position. The woman had a beautiful body, dimpled and curvy. She wore a sun hat that covered most of her face, leaving only 1 pair of eyes exposed. But even so, it's hard to hide that overwhelming look. She was Lin Bei's student, Li Linger. As for the man with a sturdy and robust figure, he was Lin Bei's personal assistant, Wang Pengcheng. As for the driver who was driving, naturally, he was also a member of Lin Bei's personal guard. Boss wants us to take out the Chen family's foppish young master. What's his name? Chen Haoren. Today? Wang Pengcheng asked with a frown. He was a little puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the boss's cultivation had already broken through to the dark force level. Even if it was placed in the dragon team, it definitely belonged to the top level. What's gotten into the 3 of them? Do they want to make them work as laborers? Or maybe they want to train them? Wang Pengcheng couldn't figure it out. Whoever the boss is targeting, let's just do it, Li Linger said faintly. But what did the boss ask us to do this time? It seems to be killing a dude? Wang Pengcheng scratched his head. Chen Haoren. Li Linger's voice was clear and cold. Oh. Wang Pengcheng drifted off. He finally remembered. I've heard of this dude. He's used to running amok in Jiangzhou. It's said that his parents have quite a deep background in the officialdom, but they were never taken seriously, loitering and bullying people all day long. And according to rumors, this Chen Haoren likes to play with women's corpses. The girls who died in his hands are 8 or 9 if not 10. This asshole. The boss told us to kill him? Wang Pengcheng cursed angrily at once. Humph. Li Linger, who was on the side, hummed lightly. This made Wang Pengcheng smirk. Don't dare talk nonsense anymore.
The boss must have a reason for asking us to kill Chen Haoren. I think it's better for us to follow orders.
Li Linger slowly spoke. Aha! Wang Pengcheng answered in a muffled voice. Jiangzhou suburb, River Pier, the Chen family compound, the location of the Chen group's headquarters, the Chen family mansion, Chen Wanhai, the Chen family's old man, sits in Jiangzhou, commanding tens of billions of Chen family assets. This also made the Chen family in Jiangzhou, like the sky, and even the entire Jiangnan province, no one dared to mess with. Nonetheless, it couldn't organize Lin Bei's research on the new missile chip. This missile, with its powerful positioning system, is accurate to the centimeter. It is capable of automatically finding its target and detonating it, leaving the enemy completely dead within a second. Of course, this level was still far from the effect Lin Bei wanted. This was because its final kill radius was only 0.01 kilometers. That's why it's so powerful. It has to be even more powerful. Professor Lin? Lin Bei was standing in front of his computer thinking hard when he heard a voice coming from the doorway, seemingly a little surprised at how he had appeared in the office. Oh, Director Wang, hello? Returning to his senses, Lin Bei looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him, who was wearing a suit and looked extremely seductive, and a smile appeared on his face. This female named Wang Hongmei, also surnamed Lin, was considered an original family between her and Lin Bei's family. However, the relationship was not that close, and she even had a marriage contract with Lin Bei. However, both did not take this matter to heart. Both know each other's parents want to make this marriage, but this kind of thing, there is no hurry, can only follow fate. Wang Hongmei is a teacher. Work is very busy. Usually will rarely come to Lin Bei's side of the family. I heard you had the day off, so I stopped by to bring you a cup of coffee. Wang Hongmei approached with a smile. She handed a cup of aromatic coffee in her hand to Lin Bei, who in turn took the coffee and gently took a small sip. Nodding approvingly, the flavor is awesome. Drink as much as you like. I'll get busy first. Wang Hongmei smiled sweetly and turned to leave. Lin Bei looked at her slender back and thought to himself, what is she up to this time? Could it be that she came to remind herself about the marriage? Ding dong. Just as Lin Bei was thinking, he suddenly heard a crisp sound coming from his desk. He lifted his head and realized that his computer screen actually lit up, showing unread mailbox, which was an email he had just received. Ha, who's so boring that they're still playing games at 8 p.m.? Muttering, Lin Bei directly picked up the mouse and clicked to view the email. I can't believe it's not spam? When he waited to open the letter, Lin Bei's expression instantly froze, because the letter was from a former comrade of his. Old man, here's your mail. Ha, you must be wondering how I got your email, right? Let me tell you, I've become a national security agent now too. Not only that, I got promoted. It's now Sergeant Major First Class. How's that? Envious? You mocked me at first, saying that it was impossible for me to become a high-ranking member of the army. And now you're regretting it. Not bad. Not bad. I feel like your word kung fu has improved quite a bit from before. It looks like it's in good shape. Ha. After reading this email, Lin Bei fell silent. After a long time, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured and whispered, I didn't think that the two of us would have the chance to meet again. Since that's the case, it's time for you and I to make some closure. Thinking, Lin Bei re-replied this email. Where are you? I'm in Nanyu City. You should know that. After all, I used to study in Nanyu. How about it? Old buddy, want to come out and get together? Could be. See you tomorrow at 12 noon at the usual place. Hey, Rico, what are you doing now? At 12 o'clock noon the following day, Lin Bei arrived punctually at the parking lot outside a high-end private restaurant in Nanyu as promised and dialed a number. A rough man's voice immediately came from the phone. Brother Lin, why are you suddenly contacting me? It's something I need to ask a favor of you. Lin Bei smiled. Ha, you're too kind. Who's with whom between the two of us? Li Hu said cheerfully, then asked, by the way, Brother Lin, I heard your secretary Xiao Xiao say that you resigned. What's going on? It was a bit of a thing, but it's all taken care of now. Lin Bei didn't explain why and digressed. Brother Li, are you still in the barracks now? That's right. The training tasks have been quite intense in the past 2 days, and I still have to stay at the base. Why? Could it be that Brother Lin is looking for me for something urgent? Not really. It's a little personal matter that I need to trouble you with. I won't hide it from you. I want to ask you to help me investigate if there are any martial artists out in the vicinity of the military area. Investigating martial artists? Li Hu froze. Right, Lin Bei solemnly said. Li Hu pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Lin, it's not that I don't trust you. Rather, within the army, there is a strict confidentiality system, so it's not good for me to meddle. It's okay, don't worry. Lin Bei smiled faintly and then said, I don't know if you've heard of the Blood Demon sect?
What did you say? On the other end of the phone, Li Hu exclaimed in shock. He hurriedly lowered his voice and looked around for a second. He then said in an extremely shocked tone, Brother Lin, how did you know about the blood demon sect? It's a long story. How about this? You help me investigate and see if there are any traces of the blood demon sect's activities nearby. If there is, remember to let me know and I'll be paid for it. Reward? Brother Lin. You're joking, right? How could I possibly want your reward? Li Hu shook his head. Lin Bei smiled. Other than that, just the fact that the two of us once shared life and death is worth this honorarium. Whether you help me or not is a matter of words. I definitely won't force you. Hey. Hearing this, Li Hu sighed. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of trouble Lin Bei had encountered, he could guess a few things when he thought about his previous experiences. Lin Bei must have encountered danger before he had to entrust him to investigate. Thinking of this, Li Hu felt a little guilty in his heart, and at the same time, he also carried a kind of bravado. Brother, I promise you, as long as there's news, I'll keep you informed. Thank you, Brother Li. Then, Lin Bei hung up the phone and his face gradually became gloomy. He's thinking, Blood Demon Sect. This organization was not unfamiliar to him. It was even said that he had fought with the Blood Demon Sect several times. It was just that he really couldn't figure out what the Blood Demon Sect was trying to do. Lin Bei's parents were precisely killed by the Blood Demon Sect. They killed their parents, and they almost suffered from them themselves. But now they have come out to make waves again. Blood Demon Sect? Humph. This time I will destroy you all with my own hands. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed. He then sat back in his seat and closed his eyes. At some point, a black sedan slowly drove up, eventually stopping less than 10 meters away from Lin Bei. The car door opened, and a short-haired beautiful military flower wearing a straight military uniform with a valiant appearance walked down from the car. This military flower was none other than Michelle Yi. She saw Lin Bei as soon as she got off the bus. A trace of excitement appeared on her pretty face and she quickly walked towards Lin Bei. Brother Xiao Bei. Yi Xian shouted. Lin Bei opened his eyes, looked at Yi Xian, and smiled faintly. Miss Yi, what brings you here? Brother Xiao Bei, how can you call me Miss Yi? My father told me to call you Uncle Lin. Besides, I'm also your niece. How can you call me Miss Yi? Yi Xian pouted her cherry lips and snapped. Well, you came to see me for dinner, right? Then hurry up and go in. Don't keep your family waiting. After saying that, Lin Bei stood up. Right, oh, almost forgot. Today is Saturday. I came here this time specifically to accompany my mom and take a break from her. Oh, how's her health these days, Auntie? It's pretty good. The doctor said that my mom is recovering pretty well now, and that she'll be cured in another 6 months. That's good. Let's go, Brother Xiao Bei. Let's eat together. Yi Xian reached out and pulled Lin Bei's arm, smiling as she walked towards the cafeteria. The two came to the cafeteria. Lin Bei found a vacant restaurant and sat down with Yi Xian. Brother Xiao Bei, how long are you planning to stay back this time? Yi Xian looked like she was gossiping. Lin Bei smiled faintly and didn't say much. It's estimated to be just 2 or 3 days. Such a short period of time. Alas, I really wish you stayed in Jiangzhou. If you had stayed in Jiangzhou, I could have chatted with you often, and perhaps gotten used to you as an uncle soon. Yi Xian pouted, her face full of loss. Lin Bei shrugged helplessly. Brother Xiao Bei, my father and the others didn't come back with me this time. Is it because they are all in Jiangzhou, so they couldn't come to see you? At the mention of her parents, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly reddened. She was originally from Jiangzhou, and this time when she returned to Jiangzhou, she actually missed her hometown and her grandparents more than anything else, but she didn't expect to run into Lin Bei. This delighted her. Forget it, let's eat first. After eating, you have to continue working. Go back to rest early. Lin Bei persuaded. Yi Xian gave a light and buried her head to eat. Bang! Boom! On the outskirts of Jiangzhou, inside a certain deserted factory, a short, fat, middle-aged man blasted his fist at a wolf dog covered in wounds and dying inside an iron cage. The wolfhound whimpered and wailed. Direct death. Damn. What fucking bad luck. I can't believe I caught the wrong dog. The short, fat man cursed. Beside him, there was a lean, dark-skinned youth. Brother Li, we came to China this time to hunt foreign beasts, and although this wolf dog is powerful, it's not considered a particularly precious spirit pet. What are we catching it for? You don't understand this. I've heard that there are quite a few treasures in China this time, but I'm just not sure what exactly is there. This is not to hear that our country has a Tibetan Mastiff is very powerful, so I came to try my luck. What if we catch a purebred Tibetan Mastiff? Wouldn't we make a fortune then? Tibetan Mastiffs are very rare. Let's do it this time. I'm afraid we may not be able to succeed, the lean youth said bitterly. Whatever, it's idle anyway, so let's just pass the time. As he spoke, The short and fat man shifted his gaze and looked at the lean youth.
I say, monkey boy, what's wrong with you? Every time Lousy teaches you to cultivate, why are you always not serious? Is it because you feel that I don't feel good about abusing you?
The lean youth was immediately startled and hurriedly waved his hand.
No, Brother Lee, I definitely don't mean that. You're my master. I'm loyal to you. Never have any second thoughts, nah. Since you don't have any second thoughts, then you fucking work harder for me. If you can't get that purebred Tibetan Mastiff this time, I'll beat you to death.
The short fat man glared at the lean youth and viciously said,
Yes,
I promise to do my best and take down the Tibetan Mastiff. The lean youth apologized one after another with an extremely respectful attitude, and at this moment, in his heart, he was cursing Li Hu. Damn, I am at least a martial artist, right? How can I always be abused by you? On the other hand, Lin Bei had already walked within the cafeteria with Yi Xian.
Inside the cafeteria, at the moment there were a number of students eating around a table. When they saw Lin Bei come in, many students looked sideways. Ha, isn't that Lin Bei? I heard that he broke through to the martial grandmaster realm a while ago, and now he's back in school?
Yeah, I also heard that he was arrested by the police for a crime.
He's released now,
but it's rumored that he's no longer #1 on the campus style list, and he's dropped out of school.
Regraduating so quickly?
This speed, it's even faster than riding a rocket.
Shoo, keep your voice down and don't talk nonsense,
a group of people whispered.
Apparently,
Lin Bei's authority in the school was still as strong as ever. Lin Bei frowned slightly. The group's chatter was so loud that it drew a lot of surprised gazes from the diners, making him feel quite stressed out. Yi Xian seemed to have noticed Lin Bei's expression and snickered.
Immediately, Yi Xian asked, Brother Xiao Bei, did you go to the school's library to read books in the past 2 weeks?
Lin Bei was slightly stunned.
Yi Xian continued, Brother Xiao Bei, how did you gain from this trip to the library? That's quite a haul.
Lin Bei revealed a smile.
In these 2 weeks,
apart from occasionally accompanying Susan for shopping, he spent most of his time soaking in the library, reading and studying the various pill configurations recorded in the Xinhuang Medical Codex, as well as the related knowledge, word by word. Even the Vajra Buster technique was carefully pondered over. Over the past few months, Lin Bei had made rapid progress in the martial arts. In particular, the progress of the cultivation of the Vajra Overlord skill was even more rapid. Right now, the strength of Lin Bei's flesh was comparable to steel and iron bones, and it was difficult for ordinary swords and spears to penetrate. Of course, it was not enough to reach the point where the golden bell shield and the iron cloth shirt were invulnerable to swords and spears.
Brother Xiao Bei, what are you talking about in your sleep? What good harvest? Why didn't I understand?
Yi Xian was puzzled.
It's normal that you don't understand, because I've only practiced 2 or 3 layers now,
and I haven't reached my peak state yet.
Let me tell you, you must not say anything to anyone about me practicing martial arts. Otherwise, I can't even help you if you get into trouble,
Lin Bei said seriously.
Upon hearing this,
Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly nodded her head.
Brother Xiao Bei, don't worry, I will never say anything to anyone.
Well, then you eat your vegetables.
Eat your vegetables.
Lin Bei greeted Yi Xian and ate his meal.
Brother Xiao Bei, why are you so concerned about me?
Yi Xian blinked her big eyes and stared at Lin Bei. Lin Bei paused for a moment,
and then, with a solemn look, I treat you as a sister, as a friend, don't ask what you shouldn't.
Humph,
you bad brother. Yi Xian pouted and sullenly drank a mouthful of soup,
then pinched a piece of chicken wing and stuffed it into Lin Bei's bowl.
This is for you to eat.
Lin Bei shook his head slightly and smiled.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yi Xian smiled sweetly.
Her smile, bright and brilliant.
It was refreshing to see Lin Bei. After eating their fill and settling the bill to leave, the two of them walked down the road, encountering acquaintances along the way,
and Lin Bei greeted them all one by one. Soon, the two of them were walking next to a lake and stopped in their tracks. Brother Xiao Bei, let me show you the bottom of this lake. Yi Xian took Lin Bei's arm and leaned towards the lake. Lin Bei didn't refuse. He was looking forward to where exactly the relics at the bottom of the lake that Yi Xian said existed. The lake is turquoise and clear. Ripples ripple. In the middle of the lake, there are swimming fish playing. The surface of the lake is calm and wave-free. Everything is peaceful and quiet.
Lin Bei stared for a moment and didn't notice anything unusual.
Brother Xiao Bei, let me take you down to have a look, Yi Xian said, taking the lead and leaping into the lake. Wow! Splash! In the middle of the lake, a ripple suddenly appeared, and immediately,
a pair of giant claws poked out from the water and grabbed towards Yi Xian.
At the same time, deep under the lake, there seemed to be huge demonic beasts hibernating in it, waiting for an opportunity to attack Yi Xian.
Lin Bei's eyes were slightly cold as he flexed his fingers and flicked them out.
With a bang,
the pair of giant claws exploded into pieces in response. Waves of water wash over the sky. A large, hideous dragon's head floated up from the bottom of the water. That turned out to be a scaly snake that was about 7 or 8 meters long,
with its scales and armor glittering with cold and ebony light.
This Jiao snake was a fifth-order demonic beast, possessing a strength comparable to that of a martial artist at the realm of transformation level.
However,
in front of Lin Bei,
it was completely inadequate. With a single finger,
Lin Bei had extinguished the life of this scaly snake. Roar! An angry hiss came from the depths of the lake.
Follow closely. A fishy, putrid smell that was sickening to the nostrils.
Lin Bei's face became extremely ugly as he smelled blood.
Brother Xiao Bei, are you alright?
Yi Xian emerged from the surface of the lake and inquired worriedly.
Lin Bei shook his head. I'm fine.
Yi Xian nodded. And right at this moment, Yi Xian's face turned steeply pale. Her pretty face was white, and her body trembled violently.
Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Lin Bei froze.
Yi Xian's body stiffened, lifting her right hand with difficulty and pointing at the lake.
Little brother Xiao Bei, I'm afraid we going to be buried here.
Lin Bei looked in the direction of Yi Xian's finger.
At that moment,
the pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that the turquoise and clear lake, which was supposed to be calm,
churned up in an instant, as if it was boiling water. In the middle of the lake, a corpse floated out.
Hera is a crone-like corpse,
shriveled, skin and bones, full of wrinkles, eyes are godless, as if losing their souls. Who's that, your grandfather?
Lin Bei's heart sank as he asked in a deep voice.
No,
Yi Xian bitterly shook her head.
That was my grandfather's former maid of honor.
90 years old this year.
Who died at the end of her life half a year ago. Lin Bei was silent. For a moment,
he was in a bit of a trance. It was as if he was once again in his previous life.
Both parents are dead.
The 3 siblings were dependent on each other and lived a life of uprootedness and lack of food and clothing. He had also fantasized that if he could find the Earth realm where his parents and relatives were located,
he would lead his family, return home for a reunion,
and share the heavenly life with them.
However,
this was just wishful thinking on Lin Bei's part.
On Earth, there is no such thing as a space wormhole.
The only thing that was there was a portal, and that was the portal to the Hall of Stars. But, it's the Starstone that's needed to activate the portal.
And the Starstone, on Earth,
has long been extinct. All of this had become Lin Bei's extravagant hope.
Alas,
Lin Bei let out a light sigh.
Brother Xiao Bei, why are you sighing? Could it be that you know this old granny?
Yi Xian wondered.
Count on knowing each other.
Lin Bei said indifferently and didn't say much.
Since it's little brother Bei's deceased. Little brother Bei, would you save her?
Yi Xian suddenly pleaded.
Why? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. Because, it's really sad that the old granny died.
I was orphaned as a child and adopted by my master, but every time I was injured or sick, it was the old granny who took care of me. Yi Xian explained. That's why I want you to wake her up.
Lin Bei nodded slightly.
Although he was ruthless and cruel, he was not a heartless person. Yi Xian requested so, and Lin Bei agreed.
Soon, the two dived under the water.
The only thing that could be seen was the dried-up old man, who had lost his breath.
Brother Xiao Bei, give it a try,
Yi Xian urged.
Lin Bei nodded.
He crouched in front of the crone. With that, he stretched out his right hand and put it on top of the crone's wrist pulse, closing his eyes to inspect it.
A few moments later,
Lin Bei opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes.
It's true as I guessed. Your grandma was indeed poisoned. Moreover, this toxin is so bizarre that surprisingly, even I can't distinguish its pharmacological composition.
Ha,
so powerful?
Yi Xian was surprised.
That's for sure. I once read a similar account among the ancient books of the medical scriptures,
and it is said that this kind of poison is called the eroded yuan compassion poison.
This poison,
which is shadowless and almost invisible to the naked eye, only when it is triggered will the traces of the toxin be revealed. This kind of toxin is only available through special channels, and if an ordinary martial artist takes it, he or she will surely explode and die. And once the poisoned person dies, the poison contained within his or her corpse will emit a strong irritating gas that will permeate the entire lake, causing the surrounding fish,
shrimp and other creatures to die.
Lin Bei briefly introduced a few sentences. His mind had been scoured for information about this erotic yuan compulsion poison.
Then, Brother Xiao Bei, can you cure it?
Yi Xian was full of hope. Lin Bei pondered slightly after that.
Finally, nodding, I can. And then,
Lin Bei directly took out silver needles and stuck more than 10 silver needles on the crone's body, sealing the acupoints and preventing the toxin from spreading.
Subsequently,
Lin Bei operated his magic technique and performed the returning to the Holy Scrolls technique,
gulping in spiritual chi and pouring it into the old crone's body. A few moments later,
Lin Bei sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His face was as white as paper. Yi Xian was in a big hurry.
Brother Xiao Bei, What's wrong with you? You quickly take your hand away. I'll help you input your aura. Yi Xian was anxious, but Lin Bei didn't dare to let her touch him and hurriedly blocked. Xian, step back. Yes. Yi Xian sniffed and immediately withdrew 10 meters away. Lin Bei sat down on his knees. Tune in to recover. A full half-hour later. Only then did Lin Bei slowly stand up. He let out a long, cloudy breath. Brother Xiao Bei, my grandfather Yi Xian started crying again. I've already helped her remove the toxin and saved her life, at least temporarily. Lin Bei laughed. Really? Thank you so much. Yi Xian cried with joy. You're welcome. Lin Bei waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. And just then, the old woman in the deep pit at the bottom of the lake. Her lips moved. You two children, can you hear me? I am Lu Yun. The old woman in the abyss at the bottom of this lake is me, your great-grandmother. A weak voice rang out. At those words, Yi Xian broke down in tears and bawled. Granny, stop talking. You hurry up and get some rest. Lin Bei opened his mouth and persuaded. He could sense the crone's weakness, but wasn't too worried because the crone was still alive. The old woman shook her head slightly and continued. Child, wifey me, I can't hold on much longer. This is my home. Can you guys help me with one thing? Lin Bei pondered for a moment and said. You said, can you get me a coffin and a life-size over here? I'd like to be buried in the earth. The old woman spoke again. Yes, I'll do it for you. Lin Bei nodded. Afterwards, Lin Bei took Yi Xian and swam to the shore to find the coffin and the birthday tree. And just then, the old woman suddenly grabbed Lin Bei's arm and pulled him closer to the water. Brother Xiao Bei, don't break free. Let's go down and hide for a while. Yi Xian shouted sharply. She had just heard a splash of water surging from the bottom of the lake. Obviously something was close. Lin Bei nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Subsequently, the two lurked silently towards the bottom of the lake. And just as the two of them were about to reach the bottom of the lake suddenly set off monstrous waves. And then, a huge black shadow violently leapt out of the water. Surprisingly, it was a crocodile. The body size was as large as 7 or 8 meters. This is the black scale alligator. Yi Xian stared with wide, beautiful eyes. Lin Bei, on the other hand, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Brother Xiao Bei, is this black-scaled crocodile dangerous? Yi Xian asked. It's not that dangerous. It's just that this black-scaled crocodile is very fast and specializes in sneak attacks. So once it's entangled, it's basically impossible to escape. Lin Bei said. Again, it's puzzling. The old woman had obviously run out of gas. And where did this black-scaled crocodile come from? But Lin Bei did not ask more questions. His goal was the mysterious crystal at the bottom of the lake. Boom! Boo! Ka-ching! A scuffle broke out. It was followed by another loud explosion. Lin Bei frowned. Someone is breaking the mystery crystals. However, the other party did not seem to have taken the mysterious crystals. Instead, they fled quickly. Lin Bei was about to explore the situation at the bottom of the lake, but he ended up realizing that the black-scaled crocodile had surfaced again. Lin Bei's face changed. The black-scaled crocodile seemed to have sensed the duo of Lin Bei and Yi Xian. Opening his mouth to roar, a fishy wind poured out of his nose, causing the two men's eardrums to buzz. Lin Bei immediately stepped out and stepped on top of the black-scaled crocodile's head, and his power exploded in a single strike. Only then did Lin Bei take Yi Xian and swept towards the bottom of the lake. Deep in the bottom of the lake, the old woman is lying quietly, already completely comatose, covered with festering skin, muscle flaccidity, like a dry corpse. Her life is broken, hanging on by his last breath. Yi Xian knelt down and cried. Lin Bei sighed. And then, Lin Bei picked up the old woman and placed her on his back. Lin Bei leapt up, ready to take the old woman and break through the air to leave. But just then, the old crone, who was already dying, as if she might die at any time, suddenly opened her eyes, and her eyes were sharp and unrivaled. It revealed a coldness and killing intent. Lin Bei was startled. However, soon, those guards who were responsible for guarding the crone's safety rushed into the cave at the bottom of the lake and appeared beside Lin Bei and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was startled. She doesn't know martial arts. It only felt that the group of loaded, fierce and vicious soldiers, with a heavy aura on their bodies, were definitely all battle-hardened people with incomparable combat experience. She realized instantly. You two little dolls, you're quite bold. An officer spoke, his tone chilling. As for the other soldiers, they all pulled out their waist-mounted guns and pointed them at Lin Bei and the two of them, threateningly saying, if you want to die, try taking half a step forward again. They had bullets loaded in their muzzles. Each one of them is standing by. Yi Xian was even more frightened and shivered, shrinking in Lin Bei's arms. I'm Lu Yun's granddaughter. Yi Xian, I beg you to save my great-grandmother. Yi Xian trembled. Shut up. The officer who was leading the group let out a stern cry and looked at Lin Bei. Young man, who the hell are you? Didn't your grandma Lu tell me to bring her medicine? Didn't she tell you? Lin Bei calmly said. Humph. Delivering medicine? Do you take us all for fools? This is the territory of China. Where did you drill out from? Also, underneath the bottom of this lake, there are no tombs at all. I advise you to be sensible and tie your hands. Perhaps, we will leave you a dog's life. Otherwise, you will die for sure. This chief officer, staring at Lin Bei, said. At the same time, his mind raced, secretly speculating about Lin Bei's identity and whether he was related to the Dragon 9 Bureau. No matter how, let's subdue the young man first. I don't want to hurt anyone. Since you insist on doing it, don't blame me, Lin Bei said indifferently. Bang! 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 As Lin Bei opened his mouth, the soldiers around him opened fire, sweeping towards Lin Bei. Dense bullets, paving the way. Lin Bei raised his hand. Shasta! A layer of golden light enveloped Lin Bei's body. All the bullets, all of them, were blocked out and clanked to the ground. How? Seeing this, the crowd's pupils contracted violently, revealing horrified expressions. Not good. Retreat! That chief officer's face changed wildly, and he immediately yelled. However, it was too late to react at this moment. Lin Bei flexed his fingers in succession. Put! 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 Shasta! Dozens of soldiers screamed. One by one, their chests were pierced and they flew out backwards. In the blink of an eye, several people were killed on the spot. Who the hell are you? If you dare to kill us, the higher-ups won't forgive you. That chief officer's face was blue. Although he had known for a long time that Lin Bei was a martial artist, he had never thought that Lin Bei was so powerful to such an extent that he was able to block their frantic strafing with handheld hot weapons with just his physical defense. I told you, you guys made me do it, Lin Bei said indifferently. And at this moment, Lin Bei had already placed the old woman on the shore. Old man, I'm offended. Lin Bei let out a light breath. And then, Lin Bei reached out. Shoo! A golden needle flew out from Lin Bei's sleeve robe and stabbed straight into the crone's neck. As soon as the golden needles entered the body, the crone, who had originally fallen into a coma, instantly came to her senses, her face filled with horror and anger. Ah, it's you, Lin Bei. Why did you even come after me? You fucking animal. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Don't you touch me. The crone roared. She struggled desperately. But nay, she was limp and exhausted. So how could she get away from Lin Bei's confinement? Her heart was filled with resentment, indignation, and remorse. Hate yourself for why you had to find this calamity. Lin Bei? Lin Bei saved her once. However, she was ungrateful and bit Lin Bei back. It made the crone feel guilty and ashamed. However, Lin Bei was shaking his head. He didn't stop moving, still controlling the crone. I'm a doctor. You need treatment, Lin Bei said indifferently. Bah! I don't need you to pretend to help me, the crone said indignantly. If you're stubborn again, believe it or not, I'll strangle you right now, Lin Bei rebuked in a deep voice. The crone stiffened, and Lin Bei took advantage of the crone's moment of stagnation to finally pinch open her mouth and shoved in 3 pills in one hand. Then, a palm slapped out, sealing the crone's acupoints and hindering the loss of medicinal properties. After doing this, Lin Bei pulled Yi Xian and quickly ran towards the distance. Get them! At this time, the officer reacted. His face changed drastically, and he hissed loudly. How could he not expect that he had mistakenly broken into an ancient tomb and met a strongman, nearly spoiling his big event? He had some wrist. A pistol had suddenly appeared in his hand, pointing at Lin Bei. Whoosh! However, just as he raised his gun to aim at Lin Bei suddenly twisted his head and threw a punch. Ka-ching! The pistol in that officer's hand instantly shattered into slag. This scene, moreover, caused the surrounding soldiers, their hearts trembling with fear, not daring to move again. In particular, the officer in the lead had a sweaty forehead as he felt an aura of extreme danger lock onto him, causing his heart to jerk. Your Excellency, I am Li Hu, the chief instructor of the Dragon Tang base in the southern ocean waters. May I ask what your name is? The officer, taking a deep breath, drank in a deep voice. Dragon Tang base, I have heard of it, but unfortunately, you are not qualified to know my name, Lin Bei said calmly. Li Hu's face shifted gloomily. However, he suppressed his anger and continued to speak. Is your Excellency really unwilling to divulge your name? If your Excellency is willing to give an account and is willing to return with me to investigate, perhaps, I can apply to the base to allow your Excellency to join Dragon Tang base and become a member of Dragon Tang base. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for your Excellency. After all, the Dragon base is the world's most top-notch special force, and every session of the Dragon Team member recruitment examination is enough to squeeze out the entire world's special organizations. As long as your Excellency is willing, you will have access to at least the 8th level. In addition, Your Excellency can obtain a VIP card for Dragon Tang Base. The Dragon Base is not only the place where the global transcendent forces converge, but also the elite training base for the world's top special forces. If Your Excellency joins the Dragon Totem Base, it will be the pinnacle of your cultivation in this life. Li Hu began to lobby. Noisy. Lin Bei frowned. Next moment, he reached out and waved his hand. Pop. With a slap thrown out, Li Hu's cheeks puffed up, and a bright red 5-finger print branded on top of his right cheek. Lin Bei's gaze was cold. Li Hu's eyes were crimson as he glared deathly at Lin Bei. Your Excellency. You. Li Hu was about to open his mouth. Swish. In the next moment, a wisp of a sword flashed. Li Hu covered his throat, bowed his head unwillingly, and kept coughing up blood. Soon, and he lost consciousness. At the last moment before he died, he seemed to hear Lin Bei say, "You, Dragon Tang, are not qualified." Bang! Liu fell to the ground. The corpse twitched a few times and then stopped moving. The surrounding soldiers were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. Run away! I don't know who shouted. At once, the remaining soldiers turned around and ran. Only 2 more heavily wounded soldiers were left, lying on the ground, wailing, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Go! Lin Bei pulled Yi Xian and left quickly, and everything that happened here could not be hidden from Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Just now, she had witnessed the scene where Lin Bei had struck out. Shocking, inexplicable. This was the second time she had gotten up close and personal with a legendary martial artist. The first time, it was when her mother was critically ill. Lin Bei appeared and shot down that murderer. And at the moment, for the second time, she had witnessed Lin Bei defeat that terrifying enemy. This was definitely another martial arts master. Such a martial arts master was hiding in Jiangzhou, silently guarding her parents. Yi Xian looked at Lin Bei, her eyes moist. She suddenly understood. Why did he himself have feelings for Lin Bei all these days? The kind of charm emanating from Lin Bei's body that belongs solely to men was too easy to cause a girl's love and heart to flutter. Half an hour later, Lin Bei brought Yi Xian and returned to the Lin family manor. By now, it was 9 o'clock at night. Within the Lin family, the lights were bright. When Lin Bei stepped into the foyer, everyone looked at Lin Bei. The look was complex. All the people in the Lin family, including grandfather Lin Jinyang, were all a little embarrassed. After all, Lin Bei had been a Lin family outcast. Even though Lin Bei had returned now, the fact that he had once been expelled and abandoned by the Lin family was still in front of everyone. Lin Bei didn't care either, because he had long since treated the Lin family as a tie, as his attachment. Whether he admits it or not, none of him could change the fact that he was a descendant of the Lin clan. Xiao Bei, you're back. Seeing Lin Bei enter, Su Xuan hurriedly smiled. Mom, are you and Dad okay? Lin Bei asked with concern. Su Xuan had a joyful smile on her face. Don't worry about it. Dad is recovering quite well despite his age. During this period of time, your dad has been chanting about you every day. At those words, Lin Bei nodded slightly. Lin Bei took a step and came to the door of Lin Jingnan's room. Dad, I'm home. Push the door in. Back? Lin Jingnan opened his eyes and revealed a look of relief. Dad, why are you sitting up? Lin Bei was taken aback. I'm old enough to sleep for a long time, so it wouldn't hurt to sit down once in a while. Lin Jingnan laughed. Immediately, Lin Jingnan's gaze landed on the long black sword that Lin Bei was carrying, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and at the same time, he was also filled with worry. Xiao Bei, you. Lin Jingnan wanted to say something. Lin Bei laughed lightly. Dad, don't worry too much. I'm just borrowing this long knife for the time being. Lin Jingnan was relieved. Xiao Bei, hurry up and put the long knife down. What are you doing? Without waiting for Lin Jingnan to say anything, Su Xuan beside him spoke up. Mom, it's okay. Let me introduce you. This is, Lin Bei explained. This girl's name is Yi Xian. She's from the Yi family. Yi Xian. This is my mom. Lin Bei introduced himself to Yi Xian. Words. Yi Xian immediately revealed a well-behaved and understanding smile on her face, and said sweetly toward Su Xuan, Good day, Auntie. Well, good. Su Xuan also had a joyful smile on her face. She could see that. Yi Xian seems to love Lin Bei very much. This girl, she really knows how to be polite. No wonder Xiao Bei likes it. If Xiao Bei could marry Shinner, it would be a beautiful thing. Su Xuan thought secretly. But, Lin Jiangnan, however, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wouldn't he be able to tell that Lin Bei simply had no interest in Yi Xian? Just using Michelle Yi as a shield. You guys talk. Lin Jiangnan nodded at Yi Xian. Xiao Bei, you accompany Shinner and talk to her. Lin Jiangnan patted Lin Bei's shoulder, then turned around, going back to his bedroom to rest. Lin Bei and Yi Xian smiled at each other. You haven't changed a bit, just like before. Yi Xian laughed. Yes? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. Sure, Yi Xian said with certainty. Lin Bei smiled faintly. He really hasn't changed. The only thing that has changed is just his own personality. Uncle Lin, aren't you happy? A moment later, Yi Xian suddenly opened her mouth. She keenly sensed Lin Zhengnan's abnormality. No. Lin Zhengnan shook his head. Wouldn't want to talk much about it. What brings you to Dongshan all of a sudden? Is it a mission? Lin Bei digressed. It's not a mission. I came here specifically to see you. Yi Xian laughed. Looking for me? What mission? Lin Bei was surprised. To help you fulfill your heart's desire. Yi Xian laughed. She could see it naturally. Lin Bei's return from the capital this time seemed to be the result of some huge change. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to Dongshan in such a hurry. Lin Bei had some doubts in his heart. But, he did not look into it in detail. What wish? I can promise you anything. Lin Bei said solemnly. Ha ha, you kid. You're just hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Alright, there's nothing really going on. It's just that I want to buy you a drink. Yi Xian playfully said. Lin Bei, come on, let's go for a drink. Yi Xian smiled cheekily and pulled Lin Bei's arm. Yeah, where to drink? Lin Bei laughed. Let's go to my house. Let's sneak a drink so they can't catch us. Yi Xian proposed. Is this appropriate? Lin Bei was a bit hesitant. What are you afraid of? Don't you dare? Yi Xian provoked. Yes. Lin Bei smiled brightly. The two left with each other. Straight to the Yi family. The Yi family. Parlor. Xiao Bei is back. Yi Yunxiao laughed. Well, Uncle Yi, I'm troubling you, letting you take care of my parents for so long. Lin Bei opened his mouth. You kid. Yi Yunxiao chortled. Let me tell you, Xiao Bei, although I'm happy to have Yi Xian with you now, but you mustn't let down such a good daughter as Yi Xian. Yi Yunxiao said in a serious tone. Uncle Yi, what are you worrying about blindly? Lin Bei cried and laughed a little. Brother Xiao Bei, how can you say that? Don't you know? I've heard people say that it's only normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Beside her, Yi Xian stared with watery eyes, somewhat grudging. Lin Bei almost sprayed out. Nima, what a mess this is all about. What kind of sophistry is that? Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. What's in this girl's head? Lin Bei was about to open his mouth to argue a few words. Just then, Lin Zhengnan walked in. Xiao Bei, you're back. Lin Zhengnan looked at Lin Bei with a trace of kindness on his face. His favorite was Lin Bei. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Zhengnan's desperate attempt to protect him, Lin Bei would have died in that war. Well, just got back from the Empire. Lin Bei nodded. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lin Zhengnan muttered, his expression somewhat gloomy. Lin Bei frowned. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Lin Zhengnan sighed. In your Uncle Lin's life, what he owes most is your grandpa and grandpa in them. Lin Bei's heart was also full of emotions. A pale but gentle face emerged from the depths of his memory. That's his grandfather. Lin Dihai. I know. Lin Bei was silent for a moment and finally said, by the way, Xiao Bei, why did Missy also come back with you? Lin Zhengnan suddenly asked. Yi old lady asked her to accompany me. Lin Bei answered truthfully. At once. Yi Xian's face was slightly red. She had originally wanted to say that she had purposely run to find Lin Bei and then pretended to be his girlfriend to trick her father into granting her the opportunity to pursue Lin Bei. But, her plan was recognized by Lin Bei. Thus, at this moment, when Lin Bei said so, Yi Xian could only choose to acquiesce. Oh, Lin Zhengnan drifted off. But, Lin Zhengnan's heart was even stranger. Why would old Mrs. Yi, all of a sudden, set up Yi Xian and Lin Bei? Michelle Yi, not just any girl. Chinese ancient martial arts world of the young generation of the first strong. Only 16 years old, the cultivation is already reached half-step Zhongshe realm, but also has a terrifying battle power. Even, there was vague news that Yi Xian's strength was no less than that of an average patriarch. Such an existence wanted to fall back on Lin Bei? It's unbelievable. What's wrong with the world? Anyway, Xiao Bei, you and Yi Xian, between you guys? Lin Zhengnan hesitated and decided to ask for clarification, lest my own granddaughter be wronged. There's nothing going on between me and Yi Xian. Lin Bei shook his head. Really? Lin Zhengnan was obviously a bit skeptical. Really? Lin Bei nodded his head affirmatively. In that case, when I organize a party tomorrow night, I'll introduce you to the major magnates and let them know of your existence. You and Yi Xian's matter, tell them in passing. You young people's matters, let you young people settle them yourselves. At our age, let's not care so much, Lin Zhengnan said. He was worried that Lin Bei would go astray and delay Lin Bei's future, so he decided to take the initiative to find out information for Lin Bei. Good. Lin Bei nodded. Yi Xian, What do you think? Immediately afterward,
Lin Jiangnan looked at Yi Xian again and inquired.
Yi Xian's eyes darted around for a while. Then she laughed. I'm fine with it.
As long as brother Xiaobei agrees.
Of course I have no problem.
Lin Bei was instantly filled with black lines.
Is he the kind of womanizer who falls in love with one person after another? Lin Bei couldn't help but scrape Yi Xian fiercely.
And frightened Yi Xian spat out her tongue and hid behind Lin Jiangnan, not daring to meet Lin Bei's eyes.
This ninny, she's so spoiled, Lin Bei muttered, but his gaze fell on Lin Jiangnan. Uncle Lin, I still have some things to do tonight, so I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you another day. Having said that, Lin Bei turned around and left. Xiaobei, slow down, be safe on the road. Remember to rest early. You must be exhausted from all this time, Lin Jiangnan instructed. Brother Lin Bei, where are you going? In the car, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly asked. Send you back,
Lin Bei said indifferently. He didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards Yi Xian right now.
That, Brother Lin Bei, you still haven't told me how long you're going to stay back this time? Are you going away on a secret mission soon? Brother Lin Bei, these days, I've been very busy. There's no time to contact you yet. Yi Xian chattered on.
Lin Bei remained silent.
And at the moment,
Yi Xian seemed to have realized something as well and shut up. Vehicle stopped. Lin Bei brought Yi Xian out of the car and headed towards Yi Xian's home.
Brother Xiaobei, why don't you ask me what I've been doing these days?
Or why I haven't contacted you?
Yi Xian muttered. Like a little girl having a tantrum. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Not a word. Are you hiding something from me?
Lin Bei spoke again. Yi Xian bit her lip.
After a long time, she said, actually, I'm going to join the army. Join the army?
Lin Bei was surprised.
Yi Xian nodded. Well, I signed up for the army. Saying this,
she seemed to stare at Lin Bei with some reluctance and said,
Brother Lin Bei, I want to stay. Why? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. I like you. Yi Xian blurted out. Aren't you afraid your grandmother will scold you?
Lin Bei was surprised.
Humph. If she dares to scold me, I'll secretly run away from the wedding to find you. Yi Xian pouted. Put. Lin Bei was happy. Immediately, he touched Yi Xian's hair and softly said, Our Yi family is a top-class powerful family. Your grandmother would never allow you to be so reckless. Moreover, the Yi family won't give up on you either. I know.
Yi Xian skimmed her lips.
Lin Bei was stunned. That sounded so familiar to him. It seems like someone once said something similar inside some MMO. Did you play the game stupidly?
Lin Bei lost his smile.
Who's stupid? I'm not. Yi Xian snapped. Ha ha ha.
Lin Bei laughed freely, then reached out and scraped Yi Xian's upturned nose.
Alright. I'm just teasing you. My Lin Bei's sister. How could she be stupid? However, if you're going to join the army, will your grandfather agree? Lin Bei asked.
Although the Yi family was not considered a top-tier mansion,
it was not far off. The first daughter of the Yi family is going to join the army? If this gets out, how will the Yi family lose face? My grandfather didn't have to agree. My father did.
Yi Xian smiled cheekily.
Doesn't your father care about you?
Lin Bei was puzzled.
He cares. He beats my ass every time I make a mistake. But he doesn't bother to really beat me. He just whips me.
Yi Xian playfully said. Lin Bei smiled at his words.
By the way, Brother Lin Bei, I still don't know what your name is?
Yi Xian blinked. She always felt that Lin Bei was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere.
Lin Bei said. Yi Xian nodded. Then, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, Brother Lin Bei, let me tell you something. You mustn't be angry.
Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly.
Go ahead. Lin Bei said. Actually, the reason why I was sent to the border station this time is not because of my grandmother. Our Yi family belongs to the military lineage, and my grandfather's duty is to protect the borders of China against the invasion of these transcendental organizations from the east and the Mi. So my grandfather sending me to the border so that I can become a king of soldiers is also considered to be a training for me. But, speaking of this, Yi Xian was gloomy. But what?
Lin Bei was puzzled.
Could it be that Yi Xian was in the Yi family and had suffered some misfortune? Brother Lin Bei, I don't want to go to the border. You know, I don't want to be separated from you.
Yi Xian's tone was mournful.
Ahem. Let's think long and hard about this.
Lin Bei hurriedly said. He really couldn't talk about male and female feelings at all towards Yi Xian right now.
Not to mention,
Yi Xian was still a member of the Yi family. If the two of them were together, I'm afraid that the entire capital, including the 8 top magnates of Yanjing, would blow up. After all, the Yi family had an imperial lineage in place.
So Lin Bei might not necessarily lose to the Yi family. Not to mention,
Lin Bei had also mastered the immortal martial emperor technique and had also obtained the memories of the immortal martial emperor.
It could be said that Lin Bei was now equivalent to the immortal martial emperor reborn. He doesn't have to think about much at all, as long as you cultivate step by step and step into the peak realm. At that time, even if his mother Su Wan didn't die, he could still use his strong strength to take Su Wan far away and get away with it. Brother Lin Bei, is this true? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Yi Xian looked at Lin Bei with big, watery eyes, full of expectation. Of course not. Lin Bei shook his head. Then why don't you want to marry me? Michelle Yi pursued again. I can't hold you back for the rest of your life. You're too young to waste your youth on me now. Lin Bei explained. Who wants to be your daughter-in-law? Brother Lin Bei, you're thinking too much. Yi Xian blankly glanced at Lin Bei. Then why are you pestering me? Lin Bei wondered. Because you're handsome. I appreciate you. Yi Xian rationalized. I have a wife. Lin Bei corrected. It's not like I know who your wife is. Besides, who says that married people can't have suitors? Yi Xian hummed. Lin Bei. Lin Bei was completely defeated. He suddenly felt that if he continued to chat, he might be able to tell what oddball questions Yi Xian was going to ask again. Lin Bei digressed. When are you going to leave? Yi Xian thought for a moment. Let's do it tomorrow, when we go to the border in 2 days. Brother Lin Bei, can I invite you to our Yi family as a guest? Sure, I'll pick you up then. Wow, Brother Lin Bei, you're so nice. He. I've recently acquired quite a few industries. From now on, whatever you want to eat, just tell me. I'll buy it all for you. I want abalone lobster, Australian hairy crab. The two chatted as they walked. Fade away and fade away. Jiangzhou, Shushu Hospital. In the middle of the ward, Li Qiusheng was lying on the bed, looking out the window, her face pale to the core. In her mind, flashing through the events that had happened during this period of time, Li Qiusheng's face revealed a trace of bitterness and pain. Her husband, Qin Hao, is dead. Li Qiusheng didn't hate anyone. She only blamed herself. If it hadn't been for her insistence on divorce, her husband wouldn't have died, and she, perhaps, would have been able to marry Lin Bei. Thinking of this, Li Qiusheng's heart became more and more bitter. She had loved Qin Hao for more than 20 years, and even, for the sake of Qin Hao, had given everything. However, Qin Hao, had always been nonchalant towards her. It wasn't until a while ago that she finally mustered up the courage to ask Qin Hao for a divorce, and took out the money she had saved over the years and gave it to Qin Hao in the hope that he could arrange a job for her and Qin Zhe's parents to support their 2 children. However, Qin Hao refused. Frost, I can't fail you and fail Auntie. It's impossible for me and you. Auntie has been so good to you, so promise Auntie that you'll find another job soon. Qin Hao said indifferently. Li Qiusheng was disheartened and left Qin's group. Originally, Li Qiusheng intended to find an ordinary unit, casually mixing food, day to day, but unexpectedly, at this time, a group of strangers approached her. This is $2 million. Take the money and get out of Jiangnan province. Never let us see you again. The leader of the group threw down a check. With that, the group turned to leave. Autumn Lee picked up the check, blurred by tears. She couldn't stop her hand from shaking as she held the check for a long time. In the end, Li Qiusheng gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and left Jiangnan province. Thereafter, Li Qiusheng is stranded in a foreign land, relying on odd jobs to make a living, barely keeping food on the table, until 6 months later, Li Qiusheng's son, Qin Zhe, was examined for a congenital disease and his life hangs in the balance. Li Qiusheng had no choice but to take Qin Zhe and head to the southwestern border to seek a chance for treatment. Lin Bei and Yi Xian. The journey was quite pleasant. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry to find Lu Yun either. Anyway, in the past few days, Lin Bei had already poked around and found out that Lu Yun was currently in Magic City. When Lin Bei arrived in the Magic City, Lu Yun would definitely look for herself. Yi Xian, where do you want to go tonight? I'll take you there. Lin Bei looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes rolled. Otherwise, how about an amusement park? Yi Xian suggested. Okay, listen to you. Lin Bei laughed. Yay! Yi Xian instantly cheered. Immediately, the two left the hotel. Yi Xian took Lin Bei and went to a nearby amusement park. Into the middle of the playground, Yi Xian pulled Lin Bei along and played wildly in the amusement park. Lin Bei accompanied Yi Xian and played around. It wasn't until nightfall that the two left the amusement park and returned to downtown Jiangzhou. The next day, daybreak, as the sun shone at the entrance of Jiangzhou University, Lin Bei eyed Yi Xian's departing back, and a wisp of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he saw Yi Xian display a smile. This beautiful smile, as if it possessed magic power, was deeply imprinted in Lin Bei's heart, and could no longer be waved away. Who am I? What's my name? Who the hell am I? Whenever he dreamed at midnight, Lin Bei would always ask himself the same question. Pity.
he remained fruitless. It's just a matter of making the best of it. A few moments later, Lin Bei slowly closed his eyes, discarded distracting thoughts, and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei opened his eyes and his eyes exploded with essence. And by now, it was evening. It's time for us to move on to the capital, Lin Bei muttered. Master, you're leaving the gate? Just then, an excited voice rang out. Lin Bei twisted his head, only to see Xiao Xian from one side, bouncing and running over, and beside Xiao Xian, there were clearly Wang Mang, Zhao Lei, and the others standing. Xiao Xian, you guys are here. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Xiao Xian, Zhao Lei, and the others were relieved when they heard this. They were worried that Lin Bei would come out and realize that they were all absent. In that case, wouldn't they be guilty of a capital offense? Good on. During these 3 days, Lin Bei always stayed within his room and didn't come out. Master, you're traveling to the capital? I wonder if the master's maiden will go with her. Wang Meng tentatively inquired. Well, we'll go forward together this time. Lin Bei opened his mouth. He decided to travel to the capital. Naturally, Tang Yannan was brought along as well. And Lin Bei didn't mind letting Tang Yannan know about this matter of her being his wife. It's a way to make it up to her. Although, he didn't have that kind of affection between a man and a woman for Tang Yannan. Tang Yannan was indeed his wife. They share a common son, a common future. Lin Bei believed that as long as Tang Yannan knew about this, she would definitely accept him. Great, we'll be able to tag along and see the capital. Wang Mang was overjoyed. Lin Bei, are you going to take them? Tang Yannan walked out of the house and came in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei shook his head slightly. It's not appropriate for them to go. It's better for them to stay in Magic City. Oh, Tang Yannan nodded. Immediately, the two of them took a car and came to Flying Cloud Mountain. Lin Bei picked out a spiritual artifact longsword, as well as a set of spiritual grade battle armor, and several spiritual stones in the Kunlun Sex Treasure Pavilion and put them into the Qiankuan ring. Then, Lin Bei took another batch of elixirs and packed them in a Qiankuan bag, preparing to send them to the capital together. As for some of the remaining pills, Lin Bei didn't take more. After all, with his current peak foundation establishment cultivation, refining these pills was more than enough. What's more, Lin Bei had quite a few other pills stored in his storage space. For example, the condensation elixir, hardened body pills, Peiyuan Dan, solidifying and cultivating pills. These types of pills, Lin Bei also kept a lot of them for emergencies. Beyond that, Lin Bei picked another 10 Jindan level magic weapons, as well as 2 Gungfu martial arts secret codes. All of these things were handed over to Michelle Yi for safekeeping. As for the $10 million, Lin Bei didn't intend to use it for the time being. This was because, Lin Bei also planned to save it to purchase an 8th grade spirit herb, the ice lotus flower. Magic City International Airport. Lin Bei stepped into the airport, and at this point, at the exit of the airport, a silhouette suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's field of vision. It was none other than Tang Yannan. Yannan. Lin Bei quickly greeted him. North. Lin Bei. Tang Yannan looked agitated. After not seeing her for a month, Tang Yannan's entire body had become much plumper. Obviously, she hadn't been idle during this time. Go. Lin Bei took Tang Yannan's soft and delicate hand. Side by side, the two walked out of the airport and got into their cars. Tang Yannan clutched Lin Bei's arm. She was afraid that she would never see Lin Bei again. Yannan, I've been delayed by some personal matters over the past month, so I didn't contact you. Lin Bei apologized. North, I know that all these years, I am ashamed of you. You don't need to explain. I understand it all. We are husband and wife. I understand whatever you do. My only worry is that you're out in the field and in danger. Tang Yannan's pretty face was flushed, and her voice was low and weak, revealing a strong sense of affection. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Lin Bei caressed Tang Yannan's hair and softly said, well. Tang Yannan answered softly and leaned into Lin Bei's arms. A week later, Lin Bei and Tang Yannan took a special airplane and traveled to the capital. En route, Tang Yannan was nervous and apprehensive. This time, she was representing the Huading group to participate in an auction held in the capital. And, this time, she was representing the Huading group, not the Tang family. If she was in the capital, she would fail and lose face, and might even draw fire and cause Tang's group to go bankrupt. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Bei, what do you say? This time, our Huading group, can we really win? Tang Yannan was worried. Must win, Lin Bei said indifferently. At those words, Tang Yannan's heart calmed down a little. Lin Bei's words had an inexplicable magic power over her. It made her feel that this bidding session, Huading group, would definitely win. Capital. It is the capital of the empire, the hub of economy and culture. And this time,
The auction in the capital was held at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, which was located in the central location of the capital. When Lin Bei arrived at the Beijing International Airport, someone had already been waiting at the airport. Miss, after seeing Lin Bei, the man called out respectfully. Aha! Lin Bei nodded slightly. Afterward, the man led the two of them, Lin Bei and Tang Yannan, straight towards the parking area. Soon, by that Rolls-Royce Phantom, there are already two people waiting here. It was Zhao Haitao and Qin Zhong. Boss, after seeing Lin Bei, Qin Zhong and Zhao Haitao hurriedly bowed and saluted. Aha! Lin Bei nodded, pulled Tang Yannan, boarded the car, and instructed the driver to drive to the Capital Exhibition Center. You are? Only after getting on the car did Tang Yannan react to the fact that Qin Zhong and Zhao Haitao, who were beside Lin Bei, seemed to call Lin Bei boss. Lin Bei didn't reply. Instead, it was Qin Zhong who spoke up and explained. Miss, the boss is Mr. Lin, and we are all Mr. Lin's bodyguards. Tang Yannan looked at Lin Bei. Well, they'll both be following you from now on. Lin Bei laughed. Thank you. Tang Yannan was full of joy, with Qin Zhong and Zhao Haitao following the two of them. Tang Yannan naturally didn't have to worry about anything, and just then, Lin Bei was suddenly frowning slightly. He keenly sensed a hint of crisis descending. Bei, what's wrong? Tang Yannan noticed the sudden change in Lin Bei's expression and immediately asked. Some trouble. You stay in the car. I'm going down there. Lin Bei opened his mouth and pushed the door to get out of the car. Swish! Lin Bei had just left the carriage, and immediately, a cold aura suddenly attacked him. This cold aura, extremely stealthy, and strangely fast and incomparable, one could not defend against it. It was about to pierce Lin Bei's throat. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth curved up in a sneer. Seek death. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Raise your hand and throw a punch. Put. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh rang out, and blood splattered. Next moment, a mournful scream rang out. The chest of the man in black was directly torn apart. Lin Bei, on the other hand, stood still, not moving at all. The scene, it scared many passers-by around. There were screams of horror. For those who have the guts, rushed to the police, and Lin Bei didn't bother to count, turning around and returning to the car. Yannan, don't be afraid, it's okay, Lin Bei comforted. At that moment, the man in black, however, took advantage of the crowd's attention being attracted and quickly fled. After them, Qin Zhong shouted angrily. Shoo! In an instant, Qin Zhong rushed out of the car and chased after the man in black. Ah! And at the same time, Tang Yannan suddenly let out a terrified cry. Next moment, her face turned white. The black-clad assassin, she saw, actually held her in his arms, trying to hold Tang Yannan hostage. Let her go, Lin Bei rebuked in a deep voice. And although Tang Yannan was scared out of her wits, she still gritted her teeth and said, I forbid you to harm him. Bang! Just then, a muffled sound came. Tang Yannan's pupils widened. She saw that the black-clothed assassin was actually blown up alive by Qin Zhong, his brains spilling out, his body and bones were nowhere to be found. Qin Zhong, to have such a strong strength? Tang Yannan was surprised. She didn't expect that Qin Zhong, who looked ordinary, didn't realize that he possessed such strong combat power. Yannan, you're not hurt, are you? Lin Bei asked. No, Tang Yannan shook her head. I don't know if it was Lin Bei's illusion, but Tang Yannan seemed to be relieved. Immediately, Lin Bei picked up the phone again and dialed Tang Qingzhu's number, telling Tang Qingzhu that he had arrived at the Beijing International Airport, Capital, International Convention and Exhibition Center, in the middle of the auction arena, a mountain of people. The buzz is extraordinary. Lin Bei accompanied Tang Yannan into it. Lin Bei's appearance. Instantly it was attracting the attention of countless people, and when they saw Lin Bei's appearance clearly, there was a clamor, because Lin Bei was simply too famous. Lin Bei, the war god of China. Who doesn't know? I thought that the Lin war god had disappeared for 30 years, but I didn't expect that today. He is finally making a reappearance. It is said that Lin war god once created a special team of secret guards called Shadows. Over the years, the Shadows have been carrying out secret missions and have achieved brilliant results. I wonder if Shadow is still alive today. The crowd murmured. Lin Bei, on the other hand, put his arm around Tang Yannan's waist and stepped into the middle of the auction venue. Tang Yannan was a bit shy though. After all, her father was still alive, but she didn't break free. Boss, here. Qin Zhong greeted Lin Bei as he went over and occupied a seat for Lin Bei that had an excellent view and was able to view the entire auction venue. Aha! Lin Bei nodded his head and brought Tang Yannan, taking his seat. On the other hand, Qin Zhong and Zhao Haitao were guarding Lin Bei's left and right sides, as if they were guardians, full of vigilance. Boss, This item, are you sure you want to buy it? And at that moment, Qin Zhong lowered his voice and asked. He was a bit puzzled as to why the boss had chosen to purchase this precious elixir since he was not short of money. I need this elixir, Lin Bei calmly said. He needed to make an elixir to cure his grandfather's illness. Qin Zhong didn't dare to ask again. The next treasure to be auctioned is a 5th grade spirit medicine, soul condensing grass. A staff member came on stage with a tray and shouted, Shasta. The whole room was shocked. Everyone was shocked as they looked toward the stage. The tray covered by the red cloth. A 5th grade elixir? Wouldn't that mean that it was an elixir strong enough to be refined for a 5th-ranked cultivator to take? That's worth tens of billions, which is astronomical for some rich families. Soul condensing grass. Starting price, $60 million. Each time the price is raised, the minimum shall not be less than $1 million. As the host's voice dropped, $70 million, $80 million, $90 million, $200 million. In a short moment, the auction price of this soul condensation grass had soared to $200 million. Even, there is a tendency to continue to climb. There was a constant stream of rich people quoting higher prices. It made many people envious. If he was able to auction off the soul condensing grass, he might be able to cultivate a super expert at the martial grandmaster level with the help of this item. Once there was this kind of expert sitting in the town. For certain forces, it was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Mr. Lin, that elixir, do you really want to buy it? Tang Yannan pulled Lin Bei's sleeve and inquired in a low voice. Apparently, Lin Bei had promised her earlier to shoot the elixir to save her father, but she was still unwilling. Of course, I have to get my hands on this soul condensing grass, Lin Bei said indifferently. Tang Yannan sniffed. She was puzzled though, but Lin Bei always had his own reasons for doing things, so she didn't ask in detail. Soon, $500 million, $505 million. The bidding is still going strong, and Lin Bei's eyes flickered with refined light. $1 billion, Lin Bei spoke again. For a moment, the field was silent. Crap, another landlord has struck. The crowd was shocked. $1 billion. Even if many rich families were to dump all their money, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for them to come up with $1 billion to buy this soul condensing grass. 11 billion. An indifferent female voice rang out. It is from the Tang family. After hearing the voice of the Tang clan, many people revealed a hint of gloating. Although the Tang family also belonged to the top big families, but compared to the Lin family, the gap was like a chasm. There was no way the Tang family could be a match for the Lin family. And now that someone had dared to go against the Lin family, what awaited the Tang family was definitely extinction. 2 billion. And almost the next moment after the Tang clan's offer, a cold male voice came from the other side. It's Li Yuanhao of the Li family. He actually came to the auction as well. Someone recognized Li Yuanhao's identity and exclaimed in shock. Lin Bei looked up. When he saw Li Yuanhao, the corner of his mouth lifted up slightly. This future heir of the Li family had come to Jiangzhou to participate in the auction. Okay, Li Yuanhao bid $2 billion. Is there any higher price left? 2 billion once, 2 billion twice, 2 billion 3 times. The moderator hammered it down. This 5th grade elixir eventually belonged to the Li family and was taken away by the Li family. Brother Lin Bei, is that person Li Yuanhao from the Li family? Tang Yannan asked quietly. Lin Bei nodded. How do you know him? Did you know each other before? Tang Yannan wondered. As she remembered, between Lin Bei and the Tang family, the relationship was terrible. And this Li Yuanhao was the son of the Yin Jingli group. The two sides shouldn't know each other at all. Lin Bei smiled without saying anything. Tang Yannan didn't ask any more questions. Soon, auction item after auction item was put up for sale. However, they were invariably replaced by various heavenly materials or antique paintings and calligraphy, which made many people feel greatly bored. Alright, the next item to be auctioned is the 4th treasure in this auction, and also the most popular and expensive treasure in this auction, Spirit Gathering Pill. The Spirit Gathering Pill is an excellent elixir for elevating the realm and tempering the physical body. One pill can be worth half a month's hard work for an ordinary cultivator. Gentlemen, make your bids. Reserve price, $50 million. Each time the price is raised, it shall not be less than $5 million. After the auctioneer introduced himself, he began to announce the auction. At once, the auction venue, which had originally fallen silent, once again erupted into a huge sensation. $50 million? Just the starting bidding price alone. But it's $50 million? It should be known that this time, many people were just holding the attitude of a hilarious event, coming to participate in this auction. Spending hundreds of thousands, millions, would already be the limit. As a result, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of large-scale auction as soon as I came up. As for the Spirit Gathering Pill, for these ordinary tycoons, it was more like a dream bubble. However,
It was a great opportunity for many powerful people who were hidden in the shadows.
55 million. $60 million. $61 million. Soon the price climbed. $80 million. Eventually, a pale, but nonetheless strong-breathed old man called out the price of $80 million. This caused the entire auction house to, in an instant, fall silent. It seems that there are still those who know what they're doing. Lin Bei let out a light sigh and did not call for another price. The price at which the spirit-gathering pill was sold had been far beyond Lin Bei's expectations. But, Lin Bei wasn't too distressed. Anyway, the formula for the spirit-gathering pill was inside his mind, and he would be able to practice it sooner or later. Think of it this way. The beautiful auctioneer on the auction stage immediately struck the auction gavel and said aloud, "Congratulations to elderly Hongfu of the Li family for winning this Dan. Say it. The auction is over." Elderly Hongfu, also accompanied by an attendant, left the auction venue to deliver the pills to the Li family. The next thing we're auctioning off is a spirit weapon.
As the auctioneer's voice fell,
a ceremonial lady in a cheongsam,
holding a peculiarly shaped and incomparably sharp sword,
walked into the venue. This sword is from the ancient Chinese imperial sword of Shuqiushui. It is said that this sword cuts iron like mud, blowing hairs and breaking hairs. It is called the sword that cuts iron like mud. Moreover, the blade is so sharp and tough that even a piece of steel can be cut into pieces. Therefore, this sword is called sharpening gold and breaking jade, and its value, on the other hand, is up to 150 million Chinese dollars. Now, start the auction,
the auctioneer said with a smiling face,
and upon hearing this, everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air. Spiritual weapons with a value of 150 million Chinese dollars were extremely rare even in China. After all,
150 million Chinese dollars was enough to purchase several sets of real estate in any city and establish a large-scale luxury family.
Even if you put it in the southwestern land, it would be quite intimidating.
Other than a small number of martial arts families, it was not always possible for an unusual tycoon to come up with such a sum of money.
For this sword, I'll offer $120 million. Immediately,
a young man of about 27 or 18 years of age spoke up.
This person, the only son of a big tycoon in Jiangzhou province, Zhao Lei,
is worth more than $300 million.
$130 million. Immediately after, a man in white spoke up.
This white-clothed man was a powerful young man from Jiangzhou,
named Chen Tianpeng. 200 million.
And with that price comes,
at once,
many people around them were dumbstruck and filled with shock. This price was already far beyond the value of an average martial arts master.
Even some of the innate astral deities were out of reach. Whose family's son is this? So damn trenchant. $200 million just to take it out. Some people lamented. At that price, it's just trenchant. To know. This time, the rich and powerful people who came to participate in this auction were just a few innate masters. The rest, on the other hand, were basically ordinary martial artists. This group of martial practitioners, who earned their hard work on weekdays, fought to the death to earn resources. But this time, all at once, nearly half of it was consumed. And on top of that, they can't even come up with that kind of money. After all, their properties were in Lin Bei's hands. 201 million. And just as the crowd was staggered by the price, the black-clothed youth who was sitting in the corner and hadn't said much all this time, finally spoke up. This person was thin and frail, wearing a gray tunic and a black cloak that covered his entire face, but the eyes that were exposed were cold and merciless, like a viper spitting out a letter, revealing a hint of viciousness and bloodlust. His gaze swept towards Lin Bei. $140 million. $250 million. $260 million. The black-clothed youth's words had just fallen. The entire scene was completely abuzz. Each and every one of them, all of them were excited beyond measure, looking at the mysterious person on the auction stage, who was wearing a black robe and a bucket hat. $270 million. The black-clothed youth, once again, made a bid. A lot of people are numb. One person shouts the price one time. That's $1 million. The youth in front of him, however, was increasing the price over and over again, with an attitude of determination. $290 million. Lin Bei's indifferent voice rang out. The black-clothed youth's face, at once, changed. His gaze was dead set on Lin Bei. 300 million. What do you think? Lin Bei sneered. This time, the black-clothed youth did not bid immediately, but was silent for a long time before slowly saying, I admit that you are very powerful and a very bold person, but just because you have money, you don't get to spend it willy-nilly. 350 million for the first time. The auctioneer's voice came out, seemingly waiting for the black-clothed youth's response. 360 million for the second time. Sold. Congratulations to this guest for winning today's item. Next, let's welcome our Mr. Lin Bei to the stage. Next to the auction stage, several beautiful attendants, smiling, came over and invited Lin Bei to the stage. Lin Bei slowly stood up from his seat and glanced around, then slowly walked towards the auction platform. And finally, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, stood on the auction platform. Lin Bei, a man of unknown origin, mysterious to the extreme, yet powerful to the extreme. His appearance instantly triggered a fever in the room. So handsome. Lin Bei is so handsome. A real-life version of Lin Bei. And the moment Lin Bei stood on the auction platform, the clamor in the room instantly reached its peak. Everyone was shouting and screaming and hissing like crazy. $380 million for the second time. $390 million for the third time. The auctioneer's voice, before it completely fell, a voice filled with magnetic and magical power suddenly came over it this time. Slow down. As soon as this voice appeared, the entire room fell silent. Everyone has followed the sound, only to see that Chen Nan stood up, moved her slender thighs, and walked to the auction stage, locking eyes with Lin Bei. At this moment, although Lin Bei was wearing a hood, Chen Nan could still clearly see that Lin Bei's lips were slightly pursed, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if he was able to pierce through someone's heart. This look was too familiar to Chen Nan. That look, it was murderous. It was Lin Bei, who was telling him with practical actions. Today, it's not over. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, a bit unhappy in his heart, not just because he had been humiliated for no reason, but more so because Lin Bei's attitude made him feel a strong sense of threat. $390 million. For the second time, the auctioneer's voice came, seemingly reminding him that it was time to make a decision. $400 million. Chen Nan directly raised his head, rushed at Lin Bei, and shouted out a number that caused the entire room to clamor. And just as everyone, who had been stunned silly, even forgot to react, Lin Bei shook his head blandly. No, no way, we don't have the money. A voice sounded from behind Chen Nan. Yeah, we don't have any money. We don't have any money and you dare to compete. You just don't know what you're doing. $400 million. $500 million. $700 million. Behind Chen Nan, there was a group of people that began to follow the competition. Their target was clearly the auction item that had been bought by Lin Bei, but Lin Bei just smiled lightly. Then a voice, raising a card, rang out. $150 million. After hearing this, the crowd froze, and then, they all looked towards Lin Bei. Only Lin Bei slowly raised the auction hammer and then placed it on the auction table. $450 million. First time. $450 million for the second time. $450 million for the third time. When the auctioneer announced that the deal had been made, and that this item belonged to Chen Nan, the atmosphere at the scene, once again, fell into a silence. And right at this moment, beside Chen Nan, a conspiratorial voice suddenly came. Mr. Lin, we're really destined to meet. It's such an honor to meet you here. These words were addressed to Lin Bei. No need to think. It must be that mysterious guy. Chen Nan frowned. He did not recognize this person. Still, he politely replied. I'm sorry, I don't really know you. Ha ha, I know Mr. Lin must not remember me, but I am so impressed with Mr. Lin, because Mr. Lin's punch almost crippled me. That mysterious man looked at Chen Nan with a smile. On his face, he wore an evil and playful smile. Cripple you with one punch? Chen Nan was slightly stunned at his words. Mr. Lin wouldn't believe it, would he? The man continued. Don't underestimate me, Mr. Lin. I'm no ordinary person. After saying that, the mysterious man's gaze lingered on Chen Nan's face for a moment, then gently tapped his chest, making a thud sound. When Chen Nan heard this, his eyebrows raised and a few odd smiles appeared on his face. This smile caused the mysterious man's heart to tremble and he felt a few moments of bad luck. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? I'm not just anyone. I'm. When the mysterious man said this, a bit of arrogance appeared on his face. Then he lightly hummed and said, I am a deity of the god realm. Spirits? Chen Nan was slightly stunned. In his mind, the image that he had seen before, in that space, in that giant white egg, snapped to mind. There, it was the divine realm. A very large, magical world. And that deity is the god of that world. However, this deity, why would it appear in the country of China? What's going on here? What's going on? Chen Nan's gaze couldn't help but look at the mysterious man and asked in a deep voice. God realm? Your origin? I want to know. Mr. Lin, you're not qualified to know where I come from, but since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The reason why our god realm is called the god realm is because the power of the laws we control is much more advanced than your cultivators. Of course, you also possess your own deities, but your strength is too low to take on the responsibility of running the entire god realm. so we established the Heavenly Tao, and let the Heavenly Tao take charge of the order of this world. That mysterious person's tone carried a few hints of complacency, a few hints of pride, and a few hints of bragging. Chen Nan sniffed, but he couldn't help but snort. In that case, wouldn't you become a god of the divine realm? That mysterious man's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that his bottom line was actually guessed by Chen Nan in one bite. However, he was, after all, a deity of the divine realm, so he quickly calmed his mind. That's right, I'm the god of the divine realm. So, if you want to become a god, submit to me obediently. I'll let you enjoy all the glory and riches. Oh, so that's it. Chen Nan nodded indistinctly. An icy chill swept through his eyes. The corners of his mouth, however, were curved in a sneer. God, is it powerful? Chen Nan's voice, with a few hints of mockery. Mr. Lin, I'm a god. A flash of anger flashed across the mysterious man's face as he shouted angrily. You are indeed a god, but you are nothing more than a deity. You don't even know how to do the most basic cultivation, and you dare to brag about it here? Do you think that this is a true god? Your deity is just a wisp of your divine mind. Chen Nan's voice carried an ice-cold killing intent. My god, with a single thought, I can destroy this world. And you, who are just a wisp of divine thought, still presume to be in charge of the divine realm? Do you think that this is something that a lowly ant like you can handle? After saying that, Chen Nan directly turned around and left. Wait, Chen Nan had just turned around, when he suddenly heard behind him, the mysterious man's, somewhat angry voice. Chen Nan, wait for me. One day, I will break you into pieces. Chen Nan's footsteps paused for a moment. Then, without looking back, he walked straight towards the outside of the venue. The mystery man, on the other hand, was still standing there. Only his hands were clenched into fists, and at his knuckles, his veins rippled, showing the anger and suffocation within. Humph, how dare a griffin who isn't even a god threaten me? Today's insult will be returned 100-fold in the future. Mystic gritted his teeth. However, he was also clear that with his current strength, he could not yet help Chen Nan. After all, Chen Nan had already reached the peak of martial saint. Chen Nan, aren't you arrogant? I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. Chen Nan walked out of the auction site and returned to the car. He did not go back to the Lin group, but came into the middle of the hospital, because here, Chen Nan could observe Lin Bei's condition at any time. Although, Lin Bei's condition had stabilized, and for the time being, his life would no longer be in danger. But who can guarantee that he won't relapse? Therefore, Chen Nan would come inside the hospital every few days to accompany him. At this moment, the door to Lin Bei's room was tightly closed. Chen Nan knocked on the door of the room, but there was no response. He frowned slightly and re-tapped on the door of the room a few more times, but as it turned out, there was still no answer. Chen Nan sighed in his heart, then pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, he saw Lin Bei sitting on the sofa, his eyes lost in thought as he stared at the window, seemingly out of his mind. Lin Bei, Mr. Lin, I know it's hard for you to accept my presence, but I hope you'll listen to me explain. Chen Nan walked to the chair next to the sofa and sat down, speaking faintly. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Bei looked up at Chen Nan with slightly dull eyes, his voice, with a touch of weakness and helplessness. When Chen Nan saw this, his brows furrowed in some displeasure. He didn't like it when people's eyes looked like dead fish eyes, and he was even less used to being stared at with that expression. When Lin Bei saw that Chen Nan's expression was different, he shook his head slightly, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Actually, I'm not your father. I didn't know you existed. Chen Nan slowly spoke. My parents have died when I was very young, but I have a brother, Lin Bei. His name is Lin Tianqi, and he's also your sibling brother, and he should, right now, be suffering just like you. Mr. Lin, please, don't lie to me again. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Chen Nan frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, his brother, Lin Bei? How could it be Lin Tianqi? If so, then why is he hiding his identity and assuming his name? I'm not lying, he really is my brother. When Lin Bei saw that Chen Nan did not believe his words, his emotions, at once, flared up and his voice raised a few points. What did you say? Lin Tianqi is your brother? Chen Nan sniffed and frowned. Nice, he really is my brother. Lin Bei nodded heavily. But how come I've never heard of you having a brother? Chen Nan said doubtfully. Because both of our families are a hidden power. My brother, his name is Lin Tianqi. Hidden forces? Hearing this, Chen Nan became even more puzzled. He had never heard of any hidden forces. He'd seen even less of the hidden forces. However, Lin Bei's attitude made Chen Nan suspicious. Could this guy really be his own brother? But if that was true, then why was he disguised as himself? Also, why did he kill his own brother? This series of questions filled Chen Nan's mind with doubts. That's right. I am indeed from the hidden power. Lin Bei nodded heavily. So, what exactly is the relationship between our Lin clan group and the hidden forces? Chen Nan continued to pursue. He had a feeling it wasn't that simple. You're my boss. Lin Bei looked at Chen Nan and said seriously. Boss? I'm your boss? When Chen Nan heard this, his mouth opened wide and his eyes rounded. How could he not have thought that Lin Bei's identity was actually like this? Someone from the hidden powers? What the fuck is this? This is bullshit. Chen Nan felt that his head was a bit inadequate. How could he have never thought that the person from the hidden forces would be himself? I am the first son and grandson of the Lin family. Lin Bei spoke again. Hiss. Chen Nan took a deep breath of cool air. In that case, this Lin Bei was indeed his own brother, and was also the future heir of the Lin group. However, Chen Nan couldn't accept how he was actually a member of the hidden forces. Then our Lin clan group, is it related to the people of the hidden forces? Chen Nan continued to ask again. Nice. Lin Bei nodded. Chen Nan's face, instantly gloomy. Hidden forces? Of course he had heard of them. It's a behemoth in the eastern states. Moreover, the hidden forces is also the top gangster organization in China. But only now did Chen Nan realize that Lin Bei was actually a member of the hidden forces as well, which made him feel a bit incredulous. Mr. Lin, this time, my mission is to get you out. Lin Bei opened his mouth, his tone very resolute. Chen Nan sniffed and was silent for a moment. Are you really willing to give up this opportunity? I think this is an opportunity for the Lin family. Lin Bei looked at Chen Nan and said solemnly. I can't just stand by and watch the Lin family be destroyed, but if you can save me, then everything in the Lin family will be yours. Yes. Chen Nan nodded. Mr. Lin, then are we ready to go? Chen Nan looked at Lin Bei. Of course. Lin Bei nodded heavily. He couldn't wait to meet the girl and find out what kind of girl she really was. Go. Once we're out of this building, then, we'll head to the airport right away. Chen Nan looked at Lin Bei and spoke in a deep voice. Lin Bei didn't refuse. The two exited the office and made their way to the parking lot. Chen Nan opened the iron door of the garage, then led Lin Bei to his seat. Opening the car door, Lin Bei took the lead and got in. Mr. Lin, please fasten your seatbelt. We're departing now. Chen Nan smiled at Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't have any hesitation and immediately sat on the passenger seat. Chen Nan started the car and slowly left Lin's group. Lin Bei and Chen Nan arrived at the airport and met the teenager dressed in black in the airport lounge. Mr. Lin. When that teenager saw Lin Bei, he immediately greeted him. Eh? Chen Nan nodded gently, then turned her head to look at Lin Bei and opened her mouth to inquire. Mr. Lin, is he really your brother? Exactly. Lin Bei looked at the teenager and nodded. This is his own brother. Lin Tianji. He's my brother Lin Tianji, but he's not my brother. Lin Bei pointed at the black-clothed teenager and said to Chen Nan. What? Chen Nan's face flashed with horror. He had never imagined that his own brother was actually not Lin Bei's brother. What's going on here? He himself wasn't Lin Bei's brother. So this teenager, whose brother was he? Could it be? Is it his son? This thought rose in Chen Nan's mind, and he couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air as shock surfaced on his face. Lin Bei's brother. Actually his Chen Nan's brother? How is that possible? How could Lin Bei have a brother? Moreover, it looked like Lin Bei's younger brother was a full 5 years older than Lin Bei's age. The difference of 5 years of age caused Chen Nan's heart to set off waves of shock. Why would I send him back if he wasn't my brother? Lin Bei opened his mouth and asked. Hearing these words, Chen Nan finally realized that Lin Bei had been kidnapped. No wonder, his own son, Lin Tianji, had appeared here. Who on earth had the guts to arrest Lin Bei in a place like Eastern State? This matter made Chen Nan very puzzled. Mr. Lin, please come with me. I've arranged everything. That teenager, Lin Tianji, opened his mouth indifferently to Chen Nan, and then walked towards the VIP channel in front of him. Please. Chen Nan looked at his back and pondered for half a second before speaking. You're welcome. Lin Tianji stopped and looked back at Chen Nan. This guy, what an oddball. He actually didn't even know that he was Lin Bei's brother. However, this kind of talent is only suitable to be his right-hand man. When Lin Bei saw the teenager stop, he knew that Chen Nan must be thinking about something. He didn't explain anything either, just look at him quietly. He also wondered if Chen Nan would choose to stand on his side and do his part for the Lin family. Go! Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and took a step to follow Lin Tianji. Your orders have been communicated. Lin Tianji opened his mouth and said, Thank you. Lin Bei said gratefully. Never mind. Lin Tianji smiled faintly. He was an expert of the dark power realm, and he had trained him personally. That's why he was here. The fulfillment of this task is, well, strong. Go. The one you're looking for should be just up ahead. Lin Tianji looked ahead and opened his mouth. Aha!
Lin Bei nodded slightly,
then followed Lin Tianji's footsteps and walked forward. Is this the airfield? In the waiting hall,
Lin Bei sat side by side with Lin Tianji and asked,
what do we do now? According to the plan, we'll arrive at the airport directly before the plane lands, and when we've checked in, we'll be able to go straight back home, Lin Tianji said. So when do we move? Lin Bei asked.
The sooner the better, or the man may change his mind.
Lin Tianji opened his mouth to reply. He couldn't take the risk. After all,
Lin Bei's current strength was still far inferior to his own, and he simply couldn't grasp his own life and death.
Okay, let's do it then.
Lin Bei thought about it and agreed with Lin Tianji.
I'm not in a hurry myself anyway, so I'll just wait until the plane lands. As for what he should do after going to China,
Lin Bei already had an idea in his heart.
That's all for now. Then, Lin Tianji opened his mouth,
then picked up a magazine on the side and began to read it.
Lin Bei, on the other hand,
sat there with his eyes closed, ready to wait for the airplane to land.
Jingle bells. Suddenly,
a pleasant ringtone sounded from Lin Bei's pants pocket. Lin Bei pulled out his cell phone and took a look at the caller ID.
It's Yi Qingli. Hello, Lin Bei, are you coming to the party tonight?
Yi Qingli opened her mouth and asked.
Play with yourself, Lin Bei said.
He had been missing for 3 days, so he didn't need to think about it to know that guy,
for sure, couldn't find himself. He's searching all over the world for himself right now. Where would he have the heart to go to some party?
He himself only wished to end things here quickly and return to the capital as soon as possible.
Aya, you don't have to come is fine. We are here, but there are a few beauties waiting for you. Oh,
Yi Qingli said with a feigned sadness.
How many of you? Yes, it's not good to have too many men. They attract a bunch of flies. Is that a sign of dislike for your sisters? That's not true. Let's say I'm afraid of you. Then it's a deal. You must come tonight. Okay, I'll be there then. And don't you forget, all of you, you'll have to call me your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Humph. My sister doesn't want to call you that. Well then, you can call me brother-in-law. Yeah, it's decided then.
Yi Qingli hung up the phone happily. She was in a very pleasant mood, although Lin Bei was not by his side. With him there, Yi Qingli's heart, too, was much more solid.
Your friend is here.
Suddenly, Lin Tianji's voice came from above Lin Bei's head. Lin Bei looked up and froze. On the open ground in front of him, there was already a man standing at this time. The man was wearing a white shirt, blue suit pants, dark skin, thin cheeks, big eyes, the corner of his mouth with a touch of evil arc. At a glance, it is known that it is not a good bird. The man stood there with his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold and condescending. Is he?
Lin Bei frowned. I didn't realize that I was quite lucky. Just came to China and met such a guy.
By the look of him, he seemed to be coming for himself.
You know him? Lin Tianji asked curiously. This man, with his ordinary looks and slim figure, didn't have the slightest fluctuation of internal power on his body. If he hadn't seen just now an aura radiating from his body, he definitely wouldn't have noticed this guy. After all,
a martial artist of this level was simply not worth mentioning in his eyes.
He's a peak dark power being. I don't recognize him, but I think he should be rushing at me, because, on me, I feel his killing aura, Lin Bei said.
In his eyes, a flash of coldness flashed. Since the other party had found their way here, it was obvious that they wouldn't let him go easily.
Either way, we can't let this guy leave alive. Otherwise, when he returned to the capital, he would definitely have a way to deal with himself.
Lin Bei had decided that he had to finish this guy off.
Brother-in-law, do you have many enemies? Lin Tianji asked curiously.
It's okay, Lin Bei said indifferently.
In fact,
Lin Bei's enemies in China were not only Chen Nan and the Han family, but also several other major hidden sects. It was just that Lin Bei hadn't seen any of these people.
He didn't bother. After all, in his opinion, he only needed to get himself safely to the capital, and leave the rest to them. Well, I won't pry so much. I'm going to go now, and remember, do come to the party tonight. I know. Lin Bei waved his hand. By the way, brother-in-law, what's your cell phone number?
Lin Tianchi looked at Lin Bei and asked with a smile.
Not telling you. Lin Bei waved his hand and refused, saying, cheap ass. I'm your brother-in-law and you won't even tell me my number? Lin Tianji bristled. That's because you don't have any qualifications that would make me give you my phone number.
You. Lin Tianji's eyes widened as he stared angrily at Lin Bei.
Okay, I'll remember that. When you come back, Little Master will definitely find you to settle the score. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. He wouldn't dare stay here any longer and you might get abused by this asshole.
Lin Bei shrugged his shoulders.
He wasn't worried that Lin Tianji would really come to take revenge on him.
He was confident that with his own skills, he was enough to knock Lin Tianji down.
On the airplane, Lin Bei's gaze slowly drifted out of the window. Junior brother, we're going to be separated again.
Yi Qingxue sighed in a low voice. Although in Huaxia, Lin Bei had met with her already more than a few times, but every time they parted, the mood always couldn't help but be a little sad.
Aha!
Lin Bei nodded indifferently. The plane soon landed at the airport in the capital.
They walked out of the cabin,
then called a car and went straight to Ye's house. Soon, the two of them returned to the Yi family. Yi Qingfang had received the news long ago and was waiting at home for them to return.
Brother Lin Bei, you're finally back.
Yi Qingfang excitedly ran up and hugged Lin Bei. She was simply overwhelmed with thoughts these days. Luckily, Lin Bei returned to her safe and sound.
I'm fine. Just took a business trip.
That's good. That's good. Yi Qingfang sighed in relief. Then said, why don't you hurry up and go take a shower and change into a set of clothes?
And I'll make dinner.
Good. Lin Bei nodded and turned to walk into the room.
Qingfeng, who is this?
When old lady Yi saw Yi Qingfang treating Lin Bei so intimately, she couldn't help but be a bit puzzled.
Grandma, his name is Lin Bei. He's a friend of mine.
Yi Qingfang briefly introduced Lin Bei and went to help Yi Qingfang in the kitchen.
I see. So what's his relationship to you?
Old lady Yi asked. She looked at Yi Qingfang curiously.
That I can't say yet.
Yi Qingfang shook her head slightly.
Then I won't force you.
Old lady Yi nodded slightly. She knew her granddaughter's character.
Since Yi Qingfang was unwilling to say, she couldn't be bothered to ask more. Grandma, what are you doing here? Suddenly,
a familiar voice rang out from the door, only to see a young man of about 25 or 26 years old, with handsome looks and a slender figure walk in. There was nothing special about what he wore that marked him, but there was a dignified air about him that was hard to ignore, as if he was born to stand within the line of sight.
It's you, old Mrs.
Lin frowned when she saw the visitor.
Grandma, long time no see. How have you been?
Lin Bei smiled slightly and looked at old Mrs.
Lin, not bad. Thanks for hanging in there. Old Mrs.
Lin said coldly.
So you're still mad at me?
Lin Bei was somewhat speechless.
What do you say? Grandma, didn't you say that you would forgive me for my transgressions as long as I was able to successfully save you from your illness? Then why are you so cold to me now? Because I hate you. I don't want to see you. Old Mrs.
Lin grunted.
I don't understand.
Lin Bei had a helpless look on his face. What the hell did he do to piss off this ancestor?
It's not like he did it on purpose. Humph. If you don't want to see me, leave now. Old Mrs.
Lin pointed at the door and said coldly.
Grandma, are you kicking people out?
Lin Bei was a bit incredulous.
That's right. I'm asking you to leave right now. Right now. I don't want to see you right now. But I don't want to leave. If you don't leave, I'll call the bouncer to invite you. Old Mrs. Lin's expression became colder. Grandma, you're not so bad, are you? I just want to talk to you more. I just got back and haven't even had a chance to talk to you yet. So how did this turn into a shoo-in?
Lin Bei smiled bitterly.
I'm doing this for your own good. You get the hell out of here. Otherwise, do you believe I'll have the bouncer ask you out? Old Mrs. Lin drank coldly. Alright, I'm going out. I'll leave right away. Grandma, you mustn't call the bodyguard to come over and ask me to leave.
Lin Bei shook his head helplessly.
He knew that old Mrs.
Lin was angry with him.
But can you blame him? It's not like he meant to leave. Besides, he didn't plan to never see Yi Qingfeng. After he settled the matter of the dragon group, he definitely still had to come back. So, he's going to remain here. Count your blessings, old Mrs.
Lin snorted coldly,
but she didn't say anything else to kick people out. With that,
Lin Bei walked out.
After Lin Bei left, old Mrs. Yi sighed and said, AI, what an injustice. This granddaughter of ours. How did she fall in love with such a boy? What exactly are his advantages that make our Clear Frost so dead set against him? After Lin Bei left his home, he went straight to the Tianyu group. He arrived at the company and found that it had already been cleaned by Yi Qingfeng. However, he looked at his desk, which was still full of papers, showing that he had to work late. Ugh! Lin Bei sighed heavily. He was now somewhat missing Yi Qingfeng's workaholic personality, because then, it wouldn't have to be so hard. However, he also knew that there was no way Yi Qingfeng would stop working because of him. After all, she was now the executive CEO of Tianyu Group, and she had to be centered on Tianyu Group. Looks like I'll be working all night tonight. Lin Bei shook his head. However, in his eyes, there wasn't any look of fatigue. Instead, there was still excitement and thrill. It all started with that mysterious drawing. This drawing must be researched as soon as possible. Otherwise, the crisis of the Tianyu Group will most likely grow bigger and bigger. Lin Bei secretly made up his mind. The next morning,
Yi Qingfang woke up and realized that her side was already empty. Lin Bei had already left. Yi Qingfang was a bit frustrated. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for it last night, it still made her a little uncomfortable when she was actually confronted with it. Whatever, let's finish the job at hand first. Yi Qingfang took a deep breath, picked herself up, and continued to devote herself to her work. And at this moment, Lin Bei arrived at the Yi group. "Miss, here's your package. There's a delivery for you." When the receptionist saw Yi Qingfang, she immediately shouted, "Express?" Yi Qingfang froze. Her name was not known to anyone else in China, other than a few relatives. So, she didn't think it was much of an express. However, she didn't unwrap it. She couldn't believe that someone would send her something. After all, who would be so coincidental as to give her a gift? Just as she was about to leave the delivery on the counter and not bother with it, a pleasant ringing tone reached her ears. "Gee, who would send me something? I don't have any friends?" Yi Qingfang took out the courier and then opened it. There are 3 photos inside. The man on top of the photo is handsome, graceful and looks very handsome and charming. Moreover, his eyes were so divine that one couldn't help but sink into them. This is definitely a handsome guy and very good looking. Who is this? Do I know him? Yi Qingfang stared carefully at the person in the photo. Ding dong! The elevator doors suddenly opened and 2 gorgeous young women stepped out from inside. The young woman's bust is very impressive and superb. Their looks are even more unparalleled, especially the dark hair, which shimmered eye-catchingly under the sunlight. They were very tall and looked like workplace beauties when they wore professional clothes, but when they changed into their home clothes, they had a lazy flavor. These 2 were none other than Lin Yuejia and Lin Yuelan. Lin Yuejia was wearing home clothes for the first time today, but there was a kind of flirtatious seductiveness that one couldn't help but thump at the sight of it. Lin Yuelan, on the other hand, was wearing a black dress that showed off her fiery figure. If Yi Qingfang knew who they were, she would have screamed in terror, because these 2, who were no one else, were none other than the 2 sisters of the Yi family. Lin Bei hurriedly walked in after seeing the Lin sisters. "Auntie, great uncle, Lin Bei, what brings you here? Does that mean you figured it out today and decided you want to come back?" Lin Yuro was the first to stand out, her face filled with surprise. During this period of time, the Lin family had suffered such a big incident, and she was already in a bad mood. While Lin Bei was absent, she was in an even worse mood. "I didn't expect to actually see Lin Bei appear today. How could she not be happy?" "Auntie, this is my courier with something I want. I'm going back, so I made a special trip back to pick it up. Here's my card." Lin Bei smiled and handed the express box in his hand to Lin Yuro. "Oh, so it is. Thank you." Lin Yuro took the express box and said gratefully, "Auntie is welcome." Lin Bei waved his hand. "Alright, let's not talk about it. You get your ass back to work. Yuejia and I are going to the office as well, so take care of yourself on the way." Lin's mother opened her mouth and urged, "Well then, I'll take my leave." Lin Bei nodded at the 2 men and left. Lin Bei drove back home. The house was already empty. Only Master Lin and Mother Lin were left sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Lin Qingxue, who was no longer in the house. "Looks like it's off to school." Lin Bei didn't say anything more and went directly to the study. Elder Lin asked when he saw Lin Bei leaving, "Old partner, what's wrong with Lin Bei today? It looks as if he's not happy. And no greeting when you see the 2 of us. Hey, this brat, he must have gone to look for that actress again." Lin Laonyang said without a trace of anger. She had long ago gotten used to this kind of behavior from her son. In China, there are countless such philanderers who go around picking up girls. "What actress? I think that kid is an asshole. Not a good thing at all." Elder Lin didn't have the good sense to curse as well, and at the same time, he was also a bit upset. He knew Lin Bei's character best. Usually it does listen, but actually a dude. Also, likes to pick up girls. "Dad, what you're saying isn't right, yo. You have to know that Lin Bei is so good that picking up girls is considered a charm. Think about it. It's sad that a man, who has such a great talent, has no love for his body and knows how to play with girls every day. So, I think you should go and teach him a good lesson." Lin Yuejia persuaded. "What do you know? This brat, hanging out with those vixens all day long. Where is he picking up girls? He is clearly seducing other girls. This guy, he's a total loser." Elder Lin hated his son when he thought of him. "Dad, those vixens, they're all those rich women. How can they compare to Lin Bei? They don't deserve Lin Bei at all. Lin Bei's status was honorable and he was so young. I'm afraid that the girls who wanted to marry him could all be lined up 3 blocks away, right? If you don't give him a good education, he might cause some trouble in the future." Lin Yuejio advised. She felt that what her father said was too serious. Lin Bei was just an ordinary college student. How could she compare herself to those rich and powerful girls? It's a world of difference. Humph. This kid just likes to eat,
drink, whore, and gamble. Not like my Lin family's seat at all.
Elder Lin snorted coldly. His impression of Lin Bei was poor.
Egu, you old man, are you jealous that our son is smarter than you, more capable than you, and more handsome than you?
When Lin Laonyang heard this, she immediately began to snicker.
You dead old woman. What nonsense. Would I be jealous of such trash?
I just feel sorry for Lin Bei.
Such a good seedling, but he's just not good enough. Elder Lin glared angrily at Elder Lin.
When Lin Yuro saw her parents arguing, she hurriedly persuaded them.
Okay, Mom and Dad.
You guys need to stop arguing.
You're both my mom and dad, and of course I want them to be happy. Alas, Yuro, your father and I are your only family.
But your brother,
you know, he's no good.
He just knows how to fool around with those women every day. We're really worried that when the day comes, he'll bring your brother down too.
Lin Laonyang sighed and spoke.
She had heard about Lin Bei a long time ago, so, she was really worried about her son becoming like that.
Mom, don't worry, my brother won't do what you say.
I trust Brother Lin Bei.
Brother Lin Bei is not that kind of person.
Lin Yuro patted her chest and assured her.
Lin Laonyang shook her head. Don't you know your brother yet? That mouth of his,
he has no good words all day long.
I'm worried he'll turn out like that later. Everything in this house is his, but I don't want him to be ruined in this place.
What do you think I'll do if your brother gets bad too?
And you, Sukiakari, I can warn you, don't be fooled by that little vixen,
Lin Laonyang said while glancing at Lin Qing Shui out of the corner of her eye.
Mom, don't talk about Lin Bei brother like that. Lin Yaya frowned, holding out for Lin Bei. At this moment,
Old Mother Lin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly changed the topic.
Yuro,
just now you told me that you're moving next door to Lin Bei.
What's that about?
Lin Yuro sniffed.
Her pretty face reddened, then said, It's like this, Mom. I've broken up with Lin Bei's brother, so I'll leave him alone.
When Lin Laonyang heard this, her face immediately became incomparably ugly.
What? How dare the brat abandon you?
She was trembling with anger, pointing at Lin Yuro's nose and cursing. You bitchy girl.
I'm telling you, even if you guys break up,
you're not allowed to move in next door to Lin Bei.
Mom, what are you doing?
You've only broken up for a few days, and Lin Bei is hanging out with those women.
So how am I going to see Lin Bei in the future?
Lin Yuro cried out in aggravation. She felt that her mother was overbearing and had no regard for her feelings at all.
Seeing this, Lin Yuejia immediately persuaded. Mom, please don't be like this. You also know that Yuro is stubborn. If she really decides to go and live next door to Lin Bei, no one can stop her. You guys, what a bunch of idiots. Nowadays, in our society, women make money by selling meat. With a man, they can support themselves. A girl as pretty, rich, and capable as her would have been snapped up if she'd been with another man. Those women aren't fools. When the time comes, I'll have nothing to do but cry. I don't want you guys to turn out like that.
Lin Laonyang let out a bitter smile and said in a serious tone,
You guys, you're a real pain in my ass. I'm telling you, if you continue to date Lin Bei, don't blame me, as a mom, for ruthlessly kicking you out. After saying that,
Lin Laonyang directly walked inside the bedroom,
leaving the two mothers and daughters in the living room, staring at each other. Brother Lin Bei, I've already made the arrangements. You can come to work anytime. Oh. Hanging up the phone,
Su Qing smiled and said to Lin Bei.
Lin Bei nodded and said, Thank you, Sister Chang. Brother Lin Bei, between us, is there any need to say thank you? Besides, this is something I promised you, so of course I'm going to try to do it right.
Su Qing smiled sweetly. She felt that she was really quite happy with Lin Bei.
However,
the thought that she was about to leave his side made her heart sink a little. She knew that it was a short-lived relationship,
because it only lasts for a while. However, she was still looking forward to the future with Lin Bei. After all, this teenager was too special for her to forget. At lunchtime, Lin Bei didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead,
they went straight to the school cafeteria.
Because he had class today and, besides, he had a dinner date with someone he couldn't afford to be late for. When they reached the entrance to the cafeteria, a black Audi sedan was parked there. He recognized the license plate number, and with joy in his heart, he hurried towards the car. Mr. Lin, you're finally here. Above the car, came the young woman's voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Bei froze. This voice, wasn't it that young woman's last night? Could it be that the owner of this Audi sedan was none other than the young woman he met last night? Thinking about this guess,
Lin Bei secretly rejoiced in his heart.
It seemed that fate was really something marvelous. Not only did he let himself get skin to skin with this young woman, but he also made her his teacher. Mr. Lin, please sit down. The young woman opened the backseat door and pointed to the passenger seat.
Lin Bei nodded his head in greeting, then got into the car and sat down. The young woman closed the car door and sat in as well. Lin Bei sized up the young woman. She wore a white professional suit with her hair coiled up, looking valiant, and a pair of beautiful eyes that revealed the flirtatiousness of a mature woman, as well as a noble temperament. Such a young woman is simply a goddess. Not only that, her skin was extremely well maintained, fair and delicate, just like milk, so people couldn't help but squeeze it. Mr. Lin, my name is Zhou Yutong. Nice to meet you. We'll be colleagues from now on. I hope you don't mind if I work too hard for you. The young woman spoke. Where's the word? You're the best at your job. In the whole company. Lin Bei said with a smile. Oh, that's good. The young woman laughed softly. So where are you going? Lin Bei replied. Go downtown. Because some friends are getting together. I see. I'll drop you off then. I'm not doing anything anyway. It's just on the way. Zhou Yutong said, starting the engine and traveling forward. Okay. Lin Bei didn't refuse. And he didn't know where to go, where to find the man. He would like to see if the man would give him an answer. More than half an hour later, the car slowed to a stop outside a hotel building. As soon as the car stopped, an attendant came over to open the door for Lin Bei. After Lin Bei got off the bus, he greeted Zhou Yutong and then walked into the hotel. Mr. Lin, welcome. As soon as he entered the hotel, the female attendant at the front desk shouted enthusiastically. Lin Bei smiled and nodded, then asked, Excuse me, where is this presidential suite? The receptionist said, The presidential suite is on the 6th floor. Mr. Lin, this way please. Thanks. Lin Bei thanked him, then lifted his leg towards the elevator entrance. Ding dong, ding dong. The elevator reached the 6th floor. Lin Bei followed behind the woman at the front desk and walked out of the elevator. He saw at once that the name of the hotel was very imposing. It's called the Dragon Group. The corner of his mouth curved up into an arc as he said in his heart, The name of this company is quite to my taste. Ding dong. Mr. Lin, please come in. The receptionist woman led Lin Bei towards the suite. This is a European-style guest room. It has a couch, coffee table, bed and other items. Inside the room, there was still a faint scent. Lin Bei was a little surprised in his heart when he saw the layout of the room. Although this room was relatively simple, it gave people a cozy feeling. This is a nice room. He nodded in dark approval. He then walked towards the living room, picked up the computer on the table, and opened the web page to browse the news. Suddenly, he realized that a website named Lin's Enterprise appeared on the news section, and the headline, more than anything else, surprised him a bit. Lin's company has suffered a major crisis, and Lin's chairman will announce his retirement. When Lin Bei saw this message, his hand shook and he almost threw the mouse out. How is that possible? Isn't everything okay at my dad's company? What's with the sudden crisis? Did someone deliberately set my dad up? Lin Bei frowned and thought, but for a moment, he couldn't figure out the reason. He thought for a moment and simply put the mouse down, deciding to leave the matter alone for now. He was sure that if he went back, all his problems would be solved. At that moment, Lin Bei remembered the note he had earlier, and he picked it up to take a look. The note reads, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for your trouble this time. The note was signed by Zhou Yutong. Sister Yutong, are you worried that I'll be cheated by Lin Bei? Lin Bei sighed in his heart. He hadn't guessed wrong. This young woman was related to the Lin clan. On his face, a coldness emerged. However, it was then replaced by a smile. In that case, let's help you out this time. He thought darkly. No longer thinking about anything else, Lin Bei put the note away and then walked towards the bedroom. Coming to the bedroom, he glanced at the nightgown on the bed and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed because, on top of it, there was a red lipstick that looked a little harsh. Lin Bei walked up and took off this nightgown and changed into clean clothes. After taking a bath, he laid down on the bed, intending to have a good sleep to replenish his strength, and then rushed to the capital when he woke up in the morning. As for Zhou Yutong's matter, let's wait until tomorrow. At that moment, Lin Bei heard a footstep ringing at the door of the room. Who? He opened his mouth to ask. A dainty woman's voice answered from the doorway. Mr. Lin, it's me. The one who spoke was none other than Zhou Yutong. Oh, it's Sister Yutong. Lin Bei got up and opened the door, looked at the girl in front of him and opened his mouth. Come in and talk. Good, Zhou Yutong answered, then pushed the door open. Lin Bei closed the door of the room and asked towards Zhou Yutong. Sister Yutong, what's the matter with you? Mr. Lin, I'm sorry about last night. I was drunk and mistakenly entered your room. I apologize. When Zhou Yutong saw Lin Bei, a hint of apology appeared on her face as she said, You were drunk last night. I didn't know and that's why I offended you. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? That incident, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Bei shook his head and said, "Besides, you don't have anything to lose, so why say sorry? Besides, last night was an oversight on my part, and you're not to blame." Lin Bei's own character was relatively kind, and he wasn't willing to get into trouble with strangers. But, Lin Bei, this question is really sharp enough, worthy of having been a soldier, even considered this. It seems he cannot underestimate this girl in the future. Ahem, are you concerned about me? Lin Bei coughed twice and asked. No, I just feel bad. Zhou Yutong shook her head. Lin Bei laughed. In that case, let's pretend it never happened. Speaking of which, something suddenly occurred to him. He remembered that the mysterious woman had reminded him of that earlier. That, Sister Yutong, you said last night that you had a way to help me get rid of that mysterious woman. Who is she? He looked at Zhou Yutong and inquired. Her name is Violet Spirit. Zhou Yutong replied. Her name is Violet Spirit? Lin Bei froze. The great name of the Violet Spirit was one that he had heard like thunder. Not just because that woman was too strong, but because that woman was the #1 beautiful assassin in the country of China. The history of her battle for fame is said to have lasted 3 years. During these 3 years, she used her blood and killings to prove herself, and eventually, managed to top the world's wealth list. It can be a stormy one. However, what made Lin Bei feel strange was that this woman's name. Why did it sound so familiar? Seem to have heard it somewhere? Mr. Lin, you know her? Seeing Lin Bei's odd expression, Zhou Yutong couldn't help but ask. Well, recognizing, Lin Bei nodded his head, then said, however, I don't know her and I don't have any socialization with her. I'd like to know what it is that she's looking for me about. She asked for you. I don't know. Zhou Yutong shrugged her shoulders and said, I'm just her personal bodyguard. I'm only responsible for taking care of various matters for her. The rest of it, I don't care. Lin Bei nodded. Well, you go about your business then. I should get home too. Lin Bei turned around and prepared to leave the villa, but just 2 steps in, he stopped dead in his tracks. Turning around, he looked at Zhou Yutong and said, Sister Yutong, since you are her personal bodyguard, why don't I know which number she is? What the hell is she from? Also, did you have anything to do with who she was? Zhou Yutong sniffed. Her pretty face sunk slightly and said, Mr. Lin, aren't you meddling too much? When Lin Bei saw this, he was a bit speechless. He had only asked a question. However, he felt vaguely in his heart that there must be some secret hidden in there that he didn't know. Oh, Sister Yutong, don't be nervous, I'm just casually asking. Lin Bei smiled twice and asked no more questions. He turned, ready to leave the villa. Unexpectedly, he was stopped in his tracks by Zhou Yutong. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to stay for dinner? Zhou Yutong's gaze landed on Lin Bei, and the corner of her mouth curved up into a charming arc. Lin Bei scratched his head a little awkwardly. No, I've already eaten. Lin Bei refused. Well then, no more deliveries. Zhou Yutong smiled and said. Then, Sister Yutong, goodbye. Lin Bei waved his hand towards Zhou Yutong before walking towards the outside of the villa. Bye. Zhou Yutong smiled and said. After Lin Bei came out of the villa, his heart kept thinking about the mysterious woman that Zhou Yutong was talking about. Who the hell is she? Why did she give herself a pill? The more Lin Bei thought about it, the more puzzled he became, and he couldn't help but speed up his steps to leave. Shortly afterward, Lin Bei returned home. Honey, why are you home so early today? Wang Yuanmei was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw Lin Bei come back, she immediately put down the remote control and got up to welcome him. Honey, I have a question for you, Lin Bei said as he took a seat on the sofa. What's the problem? Wang Yuanmei asked with a smile. Wife, last night, I met a mysterious woman. She gave me a pill, saying that there was something going on, or someone threatened me, and told me to eat it, or else I'd be in danger. Do you know what that pill is? Lin Bei told him what happened to him last night. You met the mystery woman last night? Wang Yuanmei said in surprise. Why don't you call the police? What if some thugs misbehave with you? Lin Bei shook his head and said. I also suspect that the mysterious woman is a bad person. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? However, I did not call the police or have the warrants intervene to investigate the matter. He felt he was doing the right thing. In case you call the police, won't it be more troublesome if the other party wants to kill you to silence you? So, he chose not to call the police, and he saw the other guy's true colors with his own eyes. Was the woman pretty? Wang Yuanmei asked. Beautiful. Lin Bei didn't hesitate. Moreover, she's very powerful. I didn't even see clearly when the other party appeared in the living room. She appeared out of nowhere like a ghost and startled me. But instead of hurting me, she took out a pill and told me that by taking it, she could protect me, even kill the kidnappers, and rescue you all. Lin Bei said.
There's actually a real ghost in this world? Or a ghost this powerful? Wang Yuanmei stared in disbelief.
Yeah, that's why I find it strange that I don't even know that mysterious woman. So why would the other party risk her life to save me? Lin Bei asked with a frown.
Wang Yuanmei shook her head and said, I don't know, but you must not eat that pill. It's a purple mandrake, a very horrible poison. After eating it, your body will slowly wither and then turn into a pile of white bones. This poison is the most vicious and violent poison in the world. After hearing Wang Yuanmei's explanation,
Lin Bei immediately sucked in a breath of cool air.
A purple mandala? Lin Bei repeated. Yes, it's the purple mandala. However, as terrible as this poison was, no one knew the antidote. It's because the method of preparing this poison is only known to the purple clothes sect master. And furthermore, the purple clothes sect master has disappeared for a long time. Wang Yuanmei said. Disappear? Lin Bei frowned. Could it be that the purple clothes sect master is dead? Otherwise, he couldn't have disappeared for so long. Thinking about this,
Lin Bei was a little disappointed in his heart.
After all, he had always been filled with admiration and respect for this legend of the Purple Cloth Sect. Moreover, both of Lin Bei's parents had studied martial arts in the Purple Cloth Sect. 2. The disciples of the Purple Clothes Sect are all experts. He hoped that he could learn more skills from the Purple Sect. All of this, unfortunately, fizzled out. Lin Bei's heart was sorry. By the way, honey, did you mention anything to anyone about that mystery woman you went to last night? Suddenly, Wang Yuanmei thought of something and hurriedly asked. Lin Bei nodded and said, yes, after I came back yesterday, my sister-in-law also saw it. She also called me specifically to tell me that she said she saw you in the upstairs bedroom and asked me to tell you that her name is Lin Ruoxue and that she will protect you. After hearing this, Wang Yuanmei was shocked and thought, who is this sister-in-law? Why is she helping our family? Lin Bei? However, she didn't ask. She just smiled. That'll do. However, I'm quite looking forward to your meeting with that Lin Ruoxue. After saying that, she stood up, stretched and laughed. Hubby, I'm going to take a shower, so you should wash up soon too. After saying that, he turned around and went into the middle of the bathroom. After the door to Wang Yuanmei's room was closed, Lin Bei's mind resounded with that strange woman's voice again. Lin Bei, my name is Lin Ruoxue. If you encounter anything in the future, you can look for me. I'll do my best to keep you safe. After that, the voice disappeared. Lin Bei rubbed his eyebrows, not understanding what this Lin Ruoxue was. One thing, however, was certain. The other party really wanted to help himself. But who was this woman? Why did she want to help herself? Forget it, it's just chance anyway. I don't need to get too hung up on it. Lin Bei shrugged and turned toward the bed to lie down. Lin Bei woke up at 6:30 the next morning. After breakfast, he took a cab to the office. Boss, you're finally back. In the company, a group of employees bowed to him in unison to express their congratulations. Lin Bei nodded slightly and smiled. Hard work everyone. Today the company will give everyone a bonus. No matter what you do in the future, you must pay attention to safety, especially since your safety is in the best interest of the company and you can't afford any accidents. Boss is wise. We will definitely pay attention. All of them spoke in unison, their voices loud and strong. Well then, why don't you all disperse to your work? I'm going to the hospital. Lin Bei nodded and signaled for everyone to return to their respective posts and get to work. With that, he took a step toward the stairs. Boss, you don't look too good today. Did you sleep well last night? Chen Zhongliang walked out from within his office and greeted Lin Bei. He hadn't slept well last night, thinking about Lin Bei all night. Had insomnia last night. Lin Bei nodded and replied somewhat helplessly. He did lose sleep all night. Last night, he met two ghostly servants on that street, and its two bodies. He didn't need to guess to know that the two ghost servants had been killed. Moreover, those two ghost servants should be from the Purple Clothes Sect. They tried to catch themselves, but they ran away, so they were killed by the Purple Cloth Sect. Insomnia? Did you not sleep well? Chen Zhongliang asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, last night, I met two people from the Purple Cloth Sect. That Purple Clothes Sect master even asked me to help him with a quest. And that quest was quite dangerous. I almost hung up. Lin Bei said. Oh, is that so? So are you hurt? I see you're not in very good spirits. Chen Zhongliang asked worriedly. I'm fine. Just insomnia. I'm better now. Lin Bei shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Boss, since you're fine, hurry back and rest. Well, I'm going back to the office now. Lin Bei nodded and walked towards the office. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to ask, by the way, Zhongliang, I want you to do me a favor. This matter is rather secretive and I only have you to help me. Can you help me investigate who actually sent someone to assassinate you? That's no problem, boss. Just leave it to me. Just why are you investigating who assassinated me? Chen Zhengliang asked. This, you don't need to know. Anyway, this matter can only do you good and no harm. Lin Bei didn't reply.
He didn't tell Chen Zhengliang the real reason.
Chen Zhengliang was his own beloved. Lin Bei naturally did not want to involve Chen Zhengliang in this fight.
Chen Zhengliang was also a smart person and naturally knew that Lin Bei didn't want to tell him the real situation.
He nodded and said, "That's fine. Then boss, if you have any orders, just say so, as long as it's something Zhengliang can do. There's absolutely no ambiguity. Boss, I'm going out first." When he finished, he turned to leave. When Chen Zhengliang was out of the office,
the corner of Lin Bei's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. This purple cloth sex people are so bold. Not only did he dare to lay hands on him in broad daylight, but he also sent 2 ghost servants after himself.
If we don't get to the bottom of this one, there will be more trouble later.
Lin Bei decided that he would go to the hospital today to get checked out and see what was going on with him.
Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Bei returned home. Just as he reached the door,
he saw a white BMW parked outside his house.
The owner's appearance, however,
he remembered very clearly.
Isn't this Lu Qingqing? Why did she come to me?
Lin Bei was puzzled for a moment.
Hey, Lu Qingqing, what are you doing here looking for me at this hour? Is there something wrong? Lin Bei knocked on the door.
It was only a moment later that Lu Qingqing's reply resounded from inside the door.
Is it Lin Bei?
Lin Bei nodded and asked.
What brings you here? Did you come to give me a present? Don't you stink. I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. My dad wants to work with Lin's group and wants you to talk. You come out quick. I'll be outside. After saying that, Lu Qingqing hung up the phone and waited for Lin Bei outside the door.
Hearing that the other party was looking for cooperation,
Lin Bei sighed in relief. He was short of money right now, and it would be great if the Lu family could cooperate with the Lin group. I know. I'll be right there now. Lin Bei nodded, changed his shoes, and prepared to go out. Before long, he drove up next to Lu Qingqing. Young Master Lin, long time no see. How's your health lately?
When Lu Qingqing saw that it was Lin Bei, she hurriedly jumped down from the car and greeted Lin Bei with a professional smile on her face.
I'm fine. MS. Ryu has a heart. I don't know what exactly is the matter that Mr. Lu called me over here today?
Lin Bei replied with a faint smile. What he wanted most right now was for the Lu group to cooperate with the Lin group. As long as they could work together, then he would be able to reap the benefits, and even get the support of the Lin group. At that time, his Lin's group would become the #1 consortium in China,
and even could surpass the #1 consortium in Dragon City. Just to be able to do that is enough. My father says that he has agreed to your terms, and as long as you can satisfy him, he will do whatever you want him to do, with no complaints whatsoever. Lu Qingqing said. Lin Bei sniffed, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, revealing a confident smile. If the Lu family was willing to cooperate with himself, then it proved that the Lu family wanted to cooperate with him. Okay, I've always seen the sincerity of Mr. Lu. He nodded and smiled. I want you to be the acting chairman of the Lin group. I wonder if young Master Lin would like to receive this gift. Willow asked. Acting chairman? Oh, not bad. Your father is good at choosing people, but I have a request. Lin Bei smiled and said. What request? Young Master Lin, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Willow assured. She could be said to hate Lin Bei to the bone. Lin Bei stole her fiancé. She should have taken revenge. But now, she had to grovel to Lin Bei. Well, my request is also simple. I want you to be the vice president of our Lin group, and don't ever tackle me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Lin Bei said in a calm tone. His gaze fixed on Lu Qingqing, not moving away for half a second. He wanted to make Lu Qingqing understand what would happen if he angered him. What? Lu Qingqing froze, then burst into a rage and said, Lin Bei, you're too bullying, aren't you? Do you know that our Lu family is well known as a first-class family in the entire Jiangnan city? How dare you order me to be your employee? It's really outrageous. You're too arrogant and cocky. Her chest rose and fell violently, obviously angry. Lin Bei sneered. You're the golden girl of the Lu family, but I'm not bad either, and I'm much more powerful than you. I advise you that you'd better not anger me, or else, suffer the consequences. Lin Bei's words were very domineering. Lu Qingqing was speechless with anger. MS. Lu, you don't have to be angry anymore. This matter, I won't take it up with you, but if it happens again in the future, you'll have to weigh in. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he drove off. He didn't want to remain here. Seeing Lu Qingqing made him feel annoyed. Just you wait. I'll make you pay. Seeing Lin Bei walk away, Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger, stomped her foot fiercely and turned around to enter the house. Humph. Lin Bei, this is all thanks to you. Lu Qingqing said in a cold voice. She then got in her car, started the engine and drove off. Back home, he took out his cell phone and called Yang Shuiyan, saying, "Hey, Shuiyan, I can't dine with you tonight due to something. I'll dine with you another day. It's okay, I'm not a kid anymore. Go about your business. I'm fine eating alone." Yang Shuiyan responded gently over there. "Well, you go to bed early then. Good night." Lin Bei nodded and hung up, but he suddenly remembered that it was Saturday and he couldn't go to school. So he picked up the phone and prepared to give Li Yi a call to inquire about her situation and ask her to help take care of Lin Bei's mom. The call went through and Li's voice came through. "Young Master Lin, do you need something?" Lin Bei asked. "Dr. Li, are you at the office?" "Yes, what did you want to see me about?" Li Yi asked. She was now Lin Bei's personal nurse, and every day, apart from her work, she left the rest to Lin Bei. "Well, I have some trivial little things that I need to trouble you with. Could you please take the time to take care of old Mrs. Lin for me?" Lin Bei said. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Li Yi to come over and take care of Lin's mother. He couldn't leave his mom alone in the house. "Mrs. Lin?" Li Yi on the other side of the phone froze, then said, "Young Master Lin, I'm at the company right now. How about this? You come to the hospital tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and pick up old lady Lin. I'll take her to the hospital for a checkup, and you'll wait for me there at that time. How's it going?" Li Yi asked. Lin Bei agreed and said, "Then I'll come pick her up tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. But what's her physical state?" "Mrs. Lin's health is excellent, with basically no abnormalities," Li Yi replied. "That's good. See you tomorrow." After Lin Bei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He put down his cell phone, lay down on his bed, entered a cultivation state, and began practicing soul attack techniques. The next morning, after Lin Bei woke up, he scrubbed up, changed his clothes, and walked downstairs. "Good morning, Uncle Lin." A teenage girl stood up and sweetly greeted Lin Bei. Lin Bei laughed. "Xiao Yu, why did you get up so early today? You slept inside your room all last night." "I couldn't sleep, so I woke up early." "Uncle Lin, Auntie Lin is making breakfast. I'm going back to school. Bye, Uncle Lin." The little girl smiled sweetly and waved goodbye. Lin Bei looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh. This was the Lin family's child, who had received a good education from a young age. Lin Bei, you're up? Go wash your hands quickly and eat breakfast. Your mom just made porridge, so you can have it later. At this time, Lu Qingqing carried a pot of porridge and came to the kitchen door, shouting, "All right, Auntie Qingqing, you wait for a while huh? I'll come for dinner right away." Lin Bei responded with a smile. After finishing breakfast, Lin Bei drove Lu Qingqing and drove towards the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, he got out of the car and walked into Lin's mother's ward. It was a special ward, specially prepared for Lin's mother, with specialized nurses and medical equipment. "Lin Bei, what brings you here? Is it possible that Wanqing has news?" Seeing his son suddenly appear in the room, Lin's father was pleasantly surprised and asked. Lin Bei said with a smile, "Dad, that's right, Mom has news." "Really?" Lin's father was so excited that he hurriedly asked after him. "Where is she? Where is it? Quickly let me see how she is." Lin Bei shook his head and said, "She has been rescued. It is now out of the danger zone, and with a little more time in the hospital to recuperate, it will be back as good as new. As for how she was injured, it's uncertain." Hearing that his mother was out of the danger zone, Lin's father breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Wanqing, this girl, it's really not easy. It's good that she's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live on in this life. By the way, how did you save her from the Demon King's palace? That's one of the three major forces of the ghost race. And how did you do it? Could it be that you've already set foot on the path of martial arts?" "Dad, don't ask so many questions. Let's go see Mom first," Lin Bei said with a smile. Lin's father nodded and followed his son towards the outside. After arriving at the ward, Lin's mother was receiving an infusion. She wore a look of relief when she saw her son arrive. "Son, you're back in the country. Ha? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Let me pick you up at the airport," Lin's mother asked with concern. "There's no need to be so laborious. Mom, I'm here this time because I have an important matter that must be dealt with immediately, so I had to come and visit you early. Don't worry, Mom, I'll take good care of you." Lin Bei smiled faintly and comforted Lin's mother before sitting next to her. "Aha, I believe you." Lin's mother nodded and said, "By the way, when you called me last night, I was about to call you. Who knew that you would take the initiative to contact me? Oh, I had some errands to run last night, so I forgot to call you. Now that it's done, Mom, don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, I'll be by your side to protect you," Lin Bei solemnly promised. Lin's mother's eyes instantly reddened when she heard her son's words.
She stroked her cheek and choked back a sob.
Good son. Mom knows. Thank you for being able to be so understanding. When he finished, mother and son smiled at each other. After the mother and son chatted for a few moments, Lin mother fainted.
Lin Bei saw this and immediately went forward to hold his mother's shoulders, running his true chi and helping his mother to heal her injuries.
Mom,
your injuries are no longer serious,
and in a few hours, you'll be out of the hospital. Still, the attack was a warning to me.
A similar incident in the future will never be resolved so simply.
I don't want you to be in danger again,
Lin Bei said word for word.
After hearing this,
Lin's mother couldn't help the tears from falling as she held her son's hand tightly and said,
Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. I won't leave you alone no matter what happens from now on. Mom!
A warmth welled up in Lin Bei's heart as he reached out to take Lin mother into his arms and said tenderly,
Don't you worry. I'll take care of myself from now on and won't let you worry about me anymore. And, if you're worried about me, you might as well have Auntie Lu come over and help you. Lin's mother nodded and said, Okay, I'll have Sister Lu come over and help me.
It's just that she's been a little busy lately and hasn't had time to come over.
Mom, don't worry about me. It's not like you don't know who I am. No one can kill me as long as I don't want to be killed. So, don't worry about me. Get well. When I get better, I'll go shopping with you and buy you nice clothes, Lin Bei said jokingly. After the mother and son chatted for a while, Lu Qingqing went off to work. Lin's mother, on the other hand, continued to lie in her hospital bed, resting. Lin Bei, on the other hand, took care of his mother.